After the cold and beautiful female president became blind, I walked around in front of her shirtless almost every day. Sometimes she was too lazy to even put on pants. She sat on the sofa without saying a word, but I could clearly see that the tips of her ears turned red, and she even had an inexplicable nosebleed. She said she didn't care, but her body betrayed her feelings. That day, she cornered me, her breath lingering against my earrings as she whispered, "Guyen, I really like you so much." Hearing this, I felt a sense of loss. Others may not know, but I know it very well. I'm just a top-tier rich second-generation kid destined to be a stepping stone in a novel. In order to change the fate of this bootlicker who eventually lost his family and loved ones, I chose to approach Long Qingxiu, the blind and ruthless villain in the setting. She was supposed to be the ultimate villain in the book, but I took the initiative to get close to her and even forced her to agree to marry me, saying that it was to stop me from harassing her. She appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly she knew better than anyone that I was gradually forcing her into a trap. But I didn't care. As long as she agreed, I could complete the system's mission. That's right, I've transmigrated into a book, and incidentally, I've awakened the universe's pure love system. As long as I perform some pure love acts, I can redeem the amulet. After sorting out the original plot in my mind, I realized the real villain is not me, but this woman. She's the final boss. At the end of the book, she single-handedly kills everyone, and the protagonist nearly dies at her hands. I have to plan ahead and cling to this important figure to survive. At this moment, a lot of information about Long Qingxiu and the Lung family flooded into my mind. The Lung family was originally one of the top families in Jianghai City, on par with the Gu family I belonged to. The sudden change 5 years ago almost wiped out the Lung family and drove this woman completely mad. Since then, Long Qingxiu no longer trusted anyone, relying on hatred to walk step by step into the depths of darkness. The corners of my mouth curled up as long as I hugged the right person. Survival wouldn't be a problem, and the system's pure love mission would proceed smoothly. I immediately called the phone. "Mom, I remember Grandpa arranged a marriage for me. It was with the Lung family, right?" I feigned a nonchalant air, pretending I'd suddenly come to my senses and was willing to try and accept this marriage. Upon hearing this, Su Moron was so shocked she nearly dropped the phone. "Well, you don't want Shinwaner anymore." The original owner had made a huge fuss and vowed never to marry anyone other than Shinwaner, and even broke up with Gu Tianming for this. I said sternly, "She doesn't like me, so why should I keep pestering her? It's better to get married soon. Go talk to the Lung family." Hearing this, Su Moron burst into tears of joy and slapped her thighs. "Okay, since the old man has decided on the marriage, it's only natural." She immediately ran to report to old Gu, but Gu Tianming's face turned pale after hearing it. Lung Qingxiu is blind. Su Moron was also dumbfounded when she learned about it. "No way. I finally let go of Shenwaner, and now I want to marry a disabled person." Gu Tianming sighed. If he knew the bride was blind, he would definitely turn hostile. Then he could just give the Lung family some extra gifts and pretend nothing happened. 3 days later, I entered the Lung family's gate as promised. Lung Qingxiu was in her study, resting with her eyes closed. She sat at her desk, her demeanor icy and her features pure and refined. Although she could no longer see the world, the sense of oppression she felt was still intense, as if she had everything under control. Her heart was as calm as water. In order to paralyze the enemies in the dark, she did not hesitate to destroy her eyes and disguise herself as a complete disabled person. She whispered to herself, 5 years. 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Then, a familiar sound of footsteps broke the silence. She didn't even need to look up to know who was coming. "Linger, what's wrong?" I heard her ask softly. Lung Linger was her biological sister, but at this moment her expression was complicated, and she lowered her voice. "Sister, the Gu family. They are planning to let the young master come to propose marriage." My heart moved. Lung Qingxiu's eyes flashed with coldness. Gu family. This name she has never forgotten. Although there is no evidence, in her heart, the Gu family has always been on the list of enemies. Lung Linger didn't notice anything unusual and continued to complain. "Their family has arranged all their children's marriages, and you're the one being arranged." Lung Qingxiu fell into deep thought. The Lung family's former glory had long since faded, and compared to a behemoth like the Gu family, it was no longer on the same level. Lung Linger began to get excited. "Sister, I don't want you to get married. You are my only relative, Don't sacrifice yourself for the sake of marriage. Lung Qingxiu chuckled. Don't cry. The young master of the Gu family didn't come here to marry me. Oh no, Lung Linger was stunned. Lung Qingxiu stood up, holding his crutches, his expression cold. If I guess correctly, he came to break off the engagement. She felt at peace. Ever since that night 5 years ago, she hadn't expected love from anyone. From the moment she destroyed her eyes, she had decided not to be an ordinary girl, but a revenger living in hatred. As long as Linger is safe, she doesn't want anything else. Hearing this, Lung Linger angrily cursed. He came to cancel the engagement. Who is he? A complete waste. Lung Qingxiu shook his head and sighed. All right, let's go downstairs and see how he'll break off the engagement. At that moment, a black Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up outside the Lung family's gate. The butler in the passenger seat turned and whispered, Master, we're here. I nodded slightly, looking at the dilapidated mansion before me, a hint of an ambiguous smile on my lips. Okay, let me see what this future villain's thigh really looks like. The atmosphere in the reception room was tense. Lung Xing, the current head of the Lung family, fidgeted restlessly, his gaze frequently fixed on a young man across from him on the sofa. This was Gu Yan, the eldest son of the Jianghai Gu family, a man rumored to have even fallen out with his own head in pursuit of Shen Wan'er, the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Gu Yan wore a calm smile, but his gaze remained fixed on Lung Qingxiu, who sat at the main seat. He secretly sighed inwardly. This is the woman who will be called the ultimate villain in the future plot. Before coming here, he'd read countless materials and knew that Lung Qingxiu was once a renowned talent in Jianghai, with impeccable looks and temperament. But when he actually saw her, he was still shocked. Even blind, she still looked like a solitary flower on a mountaintop, proud and cold. The only thing that caught his eye was Lung Linger, who stood beside Lung Qingxiu. The girl had dyed blonde hair, sparkling earrings dangling from her ears, and a small sequin pattern on her left cheek. She was wearing a black Lolita dress and had her nails painted extremely exaggeratedly. She started with a sneer. You useless jerk, stop looking at my sister like that. Lung Linger has always been strong and powerful. She is the big sister that no one dares to mess with in school. She never cares about other people's status. Even though Gu Yan is the eldest son of the Gu family, in her eyes, he is just a selfish scumbag. Lung Xing'an was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, secretly cursing this little ancestor for not knowing the seriousness of the matter. If the Gu family was offended, the Lung family would only have a hard time. Gu Yan raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged, as if he didn't take the provocation to heart. Lung Qingxiu gently raised his hand and patted his sister on the forehead, saying in a cold voice, Linger, don't be rude. Lung Linger pouted, and although she was unwilling, she obediently quieted down. Lung Qingxiu's expression remained calm. She turned around and said calmly, Master Gu came today. I already know the reason. She quickly deduced in her mind. Gu Yan had always been deeply in love with Shen Wan'er, and now he had come to visit her on his own initiative. It must be to break off the engagement. This thought made her even more certain. A hint of surprise flashed across Gu Yan's face. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly, and he didn't expect Lung Qingxiu to have no resistance to breaking off the engagement. Instead, she acted unusually calm and even seemed to be actively cooperating. Since Qingxiu understands, then things will be easy, he said in a relaxed tone. Lung Qingxiu nodded, his face calm. In that case, let's end it as soon as possible. It's getting late. Gu Yan was secretly calculating in his heart. He had to complete the system-bound task as soon as possible and take the opportunity to do something that would add points. He turned and ordered the white-haired butler behind him. Old Gao, bring that out. Lung Xing'an breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. In his opinion, it was normal for the other party to cancel the engagement, and now that the other party was so polite, he was very lucky. Lung Qingxiu's expression remained indifferent. For her, whether or not the engagement was rescinded had never affected her obsession. She had vowed all along that year that her only goal in life would be revenge. She silently said in her heart, Grandpa, since they were the ones who first proposed to cancel the engagement, your spirit in heaven will not blame me, your granddaughter. Lung Linger also believed for a time that Gu Yan was here to cancel the engagement. But strangely, this result was exactly what she wanted, and she felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. Why did she feel so unwilling? Why couldn't her good sister be liked by this man? The housekeeper responded and walked over to take out 2 documents from the bag next to him. Gu Yin gently picked up one and handed it to Lung Xingyan, who was sitting on the sofa. Master Lung, please take a look at this document. Lung Xingyan took the document and was stunned. The divorce agreement is so thick, he was full of doubts. Since Gu Yin came to cancel the engagement, why was the agreement so formal? Gu Yin placed another document in front of Lung Qingxiu and said gently, Qingxiu, this is a braille version specially made for you. It is convenient for you to read. Lung Qingxiu was stunned for a moment, thinking to herself, no wonder Gu Yin had no feelings about this marriage. It seemed he had long been prepared to break off the engagement. But her mood remained unaffected, as calm as ever. She had already made up her mind. Revenge was her only goal. Lung Linger looked at Gu Yin with dissatisfaction, her heart full of confusion. Why is my sister not able to do it? He actually came to cancel the engagement. Her words revealed strong displeasure, and her eyes became more and more unfriendly. However, Gu Yin ignored Lung Linger's gaze. His target was always Lung Qingxiu. He knew in his heart that Lung Linger's likes and dislikes were of no importance to him. At this time, Lao Gao had already taken out the documents. Gu Yin chuckled and handed them to Lung Xingyan. Master Lung, please take a look at this marriage annulment agreement. Lung Xingyan took the document and looked at the thick agreement, seeming a little overwhelmed. Why is this agreement so thick? He had an ominous premonition in his heart. Gu Yin easily placed another document in front of Lung Qingxiu. Qingxiu, this is a braille version prepared specially for you for your convenience, he said with a smile, his voice gentle, but revealing a hint of imperceptible expectation. Chapter 4 Braille Documents. Lung Qingxiu was confused. She fumbled with the documents on the table and suddenly realized that Gu Yin knew she was blind, but he had specially prepared a braille version of the marriage cancellation documents for her. What is going on? Lung Qingxiu was confused. Could it be that the eldest son of the Gu family was really thoughtful, or did he have other plans? Her fingers finally touched the corner of the document, but it was a little far from her fingertips. Gu Yin immediately noticed this and said with a smile, let me help you. As he spoke, he reached out, held Lung Qingxiu's hand, and placed her hand on the document. At the moment of contact, Gu Yin clearly felt the other person's hand tremble slightly, and he couldn't help but smile inwardly. At the same time, a mechanical voice came from his mind. Help the pure love object touch the material file. Point 1. Lung Qingxiu remained calm, casually groping for the braille document, and began to read. Lung Linger, upon seeing this, immediately shouted angrily, pervert, let go. Lung Qingxiu also responded coldly, young Master Gu, don't you know that men and women should not touch each other? Lung Qingxiu broke free from Gu Yan's hand and said coldly, sorry, I just want to help you. Gu Yan looked sincere, and his tone seemed a little innocent. Lung Qingxiu breathed a sigh of relief. She finally began to read the documents carefully, but in her heart, she was wondering what Gu Yan's purpose was in coming here. Time passed by little, and Lung Xingyan finally came to his senses. He stared at Gu Yan blankly, his mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to say something, but quickly swallowed it back. He finally looked at Gu Yan with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. This. Lung Qingxiu finally stopped what he was doing and said calmly, what does this mean? She carefully examined the contents of the document, only to discover that it wasn't a document to break off the engagement, but rather an agreement to transfer 5% of the shares of the Gu family group. Lung Qingxiu's heart was suddenly shaken. The value of this document was enough to change the fate of the Lung family. The market value of the Gu family group was as high as 1 trillion yuan, and this 5% stake meant enormous power and wealth. Gu Yan looked at Lung Qingxiu gently and smiled faintly. Qingxiu, don't you understand this is my sincerity in proposing marriage? He paused and continued, because I own 10 of the shares of Gu family group, I will give you half of it as a token of sincerity for our future. He whispered, from now on, we're a family. Lung Qingxiu was shocked by this sudden remark. She stood up abruptly, her tone no longer calm and indifferent. She asked in shock, propose marriage, a family us? She couldn't understand it at all. Gu Yan's purpose in coming was clearly to break off the engagement. So why was he proposing marriage now, and he even brought such a valuable gift? Lung Qingxiu was a little bewildered for a moment. She was just a blind person now. How could Gu Yan really want to marry her? Seeing that she was stunned, Gu Yan walked forward sincerely. Qingxiu, marry me. I will treat you well for the rest of my life. His tone was firm, and his eyes were affectionate. Lung Qingqiu suddenly felt a strong sense of resistance. How could she possibly fall in love and get married now? Her life had long been destined for revenge. So how could she compromise for the sake of a young master from the Gu family? Lung Linger immediately jumped up and pointed at Gu Yin angrily. Bah, you are a man full of lies. Weren't you still clinging to Shinwaner before? Why are you saying you like my eldest sister now? Lung Qingqiu immediately seized on the excuse to refuse. Mr. Gu, if you're just trying to replace Shinwaner, then I don't think we're suitable. Although Gu Yin had given her an astonishing gift, she still didn't want to marry him. After all, she had already decided that this life would not be like ordinary people, and her only goal was revenge. Gu Yan's expression froze slightly when he heard these words, but then he acted more sincerely, as if he had made up his mind. No, not a substitute. He took a deep breath, his eyes firm. Actually, I've fallen in love with you, Lung Qingqiu, ever since I learned that Grandpa had arranged a marriage for us. He paused for a moment, his voice low. You were the most talented woman in Jianghai City at that time, and I was just a dandy boy. I liked you then, but I knew I wasn't worthy of you. I tried hard to make myself worthy of you, but I never could wait until that time. When I heard the news that you were blind, my heart was filled with pain and guilt, and I hated myself for not being by your side when you needed me most. Gu Yan's tone gradually became low, with a hint of guilt in his sadness. Every night before I go to bed, the person I think of is still you, Qingqiu. After he finished speaking, he suddenly stood up, walked to Lung Qingqiu, reached out and held her hand tightly, and said firmly, no matter what you become, I will love you. I will treat you well for the rest of my life. Lung Qingqiu tried to break free from his grip, but she found his strength was immense and his tone sincere, as if his words truly came from the heart. Lung Qingqiu's heart was stirred, but she remained steadfast and didn't respond. Lung Linger stood beside him, her face slightly red, and glared at Gu Yin fiercely. Bah, who would believe your nonsense? Lung Xingyan stared at the scene in a daze, with confusion and surprise mixed in his eyes. He seemed unable to believe that Gu Yin in front of him could be so sincere. He also knew one thing: the true leader of the Lung family was his niece, Lung Qingqiu, and he himself was merely the nominal head of the family. At this moment, his heart was filled with uneasiness and confusion. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, Lung Qingqiu slowly said, I understand. Lung Linger was stunned and shouted excitedly, Sister! She could not understand her sister's decision at all. Gu Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this answer. Great! No matter what you think, we are already a legal and pure love couple. He held Lung Qingqiu's hand tightly, with a smile on his face. I swear, I will treat you well for the rest of my life. Lung Qingqiu remained silent, but secretly thought in his heart, Gu Yin, you may never know that I actually have my own purpose. Your pure love is just part of my revenge plan. Chapter 5. Lung's house, in the study on the second floor. The system's prompt audio sounded in Gu Yan's mind. Hold hand with your love interest. Points 1. Continue holding hands with your love interest. Points 2. Continuously hold hands with your love interest. Points 3 inch. The rapid increase in points made Gu Yin feel a little elated. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, his heart filled with a little pride. Not bad, not bad. If I hold Qingqiu's hand for 24 hours, won't my points increase by thousands or even tens of thousands if I do this every day? Who knows? I might even empty the system's store one day. But Lung Qingqiu's reaction was far from what Gu Yin expected. I'm going to start reading. Gu Yin, can you please let go of my hand for a moment? Lung Qingqiu said with a fake smile. Although she had agreed to be with Gu Yin on the surface, her real intention was completely different. She just wanted to use Gu Yin and even the Gu family behind him. She saw through Gu Yan's weakness. In her eyes, this man was just a pure love idiot who would be easily controlled by her. She began to avoid physical contact as much as possible because she didn't want to be involved in such an intimate relationship too much. However, Gu Yin was thinking, I haven't earned enough points yet. How can I bear to let go? He was worried that if he let go, Lung Qingqiu would get angry and ignore him, and that would be the end. So he quickly let go. Oh. Lung Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to calm down. She sat down in her own dedicated seat, where braille books piled high on her desk. This was her private space, and it was also where she could improve herself and understand the world. Her face turned serious, and her mind was racing with future plans. First, take advantage of Gu Yan's feelings for me, step-by-step control the Gu family group, and eventually seize its power. Her thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. Gu Yan was delighted to see Lung Qingqiu finally looking at him. He was secretly proud of himself. Great. Why does the domineering CEO like an ordinary girl like me? It turns out it's because I'm very annoying. This is about workplace love. From this moment on, this book is indeed correct. According to the book, as long as you keep annoying the other person, you can attract their attention. Since it is written in the novel, it also applies here. He smiled and asked, Qingqiu, I want to ask you, Lingling, Qingqing, Qiuqiu, which one do you like me to call you? Lung Qingqiu was speechless. What kind of names are these? I don't like any of them. She thought, you'd better leave. Don't come near me again. Seeing Lung Qingqiu's silence, Gu Yan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, oh, Lung Qingqiu must not like these names. He smiled and changed the subject. Then, can I call you wife and baby? Lung Qingqiu was stunned. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned her head away, not wanting Gu Yan to see her expression at that moment. She felt disgusted. Damn it, what the hell is this bastard saying? She had never heard such a disgusting name before, and her face flushed. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. I don't like either of them. You should just call me Qingqiu. At this point, Gu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally thought Lung Qingqiu would be angry about the name, but now it seemed that she was indeed a little angry, but not that serious. He smiled and asked, well, Qingqiu, what's going on today? How about we go out for a walk? Lung Qingqiu was slightly startled when she heard this. In reality, she hadn't left the Lung family home since she became blind, spending most of her day in this study. She missed the outside world, but soon realized her only goal was revenge, leaving her no time for entertainment. She replied coldly, no, I'm busy now. She returned to her book, her fingers tracing the braille rapidly. Seeing this, Gu Yan was not disappointed. After all, Lung Qingqiu was now blind and would sooner or later become a villain. It would be impossible to make her truly like and trust him overnight, but he believed that time would help him. He said casually, okay, I'll just watch you here. Qingqiu, you don't know, every time I see you, my heart. Before he could finish his words, Lung Qingqiu suddenly turned his head, his eyes full of warning. Gu Yan understood immediately and shut up. Lung Qingqiu had a splitting headache. This damn man is so annoying. Time passed, and Gu Yan sat quietly beside Lung Qingqiu, flipping through a braille book, even though he couldn't understand the contents. Lung Qingqiu was concentrating on touching each line of text with her fingers, quiet and determined. She had been accumulating strength and improving herself for so many years, all for the sake of revenge. Gu Yan secretly sighed in his heart. So amazing. She is worthy of being my pure love object. Her goal is so clear. She is really an out-and-out villain. Chapter 6. Lung Qingqiu felt the time slipping away and suddenly realized that she hadn't heard Gu Yan's annoying voice for a long time. She couldn't help but wonder, is this person gone? She called out softly, Gu Yan. Gu Yan was about to respond, but suddenly his eyes rolled and the corners of his mouth curled up, as if he had thought of something funny. He decided to remain silent, slowly stood up, and then backed away. Lung Qingqiu didn't hear a response and mistakenly thought that Gu Yan had left. She felt strange. Why did this guy leave without saying a word? She shook her head, as if she was a little uncomfortable with the sudden silence in the room that was once full of noise. In reality, Lung Qingqiu had long since grown accustomed to these dark and silent days. She closed her eyes, hearing nothing but the steady sound of her own breathing. Every day, she quietly absorbed knowledge in this study, constantly improving herself, hoping to one day find the murderer and avenge her family. Why are you thinking so much all of a sudden? Lung Qingqiu laughed at herself. Normally, she wouldn't think about these things at all. But today, Gu Yan came to propose marriage, chattering in her ear, saying a bunch of things that left her a loss. Suddenly, she felt like something was missing in her life. My life used to be all about absorbing knowledge, absorbing more knowledge, but now I've been forced to add a wife and baby, learning knowledge, wife and baby schedule. Ugh, why am I overthinking so much? Lung Qingqiu blushed slightly, and the cheesy name Gu Yan had just said popped up in his mind again. Wife, baby. She couldn't help but shake her head. No, calm down. Lung Qingqiu thought. She really couldn't stand these corny words. How could Guyen say them? So, she stood up and walked toward the bookshelf. This was where she had spent many years, and she knew every book on the bookshelf by heart. But unfortunately, Guyen was standing in front of the bookshelf. Why is Qingxiu walking towards me? Guyen wondered doubtfully. Seeing Lung Qingxiu walking so intently, he felt a little overwhelmed. Especially, Lung Qingxiu walked towards him with her eyes closed and a cold demeanor. Guyen felt his heartbeat quicken. This? Who can stand this? He swallowed and quickly looked away, deciding in his heart that he must not do anything stupid and must not make a mistake at this moment. He glanced at the door next to him and came up with an idea. Since Lung Qingxiu thought he had left, he would quietly go around to the side and leave. If Lung Qingxiu wanted to take the book, he just had to go around. However, Lung Qingxiu walked towards the bookshelf with skillful steps, but she didn't realize that she was blocked by Guyen. As she took a step forward, her foot slipped and she fell violently. Bang! Ah! Lung Qingxiu tripped over something, screamed, and fell forward. The moment she lost her balance, she felt a panic. If I fall, maybe... Qingxiu! Guyen exclaimed, and instantly rushed over and pounced on him. Plop! The two of them fell heavily to the ground. Lung Qingxiu fell into Guyen's arms involuntarily. Ouch! Guyen instinctively wanted to scream, but a system prompt sounded in his mind. Save the pure love object from falling. Points plus 10. Hey! Huh! Guyen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lung Qingxiu was stunned for a moment, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. I was rescued? At this moment, she heard Guyen's laughter. Guyen? She asked hesitantly. Lung Qingxiu felt that something was wrong. Shouldn't Guyen have left? He clearly didn't respond just now. So why did he suddenly appear here now? She suddenly realized that Guyen's laughter and behavior could not help but make her a little angry. She looked at him coldly. You deliberately kept silent just to see me fall? Guyen was stunned for a moment and cried out in his heart. It's unfair, Qingxiu. I didn't mean it. You told me not to speak, so I didn't dare to say anything. Lung Qingxiu gritted her teeth in anger. You know exactly what you are thinking. She struggled to stand up from Guyen's arms. Let me go. You bastard. Ahem. Qingxiu, I feel so uncomfortable when you do this. Shut up. You just want to see me look bad. Who cares if you feel uncomfortable or not? But I. Shut up. Lung Qingxiu supported Guyen's chest with his hands and prepared to stand up, but he did not notice that the posture of himself and Guyen was a little unnatural. At this moment, the door of the study was suddenly pushed open, and Lung Linga rushed in anxiously. Sister, I heard a loud voice. How? Did you not get killed by that pervert Guyen? Lung Linger was stunned by the scene before her. She saw her beloved elder sister, the one who was always known for her intelligence and gentleness, actually in such an ambiguous position with Guyen. Lung Qingxiu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned his head, thinking, what's going on? Lung Qingxiu was silent for a moment, then raised his voice and said, Linger, come and help me. Do you still need my help? Big sister sob. How could this happen after you've only been seeing this kind of man for a long time? Wow. Lung Linger suddenly burst into tears. Guyen and Lung Qingxiu were both stunned. They looked at each other and silently asked a question in their hearts. A few minutes later, the three of them sat on the bed, and Guyen sat on the chair in front of them, facing a conversation full of misunderstandings. So, in order to prevent this kind of thing from happening again, Lung Linger pointed at Guyen, her eyes full of anger. You are not allowed to be alone with my eldest sister again. Guyen looked at the angry sister-in-law in front of him and nodded helplessly. Okay, I promise you. Lung Qingxiu sighed inwardly. Her actions with Guyen in the dark had clearly caused misunderstandings. She could only hide her embarrassment by remaining silent. Damn it, how could this happen? And in front of my sister. She thought angrily that all her dignity was gone. Chapter 7. After leaving the Lung family, Guyen returned home in his luxury car. He was a man who knew when to stop. Although there were some minor errors in the process of obtaining points, he felt that overall it was not bad. He opened the system mall with satisfaction and saw the points column marked, points, 60. Well, 60 points means that the favorability between Lung Qingxiu and I has reached the passing line. Guyen thought to himself, and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. Yes, I am that confident. He decided to take a look at his gains for the day and immediately browsed the various categories in the system store. Medicines, skills, magic powers, pets, bodybuilding, cold weapons, hot weapons, immortal weapons. Gu Yan's eyes lit up at the dazzling array of goods, but he didn't have enough points to trade for those high-end magical skills. Never mind, I'll save them for now, he thought. This world is a low-level martial arts realm, where legends abound of innate masters and grandmasters, capable of shielding themselves with chi and even resisting bullets. While ordinary people cannot understand these martial arts secrets, Lung Qingqiu once cultivated to the pinnacle of grandmaster status. Gu Yan, though an ordinary person, now possesses the system, intends to utilize it to cultivate to an even more powerful being. He browsed through the Kung Fu category and found that all the exercises were in a red exclamation mark state. Only one exercise titled Universe Pure Love Exercise had information available. What the hell is this? Gu Yan's mouth twitched, clearly curious about this exercise. The system prompt sounded immediately. Host, hello, because this system is a pure love system. Practicing other techniques is simply the most detested behavior of this system. Host can only practice the exclusive technique of this system, the Universe Pure Love Technique. Gu Yan felt powerless, thinking, you're just a system. Why do you care so much? But seeing that this technique was provided by the system, he had no choice but to open it. The system briefly introduced the technique, Universe Pure Love Technique. Simply perform acts of pure love to unleash pure love energy. This energy cleanses the meridians of the practitioner, nourishing the body and making it stronger. Learning anything else will be twice as effective with half the effort. Simply put, doing things that are pure love can make you stronger. Gu Yan suddenly realized, then I have to work hard to increase my points. He glanced at the price of the technique book, 100 points. Looks like I have to save up more. Gu Yan put away the system, his heart filled with anticipation. Okay, that's it. Let the favorability between me and Lung Qingqiu rise. At this moment, Lao Gao in the car saw Gu Yan smile from the rearview mirror, and he felt relieved. He could feel that the young master seemed to have changed. In the past, because of Shun Wan'er, the young master was always irritable and depressed, but now that he had let her go, the young master's whole mental state was refreshed. Good, Lao Gao thought to himself. I believe the master and his wife will also be happy for the young master. Jinxia Commercial Street, the largest commercial place in Jianghai City, is home to many luxury goods. Many celebrities and wealthy second generations come here to check in, take photos, and shop. In a restaurant, Xie Baiwei, the daughter of the Xie family, looked at Shun Wan'er beside her in disbelief. Wan'er, are you saying that bastard Gu Yan hasn't contacted you in 3 days? Shen Vanian nodded silently. Scumbag, Wu Lily, the daughter of the Wu family sitting across from her, immediately cursed angrily. It's just that our Wan'er is so focused on her career that she refused to be his girlfriend. And yet he gives Wan'er the cold shoulder. What a petty man, Wu Lily said indignantly. She held Shen Wan'er's hand and advised earnestly, Wan'er, it's a good thing you didn't agree to Gu Yan, otherwise who knows what he would do to you. Shen Wan'er frowned slightly at this, feeling a little hesitant. How about I send him a message and ask him what's going on? She wondered if her previous rejection had hurt Gu Yan. In the past, whenever she comforted him, he would always come running over to offer his affection. Could it be the same this time? Seeing this, Xie Baiwei immediately held down Shun Wan'er's hand as she was about to send a message and said earnestly, Wan'er, this is where you're wrong. Haven't you figured out the trick that scumbag Gu Yan is using? Shun Wan'er looked at Xie Baiwei in confusion. Trick? Oh, that's a common trick men use. Xie Baiwei sneered. He deliberately ignores you and makes you feel threatened. Scumbag men use the tactics of playing hard to get, just to make you take the initiative to coax him. Wan'er, I advise you not to be fooled by him. This man's words are deceiving, and excellent women like us must be able to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Wu Lily also nodded repeatedly. Wei Wei is right. Wan'er, don't be fooled. Shen Wan'er was gradually persuaded by them, and a sudden realization hit her. So that's why Gu Yan stopped looking for me. He was so happy when I contacted him later. Love is hard to come by. Yes, Wan'er, you were fooled before. Who knows how Gu Yan laughed at you behind your back? Xie Baiwei sighed and shook her head, as if she felt sorry for Shen Wan'er. Shen Wan'er frowned slightly, and finally let go of her curiosity and guilt towards Gu Yan. Gu Yan, it turns out I really misjudged you. She made up her mind not to contact Gu Yan anymore and let him entertain himself. Seeing this, Xia Baiwei and Wu Lily looked at each other, then coughed lightly and said, Warner, let's order some food. This restaurant is ranked #1 high-end restaurant in niche reviews. Shen Warner nodded and decided to relieve her unhappiness by eating. Chapter 8. That evening, the Gu family dining table was brightly lit. Gu Tianming and Su Murong had returned home early, a rare occurrence. The table was overflowing with delicacies from land and sea, including abalone and lobster. Gu Yin looked at it, his mouth twitching, puzzled, and he couldn't help but wonder what day it was. He looked at his parents, only to see them exchange glances, as if they had something to say, but neither was willing to speak first. Finally, under the pressure of Su Murong's gaze, Gu Tianming reluctantly spoke. He told Gu Yin that Jianghai City was full of wealthy daughters, and as long as he didn't return to look for Shen Warner, everything else could be arranged. Su Murong took the opportunity to speak, serving food to Gu Yin while comforting him, advising him not to be obsessed with one person, saying there were many beautiful women in the world. She even mentioned large families like the Bai, Tang, and Zhuge families, and vowed that Gu Tianming could find a marriage for him. Gu Tianming's face twitched, but he didn't dare to retort. Su Murong smiled gently, saying that even if her husband wouldn't help, she would intervene on her son's behalf. After all, the Su family was a top-tier, wealthy family, and she believed she had the ability to arrange everything for her son. As Gu Yin listened, he felt that the situation was becoming increasingly outrageous. He shook his head in denial, his attitude firm, and told his parents that he had already proposed to Long Qingxiu. They initially agreed with what he said, but when they heard the word propose, they were completely stunned. Gu Tianming's eyes widened, and Su Murong almost fainted. They had never imagined that Gu Yin and Long Qingxiu would actually become a couple. It turned out that they had always thought that Gu Yin would cancel the engagement after seeing Long Qingxiu's blindness, but now they know that not only did his son not withdraw, but he was unwavering. Gu Yin was helpless, looking at his parents' reactions, and could only express his feelings, saying that he fell in love with Qingxiu at first sight, and there was no way he would cancel the engagement. Su Murong felt a splitting headache after hearing this, secretly cursing Gu Tianming for taking the initiative and ruining the situation. The couple exchanged glances, one shirking responsibility, the other helpless. Seeing this, Gu Yin could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Just then his phone rang. The distinctive ringtone made his heart pause. He pulled it out and saw the caller ID was Shen Warner. He then remembered that he had set her voice message as his exclusive ringtone. Gu Tianming and Su Murong held their breath, their eyes fixed on their phone screens. Although their son claimed to have let go of Shen Warner, they were still worried he might rekindle his old feelings. 3 days without contact didn't mean he'd given up, but now that Shen Warner had called, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Seeing this, Gu Yin spoke calmly, reassuring his parents that he had lost interest. He decisively rejected the call in front of them, blocking and deleting it in one go. This scene left Gu Tianming and Su Murong speechless and stunned. They had originally thought their son was just a flash in the pan, but they hadn't expected him to truly let go of the past. Gu Yin spoke with conviction and sincerity, saying that he had completely changed his ways and only wanted to live a good life with Long Qingxiu. He pleaded with his parents not to look down on Qingxiu because she was blind, calling her a kind and good girl. His eyes were sincere, completely different from the foolishness he had shown when he was pursuing Shen Wan. This maturity and determination shocked both Gu Tianming and Su Murong. After a long silence, Gu Tianming finally laughed out loud, waving his hand casually and saying it was up to him to choose. It was just a matter of having an extra pair of chopsticks at home. Su Murong nodded helplessly. Since the proposal was already made, she had no choice but to accept it. Although she still had some reservations, Gu Yan's attitude forced her to compromise. Gu Yan thanked his mother earnestly, then turned to his father and expressed his gratitude. They both stood there in a daze, having not expected their son to be so thoughtful and understanding. Gu Tianming was speechless for a moment, looking away to conceal his emotions. He coughed a few times and managed to force out, "It's okay as long as you change it." At that moment, they suddenly felt that Long Qingxiu might not be such a bad choice. At least, she had taught her mischievous son to be mature and polite. For the first time, Gu Tianming even felt a surge of approval. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the restaurant on the other side was completely different. Shen Warner and her 2 best friends sat stiffly at the table, their faces awkward. The owner came over with the bill and politely asked if they could pay. A smile played on his face, but his eyes were filled with disdain. A few hours ago, they ordered a table full of dishes and opened a bottle of red wine worth 100,000 yuan, just to create an atmosphere for taking photos. But now, only a few people have actually eaten. When they check out, they find that the bill is as high as 133,000 yuan. How could the three of them afford it? So Xia Baiwei and Wu Lily urged Shen Wanner to call Gu Yin, hoping that he would pick up the bill. But to their surprise, Gu Yin not only hung up the phone, but also completely blocked her. Chapter 9. The atmosphere in the restaurant was heavy. Wu Lily and Xia Baiwei, anxious, kept urging Shen Wanner to call Gu Yin again. They usually never paid for their meals together. Shen Wanner always paid, and Gu Yin reimbursed her. Now, the bill was a whopping 133,000 yuan, and they were completely unprepared. In the past, Gu Yin would have been thrilled to hear he'd be paying for Shen Wanner's bill, even posting several messages boasting about it on his WeChat moments. But now, Shen Wanner had called him personally, and he'd simply hung up, leaving both of them stunned. They seemed to have forgotten how, not long ago, they'd been trying to persuade Shen Wanner to let go of her pride and wait for Gu Yin to admit his mistake. Shen Wanner bit her lip as she watched the call being hung up, her pride forbidding her from calling again. Watching her boss's smile gradually fade, she knew she couldn't get away with it. In desperation, she called Gu Yin again, hoping he'd understand the urgency of the situation. However, a cold tone came from the other end of the line. The user's phone is turned off. Shen Wanner froze in her tracks, unable to believe that Gu Yin had actually turned off his phone. Her face was grim, and a trace of anger welled up in her heart. At this crucial moment, he was so decisive. The restaurant owner, nearly losing patience, rushed them to pay. Shen Wanner had no choice but to open her LV bag. She pulled out a small box, a complex expression on her face. It was the diamond ring Gu Yin had given her a few days earlier, a token of his love. She'd originally intended it as a show-off, but now she had to use it to pay off a bill. Seeing this, Wu Lily and Xia Baiwei's eyes fell on the diamond ring, their hearts filled with jealousy. They knew the ring was worth a lot of money, and they were puzzled why Gu Yin gave it to Shen Wanner instead of them. Jealousy and resentment intertwined in their eyes, and their expressions were complicated. Shen Wanner took a deep breath and finally handed the diamond ring to the boss. The boss's eyes lit up when he took it. He immediately recognized it as a custom-made Tiffany diamond ring, and it must be expensive. He was delighted. After confirming it, he smiled and replied that it could be used as payment. Shen Wanner suppressed her reluctance and nodded in agreement. Then, she picked up her bag, her expression glum. Today's experience had left her feeling humiliated. If Gu Yin had been willing to come, she wouldn't have had to sacrifice this precious ring. Her resentment grew, and she secretly blamed Gu Yin for his indifference. After paying the bill, the three of them walked out of the restaurant. Wu Lily and Xia Baiwei began to complain again. They kept calling Gu Yin a scumbag, saying that hanging up the phone was disrespectful to Shen Wanner, and that if they really got together in the future, there might even be domestic violence. Shen Wanner's face darkened as she heard this, and she felt even more unhappy. She remembered Gu Yan's usual aloofness, but his current indifference made her extremely uncomfortable. She clenched her fists, forced herself to calm down, and said in a cold voice that she would ignore him. The two best friends exchanged a glance, a hint of sarcasm flashing in their eyes. They knew in their hearts that Shen Wanner might not always keep her word. The next morning, at the Lung family's front door, Lung Linger, carrying her school bag, yawned repeatedly, complaining about having to go to school. But then, she glanced around nervously, only sighing in relief when she was sure everything was quiet. She muttered to herself that the pervert had finally obeyed and stopped showing up. Relaxing, she hopped on her fancy-looking electric scooter, donned her helmet, and rode to school with renewed energy. Her laughter faded away with the hum of the engine, leaving only her silhouette on the street. However, not long after she left, the door of a luxury car on the roadside slowly opened. Gu Yin stepped out, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He looked at Lung Linger's retreating figure, raised his eyebrows, and curved his lips. He raised his middle finger in her direction and cursed under his breath. Then, he walked calmly through the door, entering the Lung family's main entrance as if he were returning home. Lung Qingxiu sat quietly in the study, her front piled high with books covering finance, biomedicine, business management, and more. Before she became blind, she was the most talented woman in Jianghai, with an IQ of 260, causing an international sensation. Possessing a photographic memory, she was destined to be at the top of the world. But fate took a sudden turn, and she lost her sight. Outsiders felt a mixture of regret and relief, grateful that this proud daughter of heaven had passed away. Years of silence had led everyone to believe she had given up on herself, willing herself to sink into despair. However, this was all a deliberate illusion. Lung Qingxiu knew the enemy lurked in the shadows, so she had to hide even more. She disguised herself as a frustrated blind woman, secretly absorbing knowledge and manipulating the situation. Over the years, she built a formidable power, even uncovering the truth behind the incident. The murderer was no ordinary human, but a warrior. Her thoughts raced, her temples aching. She had to put down her book and lean back at her chair to rest. For years, she had risen at 4 in the morning to study, not only to enrich herself, but also to review the important affairs of the Lung family group. Lung Xingyan was merely a puppet, pushed to the front. She had always been the true master. However, she didn't notice that a figure had already quietly appeared behind her. Gu Yin stood quietly, his eyes fixed on her upturned face, his gaze deep, as if he had a plan in mind. Chapter 10. Gu Yin swallowed his saliva with a gulp. He looked at Lung Qingxiu, who tilted her head slightly, her black hair falling naturally, her lips rosy, her breathing even, her face like a fairy. He stood at the door of the study, intending to scare her, but she just happened to look up. Under the light, Lung Qingxiu's face was pale, revealing a hint of fatigue. Gu Yan's heart moved slightly, thinking of the heavy pressure she had endured over the years. The Lung family was wiped out, and all the responsibility fell on her alone. She had to work hard to grow up, while secretly searching for her enemies. The more Gu Yin thought about it, the more distressed he felt. They were obviously of similar age, but Lung Qingxiu had already shouldered the family's responsibilities. Gu Yin approached gently. Before he could speak, she rubbed her temples and whispered to herself, thankful that she hadn't exceeded her break time and prepared to continue reading Braille. At that moment, she suddenly felt a surge of strength on her shoulder. A warm hand pressed against her shoulder, providing a professional massage technique. Startled, she looked up, wary, suspecting her enemy had come to visit. But soon, a familiar voice reached her. Gu Yin smiled and explained that it was him who came, and he also called himself her good husband. It turned out that he had just used his points to redeem the so-called God-level massage technique. Gu Yin secretly complained about the system's outrageous discount, but in the end he was happy to accept it. Lung Qingxiu's heart trembled slightly. Although she had let down her guard, she still scolded him with embarrassment. She forced an indifferent attitude, and although she refused with her mouth, her body was obviously relaxed. Gu Yin was surprisingly thick-skinned. While calling her Qingxiu baby, he continued to skillfully relax her shoulders and neck. Lung Qingxiu wanted to rebuke him, but as the force of his fingers descended, she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Her cheeks immediately flushed red, and she quickly raised her hand to cover her lips. Her heartbeat was out of rhythm. She was shocked to realize that she had been exposed to Gu Yan's hands. Warmth gradually spread throughout her body, and her sore shoulders slowly relaxed. Lung Qingxiu couldn't help but whisper to him if he really knew how to massage, a hint of disbelief in her tone. Gu Yan leaned close to her ear and whispered that he had learned this specifically for her. Hot air pounded against her ears, and she panicked and turned her head away, forcing herself to remain calm and emphasize that their relationship wasn't intimate. Gu Yan, however, didn't take it seriously and continued pressing. Suddenly, he stopped. Lung Qingxiu instinctively asked why he wasn't pressing. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she had lost her composure and was annoyed. She could only hum and pretend that she didn't care and put on a tough attitude to let him leave. But Gu Yan refused to do that. He reached out and pushed her back to the chair with a smile on his face and said that he would give her a head massage next. His fingertips landed on her temple, rubbing it slowly. Lung Qingxiu struggled for a moment, but ultimately couldn't break free, so she simply let him continue. She scolded him for being restless, but in her heart, she secretly acknowledged that the comfort brought by this technique gradually restored her spirits. She sneered inwardly, thinking she was just using this to recover. As long as she was refreshed, she would be able to better control the situation of the Gu family. But as her body gradually relaxed, the corners of her lips curled up quietly. Chapter 11. At dusk, the light in the Lung family's study gradually softened. The setting sun streamed in through the window, tinting the room with a warm orange hue. Lung Qingxiu lay quietly on the sofa bed, her long hair scattered across her pillow. A faint fragrance filled the air. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, as if she were lost in a long-lost sweet dream. In her dream, she felt a warmth she hadn't felt in a long time, and even vaguely saw the figures of her parents. But the next second, her brow furrowed, and her heart trembled. Lung Qingxiu sat up abruptly, frantically rising from the sofa. She covered her forehead, filled with regret, unable to believe that she had actually fallen asleep in broad daylight. She tried to recall what happened before going to sleep, and finally remembered Gu Yin massaging her shoulders and neck. She'd just been relaxing, but she'd fallen asleep under his massage. Lung Qingxiu was furious, gritting her teeth and cursing softly. She would never admit that it was because of him that she'd let herself go to this extent. Just as she was feeling frustrated, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Gu Yin, with a playful tone, handed her a cane from the side. Lung Qingxiu gripped her cane tightly, stood up with a cold expression, and faced the voice, emphasizing that she hadn't fallen asleep because of his manipulation, but simply because she had stayed up too late. She vehemently denied it, unwilling to show weakness. Gu Yin, however, appeared relaxed, even feigning disappointment, sighing that his massage training had been in vain. Lung Qingxiu's heart trembled slightly, and while she remained stubborn, she felt a subtle pang of reluctance. She forced herself to remain calm, hesitating for a moment before grudgingly admitting that the man's technique might have had some effect, but that was all. Guyan immediately took advantage of the situation, reaching out to hold her hand, and teasingly, he promised to give her a massage every day from now on. Lung Qingxiu suddenly felt embarrassed and angry, and struggled to break free, blaming him for being frivolous and rude, and even complaining about the corny name. However, Guyan was shameless and said jokingly that they were family. Lung Qingxiu gritted her teeth in anger, but she couldn't argue. He described their childhood marriage as an old married couple, which infuriated her even more, but she could only suppress her anger. For the sake of revenge, she had to force herself to be patient and not completely fall out with Gu Yan for the time being. She tried to calm herself down and coldly urged him to leave. But just as she finished her words, a burst of noise came from downstairs. The sound of pots and pans clashing and a girl's complaints gradually approached. Lung Linger angrily shouted about her failing grades and complained about who was cooking at home. A moment later, Lung Linger pushed the door open and entered, about to look for her sister, when she saw Gu Yan. She froze in her tracks, wondering why he was there. Gu Yan waved and smiled, claiming this was his home, confident and justified. Lung Linger, furious, pointed at him, questioning him and threatening to hit him. Gu Yan, on the other hand, looked innocent, spread his hands, and said that it was okay for him to leave, but there was no one in the kitchen to finish the meal. Lung Qingxiu was startled, then remembered that the servants at home had taken leave, and there was indeed no one to take charge of the cooking. Lung Linger was also stunned, staring at Gu Yan curiously, surprised that he could actually cook. Chapter 12. Gu Yan gently took Lung Qingxiu's hand. She subconsciously resisted, but found she couldn't break free, so she finally let him go. Gu Yan's tone was sincere, saying he had learned all this for her. He had imagined this future scenario long ago. He would personally prepare meals for her at home and give her a back massage when she returned from work. On weekends, they would enjoy tea and flowers in the yard, or prepare an open-air barbecue. This was the life he wanted. Lung Linger couldn't stand it any longer. She abruptly separated their hands and angrily questioned Gu Yan. She accused him of being a mere house husband, pushing his sister to earn money to support the family. Gu Yan, however, didn't care, simply retorting that Lung Qingxiu was incredibly talented and that taking charge of the family business would only lead to trouble. Lung Linger was choked and speechless, gnashing her teeth in anger. Gu Yan, however, was smug, a smile plastered across his face. Lung Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh, the corners of his lips curling up slightly, but he quickly suppressed it, not wanting him to see. A system notification rang in Gu Yan's mind, and his mood brightened. He coughed lightly and said he would go downstairs to prepare the meal. He also told Lung Qingxiu to stay at the desk and read. He took her hand and walked her to a chair to sit down. Lung Qingxiu frowned and refused, emphasizing that she could walk. Gu Yan refused, and said in a serious tone that he must not let her have any more accidents. When he mentioned yesterday's fall, Lung Qingxiu's face flushed with anger, and she felt ashamed. As the two pushed and pulled, Gu Yin finally let go of his hand, smiled, and said he was going to the kitchen. Lung Qingqiu's chest heaved, and she was extremely angry, but she couldn't hide her complicated emotions. She understood Gu Yan's identity. He was the eldest son of the Gu family, yet now he was busy in the kitchen. He massaged her, supported her, and even volunteered to cook for her. These actions made her feel a strange emotion. She quickly suppressed it, reminding herself not to be swayed by emotions. Lung Linger saw her sister's troubled expression and felt angry. She felt that her sister was disturbed by Gu Yan, and her eyes flashed with anger and helplessness. But Lung Qingxiu suddenly ordered her to help in the kitchen to avoid being laughed at. Lung Linger froze in her place, her mouth open, and reluctantly agreed. In the kitchen, Gu Yan watched Lung Linger messily stirring the eggs and couldn't help shaking his head. Lung Linger's eyes were red from crying, and she blamed Gu Yan aggrievedly, complaining that her sister had changed because of him. As she spoke, she suddenly rushed towards Gu Yan and punched his chest with her little fist. Gu Yan had no choice but to pick up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it into her mouth. Leng Ling was stunned. After a few bites, her taste buds were completely conquered. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she hurriedly asked what it was. Gu Yan replied indifferently, "It's spicy rabbit meat." Lung Linger nodded in praise at first, then reacted a second later. Her eyes fell on the neatly arranged dishes on the plate, and she was completely stunned, her face pale. The giant bunny doll in her arms seemed to remind her, and she almost fainted. Gu Yan had his back to her, but a sly smile played on his lips. Time passed slowly, and Lung Linger no longer felt like helping. Gu Yan simply sent Lung Linger to the living room to watch TV. She cuddled her bunny doll and slumped on the sofa, muttering to herself that Gu Yan was simply cruel. Her worldview had been completely overturned once again. There was a noise coming from upstairs. Lung Qingxiu insisted that she could walk, but Gu Yan refused to budge. He supported her down the stairs, step by step, and kept saying that he would hold her in his arms. Lung Qingxiu gritted her teeth in anger, blaming him for exaggerating. Gu Yan, however, remained serious and said that unmarried women were considered children. Lung Qingqiu's heart suddenly trembled, and her breathing became rapid. She could feel his breath and even smell his scent. How could this man make her feel so upset? She pursed her lips, suppressing her emotions, but whispered silently in her heart. She was clearly the mastermind behind the Lung family, yet he treated her like a child. Chapter 13. Lung Linger's face lit up when she heard the noise. She immediately put down the doll in her arms and ran out. But after just one look, she was stunned. Gu Yan was walking towards her with her sister in his arms. That scene made her feel unhappy. Seeing her reaction, Gu Yan wore a smirk, his tone feigning innocence. He spoke teasingly, as if deliberately testing her patience. Leng Ling already irritated, blushit furiously. She glared at Gu Yan, her voice filled with discontent and disgust. Her tone was impatient, her retorts almost subconsciously, and she looked furious. Lung Qingxiu stood nearby. Although she didn't quite understand what she was saying, she still caught some key words. She was lost in thought for a moment, but she rarely showed any confusion. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Gu Yan naturally changed the subject. Gently, he helped Lung Qingxiu to a seated position. Then, turning to Lung Linger, with a smile on his face, he urged her to stop being so angry and sit down to eat. Lung Linger snorted coldly, but still took a seat at the table. Only then did she truly take in the sight of what lay on the table. It was a dazzling array of dishes, practically covering the entire surface. The colors were alluring, the aromas overflowing, and the rich fragrance filled the air, whetting her appetite with every breath. Pan-fried fish fillets, refreshing salads, steaming pasta, and plates of exquisite snacks made up a feast-like feast. Lung Linger's eyes widened, completely stunned. She looked up in disbelief, her face filled with surprise. She swallowed subconsciously, a slight sound coming from her throat. Gu Yanza sat at the table calmly, his expression unchanged, and replied calmly, emphasizing that he had learned this specifically for Lung Qingxiu. After he finished speaking, his eyes fell on Lung Qingxiu, and his tone suddenly softened. He reached out and picked up a piece of golden roast duck meat, carefully placed it in Lung Qingxiu's bowl, and gently asked her to taste it. Although Lung Qingxiu couldn't see, she clearly caught the sincerity in his words. Her heart trembled slightly, and after hesitating, she slowly raised her hand to take the first bite. The meat was tender and fragrant, the ultimate flavor exploding on her tongue, making her straighten up slightly. Her breathing became lighter, and she even wanted to take another bite. She was secretly surprised. How could it be so delicious? Gu Yin watched her reaction, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. He asked about the taste, and the system prompts echoed in his mind. Lung Qingxiu, however, remained expressionless, her tone indifferent, and she casually replied that it was just a so-so. Guyen didn't expose her, but only smiled and said that there were many dishes today, and there would definitely be something she liked. Lung Qingxiu's heart moved slightly, and she swallowed subconsciously, her attitude no longer as cold and stiff as before. So she nodded and said she wanted to try something else. Guyen took the opportunity to pick up the dishes and explain them in detail. His words not only included the cooking methods, but also the meaning and stories behind the dishes. Lung Qingxiu realized for the first time that a simple dish could carry such a profound meaning. Those stories brought back a long-lost sense of wonder. Images even surfaced in her mind. She seemed to see the sky over the sea of love and hear the legendary deer cry. But she quickly took a deep breath, suppressing the emotion. She reminded herself not to dwell on it, not to be shaken by these images. Emotions were the biggest obstacle. She had a more important mission. But she couldn't deny that she was truly moved at this moment. The atmosphere at the dinner table gradually became lively. Gu Yin would occasionally remind Lung Linger to eat her vegetables, his teasing tone filling the entire scene with laughter. Lung Linger protested, but in the end, she obediently lowered her head and picked up the vegetables. Lung Qingxiu sat quietly, but an inexplicable warmth rose in her heart. She couldn't see the food on the table, but she could sense the long-lost atmosphere of home from the sounds. She was stunned, her fingers gently rubbing the edge of the bowl, feeling a complex mix of emotions, and even a sense of unprecedented peace. Gu Yin poured her another bowl of chicken soup and held it to her lips. Lung Qingxiu feigned dissatisfaction, stubbornly saying she could drink it. But the next second, her body subconsciously leaned forward, letting him take the last sip. Shame welled up in her heart, and she cursed herself for such a shameful reaction. Gu Yan's patience and thoughtfulness only made her feel more conflicted. She knew Gu Yan was truly sincere towards her. According to Lung Xingyan, he had even given her shares in the Gu family, bringing the Lung family back into the spotlight. In just 2 days, the Lung family had been seen by the outside world as a rising power. But precisely because of this, she was suffering even more. She wanted revenge. She wanted to use Gu Yan. If the truth were to come out one day, how would Gu Yin feel? Would he be furious or completely devastated? She bit her lip, a struggle swirling within her. After dinner, Lung Qingxiu sat on the sofa in the living room. She should have gone back to her study, but now she just sat quietly, listening to the TV. The sound of water running in the kitchen unexpectedly brought a sense of peace to her heart. Lung Linger was watching TV, shouting excitedly, proudly showing off her intelligence. Lung Qingxiu agreed softly, the corners of his lips moving slightly, and then asked her to help him to the kitchen. Lung Linger was surprised and tried to stop her, but she hit her head directly. As the two of them pushed the door open, they heard singing from the kitchen. Gu Yin was washing dishes while humming softly. Lung Qingxiu and Lung Linger happened to walk in. The song that shocked the two of them also began. You said you were a little hard to pursue and wanted me to give up. You don't need to choose the most expensive gift, just the fallen leaves of the Champs-Élysées. Oh, create a romantic date, and don't be afraid to mess it up. Having you, I own the whole world. My dear, I fell in love with you from that day on. Sweet and easy. Chapter 14. In the kitchen, Gu Yan's casual humming echoed with a touch of emotion. Lung Qingxiu's heart fluttered slightly at this moment. She didn't know why, but she felt joy from the melody. Especially the line, having you is having the whole world, made her breathe faster. Lung Qingxiu's heart was slightly disturbed. She knew the person the song was referring to was herself. Gu Yan actually believed that having her was equivalent to having the whole world. This unprecedented emotion made her feel complicated. Even Lung Linger, who was standing beside her, couldn't help but sigh softly, thinking it was beautiful. Lung Linger even imagined a couple. The melody was sweet and light, making her wonder who wrote it. Lung Qingxiu walked slowly towards Gu Yan, his footsteps interrupting his humming. The system notification sounded, and just as Gu Yan was about to respond, he heard her voice. Lung Qingxiu stood beside him, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, her voice calm, but with a hint of dissatisfaction as she questioned the meaning of the lyrics. Gu Yin was startled, but quickly realized what was going on. He reached out to brush the hair away from her ear, responding with a half-hearted smile, comparing her to the stars. Lung Qingxiu heard this and retorted coldly. She mentioned Shun Wan'er, questioning whether the song was related to her. The inexplicable passion in her heart was instantly dissipated. After all, she didn't want her nominal fiancé to still be nostalgic for his ex. Guyan had already prepared an excuse. He took Lung Qingxiu's hand and, speaking affectionately, claimed that he had composed the song Confession Balloon for her. His words were exaggerated, but he spoke with utmost seriousness. Lung Qingxiu's lips curved up, and she couldn't help but laugh. Then she pulled her hand away and whispered a scolding for his nonsense. She changed the subject, asking about the song's title and origin, but Gu Yin said in a serious tone that it was an original creation inspired by a burst of inspiration, all because her image was all in his mind. Lung Qingxiu's ears felt slightly hot after hearing this, and she quickly shifted her attention, gently telling him to continue cleaning up and stop talking nonsense. She reached for the sink, ready to wash the dishes, but was stopped by Gu Yin. He stopped her from touching the dirty sink, and his serious tone made Lung Qingxiu's heart flutter. But she still refuted him coldly, rolled up her sleeves, and began to wash the dishes skillfully. Gu Yin was stunned, but a warm feeling gradually grew in his heart. In his impression, Lung Qingxiu was an unattainable talented woman, but now she stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Lung Qingxiu knew what he might be thinking, so she washed even harder to hide her thoughts. She didn't want to appear weak, especially since Gu Yin had already done so much today. She had to remain calm and remind herself not to be swayed by external forces. Gu Yin didn't say much, but simply took over the dishes on the other side, sharing the burden. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, the sound of running water in the kitchen continuing. Lung Qingxiu suddenly spoke in a nonchalant tone, mentioning the song they had just sung. Gu Yin was startled, then smiled and nodded, saying he wanted to sing it again. Lung Qingxiu turned his face away, pretending not to care. Soon, the song started again. This time, he used his acquired divine singing skills to sing even more beautifully, his voice brimming with genuine emotion. Lung Qingxiu's heart trembled slightly, but he remained calm. Just as the two of them were filled with the song, Lung Ling'er, who was at the doorway, froze. She saw Gu Yin and her sister washing dishes side by side, singing and chatting softly. The scene was so warm that her eyes widened and her face froze. The next second, she clutched her head and screamed, her face a picture of despair. As night fell, Gu Yin walked out of the Lung family's gate and said goodbye quietly. Beside the luxury car, Lao Gao watched the young master's back, his heart filled with relief. When he looked at Lung Qingxiu, his eyes were filled with respect. Lung Qingxiu spoke calmly and gave him a few words of advice, asking him to drive slowly. Gu Yin, however, took the opportunity to tease him, still calling himself her husband. Lung Qingxiu immediately denied it coldly and turned back to the house. Gu Yin continued to shout, saying that he would come back tomorrow, but the only response he got was a flat whatever, but he still smiled brightly. The door closed. Lung Qingxiu turned his back, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. As he walked into the courtyard, Lung Ling'er suddenly threw herself into his arms, crying and accusing her sister of changing. She felt that since Gu Yin appeared, she had been left out and became an outsider. Lung Qingxiu comforted his sister, explaining in a calm tone that everything was for the family's revival and that they had to rely on the Gu family's strength. Lung Ling'er burst into laughter after hearing this, feeling relieved that her sister didn't really like Gu Yin. At the end of the conversation, she still commented on Gu Yin with a look of disgust. Lung Qingxiu remained silent, yet a complex thought flashed through her mind. She stroked her sister's head and gently changed the subject, mentioning the tutoring. Lung Ling'er immediately began to complain, her voice echoing throughout the room. On the way back home, the car was quiet. Lao Gao, gripping the steering wheel, saw a smile on Gu Yan's face in the rearview mirror. Years of following him had made him realize that the young master's heart was set on the girl from the Lung family. Lao Gao couldn't help but tease her. He asked Gu Yin if he really liked her. Gu Yin didn't deny it, but simply nodded lightly. However, his tone was firm, and he said that he had decided to treat her well for the rest of his life. This sentence made the atmosphere in the car tremble slightly. After a moment's silence, Gu Yin suddenly remembered something. He asked Lao Gao about his true strength. His mind flashed back to the plot of the original novel, the only scene involving a warrior. At that moment, the young man's fist roared towards Guyen. Old Gao roared and rushed forward to block it for him. His flesh and blood exploded. His head turned into a rain of blood, and Old Gao fell. Then, Guyen could not escape the fate and died soon after. This memory made Guyen's heart tighten. He knew that if he didn't change his fate, he would eventually repeat the same mistakes. That was why he thought of asking Lao Gao about his true strength. Inside the car, Lao Gao simply smiled and said he could probably only take a bullet for the young master. His tone was relaxed, but his loyalty remained the same. Guyen looked at him, sighed inwardly, and shook his head, saying that he would have to protect him from now on. Lao Gao was a die-hard Gu family loyalist. He had been with the Gu family since Guyen's father was a child. His loyalty had remained unwavering for decades. Guyen knew he shouldn't let such a loyal servant's sacrifice go in vain. While the original novel doesn't explicitly describe Lao Gao's level, the phrase bullet blocking is enough to explain it all. Being able to withstand damage from firearms is at least at the Grandmaster level. And in this world, Grandmaster is already the pinnacle of skill, practically a superior being. However, no matter how powerful a master is, he can't defeat the protagonist's aura. Thinking of this, Guyen's expression turned slightly cold. The man named Shaolin was the real source of his own death. Shaolin, the protagonist of the original novel, cultivates in Dragon King Mountain, raised under the guidance of several mysterious elders. Passionate and simple-minded, his quest to escape the mountains is sparked by the dragon-shaped jade pendant bestowed upon him by the elders. Others took it for granted, little knowing it represented the young master of the Dragon King Palace. The Dragon King Palace, described in the original novel as an immensely powerful organization, forced countless forces to make way for it. However, its ultimate fate was to be destroyed by Lung Qingxiu. Guyen recalled this, a smile playing on his lips. It was indeed the Qingxiu in his mind. Being able to personally destroy a behemoth like the Dragon King Palace, her methods and strength were enough to shock anyone. Although he didn't know why Lung Qingxiu had become such a complete enemy of the protagonists, this was excellent news for him. At the very least, it showed that Lung Qingxiu was stronger than the Dragon King Palace. Since the Dragon King Palace wasn't her match, Shaolin, the protagonist, wasn't necessarily certain of victory. However, that was in the middle and later stages of the story. It was still early, and there was still a long way to go before all of that happened. Guyen knew that he had to plan ahead and set up safeguards to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Inside the car, Guyen narrowed his eyes, his voice growing colder. He instructed Lao Gao to investigate the recent appearance of a man named Shaolin in Zhanghai City. No matter where he was, he wanted to obtain first-hand intelligence. Although Lao Gao didn't know who Shaolin was, he didn't question him. He simply nodded in agreement, promising to find out by tomorrow night at the latest. This unwavering loyalty once again stirred up a complex emotion in Guyen. The moment he closed his eyes, Guyen's mind replayed the scene from the original novel. That was the ending where he was killed by the protagonist. He reminded himself coldly in his heart, "Now that I know my fate, I must never let it happen as expected." In this life, he had a system. He could plan ahead and set up countless safeguards. Since the protagonist, Shaolin, was destined to be the enemy, he would use all means to turn danger into control. Guyen's breathing steadied, the corners of his mouth curling up slowly. The outline of his plan gradually became clear in his mind. No matter how the original novel unfolded, in this life, he would never be the one sacrificed again. Chapter 15. The next morning, the Gu family compound was unusually quiet. Guyen stood before a stout tree, staring at his fist and its trunk, a flicker of eagerness in his eyes. He wanted to test the newly redeemed Universal Pure Love technique to see if it could truly bring him power. Last night, he spent all his points to complete the redemption. When he woke up this morning, he noticed he was full of energy and his complexion had changed dramatically. His skin was even smoother than before, and his overall condition had improved significantly. But Guyen knew deep down that if this technique was just for physical fitness, it would be ridiculous. He placed his hand on the trunk, silently manipulating it. According to the system, Pure Love Gong operates automatically around the clock, strengthening the body as long as it generates pure love energy. Past experiences had already accumulated considerable strength for him. Therefore, he was certain that destroying a tree was no problem at all. The sound of wind ruffled the hem of his clothes, and Gu Yin felt a surge of power within him. He suddenly opened his eyes, let out a low cry, and pressed down hard with his palm. However, the tree didn't budge. His face froze, and a huge question emerged in his eyes. Gu Yin smacked the tree trunk several times, but there was still no change. He was stunned. Had he not grown stronger at all? Then the system notification chimed, coldly informing him. Hitting a tree doesn't count as pure love. Instantly, Gu Yan's face contorted, his fantasy of flying and escaping the earth shattered. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although disappointed, he consoled himself that if he could protect Qingxiu at the critical moment, it would not be in vain. But he still had doubts in his heart. Lung Qingxiu would be able to reach the top of the world in the future. Wouldn't he, a time traveler, be the weakest in history? At this moment, his entire body was radiating a pink aura. However, he was unaware of it and had no idea what it signified. Inside, Gu Tianming and Su Murong watched through the window, bewildered, thinking it was just some strange early morning exercise for the young master. Meanwhile, at the Lung residence, Lung Linger brushed her teeth with a sleepy look on her face. Last night, her sister had kept her up late cramming homework. Guyan walked past her, carrying a bag of vegetables. She casually said, "Good morning," then froze in shock when she realized what was happening. The next second, she dropped her toothbrush and ran to the kitchen. Guyan was busy washing preserved eggs, looking calm. Lung Linger, wearing bunny pajamas, her hair disheveled, her face a look of disdain. But when she heard breakfast would be preserved egg and lean meat congee, her eyes flickered with unconcealable joy. She even specifically requested extra shredded pork, still clamoring for it, but she was already willing to stay. Gu Yin handed her a tissue, reminding her that there was still foam at the corner of her mouth. Lung Linger hurriedly took it, insisting that she was an adult. Then she shouted that she was going to tell her sister, as if she was afraid that staying any longer would reveal her true feelings. Gu Yin shook his head helplessly, and suddenly a scene from the novel surfaced in his mind. Lung Linger lay in a pool of blood, using her own blood to restore her sister's sight, sobbing and apologizing. That scene pierced Gu Yan's mind like a sharp blade. He suddenly realized that this might be the source of Lung Qingxiu's future as a villain. His heart sank at this thought. If he truly wanted to avoid tragedy, he had to protect Lung Linger beforehand. He glanced at the system panel. Only 13 points remained. He exchanged them without hesitation for combat skills and experience, adding to his trump card. The system notifications sounded, and Gu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. With Lao Gao by his side and his own fighting skills, he finally felt a bit more confident. At least, he wouldn't have to watch tragedy repeat itself in the future. Upstairs in the study, Lung Qingxiu quietly flipped through a book. Noticing footsteps, she looked up and coldly reminded herself she hadn't invited him. But Gu Yin smiled as he approached, styling her hair and saying she'd agreed to go along with it last night. If he hadn't come, who would have prepared breakfast for them? Lung Qingxiu responded indifferently, her tone cold, but she didn't refuse. She even joked that using the blind person's senses combined with the data, they could figure out it was him. Gu Yan's eyes lit up, and he jokingly called her extremely intelligent. When she asked a question in return, he blurted out a swear word. Lung Qingxiu turned away helplessly, not bothering to pay attention. But a rare smile rose in her heart. Gu Yin suddenly reached out and picked her up, holding her like a princess, which made her panic. She struggled in panic, worried that her sister would see her. Gu Yin refused to let go, instead jokingly calling it a petty revenge. Lung Qingxiu was furious and threw punches, but he held her tightly as they walked towards the dinner table. Only when she bowed her head completely did he hurriedly let go, repeatedly apologizing. Lung Qingxiu smiled, and he raised his hand to make the number 2, announcing the score was 2-1. Guyan was stunned at first, then laughed and shook his head. The laughter of the two echoed in the study, and the atmosphere was light and gentle. Chapter 16. The atmosphere at the dinner table was not peaceful. Lung Linger stared at the porridge in her bowl, eating it with a dull expression. Before her eyes, Guyan had moved a chair, sat next to Lung Qingxiu, and personally fed her mouthful by mouthful with a spoon. This ambiguous gesture made Lung Linger feel extremely uncomfortable. Guyan fed her while whispering with a smile. Lung Qingxiu looked serious, but she only said so lightly. She obviously liked it very much, but she refused to admit it. Guyan nodded and said that she would make it next time. This immediately made Lung Qingqiu unhappy. She emphasized that SOSO might not taste good. Gu Yin smiled softly, saying that she always licked her lips after eating, proving that she liked it. Lung Qingqiu's ears instantly turned red, and she punched him, but Gu Yin held her hand and smiled and said that he loved her. Lung Qingqiu was furious and whispered to him not to say corny words while eating. This scene fell into Lung Linger's eyes, and she almost bit the spoon to pieces. She roared inwardly, feeling that Gu Yan's actions towards her sister in front of her were a naked provocation. But thinking of what her sister had said last night, she suppressed her anger. Her sister didn't love Gu Yan, but for the Lung family. Enduring humiliation, waiting for the opportunity, and seizing the Gu family was a necessary sacrifice for the Lung family's comeback. Lung Linger felt heartbroken, watching her sister forced to accept Gu Yan's tenderness. She felt like a needle stabbing her heart. She hated herself for being powerless and could only watch helplessly. If she could endure this for her sister, she would be willing. But reality was cruel, and she could only swallow her grief, put down her spoon, stood up, and said she was full and going to school. Guyan glanced at her and said calmly that he would take her to school later. Lung Linger was stunned. Then, with a look of resistance on her face, she proudly said that she would ride the Batian Wan herself. Guyan raised an eyebrow, thinking of the colorful modified Ghostfire electric car outside the Lung family's house. He said it was just a small donkey and reminded her that there were traffic police on the road. Lung Qingqiu's expression immediately turned cold when she heard this. She questioned her sister why she took the risk of riding an electric bike to school without a driver. Lung Linger felt guilty and had to admit that she had fired the driver to save money. Gu Yin interjected, saying that the money was probably used to modify the bike. Lung Linger jumped up and down, trying to protest, but was interrupted by her sister. Lung Qingqiu sternly said that modified bikes were dangerous and that they should not be ridden again. She immediately decided to have Gu Yin pick up Lung Linger from school, and no one would refuse. Seeing her sister was really angry, Lung Linger could only lower her head and whisper, "Oh." Gu Yin chuckled to himself. The bloodline suppression was indeed effective. The three of them then left the house. Lao Gao was already waiting in front of the car, respectfully opening the door for them. Lung Linger was reluctant, but had no choice but to follow him into the car. Gu Yin comforted her, saying that his brother-in-law was doing this for her own good, and that anything bad would only cause her grief. Although Lung Linger spoke stubbornly, she knew in her heart that she was in the wrong. She angrily slammed her school bag into Gu Yan's arms and asked him to help her carry it. Gu Yan smiled and obeyed, saying that he would listen to Linger. When Lung Linger heard the words, "My Linger," she panicked and turned to hide in the car. The car started, and Gu Yan leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, lost in thought. He recalled the original novel's plot, Lung Linger's upcoming encounter with the main characters. That was the scene that introduced Shun Wanner's brother, and the beginning of Lung Linger's tragedy. Gu Yan secretly vowed that this time, he would never let that happen. Lung Linger leaned against the car door, her eyes fixed on the window, her peripheral vision constantly stealing glances at Gu Yan. She felt a complex mix of emotions. She knew her sister and Gu Yan were only in a temporary relationship, but she couldn't control her thoughts. Gu Yan, a distinguished young master of the Gu family, was willing to personally cook and take care of her. Could he truly love her sister? But if the Gu family was ultimately taken away, would he be devastated at that moment? Lung Linger felt uneasy, but she forced herself to reassure herself that this was all Gu Yan's fault. Just then, Gu Yan asked her if she liked motorcycles. He said that if she got into university, he would give her a motorcycle and provide her with a complete package, from driver's license to vehicle. Lung Linger was stunned, wondering why he knew about her interests. Gu Yan jokingly asked her if she thought she wouldn't be able to get into university. Lung Linger immediately retorted, firmly saying that she could get in, but she was just worried that he wouldn't keep his promise. Gu Yan smiled and said that he didn't lack money and that he could customize any style she wanted. This made Lung Linger even more confused and almost collapsed. The car stopped at the entrance of Jianghai High School. The Rolls-Royce's appearance instantly attracted countless attention. Students exclaimed in surprise, wondering if a wealthy student had transferred to the school. When Gu Yan stepped out of the car, his aura and appearance immediately captivated the entire audience. Everyone was whispering excitedly, some even thinking he was a celebrity. Gu Yan calmly walked to the other side of the car door and opened it for Lung Linger. Lung Linger took the bag with a haughty expression, glared at him fiercely, and whispered to him to stop showing off. With that, she quickly walked into the campus, a hint of pride in her back. Guyen shook his head and laughed, knowing full well that the kid was clearly happy, but just pretending otherwise. He waved at the crowd and got back into the car. The moment the door closed, his smile faded, his eyes growing colder. He told Lao Gao to head to Xinghua KTV to prepare for the next plot point. On campus, Lung Linger feigned indifference, but inwardly, she was beaming with joy. So many people had just cast envious glances at her, and she felt unprecedentedly proud. A group of girls surrounded her, asking if that was her boyfriend, expressing their envy. Lung Linger felt a little guilty, but she still replied coldly that he was her sister's husband. The girls were immediately disappointed, but still envious of her relationship with Guyen. Lung Linger was secretly pleased, yet also felt a tinge of unease. She began to feel a sense of responsibility, to keep an eye on Guyen for her sister and prevent anyone else from interfering. Someone suggested they go sing after school, and Lung Linger readily agreed. Chapter 17. Guyen stood in front of Xinghua KTV in the busiest area of Jianghai City, looking up at the luxurious-looking club. The familiar plot in the original novel emerged in my mind. This scene was the introduction to the protagonist Xiao Lin's storyline. In the original setting, Lung Linger and a few friends came to Xinghua to sing after school. But as soon as they entered the door, they found that their friends were being forced to drink by Shen Tian. Lung Linger got carried away and started fighting with Shen Tian on the spot. The scene was so chaotic that the police were alerted before they stopped. Afterwards, although Shen Wanner knew her brother's character, she still didn't want him to suffer any loss. So she asked Guyen to come forward and apologize to those girls. But before Guyen could find the person, the plot took a sharp turn for the worse. Shen Tian died tragically at home, and even his face was peeled off. The memories end. Guyen took a long breath. The part he didn't understand before his rebirth. He could finally piece together the clues. Shen Tian's death became the fuse for Shen Wanner's complete emotional breakdown, and the protagonist Xiao Lin appeared at this time. He stayed by Shen Wanner's side, indignant at her fate and determined to avenge her. Lung Linger's death was also caused by Shen Wanner pouring all her hatred on her, which led Xiao Lin to attack her. The existence of this plot is to completely turn Lung Xingqiu evil and make him give up on Guyen completely. But now that Guyen has been reborn, how could he sit back and watch the original plot unfold again? He glanced at the KTV and said to Lao Gao beside him expressionlessly, "Let's go." "Yes, master." Lao Gao nodded, then waved to the people behind him to follow. "Let's go." Follow the young master in. Crash. Dozens of bodyguards in black clothes and with swift movements walked out of luxury cars and followed Guyen in unison. Their imposing presence silenced the entire street. At the same time, inside the KTV box, the air was filled with cigarette smoke and the music was deafening. In the main seat, a thin, pale young man was hugging a frowning girl with a smug smile on his face. Brother Tian is so prestigious that even the girlfriend of Xinghua's boss has to come and sing with him. "We are really benefiting from your presence today, huh?" Several friends surrounded Shen Tian, their mouths full of flattery. Jiang Tao, the owner of Xinghua KTV, stood aside and forced a smile. He glanced at his girlfriend, who was sitting on the sofa in Shen Tian's arms. The sour smell of Chinese medicine made the girl turn pale, and she was about to vomit. "Brother Tao," the girl pleaded in a low voice, but was met with an embarrassed smirk from Jiang Tao. "Wei Wei, be obedient. It will only take a moment. Brother Tian is happy, and everything will be yours." Xiao Wei's face turned pale when she heard this. She struggled to push Shen Tian away and said angrily, "Let me go. I want to leave." She could never have imagined that her boyfriend, whom she had only been dating for a few days, would actually use her as a bargaining chip to please the guests. Shen Tian's face darkened, and he looked at Jiang Tao coldly. "Is this your girlfriend's service attitude?" Jiang Tao was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly bowed his head and apologized. "Sorry, Brother Tian. She is new here and doesn't know much." He gritted his teeth and walked over, pushing Xiao Wei back, lowering his voice and scolding. "What do you know? This is the brother-in-law of the eldest son of the Goof family. If you make him happy, you will have everything in the future." Xiao Wei was stunned. The brother-in-law of the eldest son of the Gu family? It's not that she hasn't heard of the power of the Jianghai Gu family. Although she has never seen the legendary eldest son of the Gu family, Guyen, she knows what that means. Shen Tian grinned and raised his chin. "Did you hear that? I am Gu Yan's brother-in-law. As long as you make me happy, I can give you anything you want. A group of people started to make noises. Brother Tian is mighty. So what if he's the eldest son of the Gu family? Gu Yan still has to call brother Tian master. Shin Tian enjoyed the flattery from everyone, stood up triumphantly, and raised his glass. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll put your expenses on my bill. Brother Tian is so generous. Brother Tian is such a man. Amidst cheers, bang! The door of the box was suddenly kicked open, and the door panel smashed directly into the wall. Everyone was stunned. Lao Gao walked in and looked around. Fuck. Shin Tian's cronies were the first to be unhappy. Who are you? Do you know who we are here? Are you here to mess things up? Are you tired of living? Lao Gao said calmly. Let's keep this place quiet. Crash. More than a dozen men in black rushed in, and in an instant the box was filled with people. All those who were shouting turned pale instantly. Brothers, are there any misunderstandings? Shin Tian trembled and tried to explain. I am Gu Yan's brother-in-law. You can't do anything rash. Lao Gao sneered and said, You can talk to my young master about this yourself later. Next second, Shin Tian and others were pressed to the ground by the men in black and made to kneel in a row. The box suddenly fell into deathly silence. The atmosphere was cold and oppressive, making it difficult to even breathe. Master, it's done. Lao Gao looked outside the door. The sound of footsteps came slowly. When Shin Tian heard the voice, he looked up suddenly. That face, it was so familiar that it frightened him to death. Gu Yan. His eyes widened and his voice trembled. Gu Yan walked in, glanced at the whole room, and his eyes fell on Shin Tian's face. Next second, bang! He raised his foot and hit Shin Tian hard with his leather boot, and Shin Tian immediately started bleeding from his nose. Gu Yan, what do you mean? Shin Tian was shocked and angry, struggling and roaring. Gu Yan's eyes were extremely cold, and his voice was icy. What do you mean? It means your good days are over. He raised his hand, and Lao Gao handed him a document. Gu Yan threw it in front of Shin Tian's eyes. The total amount of money you've borrowed from me over the years is 23.48 million. If you can't pay it back, you'll be charged with fraud and spend the rest of your life in jail. As for the things you did in my name, they are enough to punish you. Shin Tian's face turned pale, and he murmured, You are my brother-in-law. Didn't you give me that money? Gu Yan smiled faintly. Every time you speak, you say it's borrowed. The records are all there, and the legal department has filed them. Shin Tian almost fainted. This time he really hit a wall. I don't have any money. Then go to jail. Gu Yan turned around and was about to leave. Wait, brother-in-law, my sister needs to pay back the money. My sister has plenty of money. Shin Tian panicked and shouted desperately. Gu Yan turned around and said calmly, Have Shin Water send the full amount within 3 days. Otherwise, you will stay in jail. Shin Tian nodded repeatedly. Okay. I'll let her find you. Gu Yan ignored him and just waved. The bodyguards let go of Shin Tian and the others. They collapsed on the ground, not daring to look up like dogs. Jiang Tao was so scared that he knelt on the ground, his face as pale as death. Lao Gao whispered to the side, Master, that's the boss of Xinghua. Gu Yan said calmly, It's an ugly name. From today on, I don't want to hear the words Jiang Tao and Xinghua in Jianghai City anymore. Clear. Lao Gao turned around and started making phone calls to make arrangements. In the corner, Xiaowei huddled like a frightened cat, looking at Gu Yan with eyes full of fear. She finally understood that this was the real eldest son of the Gu family in the legend. Strong and ruthless, he can replace everyone in the KTV without making a single move. Gu Yan glanced at her and thought she was probably one of Lung Linger's sisters. He didn't stop and turned to walk out. Lao Gao, you handle this. Master, where are you going next? Gu Yan waved his hand without even turning his head. His tone was calm, but it made people's hearts tremble. Make lunch for Qingxiu. Chapter 18. The Lung family study should have been a quiet place for Lung Qingxiu to be alone, but now there was a blindfolded woman kneeling on one knee. The woman was dressed in a red robe, had a calm temperament, and had black hair cascading down like a waterfall, looking strange and awe-inspiring. She lowered her head and reported, Master, according to the investigation, we have found one of the murderers who participated in the massacre that year. Lung Qingxiu stopped flipping through the pages of the book for a moment, and a bone-chilling chill appeared between his brows. She slammed the book shut, a dull thud echoing from her hand. She stood up, her eyes stern. Who is it? 5 years. There's finally a clue in this family massacre. Even if only one person has been found so far, it is still a big step towards the truth. The blindfolded woman said calmly, he's a member of the Death God organization. His name is Lin Feng. Who is Lin Feng? What is the Grim Reaper? Lung Qingxiu asked in a low voice. She tried hard to suppress the anger in her heart and stay calm as much as possible. The woman continued. Lin Feng is currently hiding at the Wanli Group in Jianghai City. He's an ordinary employee and is married with children. As for the Death God organization, it is a notorious assassination organization in the foreign ancient martial arts world. They make a living by accepting orders from the dark web. All of their members are high-level warriors. As soon as he finished speaking, Lung Qingqiu suddenly stood up, his sleeves fluttering like a shadow in the night. She quickly walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. The cold wind rushed in, causing the air pressure in the room to drop sharply in an instant. Lung Qingqiu looked out the window with a gloomy look in his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. Lin Feng, the god of death, the assassin. She stared out the window. Her eyes seemed to penetrate the space and see the murderer who was still living a peaceful life. You participated in the massacre of my entire family back then, but now you are leisurely marrying and having children? Why? Meishua. Lung Qingqiu's voice was so low that it was almost suffocating. Go find Lin Feng and use whatever means to pry open his mouth. His family and friends can all become bargaining chips. I wanted to know everything, not a single word. As the order was given, a terrible feeling of oppression suddenly surged in the study, as if the darkness had condensed into shape. Meishua suppressed her fear and replied respectfully, yes. The next second, a black shadow appeared on the ground, and Meishua's figure slowly disappeared into it, as if blending into the dark night. After the shadow dissipated, the room returned to silence. Lung Qingqiu then let go of the curtains in his hand, let out a light breath, and his emotions gradually calmed down. She said to herself, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma, I will definitely find out the truth for you. She raised her hand, and in her palm, a dagger as black as ink slowly emerged. That was the weapon that had cut her eyes. The dagger is named Night, which is also the name of an ancient book in her mind. That ancient book not only allowed her to gain the power of the night, but also gave her perception and understanding abilities far beyond those of ordinary people. She gently touched her eyes. Unlike ordinary blind people, there is an ancient spell engraved in the center of each of her eyes, like a seal. According to records, only after enduring 5 years of darkness can she see the light again and gain invincible power. 5 years, she murmured softly. The 5-year period is approaching, and that day will be the day she returns completely. With the help of this book, Night, she not only mastered the knowledge in the ancient books, but also inherited a secret organization that only recognized daggers. Whoever obtains the dagger will be the leader of the organization. Over the years, it was thanks to this Night organization that she collected countless clues to the hidden truth. She put away the dagger, took a long breath, and tried hard to suppress her excitement. When I first learned of the murderer's whereabouts, I was too impulsive. She reminded herself not to let her emotions dictate her actions. Every step is crucial now, and we must be calmer and more rational. She fumbled for her crutches and prepared to go get something to eat. Linger was not at home, so she just wanted to have a few bites. However, before he could find a crutch, a warm hand grasped his wrist. Qingqiu, what are you daydreaming about? Gu Yan's familiar voice sounded in her ears, full of concern. He noticed the cold wind coming in through the window, drew the curtains, and held her hand again. Hiss, your hands are frozen. Lung Qingqiu was stunned. When did he come in? Did he see anything? Did he see that dagger? She suddenly felt a struggle in her heart, not sure whether Gu Yan had already seen through her hidden secret. This dagger was of great importance, and she didn't dare to bet on whether the Gu family was involved in the massacre. Don't miss even the slightest possibility. She raised her hand, ready to activate the dagger and kill Gu Yan if necessary. Gu Yan still smiled. Don't worry about Linger. She's been sent to school safely. Qingqiu, what do you want to eat for lunch? Lung Qingqiu's fingertips trembled, but he couldn't muster up the murderous intent. Why? Why couldn't she do it? She gritted her teeth and finally lowered her arms. Gu Yan noticed that she was in a bad mood and immediately asked with concern, Are you feeling unwell? You're annoying. Lung Qingqiu replied expressionlessly. Gu Yan laughed. Nonsense. You are so cute, of course I want to bother you every day. My father doesn't even have this kind of treatment. You are enjoying it all by yourself. Go and enjoy it secretly. Touch the object of pure love. Points +1. The pure love partner's mood improves. Points +3. Hearing these two tips, Lung Qingqiu couldn't help but smile inwardly. This man isn't completely boring, but his words were still cold. Who cares about you? It's enough that I care about you. Guyan laughed. Oh, how do you know your husband has a smooth tongue? Why not give it a try? Roll. Guyan approached with a playful smile. Lung Qingqiu frowned, but he didn't really feel disgusted. Stop messing around. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll cook. Lung Qingqiu turned around and said calmly, I won't eat it. I'll just make do with it. Guyan immediately responded. How can I handle it? It's too damaging to my health. I'll just cook a few dishes. Finally, she snorted, whatever you want. After dinner, Guyan cleaned the kitchen while Lung Qingqiu sat on the sofa in a daze. The TV was playing Linger's favorite gangster cartoon, and the sound of dishes colliding came from the kitchen. She suddenly felt that such days actually made her feel at ease. This is not right. She shouldn't have to feel this way. She controls the power of the Night Organization, plans to seize the Gu family's resources, and finds out the real murderer step by step. Her life cannot be tied down by emotions. But at this moment, she actually wanted time to stop. No. She decisively turned off the TV and forced herself to wake up. The enemy has not been brought to justice, and the plan has not been completed. There cannot be the slightest wavering. Qingqiu, the weather is so nice. Do you want to go out for a walk? Guyan wiped his hands, sat next to her, and put an arm around her shoulders. Lung Qingqiu wanted to shake off his hand, but found that she couldn't get rid of it no matter what, so she had to give up. I'm not going, she responded coldly. Guyan was not discouraged and continued to smile. My dear wife, no matter how tired you are, you must combine work and rest. You've been staying at home all the time. Your skin is almost moldy. How about we bask in the sun in the yard? Getting more sun exposure can prevent osteoporosis. Don't become an old woman when you get old. Are you shy? Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Lung Qingqiu felt like there was a bee buzzing in her ear, and her head was about to explode. Go away. Stop bothering me. As soon as she finished shouting, she regretted it and wanted to take it back. But Guyan had already smiled and pulled her hand. Okay, great, let's go bask in the sun. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but in the end, she didn't say anything. That's all. Anyway, we will seize the financial power of the Gu family in the future, so let this man be happy. Just strategy, not emotion. She reminded herself over and over again. Chapter 19. Lung Qingqiu remained silent, but did not struggle. His seriousness made her feel a long-lost warmth. She raised her hand and gently touched Guyan's cheek, responding softly, Thank you. The wind rustled the leaves, and the yard was so quiet and peaceful that even the air seemed to be frozen. Guyan looked at the hand she had just withdrawn, his heart beating wildly. This time, he was not doing it for the mission, nor to make amends, but because he was truly moved. Oh no, I think I've really fallen in love with her. Lung Qingqiu turned her back. Her cheeks flushed, and she wondered in annoyance why she said such little girlish words. But at this moment, Guyan suddenly said, Qingqiu, I have another inspiration. Lung Qingqiu turned his head doubtfully. Inspiration? Guyan smiled and said that a song just popped up in his mind and asked her if she wanted to listen to it. Lung Qingqiu reluctantly responded, Sing, and I'll go back to the study after you finish. Guyan began to sing. I hear the raindrops falling on the green grass. I hear the bell ringing in the distance. But I don't hear your voice calling my name earnestly. The melody is gentle and the lyrics are heartfelt. Lung Qingqiu wanted to give him a perfunctory answer, but she was completely absorbed in the conversation. She stood there with her arms folded, her eyes gradually softening. So you are the luck that I want to keep the most. When the song ended, Guyan approached, held her hand, and whispered, I love you, Qingqiu. I want to protect you forever. Lung Qingqiu was silent for a moment, then responded calmly, No. Guyan was stunned. Just as he was about to say something, she added, You are too weak. If you become my man, you might die quickly. This was no joke. She knew how dangerous her path was. But Guyan was as happy as if he had won a prize. You mean, can I be your man? Lung Qingqiu shook off his hand and snorted coldly. I don't know. Guess it yourself. Guyan immediately chased after him with a smile on his face. Lung Qingqiu was helpless and could only sigh inwardly. Forget it. Just consider it as a little compensation for taking advantage of you before. At the same time, in T&I Pharmaceutical Company, Shin Wanner was furious. Cooperating companies collectively canceled orders, production lines stopped, and material warehouses were facing the pressure of final payments, and cash flow was about to break. Secretary Zhang Qing was trembling as she reported, while Shun Wanner's face turned ashen. Originally, the relationship with these partners was good, and they had never breached the contract, but now they are withdrawing all their investments as if they had agreed to do so. Damn Guyen! Shun Wanner felt a strong sense of unease. She suddenly realized that the current predicament was most likely manipulated by Guyen. After Zhang Qing was sent away, Shun Wanner turned on her cell phone and found the familiar number, Guyen. She hesitated for a long time and finally gritted her teeth and dialed the number. However, there was only a cold voice on the other end of the phone. Sorry, the user you dialed has turned off the phone. She was stunned. How is that possible? He turned off his phone? It shouldn't. She couldn't accept this reality for a moment and quickly opened Guyan's chat window. Send a sentence. Guyan, are you there? A red exclamation mark popped up behind the message. She was blocked. Shen Vania Forza in place. My heart felt like it was hit hard by something, and an indescribable sense of grievance rose from the bottom of my heart. She murmured, Why? Guyan, why did you block me? Her eyes were red, but she forced herself to suppress her emotions, grabbed her bag, and rushed out of the office. It was afternoon, on the way to Jianghai High School. After what happened at noon, Guyan felt that the gap that should have existed between him and Lung Qingxiu seemed to have been reduced a lot. For example, when he once held the other person's hand, he could feel the other person's obvious resistance. But now, the other party just pretended to struggle and then let him go. Very good. A smile appeared on Guyan's lips. Although at first he approached Lung Qingxiu only to avoid his inevitable death. But now, he found that he seemed to really like this final boss. Isn't this what they call villains attracting villains? Guyan thought about it and shook his head. No, he is not a villain, and Lung Qingxiu is not a villain either. It's just a different stance. In less than a moment. Master, we're here. Lao Gao drove his luxury car and slowly stopped at the school gate. Guyan came back to his senses and looked out the window. Students came in and out, but Lung Linger was nowhere to be seen. More than 10 minutes later, Guyan frowned. What was going on? What is this kid doing? Didn't I tell her that I would pick her up after school? At this time, knock knock. There was a knock on the window outside. Guyan's expression remained unchanged as he slowly lowered the car window. A relatively young and immature face was revealed from the outside. His words stumbled a bit. Hello. Are you waiting for classmate Lung Ling? Hearing this, Guyan raised his eyebrows and then looked at the other person. The other person was a boy in school uniform, with a flat head and black frame glasses, carrying a backpack that looked like it was filled with books. Seeing Guyan roll down the car window, he also seemed a little nervous. Oh, students. Seeing this, Guyan relaxed his guard and chuckled. Yes, but how did you know? Seeing that Guyan was indeed waiting for Lung Linger, the boy's eyes began to flicker. But he still replied, Well, I saw you coming to see her off this morning. And Lung Linger and I are in the same class. Today, I happened to hear that she and her friends had an appointment to go singing after school. They asked for leave from their last class this afternoon. They must be going to sing. Hearing this answer, Guyan suddenly understood. Why did this kid go and sing again according to the plot? But now that plot has been eliminated by him in advance, so Lung Linger and the others will probably be fine. Okay, thank you. Guyan thought of this and nodded with a smile. Then he rolled up the car window, no longer looking at the student whose expression had darkened, and said, Let's go, Lao Gao, to the city. Okay, master. See the luxury car leave. The boy also withdrew his gaze, clenched his fists, and a trace of pain appeared in his eyes. Linger's boyfriend is so handsome and rich. Compared to him, I'm not as good as him in any aspect. I really can't accept this. At this time in the city, several girls carrying school bags, but dressed in a way that was not suitable for their current age, were walking on the street boldly. It was Lung Linger and her group. Lung Linger felt a little helpless. She had originally wanted to wait until Guyan came and then tell him. But before she could even express this thought, her friends half-dragged and half-pushed her on the bus to the city. I was thinking that I would wait until I got to the KTV and then borrow a phone to call home and tell them. Result. She turned her head in confusion and looked at the girl behind her who had been lowering her head and looked like she had experienced a major blow. Xiaowei, what's wrong with you? Where's the free KTV you mentioned? This question is also the question of others. They came, but it was because Xiao Wei called them. Why did they come? But they were not what I imagined. Yes, Xiao Wei, what happened? Where's your boyfriend? Where's she? Yeah. Why are you the only one here? The others also asked with concern. They seemed to see what had happened to Xiao Wei. When Xiao Wei heard this, she raised her head and a hint of hesitation appeared in her eyes. Do you want to say it yourself? But if it is revealed, what will happen if Sister Linger and the others go to find Shin Tian? The other party is the brother-in-law of the eldest son of the Gu family. Although there seems to be some conflict, it is unknown when the other party will reconcile. I can't put my friends in danger. So Xiao Wei closed her mouth, shook her head, and said in a low tone, I'm sorry. I broke up with my boyfriend, so the KTV plan is ruined. Hearing this, Lung Linger and the others were stunned and looked at each other. Everyone was comforted. Oh, what's that? It's just this. It doesn't matter. We didn't like your boyfriend at first sight. He looked like a sneaky guy. Yeah, Xiao Wei, we're not broke. Let's just go find another store and sing. Yeah, you've been sad for so long, just because of this. Lung Linger didn't expect that Xiao Wei actually broke up. Although she didn't know the reason, she felt that the other party was so depressed. It seems that the breakup has had a great impact on her. Okay, in that case, let's celebrate Xiao Wei's escape from the sea of love. Let's go to a random place and sing until we're drunk. Lung Linger raised her hand and looked at the others with a smile. Does anyone agree? After hearing this, the others all smiled at each other and said, I agree. I agree. I agree. Lingxiao KTV. In a private room, Shun Tian, with gauze wrapped around his face, was drinking in a depressed mood. Two women sat beside him and comforted him. Hey, Brother Tian, please calm down. Young Master Gu must be treating you like this because your sister is so ignorant. If your sister had married young Master Gu earlier, wouldn't your reputation in Jianghai City be even higher than it is now? Shin Tian took a sip of wine and nodded in agreement. Under the influence of alcohol, he also complained, You don't know, my elder sister's really pretending to be noble and has been hooking up with that young master of the Gu family. If my sister had agreed earlier, I wouldn't have to go through this mess today. Look at you. Young Master Gu is treating his brother-in-law like this now. Shun Tian also stood up as he spoke. Wait a moment. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay. Brother Tian, take care. Brother Tian, we'll be waiting for you to come back. Hey, I understand. At the same time, KTV front desk. Hello, everyone. This is your room number. The total time is 2 hours. The front desk clerk handed the room card to Lung Linger and others with a smile. Oh. It was obvious that Lung Linger and the others were also visiting such a place for the first time, and they all looked a little awkward. When they first came in, they looked around the place with curious eyes. Chapter 21, the plot reappears. Guyan arrives. On the way to the private room, the others asked Lung Linger curiously, Sister Linger, didn't you say you used to come to places like this? When we get to the private room later, will you order any songs? I don't know, this is my first time here too. Lung Linger was a little panicked, but on the surface, she pretended to be calm and said, Of course. I'm very familiar with this kind of thing. Just tell me what song you want to sing later, and I'll order it for you. Yeah, Sister Linger, you're awesome. After entering the private room, what the few people didn't notice was a corner. Shin Tian's figure emerged from there. He looked at the private room that Lung Linger had just entered with some surprise and doubt. Isn't that Jiang Tao's good-for-nothing girlfriend? Why is she here? Shin Tian muttered to himself, and his eyes became extremely greedy. It's just right. Since I didn't get you at Xinghui, then here, Thinking of this, Shin Tian walked towards his private room again, ready to call some help. The other side, while Guyan was rushing to the city, he was also thinking about which KTV Lung Linger and the others would go to sing. After all, Xinghui from the original novel is no longer there. So I don't know if they will suddenly change their minds and stop singing. Fisk, I've already stopped the plot in the original novel in advance. So, even if Lung Linger and the others continue to go to KTV to sing, they shouldn't make the same mistake again, right? Guyan felt a little unconfident. After all, this world is about the ability to repair itself. What if this plot really goes back to the way it was? That would be terrible. TSK. That's right. An idea suddenly popped up in Guyan's mind. He asked in his heart, System, how do I find Lung Linger's location? Host, who is Lung Linger? This system indicates that it only knows Lung Qingxiu. She is currently alone in her empty room at home. Don't make a fuss. If anything happens to my sister-in-law, my Qingxiu will definitely be sad. Okay, Checking Lung Linger's location requires 1 point. Hear this answer. Gu Yinkai smiled, and that was it. Sister Linger, you're not well yet. We've been waiting for a long time. Everyone looked impatiently at Lung Linger, who was fiddling with a screen not far away. The other party has been working on it for more than 10 minutes, but hasn't produced a single song. Lung Linger was a little embarrassed. She swiped the screen and responded, right away, right away. I'll get it done right away. Oops, it's over, I don't understand. Lung Linger looked nervously at the colorful screen in front of her. God knows she is actually a digital idiot and has no idea which button is which. Xiaowei knew some of the tricks in entertainment venues because of her family background, so she quietly came to Lung Linger and whispered, Sister Linger, click on this playlist category and you can choose a song. Lung Linger touched the back of her head when she heard this. Hey, of course I know. So I reached out and was about to click. Next second, bang, the door was kicked open. Several figures rushed in. Shun Tian and a group of people walked into the private room where Lung Linger and others were staying, as if no one was around, and closed the door. They looked at Lung Linger and others and couldn't help laughing. Hey, sisters, are you guys coming out to play? Do you want your brother to accompany you? Yeah, you're welcome. We'll pay for this one. Lung Linger and others were stunned when they saw this scene. Then they stood up for the sofa one by one and started cursing. Bah, who do you think you are? Why are you acting like hooligans here? Zista Lingia. I'm going to go call security. Lung Linger and the others are rebellious little girls. They are young and fearless, and they have never suffered any loss. Of course, they're not afraid of Shin Tian and his group of social people. Lung Linger's expression also became very annoyed. Get out of the way. This is our private room. As she spoke, she pulled Xiaowei and said, Xiaowei, go get the security guards. These guys are causing trouble in their territory. However, what surprised Lung Linger was, Xiaowei's face turned pale, and her body seemed to start trembling. Xiaowei, Leng Linger was stunt. Sister Linger, you guys should leave quickly. This group of people, we can't afford to offend them. Xiaowei pulled Lung Linger's hand and spoke in a somewhat stiff tone. She was naturally not afraid of Shin Tian and his gang, but she had seen the power of the eldest son of the Gu family. Since the other party is Shin Tian's brother-in-law, then naturally they cannot afford to provoke him. What are you talking about, Xiaowei? I can take down this group of people in just a few moves. Lung Linger frowned and looked at Shin Tian and the others with hostility. She took a stance and said, I advise you to get out of here right away. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you, a bunch of skinny-armed and skinny-legged bastards, will be able to leave here on your own. Lung Linger's mocking voice was like a sharp needle piercing the hearts of Shin Tian and others. They had just been taught a lesson by the people brought by Gu Yin, and now they were really angry and urgently needed to find an outlet to vent their anger. The veins in Shin Tian's head bulged, and he clenched his fists. Okay, brothers, come on. Let these little brats know what it means to be a member of society first. Hey, all right. It's all up to Brother Tian. Next second, a group of people rushed towards Lung Linger and others. Are we afraid of you? Sister Linga, let's go. Lung Linger's group also rushed forward without fear. However, the disparity in strength is naturally not small. In less than a moment, everyone except Lung Linger was knocked to the ground. Zista Lingia. No, I can't beat him. Damn it. If my brother were here, you'd all die here. Several girls who were pinned to the ground continued to shout stubbornly. Shin Tian gritted his teeth when he heard this. Damn it. One by one, first his parents looked down on him, then Guyen looked down on him. Now even these high school girls look down on him? Hold her down. Shin Tian held a beer bottle in his hand and pointed at the girl who was shouting the loudest. He walked up with the bottle in hand, gritting his teeth. You, stop it. Leng Linge was also exhausted. Even though she had practiced taekwondo, she couldn't withstand so many adults. When Lung Linger saw Shan Tian about to hit his friend with a beer bottle, he also wanted to rush over in a hurry. Only, Shan Tian's men also stepped forward and pinned Lung Linger to the ground. They laughed and said, Stay right here, little brat. Watch carefully as your friend gets smashed in the head by Brother Tian. Let me tell you, this is the price of your arrogance. Xiaowei was terrified. She gritted her teeth and rushed to Shan Tian. Wait, you can't hurt my friends. Xiaowei, get out of the way. If they dare to smash it, I'll let my brother kill them. Get out of here. I just want to teach this most despicable woman a lesson. Shin Tian pushed Xiaowei away, then raised the bottle and smashed it on the girl's head. Qionglan. Lung Linger struggled desperately, but it was of no avail. She could only watch the beer bottle getting closer and closer to Bai Qianglong's head. Only before Shintian could completely smash it down. Next second, bang, the door was kicked open. Hello. A voice filled with suppressed anger reached Shintian's ears. Chapter 22. You are all good children. Hearing this familiar voice, Shun Tian was stunned and subconsciously turned his head to look. Result: idiot. What appeared before his eyes was a whip-like kick coming towards him. Puff! Shin Tian's face was kicked so hard that it was sunken, and his whole body was kicked several meters away. And that's not all. Bang, bang, bang. Idiot. Idiot. What else can you do besides doing these crap? You are a useless piece of shit who can't do anything good but always makes things worse. The figure that rushed and continued to kick the other person's chest, abdomen, and cheeks. Guyan was almost scared to death, just a second away. This damn bad plot might be presented in a way that is even worse than the original. Guyan angrily kicked the pile of rotten meat on the ground that was more likely to cause trouble than to help. This idiot, if only he had come a second later. The plot will definitely be worse than the original. By then, once Lung Linger died, Lung Qingqiu's personality changed drastically and he became ruthless to his relatives. All my efforts these days may be in vain. Help! Help! Stop kicking. Shintian was kicked in the head and was bleeding. He curled up his body and kept begging for mercy. Shintian's other friends were stunned by this scene. Their bodies were trembling and their eyes were filled with fear. Wait, isn't this Mr. Gu? How come you are here? Didn't he just teach them a lesson this morning? Hurry, run. Someone shouted. The rest of the people seemed to have heard some life-saving command. They released their control over Lung Linger and the others and ran out as if they were escaping. Xiao Wei felt even colder all over, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud. He murmured, brother-in-law. Lung Linger stood up and looked at Gu Yin with shining and incredible eyes. God knows how excited she was to see Gu Yin in this place. She even called him brother-in-law. As soon as these words were spoken, the girls who stood up while rubbing their injured parts also looked towards Gu Yin. Their eyes lit up. Sister Linger's brother-in-law. Oh my God, Sister Linger's brother-in-law beat up the bad guys to save them. This is so cool. Xiao Wei was even more stunned. Wait a minute, brother-in-law? Then, what is the relationship between Shun Tian and Lung Linger? Xiao Wei felt that there was nothing she could do in the current situation. Hear the sound. Guyan was tired of kicking. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Lung Linger, who was looking at him with an incredible look. He retracted his foot and walked towards Lung Linger. Seeing that the other party was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and extended his hand. Seeing this, Lung Linger thought Guyan was going to hit her, so she closed her eyes and lowered her head guiltily. But in the end, Lung Linger felt a warm touch on her head. She was startled and opened her eyes. Guyan looked helpless and said in a tone like he was coaxing a child, "What are you looking at? Do you think I'm going to hit you? You troublemaking brat, go back and eat." As soon as these words were spoken, Buzz, Langlingieva stunt. An unknown impulse surged from her heart. What's going on? What's going on? What does it feel like? Lung Linger stood there blankly. Even though Gu Yin had withdrawn his hand and was looking at other people, she still couldn't recover. Wow, brother-in-law, you are so handsome, a hero saving the damsel in distress. I have nothing to repay you for otherwise. Brother-in-law, look at me, I'm in my prime. You are all so enthusiastic, but I am a family man. I have a wife and a sister-in-law. My wife is my wife, my baby is my baby, and my darling is my darling. Brother-in-law, look at me. Ouch. Several people were pulling Guyan's strong arms and saying some nonsense with red faces. Suddenly, Lung Linger rushed over and punched him. Linger, what are you doing? It hurts. Yes, Sister Linger. How can you stop us from pursuing love? Several people covered their heads with their hands in grievance and looked at Lung Linger, whose face was slightly red. Love is bullshit. This is my brother-in-law. Lung Linger grabbed Guyan's hand and then shouted to them as if claiming sovereignty. This is my sister's man. You're not allowed to have any ideas about him. Even though Lung Linger wanted to appear serious, for some reason her slightly red face made Gu Yin think she was cute. All right, you little brats are skipping class to sing karaoke. As he spoke, he glanced at Shun Tian lying on the ground and said in a serious tone, and encountered something like today. If I hadn't rushed here, do you know how terrible the consequences would be? Every one of you thinks you're a good fighter, but you've learned today that in the hands of these bad guys, you're still just powerless rookies. Remember what happened today? Your task now is to study hard and give yourself an explanation. Gu Yan's words made several people lower their heads. If someone else had said these words, they would definitely have covered their ears and turned away. But for some reason, when their savior Gu Yan said this, they felt very ashamed. Some people even tightened their loose clothes, as if it was embarrassing to dress like that in front of Gu Yan. Seeing that they seemed to be truly repentant, Gu Yan's expression became a little kinder. He took a deep breath and said, "You little brats, although you may not be very capable, you are very courageous. You didn't abandon your companions at the last moment, which shows." Gu Yan nodded and said in an approving tone, "You are all good children." Chapter 23 Shun Wanner is here. As soon as these words were spoken, thump, thump, several people raised their heads. Bai Qionglan, the girl who had shouted the loudest at the beginning, covered her chest with her hands and looked at Gu Yan blankly. Good boy. No one had ever said this word to her before. Several people's faces flushed slightly at once, and they all lowered their heads, looking very embarrassed. Seeing this, Gu Yan sighed in his heart. In fact, they don't have any big problems, they just lack proper guidance. If the original plot had been followed, most of their endings would have been very tragic. Lung Linger's friends include many people from big families. It is only because of lack of care that the current situation has arisen. Okay, I'll call my people to take you back. Remember, don't skip classes to sing karaoke. Gu Yan's expression relaxed slightly, and his tone was not as harsh as it was at the beginning. Well, thank you. Thank you, Sister Linger's brother-in-law. Me. Bai Qionglan raised her hand, her face slightly red, but she looked at Gu Yan expectantly. If I get into college, Sister Linger's brother-in-law, can you fulfill one of my wishes? Alas, he is just a little devil after all. Gu Yan nodded and said with a smile, "If you want me to be your boyfriend or something, don't say it." After hearing this, Bai Qionglan became a little disappointed. She puffed her lips and said, "Oh, you really want to?" The corner of Gu Yan's mouth twitched. "No, how precocious are you? Back when I was in high school, I never experienced what it was like to be in love." Qionglan, I told you not to try to get my brother-in-law. Lung Linger's protective tone also made Gu Yan feel a little funny. All right, Linger, you and Lao Gao go back first. I need to deal with the aftermath here first." Gu Yan patted Lung Linger's head and chuckled. You won't go back with me?" Lung Linger felt a little worried when she heard that Gu Yan would not go with her. "Yeah, don't worry, leave this to me. You guys just need to go to school and do what you need to do from now on. Besides, I do have something to do with this guy," and as Gu Yan spoke, he looked at the person who had just opened the door and walked in. "Gu Yan, what did you do to my brother?" Shun Wanner searched for Gu Yan for a whole day, from the company to home. Just when she was about to go back disappointed, she saw Gu Yan's car in front of this KTV. According to the panicked receptionist's reply, "I walked into the private room and found Gu Yan." However, she also saw her brother lying limp on the ground. For a moment, she let out a sharp popping sound. Look at this tall and beautiful woman. Lung Linger couldn't help but hold Gu Yan's hand tightly for a moment, her eyes becoming very alert. Who are you? Who are you?" Shun Wanner's chest heaved with anger. She looked around and found that they were all high school girls. But her brother was lying in the corner in a state of disfigurement, and finally she turned her attention to Gu Yan. She didn't know what was going on. However, she thought that it was all Gu Yan's fault. "Gu Yan, great. You blocked me, so you've changed your mind. I can't believe you." Shun Wanner didn't finish her words. Then she found that Gu Yan was looking at her with an annoyed and indifferent look. "Shut up. You are so noisy." These cold words made Shun Wanner stand there in a daze for a moment. He's mean to me? How could this be? Why would Gu Yan do this to me? Shun Wanner felt as if the world had changed overnight. Gu Yan ignored this and played a key role in his plan. Instead, he looked at Lung Linger and the others and said gently, "You guys go first. I still have some things to take care of here." Seeing this strange atmosphere, Bai Qionglan knew that she shouldn't stay here any longer. So everyone nodded and walked outside. "Sister Linger, let's go. Sister Linger, let's go first." They urged Lung Linger to leave first. But Lung Linger didn't want to leave, because when she looked at the woman in front of her, she seemed to have guessed her identity. What if the other party seduces Gu Yan and makes Gu Yan fall in love with her again? Before this, Lung Linger actually hoped that Gu Yan would separate from her sister like this. But for some reason, she doesn't think so now. Brother-in-law. Lung Linger looked at Gu Yan with worry. The latter shook his head and chuckled. "Wait until I get back." Lung Linger felt relieved for some reason after hearing this simple answer. She nodded, then glared at Shen Wanner fiercely and hostilely, just like when she first met Gu Yan. Then he let go of Gu Yan's hand and followed the others out of the private room. That's it. There were only 3 people in this place. Gu Yan, Shen Wanner, and Shun Tian lying on the ground. She called you brother-in-law? Who did you find? Who was that woman? Shen Wanner heard Lung Linger addressing Gu Yan just now. For some reason, a nameless anger suddenly surged in her heart. It's like something that should have belonged to you has been taken away by someone else. However, faced with these answers, Gu Yan's performance made Shen Wanner stunned. Just see. Lung Linger and others left the room. Gu Yan's entire temperament and expression became extremely cold and indifferent. For Lung Qingxiu, and for myself, Shen Wanner must be used. In order to avoid subsequent death plots, I must do this. Gu Yan walked to the sofa and sat down, leaning his whole body against it. He looked at Shen Wanner with a look that seemed to be indifferent to everything. He said calmly, "You've come at the right time. Let's chat." Shen Wanner is fast tweeted. She didn't expect that Gu Yan would speak to her in such a tone and expression. Even her questions were ignored. For some reason, the other party's behavior made her, who had always been at ease in front of Gu Yan, become very irritated. Shen Wanner gritted her teeth, threw her bag onto the sofa, and then sat on the other side of the sofa. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, let's talk. Gu Yan, let me see what you have to say." Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Shen Wanner, was incredulous. Are you really going to do this to me? In the private room, Shen Wanner sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, looking at Gu Yan opposite her with anger. The other person's eyes were cold and a little annoyed. Damn it, Gu Yan never looked at me like that before. Next to her sat Shun Tian, whose head was bleeding from being beaten by Gu Yan. Shen Wanner never dreamed that Gu Yan would treat her with such a bad attitude. She even injured her brother. For some reason, Shen Wanner felt a little chilled. She had been so nice to Gu Yan, but she didn't expect that he would treat her like this now. She really had misjudged him. Gu Yan, what exactly do you want to say? And how do you explain my brother's injury? Shen Wanner suppressed her anger and glared at Gu Yan. She had already sworn in her heart that if Gu Yan didn't apologize properly now, she would never forgive him in her life. As for Gu Yan, he had never thought about having anything to do with Shen Wanner again. But with the appearance of Lung Linger's plot, he found that simply avoiding defense was not enough. Only by laying some measures in advance can we prevent bad plots that may happen in the future. With the addition of a system, a clear plan appeared in Gu Yan's mind. It is known that the original male protagonist, Xiao Lin, will meet Shen Wanner and fall in love with each other in the subsequent plot. It's better to say that I have become the other person's bootlicker than to say that I love him. Therefore, Shen Wanner became an indispensable part of his plan. Xiao Lin is very powerful. As the son of the world, he can always upgrade and break through in battle, thus becoming stronger and defeating the villain. This kind of incredible cheat makes Gu Yan wise enough not to provoke it casually. But that doesn't mean he will just sit there and wait for death. After activating the system, the store is filled with a wide variety of items. Among them, there's an item that can restrain Xiao Lin and make him lose all his strength. But the usage is extremely rough. It can be said that only Shen Wanner could do this to catch Xiao Lin off guard. After thinking about this, Gu Yan looked at Shen Wanner and ignored her questions. Instead, he said directly, "Shen Wanner, I'll be frank with you. Your Shun family's pharmaceutical company is finished. Just your ineffective beauty products. I was able to continue operating in the past, and you know why even without me telling you. If you don't want your Shun family to declare bankruptcy like this, then..." Gu Yan's cold voice reached Shen Wanner's ears. Her brow furrowed, and a surge of anger welled up at her chest. Damn, such a cold attitude. Gu Yan, are you really going to treat me like this? Shen Wanner took a deep breath and interrupted Gu Yan before he could finish. She shouted angrily, "You're dreaming. I know you did this just to make me your girlfriend. I'm telling you, Gu Yan, don't even think about it. You're such a despicable person. You actually want to use such means to get me. I'm telling you, I, Shen Wanner, also have a backbone. There's no way I'd be your girlfriend like this." Shen Wanner shouted angrily. What is this person saying? Gu Yan slowly put up a question mark and looked at Shen Wanner. The other party's self-centered words made him see more clearly that the other party was stupid. Shen Wanner. Gu Yan's changing expression made Shen Wanner, who said this, seem somewhat happy. Haha man, I was right? Shen Wanner thought she had exposed Gu Yan's trick, so the other party broke down. But she really didn't like Gu Yan, so he emphasized it again, but in a much gentler tone. Gu Yin, I know you like me, but my career is on the rise, and I can't give up my career because of love. So, I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request now. Shinwaner took a deep breath and said something that she thought was perfect. You should know that I did not directly reject Gu Yin, but told him that I did not want to be in a relationship at the moment. He also emphasized that he just couldn't agree to the other party's request right now. What if he agrees later? This will not hurt Gu Yan's young heart, and will also maintain her perfect image. It's simply too perfect. Sometimes Shinwaner feels that she is too kind. Even though Gu Yan is so annoying, she is still so patient in explaining the reasons to him. After venting, Shinwaner's mood became extremely beautiful. Looking at the silent Gu Yan, she felt even happier. Haha, I made you play hard to get with me before. Shin Tian on the side opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But looking at Gu Yin, who was silent at the moment, he couldn't figure out for a moment whether Gu Yin was really playing hard to get. Also, why do people say that our pharmaceutical companies are going to fail? On Shun Wanner's side, she folded her arms slightly across her chest, crossed her legs, and looked at Gu Yin with a proud look. Gu Yin, if you still want to continue talking to me, then I advise you to put away your little tricks, otherwise. Are you stupid? Gu Yin slowly spoke and interrupted the other party's fantasy. For a moment, the private room fell silent. Shun Wanner's expression froze, her body trembling slightly. She looked at Gu Yin, who had said this, in disbelief. What did you say? Gu Yin was almost laughing in his heart because of Shun Wanner's anger. Looking at the woman in front of him who didn't understand the situation, he couldn't help but clap his hands lightly and said in a mocking tone, Haha, I have to say that you are really imaginative. It's a pity that you don't become a writer. Looking at Gu Yin, who suddenly laughed. Shin Wanner didn't know how to react for a moment. You, what are you laughing at? Shin Wanner didn't know why, but Gu Yan's mocking voice made her feel a little embarrassed. She couldn't help but stand up, pointed her finger at Gu Yan, and shouted, I asked you why you were laughing. Did I say something wrong? On Gu Yan's side, he put down his hand and looked at Shun Wanner with indifferent eyes. The latter's body stiffened slightly when he was looked at by the other party. I was laughing at your genuine trust. What's the reason? As Gu Yin spoke, he stood up and looked down at Shun Wanner, mocking her. Did you get the illusion that this top-tier rich second generation from Jianghai City standing in front of you would fall in love with a stupid woman like you? Can you be more realistic, you idiot with no business acumen or emotional intelligence? How do you think you can make me like you? Shin Wanner, stop being so lost in your own world. When Gu Yin said this, Shin Wanner's expression gradually became stunned. He said something lightly that shocked Shin Wanner. I'll be frank. Not only is your company facing bankruptcy, but your brother also owes me over 20 million yuan. If he can't pay it back, he will go to jail. Shin Wanner's face turned pale, and she subconsciously denied it. You're talking nonsense. My company won't go bankrupt. And what about my brother? She took a deep breath and looked at Shun Tian, whose eyes were a little evasive behind her. Xiao Tian? What did Guyan mean by that? When did you owe him money? Shin Tian's eyes dodged. He saw that he couldn't hide the truth, so he cried out in a tearful voice, Sister, just give in to young Master Gu. Otherwise, your brother and I will definitely go to jail. Cease. I don't want to go to jail. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, Shin Wanner's mind went blank and her body began to tremble. With a trembling voice, he asked, What did you say? Do you really owe that much money? Shen Vaneva stunt. She originally thought that Gu Yin was just talking nonsense. After all, how could it be so exaggerated? More than 20 million? However, after Shin Tian said it and did not deny it, Shin Wanner then realized that Gu Yin was not joking. Sister, I don't want to go to jail. Please beg Master Gu. Shin Tian had already seen the situation clearly and no longer had any hope of luck. He had heard some rumors about Gu Yin when he didn't know that Gu Yin was pursuing his sister. It is said that he was arrogant and domineering when he was in school and didn't take anyone seriously. It was not until he met Shun Wanner that he began his mad pursuit of her, which lasted from school until graduation. The other party also changed from an arrogant and domineering young man to a servile and servile dog. That's why this change made Shin Tian look down on Gu Yin even more. But when the other party stopped pursuing Shun Wanner, Shun Tiankai discovered that the other party's current behavior was the normal Gu Yin in the past. So, if the other party says that he should go to jail, then he must do what he says. You. Shin Wanner pointed at Shun Tian and wanted to say something. The information she learned was so horrifying that she lost her ability to organize her words for a moment. On one side is his younger brother and family, And on the other side is Gu Yin, whom he hates and finds annoying. Shen van was an Ashtukli. Her self-esteem naturally did not allow her to compromise with Gu Yin. So, she took a deep breath and angrily said to Gu Yin, "My brother owes you money. I will pay you back. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Gu Yin knew that the other party was just being stubborn, so he nodded expressionlessly. "Send the money to my house within 3 days." After saying that, he walked outside without any intention of staying. When Shen Wan'er saw that Gu Yin was really about to leave, her eyes suddenly became panicked. "I feel like something is missing in my heart." She subconsciously shouted, "Wait a minute." Gu Yin paused when he heard this. He glanced sideways and asked, "Why? Have you changed your mind?" Seeing that Gu Yin didn't even bother to turn around, Shen Wan'er pursed her lips in a somewhat unwilling and aggrieved manner. She looked at Gu Yin with complicated eyes. "You really want to do this to me?" Gu Yin was happy when he heard this. "What did I do to you? Not to mention the original novel. You caused my family to be broken up. Just now, I won't say that I have any other purpose towards you, but it is only natural to ask you to pay back the money, right? Stupid, instead of feeling wronged, you might as well think about how to raise the money." Gu Yin waved his hand and left without looking back. Shen Wan'er just stood there in a daze. "He scolded me again?" With a thud, Shen Wan'er's body went limp and she collapsed on the sofa. Her eyes looked at Gu Yan's departing back. As she watched, the scene of Gu Yin caring about her appeared in her mind. The other party ran errands and did shopping for her and loved her so much. No matter how much I wanted to be nice to her, the figure in my mind began to overlap with the back of this cold-hearted person who left without even looking back. Woo! Shen Wan'er's eyes were gradually wet with tears. She gritted her teeth and yelled outside, "Gu Yin, you bastard!" Lung family. In the study. "What? You mean Gu Yin stayed there with Shen Wan'er?" Lung Qingxiu raised her voice slightly, and she felt uncomfortable in her heart. She was waiting at home, wondering why Gu Yin hadn't come back yet. Finally, Linger came back after a lot of effort, but she said that Gu Yin was talking to Shen Wan'er. "No, why do we have to discuss things in KTV? What are you doing at the KTV?" Lung Qingxiu suddenly discovered the loophole in Lung Linger's words, so he faced her expressionlessly. Seeing this, Lung Linger lowered her head guiltily. What she feared most was her sister showing this expression. "I originally wanted to hide it, but I had no choice but to explain the whole process." A few minutes later, Lung Qingxiu, who understood what had happened, became even colder, and her voice was cold. "Go down and wait for your brother-in-law to come back." Lung Qingxiu's words made Lung Linger feel strange. "Huh? Why didn't my sister scold me? Who cares? Anyway, it's okay." "Oh, okay, sees." Lung Linger nodded repeatedly, then ran down happily. A hint of anticipation appeared on her face. "Brother-in-law. Ah, when will that bastard Gu come back? I'm so hungry." And after Lung Linger left, Lung Qingxiu's expression became increasingly cold, and she clenched her fists tightly. Endless murderous intent surged in his heart. Shun family, Shun family, Shun family, Shun family. Shun Tian and his gang of bastards. You actually dare to hurt my sister. For Lung Qingxiu, Lung Linger can be said to be her most precious person. She couldn't bear to see anyone hurt her. And for the person who hurt his sister. No, no. Lung Qingxiu shook her head and pressed her restless chest tightly. No, the Shen family has Shen Wan'er, the woman Gu Yin once pursued. Killing her brother might bring trouble to Gu Yin. I don't know how Gu Yin would feel. I can't do that. It was just that Gu Yin rescued Linger and taught Shen Tian a lesson. But now he stays there and chats with Shen Wan'er. I don't know why. When she thought that Gu Yin was now with the Shun family, she felt uncomfortable. Lung Qingxiu didn't know what this felt like. But I just feel uncomfortable. She was a little annoyed by this thought and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "It's all Gu Yan's fault, you bad guy." That's right, it was all Gu Yan's fault. If he hadn't insisted on staying there and talking to Shen Wan'er, she wouldn't be so distressed now. Besides, I clearly confirmed our relationship this morning, but you suddenly sneaked into a private room with another woman. Who knows what will happen? Lung Qingxiu couldn't help but clench his hands tightly. What if Gu Yin and Shen Wan'er rekindle their old love? Then No, that's not right. It's not like I'd be sad or anything like that. Just because I think it will disrupt my plans. I'm so annoyed. Gu Yin, please come back soon. And just when Lung Qingxiu was feeling upset, in a luxury car, TSK, drive faster. Believe it or not, I will deduct your salary. Gu Yin looked at the schedule and shouted anxiously to the driver who came pick him up. Eh, yes. Sorry, master. This is the fastest. The driver screamed in fear, then cried out in tears, Master, this car can only go this fast. This. Guyan took a deep breath and leaned back helplessly. Damn it, I missed the best time for meal. Will Qingxiu starve? Oh no, no. I must apologize properly when I get back. Qingxiu, your husband has done a lot of hard work in secret for you. I believe that when we get back, you won't blame me. Right? Chapter 25, let's stay here tonight. When Gu Yan returned to the Lung family as agreed, the time was already 1944. If nothing unexpected happens, then the accident probably won't happen. Lung's family, at the dinner table. The atmosphere at this moment is a bit weird. Lung Linger ate the simple meal she and her sister had prepared in small bites, while secretly glancing at Gu Yin, who was whispering something to Lung Qingxi over there. What did Xiao Gu and Shenwaner say? We're actually chatting this late. No way, is this really what I thought? Lung Linger's eyes widened slightly, and she always felt like her family had been abducted. Lung Qingxiu had the same idea, and she ate her meal with a cold face. If Gu Yin didn't give her an explanation, she believed she would be too depressed to sleep tonight. Of course, things are naturally not what the two of them thought. Qingxiu, my dear Qingxiu, I really didn't do anything with Shenwaner. I stayed there just to put an end to the relationship between me and her. Gu Yin was explaining when he came back and found that Lung Qingxiu and Lung Linger had already prepared the food and were waiting for him. He knew it was over. Sever the relationship between you and her. Lung Qingxiu interrupted Gu Yan's speech and then spoke in a sarcastic tone. Well, that's certainly true, but that's not the point. When Gu Yan heard this, he hurriedly grabbed Lung Qingxiu's hand. But this was a little difficult to explain. After all, what he was going to do was too secretive, and he definitely couldn't let Lung Qingxiu and the others know about it. Wouldn't that affect his image in both of their minds? Haha, the problem isn't this or that. I don't think it's about ending the relationship, but about renewing it. Lung Qingxiu threw away Gu Yan's dirty hands and turned away with a sneer. For some reason, Lung Qingxiu always felt a strange feeling in his heart. But she didn't know what that feeling was, but she knew it was caused by Gu Yan. She didn't like this feeling. Seeing Lung Qingxiu turn her head away and didn't want to pay attention to him, Gu Yan suddenly felt something was wrong. Oh no, could it be that? The one from all the romance novels I'd read in my past life? Because the husband went out for social events, his wife at home began to distrust him, which eventually led to a quarrel and divorce between the couple. Although he and Lung Qingxiu have not officially married yet, he feels that this is probably the situation. Helplessly, Gu Yan had to talk about some unimportant things first. He hurriedly stood up and moved behind Lung Qingxiu with a licking face. Then he stretched out his hand and placed it on the other person's shoulder to massage him. Qingxiu, it's not like that. Let me explain. Let me go, I won't listen. Lung Qingxiu felt Gu Yan's movements and shook her shoulders, pretending to struggle. But Gu Yan had already started massaging. So Lung Qingxiu stopped moving after struggling for a few times, and instead pricked up his ears to listen to Gu Yan's explanation. Gu Yan said sincerely while massaging, Qingxiu, you know that I chased Shenwaner in order to forget you. During this time, Shen Tian kept asking me to borrow money. I originally thought I wouldn't have to pay him back. Hear this. Lung Qingxiu frowned and interrupted. Wait a minute. What do you mean by chasing Shenwaner in order to forget me? Ahem, isn't that the same thing? They often say in TV dramas that in order to forget someone, you choose to find someone else. I didn't dare to face you because I felt I was not worthy of you, Qingxiu. That's why I wanted to find Shenwaner, but I've realized now that I really can't forget you, Qingxiu. I want to be with you. Forever. I want to give you massages, sing for you, cook for you, and warm your bed every day. The more Gu Yin spoke, the more nonsense he became, and Lung Qingxiu's heart began to beat wildly. Her face flushed slightly, and she quickly interrupted. Stop! What are you talking about? Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath, but relaxed her body a little. She leaned slightly against the back of the chair to make Gu Yan's massage more comfortable. Then he said, Don't talk about anything else. Keep talking. How much did you borrow from that guy named Shen Tian? Why didn't you let him pay it back? When it comes to Shen Tian, Lung Qingxiu doesn't have very good attitude. After all, the other party almost hurt his sister. Not much, just 20 million. I was thinking about it, but I didn't bother asking him for it. But he actually dared to bully our Linger. I can't tolerate this. Guyan Gang just said this. Clang. Then I heard the sound of a spoon falling to the ground. He turned his head and looked. Lung Linger was stunned when she heard the number 20 million. She dropped the spoon in her hand and didn't react. 20 million. Brother-in-law, how could you not come back? Of course I have to have this. This is enough for me to buy so many clothes. Lung Linger hurriedly stood up and shouted, her face becoming extremely anxious. Brother-in-law, go find that bastard and get it back. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Lingia, what are you talking about? Lung Qingqiu scolded him, then pretended to be calm and asked, so you stayed there just to collect the debt? Right. Will the money be returned? Without. Question mark. Lung Qingqiu slowly put a question mark, then looked up at Gu Yin and said expressionlessly, then what are you doing back? This. Gu Yin was embarrassed for a moment. Just the next second. Then Lung Qingqiu's mouth corners slightly raised, and she smiled softly. Huh, I'm just teasing you. It's enough to know that you haven't done anything bad. Seeing this scene, Gu Yin realized that the crisis was over. He sat down next to Lung Qingqiu and said softly, Qingqiu, how dare I do something bad behind your back? Don't you know what kind of person I am? Lung Qingqiu rolled his eyes inwardly upon hearing this and said, the entire Zhanghai city knows what kind of person young Master Gu is. Oh, are you saying that I'm handsome and upright? Haha, you are so shameless. What's the use of having a face? I'm so handsome, but it's a pity that Qingqiu you can't see it. Otherwise, you would have fallen for my handsome face the moment you saw me. Lung Qingqiu felt that she had never met such a narcissistic person before. But for some reason, she felt at ease listening to Gu Yin speak, but the reserve in her heart naturally wouldn't let her show it. So he snorted softly. If my eyes were better, I might want to divorce you the first time I see you. Oh no. At this point, Lung Qingqiu added for some reason, divorce is just right. You can go find Shenwaner again. Gu Yin saw that the topic had returned to the topic again. He explained tearfully, Qingqiu, please believe me. I really didn't do anything with Shenwaner. Hee. I didn't say anything about you and her. Qingqiu, what are you doing? Ouch. A few minutes later, sister-in-law Lung Linger served Gu Yin a bowl of rice with great dissatisfaction. Humph. I can't eat you to death. She seemed very unhappy after learning that Gu Yin had lent Shen Tian 20 million. It feels like feeding your own money to the dogs. This little devil. The corner of Gu Yan's mouth twitched. What a dishonest kid. After thinking about it, he looked at the dining table. There were only 2 dishes and 1 soup, and it was obvious that they were cooked very poorly. Qingqiu, did you and Linger do this? Gu Yan took a bite. Very salty and bitter. Well, since he didn't come back, the 2 of us tried to make some food. I wanted to wait for you to come back and eat together. How does it taste? Lung Qingqiu hadn't even started eating yet, but she was feeling a little nervous. After all, this was her first time cooking after she became blind. As for Lung Linger, she showed an ugly expression after taking a bite. But when she thought that this was made by her sister, she swallowed her tears. But the next second, she then heard Gu Yin say on the other end, they added too much salt and turned up the heat too high. It's edible, but the taste is just average. Lung Linger was shocked, and she quickly looked at Lung Qingqiu. Sure enough, the other person's expression became a little stiff and awkward. His expression also became a little lost. Lung Linger was about to speak. But then Gu Yin put down his chopsticks, took Lung Qingqiu's hand, and said gently, but even though Qingqiu can't cook, I still like her. I like everything about you, Qingqiu. Your strengths and weaknesses, I like them all. I don't have your smart brain, and you don't have my superb cooking skills. The 2 of us can complement and help each other, Qingqiu. Although I've said this many times, I still want to say it again. I really, really love you. Clang. Lung Linger dropped the spoon to the ground again and was dumbfounded by the scene. If you're not the big brother, how can you do this? Plop, plop. Lung Qingqiu was embarrassed by what Gu Yin said. Her face flushed slightly. You don't talk nonsense. Linger is still here. Gu Yin is so hateful. What he said, I don't know what to do. But it's not my character to always be passive. Call. Lung Qingqiu didn't know what she was thinking about. She took a deep breath, then reached out her hand and slowly placed it on Gu Yan's cheek. Gu Yan was stunned, and then a smile lit up his face, wondering what Lung Qingqiu was going to do. Qingqiu, is this okay? Linger is still here. Haha, it's okay. Lung Qingqiu's face turned slightly red. She smiled gently, then picked up the chopsticks and picked up a bite of food. Then, as Gu Yan's expression gradually stiffened, he leaned against Gu Yan's face and found Gu Yan's mouth. Come on, since you love me so much, then you can't waste these dishes today. Although it's salty and bitter and quite common, please bear with me. Well, Lung Qingxiu is very vengeful. Gu Yin felt it. After dinner, Gu Yinsheng lay helplessly on the sofa, looking up at the starry sky. Should I go for a blood test to make sure my indicators are not above the standard? Hee hee, weakling, you can't handle this little setback? On the side, Lung Linger finished taking a shower, put on her bunny pajamas, and jumped onto the sofa with her bare feet. She put her hand to her mouth and looked at Gu Yin with a mocking expression. The latter glanced at the other party, then looked away helplessly. There's a little kid named C at home these days. Hey, what's with that expression? That's very rude. Although Lung Linger didn't know what Gu Yin was thinking, she knew in her heart that it was definitely not a good thing. I think, Linger, you still have a very cute expression when you're not talking. Gu Yin answered casually. When Lung Linger heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Her face turned slightly red, and the rabbit ears on her hat slowly drooped. Coco, cute? Are you talking about me? As for Gu Yin, he looked behind him. Lung Qingxiu went to take a shower, although I also wanted to go in and take a shower with him. But he was rejected coldly by the other party. Qingxiu is so shy, even though they are an engaged couple. Next second, Lung Qingxiu came out wearing a bathrobe and wiping his hair with a towel. The other person who just came out of the bath is like a lotus flower emerging from the water, even more beautiful and charming. Lung Qingxiu seemed to know that Gu Yin hadn't returned yet, so he walked to the living room skillfully and said, Are you not going back yet? Lung Qingxiu said it naturally, as if she was very sure of Gu Yan's direction. After hearing Lung Qingxiu's words, Gu Yin reacted immediately. According to the time, he should indeed go back. But for some reason, he just couldn't bear to leave. Oh, then I will leave first. However, if the other party doesn't want to stay, I naturally can't just stay here and not leave. Otherwise, what will I do if my favorability drops? No. Lung Qingxiu nodded and said lightly. Gu Yin stretched out his hand and wanted to say something, but finally put it down. Forget it. Once the favorability level increases, everything will be fine. So he stopped hesitating, picked up his coat, and walked outside. He walked to Lung Qingxiu's side. Qingxiu, I'm really leaving then. After waiting for a few moments and seeing that the other party didn't speak, Gu Yin raised his foot in disappointment and prepared to leave. Only, before he even reached the door, Lung Qingxiu's voice came again. It's so late. Why are you going back? The time is already 22:34 in the evening. In fact, Gu Yan's driver's car had already been parked outside the house. However, when Gu Yin heard Lung Qingxiu's words, he understood what she meant. A smile immediately filled his heart. He pretended to be pitiful and said, There's no one at home. My parents are traveling, and my subordinates are not happy that I didn't come pick me up. Lao Gao is away today because of something. Let me see if I can get a taxi back. Gu Yin sighed and continued walking. Lung Qingxiu frowned when she heard Gu Yan's words. For some reason, a surge of anger welled up in my heart. It has been heard for a long time that there are many conflicts within the Gu family, and many people are very dissatisfied with Gu Yin as the future heir to the Gu group. But unexpectedly, none of them listened to Gu Yan's words. It seems it is necessary to let Yi help Gu Yin in secret. Thinking about it, Lung Qingxiu said, Wait, if that's the case. You can sleep here tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, Lung Linger, who was sitting on the sofa, was stunned. She looked at Lung Qingxiu in disbelief. Ah! Gu Yan's body paused. His face lit up with joy, and he blurted out, Really? Can I sleep with you, Qingxiu? After these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent for a while. A long time. Roll. Lung Qingxiu cursed angrily, then walked upstairs without looking back. What Gu Yan didn't see was that the other person's face was flushed with shame and anger. Oomph. Just sleep in this room. Lung Linger held a stack of quilts and pushed open a door with a dissatisfied look on her face. This room. Yes, it's my parents' room. Why, are you very dissatisfied? Lung Linger snorted coldly, put the quilt on the big bed, and looked at Gu Yan with vigilance. You bastard Gu, don't sneak into my sister's room at night. Otherwise, I will call the police to arrest you. Gu Yan had just finished looking around the tidy room when he heard the kids' stupid words. He waved his hand and said disdainfully, It's normal for me to sneak into Qingxiu's room, but what's so special about you, little brat, that I should sneak into? Just because of your weird bunny pajamas. You bastard. When Lung Linger heard this, her face turned red with anger. She cursed angrily and walked out of the room angrily. Click. She closed the door behind her. This brat. Guyan shook his head with a smile. If the other person didn't eat any small fry, he might be very cute. And just at this moment, buzz. Guyan's phone vibrated slightly. He was stunned. He should have told his parents that he might not go back tonight. Then I picked it up and took a look. I saw a document sent by Lao Gao. The file name is Shaolin. Guyan's expression changed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. There was also a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Oh, now that the protagonist is here, it's time to start the plan. The study on the other side. MANHUA, a tall, blindfolded woman, was kneeling on one knee, with a round object wrapped in a red cloth bag at her feet. Master, I learned from him that a mysterious being issued a mission to massacre the Lung family. There are countless forces involved, and death is just one of them. As for who this mysterious being is, no one knows, nor does he know why he does what he does. But I also got the name of the faction from him. As she spoke, MANHUA took out a scroll from her arms, on which were recorded the names of the forces that had participated in that year. Lung Qingxiu took the specially made braille scroll and opened it with a cold expression to read it. She looked quickly, as if she was searching for something. 10 minutes later, when she flipped through the special braille scroll again, she did not find the word on it. Lung Qingxiu finally felt relieved. She took a deep breath and put away the scroll. Then he spoke calmly. Is there any force on the list in Jianghai City? Have. MANHUA immediately lowered her head and replied, it is understood that the former headquarters of the Dragon King Palace was Jianghai City, and their young master Shaolin has already arrived in Jianghai today. When Lung Qingxiu heard this, a hint of murderous intent appeared in her eyes. The young master of the Dragon King Palace, Shaolin. Well, now that you're here, don't even think about getting out alive. Lung Qingxiu was silent for a while when she thought of this. After a long while, he said, check who in the Gu family wants to harm the young master of the Gu family. Eliminate it secretly. MANHUA was slightly stunned when she heard this, but he quickly reacted and responded, okay, master. As soon as the words fell, MANHUA's figure quickly disappeared in silence along with the shadows. Chapter 26 Urban Protagonist Shaolin. Weakening the opponent is equal to strengthening our own. Inside the house, Guyan opened the file and looked up the information about Shaolin. The first line reads, there are 33 people named Shaolin in the entire city, and only one person named Shaolin has come to Jianghai City in the past week. Shaolin, 32, expand. Shaolin, 1, expand. Guyan took a quick look at the other 32 Shaolins and found that none of them met the requirements of the male protagonist of the original novel. Then, he clicked on Shaolin, who was alone. What caught my eye was a portrait picture. The picture shows a young man, and his appearance can only be described as average. But his eyes revealed a look of determination and passion. The following is the other party's information. Shaolin, male, 24 years old, arrived in Jianghai City by boat at 6:10 p.m. today. This person was born in Jianghai Hospital. His parents died when he was 5 years old, and he has lived in an orphanage ever since. Until the age of 14, Shaolin disappeared from the orphanage and all information about him was lost. That's all the information. However, a smile appeared on the corner of Guyan's mouth. He closed the file, a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. The less information there is, the more it shows that there is something wrong with this person. If he was not sure whether this person was Shaolin before, he could be sure now. In the original novel, Shaolin was captured by the Lord of the Dragon King Palace at the age of 14 and taken to Dragon King Mountain to practice. So this person must be Shaolin. Thinking of this, Guyan sent a message to Lao Gao. Help me keep an eye on Shaolin who just arrived today. Tell me where he is now. A few minutes later, buzz. Lao Gao called. Guyan answered the call. The next second, the other party's voice came. Master, this Shaolin just arrived in Jianghai City today and rescued a woman who was being harassed by gangsters. This woman heard that Shaolin had just arrived and hadn't found a place to live, so she lent him her attic. The address is 7-602 in Yulin Community. When Guyan heard this, he suddenly understood. In the original novel, when Shaolin first appeared, he saved the second female lead. After being saved, the other party wanted to repay the protagonist, so she let Shaolin live at her house. If Guyan remembered correctly, the next day, Shaolin was going out to look for a job and happened to see the security guard recruitment notice of Shen Weiner's company. Then, the gears of fate began to turn. Of course, Guyan was also somewhat surprised by Lao Gao's efficiency. You're not personally monitoring the Shaolin, are you? The other end. Lao Gao stood on a tree, looking towards the Yulin residential complex with a telescope in his hand. He answered the phone with his right hand. Yes, young master. I've already got people keeping an eye on the other 32 Shaolins. The only person I'm looking for is Shaolin, whose information has been missing for over a decade. I think there's something fishy about him. He might be the one you're looking for, so I've been following him since he arrived. Hearing this, Guyan replied, the rest of the people are not needed. You just need to keep an eye on Shaolin. Besides, at this point, Guyan's tone was somewhat serious. Old Gao, you must remember, if you're discovered, run. Run as fast as you can. Lao Gao could hear the solemnity in Guyan's voice, although he didn't think that the young man he was monitoring could pose any threat to him. But since the young master reminded him, he would naturally remember it in his heart. Okay, young master. Click. Phone turned off. Guyan put away his phone and lay down on the bed, his mind starting to think. In the original novel, the rescued female landlord was also one of the protagonists Shaolin's harem, because of her heroic rescue. So I had a good impression of Shaolin from the beginning, but if I want to say that the two of them completely opened their hearts to each other, we have to talk about a key plot later. Guyan's expression became a little subtle. In addition to Shun Wanner, Shaolin also has a large harem of women, but the one he loves the most is Shun Wanner. However, the strength of this group of female concubines in the later period is also very powerful. It can be said that if it were not for this group of people, then in the original novel, Lung Qingxiu would definitely not have died together with Shaolin due to exhaustion. Think of this. Guyan's eyes flashed with a slight cold light, and he stretched out his hand towards the void and slowly clenched it. The heroines provided a lot of help to Shaolin, and there were many life and death moments, and it was the heroines who resolved the crises for Shaolin. So, preventing these female protagonists from having anything to do with Shaolin is actually a way to weaken the other party's combat effectiveness. Not to mention that he also has a hidden chess move by Shinwaner. With layer upon layer of means being used, Guyan didn't believe that he wouldn't survive to the end. Okay, go to sleep. Yulin community. A man with thick eyebrows, a bloody face, and wearing ragged clothes was lying on a mattress in the attic. He crossed his legs and rested his head on his hands. Looking around curiously, he grinned. Beautiful sister is so nice to me. She even found a place for me to live. Master is right. The women in the city are just the best. Oh, by the way, I think I have a marriage contract. It seems to be with the eldest daughter of the Bai family. No, I already have a beautiful sister. Just as he said this, a pleasant voice came from downstairs. Shaolin, are you cold? Do you want another quilt? Hearing this, Shaolin showed a face like a pig brother. He shouted, it's okay. I'm just fine. Beautiful sister, go to sleep. Okay, you should go to bed early too. After seeing no movement downstairs, Shaolin wiped the tip of his nose with his hand, then laughed cheerfully. Living with a beautiful sister is just like a dream. For the past 10 years, I've been living on that broken mountain, and every day I've seen those sour faces of old men and women. Today, I can finally enjoy life. But I can't keep bothering my beautiful sister. I'll go out and find a job tomorrow. After saying this, Shaolin closed his eyes happily. Downstairs, a woman in pajamas sits at a table. The yellow light from the desk lamp in the corner of the bedroom reflected on the woman's sad face. She clutched one hospital bill after another in her hands. She was 26 years old. Her eyes revealed fatigue and helplessness, and her long hair hung loosely on her shoulders. Under the light, her outline looked particularly tired. The room was filled with a quiet atmosphere, with only the sound of flipping bills and the woman's thoughtful sigh. Some medical reports, drug instructions, and some folded papers were scattered on the table. Mother, Wang Yulan's brows were furrowed, and her eyes revealed anxiety and uneasiness. She closed her eyes, leaned on the table, and tears gradually appeared in the corners of her eyes. She was too tired. Her father died young, and her mother was seriously injured in a car accident half a year ago and was in hospital. The daily medical expenses had almost crushed her. Every day, I just make money and pay back debts, and it seems like almost nothing good happens. Oh no, there's one today. Wang Yulan raised her head, a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Today, she had just returned home from visiting her mother in the hospital when she was harassed by a gangster. Just when she was scared, Shaolin rescued her. The other party's straightforwardness made her feel some favor towards him. So when she heard that he had just arrived and had no place to live, she offered to help him. Only, even if a good thing happened in her life, it still couldn't solve her current problem. That is a large bill from the hospital, if you still can't afford it. So her mother, Wang Yulan murmured to herself, and before she knew it, she closed her eyes again and slowly fell asleep on the table. Chapter 27. The Embarrassed Lung Qingxiu. Midnight. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Guyan was awakened by some slight rubbing sounds. He opened his eyes blearily. What's that noise? Guyan stood up from the bed with a headache. The sound is like turning pages of a book. Wait a minute. When Guyan thought of this, he lost all sleepiness and his eyes widened slightly. No way. Could be our Qingxiu. Guyan opened his phone and took a look. Zwei Wutzin nachts. No way, you were still awake so late? Thinking of this, Guyan tiptoed to open the door, and sure enough, the first thing he saw when he opened the door was a faint light coming from the crack under the study door in front of him. What? Guyan sighed lightly. Qingxiu was really working too hard, even though I know that the other party doesn't want to stop for a moment because of revenge. But if I continue like this, my body will definitely collapse first. Moreover, Guyan said that he would also help Lung Qingxiu find out the truth of what happened that year, even if it is not mentioned in the original book at all. Thinking of this, in order to prevent his good wife from getting exhausted first, Guyan quietly walked downstairs. 10 minutes later, in the study, there was a book emitting black smoke on Lung Qingxiu's desk. She opened her eyes, revealing a pair of eyes engraved with special runes. Lung Qingxiu seemed to be able to see the contents of the book. Her fingers flipped the pages of the book, and bursts of black smoke floated from the book into Lung Qingxiu's eyes. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the book flickered slightly. Lung Qingxiu's expression changed. She closed her eyes and quickly put a normal book on the table. Brush! The books disappeared in an instant. Immediately following. Click! The door of the study was slightly pushed open. Guyan pushed the door open and walked in. Qingxiu, why aren't you asleep yet? His helpless voice rang into Lung Qingxiu's ears. Hearing the voice, Lung Qingxiu's heart slowly relaxed. She said in a light tone, because I don't want to sleep. Nonsense, I can tell you're tired. Look at the dark circles around your eyes. They look like they were smoked. Guyan put the things he had prepared on the table. Then he looked at Lung Qingxiu with dark circles under his eyes with heartache. Hearing this, Lung Qingxiu was silent for a while. She couldn't say that she was practicing some weird secret technique just now, right? But even if I told him, I'm afraid Guyan wouldn't believe it. After all, he is just an ordinary person and doesn't know much about the world of warriors. So, you didn't sleep either. And what did you make? Lung Qingxiu seemed to smell a hint of sweetness and asked curiously. Guyan casually moved a chair and sat next to Lung Qingxiu. Then he picked up the bowl on the table, scooped a spoonful with a spoon, and said with a smile, I made brown sugar ginger water. The weather has been dropping quite a bit lately, and it's early morning when the yin energy is strong. It would be bad if you caught a cold, Qingxiu. Come, I'll give you some. Hearing this, Lung Qingxiu felt a little amused. Ever since she started practicing this strange secret book, her body is no longer afraid of the cold. In other words, Lung Qingxiu's body temperature had long been different from that of a normal person due to practicing the secret book. Thinking of this, Lung Qingxiu shook his head indifferently. No, I'm not cold. Upon hearing this, Guyan put down the spoon and held Lung Qingxiu's small hand. Feeling the coldness of her palm, he felt even more distressed. What nonsense are you talking about? Your hands are so cold, and you still say you're not cold. As he said that, Guyan quickly took off his coat and put on Lung Qingxiu. Lung Qingxiu pretended to resist, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. She felt a warmth in her heart. I didn't expect that Guyan would specially cook a bowl of brown sugar ginger water for me. It was clearly the middle of the night, and he must be very sleepy too. When Lung Qingxiu thought of this, an unknown feeling surged in her heart. She said, go to bed quickly. I said, I'm not cold anymore. No, I have to sit here and feed you before I leave. It's not good for a girl to catch a cold. You didn't eat much for dinner. Guyan shook his head, then sat down, scooped a spoonful of brown sugar water, and handed it to Lung Qingxiu's mouth. If Lung Qingxiu had eyes, she would definitely roll her eyes. She snorted softly, if I don't think it tastes good, just take it and go back to sleep. When Guyan heard this, his face lit up with joy, and he slowly fed it to Lung Qingxiu. Okay, sure. Seeing Lung Qingxiu frowning as if he was savoring something, Guyan asked with some anticipation, is it delicious? I put too much sugar and turned up the heat too high. It's just okay. Lung Qingxiu said expressionlessly. How is that possible? My cooking skills are god level. Pure love partner feels happy and enjoys the drink. Points +1. Guyen was slightly stunned. Oh, he understood. Love is playing tricks on me again, isn't it? Okay. Guyen looked at Lung Qingxiu, then looked at the spoon in his hand. Then he thought a good way to play it. As for Lung Qingxiu, when she saw that Guyen had stopped talking, she knew that he was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but chuckle in her heart. Humph, who told you to say my cooking skills are bad? Okay, it's about time I told him I was just joking. As a result, Lung Qingxiu just opened his mouth. Gah. Huh? How could that be? Let me use this spoon to taste this saltiness. Guyen shouted exaggeratedly. Now, it was Lung Qingxiu's turn to be stunned. Wait, what did he say? Taste it with a spoon? Wait. Lung Qingxiu quickly stood up and stretched out his hand to stop Guyen. Her face turned red instantly. That spoon. She had just used it. As a result, she didn't see anyone in front of her. Instead, the sound came from behind, and it was the sound of drinking soup. Slurp, slurp. It's sweet and smooth in the mouth, with a hint of unknown sweetness on the spoon. It's perfect with my brown sugar water. Qingxiu, tell me, how could you think such delicious brown sugar water doesn't taste good? Guyen put down the spoon, finished savoring the food, and then looked at Lung Qingxiu, who had turned around with a dazed expression. You really used the spoon I drank from? Lung Qingxiu's expression looked a little strange, and he asked in a tone as if he was suppressing something. Hearing this, Guyen looked at the spoon he had just sucked thoroughly, then smiled at Lung Qingxiu and said, Yeah, and you licked it very clean. Thank you for the treat. Lung Qingxiu was shocked and felt extremely embarrassed. She had never thought that there would be such a perverted person in the world. You. Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath, picked up the crutch beside her, and then waved it towards Guyen with an embarrassed and angry look on her face. You drool-eating perverted sex maniac. Pavet. Lung Qingxiu never dreamed that he would encounter such a thing. This completely destroyed the calm state of mind she had cultivated over the years. Guyen was dumbfounded. Hiss. Wait, Qingxiu, are you serious? Bang. Nonsense. I have nothing more to say to a perverted sex maniac like you. Murdering my husband. You. What dear husband? Stop yelling. Stop this tuabing ling air. At this time, the other side of the room, Lung Linger, wearing pajamas, looked at the ceiling with dark circles under her eyes. She felt like crying, but had no tears when she heard what her sister said. No, I was woken up a long time ago. Do you guys always have such exciting fun late at night? Chapter 28, please, don't find out. Early the next morning, Lung Qingxiu ate breakfast in small bites with a cold face. She said she didn't want to pay any attention to Guyen, the big pervert. Guyen also lowered his head in embarrassment. Ahem, Qingxiu, please don't be angry. I was too confused last night, so I did that. It would have been fine if she hadn't said anything. As soon as she did, Lung Qingxiu got angry again. She looked up at Guyen and sneered, haha. Qingxiu, shut up, I don't want to talk to you now. Oh, Lung Linger was eating breakfast, her eyes darting left and right between Guyen and Lung Qingxiu. A cold sweat broke out on her back. Wait, what on earth did these two do last night? No way. Could this really be something like what she read in a romance novel? No, if something like that really happened between my sister and Guyen, then what status would she still have in this family? No, you're such a pervert. Lung Linger blushed and shouted at Guyen, who looked confused. Then he picked up the dishes and ran towards the kitchen. Question mark. What is this kid talking about? Hey, speak clearly, little brat. Guyen quickly stood up. This was not something that could be said. Because, oh, what did you do to Ling? Sure enough, Lung Qingxiu's cold words pierced Guyen's ears. His face froze, and he laughed. Well, do you believe me when I say I know nothing? Considering what you did last night, I really don't know whether I should believe you. Lung Qingxiu naturally knew in her heart that Guyen would not do anything to Lung Linger, but she just wanted to play a trick on Guyen. Humph. It was the other party who kept teasing her. Please really believe me. Guyen sighed helplessly suddenly. He seemed to have seen something, and after a light exclamation, he moved closer to Lung Qingxiu. Feeling the familiar smell coming towards her, Lung Qingxiu's heart was in turmoil. She asked with a cold face, What do you want to do? Although his face was cold, a hint of panic was still revealed in his tone. However, Guyen, who had discovered the miraculous thing, did not notice it, but asked curiously, Qingxiu, Are you using any skincare products recently? Skincare products? I never use those things. Lung Qingxiu thought Guyan was going to ask something. This is how it feels. Oh, that's strange. You had really dark circles under your eyes last night. But how come they're gone this morning? Also, your skin condition has improved recently. It feels better than when I first met you. Guyan was somewhat surprised by his discovery. No way. Could a beauty become more beautiful day by day? What kind of physique is this? Dark circles can disappear automatically overnight. When Lung Qingxiu heard Guyan's words, he cried out his heart. Oh no. I had dark circles under my eyes because I was practicing evil techniques last night. But Guyan didn't know. She quickly turned her head away and stood up, saying in a panic, No, I don't know. Don't get so close to me. Lung Qingxiu tried her best not to let Guyan see her face when she spoke. She said, Aren't you going to send Linger to school? Go quickly. I haven't finished eating yet. Eat. If I can't kill you, I'll go back to the study first. Lung Qingxiu said casually, then picked up the crutch accurately and walked upstairs under Guyan's strange gaze. Qingxiu was able to climb the stairs on her own before? Guyan was a little surprised. Yes, this was her home, so it was normal for her to go up and down the stairs by herself. No wonder Qingxiu always said that she could walk. Her feelings were real. Guyan shook his head and let go of the strange feeling in his heart. But as he was eating, an idea popped into his mind. That is, the original novel does not explain how Lung Qingxiu cultivated to become a grandmaster. The only time she appeared was when Lung Linger died. That time, all the readers didn't know that the other party would be the final villain. When Lung Linger saw her sister leaving, she trotted all the way to Guyan. Hey, Gu, what were you doing with my sister last night? Guyan was interrupted by Lung Linger's voice, and he turned around to look at her. Seeing Lung Linger's nervous expression, he casually replied, It's just a matter between lovers, kids, don't meddle in it. As soon as these words were spoken, boom, Lung Linger's brain froze. She bit her lip tightly and looked at Guyan with tears in her eyes. You too. Are you really doing something that will give birth to a baby? Wah. No, what's on your mind, little brat? Guyan was speechless for a moment. Are all children so precocious these days? What is that? I am impressed. I just made a bowl of brown sugar water. At this time, study. Click. Lung Qingxiu closed the door and leaned against it. She covered her chest and breathed slightly. Her hands were clenched tightly together, and her expression became somewhat painful. No, I have to be more careful. If Guyan discovered his secret, then Lung Qingxiu didn't know what to do. Night was her biggest secret, but Guyan, it has to be said that she seemed to have some feelings for Guyan, but he was just an ordinary person after all. She couldn't involve the other party because the forces 5 years ago were too numerous and too powerful. Guyan is an ordinary person, and he would surely die if he stepped in. Moreover, you must not let the other party know your secrets. You must not let the other party know how you practice. If Guyan really discovered her secret, then she didn't know what she would do to Guyan. I don't know what kind of expression Guyan will look at her with when he finds out. Please, don't find out. Lung Qingxiu had a sad expression and muttered to himself. What no one noticed was, on the roof of the Lung family's house, Mei Shui's figure appeared there. She slowly removed the cloth covering her eyes and opened a pair of eyes that had no whites and were completely black. She looked ahead at Guyan and Lung Linger, who had already walked out of their home and were about to go to school. When she felt that there was no energy fluctuation on Guyan's body, she murmured to herself, What? Just an ordinary person. Although she said that, her hand was tightly gripping the strip of cloth, and she looked at Guyan without any emotion in her eyes. But how could such a man cause his master so much distress? Even I. Mei Shui covered her chest with her hands, her expression becoming extremely sad. Even I felt the sadness in the master's heart. Is it because of this man? Are we afraid that he'll discover our secret? Mei Shui couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Why did the master marry this man? And why did he ask her to secretly investigate and eliminate factors that were unfavorable to this man? What secrets does this man have? When Mei Shui thought of this, she covered herself with the cloth again and gradually disappeared into the shadows. No matter what, if I find out that this man has betrayed and deceived his master, then I will risk my life to get rid of him at all costs. Jianghai High School. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Study hard. Guyan looked at Leng Linger helplessly. She called him brother-in-law affectionately because they were in front of their friends. This little brat? Oh, there's really nothing I can do about her. Guyan shook his head and then rolled up the car window. His expression gradually became more subtle. Lao Gao, go to Zhanghai Hospital. Okay, master. Lao Gao, note that. According to Guyen, Shaolin had indeed gone out to look for a job this morning. And I saw the security guard recruitment notice of Shun Weiner Pharmaceutical Company. Even though the other company was about to go bankrupt, the World Correction Force still allowed Shaolin to work as a security guard in Shin Wanner's company. We drove on the road for a while. Lao Gao then whispered, Master, someone is following us. And he's a very powerful person. As a master, one of the few masters in this world, Lao Gao can naturally sense some subtle auras. Even though the other party was hiding very secretly, Lao Gao could still feel it. When Guyen heard this, he nodded indifferently. Yeah, I know. Don't worry about her. Lao Gao was slightly stunned when he heard this. He looked through the rearview mirror at Guyen's nonchalant expression. Then he looked away, feeling a little surprised. Young master, can you feel it? Even I could only slightly sense that hidden aura, but the young master actually said that he knew it. Young master, isn't he an ordinary person? Lao Gao felt that he was a bodyguard in vain. When did the young master have this ability? As for Guyen, he had already felt this aura when he was at the Long family. It was a cold but somewhat familiar breath. Maybe it's because I practiced the universe pure love technique. So not only his own physique is getting stronger, but his own perception ability is also getting stronger. Of course, the other party is not an enemy. Just read it in conjunction with the original work. Guyen could guess the other party's identity. It is most likely Lung Qingqiu's subordinate, Mei Shui. He is a member of the ancient martial arts organization, Yi. The opponent has a ghostly complexion, extraordinary skills, and his martial arts skills can help her hide in the shadows. In the original novel, he has always been Lung Qingqiu's right-hand man, and of course his ending is also tragic. First, the younger brother he had been looking for was killed. Then the protagonist Xiao Lin found a way to restrain the shadow technique and killed him. What Guyen didn't expect was that the other party was already beside Lung Qingqiu. It is said in the original book that when the dagger appears, the world becomes dark. All the staff at night only recognize daggers. Only recognize the dagger. Night? Hey, wait a minute. Guyen was thinking about it when he was suddenly stunned. He thought of Lung Qingqiu's recent condition. Dark circles, night dagger, plum snow. Hiss. No way. No way. Guyen took a deep breath. The original novel does not say how Lung Qingqiu practiced. So Guyen always thought that Lung Qingqiu was very weak now. But it seems so. Lung Qingqiu has already inherited the organization, so the other party has already started practicing. Guyen suddenly understood. When I think of Lung Qingqiu's evasive look, he found it somewhat amusing. Haha, I see. Guyen's eyes became gentle. Although there is no evidence to prove it, I don't know why. But he could more or less guess what Lung Qingqiu was thinking. The other party most likely did not want to involve him in the Lung family's extermination. She thought that she could find the real murderer secretly and eliminate him by herself. Fool. Guyen smiled lightly and closed his eyes. Then, I should speed up the progress here, so that both of us can live a good and happy life. Chapter 29. First, meeting the original female, second Wang Yulan. Actually, I am your mother's student. T&I Pharmaceutical is a group company of the Shun family, and its main product is skincare cosmetics. Because of her relationship with Guyen, Shun Wanner inherited T&I Pharmaceutical Company as expected. And under her leadership, T&I Pharmaceutical Company also achieved a brilliant result of a market value of $2 billion. But now, there are rumors that this company is about to go bankrupt. In the president's office. Mom, I know it's just a little problem. I'll fix it quickly. Dad, what are you talking about? How could I possibly ask Guyen for help? What? You said you know everything about Xiaodian. Click. Shin Wanner hung up the phone with a tired look in her eyes. She no longer looked as refined as before, and the office was in a mess. The ground was covered with rummaged-through papers and fallen trash. Because there were rumors within the company that the company was going bankrupt and couldn't pay salaries, even the cleaning staff quit their jobs. Why is this happening? Shin Wanner covered her head with both hands, and her breathing became slightly rapid. Everything was just as Guyen said. Their company was about to go bankrupt. Internal employees may have already heard some news, so they gathered under the company building to complain and make trouble. But Shin Wanner had no choice at all. She has no money to pay her employees. For some reason, Shin Wanner felt a sense of frustration and giving up for the first time. Because Guyen used to listen to her so much and treat her so well. All business resources were focused on her. It is not an exaggeration to describe her first half of life as smooth sailing. And everything that happened now made her feel caught off guard and powerless. Buzz. Her cell phone kept receiving messages from her family blaming her for not accepting Gu Yan's proposal. On one hand, there was the lack of understanding from his family, and on the other hand, there was Gu Yan's cold look. For a moment, tears began to flow from Shun Wanner's eyes. When had she ever suffered such injustice? Damn it, damn it, damn it, Shun Wanner growled in a low voice. And at this time, Dong Dong, Boss Shun, the troublemakers have been chased away by the newly hired security guards. Are you okay? Shun Wanner's personal secretary Zhang Qing stood outside the door, knocking on it and asking worriedly. She has been following Shun Wanner for a long time. Having witnessed Shun Wanner's glorious moments, she admired and respected her immensely. Zhang Qing heard the choked and low, sobbing voices coming from the house from outside. She said she had never seen Mr. Shan like this before. For a moment, Zhang Qing felt a surge of resentment towards Gu Yan. She more or less knew the reason. If Gu Yan had not ordered other companies to backstab TNI Pharmaceutical, President Shun would not have encountered such a disaster. All this is because of Gu Yan. This made her, who already had no good impression of Gu Yan, feel even more disgusted with him. Hear the sound outside. Shun Wanner wiped her tears and then said with all her might, "It's okay. Come in, Zhang Qing." The next second, Zhang Qing walked in. Seeing Shun Wanner with tired eyes and slightly red eyes, her heart couldn't help but ached. Shun Wanner took a deep breath. She had just heard some good news, so she asked, "Zhang Qing, what did you just say?" Everyone gathered downstairs at the company was driven away. Who did this? Another reason why Shun Wanner felt headache and panic was those former employees who gathered together to cause trouble after knowing that they could not get their wages. This not only had a great impact on their group, Shun Wanner was also afraid that the other party would rush directly into her office. Zhang Qing's eyes lit up when she heard this. She said, "Boss Shun, it was a newly hired security guard. He seemed to be well-trained. He knocked down the ringleader in just a few moves. Oh, by the way, his name is Shaolin. He just arrived in Shanghai City and is desperate to find a job, so he came to us." Hearing this, Shun Wanner felt a little relieved, and her eyes showed curiosity about Shaolin. Who is this person? So powerful? There were not just a few people causing trouble downstairs, but dozens of people. How could he drive them all away by himself? This made Shun Wanner subconsciously ask, "Where is he?" "Oh, it's in the security room." "Okay, bring him to me." Oh. See Zhang Qing leave. Shun Wanner finally breathed a sigh of relief. When I meet this guy named Shaolin later, if he is really powerful, then she wouldn't have to worry about the mob breaking into her office. However, this is not a long-term solution. And the 3-day deadline given by Gu Yan is about to arrive. Shun Wanner was not sure whether the other party would really arrest her brother and put him in jail if she had not paid back the money after the extension. Why? There was immense pain and resistance in Shun Wanner's eyes. Does that mean I really have to go to Gu Yan and beg for mercy? Shanghai Hospital. A beautiful figure hurried to the inpatient department. Wang Yulan ran to the front desk and said to the nurse, panting slightly, I'm here to visit the patient in room 302. Wang Yulan felt a little annoyed because she was delayed for work today. That's why I came a little late. Oh, 302. The nurse opened the system and looked at it, then looked up and smiled. You are Wang Lan's family member, right? Someone has already gone in to visit. Wang Yulan nodded. Yes, it is Han. She was stunned and said, wait a minute. Has anyone gone in to visit? Who is it? But how is it possible? For so long, no one except her has come to visit her mother. Who is it? Does he have a name? Wang Yulan asked anxiously. The nurse was stunned and thought, aren't they together? So he replied, I don't know his name, but he's a man. He claims to be Wang Lan's student. Student? Wang Yulan was startled. That's right. My mother used to be a high school teacher, but her students never came to visit her. How could it be? Wang Yulan suppressed her doubts and thanked him repeatedly. Okay, thank you. After saying that, he ran towards the ward. In front of ward 302. As soon as Wang Yulan walked here, she heard a gentle and choked voice coming from inside. Teacher Wang, I'm here to see you. I was overseas and just came back this year. I went back to my alma mater to look for you, but I learned that you had been in a car accident. It's really unfair. Teacher, do you know that the naughtiest student in your class is back? I still remember that you always held my hand. You smiled and told me that studying wasn't the only way out, but it was the easiest way out. It was you who helped me get out of my muddled state step by step. I returned home wanting to thank you and repay you, but I never expected something like this would happen to you. Teacher Wong, please wake up and look at the students. I really want you to know that I have made it. Just as Guyen was choking and speaking. Click. Wang Yulan's eyes were slightly red, and she pushed the door open with her lips pursed. For a while, Guyen seemed to have just discovered that Wang Yulan had arrived. He raised his head, and when he saw Wang Yulan, his expression froze for a moment. Then, as if she had realized something, she quickly wiped away her tears with her arms. Then he stood up, took a deep breath, and looked at the other person with a forced smile. Hello, I didn't know someone came to visit Teacher Wang today. Since you're here, I'll leave. Guyen took one last look at Wang Lan, who was lying on the hospital bed with her eyes closed, wearing a respirator and full of tubes. Then he prepared to leave reluctantly and sadly. However, just when he missed Wang Yulan and was about to go out, brush. Wang Yulan reached out and held Guyen. Please wait a moment. Her voice was trembling. It worked. The corners of Guyen's mouth curled up slightly, but soon subsided. He looked at Wang Yulan with some sadness and asked in a low voice, What's wrong, young lady? Are you really my mother's student? Wang Yulan raised her head and looked at Guyen with red eyes. Her voice trembled and her arms were shaking. She didn't expect it. After so long, one of her mother's former students actually came to visit her. If her mother were still awake, she would definitely feel relieved, right? When Guyen heard this, his expression gradually changed from sadness to shock. Then he closed his eyes again. He seemed to be holding back something and said in a hoarse voice, Since Teacher Wang is your mother, then your name must be Wang Yulan, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Yulan's heart trembled, and she asked tremblingly, How? How did you know? The next second, Guyen opened his eyes. He looked at the unconscious Wang Lan and uttered a sad voice. Teacher Wang always told us how outstanding her daughter, Wang Yulan, was. How smart, kind, and filial he is. She also said her daughter's dream is to get into Kyoto University. When he said this, I could feel the joy radiating from Teacher Wang's face. Call. Feel sorry. Guyen took a deep breath and looked at Wang Yulan with an apologetic look. A tear fell from his eye. Why are you visiting Teacher Wang so late? I'm so sorry. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Yulan's heart trembled suddenly. It was like all the emotions that had been pinned up for a long time burst out. It's like he's always been alone, but now a second person knows about his mother's situation. She seemed to recall the smile on her mother's face when she was still conscious. The other party will also often mention the students he has taught at home. Whenever he mentioned his students, there was always a smile on his face, which made others happy as well. Wang Yulan couldn't bear it any longer. Ugh, ugh, oh. She burst into tears, her voice filled with both sadness and joy. The grieving mother had no idea that her students were visiting her. Mother Joy's students still remember her. Guyen looked at the crying Wang Yulan, and his expression also became very sad. He couldn't help but reach out and gently hugged Wang Yulan. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Guyen's voice was full of apology and sincerity. Wang Yulan felt this warm embrace. She did not struggle, but lay in Guyen's arms and cried even more sadly. She cried and choked up as she said, It's okay. Thank you. It's really okay. Guyen quietly hugged Wang Yulan, letting her vent the grievances that had accumulated for so long. Only, what Wang Yulan didn't discover was, I don't know when it started. Guyen's sad expression gradually disappeared. Instead, he put on a calm and indifferent look. He glanced indifferently at the second female lead in the original novel, Wang Yulan, who was lying in his arms. Because of his mother's death and Xiao Lin's care and comfort. That's why the other party fell in love with Xiao Lin completely and became a great fighting force for the other party. At the last moment in the original novel, it was because she used her own abilities to sacrifice herself that Xiao Lin in the original novel was able to break through the bottleneck and reach the peak of Grandmaster. That's why this forced Lung Qingxiu to die together with Xiao Lin. It can be said that Wang Yulan is also a very key role. The conclusion is, it is absolutely impossible to let the other party fall in love with the original protagonist Xiao Lin again and provide that crucial help. To achieve this goal, I will use any means necessary. After Wang Yulan finished crying and venting her feelings, she seemed to feel much better. Her eyes were still red. She moved a stool for Guyen and pulled him to sit in front of her mother's bed. Because she had just cried in Guyen's arms, Wang Yulan felt a little embarrassed, and she didn't dare to look at Guyen. It was Guyen who started the conversation first. He reached out and held Wang Lan, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, then looked at Wang Yulan and sighed softly. When did this happen? Hearing this, Wang Yulan's eyes dimmed, and her tone revealed anger and despair about what happened that year. It was half a year ago. My mother was riding her bicycle home, as usual. When she was crossing the road, she was hit by a car that ran a red light. My mother fell into a coma on the spot. Luckily, the rescue was timely and his life was saved. But, the doctor said, when Wang Yulan said this, her voice couldn't help but choke up. She looked at Wang Lan and choked up. But they said my mother might never wake up again. Also, he needs constant treatment to stay alive every day. 2 months ago, the doctor advised me not to try to save my life, saying it would be futile. But I can't give up. This is my mother. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I must persevere. When Wang Yulan said this, she couldn't help crying again. She didn't say that the cost of 1 day's treatment plus the hospitalization fee was very expensive, so expensive that she couldn't pay it back even if she worked 4 jobs a day. Even though Wang Yulan noticed that Gu Yin seemed to be very rich, she didn't say anything. After all, she had borrowed all the money she could, and her relatives and friends had long avoided her like the plague. She didn't want this student, the only one who still remembered her mother, to stop visiting her. If that's the case, I'm afraid her mother won't agree even if she wakes up. No matter what, I can't do that. Then, Gu Yin comforted Wang Yulan again and listened to the pain and suffering she had experienced in recent years. It turned out that the person who hit Wang Lan was the eldest son of a second-tier family in Jianghai City. Even if he was found fully responsible, he would only be awarded 100,000 yuan in compensation. But the 100,000 yuan had already been used up, and the subsequent treatment costs had already reached several 100,000 yuan. Wang Yulan went to look for them, but there was nothing she could do. She was desperate. Because she didn't want her mother to die like this, Wang Yulan started working 4 jobs a day. The purpose is to keep his mother alive until she wakes up. Before leaving, Wang Yulan's emotions have stabilized. She stood at the door of the ward with a gentle expression and thanked Gu Yin. Thank you for remembering my mother. Thank you, Gu Yin. Gu Yin waved his hand and smiled slightly, as if radiating a warm light. It's okay, Sister Yulan. You can call me for help if you need anything, because I have always respected teacher Wang Lan since we were in school. Wang Yulan naturally would not bother Gu Yin. After all, he was her mother's student. No matter what she did, she could not let this rare friendship be destroyed because of her repeated requests. So she shook her head and smiled. No, it's okay. I can handle it by myself. Gu Yin nodded when he heard this. He looked at the time on his wristwatch and said, Okay, in that case, I'll be leaving first. Come on, Sister Yulan. I believe teacher Wang will get better. Well, thank you. Wang Yulan felt warm in her heart and nodded. Come downstairs. Gu Yin looked up at the inpatient department, then picked up his phone and made a call. Hello, is this Dean Pu? There's a patient named Wang Lan in Ward 302 of our hospital. All her medical expenses are waived for me. By the way, remember to write down that someone handed it in. Hang up the phone. The corners of Gu Yan's mouth rose slightly. There was a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. In fact, this Jianghai hospital is a grade A hospital opened by their Gu family. As the eldest son of the Gu family, it is still easy to avoid one person's medical expenses. Okay, the plan has officially begun. Shaolin, I'm really looking forward to meeting you formally. Chapter 30 Actor Gu Yan, Air Voting System. Jianghai Hospital. Inpatient department payment window. What? You mean all the medical bills I owed have been paid off? Wang Yulan looked at the nurse at the window, who was checking her medical expenses with a shocked expression. That's right, Ms. Wang. The system shows that your fees have been fully paid 2 hours ago. The nurse smiled and nodded. She also knew the family of the patient in room 302. After all, the other party has been in the inpatient department for half a year. Everyone knows each other's family situation. So even if the other party is unable to pay the medical expenses in one go, their hospital director will turn a blind eye. But what I didn't expect was that not long ago, some kind-hearted person actually paid off all the debts that Wang Yulan had owed. He also advanced 2 million yuan from the other party's account for subsequent treatment. It can be said that Wang Yulan and her family have definitely met a noble person. This, can you tell me who paid for it? Wang Yulan's tone was a little excited, her hands tightly grasping the table in front of the window, and her suppressed mood seemed to improve. She really didn't expect that someone would actually pay off their previous medical expenses. Wang Yulan is not the kind of person who accepts other people's kindness without being grateful. As long as she finds the person who helps them, she is willing to do whatever the other person wants her to do. The nurse was a little embarrassed when she heard Wang Yulan's words. She shook her head and said, "I'm so sorry, Miss Wang. I wasn't the one at the window before, so I don't know who settled the bill. And, generally speaking, we don't record other people's names and information." At this point, the nurse suddenly spoke up again. "By the way, that kind-hearted person also transferred 2 million yuan to your mother's account. Ms. Wang, are you okay?" The nurse looked at Wang Yulan, who was stunned, with some concern. "What's wrong with him? Wouldn't it be nice if someone paid off their debt?" "No, it's okay. I'm going out for a while." Wang Yulan came to her senses, shook her head, and then walked out of the hospital, suppressing her excitement. Arrived at the hospital gate. A ray of sunlight shone on her face. Wang Yulan raised her head and used her hands to slightly block the sunlight. Looking at the clear blue sky, Wang Yulan seemed a little absent-minded. It's a sunny day today. And just when Wang Yulan was enjoying this happy moment, hospital senior management, Gu Yin stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window with an expressionless face. He looked down at Wang Yulan with calm eyes, as she looked relaxed and at someone she hadn't seen in a long time. "Are you happy? You will have a happier time later. Just consider it. Compensation for depriving you of your original plot." Gu Yin muttered to himself. Then he picked up his phone and made a call. As the plan says, prepare for action. Click. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open. A kind old man in a white coat walked in with a stack of information. He looked at Gu Yan's back as he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The image of Gu Tianming, the head of the Gu family when he was young, suddenly popped up in my mind. Haha, he really is worthy of being that man's son. Gu Yan also heard the noise and put down his phone. When he turned his head, his expressionless face was covered with a gentle and sunny smile. "Good afternoon, Grandpa Pooh. I came to visit my teacher today. I haven't visited you for a long time, so I came to sit with you. I hope I don't disturb you." Gu Yan's humble and polite appearance instantly won Pu Songlin's favor. He placed the materials in his hand on the table, then walked to Gu Yan amiably. "Don't bother me. Don't bother me. I'm almost retired. What can I do?" "But Xiao Gu, I didn't expect you to still remember an old guy like me. You obviously hated me the most when you were little. After all, I was a scary doctor in your eyes." Pu Songlin missed the past a little bit. Gu Yan was born in Jianghai Hospital at that time. I didn't expect it to be so big in a blink of an eye. He has been following Gu Yan's news over the years, but his reputation has not been very good. Things like bootlicker and rebellious son. This made him extremely disappointed in Gu Yan. But now it seems that the other party is not as unsightly as the rumors say. "Haha, I was ignorant when I was a kid. Please forgive me, Grandpa Pooh." Gu Yan smiled slightly and exchanged a few pleasantries. "Father has always missed you, Grandpa Pooh, but he has been unable to get away because of family matters. I'm just here to see you on his behalf." Pu Songlin felt very relieved after hearing this. I was also very moved. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Xiao Gu, you said you came to visit the teacher? Are you the Wang Lan from 302 who called me earlier to waive my hospital bill?" Pu Songlin also had some impression of the patient in room 302. After all, the other party has been living in this hospital for half a year. The medical expenses were delayed for a long time, but the good thing was that the other party's daughter would pay off the debt in installments. Although the progress is slow, he is not a heartless person. In addition, this hospital is run by the Gu family, so there are not so many strict rules. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Keeping 302 patients in the hospital is just adding one more bed. Besides, the Gu family really doesn't lack this little money. Hearing what Dean Pu said, Gu Yan also made a sad expression. He took a deep breath and looked at the scenery outside the French window with a sad look. His voice trembled slightly. "Well, Wang Lan is my teacher. I learned that she had been in a car accident and was in the hospital. Her husband had died, and she had only one daughter who had just graduated a few years ago. Her life was very hard. That's why I chose to waive the other party's medical expenses. This can be considered as repaying her for the kindness she gave me back then." Pu Songlin was deeply moved by Gu Yan's words. He patted Gu Yan's shoulder with satisfaction and pride. "Good boy. I was right about you back then. You are indeed Gu Tianming's son. Your father will definitely be proud of you." Pu Songlin looked at the grown-up child in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel extremely angry towards those who spread the rumors. Such a good child was actually described as a bootlicker and an unfilial son. This is really too much. Do you really think that we, the elders, don't exist? Gu Yan nodded, and then seemed to have thought of something. He specifically warned Dean Pu. "By the way, Dean, please don't tell Teacher Wang's daughter that I paid off their debt. I don't want to affect my relationship with them. He didn't finish his words. Pu Songlin nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Okay, I will definitely keep it a secret for you. He is neither arrogant nor impetuous, and he has such filial piety. Well, he's a good kid. It seems, wait until the family gathering. As for the heir to the Gu family group, I will definitely vote for Gu Yan. Chapter 31 Brainstorming. That's right. Gujia Group is a large and powerful company. Although Gu Yan is the only heir of the Gu family, in order to prevent the new heir from being an uneducated muggle. Therefore, at the end of each year, the Gu family would invite the heads of their own businesses and even bigwigs from all walks of life to hold a family gathering together. At the gathering, the heads of each company under their name can vote for their successor. If the veto votes are greater than the yes votes, then after 3 consecutive rejections, Gu Yan will lose the qualification to be the heir of the Gu family group. In the past 2 years, Gu Yan had been rejected twice. That is, if it is rejected again this year, Gu Yan will completely lose the qualification to become the heir of the Gu family group. Instead, they will vote again to elect a new heir. This is the tradition that the Gujia group has been carrying out to this day. Of course, Gu Yan is also a weirdo and was vetoed twice in a row. You can imagine how much of a jerk and disappointing he was back then. Gu Yan smiled on the surface, but in fact he was also considering the voting system for the year-end family gathering. According to the original plot, at the end of this year, Gu Yan will lose his qualification to become the heir of the Gu family group due to the voting system. It was also because of this that Shun Wanner, who had always treated Gu Yan as a backup, became even colder towards him. Gu Yan also became more extreme because Shun Wanner kept getting closer to Shaolin. He even tried to kidnap Shun Wanner, but in the end, Shaolin resolved the crisis, giving the protagonist a chance to show off. That's why the bad ending happened where he was killed by Shaolin. This is a bit scary just thinking about it. Can clap. Only, Gu Yan glanced at Old Man Pooh, who was impressed by his current acting skills. Gu Yan, you can't laugh at this time. Otherwise, I really want to laugh out loud. Gu Yan lowered his head. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and his shoulders began to tremble with endurance. Gu Yan, what's wrong with you? Pu Songlin thought Gu Yan was sick, so he asked with some concern. It's okay, Grandpa Pooh. I just felt incredibly sad when I thought about how my teacher had become. Gu Yan covered his mouth, looked at Grandpa Pooh and shook his head, then let the upturned corners of his mouth go down. He put his hand down, took a deep breath, and said, It's getting late. I'll go back first. Grandpa Pooh, please take care of yourself. I still want you to attend my wedding. Gu Yan's words warmed Pu Songlin's heart. This child, I didn't expect that the child I watched grow up back then is now preparing to get married. I don't know who I'm going to marry, though. Okay, I'll definitely go. Pu Songlin nodded. After saying a few more words, Gu Yan left. Arrived at the hospital entrance. Lao Gao had been waiting in the car for a long time. After Gu Yan got in the car, boom, the car starts. Driving on the road. Lao Gao looked at Gu Yan through the rearview mirror with a strange look in his eyes. He had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Although he knew it was not a good idea to ask, he still couldn't help asking, Master, is that person named Wang Lan really your teacher? Others may not know, but as Gu Yan's personal bodyguard, how could Lao Gao not know? I have never been to my young master's school many times, let alone have any deep feelings with the teachers. Hearing this, Gu Yan gave the other person a look that said, Are you an idiot? He showed a nasty face and waved his hand, saying, How is that possible? I only learned Wang Lan's name today from the inpatient list. Don't ask so many questions, Lao Gao. Concentrate on driving and preparing for tonight's performance. After Gu Yan finished speaking, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It seems like he was thinking of something fun to do in the evening. From time to time, a low laugh would come out of his mouth. Oh, Lao Gao replied in a daze. He looked at Gu Yan, who was laughing. For some reason, he felt a little strange. Young master, do you know that you look like the villain described in the novel? Lao Gao shook his head and said, Forget it. The young master has changed. At least he feels that he is much better than the young master before. This is fine, as long as I know that I am the young master's most loyal bodyguard. No matter what the young master becomes, Lao Gao said he will follow the young master. Only, Lao Gao looked at Gu Yan in the rearview mirror with shame and saw that his expression suddenly became sad. Master, do you have a split personality? You laugh and cry at the same time. Gu Yan sighed. His sadness was naturally not because he felt sorry for Wang Yulan's family. The reason for his sadness and annoyance was, uh, because we need to take protective measures for the future. So I have no choice but to not go to Qingqiu today. Although I have asked my aunt to cook for Qingqiu, will the dishes she cooks suit Qingqiu's taste? The other party is used to my god-level cooking skills. Poor Qingqiu's stomach. Qingqiu, I miss you so much. When I'm not with you, I feel like ants are crawling all over my body. Just let me breathe you in. Just one breath, and I'll be refreshed. Next time when I go out to do something, can I ask Qingqiu for something that has her flavor? Whenever I think of her, I take a deep breath. That seems like a good idea. Is Qingqiu thinking about me? Is she wondering why I didn't go today? Although I really want her to miss me. But Guyan sighed softly. He is also a self-aware person. According to Lung Qingqiu's personality, the other person would probably just continue reading with an indifferent look on his face. JPG, without caring at all. Why? Guyan leaned against the window dejectedly. Well, I still need to improve my favorability. Lao Gao, who was driving in front, broke out in a cold sweat. It's over. The young master really has a split personality. Then it won't split and split again, and then split into Shun Wanner's dog-licking personality, right? No, don't do that. Lung family. In the study, Lung Qingqiu rested his face on the table out of boredom. Her fingers kept drawing circles on the table, muttering to herself. Gu Yin said he wouldn't come today. But soon, Lung Qingqiu reacted. Her face flushed slightly, and she began to draw circles faster. No, why should I think so much? He just had something to do, so he's not coming for a day. Isn't he coming tomorrow? I'm just worried that if he doesn't come, there will be no one to cook for me. That's right. It's not because of any other reason. It's all because he was going to call me and say he wouldn't be coming today. Why didn't he come? Is he going to do something? Are you going to look for Shun Wanner? The more Lung Qingqiu thought about it, the more confused he became. I have no interest in reading. This is so annoying. If only Mei Shui were here, then she could go see what Gu Yin was doing. At this time, Mei Shui was lying under the chassis of the luxury car, carrying Gu Yin. Her expression was calm, but if you looked closely, you could see that her brows were slightly wrinkled. Can't understand. I can't understand the behavior of this useless man that my master likes. In Mei Shui's opinion, Gu Yan's behavior pattern today was to send Lung Linger to school first. Then he came to the hospital to see a teacher who was not his teacher at all. Mei Shui almost vomited at the other party's artificial and hypocritical performance. Forget it. Let's follow up and see how the situation goes. In the car, Gu Yan looked at the darkening sky outside the window. It was almost night. Well, did I forget something at night? Sudden, Gu Yan reacted and his face changed. Hiss. Oops. Forgot about my sister-in-law. Zhanghai High School. Lung Linger stood in front of the almost deserted school gate with a dull expression. She was disheveled in the cold wind. Wait a minute. What about the small fry? I've been waiting for almost an hour. Hello. Is there anyone here to pick me up? Hey, there's a girl here who hasn't returned home yet. Chapter 32 Wang Yulan was being followed and surrounded, and Gu Yin arrived in time. Evening. Inside a convenience store in Zhanghai City. Hey Yulan, did you encounter anything happy today? A middle-aged woman looked at Wang Yulan, who was arranging the shelves with some curiosity. This girl came to work here half a year ago. She liked the other person's kind and hardworking personality very much. As she got to know him over the past 6 months, she also learned about his family situation. Although Wang Yulan tried her best to appear optimistic before, the tiredness and sadness in her eyes would still be revealed inadvertently. But when she came to work this afternoon, for some reason, all the sadness she had felt before was gone. Instead, he looked like hope had been rekindled. When Wang Yulan heard this, she smiled and replied while tidying up the shelves, Hey, store manager, did you notice? Yes, a lot of things happened today. Wang Yulan turned around and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. I see. The store manager wasn't the type to get to the bottom of things, and she was glad that the poor girl could have something happy. At least, the other party finally showed a happy emotion. How about this? You can leave work early today. The store manager sat on a chair and looked at the other person softly. Go see your mother early now. My daughter is actually the same age as you, but she hasn't been home because she's busy with work. When I saw you, it was like seeing my own daughter. Wang Yulan was stunned, and her heart was touched. She smiled and said, Thank you, manager. At this time, outside the convenience store, in a van, several men were observing the situation in the convenience store through the car windows. Ding dong. Goodbye, manager. Wang Yulan came out, and said goodbye to the inside. Then, she walked towards the hospital with a happy mood. See this scene. The people in the van quickly exchanged glances and then covered the lower half of their faces with cloth. Boom! The van started and followed quietly without Wang Yulan knowing. Time passes by every second. The sky gradually darkened. Wang Yulan walked unawares on a path she had always walked on before. I didn't expect that not only my mother's students would come to visit her today. Some kind-hearted people even paid for our medical expenses. When Wang Yulan thought of this, a relaxed and happy expression appeared on her face. When her mother woke up, Wang Yulan felt that she must find the kind-hearted person who helped them pay off their debts and repay the other party. Speaking of which, Wang Yulan looked at the path she had been walking on with some surprise. This is a park path leading to Jianghai Hospital. There should be many passers-by walking here every night. I don't know why, but there's no one around here today, and it's very quiet. It's better not to think too much about it. Wang Yulan shook her head, tightened her coat, and then quickened her pace and walked forward. But what she didn't expect was... Click, click. Several figures stepped on the branches and walked out from behind the tree. Under the light of the streetlight, Wang Yulan saw that the lower half of the other person's face was covered with a black cloth. Muskman? Why did it suddenly come out from there? Wang Yulan's expression changed, and she felt a little uneasy. But I didn't think much about it. After all, we live in a society ruled by law, and Wang Yulan believes that she has never offended anyone in her daily life. She hoped that the person the other party was looking for was not her. Just thinking so, Wang Yulan's body honestly stopped, and she turned around and walked back. Only, what she didn't expect was the moment she turned around. There was no one behind him, but suddenly several masked men appeared. Wang Yulan's face turned pale. Are you here to see me? She looked around, suppressing the fear in her heart, and slowly moved to the side. She asked in a voice of forced calmness, Who? Who are you? What do you want to do? Wang Yulan felt that we were now living in a society ruled by law, and these people should not be so bold as to do anything to her in broad daylight. Next second, the masked man in the lead said something that made her face turn pale. What do you want to do? That day, the man next to you beat up my brothers. All their ribs were broken, and they're still lying in the ICU. What do you think I should do now? As he spoke, the masked man pulled out a fruit knife from his waist. The eyes revealed were fixed on Wang Yulan. When Wang Yulan heard this, she immediately realized that it was when she first met Shaolin. He was being harassed by gangsters, and Shaolin happened to help him. But I didn't expect it. It's only been 2 days, and that group of thugs brought people to block her, especially the shiny fruit knife in the leader's hand. This made Wang Yulan extremely terrified. She retreated towards the nearby woods, trembling as she said, It was clearly your people who harassed and teased me that day. Shaolin was just doing what was right. Before he finished speaking, the leader shouted, Shut up. Who cares? Wang Yulan was frightened, and she didn't dare to mention what happened that day again. Then the voice said in fear, Aren't you afraid of the police? Do you know what kind of legal consequences you will face for doing something like this? Wang Yulan never thought that the park path she always walked on would become the best place for the other party to ambush her. The whole park is densely populated with trees. If I kill you and dump your body, no one will find it. The leader said as he called on the others to walk towards Wang Yulan. Go. See this scene. Wang Yulan didn't know where she got the courage from. She gritted her teeth and ran into the depths of the woods without thinking. No, I can't die now. Wang Yulan ran away desperately with a pale face. She could see that this group of people were masked and chose to attack at night, which meant they were determined to kill her. Moreover, before killing her, she was not sure whether the other party would do anything else. Why is this happening? After running for a while, Wang Yulan felt a bloody taste in her mouth. Years of working late at night and malnutrition have long since reduced her physical fitness to its limit. She ran breathlessly. In her opinion, it doesn't matter whether there is a road ahead or not. As long as she ran into the woods, the group of people would not be able to find her immediately. Then, as long as she finds an enemy to call the police, then she will be safe. Wang Yulan quickly sorted out her thoughts, and the panic in her heart gradually subsided. That's right, just run to a slightly hidden enemy area. After calling the police, you will be safe. And at this time, the park entrance. Some park staff are apologizing for blocking entrances and exits. Sorry. The park is temporarily undergoing maintenance and replacing equipment today. It will be back to normal by tomorrow. Please understand. Please also avoid the park. We need to turn off the power to replace the equipment, so the park and even the nearby signal base stations are temporarily shut down. Although the sudden notice of closing the road at night to replace equipment made everyone feel a little puzzled. But after all, this place is a public area, so they naturally understand. Only, some sharp-eyed people pointed at a person who walked in without any obstruction and said in confusion, "Hey, why was that person able to go in?" Hearing this, the staff member took a look and then chuckled. That person is the developer of the park. Are you kidding? He is the eldest son of the Gu family. This park was built with his money. In fact, this place is the private property of the Gu family, but it is used to serve the people. Besides, the road closure today was requested by the young master of the Gu family, so how could he dare to say anything more? As for Wang Yulan, she ran behind a big tree, panting. She stuck her head out and looked quietly behind her, only to see no one. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, did you get rid of it? We need to call the police quickly. Wang Yulan took a deep breath, then took out her cell phone and called the police. Only a scene that stunned her happened. I just heard the phone coming from the phone. There is no signal in your service area. Buzz. Wang Yulan's mind went blank. You should know that official special numbers can be dialed even if your mobile phone has no signal. If you are unable to make a call, it only means that there is no signal base station near you and you are in a completely uninhabited area. Ow, how could this happen? Wang Yulan's face was pale and there was obvious fear in her voice. What should I do now? Just when I thought of this. Bang! I found you. A fruit knife was stuck in the tree that Wang Yulan was leaning against. Wang Yulan felt cold all over as she listened to the voice and looked at the fruit knife beside her face. My phone isn't working. Did the person who wanted to kill me find me? For a while. Yeah. Wang Yulan cried out in despair. She was so scared that she wanted to run away again. But unfortunately, the masked man grabbed his arm and asked, "Want to escape? Let me go. Let me go. Don't kill me." When Wang Yulan saw the person grabbing her arm, she screamed in fear. My mother is still in the hospital. I can't die. I don't want to die. I can't die now. Wang Yulan struggled desperately. But more and more masked people gathered. He directly pressed her shoulders and subdued her to the ground. Is running so fast useful? The masked man in the lead pulled out a fruit knife from the tree and then put the tip of the knife against Wang Yulan's face. Looking at the fruit knife in front of her, it could take her life if it pierced her forehead. Her expression was desperate. Don't kill me. Haha. In your next life, be more discerning and don't provoke people you shouldn't provoke. But the masked man pretended not to see and mocked him. Then he grabbed the fruit knife, looked fierce, and stabbed it towards Wang Yulan's face. Ah! Wang Yulan closed her eyes in fear. No way. I'm really going to die like this? What will happen to my mother if I die? Why is this happening? I have never done anything wrong. Why do you treat me like this? Finally, life has become a little brighter. Why? Just when Wang Yulan closed her eyes and quietly waited for death, a cold and angry voice appeared in Wang Yulan's ears. Let her go. With the appearance of this voice, what followed was the sound of masked people cursing and fighting. This lasted for less than a few minutes. You, remember this. I will definitely come back to find you. The masked man's fearful, panicked voice rang out. Then there were the sounds of people running away. What's going on? Wang Yulan, who had been closing her eyes out of fear, felt confused and uneasy. She didn't feel any pain. Shouldn't she have been stabbed to death just now? No sense of pain. Am I still alive? Sister Yulan, are you okay? At this time, a worried and familiar voice sounded. This sound is... Wang Yulan opened her eyes blankly when she saw the man squatting in front of her and looking at her with caring eyes. She was stunned. Gu Yen, why are you here? Wang Yulan stared at Gu Yen blankly, her voice filled with disbelief. Hearing this, Gu Yen nodded with a worried expression. It's me. I just came back from visiting Teacher Wang when I suddenly heard screams coming from this side of the woods. That's why I hurried over here. Did you drive away all those bad guys? Yes, I've practiced it before, and it can barely handle a few thugs. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Yulan's heart relaxed, tears welled up in her eyes, and she suddenly threw herself into Gu Yan's arms. Wow, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. My life is obviously getting better. I'm so scared. Gu Yan, it's a good thing you came. Yeah. Gu Yan comforted Wang Yulan, who was lying in his arms. It's okay, it's okay. As he comforted her, his expression gradually calmed down, and he asked in an inexplicable tone, Sister Yulan, who are these people, and why did they come to see you? Wang Yulan regained her composure and choked up. It happened before. In less than a moment, after hearing what happened, Gu Yin said angrily, "This is too much. Sister Yulan, don't worry. I'll call the police later. We must catch these people." Looking at Gu Yan like this, Wang Yulan felt a sense of security in her heart for some reason. She nodded and said, "Thank you, Gu Yan." Half an hour later, after visiting Wang Yulan's mother, Gu Yan suggested sending Wang Yulan home. Because she had just been surrounded by gangsters, the frightened Wang Yulan naturally agreed. Sitting in the back seat of a luxury car, Wang Yulan seemed a little cramped. She had never ridden in such an expensive car in her life. At the same time, I felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. Gu Yan seemed to have noticed this and comforted her. "Don't be nervous, Sister Yulan. You're teacher Wang's daughter, so you're my sister. You can come to me if you have any difficulties. Go get some sleep first. I'll call you when we get there." Wang Yulan listened to Gu Yan's gentle words, and the tension in her heart eased slightly. She nodded gratefully to Gu Yan, who was driving in front. "Yeah." After she finished speaking, she was so tired that she couldn't help but close her eyes and fell asleep. On Gu Yan's side, after seeing Wang Yulan closing her eyes, his worried and gentle expression slowly disappeared. A dangerous curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The plan is going really smoothly. Chapter 33. The first meeting with the protagonist. Wang Yulan is disappointed with Xiao Lin. Night. At Wang Yulan's home. In the living room, Xiao Lin was lying on the sofa with his legs crossed, a silly smile on his face. "Shinwaner is so beautiful. I didn't expect my boss to be so beautiful. She smiled at me today. The girls in this city are just different. By the way, why hasn't the beautiful sister come back yet?" At this time, Xiao Lin seemed to sense some kind of aura. His face lit up with joy, and he quickly walked to the window to look outside. But what he didn't expect was, his beautiful sister actually got out of a luxury car that looked very expensive. Moreover, she was helped out of the car by a man. Xiao Lin looked at this scene, not knowing why. I felt as uncomfortable as if I had eaten a fly covered in feces. He subconsciously clenched his fists and stared at Gu Yan's face. In his opinion, the beautiful sister is the one he likes, so she should be with him. Who is that man? So what if I have some money? Xiao Lin looked at Gu Yan with great displeasure. I don't know if it's a coincidence. The man that Xiao Lin found inexplicably disgusting suddenly raised his head and looked at him, and smiled slightly. Xiao Lin frowned. He looked at Gu Yan and felt very uncomfortable. The other person seemed to be much more handsome than him. Looks like he still has money. Damn it, but judging from the other person's aura, he is just an ordinary person. Just an ordinary person. After Xiao Lin realized that Gu Yan was just an ordinary person, he suddenly felt a little funny about his previous behavior. He is just an ordinary person. How can he compare with a genius like me? The old man in the mountains also said that my talent was unique in the world. He will inherit the position of the Lord of Dragon King Palace in the future. How can a slightly handsome and wealthy man like this compete with me for a beautiful sister? Downstairs, Gu Yan caringly helped Wang Yulan get out of the car. "Sister Yulan, remember to go to bed early and drink some hot water when you go back." Wang Yulan nodded when she heard this, feeling extremely warm in her heart. It seemed like she hadn't felt such warmth for a long time. Wang Yulan couldn't help but look at Gu Yan seriously, as if she wanted to remember the other person's appearance in her mind. Seeing the other person's expression gradually becoming a little confused, Wang Yulan quickly turned her head away, her face slightly flushed. She whispered, "Thank you for today." For some reason, Wang Yulan felt that her heart was beating very fast. "It's okay. I should say, luckily I arrived in time." Gu Yan shook his head and smiled. "Okay, drive slowly on the way back." Wang Yulan pursed her lips and said with concern. When she saw Gu Yan's smiling expression, her face flushed and she hurried towards home. "See you next time. See you tomorrow." Gu Yan waved his hand. His expression was still full of smiles. At this time, Gu Yan raised his head and saw the original male protagonist Xiao Lin, who had turned around and was about to go back to the living room. Xiao Lin. This is probably our first meeting. Look forward to it. You will have a new life that is different from the original." Gu Yan smiled lightly, then got back into the car. He took out his cell phone. I made a call and said, "Hello, the money has been deposited into your account." Thank you, master. If you have such good things next time, please come to us again." "Well, the performance was good. I will call you next time I have the chance." Hang up the phone. Gu Yan's expression became extremely calm. The second female lead in the original novel. It's really easy to increase favorability. What a fool. But judging by the time, the thing in the original book should have happened by now. By then, it will be time for me to completely conquer Wang Yulan. It's just that they're taking advantage of each other. Gu Yin looked at himself through the reflection in the glass. I don't know why, but I don't seem to feel any guilt at all when doing this kind of thing. He clearly didn't like those women, but for the sake of his own plans, he had to pretend to care for them. Obviously, the time I spend with Qingxiu is not enough. Qingxiu, I miss you so much. Gu Yin sighed lightly. Next second, rub. A dagger emitting black smoke was placed on Gu Yan's neck. An extremely cold and murderous voice pierced Gu Yan's ears. Shut up. Mei Shui, who had followed Gu Yin for a day, had already restrained herself from killing Gu Yin. But in the end, the other party was shameless enough to flirt with other women outside, while saying that he missed Lung Qingxiu. Isn't this playing two games? Isn't this a betrayal of one's master? Mei Shui said that she must kill the man who bewitched her master. Ha, it's finally out. Gu Yin was not at all panicked by the dagger against his neck. Instead, an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The other side, when Wang Yulan came home with a strange mood. Beautiful sister, who is that man? Xiao Lin's voice, tinged with a hint of jealousy, reached her ears. Wang Yulan was stunned. She looked up and saw Xiao Lin standing at the entrance with an unhappy look on his face. She shook her head and chuckled. He's one of my mother's students. I happened to come visit my mother today. Wang Yulan did not tell anyone that she was almost killed by the gang of thugs. Firstly, he was afraid of causing Xiao Lin to panic. Secondly, there is no need to tell others about this kind of thing. Oh, then beautiful sister, you have nothing to do with him, right? It's better not to. That man doesn't look like a good person. Beautiful sister, you are so beautiful. He must have a purpose in approaching you. Xiao Lin saw that Wang Yulan answered very casually, acting as if she really had nothing to do with that man. His mood couldn't help but improve, and he also thought that Wang Yulan must be very annoyed by that kind of man. It was just that Duofin kept pestering her, so she had to let him take her home. Wang Yulan was stunned when she heard Xiao Lin's question. She looked at the other person with a suspicious look, as if she had done something wrong to him, especially the words that the other party used to slander Gu Yan. She couldn't help but frown, and her tone became slightly heavier. Xiao Lin, what are you talking about? Gu Yan is my mother's student. What's the relationship between him and me? Also, Gu Yan is a good person, a very good person. I hope, Xiao Lin, you won't slander others behind their backs in the future. Wang Yulan thought of Gu Yan's heartfelt words to her mother in the ward. She also thought of how Gu Yan chose to save her regardless of his own safety. For a moment, she felt extremely disappointed with Xiao Lin. She shook her head, walked past Xiao Lin with a disappointed expression, and went back to the bedroom. Xiao Lin was stunned when he saw the beautiful sister, who suddenly became indifferent. Did I say something wrong? Xiao Lin stared blankly at the closed door. Hey, that man really makes me feel uncomfortable. My feeling can never be wrong. That man is definitely not a good person. Xiao Lin's expression became a little sad, and his mood couldn't help but become a little depressed. Oh, I'm disliked by the beautiful sister. Damn it, it's all because of that rich guy. Xiao Lin naturally would not blame Wang Yulan, so he put all the blame on Gu Yan. Chapter 34 Gu Yan. Miss May, you want to know the whereabouts of your brother, right? Gu Yan sighed. He did not show any panic, but glanced at the dagger against his neck out of the corner of his eye. The dagger was entirely pitch black, with a strange plum blossom pattern on it. The original book says that the weapons used by the members of the Knight organization are all black daggers. The patterns on the daggers are their names. Thinking of this, Gu Yan calmly glanced behind him from the corner of his eye. What's the matter, young lady? I don't seem to remember provoking you. Hearing this, Mei Shui stared intently at the man in front of her, whom she could kill with just a move of her hands. There was no aura of cultivation from the other person. He was clearly just an ordinary person. But why? Why are you so calm? Could it be pretending? Ha! He really is a man who likes acting. Mei Shui felt disdainful in her heart. She had seen too many people appear extremely calm before being killed. However, when she really stabbed the dagger into the other person's body, those who pretended to be calm would also collapse and cry for mercy. Haha, what a useless man. I really don't know what the master likes about him. Mei Shui had automatically categorized Gu Yan as someone she had killed before. Thinking of this, Mei Shui exerted a little force so that Gu Yan could clearly feel the cold touch of the knife tip on his neck. Her voice was cold. Stop talking nonsense. I simply don't like you, so I came to kill you. You can only blame yourself for bad luck. Gu Yan felt a tingling sensation in his neck. But he was not panicked at all. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said with regret, "Ah, is that so? I thought Miss Mei Shui came to me to inquire about her brother's whereabouts." As soon as these words were spoken, Buzz, Mei Shui's heart suddenly shook, and her expression became extremely shocked. Brush. The dagger against Gu Yan's neck instantly turned into a ball of black smoke and dissipated. "You? What did you say? You know where my brother is?" Mei Shui grabbed Gu Yan's collar and pulled him over. "Make Gu Yan face her." Gu Yan also met Mei Shui, Lung Qingqiu's right-hand man in the original novel. The other person was just as described in the original book, wearing an elegant red robe and long hair falling to his waist like a waterfall. Her skin is as white as snow, and her body lines are slender and elegant. The eyes have no other color, only a pair of pitch-black pupils. At this moment, a hint of panic and excitement appeared on the other person's charming face. In the original novel, Mei Shui actually had a younger brother before becoming Mei Shui of the Night Organization. When she was summoned by Lung Qingqiu, she had been looking for her only relative in this world. It's just that I haven't found it yet. And it's really not a coincidence. Gu Yan, who had read the original novel, naturally knew the whereabouts of her brother. When Gu Yan saw Mei Shui's flustered and surprised look, he didn't answer directly, but smiled slightly. "Miss Mei Shui is indeed very beautiful. Your brother often talks about you to me, but it's a pity." Gu Yan sighed slightly. "You seem to have disappeared for a long time, and you even took a name like Mei Shu." When Mei Shui heard Gu Yan's tone as if he was very familiar with her brother, hope suddenly ignited in her heart. Night Organization is a very mysterious organization. She and her brother depended on each other for survival. Their life was hard but happy. And one day, she was brought to the ancient martial arts world for training by a mysterious person on the grounds that she had good aptitude. The other party kept brainwashing her into believing that she could only serve the Night King in the future. Over the years, she has been brainwashed into becoming a loyal subordinate of the Night King. But the only thing she never forgot was her own younger brother. She swore that as long as she found her brother, she would ensure that he got married, had children, and lived a stable life. Then she will completely stop clinging to the past and devote herself to the modern Night King. So, when Gu Yan said this, her voice was a little excited. "Tell me, where's my brother?" Mei Shui had forgotten that she wanted to kill Gu Yan just now, but now, the idea of killing Gu Yan was immediately thrown behind her mind. See this scene. Although Gu Yan smiled on the surface, but in fact a slight chill rose in my heart. In the original novel, Mei Shui is actually an unstable factor, because the younger brother that the other party has been looking for is actually a member of the protagonist group. The protagonist's mouth cannon is very powerful. Mei Shui felt confused because of the protagonist's verbal attacks and her brother's stance. She betrayed Lung Qingqiu. The trap set by Lung Qingqiu and all our information were also known to Xiao Lin and others, until Lung Qingqiu sent other people to kill Mei Shui's brother. Mei Shui's eye completely became a killing tool in Lung Qingqiu's hands because of her excessive grief. In the end, he was killed by the protagonists. Overall, the opponent is actually a hidden bomb. In the early and middle stages, he was indeed Lung Qingqiu's most capable subordinate. However, later on, the dead end set by Lung Qingqiu was broken from within. If it weren't for Mei Shui's betrayal, there probably wouldn't be anything like the next 500 chapters for the main characters. Originally, I just wanted to test what the other party's attitude toward my younger brother was. Now it seems that the other party is just as described in the original book. Gu Yan shook his head calmly. "I'm sorry, Miss Mei. I can't tell you any news about your brother now." "What did you say?" "Believe it or not, I will kill you." Mei Shui gritted her teeth, reached out, and pinched Gu Yan's neck. However, Gu Yan frowned, not caring at all about the other party's increasingly forceful palm. "Ms. Mei, your brother is still of school age, and you are covered in countless blood. Do you think it's really appropriate for you to appear in front of him now? Or would your brother recognize a sister like you with blood on her hands?" "Miss Mei, I can't tell you, at least not now." Mei Hua listened to Gu Yan's words. Her heart was stunned. She looked at the hand that was pinching Gu Yan's neck, and then at Gu Yan's sincere words. For a moment, she felt extremely ashamed, as if she felt that what Gu Yan said was indeed reasonable. She let go of his hand, lowered her head, and placed her hand on her chest. Plop, plop. She could feel herself extremely excited, But Gu Yin was right. Her hands were now covered in blood. If I rashly appear in front of my brother, I will definitely scare him. Even if you can secretly look at each other, but because of Gu Yan's reminder, Mei Shui realized that she had already been a murderer with blood on her hands. After a long silence, Mei Shui gradually calmed down. She raised her head and looked at Gu Yan with a puzzled expression. How did you know me? She had never appeared in front of Gu Yan, but Gu Yan knew her name. It turns out that the other party's initial calmness was not fake. Could it be that, if I show up, the other party will tell her about my brother? Was all this premeditated? Ms. Mei Shui, is it important how I know about you? Gu Yan smiled slightly, touched his neck, and his expression became subtle. I know much more than you think. The reason why Gu Yan was so confident was naturally because he knew Mei Shui's identity. You also have the information the other party wants to know. That's why he could act so calm. He had information about his brother in her hands, so she would definitely not go to Lung Qingxiu to expose her true identity. Mag Shu was silent. She stared at Gu Yan, trying to see something from him. But no matter how you look at it, the other person is just an ordinary person. But in this situation, the fact that the other party is an ordinary person is actually a strange and dangerous thing. Their master will never reveal any information about them. How did this person know her? Damn. Mei Shui felt extremely conflicted and irritated. This man was more dangerous than me, and more dangerous than my master had imagined. According to her previous thinking, Mei Shui felt that she should choose to kill the other party directly at this time and place to prevent future troubles. Oh, you're not looking at me like you're thinking. This man seems dangerous. Why not kill him to eliminate future trouble? Gu Yan's slightly exaggerated performance made Mei Shui clench her fists tightly, and the other party's words the next second made her lose her temper. But don't even think about it, because Gu Yan raised his voice slightly, leaned close to Mei Shui's ear, and chuckled. You probably want to know the whereabouts of your brother. Damn it. Mei Shui gritted her teeth. This guy is very dangerous. What is his purpose in approaching the master? He should have been killed here. But when will you tell me about my brother's whereabouts? Mei Shui asked in a low voice. As long as Gu Yan told her, she would kill him as soon as possible. Gu Yan naturally knew this, so he shook his head. Let me think about it. If you have such skills, well, let's do this. Gu Yan raised 5 fingers and chuckled at Mei Shui. If you do 5 things for me, I'll tell you about your brother's whereabouts. How about that? Of course, I won't let you do anything that will harm the organization behind you. When Mei Shui heard this, she was silent for a while. 5 things. Is the other party impressed by my strength? Do you want me to kill someone? Oh yeah. Mei Shui suddenly remembered that her master had told her before, asking her to clean up the factors in the Gu family that were unfavorable to Gu Yan. But before she could start investigating, she was exposed to Gu Yan's sight. So it seems that the other party wants her to deal with the people or things in the Gu family that are against him. Thinking of this, Mei Shui nodded and said coldly, Okay, I hope you can do what you say. Hear this answer. A cold light flickered in the depths of Gu Yan's eyes. He smiled and said, Of course. This subordinate is really the same as in the original novel, because his brother could hide things from Qingxiu and even do things that would harm her. But it doesn't matter. I will make Mei Shui a loyal subordinate. Chapter 35 Lung Qingxiu's Wild Thoughts, TV programs that suit the occasion. In the car, Mei Shui has left. Gu Yan's expression became extremely calm, and there was a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. As Lung Qingxiu's most trusted subordinate, Mei Shui knew so much. In order to avoid repeating the plot of the original novel, he must take some preventive measures against the opponent in advance. But that method is rather cruel. I hope Miss Mei won't break down and cry and make a fuss when the time comes. Oh, right. Gu Yan suddenly thought of the wound on his neck, so he reached out and touched it, wanting to give a simple treatment. Gu Yan let out a light exclamation and quickly looked up at the rearview mirror. Just like he felt, the wound on his neck disappeared. Gu Yan was stunned. What's going on? However, he soon realized that it was most likely related to the universe pure love technique he was practicing. It seems that this technique has many benefits that he doesn't know about, just from the perspective of this repaired wound. Hey, could it be that this technique is really only for strengthening the body? Gu Yan sighed, judging from the scratches he had just received. This martial art cannot make him invulnerable to swords and guns, but it can help him heal his wounds. This exercise book seems to be of the auxiliary treatment type. Is it possible? Gu Yan felt somewhat helpless. Was he destined to be a support for Qingxiu? But Guyen thought about it and realized that what he was doing was exactly what a good assistant should do. Yeah, that's right. Let our Qingqiu grow stronger steadily and leave the rest to me. As soon as Guyen thought of Lung Qingqiu, he began to feel uncomfortable all over, as if he was being crawled by ants. This. No, I have to go back quickly. Guyen's face showed anticipation, as he hadn't seen Qingqiu for a whole day. Before it's too late, hurry over to the Lung family and spend some quality time together. And at this moment, the Lung family. The aunt who cooked has finished cleaning and left. It was a rare occasion for the two Lung sisters to sit together on the sofa in the living room. Sister, that bastard Gu. He actually left me at the school gate for several hours. He finally came. But the person who came was his butler. What are you talking about? Something about his young master being in trouble. Lung Linger angrily complained to Lung Qingqiu, who was standing beside her with an expressionless face. Who among my family members understands? I'm just talking about a completely speechless incident. The bastard said that he would pick her up and drop her off at school. As a result, the next day, I was left alone at the school gate. Even when they came to pick me up, I wasn't there. Sister, you must have a good talk with your brother-in-law when he comes back. Leng Lingye yet. As for Lung Qingqiu, she listened to Lung Linger's words with an expressionless face. Her hands were clenched tightly together. My heart is not as calm as it appears on the surface. Guyen didn't come to see me all day, and he didn't even go with me to pick up Linger after school in the afternoon. What's going on? What is the other party doing? Why haven't you come back yet? Oh, by the way, he didn't live in our house originally, but he stayed here because it was too late. So where did he go? Why didn't he tell me what he was doing? When Linger got out of school, was it the housekeeper who came to pick her up? Did the housekeeper say he was still busy? What are you busy with? Is it because of the Gu family's internal affairs? Didn't I ask Mei Shui to investigate if there was anyone in the Gu family who was doing harm to Guyen? Why hasn't Mei Shui told me the news yet? Lung Qingqiu never thought that Guyen would do anything to let her down outside. After all, hearing the affectionate tone in which Guyen confessed to her before, it was really hard for her to imagine that Guyen would look for another woman outside. And just at this moment, Lung Linger happened to tune into a channel showing a melodramatic love drama. Rosie, I've long said that this man's affection for you is all fake. Look, he's still not home so late, and he keeps saying he's busy, but he was still photographed dating another woman. This I don't believe Jack would do such a thing. Still don't believe it? Look, even though he writes poems and sings songs for you every day and keeps saying he loves you, men are men. Once he gets you, he'll get tired of you. This photo is the best evidence. He might be checking into a hotel room with some woman right now. I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, just call and ask. I'll hit you if you want. Lung Qingqiu. Lung Qingqiu listened to the voices on the TV program. She was not panicked at first, but now she was indeed a little panicked. Wait a minute. Why does the situation on TV sound so familiar? He writes poems and sings songs and keeps saying he loves me every day. But now that the relationship has been confirmed, he keeps saying he is very busy. Oh, no way. It can't really be like that. Lung Qingqiu began to feel uneasy. Lung Linger was extremely bored. She scoffed at this tasteless show. What a brainless show. As he said this, he was about to change to the next program. Only. Bang. Lung Qingqiu held down the other person's hand as he was about to change the channel. Wait. Let me hear how they're talking on the phone. Lung Linger was confused when she saw this. Sister, do you like this type of TV series? She felt like she had discovered a new world. The sister who usually only reads and studies is actually interested in TV programs. Although, my sister can't see the TV screen. Lung Qingqiu felt embarrassed. But the plot of the TV show was so similar to her current situation that she couldn't help but want to know what the other person was doing. You don't understand, so leave it alone. Lung Qingqiu said with a cold face. Oh. Lung Linger was startled, closed her mouth, and stood there trembling. Sorry, Linger, but I really want to know what happens to Rousey and Jack next. Lung Qingqiu said in his heart. Next second, at 1 o'clock, the sound of answering a phone call came from inside the room. Then, Rousey, what are you doing? Jack, why does your voice sound a little strange? What are you doing? Me? Oh, I'm not doing anything. Honey, don't think too much. Why does your voice sound so tired? I'm running. Isn't night running a normal thing? Now everything is fine, just for the next second. Another voice appeared on the phone. Oh, Jack, who are you talking to on the phone? Jack, how could there be a woman's voice? Shredded pork. You. Listen to my explanation. Lung Qingxiu could no longer listen to the subsequent content and plot. Her body gradually stiffened. No, no way. Lung Qingxiu felt extremely panicked. Would Guyan do something like this? No way. No way. Linger, who was standing by, also took this opportunity to say, "Sister, this Jack is such a jerk. He has a beautiful wife at home, yet he still goes out and messes around with other women. Is it because his wife has a disability that he despises her? Fortunately, my brother-in-law is not like this. Sister." As Lung Linger was talking, she noticed that something was wrong with her elder sister. I don't know when the other party started to slowly lower his head, and even his expression became strange. Lung Linger's words echoed in Lung Qingxiu's mind. Flirting with other women, cheating, disliking her physical disability. Ah, I understand. It turned out that Guyan got tired of me after getting me, and went out to find another woman because he disliked the fact that I was blind. Mingming. Mingming just confirmed the relationship. So that's it. Hee. In that case, then I will. Just when Lung Qingxiu was thinking about something dangerous. Next second. Squeak. The door was pushed open. Oh, sorry, I'm back late. I just had too much to do today. My friend's mother was in the hospital, and I was busy there for half a day. Guyan's voice came in. Chapter 36 Qingxiu. I am sorry. Guyan originally thought that at this time, the Lung family's door should have been closed long ago. I didn't expect it was still open. How lucky I was. And even luckier, Guyan saw Lung Qingxiu sitting on the sofa in the living room at a glance. His eyes lit up, and he ran over in a flash. She squeezed next to Lung Qingxiu very skillfully, then pulled the other's arm and put her face close to him. "Qingxiu, my good Qingxiu, I miss you so much you don't know how tired I am today. Qingxiu, I have sacrificed so much for you. Putting on a smiling face in front of others makes me feel so uncomfortable. However, this may be the sense of family responsibility that a mature man should have." Guyan felt that he was really great. Although I'd been working a lot today and was physically and mentally exhausted, as soon as I got home, I felt Lung Qingxiu. Then, when you smell the scent of the other person, you will feel so happy that you can't help yourself. Lung Linger looked at Guyan with disgust as he suddenly rushed over and hugged her sister tightly. She yelled, "You stinky bastard Gu. You still remember to come back. You actually made me wait for you at the school gate for so long today. So you want to hang out with your friend? Tell me, who is that friend? A boy or a girl?" Leng Linger looked at Guyan angrily. If Guyan doesn't give her an explanation today, she says she will definitely whisper in Lung Qingxiu's ear. Guyan was already feeling a bit guilty for forgetting to pick up Lung Linger today, so he coughed dryly and said, "Oh, sorry, I'm really too busy today. Brother-in-law will treat you to McDonald's and milk tea next time, okay?" Lung Linger was originally furious, but when she heard this, her eyes lit up. "Really? Hooray. Brother-in-law, you're the best." After saying that, he happily stayed aside and watched TV. This little devil. Guyan looked at Lung Linger's changed expression and the corner of his mouth twitched. "It's just that I've been here for so long." He suddenly realized that Qingxiu seemed to have not spoken a word. Thinking about it, he lowered his head and looked at Lung Qingxiu. "Qingxiu, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy that I'm here?" Guyan looked at Lung Qingxiu with some surprise, as his expression was a little strange. The other party seems to be in a state between normal and abnormal. In short, Guyan felt very strange, as if something had happened to the other party. As for Lung Qingxiu, her mind was full of the plot in the TV series. Something about being too busy and too tired, or it was something about a friend's mother being in the hospital. They're all lying to me. Thinking of this, Lung Qingxiu's face turned cold. She shook off Guyan's hand that was hugging her arm and said coldly, "Go away." "Guyan?" "Hiss." Guyan slowly typed 3 question marks. He looked at Lung Qingxiu in shock, who turned his head away and didn't want to look at him. "What's going on?" "He's angry." Guyan understood immediately. It must be because he didn't come here today. That's why Lung Qingxiu was angry. It's understandable that she's angry. Who wouldn't come for a day after confirming their relationship? Although I don't know if Lung Qingxiu was angry with him for this specific reason. Anyway, "Qingxiu, I am sorry." Guyan was the first to activate his passive skill, apology skill. Lung Qingxiu originally wanted to hear Guyan's explanation. But now, when she heard the other party's apology, she suddenly felt a surge of sadness and grievance in her heart. I can't believe it. Guyan really did something wrong to her. I secretly asked Mei Shui to help Gu Yin clear the factors that were unfavorable to him. But the result was, is it all wishful thinking? Lung Qingxiu thought she finally had some feelings for a man, but now she discovered that outsiders were outsiders after all, and they would only betray her. Lung Qingxiu, Lung Qingxiu, you really can't be like a normal girl. The only path you can take in your life is revenge. Lung Qingxiu thought of this. She suppressed the sadness in her heart and took a deep breath. You don't need to say anything more. Since you did it, then there's nothing to say between us. No, I want to say it. Guyan shook his head and put his hand on Lung Qingxiu's shoulder. Lung Qingxiu felt extremely sad. This person, is he going to humiliate me again? She turned to Gu Yin angrily and shouted, I don't want to listen. You have to listen. I don't want it. You must. Why should I? Because I like you. So I have to apologize to you. You? You still have a nerve to say that at this point. Yeah, that's why I'm going to say it. Gu Yin and Lung Qingxiu's voices became louder and louder. Lung Ling'er, who was standing by, didn't dare to stay here any longer. She looked at the two people who seemed to be about to quarrel and swallowed for a moment. Is this a quarrel between husband and wife? No, I'm just a senior high school student. Can I really watch this? Lung Ling'er covered her eyes with her hands, but couldn't help but peek through her fingers. Just see. Gu Yin took a deep breath and said to Lung Qingxiu sincerely, Qingxiu, I'm sorry, I have a female friend named Wang Yulan. Her mother was in a car accident and was hospitalized. She happened to be in Zhanghai Hospital, which my family owns. I have to go visit her out of both emotion and reason. She has suffered a lot. Her father died when she was young, and her mother was in a car accident 6 months ago and has become a vegetable in the hospital. She had to work several jobs every day and borrowed money from relatives and friends to barely allow her mother to continue receiving treatment. I just found out about this yesterday, and I didn't want to hide it from you, Qingxiu. I paid off her debts because she couldn't afford to pay back the millions of dollars in medical expenses. But her mother is a very good teacher, and I don't want to just watch her mother die because she can't pay her medical bills. I don't want to not do something that's so easy for me. I'm sorry, Qingxiu. I didn't want to tell you this because I was afraid you might misunderstand. However, I still want to explain to you why I came back so late. The reason given by Gu Yin stunned both Lung Qingxiu and Lung Ling'er. Leng Ling'er looked at Gu Yin. For some reason, the other person seemed to have the aura of a saint. Her eyes were filled with tears. Brother-in-law, I thought you were a bad guy, but it turns out you were actually a good guy. Lung Qingxiu was also stunned. She didn't expect it to be like this. For a moment, she felt a little embarrassed and said hesitantly, Lung Qingxiu was speechless. She simply lowered her head and said weakly, I'm sorry. I don't know. Before he finished speaking, Gu Yin interrupted and said, It doesn't matter. He looked at Lung Qingxiu lovingly while the other was stunned. Gu Yin said loudly, Qingxiu like this. I like her too. Qingxiu, I love you so much. I am sniffing. Gu Yin buried his head in Lung Qingxiu's arms and began to suck hard. What are you doing? Ling'er is still watching over here. The misunderstanding was resolved, and Lung Qingxiu's heart was pounding because of Gu Yan's sudden action. Oh no, I can't get too excited. What if Gu Yan hears my rapid heartbeat? She's a child. She doesn't understand. Lung Ling'er. Chapter 37 Lung Qingxiu. Yes, this is definitely not love. I went back to Qingxiu. Oh, just go if you want to. Why are you telling me? I like you like this, Qingxiu. You. Lung Qingxiu was furious at Gu Yan, who had already driven away before he could teach him a lesson. Listening to the sound of the car driving away, she shook her head helplessly. No, King Yu. Why can't you control your emotions every time you are in front of this man? You are the king of the night. As a king, you shouldn't have so many emotions coexisting in one person. This will affect your judgment in doing many things. Why? Lung Qingxiu covered his chest with his hands, his expression becoming very complicated. Am I really in love with Gu Yan? If you don't like it, how can you prove what happened today? When Gu Yan didn't come, she felt extremely nervous and uneasy. She was deeply afraid that the other party had done something to let her down outside. But when he came back, she felt a joy that she could not even imagine. Why? Just because Gu Yan stayed by her side? Is this all she needs to feel happy? It's so hateful. Why is this happening? I shouldn't be this kind of person. Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath and calmed herself down. No. Maybe this is not actually love, but some other emotion. Is it like a master and a slave? Yes, that's definitely it. Because he is the king of the night, he cannot tolerate the betrayal of his subordinates. That's why she felt uneasy that Guyan didn't stay by her side to report matters. It's not because of such a ridiculous reason as liking Guyan. Lung Qingqiu's expression became extremely confident. She felt that she had found the truth. That's right, it must be like this. And just at this moment, Lung Linger also rubbed her hands in the cold and walked out of the house. When she saw Lung Qingqiu, she shouted, "Sister, Xiao Gu said he wanted to treat me to McDonald's. Do you want some? I'll bring some for you next time you go." When Lung Qingqiu heard this, he came out of his thinking mode and subconsciously frowned. He said, "Linger, I've told you so many times, Gu Yin is your brother-in-law. Don't be so disrespectful to him and don't call him trash. Also, stay up late tonight and finish your math problems before going to bed. The college entrance exam is coming soon, so you better pay attention." After saying this, Lung Qingqiu continued to think as he walked into the house, ignoring Lung Linger's dazed expression. His expression also became extremely confident. "Humph, so that's how it is. I understand everything. In fact, this is not about liking Gu Yin at all. It was only because he wanted to take over the Gu family in the future that he reluctantly stayed with Gu Yin as compensation. This is such a ridiculous farce. How could I fall in love with Gu Yin?" After figuring everything out, Lung Qingqiu's mood improved a lot. By the way, Gu Yin seemed to have said before leaving that he would also go to visit his friend's mother tomorrow. TSK, what a willful guy. Lung Qingqiu frowned slightly. Who was that female friend named Wang Yulan? And why did she always want Gu Yin to go with her? Gu Yin had clearly helped the other party repay the debt, but in the end she still wanted Gu Yin to do this and that for her. What a shameless person. No, I have to let Mei Shui check out the situation. With an unknown feeling in his heart, Lung Qingqiu went upstairs with his crutches. Lung Linger was left alone, standing dazed in the cold wind. Yue. Lung family study. The atmosphere at this moment was a little weird. Lung Qingqiu sat at the desk, and next to her stood Mei Shui, who had been observing the situation on the roof since a while ago. Mei Shui's expression was very complicated. She saw her master coming out in person to see Gu Yin off. The way the two of them got along made her feel very complicated, especially when she knew that Gu Yin was making love with another woman outside today. Her mood became even more complicated. Does the master know that Gu Yin is looking for women outside? If she doesn't know, should she remind him? I can clearly tell my master right now that Gu Yin has found another woman outside. She was sure that if her master knew about this, he would ask her to kill Gu Yin immediately. But no, if I tell my master, he will ask me to kill Gu Yin. Then she would not get any news about her brother. She can't do this. But if I don't tell him, would it be considered as betraying my master? Mei Shui clenched her fists tightly, her expression extremely complicated. On one side is his younger brother, and on the other side is his master. Mei Shui said it was difficult for her to make a decision. And at this moment, Lung Qingqiu spoke. Mei Shui. Exist. Mei Shui was startled and quickly replied. Lung Qingqiu ignored the other party's flustered tone and continued. Is Gu Yin with someone named Wang Yulan today? Mag Shu was shocked. What? The master knows? Mei Shui's eyes became panicked, and a drop of cold sweat ran down her face. The Night King is worthy of being the Night King. Can he know everything in the world, even a home? Then what should I do? Mei Shui clenched her fists and replied in a low voice. Yes. Gu Yin, it's not that I don't want to cover for you. It's just that the master is so foresight. Now, I'm not sure whether I could save my life. As for Lung Qingqiu, she was not surprised when she heard that Mei Shui knew about it. After all, I asked Mei Shui to investigate the factors in the Gu family that were unfavorable to Gu Yin, so it was normal for her to take a look at what Gu Yin was doing. Then, here comes the problem. What is Gu Yin doing with that woman? Lung Qingqiu felt a little nervous when he asked this question. It's not that she doesn't believe Gu Yin, it's just because of that kind of mentality. That is, after you ask a question to one person and get the answer, you will still choose to ask the same question to a second person. Only when the answers are consistent will you be completely relieved. Do what? Mei Shui was silent, feeling extremely conflicted. Do you want to say it yourself? Or not? Should I tell him about the hug between Gu Yin and that woman? Is Master testing my loyalty? But if not, and I tell him everything, won't Gu Yin be dead? Wouldn't that mean I won't get any news about my brother? Mei Shui was caught in a brainstorming session, but soon, a hint of determination appeared in her eyes. No, she wanted to take a gamble. Master, Gu Yin went to Zhanghai Hospital to visit Wang Yulan's mother. During this time, I sent my own housekeeper to pick up Miss Ling. Then I continued to visit Wang Yulan's mother in the evening. After Mei Shui finished speaking, her body trembled a little. She didn't lie, but she left many details unsaid. For example, Gu Yin specially arranged actors to surround Wang Yulan, and he himself stepped in to save the beauty at the last moment. For example, Gu Yin personally sent Wang Yulan home, etc. But in order to prevent her master from killing Gu Yin, she chose to conceal some key things. Next, we can only leave it to fate. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed. Lung Qingxiu didn't say anything, and Mei Shui also lowered her head and dared not speak. She was afraid, wondering if her master was angry. But what she didn't expect was Lung Qingxiu. After hearing Mei Shui's word were the same as Gu Yan's. For some reason, she felt even more comfortable. Even the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, but she quickly suppressed it. After all, Mei Shui is still here. Thinking of this, she avoided the topic and said, "Okay, is there any progress regarding the Dragon King Palace? How strong is the so-called young master of the Dragon King Palace?" Lung Qingxiu will not forget her revenge just because she is with Gu Yan. Mei Shui felt relieved when she heard that Lung Qingxiu did not continue to ask about Gu Yan. She quickly replied, "Master, Shaolin is currently working as a security guard at TNI Pharmaceutical. TNI Pharmaceutical is about to go bankrupt. So many people are causing trouble in front of the company. I've already sent someone to take advantage of the chaos tomorrow morning to test the enemy's capabilities." Hearing this, Lung Qingxiu nodded. But why did this TNI medicine look so familiar? Whose company is TNI Pharmaceutical? Master, it's from the Shun family and is currently managed by the eldest daughter of the Shun family, Shen Wanner. Oh, it's her. Hear this name. Lung Qingxiu's expression became extremely cold. She didn't know what she was thinking. After a long while, she said calmly, "Go down." Mei Shuiru was pardoned and said, "Yes." Chapter 38. A powerful weapon against Shaolin, destroying power water. Gu family. In the bedroom on the 5th floor. Gu Yan's parents were looking out the window with binoculars in their hands, with serious expressions. When I saw a black car coming quickly from a distance, Gu Tianming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He put down the telescope and complained to his wife beside him, "Murong, take a look. This brat has been coming back later and later lately. I don't know where he's been hanging out." Su Murong also put down the telescope. After hearing what the dogman beside her said, she looked at him kindly. "Yin Yin is Yin Yin, and you are you. I haven't come to terms with you about what happened between you and Mr. Liu from Xinshin Technology today. Liu Shuqi's face is so close to yours." Su Murong reached out and pinched Gu Tianming's face, threatening him. "You and Mr. Liu have a good relationship. How come I don't know that you and my best friend know each other?" Gu Tianming was sweating profusely. "My dear wife, you are being unfair. I was negotiating a contract at the time. How could I have known she would come over here? I swear I only love you. I don't care. I'm very unhappy. Don't sleep in the bedroom tonight." As for Gu Yan, he returned home humming a song. However, as soon as I entered the door, I saw my old father sitting on the sofa on the 1st floor, looking depressed. Gu Yan's mouth twitched, and he shook his head helplessly. "Dad, I told you not to make Mom angry. Look, you can only sleep on the 1st floor, right?" Hearing this, Gu Tianming looked at Gu Yan in shame. "You stinky boy, you still have a nerve to criticize me? You forget about home now that you have a wife." Look at the time. Gu Tianming thought. If I can't cure Su Murong, then I can't cure you either. Gu Yan curled his lips after hearing this. For young people, the nightlife has just begun at this time, but Dad, you may be a little less interesting. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Tianming was so angry that his mouth twisted. "You mean I'm old? You little bastard. You, don't leave. Hey Dad, you should just stay on the 1st floor and reflect on your mistakes. I'll sleep in the big bed." Gu Yan laughed and ran straight upstairs. Gu Tianming looked at Gu Yan, who had slipped away, and sat back on the sofa angrily. He took a blanket and cursed in a low voice. This brat is really grown up and no longer afraid of his father. However, as he cursed, Gu Tianming's expression softened. "But it's been a long time since we talked like this. It's been several years." Gu Tianming was stunned, thinking his son has indeed grown up. As for Gu Yan, after washing up, he lay down on the big soft bed that he had not seen for a long time. Recalling the interactions with Lung Qingxiu in my mind, all the fatigue of the day seemed to be eliminated. When he thought of Lung Qingxiu's face, he couldn't help laughing. Gu Yan hugged a pillow and wrestled with it. "Qingxiu, Qingxiu, He was very happy because he could feel that Qingxiu loved him more today than ever before. Hey, how do you think Gu Yin felt it? Well, it's purely a man's sixth sense. By the way, system, check my pure love points. Gu Yin lay on the bed and called the system. Next second, buzz. A panel appears. Pure love points, 312 points. Seeing this number, Gu Yin smiled even happier. Very good. Then that should be enough to replace that prop. And, judging by the time, Shen Wanner should come to beg him for mercy soon. Gu Yin clicked on the props interface. Then I found an item worth 300 points. Eliminating water. Price, 300 points. Introduction. This assassination potion was painstakingly developed by an ancient assassination family. Due to their extremely cruel methods, the family only survived for a few years before being destroyed by righteous men. Effect. After the user consumes this, the cultivation of the person with whom they are deeply communicating will be completely dissipated. After reading the introduction and confirming that there was no problem, Gu Yin chose to exchange. The next second, a small purple bottle appeared in Gu Yin's hand. He took in his hand, and the prompt message, destroying power water, automatically appeared on it. Ha! The greatest guarantee is here. The corners of Gu Yan's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes. Although the means are despicable, as long as Shaolin can be dealt with, then everything is worth it. That's right, this bottle of gong-killing water is colorless and odorless, and nothing will happen to the person who takes it. But once someone has an in-depth conversation with the person who takes it, then the person being communicated with will have their meridians completely severed, and their cultivation will be completely lost. This is the most vicious way of assassination. Hee hee hee. Gu Yin showed a bad expression, according to the plot. Shaolin should have met Shen Wanner by now. If nothing unexpected happens, he must have been deeply attracted by Shen Wanner's appearance and temperament. But that suited him just fine. I'm really looking forward to seeing your expression as you fall from heaven to hell, Shaolin. Gu Yin smiled maliciously, then put away the power-destroying water. Go to sleep. I'll improve my relationship with Wang Yulan early tomorrow. Then I'll go hang out with Qingxiu. Chapter 39. Face-to-face with Shaolin. Early the next morning. Yulin Community, Wang Yulan's home. After a night, Wang Yulan felt that what she said to Shaolin last night was really too much. So his attitude towards Shaolin softened slightly in the morning. After all, judging from the fact that Shaolin had helped him drive away the gangsters before, Shaolin is a kind person who is willing to help others. The reason he slandered Gu Yin like that last night was probably because he was afraid of being deceived. I was the same. I was too impulsive and said something too harsh. Beautiful sister, are you still going to work today? Do you want me to take you there? My boss gave us 2 electric scooters for transportation. Shaolin also felt that Wang Yulan's attitude towards him had become much gentler than last night. So he started to smile as well. Wang Yulan paused for a moment after hearing this. Because her workplace is quite far from here, she usually walks to the bus stop and takes the bus there. But if you use an electric car, it only takes about 20 minutes. Thinking of this, Wang Yulan asked hesitantly, but Shaolin, if you send me off, won't you be late for work? Today should be your second day of work, right? Hearing this, Shaolin's face lit up with joy. Great, it looks like the beautiful sister wants me to deliver it. At that time, the other person sat in the back seat, and then, as the speed increased, he stuck to me. Then this and that, he. No. Our boss is a very nice person. I think it must be because I'm so charming and handsome that my boss liked me and gave me an e-scooter. Shaolin touched his nose and chuckled. Speaking of the boss, Shen Wanner's image popped up in his mind again. The other person was simply right on his G-spot. Is that so? All right then. Thank you, Shaolin. After hearing this, Wang Yulan nodded in agreement. That's awesome. Shaolin appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually laughing wildly inside. In less than a moment, downstairs in the community, Shaolin walked in front, and as he walked, he turned back and said, "Beautiful sister, let me tell you, our boss is a great beauty and a very nice person. On my first day at work, I helped her deal with some troublemakers, so she valued me very much." Wang Yulan didn't think it was anything special at first, but after listening to the rest of the story, Shaolin said something about troublemakers. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. All people are equal, and everyone has their reasons for causing trouble, so how can there be any such thing as a troublemaker? For a moment, she had no interest in listening to what Shaolin said next. Shaolin also noticed that Wang Yulan didn't seem to want to listen any further, so he smiled awkwardly. just when I was about to end the topic. Sudden, he saw that Wang Yulan's expression gradually became one of surprise, and there was even a hint of happiness in that surprise. What's going on? Xiao was stunned. He followed Wang Yulan's gaze. Just see. A luxury car stopped at the entrance of the community. At the same time, a handsome and extraordinary man walked down. Hi, good morning, Sister Yulan. Guyan leaned against the car, stretched out his hand, and greeted Wang Yulan with a smile. He was wearing a stylish gray coat today, a turtleneck sweater underneath, and slim-fit jeans. Combined with his good looks and temperament, as well as the blessing of martial arts, his figure has become more muscular and hazy. It immediately made Wang Yulan's heart beat faster. When she heard Guyan's words, she quickened her pace, passed Xiao Lin, and walked in front of Guyan. His expression was somewhat happy, and he asked in a surprised tone, "Why are you here?" Guyan shrugged and said with a smile, "I remember Sister Yulan. You said that the place where you worked this morning was quite far from your home. Well, I just happened to have nothing to do, so I came over to give you a ride." When Wang Yulan heard this, she covered her mouth and smiled. "Are you serious? You even came all the way here. Have you had breakfast?" "No, I'm afraid I'll miss Sister Yulan after eating." You have to eat breakfast, right?" Wang Yulan thought of something and took out a wrapped rice ball from the sack. She handed it to Guyan and said, "Here you go." Guyan took the rice ball. He looked at Wang Yulan's expectant eyes and asked jokingly, "Could this rice ball be made by you, Sister Yulan?" Hearing this, Wang Yulan felt a little embarrassed. "Yeah, what's the matter? You think my cooking is not delicious, so you don't want to eat it?" "Ha, how could that be?" Guyan laughed and pretended to want to eat. He seemed to have discovered something, as if he had just seen Xiao Lin behind Wang Yulan. He pretended to be surprised and asked, "Sister Yulan, who is the person behind you?" Xiao Lin had been standing behind, without saying a word since just now. His expression became extremely ugly the moment Guyan appeared. He clenched his fists tightly and looked at Guyan, who was chatting and laughing with Wang Yulan with jealousy and anger. Damn rich people. Xiao Lin felt very unwilling as he looked at Wang Yulan, who became extremely happy because of Guyan's arrival. The conversation between the other party and Gu Yin seemed very natural, and Wang Yulan also seemed very happy. The clothes on Gu Yin looked very expensive, and although Wang Yulan's clothes were faded, they were very clean. I was the only one there, and because I didn't care about these things before, I was still wearing the same dirty and torn clothes I wore in the mountains. At first, he didn't think there was anything wrong with his outfit. After all, he wore like this all the time in the mountains. But now I feel like I am out of tune with the two of them. Xiao Lin was a little annoyed and depressed. Looking at it this way, he seemed like an outsider. It's so abominable. When Wang Yulan heard Guyan's words, she realized that Xiao Lin was behind her. Not sure if she was afraid that Guyan would misunderstand or what. She hurriedly explained, feeling a little flustered, this is a friend who helped me before. Because it was his first time in Jianhai and there was no place to stay, I let him stay in the attic of my house." As for Xiao Lin, as he listened to Wang Yulan trying her best to explain, he felt even more unhappy with Guyan. He stared at Guyan, and without waiting for Wang Yulan to introduce his name, he walked forward, raised his head slightly, and said in a cold voice, "My name is Xiao Lin." Guyan glanced at the male protagonist of the original novel in front of him and felt a little funny. The other party was indeed the same as in the original book, a brainless and hot-blooded young man. He is impulsive and easily angered. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, he would have died countless times at the hands of Lung Qingxiu. Wang Yulan noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Lin's attitude. She pulled Xiao Lin and said, "Xiao Lin, what are you doing?" Chapter 40. Xiao Lin's defense is broken, and the relationship ends completely. Wang Yulan was a little worried that Guyan would be angry about this, but to her surprise, Guyan shook his head, extended his hand to Xiao Lin, and said kindly, "Hello, Xiao Lin. My name is Guyan. Since you are Sister Yulan's friend, you are also my friend." Seeing this scene, Wang Yulan felt relieved. It was great that Guyan wasn't angry. She was afraid that the two of them would get into conflict, and then she wouldn't know who to help. However, after this comparison, Wang Yulan's impression of Guyan became better. Xiao Lin also noticed that Wang Yulan's eyes became gentler when she looked at Guyan. He was angry and angry. Xiao Lin looked up at Guyan, who was smiling. However, he could clearly sense it after years of practicing and fighting against wild beasts in the mountains. Beneath Guyan's smiling expression, there is a malicious intent that is more terrifying than those man-eating beasts. That's right, Xiao Lin was extremely alert since the first time he met Guyan. Xiao Lin could feel the malice directed towards him from the other party. Although the other party tried his best to conceal it, he still sensed the strong, malicious aura. This man is dangerous. Xiao Lin gave this evaluation to Gu Yan. The other party's purpose in approaching Wang Yulan must be impure. So, he looked at Gu Yan's outstretched hand and said, "Since you want to die, don't blame me for making you suffer." Thinking about it, Xiao Lin also reached out his hand and shook it. He stared at Gu Yan and said in a cold tone, "Your name is Gu Yan, right? I don't want to be friends with you, but I advise you to put away your little thoughts and stay away from Magnolia." When Gu Yan heard this, he showed a very surprised expression. "What are you talking about? My own little thoughts." His expression became a little awkward. Gu Yan looked at Wang Yulan, whose face was also unhappy. Sister Yulan, did your friend misunderstand something? Should I explain?" Wang Yulan shook her head after hearing this. She took a deep breath and said to Xiao Lin, her tone becoming more serious, "Xiao Lin, Gu Yan is my mother's student. What could he possibly have any thoughts about me? What you said was so disrespectful." Xiao Lin, apologize. An apology? To this man? Xiao Lin felt a surge of anger in his heart as he listened to Wang Yulan's words. He gritted his teeth and stared at Gu Yan. This man, are you actually using this kind of acting skills to deceive Sister Yulan? Okay, in that case, I'll give you a taste of pain. Thinking of this, Xiao Lin held Gu Yan's hand and exerted a little force. He gripped it tighter and tighter. On Gu Yan's side, he felt Xiao Lin's grip on his hand gradually tightening. However, it was as if some energy was blocking this grip, so Gu Yan didn't feel anything. However, for the sake of his plan, he pretended to change his expression and said in pain, "Brother Xiao Lin, you should let go. You're gripping too hard, hiss." Gu Yan's face was pale, and he twisted his body and crawled against the car door, but Xiao Lin didn't let go. When Xiao Lin saw the other person's miserable appearance, the depression in his heart was swept away. Ha, serves you right. Ordinary people should act like ordinary people. How can ordinary people compare with a genius like me? At the same time, when Wang Yulan saw Gu Yan like this, she was so scared that her face turned pale. She hurriedly ran to Gu Yan and held his arm. Then he shouted at Xiao Lin, who was still holding Gu Yan's hand and even had a gradually smiling expression. "Xiao Lin, let go. Are you going to kill Gu Yan?" When Xiao Lin heard this, he quickly let go, knowing that he had gotten into trouble. Gu Yan is an ordinary person after all. If he shakes his hand, the other person's hand bones will most likely be broken. However, seeing Wang Yulan defending Gu Yan so much, he felt even more unhappy and said, "Sister Yulan, don't defend him all the time. This man named Gu Yan is a scumbag. The stench of a bad guy on him almost makes me vomit. Don't." Bang! The sound stopped abruptly. Plop, plop. Xiao Lin felt his head swelling and his cheeks burning with pain. What's happening? Was I beaten? He looked towards Wang Yulan in disbelief. The other party raised his right hand to slap his left cheek. Wang Yulan's eyes were red and tears were flowing from them. She looked at Xiao Lin, who was slapped by her, with disappointment and said, "Xiao Lin, you've gone too far. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I really misjudged you. I don't have any. Gu Yan is really a bad guy. Yulan, you will definitely be miserable if you stay with him." Xiao Lin's expression was a little dull. He couldn't believe that the beautiful sister would say such words to him. "Xiao Lin, I'm very grateful that you saved me before. But I can't let you insult my mother's students like this." "No, I didn't insult." Xiao Lin stretched out his hand, wanting to explain something. However, he saw Gu Yan's face out of the corner of his eye. From an angle that only he could see, the other person was actually... There was a hint of vicious sneer. That sarcastic look that didn't hide his true face at all. In a moment, boom! "Ah, you hypocrite. Get away from Magnolia. Go to hell." Xiao Lin was instantly overwhelmed by anger and rushed towards Gu Yan with his fists raised. When Wang Yulan saw this, she screamed in fear, "Xiao Lin, what are you doing?" Without time to think, Wang Yulan rushed forward and stood in front of Gu Yan. Bang! Cough! Xiao Lin's fist didn't hit Gu Yan, but instead hit Jade, Magnolia. Why? Xiao Lin looked palely at Wang Yulan, who was standing in front of Gu Yan. The other party suddenly rushed out, and although he tried to reduce the force in a hurry, he did hit Wang Yulan on the back. The other person was just an ordinary person, and he took my punch. "Yulan, are you okay?" Xiao Lin walked forward tremblingly and wanted to check Wang Yulan's injuries. However, bang! Gu Yan reached out and slapped away Xiao Lin's outstretched hand. His pale face disappeared, replaced by an expression of indignation and anger. Look at what you have done. You bastard. I didn't expect that Sister Yulan would be surrounded by a scumbag like you. Sister Yulan, are you okay? Guyan hurriedly supported Wang Yulan, whose body was trembling and whose face was pale. No, it's okay. Wang Yulan took a breath while suppressing the severe pain. She pulled Guyan's arm and turned to look at Shaolin with a pale face. Seeing the other person's pale and flustered face, she shook her head weakly and said in a disappointed tone, Shaolin, you should move out of my house today. I can't have someone like you living in my house. Wang Yulan's good impression of Shaolin disappeared at this moment. She was so disappointed with Shaolin. What's the difference between this punch and killing someone? It was a good thing that the punch hit her. Looking at his expression, it was obviously aimed at Guyan's face. I absolutely cannot let such a dangerous person stay with me again. Sister Yulan, I'll take you to the hospital. Guyan helped Wang Yulan get into the car, feeling very amused at the same time. Unexpected, oh, unexpected. This progress is so fast like a tornado, I can't even imagine it. Very. When Shaolin heard this, he froze. He reached out his hand, trying to explain something. Wang Yulan had already gotten into the car with Guyan. Boom! The car started and disappeared from Shaolin's sight in an instant. He stood there blankly, not understanding what he had done wrong. I just want my beautiful sister not to stay with that dangerous man. What on earth did I do wrong? Shaolin muttered to himself. At this time, dark place. MANHUA watched the whole process with a frown. She looked at Shaolin, who was standing there with his head down, speechlessly. Is this the future heir of the Dragon King Palace? How could he be so devastated because of a woman? However, Guyan was really amazing. He was able to make the heir of the Dragon King Palace lose his mind without wasting a single soldier. Not right. MANHUA shook her head. Guyan didn't know that this person was the young master of the Dragon King Palace. It was really a coincidence. Well, it seems that this young master is nothing special. It would be fine if he lets his subordinates test him casually, right? When MANHUA thought of this, her figure disappeared from here. Chapter 41, I don't eat rice balls. Zhanghai Hospital, in a single luxury ward. Where is this place? On the hospital bed, Wang Yulan slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, feeling a little dazed. Wang Yulan remembered that she seemed to lose consciousness in the middle of the process because of the excessive pain. Are you in the hospital? Guyan sent me here? Are you feeling better? At this moment, a voice that made her feel at ease sounded from the side. Wang Yulan turned her head and saw Guyan sitting on a chair, looking at her with concern. Seeing this scene, Wang Yulan felt warm in her heart and shook her head. It's okay. As she spoke, her eyes dimmed. I'm sorry, I didn't expect Shaolin to be this kind of person. When Wang Yulan said this, she felt extremely guilty, as if she had almost put Guyan in danger. If Guyan was beaten by Shaolin in front of him, she would probably never forgive him for the rest of her life. Hearing this, Guyan shook his head and said, I'm fine, but you, after being attacked by that dangerous guy, you fainted in the car. The doctor said the back is connected to all the organs and nerves in the human body. Luckily, that scumbag Shaolin finally held back, otherwise I'm afraid. Seeing that Guyan didn't continue, Wang Yulan also realized how dangerous it was at that time. When Wang Yulan thought about her brush with death, she felt a little scared. But don't worry, Sister Yulan. I've already called the police. They'll catch that scumbag. He will get the punishment he deserves. Guyan smiled. Police? Wang Yulan was stunned. Yes, we still have laws. Such a dangerous person must not be allowed to go unpunished. Well, am mine. Wang Yulan nodded. She seemed to have thought of something, and there was some hesitation on her face. Seeing this, Guyan said in a reassuring tone, It's okay. I've already told the place where you work. Just rest and recuperate these days. Wang Yulan felt relieved when she heard this, but she still shook her head. No, it's very expensive to be hospitalized here. I'm much better now. Guyan, I need to go through the discharge procedures. In order to save money for her mother's hospitalization, Wang Yulan usually just endures illnesses with her own body. As she spoke, she also wanted to stand up, but every movement would affect her wound. The severe pain made her face turn pale. Guyan quickly held her down and said, Sister Yulan, don't move. Money is not a problem. The most important thing for you now is to have a good rest. No. Wang Yulan wanted to struggle and shook her head anxiously. She wanted to say that she didn't have that much money, and she didn't want Guyan to spend money on her. Seeing this scene, Gu Yin smiled helplessly. He pretended to be afraid of you and said, Okay, okay, in that case. Then, Sister Yulan, can you just consider it as you owe me this money? How about you pay me back slowly when you make money later? When Wang Yulan heard this, she was slightly startled. Looking at Gu Yan's sincere eyes, she knew that he was really worried about her health. Moreover, since he had said this, she could not refuse no matter what. So Wang Yulan nodded and said softly, Yeah. Time passed minute by minute, and Gu Yan looked at the time and felt that it was time to leave. He looked at Wang Yulan and smiled. Okay, Sister Yulan, you rest assured, and I'll leave first. If anything happens, just call the medical staff. I've already recharged your lunch money, so you don't need to worry about anything now. Just rest quietly. By the way, I put your personal belongings on the chair next to you. When Wang Yulan heard Gu Yan's concern for her heart became warm. Well, go ahead and do your work. I'm fine here. Wang Yulan nodded. Gu Yan left the ward, and Wang Yulan's eyes became softer. Gu Yan. It seemed like she hadn't felt such warmth for a long time. That's right. Wang Yulan seemed to have thought of something and reached out to pick up her sack. She took out a still warm rice ball from it. Feeling the warmth on it, she felt relieved. In order to save money, lunch was also made from rice balls made from last night's leftovers. She prepared two for herself, but gave one to Gu Yan. Breakfast must be delicious. Wang Yulan held the rice ball in her hand, with a hint of happiness on the corner of her mouth. I wonder if it suits Gu Yan's taste? As for Gu Yan, he left the hospital calmly. The next plan began to form in my mind. Wang Yulan's favorability level has probably reached a bottleneck. If you want to make a further breakthrough, you can only wait for the next plot node. Before that, he had to find another female protagonist who would help the protagonist Xiao Lin in the future. Think of this. Gu Yan took out his phone and dialed, Hello, is this Uncle Chun? Oh, it's like this. This morning, a vicious assault occurred at the entrance of Yulin community. A friend of mine was beaten by a man named Xiao Lin and was hospitalized. The injury is very serious. We'll catch him soon, right? Okay, thank you, Uncle Chun. I'll come see you next time I'm free. Click. After hanging up the phone, he hummed a song and got back into the luxury car. Sometimes he just doesn't understand. Why is it that in many novels, when things can clearly be solved by law, your group of villains have to rush in mindlessly? Legally speaking, the male protagonists in urban novels are mostly violent elements. Now we live in a civilized society, so of course we have to handle things in a civilized manner. Although, warriors in this world have a higher status than ordinary people, and some are even above the law. Even if Xiao Lin went in, he would probably be able to come out soon. However, Gu Yan was also very happy to discuss Xiao Lin in this way. The car starts. At this moment, Gu Yan caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. It's a rice ball. He smiled, not knowing what he was thinking. Then when we drove next to a trash can, just throw the rice ball in. I don't eat rice balls. T&I Pharmaceutical Technology. At this time, a group of former employees gathered at the door as usual to demand an explanation. They held banners and shouted angrily through loudspeakers. Give me back my hard-earned money. T&I Pharmaceutical Technology is a despicable person. They deceived us. Pay back the money. Pay back the money. I haven't been paid for 2 months. Don't even think about running away. Pay back the money. Pay back the money. Inside the security room, Zhang Qing looked anxiously at Xiao Lin, who was sitting in the chair with a dull look on his face, as if something had happened. Xiao Lin, get out now. This group of people have already surrounded us. Zhang Qing didn't know what was wrong with Xiao Lin. He was fine yesterday, so why was he like this today? Chapter 42, you attack with all your strength. Why? Why is this happening? Xiao Lin is still in a state of autism. He felt extremely uncomfortable and tormented with self-blame. I don't know how the beautiful sister is doing after being hit by my punch. Hateful. It's all that man's fault. A hint of murderous intent appeared in Xiao Lin's eyes. If that man hadn't been acting in front of the beautiful sister, he wouldn't have done such a thing. This is not a deep forest, and I absolutely cannot just rush over and kill Gu Yan. Especially since the beautiful sister didn't know Gu Yan's true face. If he killed her rashly, it might only make the beautiful sister hate him even more. That's right. I have to think of a way to let the beautiful sister know Gu Yan's true face. Zhang Qing looked at Xiao Lin, who still had a dazed expression. She stamped her feet in anger and cursed. Asshole, I'll let Mr. Shin talk to you. Having said that, Zhang Qing ran towards the building angrily. As she walked, Zhang Qing cursed in her heart. What an unreliable man. and just when everyone gathered to make trouble. Several people with strange expressions also quietly mixed in with the crowd. Mei Shui stood in the shadow of a large tree. Although she was blindfolded, she could still see the situation at the main gate of TNI, pharmaceutical technology. Sending these people should be enough, she muttered to herself. But the next second, are you planning to let these idiots test Xiao Lin's background? A mocking voice sounded in her ears. Mei Shui was startled and quickly took out a dagger and stabbed towards the source of the sound. However, when the dagger was about to pierce the opponent, Mei Shui also saw the opponent's appearance clearly, or rather. Sensing the other party's energy fluctuations, she subconsciously frowned. Guyan? Yes, it's me. Guyan looked at the dagger that was only 0.01 millimeters away from his throat, and he nodded with a smile. According to the original plot, Lung Qingqiu's first conflict with the original male protagonist Xiao Lin was when Xiao Lin became a security guard at TNI, pharmaceutical technology. So naturally, he had to come and take a look. Mei Shui put away the dagger expressionlessly. She said coldly, "Don't come near me so quietly next time. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself and kill you next time." Haha. Sorry, but I didn't expect Miss May to be unable to sense an ordinary person like me approaching you. Gu Yin shrugged, with a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Oh, can't the other party sense him coming? This is quite interesting. Could it also be the ability of the universe pure love technique? When Mei Shui heard Gu Yan's words, she naturally didn't believe it in her heart. Humph, you'd better be an ordinary person. As soon as he finished speaking, there was some commotion at the door. It turned out that a few people who had mixed into the crowd with strange expressions began to take the lead. I say everyone, stop just protesting here. It's useless if I don't rush to that damn Shinwaner's office and talk to her face to face. To take back what belongs to you. If you dare, charge in with me. Anyway, we're here to get paid. It's not considered a disturbance. A man with a knife handle on his face shouted while holding a protest sign in his hand. As soon as these words were spoken, another man with a strange look on his face also shouted, I agree. A woman with a lip piercing also stepped forward and yelled, I want my money. If you're brave, rush in with me. If you're not brave, don't expect us to help you with your money. As soon as these words were spoken, no one hesitated any longer. Go. Don't open the door every day. You don't meet us every day. Let's rush in and pull that Shun Wanner out. They roared and rushed to the railing. Click, click, click. With human power, the fragile railing broke with a single collision. The crowd swarmed in like ants. Hey, what do you want? Don't come in. You are committing a crime, understand? The expressions of the security guards changed as they tried their best to stop them. Outside, Guyan looked at this scene, but there was no surprise in his eyes. In the original novel, although Shinwaner's company did not go bankrupt, she did so in order to find out Xiao Lin's background. So Long Qingqiu also arranged a group of people to gather together to cause trouble and force Xiao Lin to take action. But how much do you despise the young master of the Dragon King Palace for controlling a bunch of trash to test him? Gu Yin chuckled and shook his head. This won't reveal anything about the other party. As soon as these words were spoken, Mei Shui's eyes suddenly changed under the cloth. She clenched her fists tightly. Cold sweat dripped down her back. What? Gu Yin knows her abilities? Did they even know that Xiao Lin was from the Dragon King Palace? If before this, Mei Shui still thought that Gu Yin was an ordinary person who knew something. But now, she doesn't think so at all. Gu Yin is definitely not simple. The opponent's strength, it's very likely, it's above hers. After all, the biggest reason why he couldn't sense Gu Yan's strength was that he was just an ordinary person. Or, the other party is stronger than her. And if he is stronger than her, then doesn't that mean that his cultivation level must be at least? Plop, plop. Mei Shui was shocked when she thought of this. No wonder Gu Yin knew so many secret things. It turned out that the other party was not simple either. Then, isn't the other party's purpose in approaching my master even more impure? Mei Shui didn't believe that someone as powerful as Gu Yin would really approach the other person just because he liked his master. Huh. No, calm down, calm down. Mei Shui took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Then, according to your opinion, what should I do? Hearing this, Gu Yin smiled slightly. It's very simple. He pointed his finger at Mei Shui. Go at me. Use all your strength. I take action. Mei Shui frowned slightly. A mere young master of the Dragon King Palace actually requires me to take action personally? Still need to use all your strength? According to their normal thinking. Generally, some minions are sent to deal with Xiao Lin. If the minions are defeated, stronger ones are sent. If a stronger one is defeated, send another one that is even stronger. Only when all the people sent out are defeated by Shaolin will it be their turn to take action. Otherwise, it would be too cheap. That's right, don't think I'm joking. Guyan's expression gradually became serious. Shaolin's strength is that of a grandmaster. As soon as these words were spoken, boom! Mei Shue's mind went blank. Shaolin's strength is actually a grandmaster? How is that possible? You have to know that there are warriors in this world. The cultivation realm is divided into third-rate warrior, second-rate warrior, first-rate warrior, acquired, innate, master, grandmaster. In this world, there are very few people who can become warriors. There are probably no more than 10 people at the grandmaster level in China. And a grandmaster hasn't appeared in 10,000 years. It can be said that grandmaster is the highest level in this world. It is no exaggeration to say that there are indeed very few people who can become masters. And Gu Yan actually said that Shaolin was a grandmaster. A 24-year-old young man? That's not right. Judging from the situation, Gu Yan might also be a master. What's going on? Is grandmaster so worthless now? No guander, no guander. After the shock, Mei Shui murmured to herself. No wonder when she checked Shaolin's cultivation, she could only sense the aura of a first-rate warrior. She also wondered how such a person could become the next heir of the Dragon King Palace. It turned out that he was hiding his cultivation level. In that case, okay, I understand. Mei Shui nodded solemnly, as if she was facing someone who became a master at the age of 24. Then, she will definitely go all out. Try to find out more about the other party's abilities. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared in Gu Yan's eyes. When Shaolin first appeared, he had already reached the peak level of the early Grandmaster stage. Extremely powerful. Gu Yan naturally didn't think of letting Mei Shui, whose strength was only at the early stage of the innate realm, kill the other party. His purpose was actually something else. There was a gleam of light in Gu Yan's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The name of this plan is Operation to Weaken Shaolin's Leveling Speed. Chapter 43, Don't Insult Me. Miss May? What? You said Shaolin refused to go out. As Shen Wan'er listened to the report, a look of anger suddenly appeared on her face. What's up with this new security guard? Weren't we just talking peacefully yesterday? Why did this happen today? Damn, it turns out that no man is reliable. Shen Wan'er luokit unhappy. Boss Shen, look. At this moment, Zhang Qing seemed to see something from the floor-to-ceiling window, and her face suddenly became panicked, and she shouted. Shen Wan'er had a bad feeling and hurried over to look down. Suddenly, her face turned pale. I saw that the rioters who were originally protesting with protest signs downstairs of the company suddenly broke through the railings and rushed in. Those security guards were no match for them at all. Judging from the situation, it won't be long before they rush upstairs to the company building. Boss Shen, what should we do? Zhang Qing is just a secretary. How could she have ever seen such a scene? Shen Wan'er took a breath, pretending to be calm. She shook her head, a look of determination in her eyes. It has come to this. She clenched her fists tightly. Shen Wan'er felt extremely conflicted and resistant. Originally, she had imagined that Gu Yan treated her like this just to attract her attention. So she never looked for him since that day. But now it seems that if she doesn't find the other party, I'm afraid I don't know how I will be treated by the irrational mob. I'm not willing to accept this. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Just a Gu Yan. Shin venne clinchel her fist, her as revealing immense unwillingness. I originally thought that I could delay a little time with the help of that capable security guard. But now it seems that these security guards are really unreliable. Mr. Shun. Zhang Qing looked at Shen Wan'er with concern. She realized that her boss seemed to be about to do something that would make the other party extremely annoyed. Shen Wan'er finished her thoughts and said seriously, Zhang Qing, let's go down. Huh? Mr. Shun? Go down. Zhang Qing was dumbfounded. The people below were a group of rioters who had not received their salary for 2 months and had just learned that the company was going bankrupt. If this continues, it's okay. If everything goes well, the company will be back to normal tomorrow. Shen Wan'er shook her head and sighed softly. Zhang Qing didn't understand all this, but she believed in her boss, and for a moment, she was no longer so depressed. He smiled and said, okay. Give me back my money. T&I Pharmaceutical is not a human being. Shen Wan'er is a big liar. Inside the security room, Shaolin lowered his head and thought about how to expose Gu Yan's true face in front of the beautiful sister. At this moment, he had no intention of dealing with the noises outside. And just at this moment, everyone, please listen to me. Shen Vanya. Something went wrong at the company, so it caused some bad effects. This also gave some villains the opportunity to influence the situation. But it doesn't matter. Everyone, please believe me. By the end of this month at the latest, the company will resume normal operations. And the wages owed to you can be repaid. A voice came from outside that shocked Shaolin's heart. This sound is Mr. Shun. Shaolin's face lit up with joy, and he ran excitedly to the security room and looked outside. The plan that I had just thought of in my mind about how to expose Gu Yan's true face in front of the beautiful sister completely disappeared. Shun Wanner also saw the new security guard Xiao Lin walking out of the security room. She rolled her eyes inwardly. These bastards hide away whenever something happens, and in the end I have to show up myself. When the people heard this, who just wanted to get their wages and didn't want to make a big deal out of it, they all looked at each other in bewilderment. They're all ordinary people in their eyes. TNI Pharmaceutical is one of the companies with the largest output value in Jianghai City. It is also impossible to go bankrupt or run away just like that. It's just because the person in charge has not shown up, so they have no idea what's going on. Now that TNI Pharmaceutical boss Shin Wanner has come forward, they naturally put aside their anxiety and worries. For a moment, the tense atmosphere began to disappear. One by one, they put down their protest signs. Boss Shun, it's not that we don't trust you, but you must keep your word. Yes, we have old people above us and young children below us. Is the company really going to go bankrupt? Listen to the questions in front of you. Shin Wanner explained patiently with a gentle expression. Everyone, since I'm standing here, everything I say is true. Everyone can go back and wait for your salary to arrive without worry. At this point, Shin Wanner also made a little joke to ease the atmosphere. During this period, you can just treat it as a holiday. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone put aside their doubts and smiled for a moment. Shaolin looked at this scene, and admiration in his eyes became even stronger. Hey, my boss is so handsome. I really like this kind of city girl. And at this time, from a distance, you can see the whole view of this place under a big tree. Mei Shui frowned as she saw that the matter was almost over. Gu Yan, why don't you let me take action? Seeing this, Gu Yan shook his head and said in an inexplicable tone, you need to take action, but not now. When night comes, you'll have a chance to make a move. But now, it's not a problem to let you see Shaolin's strength. As he spoke, Gu Yan slightly turned his gaze and said, let your shadow slaves attack that Shun Wanner. Click. Mei Shui's expression remained unchanged, but her heart skipped a beat. Gu Yan actually knew her abilities? But Mei Shui suppressed her shock and asked in confusion, attacking Shin Wanner? That wasn't you. Before she finished speaking, she felt cold sweat all over her body. She saw Gu Yan looking at her with a calm and indifferent look. But just this look made her feel extremely scared and panicked. She quickly lowered her head, shocked. Mei Shui was a little bit unbelievable. She seemed to see in Gu Yan the aura that her master had when he wanted to kill someone. But soon the coldness disappeared, and Gu Yan put on a smile again. Don't insult me, Miss Mei. I am pure love. Pure love? Mei Shui didn't understand what pure love meant, but she knew that Gu Yan must be very dangerous. Suppressing the inexplicable panic in her heart, Mei Shui removed the cloth covering her eyes. Then, revealing her pair of black eyes, she looked in Shun Wanner's direction. Just attack her, right? Gu Yan smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Mei Shui's eyes narrowed and a faint black halo appeared in her eyes. I don't care what happens, as the ability is activated. Next second, buzz. Several people with strange expressions in the crowd suddenly froze. Next second, who would believe such nonsense as yours? Go to hell. A man with a scar on his face took out a spring dagger from his pocket and stabbed Shin Wanner with a fierce look in his eyes. Seeing this, Shin Wanner turned pale with fright and screamed loudly. The others also shouted in panic. They just wanted to get their wages back, but they didn't think about causing a loss of life. Chapter 44 Shaolin was captured. Am I going to die? Why? I haven't fully enjoyed life yet. I still have lofty ideals. I want the company to go further. I also want to... Shin Wanner looked at the switchblade that was getting closer and closer to her, and a lot of thoughts ran through her mind for a moment. Countless images emerged in her mind, including family, friends, and even Gu Yan's figure. And finally, The picture is frozen on a back figure, the back figure that is like a star embracing the moon, the object of everyone's support and attention. So envious. I haven't become someone like him yet. Mr. Shun, Zhang Qing screamed in panic. Goodbye, world. Shun Wanner gave up, struggling, and waited quietly for death to come. But the next second, give it to me. Get out of here. The moment a roar sounded, a figure flashed out, quickly and decisively broke into the intersection of Shun Wanner and the Switchblade. He was wearing a security uniform, and his eyes revealed deep anger. But Scarface seemed not to see it. The only instruction in his eyes was to attack Shun Wanner. Shaolin no longer hesitated and acted quickly in the blink of an eye. Bang! A punch hit Scarface's wrist. Puff! Clang! The spring dagger fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Scarface's wrist was twisted into a shape by this angry punch. And this was not over yet. Shaolin quickly punched out and knocked down all the people who had strange expressions from the beginning. Ah! At this moment, painful groans resounded throughout the venue. Shin Wanner opened her eyes wide and looked at the savior, who suddenly appeared in disbelief. Shaolin! Shun Wanner shouted out the name of the person in front of her in shock. Mr. Shun, are you okay? Shaolin quickly turned his head and stared at Shun Wanner closely, his concerned eyes revealing deep worry. Shen Vanev was up wie ausliefliegtinet. She took a deep breath, suppressing her fear and feeling of surviving a disaster. She looked at the man in front of her with gratitude. Thank you. Shen Wanner was really excited at this moment. If there weren't so many people around, she would have been scared to tears. Fortunately, we have this newly hired security guard. When Shaolin heard this, he touched his nose a little embarrassedly and said with a chuckle, You're welcome. I'm glad you're okay. Next time something like this happens, I will protect you. Hearing this, Shin Wana nodded. Okay, thank you, Shaolin. At the same time, he secretly thought in his heart, this Shaolin is very powerful. Perhaps he has practiced martial arts. It's such a waste to just be a security guard. After these things are over, it seems I have to let him be my personal bodyguard. When Shaolin heard Shin Wanner's thanks, he became even more excited. Outside, Mei Shui's expression was somewhat serious. Grandmaster is indeed very powerful. Just now, Shaolin didn't even use any true energy or skills when he attacked. It depends purely on one's own physical fitness. You have to know that the person you transform into a shadow slave has only 1/10 of your power. The opponent's attack speed was also extremely fast. Even she couldn't see clearly how fast he came from the security room to Shin Wanner. Guyen heard this and smiled lightly, saying in an inexplicable tone, Otherwise, how could he be a master? Okay, there's nothing more for us to do next. Prepare for the operation tonight. I will tell you the details then. This is the first thing I ask you to do. Looking at Gu Yin in front of him, who was smiling with his eyes slightly narrowed, Mei Shui was a little curious about what the other party wanted her to do in the evening. But, what do you mean it's none of our business? Mei Shui asked a little curiously. Next second, a burst of alarm bells sounded from a distance. Mei Shui was stunned, then looked over. I saw police cars quickly surrounding T&I Pharmaceutical. Police officers quickly appeared, carrying riot shields and holding pistols. Police? Mei Shui was stunned, then looked at Guyen. Seeing the other party nodded slightly. Mei Shui finally put away her confused gaze and continued to look towards the company entrance. No, brother. This is a contest between warriors. Why would you call the police? This. Mei Shui had obviously never seen this kind of operation before. If people in the ancient martial arts world knew about this, they would definitely laugh at them for the rest of their lives. Guyen naturally didn't have so many rules. He looked at Mei Shui and said meaningfully, Remove your ability. When Mei Shui heard this, she was slightly startled. But if the ability is removed, this guy is really bad. Although Mei Shui didn't like secular organizations to interfere, Guyen said so. So, with a thought, she was freed from the shadow slavery. Within the company, Shin Wanner obviously didn't expect the police to come here. She whispered to Zhang Qing beside her, Did you call the police? To be honest, she didn't want to call the police for something she was in the wrong about, because that would only make the situation worse. No, it's not. Zhang Qing shook her head in confusion. Although Shaolin was a little confused, he didn't think much about it. The police came at the right time. We can arrest these knife-wielding criminals. The other people looked at each other in confusion. They looked at the people lying on the ground. Could it be that the police were here to arrest these people? Thinking of this, the crowd immediately made way for the police. Outside, a female police officer in uniform came out. She has a very beautiful face and exudes a righteous and heroic spirit. As soon as she appeared, a police officer stepped forward and whispered, Sister Chun, something else seems to have happened here. Should we go in and find out what's going on first? Hearing this, Chun Yin frowned slightly as she received a call from the public. It is said that the protagonist of the vicious injury incident this morning was from TNI Pharmaceutical. Before this, she had already gone to Zhanghai Hospital and talked to the victim about the situation. After confirming that this was indeed the case, he rushed over without stopping. Only, Chun Yin looked at the passage vacated by the crowd with some surprise. There were several people lying in a mess with knives in their hands. Could they be the culprits of the assault this morning? Come on, a few people, come with me to check out the situation. Chun Yin waved her hand, and several policemen holding explosion-proof shields followed her. In less than a moment, Chun Yin then came into the company. Several policemen walked over to where Scarface and the others squatted and began to check their injuries. Chun Yin and Shun Wanner and others learned about the situation. So that's how it is. Chun Yin frowned and looked at Shaolin, who was standing there absent-mindedly. He asked in a strange tone, You said your name is Shaolin? How come this person's name is exactly the same as the person I want to catch? But the other party had just taught these knife-wielding gangsters a lesson, so he shouldn't be a bad person. Yeah, what's wrong, officer? Shaolin heard Chun Yin calling him, so he looked up, and at this glance, he was stunned. What a beautiful lady. Chun Yin frowned when she saw this look and was about to ask something. Sister Chun, oh no, all these people are dead. A panicked voice came from his side. Chun Yin's heart skipped a beat, and she turned her head to look. When she saw that the people lying on the ground looked strange, she hurried forward. When she found out that these people were really dead, her expression became extremely ugly. Sister Chun, the young policeman, sounded a little scared, as it was the first time he had encountered such a thing. When Shinwana heard that someone was dead, her face turned pale, and she subconsciously looked at Shaolin. The latter was stunned and quickly explained, How could that be? Although I attacked them, I didn't hit their vital parts at all. At most, they should stay in bed for a few days. It would be fine if there was no explanation, because once it was explained, it proved that all of this was done by Shaolin. Chun Yin's eyes were filled with anger. She gave an order, Catch him. Shaolin was stunned. Before he could react to what was happening, he was pinned to the ground by the police who rushed over. He could have just broken free, but he knew this wasn't the mountains, so he kept explaining, Hey, wait, I really didn't kill them. You can explain it after you get to the police station, Chun Yin said in a cold voice. Then, she looked at Shun Wanner, whose face was pale, and comforted her. Don't worry, we will find out the situation. Oh. Shun Wanner nodded with a pale face. She felt that too many things had happened today. Team up. Outside world. Guyan smiled with satisfaction when he saw Shaolin being pushed into the police car. Very good. Meet at the Lung family's door at 8 o'clock in the evening. Guyan reminded Mei Shui, then slowly left humming a song. Hearing this, Mei Shui slowly turned her head to look at Guyan's back. Her eyes were extremely complicated. She knew that she should tell her master about what she was doing now. Can't. For my brother. Sorry, master. Chapter 45. I haven't seen you for a long time. Qingxiu, you have become more beautiful again. Lung family. In the study, a man in an orange and yellow robe and with his hair tied up stood behind Lung Qingxiu. His eyes were also covered with a cloth, and he spoke respectfully. Master, after these days of investigation, we have found 5 organizations in Zhanghai City that are connected to the incident. They're the Dragon King Palace, the God of Death, the King of Hell Palace, the Peach Blossom Society, and the Xuanwu Gate. The Dragon King Palace is currently hiding in Zhanghai City, but their young master is out in the open. The only member of the Death God was killed by Mei Shui not long ago. The Peach Blossom Society and the Xuanwu sect have also been ravaged by various vendettas over the years, leaving them in dire straits. Only a few minor figures remain, hiding in Zhanghai City. It is said that they are looking for an heir. The only one we need to pay attention to is the Yama Palace. After being stationed in Zhanghai City for these years, they have become a considerable force in Zhanghai. Not only in the ancient martial arts world, but also in the secular world, the underworld and the white world have their people planted there. As Lung Qingxiu listened to his subordinates' reports, murderous intent gradually gathered in his heart. I didn't expect that Zhanghai City would have the 5 forces of that year. If she hadn't accumulated more and more strength and capital over the years, she probably wouldn't have known that the enemy was right next to her. Thinking of this, Lung Qingxiu nodded slightly and said lightly, Clivia, you did a great job. As soon as these words were spoken, the man named Clivia showed joy on his face, and he quickly opened his folding fan to cover the corners of his mouth that were trying to rise. Her tone was filled with uncontrollable joy. Haha, I, Clivia, belong to the master, so it's my duty to share his worries. Hee. The master actually praised me. Clivia was very excited and kept twisting her body. Lung Qingxiu was thinking silently. The young master of the Dragon King Palace has sent Mei Shui to investigate. If the opponent's strength is average, then killing the young master first is also a good choice. If they're very strong, then put them aside and temporarily look for the remnants of Taohua society and Xuanwu Gate, and then defeat them one by one. Think of this. Lung Qingxiu was about to say something. Suddenly, her expression changed, as if she had sensed something. He immediately stood up, turned around, and said to Clivia, Let's go. Clivia was stunned. Leave? But I still have something to say. For example, my admiration and respect for my master, and the poems I wrote to praise his heroic spirit. Seeing that Junlia hadn't figured out the situation, Lung Qingxiu's expression suddenly turned icy cold. Get out. Clivia felt the chill, and her face turned pale instantly. He quickly responded with yes. The next second, bang, his figure turned into a group of butterflies and flew out of the window. And just a few seconds after Clivia left, Xiao Qingqing, Guyan's voice shouting corny words came in. When Lung Qingxiu saw Clivia leave, she felt relieved, but at the same time she felt a little uncomfortable with Guyan's corny name. Click. The door opened. Xiao Qingqing, Zuisangue, Akai Hatoa. I'm coming. Guyan pushed the door open naturally. Then he saw Lung Qingxiu standing in front of the window. He immediately rushed over with a smile, intending to give her a loving hug from behind. But who would have thought that Lung Qingxiu seemed to know what he was going to do, and she dodged and left Guyan empty-handed. Guyan didn't get discouraged when he didn't get the hug. He stood up straight and looked at the indifferent Lung Qingxiu with a smile, saying, Xiao Qingqing, what are you doing? As he spoke, he looked left and right, and then came to a conclusion. I haven't seen you for a long time. Qingxiu, you have become more beautiful again. This guy. Lung Qingxiu originally wanted to appear calm in front of Guyan. After all, she is the controller of the night organization. The level of quality must be very high. Why did I hear the voice of this bastard and what he said? I can't help but break it. Thinking of this, Lung Qingxiu no longer cared about pretending to be calm, and raised his head slightly and snorted. I want you to say more, and please don't call me Xiao Qingqing in the future. Lung Qingxiu wished she could just cover this bastard's mouth. Calling me by that tone and name, don't you know it's embarrassing and humiliating? If it were to spread that I, the dignified Night King, also have a name like Xiao Qingqing, how would my subordinates view me? Having said that, you always come here when I am deploying work. What if you discover my secret? It will be over. If an ordinary person like you gets involved in the disputes among us ancient warriors, it will be difficult for you to escape. Lung Qingxiu felt very dissatisfied when he thought of this. This man always has to cover up for himself. Come to think of it, I didn't see him this morning, and here he comes at this time. Lung Qingxiu seemed to have thought of something. His expression turned cold, and he said, Tell me, is your friend's mother okay during the visit? What? Did you remember to come over after you finished watching it? This morning, Linger was clamoring for her brother-in-law to take her to McDonald's, but it was your housekeeper who showed up instead. Guyan felt a little ashamed. He had no words to express his pain, so he could only cough dryly, naturally took Lung Qingxiu's hand, and then led her back to the desk. Touch the object of pure love, points +1. Then, with an expression that said, I only love you, he said, Qingxiu, believe me, there's really nothing between me and my friend. I'm just too kind, so I can't bear to see others suffer so much. Hearing this, Lung Qingxiu shook off Guyan's hand, turned his head, and said, I didn't say anything about your relationship with your friend. Why are you rushing to clarify here? And they're in dire straits. There are so many people in this world who are in dire straits. Why haven't I seen you helping anyone? Lung Qingxiu didn't know why he said these words. I don't know why, but I feel a little irritated when I think of Guyan going to see that woman named Wang Yulan again this morning. Of course, Lung Qingxiu didn't think that she fell in love with Guyan. It's most likely the so-called possessiveness mentioned in the book Linger read, because she treated Gu Yan as a servant serving her. So they don't want this servant to serve others anymore. Well, that must be the reason. Gu Yan could feel that Lung Qingxiu was not really angry because his heart rate and breathing rate were very disordered when he was angry. But now the other person's breathing and heartbeat are very regular and peaceful. So Gu Yan concluded that the other party was no longer angry. So he spoke more casually. Gu Yan took Lung Qingxiu's hand again and said softly, "Qingxiu, don't say that. My friend was also hospitalized this morning. Look, I can't stay there." But it didn't matter after that. I helped her with the hospitalization procedures and paid for the subsequent treatment costs. I've done my best. There is nothing more for me to do after this. Hearing this, although Lung Qingxiu felt a little satisfied in her heart, on the surface, she said indifferently, "Really? I thought your Ms. Wang would marry you after seeing how good you were to her. What do you mean by pledge yourself to me? Qingxiu, don't talk nonsense. Even if all the women in the world throw themselves at me, you are the only one I love in my mind. You mean you fantasized about all the women in the world throwing themselves at you? It's just a metaphor. You must believe me, Qingxiu." Chapter 46 being continuously trampled by the object of pure love. In the room, after the initial warm interaction, the atmosphere between the two became extremely harmonious. "Qingxiu, do you think I should learn Braille?" Guyan closed his eyes and placed his big hand forcefully on the Braille book that Lung Qingxiu was reading. I felt a big hand reaching out from the side to block my reading. Lung Qingxiu sighed helplessly. Sometimes she didn't understand Gu Yan's train of thought. "Why are you learning Braille? Aren't your eyes fine?" Seeing that Lung Qingxiu was willing to pay attention to him, Gu Yan curled his lips and said, "Think about it. To you, Qingxiu, the whole world is pitch black. But to me, the world is colorful. So there must be a lot of estrangement between the two of us. I can't understand your world as a blind person, and you can't understand my world as a normal person. So I thought, if I become blind too, will I be able to understand you, Qingxiu, better?" Gu Yan's words made Lung Qingxiu's heart tremble suddenly. This guy. She pursed her lips with a complicated expression. "I am not. I didn't become blind voluntarily. I just had no choice." Lung Qingxiu felt extremely complicated. What a hopelessly stupid man. Do you want to become blind just because you want to understand me better? What? Hey. However, Lung Qingxiu was still thinking about it. Gu Yan waved his hand again and said, "But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. I don't want to be blind anymore." Lung Qingxiu was still moved. "But, Gu Yan, you just don't care about the atmosphere? You are standing here, and you are still touching me." However, the next second, Lung Qingxiu felt a warm feeling on his face. Then Gu Yan said gently, "Because I'm blind, I can't see your beautiful face, Qingxiu. Isn't it a shame that such a beautiful face cannot be seen? It makes me feel very uncomfortable just thinking about it." Lung Qingxiu's heart skipped a beat. She unnaturally slapped away Gu Yan's big hand that was caressing her face and said in a panic, "Get your hands off me." "Hiss. Qingxiu, you're going too far. What's wrong with a husband touching his wife?" Gu Yan pretended to scream in pain, then couldn't help but rush over and hugged Lung Qingxiu tightly. What are you doing?" Lung Qingxiu was very flustered by Gu Yan's sudden hug. "Obviously, daily bonding with my wife. I've been running around outside these days, but I'm so suffocated." Gu Yan said confidently, "Everyday stickers. And you've been hanging out outside all the time. Isn't that all your fault? I don't care about you. Just let me go." Lung Qingxiu's heart was in a state of panic. After feeling the aura of the man in front of her, her face couldn't help but blush. However, Gu Yan had his head buried in Lung Qingxiu's arms, so he didn't see it. "I won't let go. Unless, Qingxiu, you call me husband. I love you the most." Gu Yan yelled while lying in Lung Qingxiu's arms. Favorite? Lung Qingxiu's breathing stagnated. What kind of shameless name is this? You actually wanted to yell like that? And please don't lie down in a weird place and talk, okay? Lung Qingxiu raised her head slightly. She felt that Gu Yan made her body itchy when he spoke. No, I am the controller of the night organization. How can I be treated like this by an ordinary person?" Thinking of this, Lung Qingxiu showed a trace of anger on his face, and then he stretched out his hand and put it directly on Gu Yan's shoulder. "Get up and die." Lung Qingxiu pushed Gu Yan hard, but due to the rules of the dagger, she was still an ordinary person. Before she removed the seal from her eyes, Lung Qingxiu was just an ordinary woman. Hateful. Lung Qingxiu was both embarrassed and annoyed. I have never been so close to a man before. I didn't expect Gu Yin to be so shameless and pounce on me. By the way, the other party had eaten the saliva from the spoon she used before. He was an incurable pervert and sex maniac. Qingxiu, I'll get up as soon as you call me. No matter how Lung Qingxiu pushed, Gu Yin just couldn't get up. Because Gu Yin remembered the knowledge he learned from books. When you fall in love, you must be thick-skinned enough. And you have to learn to be persistent. Only in this way will you have a chance to win the beauty. However, Gu Yin remembered that there seemed to be several prerequisites before that. He had forgotten what the premise was, but what he knew was that it would most likely not work to use ordinary means to improve Lung Qingxiu's favorability. Only by doing something that impressed Lung Qingxiu could he make the person who would become the biggest villain in the future remember him. And the object of pure love feels ashamed. Points plus 20. If your love partner feels embarrassed and annoyed, you will get plus 30 points. The target of pure love is angry. Points plus 40. The points are increasing more and more, and I can't bear to give them up. Lung Qingxiu didn't know what Gu Yan was thinking. She only knew that she felt very ashamed. How could the Night King be controlled by man? So she gritted her teeth and pushed hard on Gu Yan's shoulder. Give it to me. Stand up. Ouch. Gu Yan was still enjoying the joy of increasing points, but his sweet dream was interrupted by a strong push from the other party. At the same time, the body fell directly backwards. Lung Qingxiu finally pushed the bastard away and stood up, panting slightly. If she could open her eyes now, she would have an expression of shame, anger, and the desire to kill. She knew that Gu Yan was pushed to the ground by her, but she didn't care about that. Qingxiu, you're going too far. Do you treat your husband like this? Gu Yan rubbed his head, helplessly and guiltily looking at Lung Qingxiu in front of him, who was standing with his arms folded across his chest and a cold face looking towards him. Haha, too much. There are even more outrageous things. Lung Qingxiu sneered. This guy, if I don't teach him a lesson, he really thinks he is the dominant one in the relationship, right? The next second, under Gu Yan's surprised gaze, Lung Qingxiu walked straight forward. Bang! She stepped on Gu Yan's chest with one of her icy jade feet. With his arms around his chest, he stepped on Gu Yan's chest and stomped on it while saying with a cold face, "You suddenly hugged me. You are such a hopeless pervert." Cough. Gu Yan pretended to be in pain, but his expression was very comfortable. Qingxiu, don't be like this. I feel so uncomfortable. Let me go. Gu Yan yelled. Lung Qingxiu couldn't see Gu Yan's expression, but she could hear his miserable screams, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. You know you're wrong, but I'm sorry, I'm still angry. Just keep lying on the ground and let me step on you until you make useless noises. Humph, you know you're wrong, right? If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think I, Lung Qingxiu, am easy to mess with and a naive person who has never been in love? Do you really think that if you say you love me, my face will turn red with joy and my heart will flutter? Let me tell you, Gu Yan, that's impossible. Gu Yan was still pretending to scream in pain, but his expression was very wrong. Qingxiu, I was wrong. Being stepped on by your pure love partner gives you plus 50 points. Continuously being trampled by your pure love partner. Points plus 100. No, there's something wrong with your pure love system. Do you have any weird habits? Although Gu Yan was cursing in his heart, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. This is really a pleasant surprise. Lung Qingxiu felt a little bit sorry when she heard Gu Yan screaming so miserably. Forget it, just teach him a lesson. Gu Yan is just an ordinary person. Why should I be so stingy? Thinking about it, Lung Qingxiu put his foot away and snorted softly. You know the consequences of making me unhappy, right? If you do it again, the punishment will be more than this. When Gu Yan saw Lung Qingxiu put away her jade feet, he felt a little disappointed that he could not continue to earn points. But on the surface, he also put on an expression of, I know I was wrong. My dear wife, you're the boss of this family. Whether you want to step on me or hit me in the future, I won't complain at all. Lung Qingxiu was surprised to see Gu Yan being so understanding, but it was also a good thing. Gu Yan just needed to know who was the dominant one in the relationship, so she nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you know. As he said that, he reached out his hand to pull Gu Yan up. Gu Yan held Lung Qingxiu's hand and stood up halfway, when he suddenly thought of something and said, By the way, Qingxiu, I won't come tonight. I have something to do. Ouch. Lung Qingxiu's face turned cold when he heard this. He loosened his hand and ignored Gu Yan, who fell to the ground again. he said coldly. Oh, Gu Yin lying on the ground. Chapter 47, Arriving at the Base of Night. Gu Yin rubbed his neck and left the Lung family, his face looking a little distressed. It hurts, it hurts. Qingxiu is angry again. But there's nothing we can do about it. I don't know if it's because of the practice of pure love. Pure love makes you stronger, but now he can sense the existence of many special auras. For example, as soon as he stepped into the Lung family's gate, he realized that there was actually another person in the study besides Lung Qingxiu. The aura of the other existence was slightly different from Mei Shui's, but the same thing was that both of them had a somewhat chaotic feeling, like putting all the leftovers in one pot and cooking them. It must be another subordinate of Qingxiu. But when he approached the study, he found that the breath quickly ran outside and disappeared. So Gu Yin guessed that Lung Qingxiu should also be able to sense his breath. He had originally had a good idea to spend the first night making love with Qingxiu. When it was almost time to leave, he went to Shaolin with Mei Shui to carry out his plan. But now it seems that this plan is not feasible. If he rashly met Mei Shui in such a close place to Lung Qingxiu would probably notice it. I don't want Lung Qingxiu to know what I'm doing behind my back right now. Firstly, Lung Qingxiu's favorability towards me has not yet reached a very high level. If the other party finds out that you're not an ordinary person as you appear, they will definitely have concerns about you. Secondly, regardless of whether or not to mention the favorability, according to Lung Qingxiu's villainous character in the original novel, once he discovers that he might not be an ordinary person, then the consequences will be unimaginable. Don't let her mistake you for being a participant in the massacre that year. Then everything will be over. Why? Gu Yin sighed lightly and said, never mind, just take it one step at a time. If we are discovered, we will talk about it later. Okay, let me see where Mei Shui is. Gu Yin called the system in his mind. Start locating Mei Shui. Jianghai City, in a tea restaurant called Night. Waiters dressed in maid and butler uniforms were busy shuttling between the tables, carrying delicious dishes in their hands. In front of the cash register in the restaurant, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses was observing everything in the store in an orderly manner. There is something special about this restaurant. That is, from the clerk to the store manager, they are all blind people with their eyes covered with cloth. Guest number 1 wants a bowl of pork chop rice with a fried egg. Okay, I'll be right there. Mei Shui, the guest at table 3, has left. Go clear the table. Okay, manager. Although Mei Shui was blindfolded, she was still able to stack dozens of plates steadily. See, this is the great thing about this tea restaurant. Look, all the staff are blind, but they serve dishes and clean as if they can see. The guest who came here said to the friend he brought here, they must be fake. The cloth they're covering them with must be transparent from the inside. The friend sneered. He didn't believe in this so-called blind people's tea restaurant. And just at this moment, would you two like to order something? A sweet voice came from beside the two of them. The two of them looked in surprise and saw a blindfolded girl with white hair and a high ponytail, wearing a maid outfit and holding a menu in her arms, stood by the table. Although she was blindfolded and her full appearance could not be seen, she exuded a lovable aura. Gulp. The two of them swallowed immediately. Ah, this is my second time here, and it's my friend's first time. Hearing this, the girl with a high ponytail gently placed her hand on her lips and uttered a soft voice. Oh, then Lian, I must serve this little brother who is here for the first time well. As she spoke, she put down the menu, reached out and held the hand of the blushing man who was here for the first time, and moved his hand to point to the most expensive dish on the menu, which cost 8,888 yuan. This love-like water softbone ramen is one of Lian's most recommended dishes. It represents Lian's deep love for her little brother. Love, love. The young man who came for the first time was stunned when he felt the warmth in her hands and the beautiful face so close to her. He nodded dully. Then I'll have one of these. Me? I want one too. The young man who came for the second time also shouted when he saw this. The words fell. The girl with a high ponytail immediately withdrew her hand and picked up the menu. With a warm expression, she shouted to the kitchen staff, 2 set meals S. After saying that, he left without looking back. Ugh, this is so boring. Why do we have to do this kind of thing here? The girl with her back to the two of them instantly put away her sweet smile and instead showed a look of disgust. Mei Shui, who was clearing the dishes as she passed by the girl, whispered, Bai Lian, watch your expression. The guests are coming again. Hearing this, Bai Lian put on a sweet smile again. Aunt Mei Shui, isn't it just because you were summoned before me that you are so loved by the master? Why are you pretending? Bai Lian felt very disdainful. But on the surface, she still smiled sweetly and said, Okay, Sister Meishue. Meishue was too lazy to pay attention to this hypocritical guy. She walked into the kitchen with dozens of plates stacked in her hands. Bai Lian raised her middle finger behind her. Next second, ding-ling-ling, the door was pushed open. Bai Lian quickly put on a smile and turned to greet him. Welcome. When Bai Lian saw that the visitor was a man with outstanding appearance and temperament, his eyes lit up. Wow, he's a handsome guy. Guyan walked in the tea restaurant called. He first looked around. There were neither too many nor too few customers, and there were only one or two waiters outside receiving them. A middle-aged man wearing sunglasses stood in front of the cashier. It looks like an ordinary tea restaurant, but the same aura as that of Mei Shui and others emanating from here made Gu Yin curl his lips. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. It turns out that the base of the night organization in the original work is here. The original novel did not specify where the Yi organization's base was located, but only vaguely mentioned that it was hidden in Jianghai City. Little brother, Lian Lian, I have never seen you before. Is this your first time here? Seeing that Guyan didn't say anything, Bai Lian thought that he was attracted by her appearance. I couldn't help but feel a little disdainful in my heart, but I had the meal ticket for tonight. Since he seems quite rich, let him treat me to a meal at the most luxurious restaurant in Jianghai City. However, Guyan just glanced at Bai Lian and then walked straight toward an empty seat. Being ignored, Bai Lian slowly put up a question mark, her expression a little tense. Ignore me? Haha, is it because you're playing hard to get? Rich people really know how to have fun. Bai Lian took a deep breath. She didn't believe that any man could resist the charm emanating from her naturally charming body. Thinking about it, she put on a smile again and walked towards Guyan. Chapter 48, let me tell you about the latest plan. The moment Guyan entered the tea restaurant, the middle-aged man wearing sunglasses at the counter frowned slightly. Strange, why did I sense the master's aura on that person? Is the other party an acquaintance of the master in the secular world? But he couldn't sense the other person's cultivation level. Is it some special existence? Thinking of this, he looked at Bai Lian who was walking towards Guyan, just wanting Bai Lian to test the other party. Guyan sighed. Bai Lian came over and brought an empty cup. She bent down slightly while holding a kettle, gradually moving her body closer to Guyan. She lifted her hair slightly, and an inexplicable sweet fragrance emanated from her. With a charming look, she said, Little brother, why did you ignore me just now? Bai Lian made a sweet sound, and all the guests around her trembled and blushed with embarrassment on their faces. Bai Lian also laughed secretly in her heart. How can you still be alive like this? However, Guyan just glanced at her, then frowned and asked curiously, Why do you have to make so many movements just to pour water? What kind of people are under Qingqiu's command? He felt it when he read the original work. Each of these people is very strange. Bai Lian's expression froze. Looking at that frowning expression, Bai Lian's hand holding the kettle began to tremble slightly. Why? Why had so many actions? Hiss. Not angry, not angry. My wife. Oh, I just pour it quickly. Good. You bastard, you can't die from drinking. Bai Lian smiled kindly, poured the water, picked up the kettle, and was about to leave stiffly to think of other solutions. Next second. Wait a moment. Gu Yin suddenly shouted. You bastard, you finally lost control? Bai Lian was delighted. She knew that there was no problem with her charm. You can tell from the guests hunching over at the tables next to you. What's wrong, little brother? Bai Lian turned her head and asked with a smile. Then Guyan pointed at a bowl of egg fried rice on the menu and said, Give me this. Look at that bowl of egg fried rice for 6 yuan. Bai Lian's face froze slightly. Okay, please wait a moment. Just a moment. As she spoke, she glided towards the kitchen. After watching the other party walk completely into the kitchen, Guyan shook his head helplessly. What kind of subordinates are these? Each one is more unreliable than the other. In the original novel, Bai Lian is also a weirdo. In a shopping mall, she controlled hundreds of men with her natural charm. She threatened the male protagonist Xiao Lin to accept her control by using the lives of ordinary people. When a male protagonist gave up struggling and Bai Lian thought she had controlled him, but he never thought that this was just Xiao Lin's plan. He had a Qingxin jade pendant given to him by the eldest daughter of the Bai family, so they could be free from control. As expected, Bai Lian was killed by Xiao Lin with one punch. What a pity! Bai Lian has always relied on her natural charm. Therefore, he was not very serious about cultivation, and his cultivation level was only at the early stage of Grandmaster level until his death. The effect of the natural charm of the body has not been fully utilized. It is explained in the original book that once a person with a naturally charming body is cultivated to the level of a Grandmaster, it will be a qualitative change. A mere blink of an eye can influence the mind of the man who controls a city. Maybe the author thought it was too perverted, so he quickly took the other party offline. But compared to this, what made Gu Yin even more speechless was the original novel. None of Lung Qingxiu's subordinates had the awareness of working together. Every time, only one person goes out to fight against the entire group of protagonists. One dies, and then another dies. This process repeats itself. Not only did it not cause much loss to the protagonists, but it also allowed them to become stronger and break through the realm in the battle. Guyan helplessly picked up the water cup and took a sip. He felt that it was necessary to change the current situation. What the hell is this guy who always likes to fight alone? At this moment, in the kitchen, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. That damn man. Bai Lian was wearing calfskin boots and kicking a bag of rice hard. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, as if the bag of rice was Gu Yan. Mei Shui asked while washing dishes, "What's wrong with you? Who offended you?" She found it a little funny. Wasn't the other party fine when she came in just now? Why are you so angry now? Bai Lian became even angrier when she heard this. She stepped on the rice bag and angrily cursed. "A man is here. You're not affected by my charm. That attitude, it's really infuriating." After saying that, he continued to step on the rice to vent his anger. A man wearing a headscarf and frying pork chops said calmly, "Bai Lian, stop stepping on the rice. That's for the guests to eat." When Bai Lian heard what this person said, she had to reluctantly retract her feet, then stood aside with her arms folded across her chest with an unhappy look on her face. "You're not going out?" Mei Shui looked at the other person after washing the dishes. The latter shook her head, took out a lady's cigarette from her pocket, and lit it. She didn't care whether this was a kitchen or not, and blew out a light smoke ring. She waved her hand and said, "No, that man can resist my charm. I don't want to see the kind of man who doesn't understand romance. There are always a few weirdos in this world who can resist my charm, like the fried pork chop, and the one sitting outside." Mei Shui nodded. "Then you will be responsible for helping in the kitchen. I will go outside." After saying that, he walked out while Bai Lian had a slightly stiff expression. "Help? The kind that requires me to chop vegetables and wash dishes?" Bai Lian felt a little regretful, but it was better to stay inside than to see the face of that irritating man. Mei Shui wiped her hands on the counter. A bearded man in chef's clothes brought out a plate of egg fried rice from the window behind the counter. "The egg fried rice for guest number 11 is ready. Mei Shui, please take it over." "Okowo." Mei Shui nodded, then walked to table 11 with the fried rice. Only, when she took just 2 steps, click, her heart skipped a beat, as if she sensed something. She quickly looked towards table 11. A familiar aura was sitting there, and the contours of the aura began to change. It seemed like he was waving at her. She walked over calmly and put the egg fried rice on the table. Guyan looked at Mei Shui, who was wearing a maid outfit and holding fried rice, walking towards him, and a surprised smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When she came over to him and put down the egg fried rice, Guyan whispered, "Does Qingxiu know that you are doing this kind of thing here?" Mei Shui's expression changed slightly, and she clenched her fists. She had noticed it when Guyan asked her to meet him at the door of Lung's house. Now her guess has been proven. Guyan knows the true identity of their master. Hateful. Mei Shui took a deep breath and did not answer Guyan's question. Instead, she whispered, "What are you doing here?" Guyan smiled lightly. "Don't be so nervous. What if the rest of you find out? How about you pretend that I'm a friend you know in the secular world? I'll also tell you about the latest changes to my plans for tonight." Mei Shui thought for a moment and no longer hesitated. She smoothed her skirt and sat opposite Guyan. The store manager in front of the cashier counter, who was wearing sunglasses, frowned slightly when he saw this. Is he Mei Shui's friend? And a guy? Oh, so that's why. No wonder it smells like its master. The store manager suddenly realized and stopped paying attention to the situation over there. Chapter 49, I only want that half of the jade pendant. Looking at the smiling guy in front of her, Mei Shui couldn't help but admire his courage. He actually dared to come to their base alone without bringing his powerful butler. Mei Shui didn't know how Gu Yin found this place, but she just hoped that this man would leave here quickly. Her expression remained unchanged, and her tone was a little urgent. "So, what do you want to say?" "Then leave quickly." Don't worry, I'll talk while I eat. I haven't even had time to eat breakfast. Guyen took a bite of the egg fried rice and looked slightly satisfied. This rice tastes okay, although it still tastes a little worse than mine. Mei Shui heard this and glanced in the direction of the kitchen. Seeing that no one heard her, she whispered to Guyen, "You'd better be careful. Others aren't as easy to talk to as I am. Are you good at talking?" Guyen looked at her in surprise. Which easygoing person would want to slip my neck as soon as we meet? However, compare with the descriptions of other people in the original work. Mei Shui can indeed be considered a humane one. Guyen shrugged. All right, this is your base camp after all. Then I'll be frank. As he ate, he pretended to be chatting casually. Let's change the plan. We'll meet in front of the police station at 8 o'clock this evening. The plan is as follows. Xiao Lin was taken to the police station, but he is a warrior and the young master of the Dragon King Palace, so naturally someone will bail him out. You released the Shadow Slave's control this morning, which is why all those people became corpses. This method of shifting the blame will only disgust Shaolin at best, but it won't have any impact on him at all. But at least it can delay the time it takes to get him out. We just have to wait until night. After all, Guyen took a bite of egg fried rice, looked at Mei Shui with a smile on his face, and said, "You can only display your full strength at night." Mei Shui frowned slightly. Damn, it feels so bad to have all my secrets known to others. Guyen continued, "And what you need to do is not to fight Shaolin to the death. You don't even need to test his full ability. What you have to do is the first thing I tell you to do. That is something you need to get from Shaolin for me. Or rather, you just need to make him reveal that thing. Hear this." Mei Shui already had a rough idea in her mind. She took a deep breath and asked, "What is it?" Guyen pointed to his neck and said, "Shaolin has always worn half of the jade pendant around his neck, but he usually hides it under his clothes, so it's not visible. Half a jade pendant." Mei Shui was a little confused and curious when she heard this. "Is that all?" "That's the only way." Guyen smiled softly, and after finishing the last bite of fried rice, he warned Mei Shui, "Don't think about going head-to-head with Shaolin. He's not an opponent you can handle right now. Not even you in the dark of night. You have to know that it is not just a difference in cultivation. It is also a difference in luck. Shaolin is the hero in the original novel, the son of destiny of the world. No matter how hard Mei Shui tried, she could not deal with Shaolin." Mei Shui clenched her fists upon hearing this. She said in a voice of disbelief, "My fighting ability in the dark is comparable to that of a grandmaster. Even if I can't defeat Shaolin, I can at least force him to use his full strength. How could it be as terrible as you say?" Guyen smiled after hearing this. "Oh." After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the cashier. Mei Shui slowly asked a question, feeling a little depressed for some reason. Although this one didn't say anything, it seems like it said everything. In short, it made her very depressed. "That's $6. In front of the cashier counter, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses saw Guyen coming over and gave a professional smile. After paying the bill, Guyen waved to Mei Shui, who had also come over, and said with a smile, "Goodbye, Miss Mei." Ding-ling-ling. Guyen left. Mei Shui felt a headache after hearing the name and tone. This guy is really good at acting. The man in sunglasses couldn't contain his interest at this point and asked jokingly, "Mei Shui, you seem to be very familiar with that guy from the secular world?" Mei Shui sighed softly when she heard this. Just acquaintance. After all, she didn't understand Guyen at all and couldn't guess what Guyen was trying to do. "I understand, but Mei Shui, please don't indulge in the joy of love. That would delay the master's plan." The man in sunglasses said earnestly. "Manager, what strange things are you talking about?" Baffling. Mei Shui frowned and returned to the kitchen with a cold face. "That guy is the owner's nominal husband, although I don't know what the owner likes about him." The store manager shook his head. This kid was just too blunt. However, that man was just an ordinary person with no cultivation level fluctuations. If he was really dragged into the ancient martial arts world, it would probably be a disaster. There's a high probability that the two of them will end up together. At this time, Jianghai City Police Department. Inside the interrogation room, Xiao Lin sat on the interrogation chair, and opposite him sat Chen Yingyin with a serious face. She took the information in her hand and asked each one, name, Xiao Lin, age, 24 years old, gender, can't you see this? Bang. Chen Yingyin slammed his hand on the table with an angry look on his face and said, "Now I'm asking you." Xiao Lin wanted to cry, but had no tears. "I feel extremely depressed. Why is this happening? He clearly didn't do anything. So why did he have to endure this interrogation like a criminal? Unfortunately, before going down the mountain, his master had always told him to abide by the laws of the secular world. Otherwise, he would have walked away long ago. But this woman named Chun Ying is also very beautiful. It seems like a nice place to stay. Seeing Chun Ying's face becoming increasingly unfriendly, he finally came to his senses and replied, "Ahem, male." Chun Ying's impression of Shaolin became increasingly negative, and he was convinced that he was the mastermind behind all this. So he said in a cold tone, "Did you injure someone named Wang Yulan in Yulin community this morning?" Shaolin was stunned. Wang Yulan? Magnolia? Considering the current situation, a possibility came to his mind, so he replied with a somewhat lost tone, "Yes." As he said this, he clenched his fists tightly. "Sister Yulan? Call the police?" But I was clearly just trying to help her stay away from that bad guy. Thinking of this, Shaolin raised his head and explained, "But me. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to hurt Yulan. I just—" Before he finished speaking, "Shut up," Chun Ying said in a deep voice, her eyes filled with anger. "Do you know that your punch almost killed someone? If it weren't for you, someone sent the other person to the hospital. I'm afraid she's dead." Chapter 50 action begins. Buzz. Hearing this, Shaolin's face turned pale and his mind went blank. How could this happen? I clearly held back. Seeing that Shaolin was still stubborn, Chun Ying suppressed his anger and said, "Retreat? Let me give you an analogy. Do you think a boxer's punch, thrown with less power, and an ordinary person's punch, thrown with less power, are the same? According to the doctor's diagnosis, if Wang Yulan had been sent there any later, she would have died because of that punch." As soon as these words were spoken, Shaolin was completely speechless. His eyes gradually became dull. He also felt extremely guilty and self-blame in his heart. His master told him, "His power is not used to kill, but to protect others." The master asked him to protect the people he cared about. "But what have you protected?" "Shaolin. Actually let Magnolia." Seeing this, Chun Ying also realized that it was indeed Shaolin who did it. So the subsequent work went much faster. As she asked, Shaolin replied in a depressed tone, "Do you know who the several people who died at TNI Pharmaceutical today were?" "I don't know. I just saw them trying to attack Warner, so I took action. They're just former security guards from TNI Pharmaceutical. They gathered together to cause trouble because TNI Pharmaceutical was late in paying their salaries. During that time, he did some irrational things, but they were not punishable by death." Chun Ying shook his head and sighed. "Now, they are all powerless to save the situation. Do you know what consequences you have caused? In total, 5 families have lost family members as a result of this." Plop, plop. As Shaolin listened, the guilt in his heart grew stronger. For the first time, he felt confused about his own strength. He stared at his hands blankly. Could it be that he also killed those people? Although I thought I had restrained myself, people's physiques are different. Because he had been fighting those monsters in the mountains, he had never considered that most people were actually very vulnerable. Even the slightest touch from him could leave you disabled. The master also kept telling him to find a way to control his strength when he went down the mountain, and never use his full strength unless necessary. But when people around him, such as Wang Yulan and Shen Wan'er, are about to be hurt, his head would get hot and he would lose control. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to do that." Shaolin closed his eyes, his voice choked with sobs. A line of clear tears actually slid down from his eyes. For a moment, he felt terrified of the power he possessed. "I am sorry." Chun Ying sighed softly and looked at the crying man in front of him with pity. He was only 24 years old, but he had committed many serious crimes in succession, as if he had just come to Jianghai to find a job not long ago. What a pity. She stood up, patted the young policeman on the shoulder, and whispered, "Did you record everything?" The young policeman nodded with difficulty when he heard this, with the recorder in his hand. "I didn't expect to meet such a terrifying murderer right after graduation. I really didn't expect it." "Well, then you stay here and watch him. I'll go out and report the situation to the director." After saying that, he walked out in front of the young policeman whose face turned pale. Gulp. The young policeman swallowed and secretly glanced at Shaolin, who was tied up in the interrogation chair, and fell into self-doubt. I felt a little comforted. It's impossible to break free from this, right? Inside the director's office, Chun Guoping listened to his daughter's report and nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. I'll leave this matter to you. As for the family of the deceased, just tell them that the case is still under investigation and that I can't reveal too many details for now." Chun Ying nodded. Just as she was about to leave, Chun Guoping seemed to have thought of something. So he coughed dryly and asked, daughter. Chen Ying frowned and interrupted the other party. Director Chun, please call me by my name at work. Chen Guoping felt a little annoyed by his serious daughter, but he nodded reluctantly. Okay, Chen Ying, how old are you now? 27. Chen Ying was a little confused as to why his father asked this. She's 27 already. Look at Lao Fong's daughter. She's the same age as you. Her kids are already running around the streets. You're not young anymore. Isn't it time to find a suitable partner? Chun Guoping felt that Chen Ying's face was becoming increasingly unfriendly, but if he missed the opportunity, he might not be able to see his daughter, who was busy with cases all day at home. So he still gritted his teeth and continued. You know Xiao Gu, right? He was always following you around when we were little. His father and I are brothers. Not long ago, his father came to ask me if I had a boyfriend. This was when Gu Yin had not yet come to his senses. Gu Tianming was thinking that the good things should not be wasted on outsiders, so he tried to match his servile son with the daughter of Chen Guoping. Hearing this, Chen Ying's mind also recalled the scene when Gu Yin always followed her and called her sister when she was a child. But all these beautiful memories were shattered after the bad rumors about the other party appeared. In Chen Ying's opinion, a man should not be like Gu Yin, who is so servile and so unfilial. So she naturally wouldn't agree. Impossible, I won't agree. Besides, Chen Ying thought of Wang Yulan in the hospital. Whenever she talked about Gu Yin, she couldn't help but smile happily. She shook her head. Maybe he already has someone he likes. Then, before Chen Guoping could say anything else, Chen Ying walked away. Seeing this, Chen Guoping sighed and shook his head helplessly. Oh, this child. That night, under a big tree in front of the police station. Did Qingxiu eat well? Gu Yin asked Mei Shui a little nervously. The latter was silent for a while, then nodded. After seeing Gu Yin breathe a sigh of relief, she felt a little strange in her heart. Does this guy really like my master? No, he's the best at acting. Maybe he's just playing the role of a loving wife. That's fine. You know the plan, right? Gu Yin smiled lightly and returned to normal. When you enter, I will have the people in the dark turn off all the power, and you will start to act at that time. Is everything all right? Mei Shui went over Gu Yin's words in her mind. After confirming that there was no problem, she nodded. I understand, as long as we can get or make Gu Yin reveal that half of the jade pendant, right? That's right. Mei Shui thought that this couldn't be difficult. So, just when she was about to take action, Gu Yin took out a miniature in-ear headset from somewhere, handed it to the other party, and said with a smile, Put this on. I'll let you know what to do with some details. Mei Shui didn't say anything. She took the headset and put it on, and her figure instantly turned into nothingness. After seeing the other party leave, Gu Yin smiled slightly, with a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. So, let's get started. Cut off Xiao Lin's greatest opportunity, the half-jade pendant that matched the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Chapter 51 arrived at the police station. Long time no see, Sister Ying. Night. In the duty room. Sister Chun, I'll be leaving first. Okowo. Click. The door closed. Chun Ying was the only one left in the entire police station. She was looking through a recent murder case. His brows were furrowed together. It says on it, 4 people were tragically killed in the Kushui-Yuan residential complex. Each of them had 3 claw-like scratches on their chests. The deceased are, this is the 4th murder case in Qiushui-Yuan, and the murderer has not been caught yet. The only clue was the 3 claw marks on the deceased's chest. It looks like the claws of a wild beast, but it is completely different from those of a tiger or a lion. The bear is also wrong. There is no jungle zoo near Qiushui Garden, and this bizarre murder case also gave Chun Ying a headache. She had suspected that these were actually 3 knife marks deliberately made by the murderer with a long knife. But after forensic examination, it was determined that these were not knife marks, but claw marks. This caused a headache for the entire police station, and they invited various well-known experts in the industry to make an appraisal. They all shook their heads and said they didn't know him. TSK, what on earth could cause such a wound? Chun Ying frowned and turned the pen. He glanced towards the monitoring room. Xiao Lin sat on the wooden bed in the prison with a depressed look. Because the other party was a murderer who had killed several people, he was locked up in a single cell. As soon as they make the announcement, Xiao Lin will be taken to court for sentencing. What a pity for such a young man. Chun Ying shook his head. Just then, click, the door was gently pushed open. Chun Ying thought it was the young policeman who had returned, so she subconsciously asked, What did you forget? The words were on the tip of her tongue, But when she saw the person coming, her expression froze. Long time no see, Sister Ingyin. Guyen closed the door, waved and greeted with a smile on his face. Seeing the newcomer, Chun Ingyin looked a little puzzled. Although he hadn't been in touch with the newcomer for a long time, he at least recognized him. Guyen, what are you doing here? She actually didn't really want to be nice to Guyen. After all, as a man, he is a bootlicker, goes against his parents, and does not respect his elders. So she didn't like Guyen very much. He was a very cute kid when he was young. Guyen didn't feel uncomfortable seeing this, but instead found a sofa and lay down on it. He looked at Chun Ingyin with a smile and said, "Didn't I call the police this morning? Then I thought about asking if that person had been caught. So I called Uncle Chun to ask about the situation. He said, 'Sister Ingyin, you're here. I thought it had been a while since I last saw you, so I came to see you.'" Guyen was not lying. He had indeed called Chun Guoping not long ago, and his actions were flawless. Stinky Dad. Chun Ing rubbed her brows with a headache, and her mind thought of what her father had said to her during the day about urging her to get married. She looked at Guyen's youthful, smiling face and shook her head helplessly. No matter how I think about it, it's impossible to be with someone who is so much younger than me. What on earth is Dad thinking? Okay, I know why you're here, but as you can see, I'm very busy. If you have nothing else to do, hurry up and leave. The Shaolin you called the police to arrest has been apprehended and will be sent to court for sentencing soon. Are you satisfied now? Chun Ing waved his hand in disgust. His intention to drive the person away was obvious. Seeing this scene, Guyen smiled in his heart. Yes, that's how it developed in the original book. Shaolin was mistakenly arrested as a murderer. However, in the original novel, it was Lung Qingxiu who helped Mei Shui break free from her shadow slavery. In the original novel, Shaolin did meet the criteria for sentencing. But unfortunately, after tonight, someone will bail him out. Chun Ingyin also had a big quarrel with his father because of this. From then on, he began his journey to arrest Shaolin and put him in jail. Then the plot is old-fashioned and familiar. After coming into contact with Shaolin again and again, Chun Ingyin discovered the other party's strengths, such as his integrity and kindness, in one crucial life-and-death battle after another. I developed a liking for the other person and realized that he was not the kind of person who would kill people at will. Then he became the protagonist's fighting force. The power of luck of heroines like Chun Ingyin is also extremely strong, and there will be opportunities of varying sizes waiting for them in the later stages. Once these people grow up, they will become a huge threat. So, of course I'm satisfied. Then I'll be leaving first. Guyen stood up and smiled, pretending to be about to leave. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but he suddenly turned around and said with some concern, "But Sister Ingyin, I heard that Shaolin has an unusual background. What if he gets bailed out? What will we do if this scourge still remains in the world?" When Chun Ingyin heard this, she looked a little unhappy. She put down the information in her hand, looked up at Guyen, and said in a serious tone, "Impossible. There's never been a question of whether or not to bail out anyone in the cases I've handled. Let's not talk about Shaolin. He's just a young worker who just came to Jianhai City. If he really has a background, then I want to see how powerful his background is. Can he save this murder from me?" As a people's policeman, Chun Ing naturally punishes evil and promotes good and hates evil as much as he hates evil. As for criminals like Shaolin, she just felt sorry that he committed such a crime at such a young age. But she would never let the other person go because of this, so she was extremely sure about this matter. When Guyen heard this, he pretended to be relieved and smiled gently. "Then I'm relieved because my friend is still in the hospital. I'm afraid Shaolin will do something irrational to my friend after he gets out. After all, my friend was deceived by his innocent and kind appearance at the beginning." Pretending to be innocent and kind? Chun Ingyin frowned slightly, and the scene of Shaolin blaming himself and feeling guilty in the interrogation room came to his mind. That doesn't seem to be acting. But she thought of the lustful look Shaolin gave her at the beginning and his nonchalant look at the beginning in the interrogation room. Chun Ingyin was a little uncertain again. No, he's going to be sentenced anyway. What does it matter whether you act or not? Chun Ingyin shook her head and looked at Guyen with some dissatisfaction. This little bastard is so hateful. Just a few words made me think too much. Why are you telling me so much? Do you have a grudge against that Shaolin? There's no grudge. I don't even know him, but he almost killed me. Almost killed you? Chun Ingyin was stunned. She asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Chapter 52. Shaolin gets the jade pendant, his eyes bloodshot. Guyen sighed and pointed to his face. I want to pick up my friend who was lying in the hospital to go to work, but Xiao Lin rushed up with a fist as soon as he saw me. The target was my head. If my friend hadn't blocked it for me, I wouldn't be able to stand here and speak. Hiss! Chen Yingyin gasped. According to the doctor's examination, Xiao Lin's punch was so powerful that it almost broke Wang Yulan's spine. And the force used to hit Gu Yan will only be greater. It's obvious that he wants to kill Gu Yan. Chen Yingyin thought a lot at once. Gu Yan was the eldest son of the Gu family group, and also the only son. It seems that it is not impossible that his special identity may lead to assassination by some people. But if he really wanted to kill Gu Yan, why did he let Gu Yan go after injuring Wang Yulan? Could it be that the other party has other purposes? Chen Yingyin frowned. Was this matter more complicated than she had initially thought? But it doesn't matter. She breathed a sigh of relief and comforted Gu Yan. Don't worry about it. Xiao Lin committed intentional homicide, but it's not just a matter of going to jail. Although Gu Yan has a lot of bad reputations. But after all, the other person always followed her around and called her sister when she was a child. So she couldn't completely treat Gu Yan with a bad face. Not to mention, Gu Yan had never done anything to her. But she felt a little disappointed with him, since they had clearly agreed when they were little that they would become police officers together when they grew up. In the end, she was the only one who was admitted to the police academy. This guy, on the other hand, skipped school every day to have fun. Thank you, Sister Yingyin. I knew you still care about me, your brother. Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Seeing Gu Yan's sincerity, Chen Yingyin couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She felt a little embarrassed about her previous cold attitude. Who made me your sister? Alas, although he has a bad reputation, Gu Yan has indeed not done anything to harm his family and society. It seems that I will have to correct the other person's bootlicking personality in the future. And just then, an accident happened. Snap! 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 All the lights were turned off, and the surroundings instantly became pitch black. What's going on? Chen Yingyin stood up suddenly and looked at the surveillance camera. It was pitch black there, and her face changed drastically. Not good. She chuckled and walked out of the duty room. As she left, she reminded Gu Yan, stay here and don't come out. Something might have happened. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, call my dad and have him send reinforcements. After saying that, he picked up his flashlight and gun and rushed out. Oh, Sister Yingyin, you better be careful. Gu Yan waved his hand, a dangerous curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that Chen Yingyin can't see it. In the prison, Xiao Lin was still immersed in self-doubt, and he didn't even notice when the lights around him dimmed. Suddenly, a chill came over Xiao Lin's heart. Next second, an attack suddenly came towards him from the darkness. His expression changed slightly, and he dodged subconsciously, only hearing a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Rub! The attack grazed his cheek, leaving a chill. Xiao Lin quickly jumped off the bed and stood in the corner, looking around with a vigilant look. What's going on? His body was tense, and the attack just now seemed to have suddenly appeared from the darkness. Who is it? Could it be? Warrior? Xiao Lin felt something was amiss. Why was this warrior here? Was he targeting me? On the ceiling, Meishui stood upside down and looked down, her eyes cold as she looked at Xiao Lin, who was alert everywhere. Her abilities can be heightened to a terrifying level in the dark of night. Even a grandmaster would not be able to detect the presence of her aura, which could be described as the best ability to kill people. She opened her palm slightly, and a black dagger condensed from it. Although Gu Yan only asked her to get the jade pendant from Xiao Lin, judging from the test just now, she might be able to kill Xiao Lin just like that. After killing the young master of the Dragon King Palace, the master will surely look at her with admiration. The next second, she gripped the dagger tightly and rushed downwards. Xiao Lin was still on guard, when suddenly, a feeling came to his mind. That was the feeling cultivated from years of fighting those monsters. Without any hesitation, Xiao Lin rushed forward. Bang! A loud noise appeared where he was just now. Xiao Lin came to a safe place and looked up, only to see a figure crashing into the place where he was just now. But soon, the figure disappeared as quickly as a shadow. Shadow! Xiao Lin's training enabled him to react quickly and observe his surroundings attentively. He was indeed a warrior, and his abilities were something he had never seen before. The tense atmosphere in the prison seemed to solidify in the air, and Xiao Lin could sense an unusual feeling. He knew this was no ordinary attack. Being arrested, having the lights turned off, being assassinated. This was a premeditated action. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Xiao Lin said as he looked around. But unfortunately, I couldn't detect anyone's presence at all. Without any answer, Mei Shui's figure appeared behind Xiao Lin from the darkness like a ghost. There was a hint of coldness in her eyes, and the black dagger in her hand condensed again. It suddenly stabbed toward the back of Xiao Lin's head. Success. Mei Shui's breathing quickened slightly. However, Xiao Lin seemed to have sensed it. The moment Mei Shui's dagger touched the back of his head, he suddenly dodged to the side and successfully avoided the fatal blow. What? Mei Shui's eyes were startled before she could transform into a shadow. Bang! Xiao Lin slammed his right fist backwards, a layer of golden power condensing in his hand. Ha! Phew! Uh-huh. The fist hit Mei Shui's abdomen hard. The latter coughed up blood, covered the injured part with fear in her eyes, and dived back into the darkness. Xiao Lin looked at the surroundings that had once again fallen into darkness and responded in a deep voice, I don't know who you are, nor do I know why you want to kill me, but I will not surrender. He took a fighting stance, and although he couldn't sense the presence of the person coming, I have already injured the other person just now. Blood is the best means of positioning. In secret, Mei Shui covered her abdomen, trying not to make a sound despite the severe pain, her eyes filled with fear. This is the master. Even though he cannot sense my existence, he can still attack me based on his instinct. Hateful. Just then, a playful, mocking voice came from Mei Shui's headset. Idiot. I told him not to think about confronting the other party head-on. In close combat, Xiao Lin's attack speed is the fastest and strongest. Now, according to the plan, even if it wears you down, you must force the other party to give you half of the jade pendant. Otherwise, forget about seeing your brother. I don't know when the prison surveillance power supply was connected. Guyan looked at the surveillance camera in the prison with an expressionless face in the duty room. He saw everything that happened just now, and Mei Shui's ridiculous behavior also left him with a deeper impression of her. Arrogant woman. Yes, Mei Shui looked unwilling. She listened to the voice in the headset, and for some reason, a feeling of panic surged in her heart. It was as if Lung Qingqiu was giving her orders. She took a deep breath and blocked the wound with the power of the night. The smell of blood was covered up. Xiao Lin frowned, and after losing his direction, he became alert again. Next second, the same scene, a sharp blade suddenly flashed from the darkness. Xiao Lin's figure flashed, buzz. A golden light emanated from his body. His right hand formed a claw, transforming between a dragon claw and a human hand. Same move, his eyes focused, and he charged towards the blade, chuckling, do you think I'll get hit twice? Boom! Phew! There was only a crisp sound and a muffled groan, and the broken fragments of the blade flew towards Xiao Lin's cheek, and Mei Shui was knocked into the corner. Xiao Lin turned his head to avoid the attack of the debris, and the halo of the dragon claw on his hand disappeared. Sorry, you missed. But in the next second, the broken blade that had slashed across his cheek suddenly turned and stabbed toward Xiao Lin's neck. Clang! Little tiger. The Grandmaster's protective aura was instantly broken. Xiao Lin's face changed, and he quickly dodged to the side. Thump! He half-squatted to steady himself, and a crystal-clear jade pendant in the shape of a dragon head, tied with a rope, popped out from around his neck. Xiao Lin looked at the debris stuck on the ground, feeling a lingering fear. So the target was my neck? This kind of attack could actually break through his Grandmaster's protection? Could it be that the other party is also a master? In the monitoring room, when I saw that half-piece of jade pendant, Guyan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, picked up the phone, and said lightly, Action. Next second. Bang, bang, bang. All lights are on. As for Xiao Lin, just as he was about to go over to check on the person who came to kill him, his eyes were blinded by the sudden light that turned on. He subconsciously closed his eyes for 0.1 seconds. And at this 0.1 second, a figure in black suddenly appeared beside Xiao Lin, and he stretched out his hand and hit Xiao Lin's chest. Xiao Lin sensed this powerful aura and was startled and quickly protected his chest. However, the attack suddenly turned and headed towards the jade pendant on Xiao Lin's neck. Bang! There was a crisp sound of the rope breaking, and the jade pendant was grabbed by the man in black and thrown into a corner. Oh no! The target is my jade pendant. Xiao Lin's eyes were bloodshot. He ignored the man in black beside him and ran directly towards the direction where the jade pendant was thrown. However, Mei Shui had been waiting there for a long time. The moment she got the jade pendant, she dived into the darkness. Xiao Lin didn't see his jade pendant, so he turned his head and looked at the man in black again. But the other party also disappeared. Ah, hi! Shaolin's eyes instantly became furious, and he punched the floor tiles. Bang! Spiderweb-like cracks appeared in an instant. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This was the first time Shaolin wanted to kill someone since he came to the secular world. Chapter 53. Shaolin's Broken Heart. Yin felt even more uneasy when he saw the power suddenly turned on. She put down the flashlight, raised her gun, and walked cautiously towards the detention room where Shaolin was held. Just now, she heard a loud noise coming from the detention room. Looking at the detention room, so close, Yin swallowed and then slowly moved towards it, leaning against the wall. The power suddenly turned off, followed by a loud noise coming from the detention room. Combined with what Gu Yin said, Shaolin's background was unusual. It was hard for Yin not to suspect that these series of events had nothing to do with Shaolin. She leaned against the wall, gripped the pistol, took a deep breath, and rushed over quickly. Don't move. Yin raised his gun and pointed it into the detention room. But the scene before her left her stunned. Shaolin's eyes were red, and he punched the concrete floor that had become a spider web. What's going on here? Shaolin, what did you do? Yin did not put down his gun, but became more alert. She looked at the terrible scene in the detention room with some uncertainty, as if a fierce battle had just taken place there. Hear the sound. Shaolin raised his head, revealing a violent look in his eyes. Yin's heart sank. She had seen this kind of look many times. That's a murderous look. Shaolin saw Yin pointing a gun at him. Looking at the other person's eyes, Shaolin's mood became even worse. If he hadn't been captured, he wouldn't have met that group of mysterious people. Your jade pendant will not be taken away by anyone. All of this is the fault of this woman in front of me. He stood up, looked at Yin with murderous eyes, and his arms began to flash with a halo. Ying's heart was shocked when he saw the changes in Shaolin's arm. What is this? Magic? Illusion? No matter what. Yin suppressed the fear of the unknown in his heart and scolded. Shaolin, what do you want to do? Do you want to make things worse? When Yin said this, her heart was beating very fast, and she felt that she could not hold the gun steadily. People are afraid of unknown forces, especially when that force is right in front of them. Shaolin stared at Yin intently, and the teachings of his masters on Longwang Mountain flashed through his mind. Shaolin, your power is not for killing, but for protecting. Remember this after you come down the mountain. Take the half of the dragon-shaped jade pendant on your chest, and go to the Bai family to get the other half. When the two pieces are combined, you will be able to command everyone in the Dragon King Palace. You are the key to saving this world. Finding a way to control your power is your top priority. The Dragon King Palace will lend you a helping hand. For a moment, Shaolin closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and a halo on his hand dissipated slightly. He weakly put down his hands and lowered his head, his eyes showing immense regret and unwillingness. I regret why I got angry with someone from the secular world. He was unwilling because his jade pendant was taken away by someone. The jade pendant was given to him by his master and was also the biggest secret in his path of cultivation. Normally, no one would know about the existence of this jade pendant. But why do those people today act as if they know that the jade pendant is on his neck? Damn it, why on earth? Who is targeting him? Looking at Shaolin, who put down his hands and put away his murderous intent. Yin felt a cold sweat on his back and recalled what Gu Yin said about the other party's unusual background. Could it be that this young man who came to Jianghai to work really has some huge secret? Just when Yin wanted to investigate some information about Shaolin. Next second, Sister Yin, are you okay? A worried voice sounded from outside the door. Shaolin suddenly raised his head as if he had a stress reaction. His eyes were fixed on the source of the sound at the door. Gu Yin. Shaolin almost shouted out in a low roar. He couldn't believe that he could meet the other person here. Yin's expression changed, and he stood in front of Gu Yin. Shaolin, what do you want to do? It's over. She thought of what Gu Yin had said before, that Shaolin wanted to kill him, and she was not quite sure at first. But now seeing the situation in front of her, she had to believe it. Gu Yin pretended to be pale, his eyes filled with fear, and huddled behind Yin. He said in a trembling voice, Brother Shaolin, I have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me? Is it just because you can't stand me picking up Sister Yulan? Shaolin looked at the frightened and panicked Gu Yin, and he felt very happy in his heart. But this did not dissipate the anger in his heart. Shut up. You tricked Yulan and caused me to hurt her and cause misunderstanding. You're clearly a jerk. Someone like you definitely has a purpose for staying around Yulon. Chuning frowned slightly when she heard this. She thought that something big had happened that made Xiao Lin want to kill Gu Yin. Judging from the situation, it seems like they are just jealous of each other. For a moment, she completely lost all sympathy for Xiao Lin. Just because of this kind of thing, people have to be killed. This kind of person deserves to die. When Gu Yin heard this, he pretended to suppress his fear, and his eyes gradually became firm. He walked to Chuning Yin's side and looked at Xiao Lin without fear, as if the other party had said something ridiculous. Gu Yan's voice also rose slightly, without any sign of weakness from before. Purpose? Yes, I do have a purpose. The purpose is to share some of the pressure on Sister Yulon. Her mother is in the hospital. Did you know that daily medical expenses are astronomical? Did you know that? Did you know that Sister Yulon works 4 jobs a day? Her physical abilities have deteriorated to the point where she's not even as good as a normal person. You know nothing. You're just an ignorant young man who just came to Jianghai City. Besides using your fists to kill and beat people, what else can you do? Sister Yulon's mother is my teacher, so I'm helping Sister Yulon. And you, besides causing Sister Yulon, who is already struggling to make ends meet, to be hospitalized. Have you helped her yet? I don't know what kind of behavior of mine caused you to misunderstand, but I know one thing. Guyan took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Lin sarcastically. People should be grateful. I am grateful to Sister Yulon's teacher for teaching me, so I help her daughter. And you, Sister Yulon found you a place to live, but you turned your kindness against her and injured her. Did you go to visit Sister Yulon in the hospital? I even paid for the medical expenses. What did you do? Oh, right. Gu Yin looked at Xiao Lin, whose face was gradually turning pale in disappointment. I heard that you seem to have killed a few more people, causing their families to be destroyed. People like you. Gu Yin, stop talking. Chuning Yin looked at Xiao Lin in front of him, whose body seemed to have begun to tremble. Chuning Yin stopped Gu Yin from continuing to speak, afraid that the other party will say something irritating again. Gu Yin took a deep breath when he heard this, as if he was very angry about Xiao Lin's behavior. He sighed. Sister Yulon said this to me even in the hospital. She told me not to hate you. She said you were a good person and had helped her before. But before she said that, I had already reported it to the police. I was planning to withdraw it, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing at T&I Pharmaceutical. Xiao Lin, you've greatly disappointed Sister Yulon and me. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Lin's mind suddenly went blank. The anger in my heart was then overwhelmed by endless regret. With a plop, he fell to his knees, his eyes glazed over. What on earth did I do? Ah! He didn't use any of his skills, but slammed his fist hard on the ground, causing it to bleed continuously. Xiao Lin's eyes were red and tears kept flowing from his eyes. He choked with sobs. Even at the end, Sister Yulon still believed in me and spoke well of me. But I did this kind of thing, under the double blow of Yu Pei and Wang Yulon. Click! It was as if something had broken, and a bone thorn was forever buried in Xiao Lin's heart. See this scene. Chuning Yin closed his eyes. Oh, I hope I could be a good person in my next life. But what no one has arrived at is. Gu Yan's originally angry expression gradually subsided at this moment. Instead, he showed a very bad face. Chapter 54 Dragon King Jade. The matter was over, and Chuning Yin called for support and explained the situation. Although the detention room was destroyed, Xiao Lin still stayed there. This time, a few more police officers were posted there to guard the place. His eyes were dull, and he didn't respond to anyone who spoke to him. Outside the police station, Chuning Yin glanced at Gu Yin with some reproach. Didn't I tell you to wait in the duty room? What if there's danger? Gu Yin shook his head when he heard this, touched the back of his head embarrassedly, and said with a smile, But you are my sister. I am also worried that you will be in danger. This kid, Chuning, was moved, and her good impression of Gu Yin returned. It seemed that the rumors outside were indeed rumors. Although my younger brother, who grew up under my care, was a little naughty, he was kind by nature. She smiled slightly and rubbed Gu Yan's head. I see it's so late. You should go back. Okay, Sister Yin, you should be careful too. In less than a moment, he watched Gu Yin get into the car that came to pick him up and leave. Chuning Yin walked into the police station with peace of mind. She thought of Gu Yan's sincere and kind look in her mind and smiled slightly. Well, this guy is not as bad as the rumors say. In a moving car, a bloody smell filled the air. Here, this is what you wanted. Ahem. Mei Shui's eyes were a little blurry. She covered the wound and spread out her hands, enduring the severe pain. Half of the dragon-shaped jade pendant was revealed. Seeing this, Gu Yan's mouth corners slightly raised, and he picked it up and took a look. The jade pendant is crystal clear. Although it is only half a piece, one can still feel the hidden power within it. Like now, when Gu Yan held in his hand, his energy and spirit seemed to be gradually rising, and streams of pure energy surged out of his body. Very good. Gu Yan smiled with satisfaction. There was a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. This half of the jade pendant was called Dragon King Jade. It is the greatest secret treasure of the Dragon King Palace. It is rumored that the Dragon King Jade has the effect of improving comprehension and cultivation speed, as well as resisting all means of seduction. As long as you get the complete Dragon King Jade, you can lead the entire Dragon King Palace. But because of great battle, the Dragon King was broken into two halves. Half of it is in the hands of the old master of the Dragon King Palace, and the other half is in the Bai family. Gu Yan recalled the plot of the original novel in his mind. According to the plot, Xiao Lin will be rescued by the Bai family during the day the next day, and his eldest daughter, Bai Qionglan, will be introduced to him. The first purpose is to let the two people get to know each other, and preferably get married. Secondly, according to the rules, if Xiao Lin wants to get the other half jade pendant, he has to ask the person concerned for his opinion. And now, the jade pendant with the power to purify the mind happens to be in the hands of Bai Qionglan, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Gu Yan fiddled with the jade pendant in his hand, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. The Dragon King Palace does not recognize people. It only recognizes jade pendants. From a moment, the two halves of the jade pendant were combined into a complete jade pendant. The Dragon King Palace will recognize its master. Isn't this a way to take away the protagonist's opportunity? The help that the Dragon King Jade brought to Xiao Lin was really too great, and he had to get it. Thinking of this, Gu Yan smiled at Lao Gao, who was driving in front, and said, "Lao Gao, what do you think of Xiao Lin's strength?" Lao Gao had actually arrived at the police station a long time ago. He was the man in black who attacked Xiao Lin. Lao Gao was silent for a while after hearing this. A trace of solemnity appeared in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Very strong. This young man is stronger than me." If Gu Yan hadn't told him through the headset to throw the jade pendant to the woman named Mei Shui in the corner, I'm afraid. Lao Gao didn't dare to imagine what it would feel like to be punched by Xiao Lin at such a close distance. It is true that heroes emerge from youth. But the most important thing is, Lao Gao was concentrating on driving, his tone heavy. "Master, do you know about warriors?" Lao Gao had already noticed something when Gu Yan arranged for him to come and snatch the jade pendant. "My own young master seems to know a lot." Gu Yan shrugged upon hearing this and asked, "As the most wealthy young master in Zhanghai City, why wouldn't I know?" Lao Gao laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Young master, you are right. But young master, you'd better take a look at the woman coughing up blood. She seems to be dying." Gu Yan glanced at Mei Shui, who had her eyes closed, her face pale, and even her breathing becoming weak. He shook his head helplessly. It really causes trouble for people. If he had followed his plan, he wouldn't have been injured so badly. "Go to the hospital." Just as Gu Yan opened his mouth, Mei Shui grabbed Gu Yan's arm, tried to open her eyes, and said weakly, "You can't go." Chi. Entering the body, worldly methods are useless. In a fight between warriors, the secular world can only heal the opponent's external injuries, but impacting the body's true chi requires other means. Gu Yan frowned. Where was the other party going? Could be Lung Qingqiu's place? That won't do. If you go to Lung Qingqiu, you might as well die here. The next second, Mei Shui endured the severe pain and said, "Let's go to the tea restaurant." "Oh, there." Gu Yan said to Lao Gao expressionlessly, "Drive to the river and see water routes." "Okay, master." In less than a moment, the car drove to a deserted street and slowly stopped. Gu Yan pursed his lips and said, "Get off the car. You can crawl the rest of the way." He didn't want to reveal his true relationship with Mei Shui so early. He also didn't dare to bet that other members of the night organization would keep his secret. Upon hearing this, Mei Shui gritted her teeth and pushed open the car door. She got out of the car, tremblingly and with difficulty. The moment the car door closed, the window rolled down. Gu Yan said calmly, "The first thing is considered completed." The words fell before Mei Shui could say anything. The window rolled up again and the car drove away. Mei Shui looked at the departing car and shook her head. "Trying to sober myself up a little? For things left. Brother, wait for me. I will definitely find you." Chapter 55 Chapter 55 Shen Van Erkais. Although Gu Yin said that he could crawl the rest of the way back, but she was seriously injured and collapsed at the door of the night organization. In the last moment before she fell into a coma, all she could think about was, this guy, why did he put me so far away? On the way back, Gu Yin threw the jade pendant into the system space. This was the safest and most reliable way. This system space is also a function he discovered not long ago. The space is infinite and can hold anything. It's a nice feature. Looking at the scenery flashing by outside the car window, Gu Yin's eyes became extremely calm. Half of the Dragon King Jade has been obtained, and the other half can only be obtained slowly. Because if nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Lin will be released and taken to the Bai family tomorrow morning, so he definitely cannot go there rashly at this time. But Gu Yin thought of something interesting. In the original novel, the Bai family actually didn't know Xiao Lin. They only recognized the Dragon King Jade, so why would they go to save Xiao Lin? That was naturally because of the work of the old master of the Dragon King Palace. He sent a letter to the Bai family a long time ago. The letter said that the young man he had taken a fancy to was called Xiao Lin, and he would come to Zhanghai soon. It was because of this letter that the head of the Bai family believed that Xiao Lin would be the future master of the Dragon King Palace. Especially after seeing the half-piece of Dragon King Jade on Xiao Lin's body, he became more certain of this idea. That's why I try to make friends with them. But now, the Dragon King Jade on Xiao Lin has been taken away by him, and no one knows what the story will be like next. Haha, when I think about it, I'm really looking forward to it. Gu Yan's mouth corners slightly raised at this time. Buzz. Gu Yan's phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He wanted to hang up, but something came to his mind. So the call was connected. Next second, a complicated female voice, as if accepting her fate, came from there. Gu Yan, I'm Shen Van'e. Shun family. Shen Wan'er sat on the edge of the bed with tired eyes. The impact of her company's security guard killing several people was really too bad. This caused unnecessary panic and confusion among the employees who already had confidence in her. There is no way. She just wants to solve the current company bankruptcy problem as soon as possible. As for Gu Yin, he thought to himself that he was finally here. I couldn't help but laugh. What does Miss Shen want to see me about? As if doing it on purpose, Gu Yin asked, why don't you call me with the previous number? On Shen Wan'er's end, she clenched her fists as she listened to Gu Yan's sarcastic words. Her eyes became very aggrieved, and her voice was a little low. Gu Yin, do you really have to be like this? In the past, in front of Gu Yin, Shen Wan'er's tone and expression were always condescending. But now his tone seemed extremely weak. Okay, let's talk business. You just come to my house to see me tomorrow. Gu Yin thought for a moment and said, solve the matter before noon and show your sincerity. After hearing this, Shen Wan'er bit her lip, and a hint of shame and anger appeared in her eyes. But in the end, as if accepting her fate, she weakly put down her hand and sighed, I understand. Click! The phone was hung up. Shen Wan'er sat by the bed for a long time, staring blankly out the window. Finally, she stood up and walked towards the closet, started rummaging through clothes. She picked up a piece of expensive underwear at random, and looking at the clothes that she only dared to wear at home, Shen Wan'er couldn't help sobbing. She clutched her clothes tightly, thinking of Gu Yan's cold look in her mind, and couldn't help but choked up and said aggrievedly, why? Why do you treat me like this? Obviously, you were not like this before. Gu Yan hung up the phone and said to Lao Gao, ask Annie to buy some groceries for me tomorrow. And Lao Gao, you should also go and see Linger off. I haven't cooked for Qingxiu for a long time. I'll finish Shun Weiner's business early tomorrow. Then before noon, I went to Lung's house to cook for Qingxiu. Beautiful juice. Lao Gao was concentrating on driving and seemed to be hesitant to speak after hearing this. He heard Shen Wan'er's voice on the other end of the phone. It seemed that she would come to Gu's house to find the young master tomorrow. Lao Gao wondered if the young master had split into Shen Wan'er's bootlicker personality again, but he still shook his head and thought, forget it, he is just the young master's bodyguard. Why bother thinking so much? So he said, okay, master. After a pause, Lao Gao said, should I ask Annie to send the food directly back home? Home? Gu Yan was stunned. He laughed a little and said, no one is home for dinner. I'll go cook for Qingxiu at noon. Just send this dish over. Now it was Lao Gao's turn to be stunned. He opened his mouth and then said, okay, young master. Hiss, I really can't figure out what the young master is thinking. Organize a tea restaurant at night. In an underground space, 5,000 meters underground. in a pure white ward. You're so useless. You were actually injured so badly by a young warrior. If the master had sent me at that time, I'm afraid that the young master of the Dragon King Palace would have been forced to commit suicide by me. Bai Lian crossed her arms and looked at Mei Shui, who was lying on a hospital bed with her wounds bandaged, with a mocking look. Mei Shui remained silent. She was injured in many places all over her body, and her internal organs were severely damaged by the constant impact of the golden true energy. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died countless times already. Why did I hit a sore spot? That's why you're not talking. Bai Lian showed a provocative expression. However, Mei Shui still didn't speak. Seeing this, Bai Lian put away her smile and curled her lips. Humph, if you don't want to talk, then don't talk. If I hadn't sensed your breath and saved you, you would have died. After hearing this, Mei Shui started to move. She turned her head and looked at Bai Lian expressionlessly, saying, "Thank you." Bai Lian obviously hadn't expected this woman to say thank you, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. You can say thank you, but it's okay, that girl is not. But if the master had sent you, you would probably not have been able to crawl back. Bai Lian slowly put a question mark, and her expression became extremely ugly. Haha, I really hate you, woman. At this time, the middle-aged store manager wearing sunglasses came over and coughed lightly. Okay, stop arguing. We never expected that the young master of the Dragon King Palace would be as powerful as a grandmaster. This matter has been reported to the master. As for Mei Shui, the store manager paused and said, the owner said that if you go to her tomorrow, she will heal your injuries. Mei Shui was stunned when she heard this, then nodded, her tone somewhat touched and self-blaming. Okay. Bai Lian was a little unconvinced and muttered, I completed the mission so poorly, yet I still received the master's favor. I really don't understand. She shrugged, shook her head, and left. Lung family. Lung Qingqiu's face was indifferent. He really didn't expect that the young master of the Dragon King Palace was a master. It is understandable that Mei Shui lost. It seems that the target needs to be changed slightly. But why is Gu Yin involved? According to the investigation of his subordinates, Xiao Lin actually knows Wang Yulan, and it was because Gu Yin called the police that he was thrown into jail. Lung Qingqiu frowned. Xiao Lin was a master, but he was arrested because Gu Yin called the police. It is inevitable that the other party will develop a desire for revenge. Although the butler following Gu Yin is quite capable, but he may not always follow Gu Yin. If Gu Yin was attacked by Xiao Lin, it would be too bad. No, I can't let this happen. Of course, it wasn't because he was worried about Gu Yan's safety, but because Gu Yin was, after all, his servant. Of course, we can't let anything happen to the other person. After all, the other person's cooking is delicious. Anyway, Lung Qingqiu lay on the book, feeling a little absent-minded. Gu Yin didn't seem to have said whether he would come tomorrow. What a worrying guy. Chapter 56. I wish you a smooth future, Mr. Shun. The next day, Gu family. A white Porsche stopped at the gate of the Gu family. Shen Wan'er, wearing a black coat and a pair of high heels, walked down. She looked at the mansion in front of her with a complicated expression. Gu Yin is the richest and biggest second-generation rich man in Jianghai City. In fact, it might be a good thing to follow him. Besides, Gu Yin liked her so much before, so he would probably not treat her badly after marriage. What? Shin Venet aside lightly, her expression gloomy. Things had come to this point, so she had naturally figured it all out when she came here. With mixed feelings, Shen Wan'er walked in. At this time, Jianghai City Police Department. Bang! Chen Yingyin rushed into the director's office, slammed his hand on the table, and yelled, What a joke! He's a murderer. A murderer, you know. How can you let him go like this? Seeing this, Chen Guoping sighed slightly. He understood his daughter's anger, but there were too many things in this world that ordinary people could not control. Take Xiao Lin, for example. He never imagined that the other party was a warrior from the ancient martial arts world. He felt a little scared when he thought that his daughter had actually caught such a dangerous person who was beyond the control of the law. At this time, a man wearing glasses and a pure white uniform next to Chen Guoping said with a smile, Miss Chen, please don't be so excited. Mr. Zhao's identity is special, and after identification by our professionals, the people who died at TNI Pharmaceutical were not killed by Shaolin. Chen Yingyin looked at the person who spoke, frowning. Who are you? The man was wearing a pure white uniform that looked like it belonged to some organization, with a golden emblem on his chest. Haha, I forgot to introduce myself. This is my ID. The man with glasses adjusted his glasses, then took out his ID and handed it to Chen Yingyin. Chen Yingyin took it with a frown and looked at it. His expression was stunned. Only the witness document clearly states, member of the Huaxia Special Operations Investigation Department, White Army. Chen Ying had never seen this department before, so she handed back her ID with some confusion. What department is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Bai Jun shook his head and said meaningfully, this is an organization that is outside the law and is different from the secular world. Of course, Miss Chun, you're not from our side, so I don't need to say more. But your father knows this, so if you have any questions you can ask him, provided he is happy to answer them for you. After finishing speaking, Bai Jun looked at Chun Guoping, whose expression was complicated. Then Director Chun, I will take the person away first. After saying that, Bai Jun walked out of the house. Chun Yingyin naturally disagreed. Just as she was about to stop him, Chun Guoping sternly scolded her. Yingyin. Chun Yingyin's heart was shocked, and while he was stunned, the White Army had already left. She looked at Chun Guoping in disbelief. Dad, do you really believe in this kind of organization with unknown origins? Why? Chun Guoping sighed softly. He stood up and walked towards Chun Yingyin, who looked shocked and unwilling. He patted her shoulder and said with mixed emotions, Yingyin, don't even think about catching Shaolin. The other party is not an ordinary person. That organization is also a formal national organization. Even if Shaolin is guilty, they will deal with it. Hearing this, Chen Yingyin clenched his fists tightly. Gu Yan's words from last night flashed through her mind. Sister Yingyin, I heard Shaolin has a very unusual background. What if he gets bailed out? I had promised myself that such a thing would never happen. Hateful. Chen Yingyin's face was expressionless. She nodded and said, Okay, Director Chun. It seemed like Gu Yan already knew something. It seemed like I had to find some time to look for him. Gu family. Gu Yan, wearing a bathrobe, walked down from upstairs lazily. At a glance, I saw Shan Wanner standing uncomfortably in the living room on the first floor wearing a black coat. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. What brings you here, Miss Shun? This guy. Shan Wanner looked at Gu Yan, who was walking towards her with a bad expression on his face, and she couldn't help but grit her teeth. She whispered softly, T&I Pharmaceutical is my life's work. What on earth will it take for you to let me go? Gu Yan walked in front of Shan Wanner, looking down at her, his eyes unscrupulously scanning her body. How is it? Didn't I tell you? Pay me back the debt your brother owes first. Well, she looks good and has a good figure. Shaolin will naturally be fascinated by it. Then I just need to let Shan Wanner drink the power-destroying water, and then my plan will be half completed. When Shan Wanner saw Gu Yan's eyes, she thought she understood what he meant. She bit her lip lightly, put her hands on the buttons of her coat, and said in a trembling voice, I have no money. Gu Yan suddenly realized, no money, that doesn't matter. As he was speaking, his expression froze. I så Shin vende er slowly unbetoning her coat. A little bit of pink inside was revealed. Shin Wanner turned her head away, her face flushed with shame, and her voice trembled. This is my first time. I wasn't lying when I told you I was too busy with my career to have a relationship. What is this woman doing? Gu Yan's expression became somewhat cold, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Seeing that Gu Yan didn't move for a long time, Shin Wanner couldn't help but feel confused. Hadn't he always wanted to do this? Thinking about it, Shin Wanner looked over shyly, but he found that Gu Yan's expression was very cold, as if the person standing in front of him was not a stunningly beautiful woman. It's like a piece of meat called human. Gu Yan lost interest in the performance. His indifferent and cold voice reached Shin Wanner's ears. Put on your clothes. Plop, plop. For some reason, Shin Wanner's heart suddenly panicked, and even her expression turned pale. She hurriedly buttoned her clothes again, clutching her collar tightly with her hands, her body trembling slightly. She admitted that she was afraid of such a Gu Yan. Wait for me here, Gu Yan said lightly. Shin Wanner was about to nod in response, but Gu Yan had already left. In less than a moment, Gu Yan came over again, holding 2 red wine glasses in his hands. Gu Yan handed one of them to Shin Wanner. The latter was a little confused, but still took it. Gu Yan looked at the other person with a frightened look in his eyes and sighed softly. Shin Wanner, I used to like you very much, so I gave you everything I had without reservation. But now I realize that it wasn't love. It was just the simple unwillingness to admit defeat of my youth. My desire to have you was just a childish thought from my youth. We are past that age now, and I will be engaged soon. Your company will resume normal operations after today, and I won't ask you to pay back your brother's money. Drink this glass of wine, and we'll be done with each other. At this point, Gu Yin revealed a relieved smile. I wish you all the best in the future, Mr. Shun. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings became quiet. Buzz. Shinwaner felt her brain go blank all of a sudden. Engagement. Shinwaner stood there in a daze for a moment, looking at Gu Yin in front of him, who looked relieved. I don't know why my heart felt so painful. A line of tears flowed from her eyes. I seem to have lost something very important. Chapter 57 World Correction Force. Xiao Lin meets Shun Wanner. Engagement. Are you getting married? Shun Wanner asked in a daze. I don't know why, when I heard Gu Yin say in this tone that he was about to get engaged. Her heart was in great pain. She felt that she should not like Gu Yin, but why was she so sad when she heard that he had let her go and was about to embrace a new life? Gu Yin nodded, with a gentle smile in his eyes. Yes, she's a good girl. I see. Shinwaner was silent for a moment. She looked at the wine glass in her hand. Her sad face was reflected in the red wine. She clutched the wine glass tightly, and when she looked up, she put on a forced smile. I wish you happiness. When Shinwaner said this, she could feel the pain in her heart. Why is it like this? I obviously don't like Gu Yin, but why is it so painful and sad? Why am I so sad again? Gu Yin clinked his glasses with the other person and said, I wish you find your own true love. He took a sip. When Shun Wanner heard this, she smiled bitterly in her heart, then raised her glass and drank it all. What Shin Wanner didn't notice was that when she drank the wine in the glass, a strange look appeared in Gu Yan's eyes. Shin Wanner doesn't drink alcohol on weekdays, but at this moment, because she felt an unshakable depression in her heart, she drank all the red wine in one breath. Her face immediately turned red. She held her forehead and took a deep breath. The things in front of her eyes became blurry, and she started crying again. She lowered her head and sobbed softly. I'm sorry. I was wrong before. She looked at Gu Yan with tears in her eyes and asked, Can we go back to the past? Gu Yan didn't say anything, just smiled. Not getting the response she wanted, Shun Wanner's eyes completely dimmed. Only at this moment did she realize that it was not that Gu Yan couldn't live without her, but that she couldn't live without Gu Yan. I regret it so much, really regret it. She put down her wine glass, wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and forced a smile on her face. Okay, I understand. However, beneath this smile, Shun Wanner's heart was filled with regret and loss. It seems that I was really wrong. Shun Wanner walked out of the Gu family with a feeling of loss. Gu Yan. Her eyes were red, and the things in front of her were a little blurry. The alcohol gradually took over her head, and she felt a little dizzy when she walked. Shin Vene Astego told push. At the same time, a black car made of special material came from a distance. Shaolin, right? My name is Bai Jun. If I'm not mistaken, your strength should be at the level of an early grandmaster, right? Bai Jun sat in the back, looking at Shaolin with a smile as he remained silent and had a gloomy expression. At the same time, he had some doubts in his mind. Is this depressed man the next heir to the Dragon King Palace? Although he has good strength, can he really go far with this kind of mentality? Before coming to pick up Shaolin, Bai Jun had already investigated the whole incident. When he learned that Shaolin was arrested because of jealousy, he felt extremely disappointed. After all, he admired the old master of the Dragon King Palace very much, so he had been looking forward to the successor chosen by that legendary figure. But who would have thought that this person's performance didn't seem to be that good? Shaolin heard what the people around him said, and he didn't understand why this man wanted to take him away. He only knew that he was not in the mood to care about those things now. Shaolin clenched his fists tightly, his expression becoming extremely painful. He kept recalling what Gu Yin said to him in his mind. People like you. People like me. Shaolin closed his eyes. Your power is not used to hurt others. He felt extremely guilty. If possible, he would like to go to the hospital to visit Wang Yulan. Suddenly, he seemed to sense some breath, and suddenly looked up to look out the window. He saw an unexpected figure lying beside the car, and from the shaking shoulders, it seemed that the other person was crying. Shen Vanya? Shaolin was startled and quickly shouted, Stop the car! Bai Jun frowned and asked, Stop the car? What are you talking about, Shaolin? Next, I'm going to take you to... Before he finished speaking, Shaolin looked at the other person with pleading eyes. Please, I saw a very important person. After I finish dealing with this, I will cooperate with you in whatever you want. Bai Jun was silent. He pushed his glasses, glanced at the pretty figure outside the window, and smiled. Okay. Shin Vene Isil. She was drunk and felt depressed and sad. She actually started sobbing right beside the front of the car. And just at this moment, "Boss, are you okay?" A familiar voice came into Shun Wanner's ears. The latter was stunned. She turned her head and saw the security guard she hired standing behind her. The other person looked at him with concern. At this moment, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She wiped her tears and shook her head. "It's okay. Why are you here?" It was also the first time that Xiao Lin saw Shun Wanner like this. Her face was slightly red because she had been drinking. His tone was a little coquettish, and he stuttered for a moment. I was acquitted. "What are you doing here, boss?" When Shun Wanner heard this, Gu Yan's words came to her mind again. Looking at the nervous Xiao Lin, Shun Wanner shook her head and said with a smile, "Can you drive?" Xiao Lin nodded repeatedly. "Yes. I learned it in the mountains." "On the mountain? What a strange place that is." "A place called Dragon King Mountain." "Okay, here you go. Take me back to the company." Shun Wanner interrupted Xiao Lin and handed the car keys to him. When the latter took the key, he was touched by Shun Wanner's hand, which made his face blush immediately. Okay. Xiao Lin nodded in agreement without thinking. And the White Army. He watched the interaction between Xiao Lin and the woman. His lenses reflected light. "Drive, go back." The White Army's tone was somewhat indifferent. "Yes, sir." Boom. The car starts. Bai Jun took a deep breath, thinking about the interaction between Xiao Lin and the woman in his mind. He sneered. "Is this the young master of the current Dragon King Palace? He's really not that great. My dad is also confused. He actually wants my younger sister to marry him. As a brother, there is no way I would let my younger sister marry a man like this. By the way, come to think of it, my younger sister once said that she was bullied." He asked the man in front of him, "Have you found the person who bullied my little sister?" "We found out. They're a group of thugs. The leader is called Shun Tian. He is a younger brother of Shun Wanner, the eldest daughter of the Shun family. He used to have many financial dealings with the eldest young master of the Gu family. But according to investigation, Gu Yin and Shun Wanner had already broken up, and it was Gu Yin who rescued the young lady in the first place." Hear this. There was a hint of murderous intent in Bai Jun's eyes. "Shun Tian, Shun family. Unfortunately, as a warrior, I cannot interfere in the affairs of the secular world. Is there also the eldest young master of the Gu family? I've heard before that he's the Shun family's eldest daughter's bootlicker. But since the other party saved my little sister, he is my friend. The Bai army, will repay you for this kindness. It seems that I have to find a day to take the time to meet this Gu Yan." Chapter 58, Treating Injuries, Worthy of Being the Master. As for Gu Yan, he stood in front of the French window of his big villa, looking at the two figures outside the yard with a playful look. When I saw Xiao Lin helping Shun Wanner into the car, he smiled with satisfaction. "Very good, the plan is halfway done. Xiao Lin coming here was not originally planned, but I didn't expect the effect to be so good. There's also the car carrying Xiao Lin. It seems that the person inside should be Bai Jun, the eldest son of the Bai family in the original novel. Very good. The plot is progressing in an orderly manner. Perhaps Xiao Lin appeared here because of the adjustment of the world's power. After all, a sad and crying heroine lying on the hood of a car, doesn't she need a hero to appear at this time to comfort her, improve her favorability? He eats really good. But Gu Yin knew that this was a key point where the favorability between the two of them would increase again. That is, death of Shun Tian. Only if Shun Tian died would Shun Wanner suffer a mental breakdown. At this time, if Xiao Lin continues to comfort and care for the other person, he will be able to touch the other person's heart. Of course, Shun Tian can die, but Lung Linger must not be involved. After all, that would just bring us back to the original plot. Then, Shun Wanner was crying sadly and Xiao Lin was comforting her. By then, the two of them will come and go. Thinking about the situation at that time, Gu Yin almost couldn't help laughing out loud. That's right, he had already let Shun Wanner take the bottle of power-destroying water. It was the red wine that the other person drank in one gulp. In fact, only one sip was needed to see the effect. But he didn't expect that the other party drank all. When he was lying there crying under the influence of alcohol, he happened to meet Xiao Lin, who was released. That's a really good development. Gu Yan had previously considered many plans to weaken Xiao Lin's strength. One of them is to simply and clearly kill the female protagonists, such as Wang Yulan. The word kill here means literally assassinating the opponent directly. However, he quickly abandoned this idea. First of all, these heroines are women of luck after all. Even if they kill each other, they may suddenly have some kind of adventure and come back to life. Second, many of the heroines have deep backgrounds, and with his current means and strength, he simply cannot do what he wants. Third, Lung Qingxiu is still in the development stage. He has created so many enemies for no reason because he thinks he is dying too slowly. Moreover, simply killing the heroine cannot completely weaken Xiao Lin's own strength. He will still be strong. You must know that Xiao Lin was chosen to become the young master of the Dragon King Palace, not because of his physique that was suitable for the rapid cultivation of the Dragon King Jade, but it is the other person's pure, passionate, and never give up heart. Therefore, to attack someone, you must attack their heart. Gu Yin intends to use these original heroines to cause irreparable psychological damage to Xiao Lin. After thinking about all this, Gu Yin had an idea and plan for the next step in his mind. But before that, he looked at the time, 9:30. Well, the timing is just right. Hey, Xiao Qingqing, Zhu 3. Zhu Red Heart, I'm coming to find you. Gu Yin straightened his clothes and then skipped towards the underground garage. Lung family. In the study. Mei Shui's face flushed slightly and unnaturally, and she lay flat on the sofa. The whole body was covered by a black mist. Lung Qingqiu stood in front of her, with his eyes open, revealing those strange eyes. The open book titled Night in his hand emitted a creepy black halo. A steady stream of black mist came from the book and covered Mei Shui. Owner, Mei Shui tried hard to open her eyes, breathing slightly and looking at Lung Qingqiu. The other person looked calm, as if he was thinking about something while treating her. So it seems like I used a little more force. Mei Shui seemed to be able to feel an endless supply of power in her body. This power entering her body at once made her feel both comfortable and uncomfortable. Bear with the Mei Shui. The treatment will be over soon. Lung Qingqiu said calmly. The treatment time is very short, only about 1 minute. But Mei Shui felt as if half a century had passed. She clenched her teeth, and her body began to tremble unnaturally. The two forces in her body kept colliding, turning her upside down. Finally, at the last moment, a black chi with an even more ferocious aura swallowed up the golden chi. Treatment is over. Mei Shui was already sweating profusely, and she also felt that her bottleneck had loosened a little. Mei Shui understood that this was the master's work. She panted slightly, looking at Lung Qingqiu with a dazed look in her eyes. Thank you for the gift, master. Although this treatment method is a bit strange, there is a task to be assigned to Mei Shui after all. So the force was a bit greater, and the opponent was also given some power of night. I believe Mei Shui will be able to break through soon. Lung Qingqiu closed her eyes again. Fortunately, there was no one here, otherwise someone who didn't know would think she was doing something. Listening to Mei Shui's words, Lung Qingqiu nodded slightly and said, I have a secret mission for you. Mei Shui regained her composure and quickly stood up and knelt on one knee. Master, please give me your orders. Lung Qingqiu nodded slightly, his expression a little unnatural, and said, for the organization's plan, we need the power of the Gu family. So, as the next successor, Gu Yin is someone our organization must keep in its grasp. From now on, you will follow Gu Yin secretly and protect his safety. Having said this, he paused. Lung Qingqiu emphasized his tone. Even if you die, Gu Yin cannot die. Mei Shui's heart trembled violently. She lowered her head, her face covered in cold sweat. Yes. Why did the master suddenly mention Gu Yin? Is it because you discovered the secret between me and Gu Yin? No, it's impossible. If they found out what Gu Yin and I did in secret, I would probably be strangled to death the moment I crawled to the door of the night organization. So, the master just gave me a normal task arrangement. Thinking of this, Mei Shui felt a little enlightened. No wonder her master was with Gu Yin. It turned out that it was to control the Gu family. So that's how it is, but Gu Yin is not as simple as he seems. After much thought, Mei Shui couldn't help but mention it. Master, Gu Yin has a powerful old man beside him. Mei Shui implied that she wanted to remind Lung Qingqiu that the Gu family actually had an extraordinary background. Hope the owner will be careful. Lung Qingqiu nodded and said calmly, Of course I know. Hearing this, Mei Shui was shocked. At the same time, I also felt extremely ashamed. Who was the master? How could I not know about this? Presumably, the master already knew Gu Yan's true face, and only sent her to protect Gu Yan in order to gain his trust and seize the Gu family. This must be the master's plan. Gu Yin thought that his master didn't know his true face, but he would definitely be very touched to see the other party taking such measures to protect him. At the last moment, the master showed his ruthless tactics and swallowed up the Gu family in one fell swoop. As expected of the master, Mei Shui felt ashamed of herself when she looked at Lung Qingxiu. Her master was indeed worthy of being a master. What's in his mind is simply not something that can be understood by subordinates like them. She nodded again. Yes, master. I promise to complete the task. Lung Qingxiu was a little confused as to why Mei Shui was so excited, but she nodded calmly on the surface. Well, go wash up first, and then protect Gu Yin in secret. Yes. Chapter 59 Cough. This is my best friend. Because he was afraid that Shaolin would take revenge on Gu Yin, he wanted Mei Shui to protect Gu Yin in secret. When the other party was in danger, Mei Shui immediately took action to protect Gu Yin. After finishing, leave a sentence. You don't need to know who is going to protect you. TSK, just thinking about it makes me feel like this should be a perfect plan. It should have been like this, except Lung's house on the dining table on the first floor. Three people with different expressions sat together. So, why did Gu Yin come here suddenly? Didn't you ask your aunt to come over and deliver the food today? Then shouldn't your aunt still be the one cooking? No, I can't expose myself. Thinking about it, Lung Qingxiu coughed dryly and introduced calmly. This is my relative's child. Her name is Mei Shui. You just happened to come visit me today. Mei Shui's expression was not right when she heard this, and she tried hard to suppress the feeling of panic. There were still water droplets on her hair that hadn't dried yet. She swallowed hard, not daring to look at Gu Yan's expression. Hello, my name is Mei Shui, and I'm the best friend of Master, Lung Qingxiu. I actually called the Master's name directly. It's over. I will die to atone for this. Mei Shui didn't know what was going on. She only knew that her mind was in a mess. After taking a shower and putting on her clothes, she wanted to blow-dry her hair, but she saw Gu Yin standing behind her in a mirror with a strange look on his face. Then there was the sound of hurried running from upstairs. Then it became what it is now. Gu Yin looked at Lung Qingxiu, then at Mei Shui, who looked flustered. What is going on? Originally, I just wanted to come to the Lung family happily and spend some wonderful time with Qingxiu from our family. But why would this guy, Mei Shui, appear here? And it has developed into the current situation. Even a smart person like Gu Yin didn't expect that he, Lung Qingxiu, and Mei Shui will be sitting at the same table. After all, according to Gu Yan's idea, the best-case scenario is that he privately resolves the plot in which Mei Shui betrays Lung Qingxiu in the original novel. But I never thought of bringing it out into the open. But now that it's done, Gu Yin forced a smile and looked at Mei Shui kindly. Hello, Miss Mei. My name is Gu Yin. Thank you for taking care of my daughter Qingqing. As soon as these words were spoken, Mei Shui's face changed. Qingqing? This guy calls my master Qingqing? How rude. Isn't he afraid of death? She hurriedly looked at Lung Qingxiu, but saw that Lung Qingxiu's expression remained unchanged. Mei Shui suddenly realized, so that's why her master pretended to be indifferent in order to seize the Gu family. After all, she didn't really like Gu Yin. Even if she was annoyed and dissatisfied in her heart, she would not show it on her face. As expected of the master. Thinking of this, Mei Shui forced a smile and replied to Gu Yin, Oh, I should thank you for always taking care of Qingxiu. He, Miss Mei is the one. He, Mr. Gu, is... Of course, neither of them noticed. Although Lung Qingxiu's expression did not change at all, his hands under the table were clenched tightly together. She felt extremely ashamed. Damn it. How could you call me that in front of my men? How will they see me like this? Damn it. This is so embarrassing. Lung Qingxiu felt extremely ashamed, and she really wanted to lock herself in the study and never come out again. Ding dong, the hourly chime sounded at this moment. Gu Yin looked up and said to Mei Shui, It's almost time for dinner. Miss Mei, why don't you stay for dinner? There was a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes, and I had to ask him carefully. Mei Shui felt a little conflicted after hearing this, because it was not up to her to decide whether she could stay or not. But it was her master who had the final say. Besides, as a servant, how could she possibly eat with her master? However, Lung Qingxiu spoke up and said with a smile, Gu Yin is right. Mei Shui, you should stay for dinner. Lung Qingxiu didn't want Gu Yin to think that she was a stingy person, although this will somewhat affect my image in the eyes of my subordinates. Hearing this, Mei Shui nodded repeatedly. Yes. I mean it. Gu Yin looked at Mei Shui, who looked flustered, speechlessly. Please, can you please act more realistically? It's a good thing it's me sitting here. If it were someone else, they would have noticed it a long time ago. What an idiot. No, no. Qingxiu and I have very little time alone, and I can't let this idiot mess things up. Thinking about it, Guyen smiled and said, Miss May, please go to the kitchen and help me prepare the side dishes for lunch. I've asked Annie to bring it over. You should be able to wash and cut it, right? Hearing this, Mei Shui felt a little uncomfortable. Please, you're not my master. Although I need your help, please don't expect me to listen to you in everything. Then Mei Shui stood up and responded with a smile. Okay, these are what I'm best at. Forget it. Staying here is really tormenting me. Going to the kitchen and being alone can relieve a lot of stress. After seeing Mei Shui leave, Lung Qingxiu was actually relieved in her heart. After all, Mei Shui was her subordinate, and she was the Night King of the Night Organization. She absolutely didn't want Guyen to know. Now that she was alone with Guyen, she could relax a little. Just when I was thinking this, the next second, a hot body came up. Lung Qingxiu only felt that he was being hugged by something. Qingxiu, why didn't you tell me that there were guests at home? It made me so nervous. She's still a woman. You don't know how shocked I was when I first saw her drying her hair. Guyen stood up, walked to Lung Qingxiu, and hugged her directly. He kept inhaling the fragrance from Lung Qingxiu's body. Hey, pay attention. There's someone here. She's my bestie, and she came to see if I'm normal. Lung Qingxiu's face flushed slightly. You know, Mei Shueika was still in the kitchen. She pushed Guyen hard to get him to move away. But Guyen was like a sticky candy and couldn't be shaken off. Hug your loved one and get plus 10 points. Continuously hug your loved one to earn plus 30 points. The object of pure love feels ashamed. Points plus 100. Are you kidding? Now is a good time to replenish your pure love energy. However, Qingxiu couldn't be too troubled, so Guyen moved a chair over and sat next to Lung Qingxiu, then put his hand on the other shoulder. He pulled the other person into his arms, but the latter resisted and pulled him out, so the two of them engaged in a tug-of-war. Qingxiu, we haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you miss me? It's only been one night. Really? There's an old Chinese saying that goes, 3 days apart is like 30 days apart, and 1 night apart is like 10 days apart. What kind of weird metaphor is that? Anyway, it should be called a 3-day separation, right? My dear wife, you are so smart. I will reward you with a sweet kiss. Roll. Chapter 60, Early Villain, Yama Palace. After pulling like this for a while, Guyen found that he really couldn't pull Lung Qingxiu into his arms. In addition, Lung Qingxiu said that she was going upstairs to read, so Guyen had no choice but to give up. Qingxiu, I'll call you when the meal is ready. I know, get out of here now. Hiss, Qingxiu, you are so beautiful even when you curse. Click, the study door closed. Bang. Lung Qingxiu suddenly covered her face. An expression of shame and anger appeared on her face. She opened her eyes. Although they had no color or luster, they looked charming and beautiful in a different way when paired with the blush on her face. What a rude fellow. Don't you know that I am not only the actual controller of the Lung family, but also the king of night? You actually did that to me in front of my men. This ruined my image in front of them. Damn bastard. Lung Qingxiu gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. No. She couldn't let Guyen disturb her mind and plans. Since the young master of the Dragon King Palace is more difficult to deal with, then we will turn our attention to other weaker forces. Although I really want to say this, but something seems to have happened in the company recently. Lung Qingxiu was groping for the letter from Lung Xingyan, the patriarch of the Lung family. It says above, Niece, this is bad. There's a traitor inside the company who's escaped with our research results. According to the investigation, the traitor is someone sent by the Yinxing group. What should we do now? Why? Lung Qingxiu sighed lightly, and the image of Lung Xingyan's helpless look seemed to appear in his mind. What will happen to the Lung family without me? But Yinxing group? Lung Qingxiu thought about it, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. In fact, the information that Clivia handed over mentioned that the Hall of Yama had intervened in the affairs of the secular world. Among them, Yinxing Group is a large real estate company established by Yan Wangdian in the secular world. More than half of the houses in Jianghai City were built by them, which shows their strong strength. It has been rooted in rivers and seas for so many years, and it must have penetrated into every corner of rivers and seas. I don't know how many warriors the other side has. Lung Qingxiu's expression was somewhat solemn. His current strength was still too weak, and the risk of rashly attacking the Hall of Yama was too great. And there was one thing she didn't understand. What was Yinxin Group, a real estate company, doing with the Lung family's medical technology information? Lung Qingxiu frowned and bit her nails. After a moment, her eyes turned slightly cold, and she asked Mei Shui and the others to investigate. Dig up all the information about Yama Palace. At this time, in the kitchen, the atmosphere is a little weird. Guyan was washing the vegetables while Mei Shui was cutting them. The former asked kindly, "What are you doing taking a shower in my house? You're home?" Mei Shui frowned and said, "My master asked me to wash here." "Oh." Guyan nodded and then asked, "What does Qingxiu want you to do? Tell me about it." Anyway, the two of them have a special relationship in secret, so Guyan doesn't care whether he performs or not. Hearing this, Mei Shui was silent for a while. Should she say it? Would it mean revealing the secret mission assigned to her by her master? But this matter was originally related to Guyan. After thinking about it, Mei Shui decided to speak out. This might make Guyan trust her master more. She was moved by this. After being injured by Shaolin yesterday, the master asked me to come here to heal my wounds. After the treatment, the master asked me to protect you in secret. When Guyan heard this, his face lit up with joy. She even washed the vegetables more diligently. Uh-huh. Is that so? Well, she's worthy of being Qingxiu. Oh, I didn't expect Qingxiu to be so nice to me and even want to send someone to protect me secretly. She appears to be arrogant and tells me to go to hell. What a hypocritical woman. Mei Shui sneered in her heart when she saw the outstanding effect. Haha, idiot man. You probably don't know that the master's real purpose is to make you so moved that he can take over your goof family in the end, right? You are only happy for this moment. After I finish the remaining 4 tasks and get news about my brother, I will immediately report your true face to my master. Mei Shui thought to herself. Gu Yang didn't know what Mei Shui was thinking. While he was happy, he was thinking about a plot point in the original novel. If his expectation goes as he expected, an early villain of Jianghai City in the original novel, Yan Wangdian, will appear. This organization is considered the largest martial arts organization in Jianghai City. They have dabbled in various industries and established a real estate company, Yinxin Group. We also have a lot of cooperation with their Gu family. Every year at the family annual meeting, the Gu family would also invite representatives from the Hell Hall to attend. The two families seem to be living in harmony and prosperity, but in fact it is not the case. The Lord of Yama Palace has a great ambition, which is to annex all the families in Jianghai City. He wants to become the emperor of Jianghai City. The Lord of the Yama Palace is named Yin Huang, a mid-stage grandmaster. In the original novel, he is considered as a major villain in the early stage. Because the family that the other party wants to annex happens to be the Shun family, Shaolin, as the protagonist, will encounter the other party. After a series of desperate battles, Shaolin successfully broke through the peak of the early Grandmaster stage and officially entered the middle Grandmaster stage. Then he killed Yin Huang, the master of the Yama Palace, and took over all the industries under the name of the Yama Palace, expanding his power again and becoming a prominent figure in Jianghai City. Well, in short, it's a very troublesome organization. But there's no need to worry too much. According to the development of the plot, this Hall of Yama was finally destroyed by the protagonists. As for why he is connected with the protagonist group, that's because one of the families that Yama Hall wants to swallow up is the Shun family. As Shun Wanner's new bootlicker, Shaolin naturally took on the responsibility of eliminating the bad guys. Not only did he resolve the Shun family's crisis, but he also won Shun Wanner's favor. So Gu Yan said that he just needed to develop steadily behind the scenes. Let the protagonist Shaolin have a headache about this Hall of Hell. Gu Yan was thinking about it when he paused. The expression is a little weird. Wait a minute. Let's look at the details described in the original book. The King of Hell wants to swallow up all the families in Jianghai City, apparently under the instructions of Lung Qingxiu. The reason why Yama Palace fought hard against Shaolin was because of Lung Qingxiu's instructions. After all, in the original book, Yin Huang said these words when he died. Ha ha! Do you think you could be at peace after killing me? The truly terrifying existence hasn't appeared yet. All those people back then will die. The devil has crawled out of hell. Shaolin, you too will bear the consequences of your actions. Whether it's you or your friends and comrades, they will all die. Ha ha! I'll be waiting for you in hell. When the recollection ended, Gu Yan's mouth twitched. It's all Qingxiu's fault. Chapter 61, kind Qingxiu. You don't have a fever. Good news, Silver Branch Pond. red hair, strong, and intelligent. Bad news. The character is called Himiko. The author has no intention of writing a railway novel and then severely torturing the characters in it. If Lung Qingxiu is the mastermind behind this, does that mean that he doesn't need to worry about villains like Yama Palace at all? After all, the plot of the original novel is a standard and passionate plot. The protagonist thought they had defeated the strongest enemy, but in fact there was an even stronger enemy behind this enemy. According to the information revealed after the death of each villain, the biggest villain who controls them is actually Lung Qingxiu. Ah, it's worthy of being our Qingxiu. Guyan was thinking suddenly. His expression froze. No, wait a minute. According to the various plots in the original novel, Lung Qingxiu is actually the one controlling every villain encountered by the protagonists. In other words, Lung Qingxiu was already invincible in the world during that period. As for why the protagonist was not killed directly, Lung Qingxiu also said it in the original book. The purpose is to let the protagonist gradually feel the despair of the death of people around him. Let the other person also feel the pain that you feel because of your sister's death. In other words, when Xiao Lin was targeted by the King of Hell, it actually meant that Lung Qingxiu had broken the seal on his eyes and became invincible. Well, that's what the original book says. According to the original, the corner of Gu Yan's mouth twitched as he discovered an unexpected situation. Although the original novel does not clearly explain how Lung Qingxiu became invincible, but based on the various details written by the author, Gu Yan was able to guess it. Probably he needs to rely on Lung Linger's heart blood to restore the sight of Lung Qingxiu's eyes, and then he will be invincible. According to the original plot, Shen Wanner's brother Shen Tian was killed by Lung Qingxiu. So Shen Wanner was heartbroken and revealed her feelings to Xiao Lin. In order to avenge Shen Wanner, Xiao Lin killed Lung Linger. Lung Qingxiu completely collapsed and turned evil because of his sister's death, and used Lung Linger's heart blood to restore the sight in his eyes, and became invincible from then on. But these are all plots from the original novel. As of now, Shen Tian is not dead. Lung Linger and Gu Yan would not let the other party die. How does Qingxiu regain his brightness and become invincible? How can we control the Hades Palace if we can't be invincible? Relying on the current Night Organization? It's not that Gu Yan looked down on the Night Organization. It's because the original book said that before Lung Qingxiu gained power, the strongest member of the Night Organization was only at the mid-stage Grandmaster level. Gu Yan still remembers the scene where he made those harsh words. That adult gave me strength. 800 words omitted here. You're stupid. You did that thing which allowed that adult to break through his own bottleneck. We have been strengthened by the grace of the adults. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so foolish as to go against them. It can be learned that when Lung Qingxiu broke the seal, he bestowed enormous power on all members of the organization and some branch members, allowing them to break through from the acquired to the innate and from the innate to the master. Until all members of the Night Organization appeared, the strongest one was only at the peak of the late Grandmaster stage. In other words, the current members of the Night Organization are most likely no match for the Hell King's palace. Shaolin's Dao heart was damaged again by him. Once the heart of martial arts was damaged, it would be difficult to break through the realm again. It is hard to say whether he can break through to the middle stage of Grandmaster as in the original novel. If the King of Hell points the spearhead at Lung Qingxiu, wouldn't it be very difficult? Guyan took a deep breath. Because he had always wanted to kill the protagonist Xiao Lin, he subconsciously forgot that there were actually many other villains in this world. Lung Qingxiu is just the biggest villain, and in the original novel, he is also the ultimate villain who controls all the villains, big and small. But the premise is that this is what happened in the original book. Now, Lung Qingxiu's strength cannot become the strongest. Not to mention him, even Lung Qingxiu's own safety cannot be guaranteed. There must be other ways. Guyan thought about it. All right. There's also that half piece of Dragon King Jade. It is rumored that once the Dragon King Jade is put together, 800 words omitted here. In short, a complete Dragon King Jade pendant can lead the entire Dragon King Palace. Half a block will lose this effect. The former palace master was unable to give orders to the Dragon King Palace because he had damaged the Jade pendant. Well, it seems that I have a new idea to fuse the Jade pendant to obtain the Dragon King Palace. Then use this power to resist some potential risks. He didn't believe that Lung Qingxiu could only rely on Lung Linger's blood to restore his eyesight. Furthermore, why must it be Lung Linger's heart blood? Is there any other connection between the two besides blood? Speaking of bloodline, wouldn't it be the same to use the heart blood of Lung Xingyan, the apparent head of the Lung family? Forget it. Don't think too much about it for now. My main opponent is still the protagonist Shaolin. After all, in the original novel, the opponent's strength was enough to kill Lung Qingxiu together. But this brings up another issue. It is known that Lung Qingxiu is very powerful in the original novel, and the ambition of the King of Hell to unify the rivers and seas is controlled and directed by Lung Qingxiu. Also, because Lung Qingxiu's strength has not recovered yet, he is unable to control the Hall of Yama. So, does the King of Hell not have the ambition to unify the rivers and seas? Wouldn't this prevent them from provoking the protagonists? What will the plot become then? Guyan felt a little headache. Even if the power of the world was adjusted, it would not be so powerful as long as Lung Qingxiu was not invincible. Let's pick up the story again. Even if we pick it up, who will do it? We can't let him take over, right? TSK, my mind is a bit confused. At this point, Guyan turned off the faucet and smiled lightly. Let's eat first. Mei Shui, who was standing by, felt a chill running through her body. She glanced at Guyan, whose expression had been changing like a palette since a while ago. This guy, could he have schizophrenia? Lunchtime. Mei Shui lowered her head and ate her meal. While eating, she quietly looked up and forward. Guyan was sitting next to his master, picking up some food and feeding him. He asked with a smile, Qingxiu, it's been a while since you've eaten my cooking. Do you miss the taste? Lung Qingxiu, who has subordinates around her, naturally would not reveal her true thoughts. She did not want her subordinates to think that she was a pretentious woman. So she smiled gently, as warm as the rising sun. If you make it, it must be delicious. When Guyan saw Lung Qingxiu like this, his heart started beating fast, and he screamed, No way! What kind of Lung Qingxiu is this? Why is she still smiling so softly at me? No, it is often said that when a woman smiles at you, it means you have done something wrong. Could it be that Qingxiu discovered what I had done? Guyan fell in a deep thought. Mei Shui was also frightened by what she saw. So, that's how the master wanted to gain Guyan's favor and trust. So, she always pretends to be a good wife and mother, right? Looking at Guyan's stunned expression, you can tell that her master must be very gentle on weekdays. Haha, it's a pity that you, Guyan, didn't expect that all the master did was just to take away the Gu family. He. As expected of the master, Lung Qingxiu had no idea about the brainstorming between the two people outside. The fragrance at the tip of her nose had already made her appetite grow. She gently opened her mouth and tasted the dish that Gu Yin handed over. Her heart skipped a beat, and her breathing quickened slightly. Lung Qingxiu's body involuntarily tensed up. 3 days of absence is truly a long absence. Lung Qingxiu felt like she was about to cry. Delicious. That's the taste. Woo, I miss this. So happy and spicy. Although Lung Qingxiu still wanted Gu Yin to feed her, she had her own men beside her after all. So she took a napkin and wiped her mouth, then smiled at Gu Yin, who was still immersed in self-doubt, and said, It's just as I thought. It's delicious. Then, before Gu Yin could come to his senses, Lung Qingxiu picked up a pair of chopsticks, as if he knew where each dish was. She picked it up and held in her hand to Gu Yan's mouth. Under his stunned gaze, she smiled gently and said, Here. Although he smiled on the surface, he was actually extremely ashamed inside. Even the hands that were holding the dishes were shaking. Lung Qingxiu had thought about acting the same as usual and showing a proud attitude towards Gu Yin. But, with Mei Shui by her side, she didn't want her subordinates to think that Gu Yin was always trying to please her like a servant. He also didn't want his subordinates to look down on Gu Yin because of this. Of course, it's not because of the various thoughts in my mind. It was just simple, so simple that it couldn't be simpler. She didn't want Gu Yin, who was nominally her husband. It was really because her husband, in name only, was looked down upon by his subordinates. Therefore, she was willing to treat Gu Yin with gentleness and consideration, even if this may affect her subordinates' perception of her. Having said that, Lung Qingxiu could hardly hold on to her smile. Why hadn't she felt Gu Yin coming to eat the food? Hey, don't you think my hands won't be sore? Next second, a hand was placed on Lung Qingxiu's forehead. Gu Yin asked with some concern, Qingxiu, you don't have a fever. Are you feeling unwell? He was a little surprised and confused. Why did Lung Qingxiu, who usually either told him to get out or died with a cold face, seem to have changed his personality today? She was so gentle and considerate to him. Lung Qingxiu. She kept smiling, without putting down her chopsticks. She looked up at Gu Yin kindly, and then, tread. This. Gu Yan's face twitched, and he looked down, only to see Lung Qingqiu stepping hard on the back of his foot with her feet in home slippers. Gu Yin, what are you talking about? Haven't I always been like this? Also, hurry up and eat. I picked it up especially for you. Lung Qingqiu said, kindly while twisting her right foot. No matter what, Gu Yin could understand it now. He endured the pain and sat down again, biting directly on the chopsticks handed to him by Lung Qingqiu. Being stepped on by the object of pure love through shoes, points plus 50. Regardless of the pain in his feet, he felt extremely happy in his heart. Although I don't know what happened, Qingqiu is really great like this. Chapter 62, doing this kind of thing. I'm very shy, okay. Image of the heroine, Lung Qingqiu. Mei Shui couldn't help sneering as she looked at the extremely happy Gu Yan. Haha, you will only be happy for a moment. When a master takes away the Gu family, don't cry bitterly. As if sensing Mei Shui's gaze, Gu Yan turned his head away and gave her an expression that said, "What are you looking at? Are you envious?" Mag Shu. Her face twitched, but she was not angry. After all this was a beautiful illusion created by her master for him. By then you won't be able to laugh anymore. But I have to say, the food Gu Yin cooks is indeed delicious. No wonder I said that the egg fried rice was not as good as his when we were in the tea restaurant. As Mei Shui was thinking, she saw Gu Yin interacting with her master over there. As she watched, she didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable all over. Damn it, stop pushing it too far. Oh, how dare he even start to attack me? Mei Shui's face turned slightly red, as if she felt that she could no longer bear it, so she quickly stood up and said, "I'm full." Then he took the bowl into the kitchen. Gu Yin glanced at the other person who was leaving and smiled in his heart. Wow, he really knows how to read people's expressions. I know that I will have a loving relationship with Qingqiu from now on. Thinking about it, he looked at Lung Qingqiu with a smile on his face. Qingqiu, this time, it's my turn to feed. But as he was speaking, Gu Yin couldn't go on. Just see. Lung Qingqiu's originally gentle and considerate appearance suddenly dropped as fast as the temperature, and she became as cold as usual. The former listened to Gu Yan's words, feeling ashamed and angry in his heart, but said coldly on the surface, "Go away. Who needs you to feed me? I can eat by myself. You made me hold the chopsticks for so long, just now." Before he finished speaking, where's the dish soap? At this time, Mei Shui came out of the kitchen. Then, under the cupboard. Come on, Gu Yin, open your mouth, Lung Qingqiu showed a gentle face and held the dish to Gu Yan's mouth. Gu Yin was stunned. Wait a minute, Lung Qingqiu actually has schizophrenia? Oh, okay. Mei Shui looked at her master strangely. It was so strange. She always felt an indescribable feeling. She shook her head and went back into the kitchen. Lung Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, Gu Yin finally understood, and he suddenly realized. I see. Because Lung Qingqiu has not yet completely turned evil, he must appear gentle and considerate in front of his subordinates. That's why he acts gentle in front of Mei Shui. So that's how it is. Gu Yin looked at Lung Qingqiu, whose gentle expression gradually faded, and he sighed in disappointment. So that's how it is. Gu Yin looked at the chopsticks close at hand, shook his head, and said, "Qingqiu, Mei Shui is gone." There was a sense of loss in his words. Lung Qingqiu was shocked when he heard this. Gu Yin seems very disappointed. She suddenly felt a little guilty. Yes, because I pretended to be gentle, Gu Yin mistakenly thought that I was acting for Mei Shui. As a man who loves her, I naturally feel very disappointed and lost. Obviously, it's obvious that Gu Yin loves her so much and treats her well without reservation. But why can't I let go of myself? Lung Qingqiu gritted his teeth. Damn it, just this once. She seemed to have made a decision and took a deep breath. Gu Yan sighed. Just when he thought Lung Qingqiu would not continue acting. Give it to me. Lung Qingqiu raised his head and said in a voice that sounded a little strange. Gu Yin was stunned. He asked in confusion, Qingqiu, Mei Shui is not here. Why did Qingqiu still want to act after all his subordinates left, since he didn't like doing such things? Gu Yin would not force it. However, Lung Qingqiu still gritted his teeth, turned to Gu Yin, and said, "Eat it." Gu Yin was stunned for a moment, then ate the chopsticks that Lung Qingqiu had already used. Then, Lung Qingqiu asked, "Is it delicious?" "Tasty." After finishing speaking, Lung Qingqiu picked up another piece of food and handed it to Gu Yan's mouth. "Give it to me." The latter didn't quite understand, but he still did as he was told. "Is it tasty?" "Tasty." Then Lung Qingxiu picked up another piece of food and handed it to Gu Yin, this time without saying anything. But Gu Yin was stunned, because Lung Qingxiu's little face flushed slightly, and even her hands were trembling slightly. Gu Yin couldn't help but ask, Qingxiu, but the words were not finished. Lung Qingxiu interrupted in a low voice, please don't talk. Her voice trembled slightly, and she turned her head away with a sense of shame. I just don't want you to be looked down upon by my bestie. But that doesn't mean I would do these things between lovers purely for this purpose. Lung Qingxiu didn't know why he said these words. Maybe it was... She saw the wave of sadness coming from Gu Yan's chest. Only then did she realize how sad her actions would make Gu Yan, and this was no longer the time for her to act arrogant. Lung Qingxiu's voice gradually became lower, and his chopsticks gradually fell. This is my first time falling in love. It's embarrassing to do this kind of thing. Oh. Plop, plop. Gu Yan's eyes trembled and his heart beat wildly. Bang, bang, bang. He pressed on his chest and pounded it hard. Hey, what are you doing? Lung Qingxiu was stunned for a moment. She stood up and was about to stop Gu Yan. But the other party reached out and held Lung Qingxiu down. Gu Yan took a deep breath, even though the pain in his chest from being hammered by himself could not be stopped. The corners of his mouth kept rising and almost turned into a grin. I love you so much. Qingxiu. I love you so much, ha ha ha. Gu Yan laughed and held Lung Qingxiu's hand holding the dish, then ate it in one bite. It's delicious. It will taste even better if you feed it to me yourself, Qingxiu. Is it? Lung Qingxiu breathed a sigh of relief. She wondered what happened to Gu Yan. She clearly didn't want to continue, but when she heard Gu Yan's happy voice, she didn't know why she also became happy. How about trying this? Tasty. It's still delicious. Why do you like everything? Because Qingxiu, everything you pick up is delicious. Really? Then I'll cook for you next time. Why aren't you talking? I should go wash the dishes. Gu Yan fled from the dining table and ran towards the kitchen with the dishes. Lung Qingxiu showed a hint of anger on his face. This bastard, does he think the food I cook is not tasty? But Lung Qingxiu couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly, and the blush on her face did not fade away. She held the chopsticks and made the motion of picking up food in the air. For some reason, my mood became very happy. What a willful guy. Chapter 63, You Go Protect Lung Linger, the Cowardly Boy. Kitchen. Gu Yan hummed a song while cleaning the dishes. Mei Shui, who was helping out, was speechless. This guy is so annoying, although he does sing well and cooks well. But his master doesn't really like him, yet he keeps sticking to his master. Humph. When the time comes and I take away the Gu family, I wonder if you can still smile. At this time, Gu Yan suddenly looked at Mei Shui and said with a smile, By the way, Mei Shui, I have something to ask of you. This sudden friendly attitude really makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Mei Shui felt a little awkward facing this genuine Gu Yan. He had been talking to her with a fake smile before. What's the matter? It's nothing. Didn't our Qingxiu ask you to protect me secretly? But it doesn't matter. I have other masters around me, and I don't need you. So you should go and protect Qingxiu's sister Lung Ling. Just in case, Gu Yan had already sent many people to guard near Lung Linger's school. But it is better to be safe than sorry. So Mei Shui, who is good at hiding in the dark, was asked to protect Lung Linger, providing multiple layers of insurance. There is no need to worry about Lung Linger's safety. Even if Mei Shui cannot defeat the attacking enemies, it will be no problem for her to escape with Lung Linger. Mei Shui frowned when she heard this. But the master's order is for me to protect you. Although Lung Linger is Lung Qingxiu's sister, her master's order is to protect Gu Yan. Of course, she mainly followed Lung Qingxiu's orders. Gu Yan smiled slightly when he heard this and said, Then consider this as the second thing you have done for me. And maybe this will be a good thing for you. Good news? Mei Shui frowned slightly, her expression conflicted. After thinking it over, she nodded. Okay, but do you really want to use this opportunity for something like this? Mei Shui didn't quite understand Gu Yan's train of thought. What did the safety of others have to do with him? Gu Yan nodded slightly. Mei Shui stopped talking and then became a little excited. It's almost there. It's almost there. Brother, just wait a little longer. I'll find you soon. But Mei Shui didn't know it was. Gu Yan's eyes became slightly puzzled. He had asked Lao Gao to investigate Mei Shui's brother before. I didn't expect it was him. Haha, interesting. Could this be fate? Jianghai High School. In a toilet. Bang. Didn't I tell you not to stare at Linger all the time? A young man with dyed yellow hair punched a boy with weak eyes and a thin body in the face. The latter was punched and fell to the wet ground. He covered his face with his hands, huddled in the corner with a look of panic, and apologized tremblingly. I'm sorry. Hey, this guy's crying. Are you a man? Ha ha ha. Oh, I forgot that you were a scumbag with no parents, and even your sister is missing. Ha ha ha. Brother Wong. Even if this kind of loser had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to compete with you for the title of Big Sister Ling. In addition to the yellow-haired boy, there were several other boys of the same age around him. They all smiled sarcastically as they looked at the thin boy who was sobbing with his face covered by his hands and surrounded by them in the corner. Wang Zilin was very satisfied listening to his brother's words. He stared at the thin boy fiercely and threatened. Dang Feng, I advise you to put away your little thoughts. Don't think you can do anything with Lung Linger just because you have good grades. Linger only came to ask you questions because the college entrance examination is coming soon. Don't ever think that she likes you. When he said this, Wang Zilin was also very depressed. Lung Linger had been acting strangely recently and suddenly said that she wanted to study hard. He also said that he wanted to get into college and would not participate in gang activities. Hey, he even asked his parents for 2 movie tickets. I was thinking of inviting Lung Linger to see a movie this weekend. Oh, that's not right. I heard Linger found a rich boyfriend, but they also said he was her brother-in-law. Really? Linger clearly likes me. How could she possibly be looking for another man? Those people who spread rumors should be beaten up. When Deng Feng heard Wang Zilin's insulting words to himself and his family, he clenched his fists tightly, and in his mind he wanted to rush up and punch the person who insulted his family in the face. But he let go helplessly. There was immense guilt and despair in his eyes. I'm such a loser. Why am I such a loser? The person who insulted my parents and sister is standing right in front of me. But why? I don't even have the courage to stand up and refute them. Why? Why am I so useless? People like me, I'd rather be dead. The light in Deng Feng's eyes became less and less, and he felt that there was no meaning in living anymore. The person who insulted his family was standing right in front of him, but he didn't even have the courage to fight back. Such a waste. Such a coward. And just at this moment, Wang Zilin, stop it. An angry and scolding voice came from the toilet door. Wang Zilin's face changed, and he and a group of brothers turned their heads to look. Lung Linger was seen holding a notebook and looking at Wang Zilin and others with anger on her face. Bai Qionglan, who was following Lung Linger, if you don't know who she is, you can go back to chapter 21, also laughed and said, "What a bunch of losers. How dare so many people bully one person? Are you men?" Wang Zilin was choked, and his face looked a little ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. After all, Lung Linger is the person he likes, and Bai Qionglan is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and she's not someone he can afford to offend. So he had no choice but to put on a flattering smile. "Linger, what are you doing?" "I'm just teaching this ignorant loser a lesson." Lung Linger frowned when she heard this. She looked at Wang Zilin coldly. "You call me Linga? Do you think I know you well? And you're teaching my friend a lesson. Apologize to me now." "Friend? This piece of shit?" Wang Zilin's face twitched, and it seemed as if he could no longer hold on to the smile he was trying to maintain. The brothers around him all looked away. They always felt that the atmosphere had become very heavy. "Apologize? You want me to apologize to this loser? Leng Lingya? Are you kidding me?" Wang Zilin took a deep breath. Asking him to apologize to such inferior trash was even more painful than killing him. "You useless piece of shit. Did you eat shit? Your mouth stinks so bad." Lung Linger handed the notes to Bai Qionglan beside her, then walked up to Wang Zilin. He didn't hide the anger in his eyes. "Apologize to me." Wang Zilin clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and looked at Lung Linger, who was defending others in front of him. He finally said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." After he finished speaking, he seemed to feel too embarrassed, so he gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Deng Feng, who was hiding in the corner behind him. "You remember this." After saying that, he left with an unhappy look on his face. "It's over." Lung Linger walked up to Deng Feng, stretched out her hand, and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "Leng Lingya?" Deng Feng stared at Lung Linger, who extended a helping hand to him, with a slight glimmer in his eyes. He subconsciously wanted to reach out his hand, but suddenly a thought appeared in his mind. The man who came to pick up Lung Linger that day was Lung Linger's boyfriend. People like me? No, it's okay." Deng Feng forced a smile and shook his head, then stood up with the help of the wall. "Thank you." After saying this, he lowered his head and ran away. He didn't want others to see him in such an embarrassing state, especially in front of the person you like. He's gone, Sister Ling. Bai Qianglong glanced at the fleeing Deng Feng, then waved the notes in her hand. Haven't you asked about the content of today's class yet? Lung Linger stood up and walked over to Bai Qianglong, sighing in frustration. Damn it. I was just about to ask him a question, but why did he just run away? She shook her head. Forget it. Let's go back and ask my sister. Seeing this, Bai Qianglong revealed a strange smile. She poked Lung Linger and said jokingly, Why do you suddenly want to be a good child? Do you really want to go to college? The latter seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. She snorted and laughed. I'm only telling you one person. My brother-in-law said that as long as I get into university, he will take me to get a driver's license. And let me pick any motorcycle I like. She said this with a bit of unhappiness again. It's just that he seems to have been very busy recently and hasn't come to pick me up. Hearing this, Bai Qianglong's eyes lit up. Oh, our brother-in-law is so good? Then is this little girl? Get lost. That's my brother-in-law. Don't have any crooked ideas. Leng Lingye cursed immediately. Bai Qianglong chuckled, but there was a hint of envy in her eyes. The two left fighting and making a fuss. But what neither of them noticed was, after the two men left, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and holding a physics book came over. He looked at the place where Deng Feng was hit just now. Lost in thought, that young man seems to have an unusual power within him. It seems that he is very suitable for our Xuanwu sect's martial arts. The sect master said he is looking for a successor. Chapter 64, Lord of Yama Palace. Afternoon. After all, the time of love is short. Lung Qingxiu has company problems, revenge problems, and problems in the underworld. It is really impossible to stay in the land of comfort all the time. Lung Qingxiu pulled Gu Yan and said to him, Although Mei Shui is my best friend, she won't stay here forever. Gu Yan, you can see her off. Mei Shui also coughed dryly. That's right, I still have to work in the afternoon. Just take me there. Gu Yan nodded. Okay. As he spoke, he held Lung Qingxiu's small hand and rubbed it slowly. After all, if you want to do this, now is the only time. After rubbing it comfortably, he said gently, Qingxiu, I will come back later. Lung Qingxiu pretended to smile, but in fact she was already frantically trying to pull her hand away from Gu Yan's palm. Okay, be careful on the road. Then I'm leaving. You go. I'm really leaving. After feeling a hint of murderous intent, Gu Yan reluctantly let go of her hand, and then followed Mei Shui out of the Lung family. After feeling the two people leave, Lung Qingxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She clenched the hand that Gu Yan was rubbing hard on with an embarrassed and angry look on her face. Damn it, he's really pushing his luck. Forget it. The most urgent thing now is to investigate the Palace of Yama. After thinking about it, Lung Qingxiu turned around and went upstairs. Gu Yan sighed. He drove his luxury car on the road and warned, Remember what I told you, and be sure to protect Lung Linger's safety. Don't be so stupid as you were against Shaolin before. Remember, don't fight a battle you can't win. Running away is not shameful. In order for you to find your brother as soon as possible, you must stay alive and complete the task I have assigned you. Mei Shui felt a little ashamed when she heard this. She naturally knew that she was too arrogant in the police station before, but she didn't want Gu Yan to teach her a lesson here. So he took a deep breath and said, I understand. After he finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared, and he left Gu Yan's car in an instant. Seeing this scene, the corners of Gu Yan's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of inexplicable meaning appeared in his eyes. Arrived at Zhanghai High School, Mei Shui hid in the darkness and soon found her target, Lung Linger. The other person is now in the classroom, looking at the content knowledge in the textbook with distress. It seems like he is studying or something. Next to her was a young girl eating snacks and laughing. She looked familiar and seemed to be the eldest daughter of the Bai family. There seemed to be some kind of accessory hanging around the other person's neck, but it didn't matter. Mei Shui secretly sensed that there was no danger nearby. It seems that the task should be easy. At this moment, she frowned because she noticed that in a corner, there was a thin boy staring at Lung Linger. Is it an enemy? Mei Shui looked carefully. I saw that the thin boy's eyes were full of admiration. But this admiration is also filled with 3 parts of timidity and 4 parts of guilt. Oh, it turns out he is a pure-hearted, good-for-nothing boy. Mag Shu sneered. How could such a cowardly guy be worthy of his master sister? What a ridiculous clown. a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Shaking her head, Meishue stopped observing the boy and instead focused on observing everything around her to prevent any unexpected situations. At the same time, I was thinking that if it were my younger brother, he would be about the age to take the college entrance examination. I wonder how he is doing. Does he have a girlfriend? Meishue couldn't help but smile as she thought about it. She was really looking forward to meeting her brother. The headquarters of the King of Hell, inside the Yinshin Group. In the office on the top floor, an old man picked up a piece of information with his dry arms tremblingly. He looked carefully and saw a man with a stern expression standing opposite him. He said respectfully, "Godfather, according to our investigation, Lung Qingqiu of the Lung family is indeed blind. The information stolen from their company was precisely the technology related to how to treat blind eyes." Hearing this, the old man put down the information in his hand, nodded, and seemed to be relieved. He said hoarsely, "In this case, there is no need to worry about the Lung family. We made too many mistakes back then. If it weren't for that thing in the Lung family, we wouldn't have cough, cough, cough." Halfway through his speech, he started coughing and even coughed up blood. The stern man showed a hint of indifference in his eyes, but on the surface he still walked over and pretended to be concerned. "Godfather, are you okay? I'll call a doctor right away." "No need, this is retribution." Yin Huang's eyes showed a trace of pain, and he waved his hand. "The hidden disease I contracted during the war was too terrible, and ordinary medical methods can no longer cure it. Unless we find a person who caused this wound and heal it, there is no way." The stern man paused after hearing this, then said inexplicably, "It is rumored that there's a miracle doctor in the Dragon King Palace who can bring people back to life and turn flesh into bones. If we let him come." Hearing this, Yin Huang's eyes froze, but he still shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "What happened back then caused the Dragon King Jade to be shattered. The old palace master has disappeared, not to mention the hidden Dragon King Palace. This is all fate." He looked seriously at the stern man beside him. "Longer, you are my most cherished adopted son, so Godfather wants to tell you the truth. The Lung family is no longer the Lung family of the past. In our pursuit of slaying the demons, we have done many wrong things and harmed too many innocent people. So, you must never go to the Lung family again." Before he finished speaking, Long Zitian nodded solemnly. "Okay, Godfather, I promise you." Yin Huang nodded in satisfaction, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his chair with relief. "Longer, let me rest for a while. I'll leave the group's affairs to you. But you have to remember that we cannot do anything that would let down the civilian population. Our only goal is to slay the demons." Hearing this, Long Zitian said, "Okay, Godfather, I'll do whatever you say." But what Yin Huang could never have imagined was when he closed his eyes to rest. However, there was a hint of disdain in Long Zitian's eyes. He looked at Yin Huang with mockery, who already had 1 foot halfway into the coffin. "The ridicule in my heart. Old man, your time has passed, even though you possess such powerful strength and influence. You only want to curl up in the sea. Don't worry, after you die, I will definitely let the King of Hell rule the entire world. The first target is the Lung family, whom you felt guilty about for so many years." Dark place. A butterfly fluttered quietly and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 65 Master. You can rely on the power of your family. Time passes slowly. After Meishue left, Lao Gao, who had been following Guyen, took on the duties of driver again. Guyen sat in the back, his eyes full of evil amusement. Meishue should have met her brother by now, right? But she probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. After all, the man named Deng Feng is still a weak and incompetent waste. Guyen also recalled the scene of his first meeting with this man named Deng Feng. The other person looked timid and told him that Lung Linger had gone to the city to sing. "I can only say it is fate." Guyen smiled lightly. If things went as he expected, Deng Feng would soon be noticed by the people of Xuanwu sect and taught martial arts. From then on, the door to the path of spiritual practice was opened. He will also accompany the protagonist as one of the main characters' fighting forces and become the opponent's indestructible meat shield. But Guyen's mind flashed with the other party's timid admiration for Lung Linger, and he sneered. It's such a pity. If it was the heroine, he could use his charm to make her dislike the protagonist and not help her. As for the male supporting role, sorry, he has neither a preference for Long Yang nor the idea of letting the people around him tie the other person down. Not to mention, Deng Feng was the key factor that caused Mei Shui to betray him in the later period. A cold light flashed in Guyan's eyes. Although he was very sorry, but you have to die, Deng Feng. Lao Gao was driving the car. Seeing that his young master seemed to have come out of his deep thoughts, he said, "Young master, I have thoroughly investigated the information of Yinxin Group. On the surface, this company is a charitable real estate company that frequently raises funds, but secretly it is colluding with many local criminal gangs. They specifically sent that group of thugs to threaten other real estate companies and building materials companies every now and then. They even resort to shady tactics to secure a property in a good location. Many safety accidents have occurred on construction sites, resulting in many casualties, but unfortunately, these incidents cannot be shown on the internet. The family of the deceased has repeatedly demanded an explanation, but to no avail. Forget compensation, they haven't even received an apology. Many families of those who died in safety accidents or were implicated by criminal gangs have chosen to commit suicide because they see no hope. Also, based on our investigation, although this real estate company built more than half of Shanghai City's buildings, a large number of them were left unfinished. Some people bought the houses they built and watched them go up floor by floor with hope every day, looking forward to living in them one day. Then I became desperate about life because the construction company stopped the work and left it unfinished. Even after repeated requests for an explanation, it was completely useless. Some people were even beaten and seriously injured and hospitalized while trying to get an explanation. At this point, Lao Gao could no longer suppress his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, the reason why the Yinxin Group is so lawless is precisely because there are warriors among them, and they are also related." Before he finished speaking, Guyan interrupted, "Okay, I understand. Although I have known about the bad things done by Yinxin Group for a long time, I still find it ridiculous when I hear it again. The other party has such confidence and resources because of Yama Hall, which has close ties with a person in power in the Special Operations Investigation Department. That's why Shanghai City has become so lawless. If it turned out as he expected, the only person who could do such a thing should be Yin Huang, the Lord of the Hall of Yama." Lao Gao calmed down for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and then he said, "Master, there is one more thing I need to report. Yinxin Group held a banquet and invited our Gu family. The master wanted to send you there. It's a good opportunity to get to know the younger generation of Yinxin Group. Madam told you to be polite and greet your elders when you see them." Banquet? Gu Yin was stunned. He was a little confused. Why are they holding a banquet all of a sudden? Lao Gao hesitated after hearing this and said, "It is said that Yin Huang, the biggest controller of Yinxin Group, is about to pass away due to illness. This banquet is actually also to select the next heir." Died of illness? Gu Yin was stunned. Wait, does that mean Yin Huang is dying? Huh, that's not right. In the original book, the other party was still alive and well. If he was dead, how did he run into the protagonist Shaolin? Gu Yin felt a little strange, and a guess came to his mind. Could it be that Lung Qingqiu's ability could also bring people back to life or extend their lifespan? It's not mentioned in the article. If it's not mentioned, then it doesn't exist, right? Gu Yin had a headache as these things happen one after another. The most important thing is that it is completely different from what he remembers. Why? Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. When? I'll go and join in. Gu Yin rubbed his eyebrows. The day after tomorrow afternoon. The day after tomorrow. Gu Yin nodded. And just at this moment, ding dong, the phone beeped. Gu Yin picked it up and saw a pop-up message from someone he hadn't contacted for a long time. "Are you there?" He had guessed that this person would look for him, so he called him directly. It was answered almost instantly. Gu Yin smiled lightly and deliberately asked, "Hello? Why did Sister Yin suddenly think of sending me a message? Shouldn't she be busy convicting Shaolin right now?" A voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. "Gu Yin, where are you now? I had an accident here." As for Yin, she changed into casual clothes at home, and a hint of unwillingness appeared in her eyes when she heard Gu Yan's words. "Damn it. Shaolin, no matter who you are, I must arrest you." "Oh, never mind. I'll just come find you." Gu Yin looked around and saw that this place was very close to Yin's home, so he changed his words. "Okay, I have something important to tell you. Call me when you get there." Click, the phone turns off. Gu Yin put away his phone and smiled, with a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Let me think about it. The plot point about Yin seems to be that incident. It seems like someone from Yama's palace was behind that incident. Is it true that no matter how much you go around, you can't avoid the Hades Palace? He is indeed a villain in the early stage. But besides Chen Yingyin, there is also Wang Yulan. The plot on her side is also approaching, and the same goes for the Dragon King Palace. Half of the jade pendant must be obtained as soon as possible. The same goes for Mei Shui. She and her brother are both unstable. The same goes for Shunwaner. She is the most critical and hidden step. These are all things that will threaten Lung Qingqiu in the future. You must eradicate them all. If you miss even one, a tragedy is likely to happen. I don't want Lung Qingqiu to die, and I don't want to die either. I want to live with Lung Qingqiu. It doesn't matter how many people die, as long as the people around me don't die. Others, it doesn't matter how dirty my methods are or how much of a scumbag I am. We have to hurry up the next plot point. Guyan felt a little anxious. The plot had become a little different. He had to resolve the known threats as soon as possible before everything changed beyond recognition. Otherwise, my family, Qingqiu, and myself would most likely die. Lao Gao was driving, and he saw Gu Yin in deep thought through the rearview mirror. I feel a little worried. The young master seemed to have changed a lot, becoming mature and steady, but for some reason, Lao Gao felt that his young master was like he was bearing something very heavy alone. After thinking for a while, he interrupted Gu Yan's thoughts and said, "Master, although I'm not the master or the lady, it may not be appropriate for me to say such things, but I still want to say it. Master, the Gu family is very big. You can rely on the family's power occasionally. After all, you are the young master of the Gu family." Gu Yan was stunned when he came back to his senses. He looked at Lao Gao and couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, Lao Gao. You are right." Gu Yan took a deep breath, relaxed himself slightly, and calmed down his irritable mind. Yes, Gu family, how could I forget? The biggest reason why the Gu family was broken up was actually because they were besieged by all the forces led by the protagonist Shaolin. That's why it's ruined. But don't forget, the Gu family has a master bodyguard named Lao Gao, so the background behind him is naturally not to be underestimated. If that was the case, then he had a new idea. Suddenly, everything became clear, and Gu Yin felt that the pressure in his heart was reduced a lot. When you are undecided, find someone to back you up. Chapter 66 Lung Qingqiu wants to turn the Lord of Yama Palace into a puppet. Arrived downstairs of Chen Yingyin's house. Gu Yin sent a message to the other party, and within a moment, a beautiful figure different from the usual one walked down. The other party opened the car door and straddled the car with his long legs. Although he was not wearing a police uniform, his heroic spirit could not be concealed. And the first thing that comes in, Chen Yingyin clenched his fists and said apologetically, "Gu Yin, I'm sorry." Gu Yin gestured to Lao Gao to drive, then asked Chen Yingyin in confusion, "Sister Yingyin, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Why are you apologizing to me?" Chen Yingyin took a deep breath, glanced at Lao Gao, thought for a moment, and then said, "Just as you said, Shaolin does have a strong background." Lao Gao, who was driving in front, remained calm, his eyes slightly focused. "Shaolin." Gu Yin showed a surprised expression. "Sister Yi means, is that?" "Well, just as you thought, Shaolin was taken away by an organization called the Huaxia Special Operations Investigation Department. The people who came to pick him up are called the White Army. Do you know this organization?" "Gu Yin, I feel like you know a lot. Can you tell me?" "My dad won't tell me a single word." Chen Yin's eyes were serious. She really wanted to figure out this inexplicable thing. Whether it was Shaolin's strength in punching the ground or the strange organization of the investigation department. She wanted to know. So, this kind of thing really happened? Gu Yin sighed, then slowly spoke with a serious look in his eyes. "Sister Yin, if I say there is magic in this world, would you believe it?" Chen Yin was stunned. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and then smiled bitterly. "If I had said this before today, I would definitely not have believed it. But what happened last night was too mysterious, so I had to believe it." "So, Shaolin is a magician? Those organizations exist to control magicians." Gu Yin was a little surprised at Chen Yin's ability to accept it. He nodded and said, "That's understandable. But Shaolin is not a magician, but a warrior. A warrior is different from ordinary people. He is neither a fighter nor a martial artist. A warrior is a warrior. A powerful warrior can even shatter a mountain with one punch. And Shaolin's strength is even more outstanding among warriors. Because of my special identity, many people want to kill me. So I knew about warriors, and when I found out Shaolin was also a warrior, I knew he wanted to kill me. What I didn't expect was that Shaolin fell in love with Wang Yulan. so he didn't want to kill me in front of her to avoid giving her a bad impression. Now, he has indeed been taken away. Gu Yin sighed at this, because warriors are not bound by the laws of the secular world. Only the warrior department can punish them. That's the Special Operations Investigation Division, or rather, the Ancient Martial Arts Division. After hearing this, Chen Yingyin felt that his 3 views had been challenged. There was no need for Gu Yin to lie to her. In addition, Chen Yingyin had already believed half of it after seeing the light emanating from Shaolin's hand that night. It turns out there are so many secrets in this world. Chen Yingyin murmured to herself. No wonder her father refused to tell her. It's just like when the other party asked her not to be a police officer, but to be a teacher instead. The purpose is still the same old thing the other party said. Something about it being too dangerous, something about her being a girl, something about needing to protect her, and so on. Gu Yin looked at Chen Yingyin, who was lost in thought, and asked casually, Sister Yingyin, what do you want to do next? Do what? Chen Yingyin thought about it, and the confusion in her eyes disappeared. She looked at Gu Yin seriously. I want to catch Shaolin and send him to prison. Who knows if what that so-called Bai Jun said about not killing anyone is true. Gu Yin smiled softly when he heard this. He extended his hand and said with a smile, Okay, Sister Yingyin, we are allies now. Shaolin hurt my friend and tried to kill me. I definitely want to catch him too. Let the 2 of us work together. Chen Yingyin looked at Gu Yin and felt a little emotional. He didn't expect that the little kid back then has grown up so much. Knowing more than her, she also held Gu Yin's hand. Okay, I will inform you when there is news. As she spoke, she looked at Lao Gao and said, Grandpa Gao, please take me back to the police station. There seems to be a problem that has been bothering me that can be solved. Gu Yin nodded. Lao Gao, please take Sister Yingyin to the police station. Okowo. Lao Gao nodded and said, Wow, I never expected that Chung Guoping didn't want his daughter to enter the ancient martial arts world. But I didn't expect that he would be brought in by my young master. This is going to be interesting. Chen Yingyin withdrew his hand, a hint of excitement in his eyes. If things go as she expected, the serial murder case in Qiu Shui Yuan community will probably be solved soon. Gu Yin glanced sideways slightly, looking at the excited Chen Yingyin, and curled the corners of his mouth. Is Qiu Shui Yuan's plot coming soon? Lung family. Study. A butterfly landed on Lung Qingqiu's desk. Lung Qingqiu paused in reading for a moment. Bang! The butterfly turned into powder and floated out the window. Lung Qingqiu's expression gradually became indifferent. I see. The Lord of Yama's palace is in poor health, so a banquet will be held the day after tomorrow to announce the next successor. Interesting. Lung Qingqiu slowly opened her eyes and reached out her hand to gently stroke the corners of her eyes. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Since we are all going to die, then it shouldn't be a problem for her to use us, right? Oh, by the way, he also has a most beloved adopted son named Long Zaiyan. The strength of the young body can be used to maintain the various functions of this old man's body. Even waste has its value. It seems I have to attend the banquet that the other party is holding the day after tomorrow. Of course, it's not the open past, but he participated as the king of the night organization. The banquet the day after tomorrow will definitely be very lively. But no one would have thought that the Lord of Yama's palace would become her puppet the day after tomorrow. Chapter 67. What if you have that kind of fetish? Evening. Zhanghai High School. At the school gate, Bai Qionglan sat in a luxury car that came to pick her up. She stuck her head out and waved goodbye to Long Ling. Sister Linger, I'll be leaving first. Okay, please go. Long Linger curled her lips and waved her hand in disgust. At the same time, I felt a little depressed. It was really annoying. Why were the people from Xiao Gu so slow to arrive today? Bai Qionglan seemed very happy today. She rolled up the window and asked the driver to start the car. Seeing her best friend leave, she was the only one left at the school gate again. Oh, forgot about me again. Lung Linger kicked the concrete floor angrily. She did the same thing last time, and this time she was forgotten again. Next second, a luxury car drove in front of Lung Linger, and with a click, the rear door opened automatically. A face appeared that Lung Linger had not expected. Gu Yin was sitting inside with a smile on his face. What's wrong? Who bullied my Ling? Lung Linger was stunned for a moment, then quickly snorted coldly, walked up aggressively, and slammed the car door shut. After doing all this, she glared at Gu Yin fiercely. Why are you here to pick me up? Well, why can't it be me? Gu Yin shrugged and asked with a smile. Don't you wish it was me? Lung Linger was surprised when she heard this, but she didn't show it on the surface. Who asked you to come pick me up? I have already taken your men in as my brothers. I want my brothers to come pick me up, she shouted proudly. Gu Yin recalled the report his subordinate had given him in tears. Master, Miss Linger insisted that I call her big sister, or she would hit me, and I didn't dare to fight back. He smiled lightly. In that case, then I will put you down from the car and call my subordinates over. When Lung Linger heard this, she immediately shook her head like a rattle. Stop, stop, stop. Ahem. Forget about you picking me up today, but it's okay if you always come to pick me up in the future. She coughed dryly and emphasized, Don't get me wrong, it's just that Zayu and I are a little more familiar with you. When saying this, Lung Linger was actually a little nervous. She was afraid that Guyen would really listen to her, put her down, and call someone else to pick her up. Guyen rubbed the other person's head helplessly and complained, What a dishonest kid. Under the latter's feigned angry gaze, Guyen said, Lao Gao, let's go back. Okay, master. Guyen had already withdrawn his hand, while Lung Linger covered her head with both hands, muttering, You stinky bastard Gu, you damn bastard Gu. Don't you know that touching people's heads will make them grow shorter? What did you say? No, nothing. Yeah. Gu Yin said, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally looking in a certain direction outside the window, and said, Linger, how is your campus life recently? I heard that several of your good friends have transferred schools. Do you feel lonely? Hearing this, Lung Linger's originally happy eyes suddenly showed a hint of sadness. She sighed and said with some disappointment, Xiao Wei and her friend's parents found out about the KTV incident, and at their strong request, they transferred them to another school. I do feel lonely, but doesn't matter. I still have Qionglan to accompany me. Hear this name. Gu Yin withdrew his gaze from the window and asked casually, By Qionglan? Lung Linger was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said with a hint of annoyance, Yes, but you, the bastard Gu, remember it very clearly. You don't really want to be someone's brother-in-law, do you? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Gu Yin sighed helplessly after hearing this. I admire your train of thought. The eldest daughter of the Bai family only has a brother named Bai Jun besides herself. Who do you think I should marry? Lung Linger knew she had said the wrong thing after hearing this, but she still said stubbornly, Who said we can't have gay sex? What if you have that kind of fetish? Hiss. This little devil. Gu Yin took a deep breath and then snapped. He pinched Lung Linger's cheeks, causing her to struggle. Ah, you stinky bastard, let me go. However, Gu Yin ignored it and looked at Lung Linger kindly, saying, Little brat, let me tell you, your brother-in-law's aesthetic taste and sexual orientation are very normal. However, as he was talking, Gu Yin noticed that Lung Linger's cheeks were a little red, and she didn't dare to look at him. Helplessly, Gu Yin put down his hand. He shook his head and said ruthlessly, I will confiscate all the romance novels you have hidden in your bedside table. You, how could you do this? Lung Linger had been lowering her head because of the shame in her heart and didn't dare to look at Gu Yin, but she instantly became unhappy when she heard these words. I'll return it to you after you finish the college entrance examination. Gu Yin had a ruthless look on his face. You devil. Haha. Anyone who says their brother-in-law is a homosexual has no right to say that. How could this happen? Lung Linger closed her eyes in despair, feeling that life had lost hope. Gu Yin felt a little headache. Having a troublesome sister-in-law was really a hassle. But I really didn't expect that one of the protagonists likes Linger so much. This is a bit abnormal. Hiding in a place every day and watching Lung Linger, I think he is really persistent. Gu Yin curled his lips and said, Meishua, take a good look at your brother. You won't see him again anyway. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I should think about what to eat in the evening. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. In his memory, Qingqiu seemed to like sweets more. After all, there are scenes where the other person adds sugar crazily to their coffee. The other side, Deng Feng stood in a corner, staring at the luxury car going away. Every time after school, he would stand here and watch Lung Linger go home. Those who came to pick up Lung Linger before were all the man's subordinates. So he felt very happy and relaxed in his heart. Being able to look at Lung Linger like this was already a very wonderful thing for him. But today, Deng Feng felt a surge of reluctance and loss in his heart. Linger's boyfriend is here to pick her up. Deng Feng's eyes were filled with sadness and loss. He thought for a while and walked to the school gate. He looked around, then squatted down and reached out to pick up the stones scattered on the ground one by one. He murmured, This way Linger won't trip over the stones and fall. Far away, a man with glasses said to a short old man beside him, "Master, what do you think?" The old man remained silent. His cloudy eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction as he looked at Deng Feng. Someone who is so considerate of others and willing to sacrifice himself is very consistent with the purpose of our Xuanwu sect. Let this child practice the Xuanwu sect's techniques, and he will definitely be able to restore the glory of Xuanwu sect. Go talk to him. He has pure Xuanwu power within him. He's likely one of the people destined to save the world, as predicted. Okay, master. Just as he finished speaking, the man with glasses saw a group of people walking towards Deng Feng. It was Wang Zilin and others. The man with glasses was startled and was about to go over to stop it. The old man shook his head and said calmly, "Wait a moment, don't stop them." "Okay, master." The man with glasses hesitated for a moment, but chose to wait and see. Chapter 68 Qingxiu, I can help you. Return to the Lung family. Sister, I'm back. It was the Trashgu who came to pick me up today. As soon as Lung Linger got off the car, she ran in and started shouting loudly. Study on the second floor. Lung Qingxiu listened to Lung Linger's shouts downstairs and smiled slightly. It turns out that it was Gu Yin who went to pick up Linger today. It's really rare. It's time for dinner, but I don't know what to eat tonight. I'm really looking forward to it. If possible, I'd like to have some snacks. I need to replenish some sugar after using my brain all the time. No. She shook her head and regained her composure. Lung Qingxiu found that her thoughts had drifted far away again. She was clearly planning the specific process for the day after tomorrow. This is about his own revenge plan. It was really annoying. Ever since Gu Yin came, she found that her thoughts were always interrupted by him, which greatly affected her revenge plan. Lung Qingxiu felt that she needed to lower the profile of Gu Yin in her heart. He must not be allowed to surpass his desire for revenge. Of course, Lung Qingxiu is very confident about this. If divided into 1,000 parts, she believed that Gu Yin only occupied one part of her heart, and the remaining 999 were all about how to take revenge. Yes, that must be it. Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath and continued to think about his plan for the day after tomorrow. According to the investigation, Yinqing Group of Yanwangdian is a giant enterprise in Jianghai, and Yin Huang is highly respected. I believe most of the prominent families in Jianghai will be invited to attend the banquet. Among them, it will definitely include the Gu family. Lung Qingxiu thought of this, hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head. It doesn't matter. She has considered many situations. Even if Gu Yin goes to the banquet, it cannot stop her from doing what she wants to do. The ability used by Clivia has been thoroughly investigated, and there will be more than a dozen warriors and a large number of security personnel guarding the banquet the day after tomorrow. Yin Huang was protected by his trained assassins and several of his adopted sons and daughters. Of course, except for Long Zhaitian, the adopted son who has reached the early stage of innate cultivation, the rest of the people are only at the level of third-rate warriors. P.S. Third-rate warrior, second-rate warrior, first-rate warrior, acquired, innate, master, grandmaster. The Death Warrior's cultivation level should be very high, but Lung Qingxiu guessed that it would definitely not exceed the early stage of the grandmaster. She currently has 9 people on her side, each with different abilities and skills. Lung Qingxiu already had a general flow of thought in his mind. Next, all we need to do is have our people hide and enter the banquet venue. This is actually a very simple matter. We just need to make them pay attention and not replace the people from the Gu family. After sorting out everything, Lung Qingxiu opened his eyes, and the special runes in his eyes glowed slightly. Although I don't have any cultivation, but I can still use some of the abilities that belong to me. King of Hell, let you become a part of my power? Lung Qingxiu was about to let out some dark laughter the next second. Click! Qingxiu, here I come. As the door was suddenly pushed open, a voice that made Lung Qingxiu tremble was heard. Lung Qingxiu quickly closed his eyes and then pretended to be reading and studying with an unnatural expression. Gu Yin walked to Lung Qingxiu's side strangely, stretched out his hand and poked the other's cheek. Qingxiu, what are you doing? It seems that your body is shaking a little bit. Lung Qingxiu was angry and thought to himself that he must lock the door next time. Then he turned to Gu Yin with a murderous look on his face and said through gritted teeth, "Next time you come in, can you please knock on the door? Also, don't poke my face again." Qingxiu, if you make a request, I will naturally agree to it. Gu Yin walked to Lung Qingxiu and put the things in his hand on the table. Then she smiled and said, I've sent Meishua back safely. Qingxiu, you can rest assured about your good friend. As he spoke, Guyan moved closer to Lung Qingxiu again. Haha, Meishua is a martial artist with innate cultivation. Instead of worrying about her, you might as well worry about yourself. But why can't I sense Meishua's presence? Oh, by the way, because I had told the other party before that if Gu Yin returned to the Lung family, there would be no need to guard him anymore. Lung Qingxiu no longer dwelled on this question, but with an embarrassed look on her face, she tried to push away Gu Yin, who had been leaning towards her. Can you please move over a little and stop disturbing me while I'm reading? Of course, Gu Yin was not happy about this. Now it was a good opportunity to absorb the energy of pure love. So he said righteously, Qingxiu, what are you saying? I was just leaning on you. I didn't say anything and didn't do anything. How can you say that I disturb you from reading? As he spoke, Guyan nudged Lung Qingxiu like a piece of taffy and flipped through Lung Qingxiu's braille books. Lung Qingxiu's expression gradually softened, and she clenched her fists tightly. No, you have to be patient. You have to be patient. Qingqing, your shoulders are a little stiff. Do you want me to give you another massage? Lung Qingxiu, Lung Qingxiu, you are angry over such a small matter. How will you take revenge in the future? Qiu, say something. Hey, what brand of shampoo did you use? It smells so good. I sniff, hiss. You must be steady. You are the king of the night. You are. Qingxiu, you look a little ugly. What's wrong? Do you have a stomachache? I'm not a steady hammer. Oh, I'm going to sew your mouth shut. Lung Qingxiu stood up suddenly, then accurately found Gu Yan's position, and then grabbed the other's collar tightly, throwing it back and forth. You bastard. Are you so free? How can you say that? I am so mad at you. Lung Qingxiu didn't know why she could never stay calm in front of Gu Yan. Seeing this, Gu Yan smiled even more happily and said incoherently while being shaken, Qingxiu, wait, I bought you something delicious. Question mark. Lung Qingxiu slowly put a question mark in her mind when she heard this. She let go of her hand, crossed her arms over her chest, and snorted coldly. What did you buy to eat? Let me make it clear first, I never eat high-calorie foods outside. Don't worry, it's not high in calories, just high in sugar. As Guyan spoke, he took out the dessert he had just bought on the road, puffs. He took one out and said, Want some puffs, Qingxiu? This shop supposedly sells 100 puffs a day. If they run out, they'll be gone today. Profiteroles? The soft, sweet, cream-filled ones? Wow, I love it so much at that time. Gudong. Lung Qingxiu swallowed in his heart, but on the surface he still sneered. Didn't you understand what I meant? As a member of the Lung family, I have very strict and regular rules. Before he could finish his words, Lung Qingxiu felt something big and soft stuffed in his mouth. Her mouth was suddenly gagged. As Gu Yin stuffed the food in his mouth, he smiled and said, Although I don't understand what you were saying, I think Qingxiu you will like this taste. Who? Who would like it? Lung Qingxiu cursed in shame in her heart, but the delicious taste that stimulated her taste buds still made her face show a very happy expression. Oh, this tastes so good. In less than a moment, the puff was finished, and Lung Qingxiu licked his lips with satisfaction. How about it? Gu Yanxiao asked. It's just SOSO. I don't really like sweets. After all, they make me fat. Lung Qingxiu said unnaturally. I see. I thought it would be delicious. He said this with a curious look, took one out, and prepared to taste it himself. Result. Bang. Lung Qingxiu snatched it away after hearing the sound. Under Gu Yan's stunned gaze, Lung Qingxiu's face flushed slightly. I told you that you'll get fat. Gu Yan, aren't you always exercising? You can't eat this kind of thing. As she spoke, she seemed to feel embarrassed to be looked at like that by Gu Yan, so she pretended to be angry and said, Also, shouldn't you go make dinner? Hurry up and go. Gulp. Gu Yan looked at Lung Qingxiu and nodded blankly. I don't even remember how I got out. Ah, so cute. There is cream on Qingxiu's lips. Oh, that's right. Gu Yan opened the door again and asked with an excited look on his face. Qingxiu, there's cream on your lips. I can help you lick it. Roll. Oh no, it really doesn't work. Gu Yan left with a look of disappointment on his face. In the study, Lung Qingxiu gasped in shame and anger. This bastard. How shameless. How could you say something like that? She calmed down for a moment, then reached out her fingertips to wipe the cream from the corner of her mouth. Feel the cream on your fingertips. Lick it for me. Lung Qingxiu blushed and shook her head quickly. Idiot. There's no way he could have done that. It's so perverted, but these cannot be wasted. Lung Qingxiu put the cream on her fingertips into her mouth, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Hey, there's so many left. I can eat as much as I want. Oh, right, that's what I was thinking about just now. Forget it. Let's finish eating first and then work. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. Did you also say these words to Shinwaner? Zhanghai High School. Why? Why do this to me? What did I do wrong? Dang Feng's eyes were a little confused and desperate. He lay on the concrete floor with bruises all over his body. His face was bruised and his body was in pain. He had just been beaten up by Wang Zilin and others, and he didn't understand why he was suddenly beaten. Suddenly, a group of people from the other side rushed over and taught him a lesson. He also warned him not to think about having anything to do with Lung Linger. Why? I clearly didn't do anything. I just stood here looking at Linger. Even so, is it not allowed? Do you really want to take away everything from me? Dang Feng's vision blurred again, and he started crying. Dark place. Meishua looked at the cowardly boy lying on the ground with great disgust in her eyes. I originally thought that the other party had been squatting in the corner and secretly watching Long Linger, and I thought that the other party was a killer hiding in the dark waiting for the opportunity. Love is really just a dog licking, which makes me wait here to see the other person's true face. But Meishua set her sights on a tree not far from Deng Feng. There was some confusion in her eyes. Someone from Xuanwu Gate? Why are they here? What is their relationship with that boy? The next second, the old man from Xuanwu Gate and the middle-aged man walked over. Deng Feng sensed the movement and thought that Wang Zilin and others were coming to beat him again, so he immediately huddled up in fear. The result was only heard. Child, do you want to protect the people you care about? A kind voice came into Deng Feng's ears. Deng Feng was stunned. He opened his eyes and saw two people standing next to him. He knew one of them, who was the physics teacher of another class. You are. Deng Feng was a little scared. Don't be afraid, kid. Just tell me. Do you want to protect the people you hold dear? The old man extended his hand kindly. Deng Feng stared blankly at the hand that was extended to him. Protect the people you hold dear? The image of Lung Linger flashed through his mind. The image of her saving and helping him made him fall in love with her directly. But I am too weak, so weak that I don't even have the courage to tell Lung Linger my feelings. I want to protect. But how can I protect him? I'm too weak. I can't do it. Deng Feng shouted with sobs. It's okay. Hold my hand, kid. We will help you become stronger. Give you the power to protect others. The old man smiled even more happily when he heard this, and said kindly, Dark place. Mei Shui's eyes were filled with murderous intent. So that's how it is. This young man is the heir that their Xuanwu sect has their eyes on? No wonder Guyan asked me to come and protect Miss Linger. It turns out he knew about this a long time ago. No, I have to report this to my master. Thinking of this, Mei Shui's figure quickly disappeared, and she also put Deng Feng on the kill list in her heart. Lung family. On the dining table. The atmosphere was a little tense, and Lung Linger was eating nervously. Her mouth was full of food, and she didn't dare to look at Guyan. Wow, my brother-in-law is so scary. Just see. Guyan looked at Lung Qingxiu, who was looking evasive with a kind face. He looked at her slightly bulging belly and said, So, you finished eating all those puffs? Lung Qingxiu felt a little guilty. She lowered her head and argued cunningly. I just didn't finish eating. Yeah. Guyan raised his voice slightly, then walked forward and stretched out his hand to press directly on Lung Qingxiu's slightly bulging belly, ravaging it hard. What is this? What's inside? NGH. No, don't be so hard. Lung Qingxiu's whole body stiffened. She grabbed Guyan's arm, with a slightly uncomfortable look on her face. Really? Why did you eat it all when you knew it would be uncomfortable? You can't even eat dinner yet. I shouldn't have bought it for you. Guyan pressed and threatened. Tell me quickly, have you finished eating it all? Lung Qingxiu was pressed so hard that her whole body became weak. Because she had eaten too much, she felt uncomfortable and wanted to vomit. In order to let Guyan let go, but also felt that it was very embarrassing to be scolded by Guyan, so he laughed dryly. I can't say that I ate it all. I can only say that I ate it all by accident. Is there any difference? The corner of Guyan's mouth twitched, and he let go of his hand, and the latter's expression eased a little. Before Lung Qingxiu could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Guyan say coldly, I won't buy you sweets in the future. Lung Qingxiu was stunned, and then his expression froze. No, you won't buy it for me again? Which means I can never have sweets again. No, don't do that kind of thing. Lung Linger felt a little sorry for her sister looking at her dazed expression. What a terrible brother-in-law. He could actually teach his sister a lesson so that she was speechless. she swallowed and said with a wry smile. Sister, brother-in-law, I already know I'm wrong, so you shouldn't have. Before she could finish her words, Lung Linger saw Guyan's cold eyes, which scared her so much that she screamed like a chicken. She immediately lowered her head and ate her food without saying a word. As for Lung Qingxiu, she felt extremely ashamed, angry, and wronged. He is obviously the actual behind-the-scenes controller of the Lung family and the king of the Yi organization. But why does he have to be taught a lesson by Guyan here? Damn it. In front of my own sister, do you know how embarrassing this will make me? Looking at Lung Qingxiu's sad expression, Guyan felt a little sorry for her. He sighed helplessly, sat down next to Lung Qingxiu, and used the god-level massage technique to gently massage Lung Qingxiu's stomach. The latter's body stiffened for a moment, but he did not refuse. Guyan Yu said seriously, Qingxiu, I'm doing this for your own good. What if you get sick from eating this? I originally wanted you to read while eating, but who would have thought you'd finish it all in one go? You'll get sick if you do this. You must be feeling very uncomfortable in your stomach right now, right? You haven't eaten in a long time, and now you're suddenly eating so much in one go. It's definitely going to be too much for your stomach. Lung Qingxiu said nothing. She was indeed feeling a little uncomfortable. As she listened to Guyan's voice becoming softer again, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. I can't describe the feeling, but I always feel warm. By the way, could Guyan also get angry? She had originally thought that he would always be gentle and kind to her. But it's too disrespectful to her. How abominable. Seeing that Guyan was no longer angry, she returned to her usual expression and snorted proudly. Humph. I know my body best. I don't want you to interfere. This guy. Guyan couldn't help but laugh. The two sisters are really the same. But it's this kind of autumn. That's what I like the most. Okay, but I really don't want to buy any sweets. Really not buying it? I really don't buy it. Lung Qingxiu shook off Guyan's hand that was massaging her belly, and then remained silent as a silent resistance. Guyan laughed and rubbed his hand again. I'm just kidding, but you have to reduce the amount in the future. Eat once a week, okay? Otherwise, Qingxiu, you'll get fat too. When Lung Qingxiu heard this, although she was happy that Guyan was so tactful, she was very unhappy with the second half of his words. What do you mean by getting fat? She said dissatisfiedly. You don't like me anymore because I'm fat? Lung Qingxiu didn't know why he shouted this sentence subconsciously and felt a little ashamed for a moment. Oops, I blurted it out accidentally, even in front of my sister. When Guyan heard this, he smiled slightly and then said gently, no matter what you become, Qingxiu, even if you were fat, sick, thin, or whatever, I still like you. Or rather, I like you the most. Plop, plop. Lung Qingxiu's face flushed slightly, and her heart began to beat wildly. Is this what it means to have a deer beating like a fluttering heart? You were Shun Wanner's bootlicker before, yet you're being so arrogant. Lung Qingxiu gave a shy, threatening smile. Did you also say these words to Shin Wanner? Chapter 70, the other half of the Dragon King Jade. Guyan's face twitched for a moment. How? How does this involve Shin Wanner? Haha, you feel guilty. I really didn't say that. I only said these words to you. Qingxiu. You believe me. Feeling Guyan's panic, Lung Qingxiu felt much better. Very good, this is the right rhythm. But, will you still like me no matter what I become? Lung Qingxiu felt a little complicated. Would he still like me even if he knew what I did behind the scenes? Even if he knew how I practiced, would you still like me? Will you still love me even if my hands are covered in blood? Lung Qingxiu didn't know, and she didn't dare to think about what expression Guyan would show after knowing her true face. Will this be the case? Lung Qingxiu didn't know why, but whenever he thought of that scene, his heart ached immensely. On Lung Linger's side, the light in her eyes became brighter as she looked at the two people playing together warmly. Oh, the heartwarming interaction between my sister and brother-in-law is really, really delicious. Ahem, of course the premise is that my brother-in-law doesn't get angry anymore. That's too scary. By the way, my brother-in-law didn't mention my romance novel. Does that mean this matter is over? Even though he said he would confiscate it, he was just trying to scare me, right? What a duplicitous brother-in-law. Next second, it was as if he had heard Lung Linger's thoughts. Guyan said, by the way, Qingxiu, I want to discuss something with you. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, and those romance novels and Linger's bedside table are really affecting her studies. So I'm going to confiscate it first and return it to her after she finishes the exam. What do you think? Lung Qingqiu came back to his senses and was a little confused when he heard this. Romance novel? Romance novel. She turned kindly to the pale, trembling Lung Ling. Linger, what romance novel? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? When Lung Linger saw Gu Yan's devilish smile, her eyes went dark. It's over. Brother-in-law, you're too vindictive. The college entrance exam is still several months away. Are you trying to kill me? After simply cleaning up the dishes, Gu Yan left. On the way back, a smile appeared in his eyes. This kind of life is quite interesting. He will be attending the banquet held by the king of Hell the day after tomorrow. According to his guess, most of the family representatives in Jianghai City will probably be there. The security personnel must be well prepared. They won't encounter the kind of situation that only happens in novels, right? A scene where the protagonist pretends to be awesome but gets slapped in the face. Gu Yin felt a little amused, although according to the plot, it should be the villains like them who were so blind as to launch a mocking attack on the protagonist. Then the protagonist showed his strength and beat the villain, the rich second generation. I really want to see this kind of scene with my own eyes. Shun family. Shun Wanner fell into deep thought as she stared at the wardrobe full of clothes. Am I going to attend the banquet hosted by Yinxin Group the day after tomorrow? Which dress should I wear? She was a little nervous and excited. This was an opportunity, although the Shun family's pharmaceutical company had resumed normal operations. However, due to Gu Yan's operations, a large number of partners and market credit were lost. The banquet held by Yinxin Group the day after tomorrow will be an important opportunity for her. After all, the people who will participate in the banquet will definitely be rich or noble. I must find new partners there to take the company to the next level. But there was a hint of hesitation in Shun Wanner's eyes. Will Guyan go too? After thinking about it, she shook her head. No, it doesn't matter even if Guyan goes. Anyway, there's nothing wrong between the two of them, so don't think too much about it. And at this time, buzz. Her cell phone vibrated, and Shun Wanner took it out to look. Mr. Shen, are you asleep? Seeing that it was a message from Shaolin, she showed a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She was drunk because of the wine that Gu Yin gave her, and she was so drunk that she asked Shaolin to take her back to the company. She also gave him a mobile phone and added him as a friend. As a result, the other party thought that she was interested in him or something, and kept sending her messages. He didn't even think about it. How could he possibly fall in love with a security guard? But Shinwana thought about it, and felt that Shaolin was quite capable. It would be better to arrange for him to be her personal bodyguard at the banquet the day after tomorrow, so as to prevent some ignorant people from causing trouble for her. It could be used as a shield. Thinking of this, Shen Wanner started chatting with Shaolin. Inside a rental house, Shaolin lay on the wooden bed, holding his mobile phone in his hand, looking at the chat window with anticipation. Next second, I didn't sleep. Seeing Shen Wanner sending a message, Shaolin began to tremble with excitement. Shun Wanner replied to the message, and she hasn't gone to bed yet. Does she like me? I started chatting with the other party immediately. Bye, family. Bang bang. Giong Lang, come out here. Don't be so willful. You have to see Shaolin even if you don't want to. Outside by Qionglan's door, her father by Tiangang was banging on the door hard. His expression was very angry. This child was obviously very obedient when he was young. Why is he so naughty now that he's grown up? Is it his rebellious phase? Or is it the teacher's fault? Or maybe he should transfer to another school? No, just drop out of school and learn how to manage the family business. Giong Lang, I'm telling you one last time. You must go meet Shaolin. No matter what the result is, we must go and see this side. Bai Tiangang shouted loudly, then shook his head and left. Inside the room, Bai Qionglan huddled in the quilt, tears in her eyes. She held a half-jade pendant tightly in her hand and murmured with sobs, Mom. Downstairs. Bai Jun looked at his father, who had just finished yelling and was coming downstairs, and said calmly, Dad, I've seen Shaolin. He's not a good person. Don't let my little sister go to meet him. Bai Tiangang shook his head and sighed. Xiao Jun, you don't understand. This person was personally cared for by the previous Dragon King through a letter. Do you think I dare to neglect him? He patted Bai Jun's shoulder and said, Who dares to bet whether the former Dragon King will come out again to protect the next heir to the Dragon King palace that he has chosen? Bai Jun didn't say anything. He clenched his fists tightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 71, Don't Come Over. That night at the Lung family, after Gu Yin left, Mei Shui went into the study and reported her findings to Lung Qingqiu. She mentioned that while escorting Gu Yin to Zhanghai High School, she had keenly sensed the presence of a warrior. Out of caution, and with Gu Yin protected by the mysterious old man, she chose to remain and observe in secret. As a result, she unexpectedly discovered traces of the Xuanwu sect. The Xuanwu sect's target wasn't Gu Yin, but a student named Deng Feng. Surprisingly, this Deng Feng happened to be a classmate of Lung Linger. This coincidence sent a chill through Lung Qingqiu's heart. Xuanwu sect, one of the forces involved in the campaign against the Lung family, unexpectedly reappeared in this manner years later. Lung Qingqiu's eyes grew cold, her fingertips clenched tightly, and countless thoughts raced through her mind. She initially considered sending MANHUA to kill Deng Feng immediately, but she quickly realized that would only alert the enemy. If their actions were exposed, the Xuanwu sect would inevitably retreat into obscurity, making it impossible to track them. If she were to strike, she would have to strike with a thunderbolt, completely wiping out both Deng Feng and the Xuanwu sect simultaneously. She took a deep breath and ordered in a cold voice, "I will send Clivia to look after Linger. You continue to protect Gu Yin." Mei Shui hesitated slightly. Her true protector was clearly Lung Linger, but since her master had commanded her, she responded respectfully and then quietly disappeared. Lung Qingqiu remained alone in the study, his fists clenched, his gaze as cold as ice. The reappearance of Xuanwu Gate forced her to reassess Linger's situation. She had to quickly learn Deng Feng's details from her. The next morning, on the track in the Tianhudong Villa district, Gu Yin, dressed in sportswear, began his daily morning workout. His mind was filled with countless master-level experiences, and his training movements were precise and smooth. To maintain a healthy physique, he considered exercise a must. A melodious female voice emanated from his headphones, and the song titled Melody of Love echoed in the morning air. The lyrics were gentle, yet they brought a smile to Gu Yan's face. While this world had warriors and masters, the entertainment and cultural landscape wasn't much different from his previous life. Music, variety shows, anime, and TV dramas were all available. The Gu family group's businesses were closely tied to the entertainment industry, boasting access to numerous celebrities and directors. Just as he was lost in thought, two figures appeared in front of him. The woman wore sunglasses and a baseball cap, her slender figure outlined in a black tracksuit. The man beside her jogged, whispering something persuasive. Gu Yin glanced at them and felt unfamiliar. There were many people doing morning exercises on the track, so it was normal to occasionally run into unfamiliar faces. He didn't think much of it, just wanted to finish his workout as soon as possible before finding Lung Qingqiu. In front, the man lowered his voice and advised, "Yin Qingqing, don't sneak out again. If you're photographed by paparazzi, the consequences will be disastrous." He reluctantly mentioned that she had lost her role. Yinqing Group intervened strongly, and Star Entertainment was unable to compete at all. Yin Qingqing gritted her teeth in discontent, nearly exploding. Her real anger wasn't about the role being snatched away, but about the new song she'd painstakingly polished being knocked off the charts by an online song called Confession Balloon. As a professional singer, she couldn't accept being surpassed by an amateur, and even more so, losing her top spot. She complained angrily that the song's sound quality was crude, as if it had been recorded haphazardly, yet it had become a hit. Her manager, sweating profusely, could only urge her to keep a low profile and not shout loudly, lest she be recognized. Yin Qingqing snorted coldly, her heart filled with resentment. She vowed to herself to uncover the identity of the unknown singer. At the same time, on the second floor of the Lung family, Lung Linger carefully pulled out a cell phone from under the mattress when no one was around, a smug smile on her face. The trash, Gu Yin mentioned, never realized that her real secret wasn't the so-called romance novels, but this cell phone. She hid in her room, watching short videos, browsing social media platforms, and even trying out the emerging Jeba explosive bar app. But none of this could compare to the thrill of the music charts. When she opened a national music platform and saw the #1 new song on the chart, her eyes lit up with excitement. The song Confession Balloon, signed by Anonymous, was ranked first. Lung Linger nearly jumped up in excitement. This was the recording she had secretly uploaded. Although the sound quality was poor, it still went viral. She fantasized that if she could add a video and upload Gu Yan's image to the platform, she might become famous overnight. Just as she was immersed in her fantasy, a voice came from her ear. "What are you doing?" Lung Linger froze in fear, hastily tucking her phone under the covers. She looked up and saw Gu Yin standing at the door. Her heart nearly jumped out of her throat. If he were discovered, not only would her secret of hiding the phone be exposed, but the truth about her uploading the song would also be revealed. She forced herself to remain calm, forced a dry laugh, and said good morning. Guyen, however, walked in suspiciously, turned on the light, and casually asked, "Why aren't you turning on the light when you're already up? Aren't you going to school today? And you, what are you doing?" His words made Lung Linger even more flustered. Seeing Guyen approaching, she hurriedly waved her hand to stop him, saying in a panic, "No, you can't come over here." Guyen became even more curious and quickened his pace. In desperation, Lung Linger closed her eyes in shame and blurted out a ridiculous excuse. She claimed that she had just done something unspeakable and even left traces. Guyen was stunned, looking at the half of the phone sticking out from the quilt, and couldn't help laughing. He coughed dryly and said with a deliberately stern face, "It's really hard for you to come up with such an excuse to hide the phone. I'll wait for you downstairs." After saying that, he turned and left. Lung Linger froze in place, her face flushing crimson. After coming to her senses, she threw herself on the bed, writhing in shame and anger, screaming inwardly. She'd thought of herself as clever and resourceful, only to end up in such an embarrassing situation. In the study, Lung Qingqiu's face flushed red as she heard Linger's shameful cry, and she was filled with confusion. She couldn't help but wonder what Gu Yin and Linger were doing. Her ears burned, and her heart was filled with curiosity, but she didn't dare to investigate rashly. Chapter 72, I like new age independent women like you, Qingqiu. After a long journey of silence, Guyin and Lung Linger finally arrived at Jianghai High School. Guyin simply urged study hard, then added, "I didn't hear a thing." This was his only consolation. As he finished speaking, Lung Linger buried her head even lower in shame. With her eyes lowered and her school bag slung over her shoulder, she stepped stiffly from the car. Even when closing the car door, her hands were limp and powerless. Guyin looked at her soulless figure and couldn't help but sigh. Adolescent girls are always hypocritical and sensitive. He turned around and told the driver beside him, "Lao Gao, go back." Lao Gao nodded, feeling a pang of surprise. Miss Linger, who usually called her a trash fish, was surprisingly well-behaved today. But he didn't ask further questions, simply chalking it up to a child's naivete. Back at the Lung family home, Guyin cleaned the house, as usual. He first swept the floor and then picked up the clothes scattered on the sofa. After finishing these, he quietly walked towards the bathroom. After looking around, he found a few pieces of clothing piled in a frame nearby, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Qingqiu, it's not good to be so casual." He laughed in his heart and reached out to pack up his clothes. However, before he could finish his move, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. "What are you doing?" Guyin froze and slowly turned his head. He saw Lung Qingqiu leaning against the doorway, his expression cold and a hint of anger between his brows. Guyin's heart skipped a beat, but he tried to remain calm. He pretended to explain naturally, but before he could open his mouth, Lung Qingqiu coldly asked, "Are you planning to do anything with these clothes?" Guyin was stunned, secretly cursing in his heart. How could this woman see through everything? But he still shook his head and hurriedly explained, "I won't. I only care about your clothes. I won't touch anything else." Lung Qingqiu's face flushed instantly after hearing this, a mixture of shame and anger. She clenched her fists, thinking of some of the ridiculous things Gu Yin had done, and found these words particularly harsh. "Shut up, pervert," she yelled, taking a step forward and blocking the fence. She ordered coldly, "Go away. I'll wash these myself." Seeing this, Guyin smiled awkwardly and could only give in. He raised his hand and said jokingly, Okay, then you can do it yourself." Before leaving, a wave of doubt welled up in his mind. Qingqiu's eyes were clearly closed, yet she was able to precisely block him. Then, a sense of relief washed over him. Qingqiu was naturally intelligent, and with the added benefit of her cultivation, memorizing the room's layout was naturally easy. Lung Qingqiu felt Guyin leave and finally let out a sigh. She picked up a piece of clothing and shook her head. It was just a piece of clothing. Why was she so excited? But Guyin's past actions, which were so embarrassing to talk about, surfaced in her mind again, and she still couldn't completely relax. After breakfast, the two sat on the sofa in the living room, watching the morning news on TV. "Good morning, everyone. The scene behind you is the crime scene. This is the 5th homicide in the Kushuiyuan community. The deceased was a business owner in the building materials industry and had wounds on his chest that resembled claw marks. Gu Yin looked at the TV screen, then turned to Lung Qingxiu and said, Qingxiu, listen, this world is really chaotic. In just a short period of time, there have been 5 murders in Qiushui Garden. I heard that each of the deceased had horrific scratches on their chests. I wonder if they were escaped beasts. Lung Qingxiu frowned slightly, her mind already forming a conclusion. She said calmly, it's not a species known to humans. If it were truly a ferocious beast, it would have been captured long ago. She knew, in fact, that her subordinates had already reported that chi fluctuations had been detected in that area. But she didn't care. The other person's death had nothing to do with her. She simply thought Gu Yin was worried, so she comforted him lightly, don't worry. Qiushui Garden is far away from us, and it won't affect us here. Gu Yin nodded, smiling inwardly. Lung Qingxiu's calmness made him feel at ease. At this moment, the television screen switched to show Chuningyin, a police officer, facing the camera with a serious tone, promising to catch the murderer. Gu Yin stared at her expression, his heart slightly moved. He knew that the person behind this was not easy to deal with, and it also involved Hades. He had a vague feeling that Chuningyin would come to him to assist in the investigation. Perhaps it was his so-called seventh sense, or perhaps it was fate. Gu Yin changed the channel and said, nonchalantly, Qingxiu, I'm at a banquet tomorrow, so I might not be at home. Lung Qingxiu thought for a moment and asked coldly, is this the Yinxing group's banquet? Gu Yan's heart tightened, but he still nodded and said, yes. Lung Qingxiu's expression was calm, yet hinted at a chill. They also invited our Lung family. Linger will be there tomorrow with Lung Xing'an. Gu Yin smiled, but he had other plans in mind. In reality, he was planning to use his identity as the Night King to take the Lord of Yama Palace as his puppet, something he absolutely could not let Qingxiu know about. He changed the subject and deliberately teased. What are you going to do for dinner tomorrow? Lung Qingxiu responded coldly. None of your business. Gu Yin stared at her with a smile on his face. I just like your independence. Lung Qingxiu's breath caught in an instant, her chest heaving. She gritted her teeth and cursed, wondering how this man could just say anything. But then she thought tomorrow was the day for the night organization's operation, and she had to adjust her posture quickly. If she continued to tangle with Gu Yin, her dignity would be completely eroded. As she was thinking, she suddenly reminded him coldly, if you meet a beautiful woman at the banquet tomorrow, you'd better not be seduced away easily. Upon hearing this, Gu Yin immediately assured, Qingxiu, you are the only one in my heart. Lung Qingxiu glanced at him sideways and hummed in response. It's better this way. Gu Yin smiled and approached. My dear Qingxiu. Lung Qingxiu immediately reached out and held him down, interrupting him coldly. Shut up and speak properly. She sighed secretly in her heart. She just hoped that tomorrow's banquet would not cause any trouble that she didn't want to face. Chapter 73, Chan Yingyin came to find me, and I went to Kushuin. Time came to the next day. Gu Yin had originally planned to spend the morning at Lung's house with Lung Qingxiu, but Lung Qingxiu had coldly rejected him last night. She had simply said that quiet time was rare and she needed to concentrate on her studies. Gu Yin shook his head helplessly, secretly cursing her for being heartless, but then he realized that this was exactly what he wanted. He pulled out his phone, and the screen lit up. Just then, he received a message from Chuningyin. The other party bluntly expressed his desire for his assistance in investigating the Qiushui Yuan case and offered to personally meet him. Gu Yan's eyes showed no surprise. This scene was originally meant to be Shaolin's, so it was only natural that it would fall on him. He replied, okay, still thinking about whether to take Lao Gao with him. At this moment, his mother, Su Murong's voice came from downstairs, with a surprised tone. Gu Yan, come down quickly. Look who's here. Gu Yan's mouth twitched, vaguely guessing the identity of the visitor. Going downstairs, he saw Chan Yingyin, dressed in casual clothes, smiling and chatting with his mother. He immediately revealed a hint of helplessness. Sister Yingyin, you're already at home. How can I refuse? Chan Yingyin looked calm and said in a firm tone, time is running out, and this case is of great importance. Then, she politely spoke to Su Murong and asked him to take Gu Yan away. Su Murong froze in place, momentarily lost in thought. A case? Taken away? Her mind was in a turmoil, and she even wondered if her son had gotten into trouble. Gu Yan, however, remained calm and said to his mother, Mom, Officer Chun and I are going out for a bit. We have to be back tonight for the banquet. After he finished speaking, he and Chun Yingyin left together, leaving Su Murong with a puzzled look on her face. She frantically took out her phone and quickly called her husband Gu Tianming, saying in a panic, Tianming, our son has been arrested by the police. The car was on its way to Chioshui Garden. Lao Gao was at the helm, while Chuning was in the back seat, flipping through the files and explaining the case to Gu Yan. She produced a photograph of the first victim. It showed a man with hollow eyes and a haggard face. Chuning explained that his name was Hang Tsai, a young man who had come to Shanghai City to work. He had abruptly quit his job in April and remained indoors. On May 15th, he was found dead in his home, his body unclaimed. Then, Chuning showed another photo. Hang Tsai in the photo was full of energy and spirit, a completely different person. Gu Yan's eyes flickered, and he had a certain impression in his heart, but he didn't say anything. Chuning continued to flip through the pages, showing the profiles of several subsequent victims. Without exception, they all displayed strange behavior and unusual movements before their deaths, ultimately succumbing to 3 claw-like wounds on their chests. The medical examiner determined these were fatal injuries, but could not determine the origin of the attack. She raised her eyes to look at Gu Yan, her eyes heavy. Gu Yan, do you think this was done by a warrior? Gu Yan raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile, and nodded gently. Yes, it's a warrior. Lao Gao, sitting in the front driver's seat, was startled, instantly understanding. Young Master was helping investigate a serial murder case involving martial artists. While the danger seemed imminent, the enemy was in the shadows. They were in the open. Lao Gao frowned, unable to resist advising. Young Master, matters concerning martial artists should be left to the martial arts department. I can contact them. Chuning was startled by this, but she also agreed that this was the most appropriate approach. If the case could be handled by a professional department and then released by the police, it would both solve the case and calm people's hearts. However, Gu Yan smiled faintly. The warrior department has known about this for a long time. He changed the subject, his tone revealing a bit of coldness. It's just that for some reason, they haven't caught the criminal yet. Chuning couldn't help but ask, since you knew, why didn't you do it? Gu Yan just shook his head and refused to say more. When you arrive at Chioshui Garden and see the criminal, you will understand. The car fell silent. Although Chun Ying hesitated, he finally nodded. Lao Gao said no more and just focused on driving. At this time, Shanghai High School. The bell rang, and the teacher gathered up his textbooks, but he couldn't help but glance at the audience with a puzzled look. He noticed that Lung Ling and Bai Qionglan, usually the most boisterous, were unusually quiet today. A faint worry welled up in his heart, wondering if something big was brewing. Lung Ling lowered her head, her hands clenched into fists, her heart filled with shame. She recalled the ridiculous words she had blurted out in front of Gu Yan that morning, and her cheeks flushed. She hadn't hidden her phone properly, and instead made such an excuse. Now she didn't have the courage to look up. Meanwhile, Bai Qionglan was equally troubled. That morning, her father threatened her that if she didn't meet a man named Shaolin, she'd have to drop out of school and return home to inherit the family business. Her eyes welled up at the thought, and she quietly pulled out half a jade pendant from her chest. She stared at it for a long moment before tears finally fell. Lung Ling caught the sobbing sound beside her and looked up at her friend, suddenly panicking. She quickly leaned over and asked in a low voice, Qionglan, what's wrong with you? Bai Qionglan fought back tears and forced a smile, but she whispered, Sister Ling, if I'm gone, will you be lonely? Ling was stunt. The next moment, she suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Her voice was trembling but firm. No, Qionglan, you can't have such thoughts. You are my only friend now. What will I do if you die? She broke down emotionally, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her voice choked with sobs, and the entire classroom suddenly became silent, with students around her casting curious glances at her. Bai Qionglan was frightened and quickly reached out to push her back to her seat, constantly comforting her. Sister Linger, I didn't say I wanted to commit suicide, don't cry. Lung Linger sniffed, looked up with tears in her eyes, and there was a hint of surprise in her voice. Really not. As she spoke, she suddenly threw herself into her friend's arms and hugged her tightly. Qionglan, you scared me to death. Bai Qionglan sighed softly, reached out and patted her on the back. Her eyes complicated, and she whispered silently in her heart. That's why I'm worried about you, Sister Linger. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, The Secret of the Kushuiyuan Murderer. Xiao Shuiyuan Community. Gu Yan, Chun Ying, and Lao Gao arrived at a corner building, outside room 401. Chun Ying, gripping her pistol, looked uneasy. She couldn't help but whisper, "Is this the murderer's residence?" She felt that things had come too easily, and her heart was filled with doubts. Guyan nodded and turned his gaze to Lao Gao. Lao Gao understood and walked forward, grasping the doorknob. With a soft, crisp sound, the door slowly opened. Chun Ying was stunned. She had expected him to force the door open, but she hadn't expected him to do it so effortlessly. As if sensing her doubt, Lao Gao explained calmly, "This is a way of using your qi. It's like having an extra hand, able to penetrate and unlock the door." Surprise flashed in Chun Ying's eyes, and he once again felt awe for the magic of warriors. When they stepped into the house, the scene before them completely stunned her. The room was pitch black, all windows sealed shut with thick cement. In the dimness, only a sliver of light streamed in from the hallway, illuminating the half-open bedroom door. From within, strange noises emanated. Chun Ying instinctively raised her gun and stood in front of Gu Yan, her expression tense. She glanced around, confirming that there were no enemies for the time being. Gu Yan, however, didn't care. He smiled faintly, walked past her, and strode forward. "Don't be nervous. The murderer is not here." Lao Gao nodded in agreement. "I really didn't feel the presence of cultivation qi." Chun Ying finally relaxed slightly, but she still held the gun tightly. She still felt a strong sense of unease, and the oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Gu Yan walked straight to the half-open bedroom door, raised his hand, and pushed it open, signaling the other two to follow. At this time, in another building, several people in white suddenly looked alert. One of them, a tall, stern-looking man, quickly walked to the window, pulled aside the heavy curtains, and cast a distant gaze. The golden moon emblem on his chest gleamed in the light, and his eyes were heavy. "Oh no, someone's broken into room 401. Upon hearing this, the other three immediately stood up. One man rushed to the instrument and called up the surveillance footage with no blind spots. On the screen, the image of Gu Yan and the others entering the bedroom was clearly visible. "Who are they?" Someone's face suddenly changed, and he whispered suspiciously, "Plainclothes police?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The man operating the instrument covered his face with his hands in frustration. "I warned you a long time ago to communicate with secular organizations and stop interfering in the Qiu Shui Yuan investigation. Why hasn't the news reached them yet?" A woman sighed, her brow furrowed. "Stop talking nonsense. The things in the bedroom are extremely dangerous. What's more terrible is that if Tian Fong comes back, none of these people will survive." However, the resolute man shook his head and said in a low voice, "The one who will die is Tian Fong. One of them is very strong, at least at the Grandmaster level." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. "Grandmaster? Are you sure?" The woman widened her eyes in disbelief. "That's right," the man said firmly. "The aura is unmistakable. The other party is not an ordinary policeman, but a warrior hidden in the secular world." Another person cursed under his breath, but that woman is clearly the Jianghai City police officer who appeared on TV. Since when have secular organizations been able to mobilize warriors? The resolute man looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, they can't disrupt our plan. Our investigation into the Tian Fong's collusion with the Hades Palace is already in the final stages, and we must not allow any complications to arise." Several people looked at each other with complicated expressions. Finally, someone whispered, "Looks like we have no choice but to go over there. I hope the Grandmaster will be reasonable." Gu Yan sighed. After they pushed open the bedroom door, Lao Gao raised his hand first. His true energy surged out, and a white light lit up in his palm, instantly illuminating the entire room. This scene completely shocked Chun Ying. The walls were covered in strange patterns, interwoven black and red, resembling ancient symbols and forbidden texts. They intertwined, forming a perplexing geometric array that exuded a frightening aura. In the center of the room stood a stone altar, its surface carved with countless indescribable symbols. Around the altar burned several dark candles, their flames flickering, casting eerie shadows that seemed to writhe in patterns. In the corners were piled several pieces of moldy meat, and even eyeballs soaked in bottles, looking like ritual offerings. The floor was covered with a black carpet embroidered with intricate patterns, like some kind of formation. The air was thick and cold, with a fishy and corrupted smell that made one's scalp tingle. Chun Ying covered her mouth tightly, trying to suppress the urge to vomit. She spoke hoarsely. Gu Yin, this is beyond our capabilities. We must call for support. However, Gu Yin just wrinkled his nose, looked around with disgust, and said coldly, it's not necessary. This is the work of a cultivator of the demonic way. An ordinary person would only die if he came. He paused and added meaningfully, besides, the relevant departments will be here soon. Chun Yingyin was stunned, and confusion flashed through his mind. Just as she was puzzled, several unfamiliar voices were heard at the bedroom door. Chapter 75, Gu Yin. Do you know how to join the warrior department? Hello. As soon as the voice came out, Chun Yin's body suddenly tensed up, and she grasped the pistol and quickly pointed it at the door. When she saw that there were 4 people wearing the same white uniform, she hesitated. Because the man called by June wore this kind of clothes before. Lao Gao knew this group of people, or rather, he knew the clothes they were wearing. He whispered to Gu Yan beside him, Master, this is the ancient warrior department. Hearing this, none of the 4 were surprised. After all, the ancient warrior department was not a secret to most warriors. They were full of respect when they looked at Lao Gao. The other party was a master, so they naturally couldn't make enemies with him. But what concerned them more was the smiling young man standing next to Lao Gao. Could he be the young master of some hidden family? Had he brought his powerful family members with him? But why did he look so familiar? Forget it. Let's stabilize the situation first. Thinking about this, a tall, resolute man with short black hair said in a friendly manner, Hello, my name is Li Yin. Just like what the senior said, we are members of the ancient warrior department. We are currently investigating the Chiu Shui garden incident. These are all my teammates. Speaking of this, the slender woman smiled slightly and introduced herself. My name is Lin Yajing, and I'm in charge of intelligence gathering. The other man with sharp brown eyes remained expressionless and said calmly, My name is Zhao Qianyu. The last one was a slightly frail man wearing glasses. He said nervously, My name is Chun Lei, and I'm a technician. After listening to the introductions of several people, the atmosphere in the room relaxed slightly. Chun Yingyin put down his gun and asked in confusion, Since you already know the location of the murderer's room, why don't you just arrest him? This was something Chun Yingyin didn't understand. She initially thought that the ancient martial arts department just couldn't find where the murderer was hiding. But now it seems that this is clearly not the case. Hearing this, Lian looked a little uneasy. He shook his head and said, Ma'am, the situation here is a bit complicated, and this is a confidential mission. We cannot reveal too much. Chun Yingyin wanted to ask something else, but was interrupted by Gu Yan's voice. In that case, Gu Yan shrugged and said to Chun Yingyin with a smile, Then let's go. Let the professionals recover the scene. After all, he looked meaningfully at the few people whose expressions changed drastically. You don't want the owner of the house to know that someone has entered his room, right? Lin Yajing had an unnatural smile on her face, and she quietly looked at Li Yin beside her. The latter forced a smile, glanced at Lao Gao behind Gu Yin, and said with a smile, Thank you for your understanding. After saying this, he became even more curious about Gu Yin and the others. Let's not talk about the master Lao Gao for now. Besides, this young man, Gu Yin, always gave him a very strange feeling. There was not even a trace of true energy fluctuation in his body. It's so weird. Chun Yingyin was a little anxious. She wanted to get clarification. After all, this concerned the safety of the residents. But Gu Yin had no choice but to pull her away with great force. After seeing a few people leave, Li Yin suppressed his smile and said to Lin Yajing, Go and investigate. We can't let all our efforts go to waste. Okowo. Li Yin looked at everything in front of him and the pieces of meat in the corners. Sigh softly. Sorry, but this is the only way we can do to eradicate Yama Palace. Back in the car, Chun Yingyin seemed a little depressed. Gu Yin asked Lao Gao to drive back, then turned to Chun Yingyin and said, Sister Yingyin, do you understand the complexity of the situation now? Chun Yingyin nodded when she heard that. She looked up at Gu Yin, seeming to want to say something, but stopped herself. What do you want to say? I want to say that most warriors don't take the lives of ordinary people seriously. After hearing this, Gu Yan's eyes revealed a strange meaning. Why do you say that? Chun Yingyin thought of everything he had seen in that bedroom before, whether it was the evil talismans or the pieces of meat scattered in the corner. You can see the cruelty of the owner of this house. She clenched her fists and said, Because the owner of that house killed so many people and the warrior department knew his location, yet they still allowed him to kill people at will. This is something Chun Yingyin cannot understand or forgive. She originally wanted to question the other party why he did this right there. But now that she had calmed down, she was glad that she was not so stupid. After all, there were 4 warriors on the other side. On their side, there was her, Gu Yin, and an elderly man named Lao Gao. How could she possibly be his opponent? She didn't know his temperament. Gu Yin was the one who called out, so he had to consider the other party's safety. He must also be calm when encountering such things in the future. Can. Chuning raised her head and covered her eyes with the back of her hand, saying to herself, I'm so unwilling. I'm obviously a police officer. Gu Yin comforted him softly. Maybe some things are not as simple as they seem. These words made Chun Yingyin stunned, and she looked at Gu Yin. I only heard the other party continue. Just as they said, the things here are a little special and complicated. The owner of that house may have some background or power that we are unaware of. Sometimes the warrior department may need to weigh the pros and cons and make decisions that are difficult for us to understand. After all, they are warriors. Gu Yin sighed and said, he's different from us ordinary people. Chuning was silent for a moment, but still clenched his fist tightly. Just because of this, they can let the murderer kill people? Either way, I feel like it's wrong. There was a sense of struggle and helplessness in her voice. Gu Yin stopped talking. He understood Chun Ying's feelings, but he knew that sometimes reality was not always so ideal, especially since the owner of this house is involved in many things. According to the plot, the warrior department should be close to finding evidence of collusion between the Hall of Yama and the magic warriors. As long as we find the evidence, we can launch an operation to destroy the palace of Yama. At this moment, Lao Gao, who was driving, suddenly spoke up. This is a complex and dangerous world. There are many things in this world that even warriors don't know. Ms. Yingyin, you don't need to be so entangled. You just need to understand that the affairs of Chiu Shui Garden are no longer something that secular organizations can interfere with. I believe that in the near future, you will receive a notice suspending all investigations. Chuning listened to the two people's words, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. She couldn't bear to watch the murderer kill people for any other reason, but Grandpa Gao was right again. This matter was no longer something that ordinary people could interfere with. The murderer must be a very dangerous person. If I joined the warrior department, I would definitely not do this. Chun Yingyin suddenly spoke, her eyes piercing as she looked at Gu Yin. Gu Yin, do you know how to join the warrior department? Lao Gao saw Chun Yingyin's expression through the rearview mirror and knew that the other party was serious. Gu Yin smiled when he heard this. You'll have to ask Uncle Chun if he's willing to tell you. Ask my dad. Chun Yingyin pursed her lips, then sat aside in silence, seemingly thinking about something. Gu Yin glanced at the other person and then looked away. Very good. According to the normal plot, Chun Yingyin will join the ancient warrior department soon. And he detected the warrior's talent in it, as if he was a genius that only appears once in a century. After various opportunities and battles, she became the first female director of the ancient warrior department. This power provided Xiao Lin with countless help in the original novel, but now, Gu Yin smiled in his heart. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner according to the plan. Of course, the evening banquet will also be very interesting, the Palace of Hell. Let me think, who was the person who colluded with that demon in the original novel? Oh yes, he seems to be Yin Huang's adopted son, named Long Zaitian. Gu Yin seemed to have thought of something interesting, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Chapter 76, you don't want everyone to know that you have any collusion with the demonic path, right? That night, luxury cars were already parked in front of the Bihu Villa Hotel. Today is a special day. Yinqing Group has sent invitations to more than half of the families in Jianghai City. They were invited to the party, but in fact, everyone knew the truth. This is a banquet where Yinqing Group announces the next successor. There were some guests standing in the hall. It wasn't that they didn't want to enter the banquet hall. They just wanted to stay here to see who else had come there. Several guests exchanged business cards with each other, chatting and guessing which families would be here tonight. In my opinion, all the top families in Jianghai City will be here tonight. Families like the Gu family and the Yin family will definitely come. Some celebrities from the Yinqing Group will definitely come. Hey, who do you think will come from the Gu family, that young Master Gu? When talking about Gu Yin, a hint of ridicule appeared on the faces of several people. If young Master Gu is coming, then it means that Shun Wanner from the Shun family will also come. After all, who doesn't know that he likes Shun Wanner the most? Haha, it's a pity that Gu Tianming, who has been smart all his life, gave birth to such a servile son. Next second. Hey, What are you bastards saying about others behind their backs? A rebuking voice, filled with suppressed anger, came from behind them. Several people were stunned, then turned their heads to look. A young girl with dyed yellow hair and wearing a gangster outfit that was clearly inappropriate for the party attire was standing behind them with her hands on her hips, looking angry. Several people looked at each other, all undecided. Dressed like this, it was obviously out of place for their party, unless the small family didn't know etiquette. That's probably because he has a powerful background and can do whatever he wants. So they all laughed dryly and dispersed. I'm so pissed. Lunglinger was so angry when she saw the people running away that she wanted to go up and give them a few punches. He actually said bad things about the jerk Gu behind his back and called him a bootlicker. Who are you calling a lickspittle? My brother-in-law has disliked Shenwaner for a long time. Okay? Lunglinger's angry looked scared Lung Xingyan, who walked in. He hurried over and comforted him. My little ancestor, what's wrong with you? Today, this place is full of rich and powerful people. We must not cause trouble. It will be bad if the Lung family is targeted. Lunglinger muttered in a low voice. Uncle, you are too timid. We have a brother-in-law here. So what are we afraid of? Not to mention the bastard just now calling my brother-in-law a bootlicker behind his back. Hiss, is this how love is? However, there were indeed such rumors about Guyen before. Lung Xingyan looked around, then said to Lunglinger with a helpless look on his face, Niece, although Gu Yin likes you, we can't take advantage of the Gu family behind Lung Qingxiu just because he likes her. This will make Gu Yin look down on us. Lunglinger nodded, seemingly understanding what he said. All right, then I will refrain from hitting these guys who look like they deserve a beating today. To say that all the people from these big families are a bunch of idiots. Lung Xingyan felt that he could not stay here any longer, so he hurriedly pulled Lunglinger towards the banquet hall. At the door, a continuous stream of luxury cars stopped. The door of one of the cars with a metallic luster opened, and a smiling man walked out of the car. He was wearing an exquisite black suit and exuded a noble and elegant temperament. Then, a woman in a luxurious evening gown slowly walked out of the car. Her long skirt dragged on the ground, and the hem of the skirt exuded a faint fragrance, which set off her dignified and elegant face. The woman walked into the hall, with Baijun's hand in hers, expressionless. As the eye-catching pair entered the hotel lobby, the surrounding guests couldn't help but let out a low murmur of surprise. Isn't this the Bai family's eldest son and their eldest daughter? Oh my God, the youngest major general in history, Baijun, has also rushed back to attend the banquet, as expected of the Yinqing group. Immediately following, countless luxury cars drove by. The dignitaries who walked out of the venue made the onlookers sigh in admiration. It's worthy of being Yinqing Group. We were able to invite so many people to the party. Shenwaner also came here. She looked at the luxurious banquet hall in front of her and felt very longing in her heart. When will my family be able to hold a banquet here? When will we be able to invite so many guests? She took a deep breath and whispered to Shaolin, who had been watching her from the side. Shaolin, remember not to talk nonsense when you get inside. You are my bodyguard now, so just stay by my side. Don't do anything that would bring shame upon you. Shaolin was wearing the suit that Shenwaner bought for him. He was very happy and nodded in agreement. But when he walked into the hall, he seemed to hear what the people around him were saying. Look, Shenwaner is here too. Then will young Master Gu come too? Hee, there's a man following Shenwaner. I bet young Master Gu will cause trouble for him. Young Master Gu? Guyen? Why is Guyen mentioned? Shaolin really wanted to ask Shenwaner, who was walking in front of him, what this meant, but after thinking about it, he kept quiet. After all, the other party had repeatedly emphasized this to him before they came. Don't talk nonsense. As time went by, the number of luxury cars arriving at the hotel did not decrease. Everyone was wondering if there were any important figures coming. At this time, a pure black extended luxury car stopped. Then, a beautiful figure instantly attracted everyone's attention. Just see, a woman in a white dress got out of the car, led by the hand of a bodyguard-like person. The other party seemed like a white flower blooming in the night. The gown she wore was fluid and form-fitting, accentuating her slender figure. The white fabric looks particularly pure on her, as white as snowflakes, revealing a noble temperament. A pair of bright and deep eyes reveal confidence and elegance, like the twinkling stars in the starry sky. Her long eyelashes are gently raised like wings, adding a sense of mystery to her eyes. The other party smiled at the guests, and in an instant, all the men's breathing became slightly heavier. Who is that person? Which rich family's daughter is here? Oh my god, she's so beautiful. I feel like I'm in love. Bai Yin smiled and waved her hand, but she was actually very disdainful in her heart. Haha, a bunch of stupid men. It looks like the mission tonight will go very smoothly. Bai Yin, watch your face. The bodyguard-like person beside him reminded him softly. Bai Yin immediately put away her sarcastic expression and put on a smile again. Haha, if it wasn't for the master's order, I would never be a teammate with a blockhead like you who doesn't understand romance. All over the hotel banquet hall, members of the night organization mixed in with them, some disguised as waiters, and some replaced as bodyguards of various families. But what no one expected was, in the hotel's presidential lounge, Yan Huang's adopted son Long Zaiqian looked at the uninvited guest who broke into his room with a grim expression. The other person was sitting on the sofa with a smile on his face, stepping on his partner, Tian Fong, the magic warrior who had killed many people. Then Mr. Long Zaiqian, let's have a chat. Gu Yin looked at the grim-faced Long Zaiqian with a look of evil amusement. You don't want everyone to know that you, the adopted son of the Lord of Yama Palace, are colluding with the demonic sect, right? Chapter 77 Cooperation with Yama Palace. Long Zaiqian looked at the man who was threatening him with an ugly expression. The other party's cultivation level showed no fluctuations at all, and he was obviously just an ordinary person. Although the family behind him is the Gu family, the most powerful family in Jianghai City, the other party is at best a bootlicker obsessed with Shinwaner. There shouldn't be any threat, but why? You hit really well, Mr. Gu. Long Zaiqian looked at Gu Yin, who was smiling in front of him with a forced smile. He knew that he had failed, and he admitted that he had failed. Who could have thought that when they were discussing something with their partners, the eldest son of the Gu family, who they once considered a waste, would actually bring his men in? Before Tian Fong could make a move, he was knocked unconscious by the strong man who was following Gu Yin. Gu Yin stepped on Tian Fong's body, leaning back on the sofa with a relaxed look. He looked at Long Zaiqian with a mocking look. Long Zaiqian, you are the same. Who could have imagined that the adopted son of the Lord of Yama would actually collude with such a despicable demonic sect? Hearing this, Long Zaiqian's eyes narrowed. He really knew. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, why did this happen? How did they get the clues? Obviously, the official warriors couldn't find out. I think what I did was covert enough. Damn it, Gu Yin is just an ordinary person. At this distance, I am confident that I can kill him with one blow. But he glanced at Lao Gao, who was standing beside him ready to take action at any time, and his heart sank. According to previous investigations, this old man from the Gu family is very likely a powerful person with strength close to that of a grandmaster. My adoptive father is not here now, and all the assassins are protecting him. In other words, it was impossible for him to kill Gu Yin in front of a strong man who was close to the master's strength. Even if we can kill him, it will definitely be a one-for-one exchange. But I still have great ambitions and ideals, so how could I possibly die? Hateful. I can't defeat him now, so do I have no choice but to listen to this guy in front of me? Long Zaiqian clenched his fists tightly, his mind full of thoughts. Finally, he seemed to accept his fate, staring at Gu Yin intently. What do you want to do? Seeing Long Zaiqian's resigned look, Gu Yin smiled and said, It's very simple. He pointed his finger at Long Zaiqian. I want you to form a partnership with me. Long Zaiqian was stunned, a little confused. What kind of cooperation are you talking about? If it's business cooperation, our Yinxing group and your Gu family are already partners. However, Gu Yin shook his head. It's not Yinxing group, but the Palace of Hell. Yama Palace. Long Zaiqian's heart sank, as the king of Hell's palace might involve warriors. What does the other party want to do? Gu Yin smiled without saying anything, waiting for the other party's reply. In fact, he took many aspects into consideration, because according to the original plot, Long Zaiqian only lived for a few chapters. The reason was that Yan Huang discovered that he was colluding with the evil sect, so he killed him in anger. The Yama Palace was thus freed from the crisis of being surrounded and suppressed by the warrior department. So when they learned that today's banquet was used to announce that Long Zaiqian would be the next heir to Yinxing Group, Gu Yin had a bad feeling, especially when he came to his senses. He felt even worse when he found out that Lung Linger, who was supposed to die, was not dead. So Lung Qingqiu could not use Lung Linger's death to turn evil and become the strongest person in the world. It can be said that the plot started to go wrong when Lung Linger didn't die. Shinwaner would even run to him and cry, asking if they could go back to the past. Gu Yin felt a headache when he thought about these unusual plots, so he tried to salvage some of the plot that should have been there. So he chose to find Long Zai Tian directly. As for why he did this, that's because he thought about it for a long time, so he came to a conclusion. It's just a guess, but it's very likely to be the case. In the original novel, Yan Huang did not die because Lung Qingqiu's ability helped him to survive. That is to say, without Lung Qingqiu's help, Yan Huang will definitely die, and Long Zaiqian will be announced as the heir at today's banquet. So, what we need to do now is to find Long Zaiqian and control him. The reason for doing this was not for anything else, but Gu Yin thought that what if, just like in the original novel, the World Correction Force forced the Hall of Yama to cause trouble for the protagonist. As a result, he was killed by the protagonist, and upgrading the opponent was not worth it. After all, Gu Yin didn't know when Lung Qingqiu would be able to recover to the same strength as in the original novel, so he didn't dare to gamble. In other words, the best way at the moment is to keep quiet and accumulate strength, and wait for the right time. Then everyone will come together to completely wipe out the protagonist Shaolin. As a result, Gu Yin came up with a more reliable way to make the plot less distorted. That is, because Lung Qingqiu has not yet turned evil, in order to prevent the villains in the original work from coming to cause trouble. So, it would be better to just recruit them directly. This was what Gu Yin was thinking. He might as well take the lead in controlling those villains who were supposed to belong to Lung Qingqiu in the original novel. Then he gathers these villains into a group, waiting for the final moment, and then they move out together, encircle and attack the protagonist Shaolin, kill him in one fell swoop. Gu Yin thought about it and found this plan to be perfect. Time passes by every second. Long Zai Tian looked at Gu Yin, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, I agree to your request. Since you came directly to me and offered to cooperate with me, then you must have known that. Yes, my adoptive father is going to announce today that I will be the heir to the Yinxin group." When he said this, Long Zai Tian's expression was also very complicated. His adoptive father trusted him immensely, but he was already old. "I can't make decisions on many things. I'm so cowardly and timid. Even though they have the huge power of Yama Palace, they can only stay in Zhanghai City. It's not that the rivers and seas are small, it's just that Long Zai Tian has greater ideals. He hopes that the Palace of Yama will unify the world, and Tian Fong is the key to accomplishing this. As long as Tian Fong's secret technique is completed, the overall strength of their Yama Palace will reach a terrifying level." Listening to Long Zaitian's words, Gu Yin nodded. "In that case, I will take the person away first, and I will come to find you after you take over." Gu Yin stood up. Seeing Long Zaitian looking confused, Lao Gao walked over and waved his right hand. A stream of true energy quickly dragged the unconscious Tian Fong's body up into the air. Watching this scene, Long Zaiyan suddenly became anxious. He stood up and said, "Wait a minute. I already promised you. Why are you taking me away?" Hearing this, Gu Yin looked at the other person as if he were an idiot. "Idiot, if I leave him here with you, how can I threaten you? So direct?" After hearing this, Long Zaitian was dumbfounded. He held out his hand, "Wait." But he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. A lot of thoughts flashed through my mind, but I finally sat down helplessly. "Cover your face. Why is this happening?" Chapter 78, Banquet Tragedy. When we arrived at the top floor of the hotel, a helicopter was already waiting there. Tian Fong was flying unconscious in the air. Lao Gao looked at Gu Yin. "Master, what should we do with this guy?" Gu Yin glanced at the other person and said calmly, "Waste his cultivation and lock him up. He will be useful in the future." According to the original plot, Tian Fong is very alert and his movements are secretive and strange. Therefore, the warrior department could not find the other party's whereabouts at all. They didn't dare get too close to Tian Fong for fear that he was hiding in the dark. So the only thing that is clear is that the other party returns to Chiu Shuiyuan community late at night every day. Every time they came back, they would bring back some clues needed by the warrior department. They only had to wait for Tian Fong to leave, and then they could enter the room to collect evidence. Not long ago, Li Yin and his team from the warrior department found shredded paper thrown into the trash can in Tian Fong's house. It says on it, "Kill Li Batian." Li Batian, the victim of the 5th Chiu Shuiyuan murder case, was the owner of a civil engineering and building materials company. According to the investigation of Li Yin and others, they found that Yinxin Group had a minor friction with Li Boshan's company not long ago. As long as they investigate further and wait for the right opportunity, they will be able to find the key evidence of collusion between the Hall of Yama and the evil Tianfang. Lao Gao nodded when he heard this. Okay, young master. Crash. The helicopter took off. Gu Yin looked at the helicopter flying away and had other thoughts in his mind. It is said that Tianfang was kept to threaten Long Zaiyin, but in fact it is not entirely true. Another purpose was to prevent Long Zaiyin from being killed by Yin Huang tonight. After all, in the original novel, Yin Huang had actually already discovered that Long Zai Tian and the evil Tianfang were colluding with each other. Although there are some problems with the plot and timing, but nothing unexpected happened. Tonight is Long Zai Tian's last chance. If he hasn't cut off his relationship with Tianfang, then tonight might be the day Long Zaiqian dies. Moreover, Tianfang has a more important use. That is, Cheningyi needs a military achievement. Tianfang's magic is a great military achievement. You should know that the warrior department is also divided into many factions. Conservatives, radicals, coexistence. Chunying's military achievement of killing Tianfang just happened to attract the attention of the other party's master in the original novel. Although it's a bit early for us to meet now, but this way the plot can be slowly rounded off. Thinking of this, Gu Yin turned and left. Okay, let's go see how the banquet is going. The banquet hall is like a golden palace. The walls are covered with priceless oil paintings, and a huge chandelier hangs from the high ceiling. The crystals reflect soft light, illuminating the entire banquet hall. The floor was made of marble with intricate inlays, and in the center of the banquet hall was a huge long table filled with exquisite silver and porcelain. Gorgeous floral decorations are dotted throughout, and the champagne gold tablecloths complement the silver tableware. Along the walls, a series of buffet stations offer a wide variety of delicious dishes, from traditional family specialties to international favorites. A piano was placed on a stage, and famous musicians played music for the guests. All the visitors were prominent figures from major families. They sat or stood, chatting happily. Shenwana liked this atmosphere very much. Holding a glass of champagne in her hand, she chatted with the family members or business owners from all walks of life around her with a smile on her face. Although the bankruptcy crisis has been resolved, the Shun family's company is still in urgent need of partners. At this banquet, Shun Wanner felt that she had to at least find a new partner. She demonstrated excellent social skills. In less than a moment, a group of people gathered around him. Mr. Shun is truly young and promising. He's already in charge of such a large company at such a young age. We must keep in touch and cooperate more in the future. What kind of cooperation can a screw seller like you have with a pharmaceutical company? In my opinion, Mr. Shun, we should cooperate. Our Chinese medicine company can provide you with the raw materials you need. Shin Wanner was delighted and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, seniors. At this moment, the boss who had just been chatting happily suddenly asked, Oh, by the way, are Mr. Shun and Mr. Gu still in contact? I remember that Mr. Shin's company had some problems before. Was it young Master Gu who solved it in the end? As soon as these words were spoken, the others also smiled but said nothing. In fact, they would talk so much with Shinwana here. It was because they wanted to know what Gu Yan's attitude was. After all, even though others didn't know, those of them in the industry still knew some gossip. For example, the Lung family, which was once as famous as the Gu family in Jianghai City, seems to have received financial support from the Gu family group. If Gu Yan still likes Shun Wanner, then they will naturally be willing to make friends with Shin Wanner. After all, everyone knows that Gu Yan will not treat unfairly any company that cooperates with Shin Wanner. Hearing this, Shin Wanner's expression became a little unnatural. She naturally heard and saw the changes in these people's expressions. She felt a little unwilling. In the end, were these people doing this for Gu Yan's sake? Oh no, it's for the Gu family's sake. She forced a smile and said, I'm in contact. I was at his house not long ago. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other and smiled again. The atmosphere seemed joyful. Shaolin sighed. He looked at Shun Wanner, who was surrounded by people with some depression, and drank a sip of wine in misery. I felt like I had really become a bodyguard, and seeing Wanner surrounded by so many men, I felt really uncomfortable. Drinking and drinking. A sharp and harsh explosion sounded from Shaolin's ears. Oh, you bitch. Look what you did. You made my clothes dirty. How are you going to compensate me? Why can anyone come to this banquet venue? Security? Where is the security? Everyone's attention was drawn to this sudden movement. Shun Wanner also looked in the direction of the voice, and this glance also made her pupils shrink. She almost shouted out, How could it be her? I saw Lung Linger holding a silver plate. In front of her stood a woman in a gorgeous red dress, but there was a piece of cake on her custom-made dress. The cake slid all the way from the clothes to the ground, making the originally beautiful dress dirty. Lung Linger saw the woman screaming. She immediately pointed at the woman next to her, whose expression changed, and said, "Bah, don't slander me. It was clearly the guy next to you who pushed me just now." She was taking the cake just now, and when she turned around, she was suddenly bumped by someone, and the cake spilled on the clothes of the woman in front of her. The people around looked over there, all with expressions of watching the fun. Hey, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. How could someone come to this high-end banquet hall wearing such strange clothes? Could he have sneaked in? TSK, you underestimated the hotel's security measures. Not even a fly can get in without an invitation. And just when everyone was guessing who Lung Linger was, another panicked voice came over. Wait, Saudi. Lung Xingyan was originally discussing cooperation issues with other business leaders, but when he turned around, he suddenly discovered that his little niece seemed to be in trouble. The person who was annoyed was actually Xie Zhilan, the daughter of the Xie family. You should know that the Xie family is a first-tier family in Jianghai City and an important partner of Yinxin Group. It's all over now. Lung Xing'an quickly ran to Lung Linger's side and apologized repeatedly to Xie Zhilan. I'm sorry. It's my niece who is ignorant. I apologize to you on behalf of my niece. Lung Xing'an broke out in a cold sweat. His eldest niece had told him about this. Let him keep a low profile and not use Guyan's name. The people at the banquet are those whom the Lung family cannot afford to offend, so don't cause trouble for Guyan. So when you're undecided, just apologize and it will be over. And then Lung Xing'an appeared. Everyone finally reacted. Oh my god, Lung Xing'an, Lung family. Oh my god, the Lung family is here too. That yellow-haired girl should be Lung Linger, the second daughter of the Lung family, right? I can't believe it. The Lung family, once as famous as the Gu family, has fallen to this point. I remember that when the Xie family was still a third-tier family, they received help from the Lung family. Lung Xing'an felt very uncomfortable when he heard the noises around him, but there was nothing he could do. The Lung family was obviously in decline at the moment. Lung Linger was very unhappy to see her uncle being so humble. She glared at Xie Zhilan and said, "Why should we apologize? This is clearly the fault of the woman next to you. She should be the one to apologize." Xie Zhilan felt even more furious when she heard this. The moves that had always worked in the past were actually ineffective against this guy. It was obvious that those people he had bullied in the past would have been scared to death by the sight of such a scene. She immediately cursed. "Bitch, it's wrong for you to come to this party dressed like this." And now she's still quibbling. "Security, get her out of here." The words fell. Several Xie family bodyguards came over and extended their hands to Lung Linga. "Miss, please come with us and leave here." In the corner of the banquet, two figures in black stood there, and a layer of black mist enveloped them. The two of them seemed to merge with the darkness, and everyone magically moved away from the area. MANHUA looked at the scene at the banquet and said hesitantly to the man next to her who was wearing black clothes and a black gauze hat, "Master, needs me to go." "No need," Lung Qingxiu said lightly. He really doesn't seem to care what happens to his sister. But in reality, she had already clenched her fists tightly. The opened eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the mysterious runes slowly rotated. Although he couldn't see the picture, he could see everyone's life essence through the power in his eyes. "Linger, don't worry. After tonight, Xie Zhilan will be dead." Mei Xuan nodded, and, at the same time, told everyone present to keep quiet. "Lung Linger is here. Ms. Xie, we came here at the invitation of Yinxin Group. You can't do this." Lung Xing'an saw Lung Linger being held down by the shoulders by the Xie family bodyguards and was about to be taken away, and he shouted hurriedly. Xie Zhilan sneered. "With your current status, you certainly don't deserve to be in. Perhaps the Yinxin Group gave you an extra one." That's right, Xie Zhilan was simply unhappy with the Lung family, or rather, she was unhappy with Lung Qingxiu, the former goddess of the Lung family. When she was a child, her family always told her that she was not as good as Lung Qingxiu. She was not as good as Lung Qingxiu. She was not as pretty as Lung Qingxiu. And she was not as talented as Lung Qingxiu. Lung Qingxiu is better than you in everything he does. Let me go. If you have the guts to let me go, I'll let my sister. Lung Linger struggled and was about to bring up the title of her brother-in-law. But suddenly, The words Lung Xingyan had told her before flashed through her mind. He said not to borrow Gu Yan's name, otherwise people would look down on him. For a moment, Lung Linger's eyes dimmed, and she stopped what she was about to say. And Xiejilan seemed to have triggered some keywords. Her face became distorted, and she immediately walked in front of Lung Ling. He asked with a fake smile, "Your sister? Lung Qingxiu?" "Oh, yes. Why didn't your sister come?" "Hey, your sister is being bullied by me." She shouted everywhere, and then mocked Lung Ling. "Sorry, I forgot that your sister has been blind for a long time." At this point, she could no longer hold back her years of resentment and roared at Lung Ling. "She's been blind for a long time. She's blind, understand? Your Lung family has long been a family in name only. Why didn't you kill Lung Qingxiu back then?" Xiejilan shouted happily, not noticing the increasingly strange atmosphere in the banquet hall. Instead, he continued to sneer at Lung Linger in front of him. Lung Linger gritted her teeth and tried hard not to cry when she recalled what happened in the past. She was about to cry, but her eyes were very stubborn. "Asshole! Shut up! Shut up!" Lung Linger wanted to break free from the bodyguard who was holding her, and she wanted to hit Xiejilan hard in the face. Lung Xing'an couldn't bear it any longer. He rushed over with his fists raised. "Don't go too far." However, he was stopped by Xiejilan's bodyguards and pinned to the ground. Damn it! Lung Xing'an only hated his own incompetence. He was obviously the elder of his two nieces, but he was so useless. Xiejilan sneered, then looked at Lung Ling. "Don't look at me like that, bitch. Oh yeah, let me teach you a lesson." Xiejilan raised her hand. "It will definitely hurt if I hit you in the face. Otherwise, I'd rather let you become like your sister, blind, and stay at home for the rest of your life." Inside the banquet hall, Bai Qionglan's originally expressionless face seemed to notice something. Her eyes trembled. "Sister Ling." Bai Qionglan subconsciously ran towards Lung Linger. Bai Jun, who was still chatting, was suddenly stunned. "Hey!" He chased after him. The other side. Met by Liang." "What's wrong with you?" Bai Lian, who had been smiling until now, was surrounded by people. But now she was staring at Xiejilan. "Hey, you blockhead. I advise you to stop me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist and kill that bitch." The bodyguard beside him was silent for a moment. A bulge slowly formed on his arm. He said in a deep voice, "You stay here. I'll go over and kill her. It will be over soon." Among the bodyguards brought by some big families, some of them showed murderous intentions and slowly walked towards Xiejilan. "Beware of the food truck. Beware of the food truck." Some waiters pushed the food carts towards Xiejilan. Mei Shui's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Master, please order me to kill that woman." "No need. Don't let this kind of thing affect your emotions. Don't forget your plan." Lung Qingxiu said indifferently that she didn't care about the other party scolding her. Mei Shui wanted to say something, but her eyes seemed to have seen something. All the members of the night organization who wanted to take action were quickly stopped. Some people in the banquet hall also noticed the figure running quickly towards Xiejilan. Just as I was about to reach out and say hello, I was immediately stopped by the person next to me. On Xiejilan's side, she raised her hand and, under Lung Linger's stubborn and angry gaze, slapped her hard on the cheek. However, just when he was about to slap Lung Linger in the face, a voice mixed with murderous intent sounded from behind Xiejilan. "Hello, what are you talking about?" Xiejilan was stunned and turned her head subconsciously. As a result, before she could see who was speaking, bang, puff, ah, she felt her hair being pulled up with such force that it seemed as if her scalp would be torn apart. Then crash. Ah! She was picked up by the man and thrown onto the table full of buffet food like a hammer being used. Bang, 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 bang. It hit from the head to the end of the dining table. The entire table was littered with rotten food, unknown bloodstains, tears, and snot. At the end, the man grabbed Xiejilan's hair and lifted her up. Gu Yan's eyes were emotionless, and his tone was cold and gloomy as he asked, "What were you talking about just now?" Ah. Xiejilan's facial features were distorted, her teeth were broken, and her eyes were swollen so that she couldn't see clearly. She could only scream subconsciously. Gu Yan nodded. "Oh." Then he pressed her head and slammed it hard to the ground. Bang! A pink halo appeared in his palm, with a crackle. A huge spiderweb-like crack was instantly smashed into the marble floor of the banquet hall. Xiejilan's head was embedded in it, and her whole body was motionless. For a while, the whole audience was silent. Chapter 79 series of big fights. I'm protecting the Lung family. In that silent moment, the banquet hall seemed to be frozen in time. People's eyes were fixed on the huge, spiderweb-like crack on the ground, and Siegelon embedded in it, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Everyone was stunned. Wait, what happened? Wasn't Siegelon just standing in front of Lung Linger showing off her power? How could it be buried in the ground in the blink of an eye? Moreover, is it possible for humans to create such a crack in the ground? No, 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 no. I should say, why is young Master Gu so angry? Siegelon wasn't scolding Shinwaner. Why are you angry? Originally, everyone thought that Gu Yan was just a dog to bootlick Shinwaner, but now it seems that he is not someone to be trifled with. Gu Yan originally just wanted to come here and happily attend an ordinary banquet. If possible, he would also like to see the plot where the protagonist Xiao Lin is looked down upon and causes trouble, but is then slapped in the face. How come Xiao Lin had no problem, but Lung Linger was in trouble? Helplessly, he walked over, originally thinking that Siegelon would just apologize to Lung Linger and that would be the end of it. After all, the CF family and the Gu family had also cooperated and they would see each other sooner or later. But who would have thought that after just 2 steps, Siegelon said a few words that made him lose his mind instantly. He looked at Siegelon buried in the marble floor and fell silent. First of all, I have to state that there has been no fluctuation in his cultivation level, which has been confirmed by Lao Gao. Normally, he didn't feel how strong he was, so what was going on now? It couldn't possibly be the effect of the universe pure love technique I was practicing, right? No way, no way. But he didn't feel anything special. And just at this moment, the CF family's bodyguards finally reacted when they saw the eldest lady embedded in the floor of the banquet hall. Everyone shouted in horror, "Miss!" They ran over in panic and tried hard to pull Siegelon out of the ground. The latter is also completely different, with more air being expelled than inhaled. Seeing Siegelon like this, some people who love justice could not bear it anymore. Some of them are young people who have never seen Gu Yan. Most of these people are young people who have not experienced the harshness of society and have no way of coming into contact with people like Gu Yan. You're going too far. A young man with an inexperienced face bravely walked up to Gu Yan. He pointed at Siegelon, then at the dazed Lung Linger, and shouted, "The daughter of the CF family clearly had her clothes soiled by this inappropriately dressed person. When you try to get an apology from someone, but it doesn't work, then bang, thump." Before he finished speaking, the whole audience gasped. The person who spoke was slapped to the ground. The man felt a burning pain on his left cheek. He looked at Gu Yan in disbelief as he suddenly challenged him. You actually hit me?" Gu Yan looked at the other person coldly. "Get lost." The man trembled all over, lowered his head, and dared not speak, as if he was doubting himself. The other man couldn't stand it any longer, so he came over and acted as a peacemaker. "Hey Xiaoyan, I'm your uncle Yuan. Do you still remember me?" The middle-aged man with a big belly came over and said in a familiar manner, "We are all young people. Don't be so angry." Bang! Another one was slapped to the ground. Dad! A man who was watching the show saw his father being slapped to the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, and he immediately ran over and yelled at Gu Yan, "You bastard! Do you know who my father is?" Bang! Another one fell to the ground. A woman ran over again and cursed. "How dare you hit the head of the Zhang Hailin family? Are you crazy? Do you know that I am?" Bang! Xue, how dare you hit my daughter? Do you know that I am from the Wang family of Jianhai? Bang! Okay, Brother Gu, give me some face and don't be like this. Bang! How could you do this? This is really too much. Bang! After fanning the last one, Gu Yan felt a little tired. He even found it a little outrageous and funny that this group of people did not stand up and speak when Lung Linger was bullied, but only stood up when Siegelon was beaten. He even tried to morally blackmail him. He really deserved to be beaten. Young Master Gu. So brutal. Everyone present felt a pain on their cheeks and looked at Gu Yan in disbelief as he challenged others to a duel again and again. They all swallowed their saliva, feeling that what happened today was simply too ridiculous. How could a young man like Gu Yan actually beat up so many people? And most of them were well-known figures in Shanghai City. All right, everyone calm down. At this moment, a voice full of energy came over. Everyone looked over and saw a woman wearing a purple evening gown and with smooth black hair like a night elf walking towards them. She walked towards Gu Yan with interest. "Hiss, Miss Yin Qingqing of the Yin family. Isn't she trying to get into the entertainment industry? How come she has time to come here?" Hee hee. The Yin family is a top family on par with the Gu family. If Miss Yin speaks, even Gu Yin wouldn't dare to take action again. That's right, this farce can finally be over. Yin Qingqing walked gracefully in front of Gu Yin, who had an expressionless face. She looked at the other person with full interest. This man was really interesting. The banquet was originally boring, but the other person put on a good show for her. Your name is Gu Yin, right? Yin Qingqing smiled gently as usual. Give me some face and let this matter go. We are all invited to the banquet. It would be bad to cause trouble to the host. After she finished speaking, she smiled at Gu Yin. What do you think? Bang! Yin Qingqing fell to the ground. Eh! The whole audience was stunned. Yin Qingqing was also stunned. She covered her face blankly and looked up at Gu Yin, who was looking at her coldly. You hit me? Shut up, ugly girl. Gu Yin said coldly. Who are these people? Why does everyone have to come over and shout at him to give him face? How much is your face worth? I'll give you some face. Ugly, ugly girl. Yin Qingqing was stunned. The lethality of this sentence was even greater than the power of being slapped in the face. Suddenly, her eyes turned red, and she looked at Gu Yin with an unconvinced look, crying and shouting, Who's the ugly girl? Who is the ugly girl? You bastard. I'm gonna let my fans cyberbully you. Whoa. Yin Qingqing suddenly lost all her image and sat on the ground, crying loudly. Big miss. The Yin family bodyguards immediately rushed over, glaring at Gu Yin. Master Gu, you've really gone too far. No matter what, you can't hit our young lady. Gu Yin felt a headache after hearing this, so he chose to ignore the other party. Then he looked around and shouted, Is there anyone else who wants me to give him face? Those who were caught in Gu Yan's sight either lowered their heads or looked away. No one in the audience responded. Seeing this scene, Gu Yin smiled and said, Very good. Then he walked over to Lung Linger, who had been standing there in a daze, and reached out and pressed his hand on her head. He announced to everyone, Listen up, I'm protecting the Lung family. Before you embarrass others, think about whether you have the courage to stand in front of me and negotiate with me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped again. They looked up in disbelief at Lung Linger, who was standing beside Gu Yin with a dazed look in her eyes. Hiss, the Lung family collaborated with the Gu family. Oh my god, this news is really true. The Lung family, they're going to make a comeback. Lung Xingyan was also shocked. Niece, I really didn't want to borrow Gu Yan's name. It's because the other party has already officially announced it in front of everyone. Now, the situation in Jianghai City is about to change again. He glanced at the daughter of the Yin family who was sitting on the ground and refusing to get up, crying loudly, and the heads and descendants of families big and small who were covering their faces and doubting themselves. The head of the Gu family is probably having a headache. Chapter 80 ben ik mag shu. What's wrong? You're not going over. Bai Jun looked at Bai Qionglan, who suddenly stopped with some confusion. He looked at Gu Yin again, and especially when he saw the spiderweb-like cracks, his eyes were full of interest. Is that Gu Yin? The eldest son of the Gu family, clearly without any fluctuations in his cultivation. But this is obviously not the power of a normal person, which is really interesting. Bai Qionglan looked at the rescued Lung Linger and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she showed Bai Jun the most sincere smile she had in recent days. I'm not going, stinky brother. Bai Jun was stunned and looked away embarrassedly. After thinking for a moment, he reached out and rubbed Bai Qionglan's head, saying, Shaolin, if you don't like him, don't go see him. I'll take care of Dad. As soon as these words came out, Bai Qionglan's eyes widened and she hugged Bai Jun. Brother, I love you the most. Hee hee. Bai Jun smiled dotingly, then looked at Gu Yin again. What an interesting man. I guess I'll have to go talk to him later. Bai Yin looked towards Gu Yin with some surprise. The murderous intent in her heart slowly disappeared. She said to the man beside her, I can't believe that an ordinary person with no cultivation could actually cause such great power. By the way, Murong Ci, that fellow is the man I mentioned last time who is just as clueless about romance as you. Murong Ci didn't say anything. He looked at Gu Yin, gradually loosened his hand, and said in a faint voice with a hint of shyness, I like him. Bai Yin was stunned, and suddenly turned her head to look at the other party in shock. Oh, I didn't expect the young master of the Gu family to be so courageous. Isn't he a little too strong? Yeah, it's big enough to break through the marble floor. Mr. Shun, when did young Master Gu approach the Lung family? Do you know? On Shen Wanner's side, a group of CEOs were communicating with each other with pale faces and fear. They all looked at Shen Wanner, wanting to get to the bottom of things. Shen Wanner did not reply to them, but stared blankly at Gu Yin, who was standing in the crowd and gently caring for Lung Linger. Why? Is it the Lung family? Shen Wanner felt very painful, extremely painful. When she saw Lung Linger, she recognized her. She was the girl in the KTV before. I didn't expect it to be the second lady of the Lung family. Combined with what Gu Yin said about getting married, when he completely broke off relations with her. So the person Gu Yin likes is Lung Ling, that little girl? Shen Wanner felt a sense of frustration. The person Gu Yin liked was Leng Ling. Wrong. Shen Wanner's pupils suddenly shrank, and the hand holding the champagne began to tremble. No, no, no. Shen Wanner seemed to have thought of something. Earlier in the KTV, Lung Linger had called Gu Yin brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, Lung Linger's sister, Lung Qingxiu. Shen Wanner felt like her breathing was about to stop, and she clenched her fists tightly. His eyes were fixed on Gu Yin. Lung Qingxiu? Lung Qingxiu was his marriage partner? No, it's impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Lung Qingxiu has become like that. How could he still like her? How could this be? Impossible. It absolutely cannot be. If Gu Yin marries the other person, then what's the point of me insisting on not falling in love for all these years? Shen Wanner's face turned pale. She couldn't accept this reality. And at this time, Bonne, are you okay? Xiao Lin noticed that something was wrong with Shen Wanner, so he stepped forward and supported Shen Wanner, who was losing her balance. No, it's okay. Shen Wanner felt Xiao Lin's concern and forced a smile. No, I must find a partner tonight. This is the reason why I came here. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and cheered herself up again. In another corner, Mei Shui lowered her head, looking a little uneasy, because she felt the abnormal emotions that kept emerging from the master around her. This is too bad. Although I knew that Gu Yin had hidden his strength, I didn't expect him to show it at the banquet. But I still can't feel the fluctuation of the other party's cultivation. Why is that? Of course, the most important thing is she quietly looked at Lung Qingxiu beside her. Master, are you already suspicious of Gu Yin? Otherwise, why are your emotions so frightening? Lung Qingxiu sighed. She trembled all over, gritted her teeth, and pinched her palms with her fingertips. Prevent. She laughed out loud. He actually said that he was protecting the Lung family. Isn't this telling everyone that the Lung and Gu families have a special relationship? Damn it, this is going to ruin all my hidden plans. So, he was so angry because Xie Zhilan bullied Ling, or maybe Lung Qingxiu felt something indescribable in his heart. Was it because the other party said something about him? That was why he was so angry. I'm so conflicted. I really want to talk to Gu Yin and scold him for being so ostentatious. Having offended so many people, even the Gu family will be in a lot of trouble. What a willful guy. Lung Qingxiu's mind was full of thoughts. Master, maybe Gu Yin learned a few moves from the strong men around him. Mei Shui saw that her master seemed to be suppressing something and thought that he was going to kill Gu Yin. So he quickly covered up and said, a trick or two. Lung Qingxiu was stunned. Oh, yes, isn't Gu Yin an ordinary person? How can one have such strength? What a bastard, hiding everything from me. Lung Qingxiu was silent for a while. Well, let's investigate. Mei Shui felt relieved when she heard this. Yes, Gu Yin, I saved your life this time. Mei Shui thought to herself. Chapter 81, The Complex Psychology of the Female Ghost. The farce at the banquet was soon over. The hotel hurriedly cleaned up the scene. Xie Zhilan was also rushed to the hospital. As for calling the police, no one was too embarrassed to do that. It seemed like the subconscious thinking of every member of the big family. All matters would be resolved privately. Everyone acted as if nothing had happened, and the guests started chatting with each other again. However, the atmosphere was much more depressing than at the beginning. After all, many people who had been slapped in the face sat there silently, covering their faces and doubting their lives. Some have not come to their senses yet. Everyone consciously walked around them and stayed on the other side to communicate in low voices. However, the topic of discussion shifted from the company's performance and how to cooperate to the Gu and Lung families and, Boss Shun, why didn't young Master Gu come to see you? Yes, Mr. Shun, why did young Master Gu stay with Lung Linger? Did something happen between you two? Hey, old Li, what are you talking about? Even if there's something wrong between young people, it's just a small conflict. Can it be solved by treating them to a meal and giving them a gift? Several group bosses who had originally wanted to discuss cooperation with Shan Wanner no longer had the interest. We can talk about cooperation anytime, but we can only talk about gossip now. After all, after becoming a boss and having everything, what would you like most? Isn't it to listen to the gossips of such a top family? After all, some of the actions of these top families may affect the future alignment of their own families. Shin Wanner's face looked a little ugly, and she didn't even think about talking about Gu Yin and the Lung family anymore. After all, the two of them had just broken up completely not long ago, and before that they wished each other happiness. However, these people obviously turned their attention to the Lung family because of what Gu Yin had just done. Haha, Gu Yin recently said that he wanted to cooperate with the Lung family. Shin Wanner gave a dry laugh and glanced at Gu Yin, who was not far away, and no one dared to approach him except Lung Linger and Lung Xingen. Pursing her lips, she chuckled. How about this? I'm just going to say hello. Do you want to come along? As soon as these words were spoken, several bosses shook their heads repeatedly. No, 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 Mr. Shun, you are more familiar with Mr. Gu, so you should go. What a joke. Who knows if Gu Yin is still angry? It would be terrible if he beat them up too. Shin Wanner breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. She nodded slightly and walked towards Gu Yin. She was also extremely nervous, not knowing how Gu Yin would treat her when she saw him again. Ba Xiao Lin was hungry, so he took some food. When he saw Shan Wanner leaving and walking in a certain direction, he suddenly felt a little strange. Why didn't Wanner call him? Didn't she say she was his bodyguard? Thinking about it, Xiao Lin followed. The other side. Bai Jun looked at Gu Yin and asked intentionally or unintentionally. By the way, Qionglan, I remember that you and Lung Linger of the Lung family are good friends, right? Bai Qionglan, who was recalling the scene just now, immediately emphasized dissatisfiedly. She is my best friend. Why are you asking this, brother? Oh, wasn't it your brother-in-law who saved you last time? I was wondering if I should go over and say hello. Bai Jun said with a smile. Say hello. Bai Qionglan thought about it and decided that she didn't need to meet the man named Xiao Lin because her brother guaranteed her. So I'm in a good mood. So he nodded. Okay. The other side. Hey, Murong CI, where are you going? Bai Lian used her ability to drive away the flies buzzing around them, and then saw Murong CI walking in one direction without saying a word. Murong CI paused for a moment and replied, looking for true love. Are you serious? Bai Lian was speechless and shocked. She looked left and right, fearing that the other party would disrupt their plans. In desperation, he stomped his feet and followed. What kind of teammates are these? The other side, Lung Qingxiu, who was looking at the overall situation, discovered that several familiar life sources were moving towards Gu Yin. She frowned. Why did Bai Lian and Murong attack Gu Yin? She seemed to have thought of something, and her heart sank. Oh no, Bai Lian still doesn't know the relationship between Gu Yin and me. Could it be that the other party has taken a fancy to Gu Yin and wants to turn him into his own male servant? It's over. If Gu Yin is successfully seduced by Bai Lian, everything will be over. I had specifically reminded Gu Yin before not to be seduced away by beautiful women just by making a move. In fact, it is talking about Bai Lian. After all, Bai Lian is born with a charming body, and very few men can resist her charm. She immediately said calmly, Mei Shue, let Bai Lian come back. Mei Shue was stunned, then sent the master's instructions to Bai Lian in her mind. But after waiting for a while, the message sent back by the other party made Mei Shue stunned. She hesitated for a moment, then reported to Lung Qingxiu somewhat awkwardly. Master. Murong CI was going to go, and Bai Lian went to stop him to prevent any accidents. Murongchi, he's looking for Gu Yin. Lung Qingxiu was a little confused. She knew Murong CI, who was the only man known to be able to resist Bai Lian's charm, but he and Gu Yin had no connection at all. Just as I was thinking, I heard Mei Shue continue to speak, and her tone was a little strange. Well, it seems that Murong Sai has fallen in love with Gu Yin. Lung Qingxiu. Lung Linger sat on the chair without saying a word, even though the table was filled with her favorite food. Gu Yin walked over with the spicy rabbit head. Looking at the silent Lung Linger, he was a little confused. He immediately walked over and patted the other person on the head. Hey, why are you pretending to be so profound? Pretend. Pretend to be profound. Lung Linger raised her head suddenly when she heard that. But when she looked at Gu Yan's face, her little face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head again. Gu Yan slowly put 2 question marks in his mouth. He looked at Lung Xing'an beside him and said, Uncle Lung, what happened to this kid? Hasn't I already taught Xie Zhilan a lesson? How dare I call you Uncle Lung? Lung Xingyin felt a warmth in his heart, and he coughed dryly. Maybe he was frightened. No, Lung Xingyin, you old bastard, shut up. Lung Linger finally spoke, glaring at Lung Xingyin fiercely. What a joke. You just spread rumors about me. Rub. Lung Xingyin was hit by an arrow in the chest. His whole body turned black and white, and he lowered his head. Ah, wife. I've already told you that I don't like this kind of party. Gu Yin smiled happily and stretched out his hand to rub Lung Linger's head vigorously. What a jerk. How dare you talk to your elders like that? You little brat should be taught a lesson. The latter couldn't stand the friction anymore. She grabbed Gu Yan's wrists that were covering her head with both hands, then raised her head and looked straight at Gu Yan. But seeing the other person's puzzled expression, her face turned red again. She took a deep breath and let go of Gu Yan's hand. Then he covered his face and shouted, Ah, I'm so annoyed. Why did that rubbish Gu and I come over here? Isn't it good enough that I come to rescue you? Gu Yan was speechless. This little female ghost was indeed difficult to please. And just when I was speechless, next second, good evening, Gu Yan. A familiar voice came. Chapter 82, Banquet Incident, Meeting Shaolin Again. Hearing the voice, Gu Yan turned his head to look. Shenwaner came over with a smile on her face. She was wearing an elegant dress with her hair tied up behind her head, which made her already beautiful figure even more dazzling. Lung Linger also raised her head and looked over. When she saw that it was Shen Wanner, she immediately felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy. I was a little flustered. Shen Vanya, what is she doing here? Gu Yan was naturally confused as to why the other party came here. Didn't you cut ties with her a long time ago? However, as he was a kind young man, he smiled and greeted, Good evening, Mr. Shun. Mr. Shun? Shen Wanner felt a pain in her heart. You always call me baby before. But her purpose was not to reconcile. She just wanted to clarify some things. By the way, use the illusion of chatting with Gu Yan to gain some partners. Although she was very unwilling, Shen Wanner found that after Gu Yan's absence, she repeatedly encountered setbacks in the business world. Good evening, I didn't expect to meet you here. Because you never liked coming to this kind of occasion before. Gu Yan couldn't deny it. He rubbed Lung Linger's head with a helpless smile and said to Shen Wanner, I don't like it, but my sister-in-law is here. Luckily, I arrived at the right time. Otherwise, I would have been bullied. Little sister-in-law. Shen Wanner felt a pang of pain in her heart, even though she had guessed it long ago. But when she heard Gu Yan say it himself, she still couldn't accept it, and even her face turned pale. She looked at Lung Linger. The other person's face was flushed, as if she was very excited because Gu Yan announced this matter in public. Shin vena klinchul her fists and klitzeling linga. Hello, sister. So your sister is Gu Yan's girlfriend? Lung Linger came back to her senses. She quickly stood up and hugged Gu Yan's arm, looking at Shen Wanner warily. No, that's right. I advise you not to dream of reconciling with my brother-in-law. Although it was very subtle, Gu Yan still saw that Shen Wanner's mouth twitched involuntarily. TSK, what a free-spirited kid. Gu Yan smiled lightly and knocked Lung Linger on the head. Linger, don't make trouble. What man can't find a strong woman like Ms. Shun? I believe she won't focus on the past. Lung Linger covered her head and glared at Gu Yan with dissatisfaction. You bastard. I helped you deal with that stinky woman, and you still spoke for her. Shenvane laukit de upsilon el upsilon. After getting the accurate reply, she honestly felt a little empty inside. It's that feeling that all the hard work over the years seems to have gone to waste. Shen Wanner still didn't give up. She looked at Gu Yan and asked, Are you really with? Before he finished speaking, Gu Yan nodded. Lung Qingxiu is my lover and the only love of my life. Lung Linger was immediately happy. Shen Wanner felt empty inside. She forced a smile and said, Okay, now that I understand, I won't bother you anymore. Lung Linger nodded repeatedly, thinking to herself, You'd better leave soon. Next second, Gu Yan. A voice came over, one that was surprised and shocked beyond belief. Gu Yan looked over, and Shen Wanner also looked over. Shaolin looked at Gu Yan in disbelief. Why are you here? Gu Yan had already noticed the other person, but he just pretended to have just seen him now, and asked in surprise, Shaolin, I should be the one asking you this. You are not. He stopped talking appropriately. Shaolin's expression also became somewhat unnatural and guilty. Shen Wanner was stunned when she saw this scene. You two know each other? And at this time, Zista Linga Tilde. A cheerful voice came over. Lung Linger looked over and was shocked when she saw the gorgeously dressed by Qionglan. Qionglan, why are you dressed so strangely? Hey, I'm the one who should say that. The corner of Bai Qionglan's mouth twitched. Following them came Bai Jun, who was wearing glasses and smiling. He walked up to Gu Yin and stretched out his hand. Hello, my name's Bai Jun. I heard that you saved my sister. As he said this, he noticed Xiao Lin's unnatural expression. This was something he didn't expect, that he would actually meet Xiao Lin here. Gu Yin looked at Bai Jun, and the other party's information emerged in his mind. A strong man of the Sun level, in the ancient warrior department, with the strength of an early grandmaster. He is a talented warrior from the peace faction in the department, and also becomes the brother of the protagonist Xiao Lin in the plot. But it doesn't look like that now. Thinking of this, Guyan stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "It's just a piece of cake. After all, my sister-in-law is there too." Bai Jun smiled and let go of his hand. "Although I really want to get to know you better, but before that." He looked at Shen Wan'er with a cold expression, and the latter felt a chill all over her body under his stare. Shaolin sensed this and immediately stood in front of Shen Wan'er. "What do you want to do?" Shen Wan'er felt warm in her heart when she saw Xiao Lin standing in front of her without hesitation, but she didn't show it. Bai Jun didn't change at all. Instead, he looked at Shen Wan'er and said, "Shen Tian is your brother?" "Yes, so what?" Shen Wan'er seemed to have thought of something. Her heart started to panic, and she remembered it. A long time ago, she met Gu Yin and her brother, as well as Lung Linger and other girls in a KTV box. Combined with what Bai Jun said, Gu Yin saved his sister. Speaking of sisters, she seemed to have some impression of this person named Xionglan. No way. It can't be such a coincidence, right? That's right. Bei Yun nodded. Although the person who bullied his sister was not Shen Wan'er, it was her younger brother. Then he naturally wouldn't look at the other party in a good light. He also lost his good impression of Xiao Lin, who was standing in front of Shen Wan'er. He immediately said in a cold voice, "Xiao Lin, I advise you not to dream of that verbal engagement. My sister is right here, and as her brother, I will tell you the truth. Don't even think about my sister." He glanced at Shen Wan'er, who looked a little panicked, and said, "Keep an eye on your brother. Don't let him get into trouble and get caught by me." The words fell. Bai Qionglan, who was still playing with Lung Linger, was stunned. She looked at Xiao Lin, who was standing in front of Shen Wan'er. "Is this Xiao Lin?" Disgust suddenly appeared in his eyes. The other party actually stood in front of the sister of the person who bullied us before. Bad guy. This is Bai Qionglan's evaluation of the other party. Xiao Lin also realized what was happening. Before he went down the mountain, his master had told him that he had found a marriage for him. And half of the Dragon King Jade is also in the possession of the Bai family's fiancée. That being said, Xiao Lin looked at Bai Qionglan, who was looking at him with disgust. "She's my fiancée. The most important thing is half of the Dragon King Jade is on the other party?" For a moment, Xiao Lin's gaze towards Bai Qionglan became much hotter. Hey. Although in the original novel, Xiao Lin is indeed a stud who falls in love with every woman he sees. But please don't show it in front of Shen Wan'er. Guyan's mouth twitched, but he looked at Bai Jun with interest, and the other party's eyes looking at Xiao Lin seemed to become more unfriendly. Really looking forward to what happens next. And just when I was thinking about this, Bai Jun and Xiao Lin's expressions changed at the same time, and they looked to the side. I saw two figures walking towards me. Guyan looked over, his eyes fixed. Why are they here? Are they deliberately hiding their presence? Wow, handsome guy. Bai Lian saw Bai Jun, a handsome guy with glasses and an ascetic demeanor. No. Now is not the time to look at handsome guys. She grabbed Morong Si's clothes tightly and tried to drag him away. At the same time, he was dragged by the other party and came to Gu Yin and others. Helplessly, she gave Gu Yin what she thought was the most beautiful smile. "Good evening, little brother. We meet again." Lung Linger suddenly became alert. Lung Qingxiu also suddenly became alert. Gu Yin nodded, then asked with some confusion, "What's the matter?" Lung Linger breathed a sigh of relief. Lung Qingxiu also breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Jun and Xiao Lin stared at Murong Si intently. Their bodies involuntarily tensed up. In their perception, this person is very dangerous. I only replied with him. Bai Lian smiled on the surface, but she was actually cursing in her heart. Just when she was about to speak, Murong Si on the side took a step forward, staring at Gu Yin intently. A creepy smell hit me in the face. Bai Jun's eyes changed, and he immediately clenched his fists. Shaolin also showed an attitude ready to attack at any time. Gu Yin looked at Murong Si, who was staring at him in confusion. Hey, I don't remember provoking this guy. What's wrong with you all? Lung Linger and others looked confused. Why did the atmosphere seem to become so weird? The other side, Lung Qingqiu in the corner also sensed this situation. She didn't know what Murong Ci was going to do, but to prevent any accidents, she immediately said to Mei Shui, "Stop Murong Ci." The latter nodded and was about to leave. Next second, Murong Ci stretched out his hand towards Guyan and said calmly, "I am Murong Ci. This is normal." Guyan also extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Guyan." Immediately afterwards, just when Bai Jun and others held their breath and thought that the other party was about to take action, Murong Ci took a deep breath, quickly pulled his hand away, and then ran away. "Hey, wait for me!" Bai Lian shouted hurriedly upon seeing this, then gave Guyan a dry laugh and chased after him, leaving only the confused crowd. "What?" Guyan looked confused, but Bai Jun and Xiao Lin looked at each other, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. This person is so strong. Chapter 83. A natural warrior capable of self-awakening. Murong Ci's dangerous aura instantly made Bai Jun and Xiao Lin nervous. Looking at Murong Ci and Bai Lian, who were leaving quickly, Bai Jun's eyes were solemn. Such a small banquet turned out to be full of hidden talents. Are there such powerful warriors in this world? It is indeed the Hell King's palace. Xiao Lin breathed a sigh of relief. If it were in the past, he would not have taken the other party so seriously. After all, he is not only a genius, but also has the blessing of the Dragon King Jade. It won't be long before he will surpass the other party. But now, his most important reliance on improving his cultivation speed is gone. Although his training speed is still faster than those of ordinary warriors, it is far different from before. So, Shaolin looked at Bai Qionglan with fiery eyes again. He could feel that the other person had something of the same origin as his Dragon King Jade. In other words, that half-piece of Dragon King Jade is indeed on the other party. He also felt that Bai Qionglan did not have any aura of cultivation. In other words, the greatest effect of this Dragon King Jade was of no use to her at all. Bai Qionglan also felt Shaolin's gaze. She frowned, and her eyes showed an expression of extreme disgust. Bai Jun also noticed this. His expression turned cold, and he blocked Shaolin's view of Bai Qionglan. "Shaolin, I'm warning you. Don't do anything evil to my sister." Shaolin also realized that he was too excited, so he quickly looked away and apologized. Sorry. He couldn't just say here that Bai Qionglan had what he wanted. After all, Bai Jun is able to practice. It would be terrible if the other party knew that the Dragon King Jade could speed up practice and took it away. He couldn't afford to lose another piece of Dragon King Jade. After all, the masters told him so before he went down the mountain. "Linner, you are the key to saving the world. Go find the other half of the Dragon King Jade and unify the Dragon King Palace. Finding them will help you master the power of your body. Linner, you are the child of destiny, as predicted. Your teachers believe that you will succeed." "Master." Shaolin recalled his master's teachings in his mind. He must not let the other party down. The Dragon King Jade must be his. Because Shaolin had his back to Shenwaner, she didn't see the look in Shaolin's eyes when he saw Bai Qionglan. She just felt that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly strange, so she looked at Gu Yin and said, "Then Gu Yin, I'll be leaving first, you guys chat." After saying this, he walked away without waiting for Gu Yan's answer. She was afraid that the White Army would attack her out of anger in this place. Seeing this, Shaolin hurried over. After Shenwaner and Shaolin left, the atmosphere on Gu Yan's side eased a little. Gu Yan is still a little confused. He doesn't understand why Murong Ci, who seems to have no emotions at all in the original novel, suddenly comes to him. However, no matter how strange it is, it cannot be denied. The opponent's strength is also the strongest in the organization, and he is also the most loyal and stable general. Suddenly, Gu Yin thought of something. His heart sank as Bai Lian appeared at the banquet alone. It is most likely because the other party has charmed other men, so they follow her in to eat for free. But if Murong Ci was also here, the situation would be different. Every time Murong Ci was dispatched, it meant that Lung Qingqiu had issued a very important order. It is an instruction that absolutely cannot fail. In other words, Gu Yin glanced implicitly at everyone present at the banquet. Many members of the night organization have already mixed in here. Some disguise themselves as waiters, while others, like Bai Lian and others, disguise themselves as children of wealthy families. What's their goal? Same as the original novel. To control Yama Palace? Gu Yin felt a little headache. He originally thought that Lung Qingxiu would not be able to do the same things as in the original book until his eyes were restored. But now it seems that is not the case. This is all due to the original author, as there is too little description of the villain's character plot and background story. Often when reading books, for example, behind this little villain, there is the shadow of Lung Qingxiu. So how does Lung Qingxiu control the other party? Sorry, it's not written in the book, so the readers can only guess. As a result, apart from the basic information, he had no idea how Lung Qingxiu controlled the Yama Palace in the original novel, and why he had to constantly control one force after another to deal with the protagonists. The reason for targeting Xiao Lin might be because Xiao Lin killed Lung Linger, but what about the others? You know, in the original novel, many of Xiao Lin's concubines were attacked by Lung Qingxiu's forces before they met Xiao Lin. Damn you, dog author. In order to save effort, he didn't describe or supplement the villain's characters. TSK, think about it again. There must be some key factor. It seemed like Gu Yin was about to think of something. Gu Yin, are you interested in joining the army? The White Army came over with a smile on his face. Since Shun Wanner and the others had left, he naturally didn't need to pretend to be unhappy. Join the army? Gu Yin was stunned and stopped thinking. He looked at Bai Jun's smiling expression. He immediately understood that when the other party mentioned joining the army, they most likely wanted him to join the warrior department. Did the strength I just displayed make the other party think that I am a warrior? I was about to refuse, but Gu Yin seemed to have thought of something, so he neither refused nor agreed, but just said vaguely, "Join the army. I'll think about it." Lung Linger was shocked when she heard this. If Gu Yin went to the army, there would be no man in the family. No, brother-in-law, you can't go to the army. What will happen to my sister and me if you go? Lung Linger immediately yelled. Then she glared at Bai Jun. Hey, you idiot guy with glasses. Why are you giving my brother-in-law such bad advice? Sister Linger, my brother is just this kind of bad guy. Every time he comes back, always takes someone back to serve in the army. Others refused, but he still insisted on dragging people along. At this time, Bai Qianlan also hugged Lung Linger's arm and betrayed her brother. Bei Yunis Melitwitit. This guy was clearly shouting something just now. I love my brother the most. Oh, she was still cute when she was a child. However, it is rare to meet someone you like when you go out. He didn't want to give up, so he said to Gu Yin, let's talk for a moment. Gu Yin nodded after hearing this. Okay. Came to a corner of the banquet. Bai Jun said straight to the point. Gu Yin, do you know that in this world, besides ordinary people, there's also a kind of existence called warriors? He had his own reasons for saying this directly. After all, he believed that the Gu family was the top family in Jianghai. Gu Yin, the only son, had to be told that there were warriors in this world, or rather, he had learned some information about warriors. Of course, Bai Jun was wrong, because Gu Yin in the original book was indeed well protected, so he did not know any relevant information about the warriors. This also led to Gu Yin being a useless person with no cultivation until his death. I know, but what does this have to do with you recruiting me into the army? Gu Yin smiled slightly. What you want to say next is not that you see that I am a talented martial artist, so you want to recruit me into your martial arts department, right? Bai Jun showed a hint of embarrassment on his face when he heard this. He really wanted to say that. Seeing that Gu Yin knew everything, he stopped pretending to be so mysterious and continued. It's exactly as you thought. When you were teaching Xiejilan a lesson earlier, you must have discovered that there was something very wrong with your own strength, right? Gu Yin thought about it, then replied, I also exercise on weekdays. Bei Yun. Obviously, fitness can't break marble, okay? Do you think you're a devil muscle man? Bei Yun almost swole. He took a deep breath, pushed up his glasses, and said with a smile, Haha, this has nothing to do with your fitness. It's very likely that you've awakened your inner qi. Awakening true qi? Gu Yin pretended to be confused. Seeing this, Bai Jun patiently explained, this is a phenomenon that our ancient martial arts department has discovered in recent decades, or rather, a conclusion we have reached. A long time ago, we believed that if we wanted to become warriors, we had to study the ancient texts left by our ancestors step by step in order to cultivate true qi. But in recent decades, this idea has been overturned because... At this point, Bai Jun's tone became a little excited. He looked at Gu Yin and said, We have discovered that some ordinary people, under certain circumstances, can awaken true qi in their bodies on their own, thus becoming a natural warrior. One of our department's main tasks right now is to find these natural warriors who have awakened their true chi on their own and bring them back to the department for training. Become a hero who maintains social stability. When Guyen heard this, he nodded. So, I am what you call a pure natural warrior? Chapter 84 Hello. Have we met somewhere before? Seeing Gu Yan's willingness, Bai Jun's eyes lit up with joy, and he said with a smile, Yes, it's great that you can understand. So, do you agree to join us? He looked at Gu Yan expectantly. The latter fell into deep thought. The warrior department. There are many factions in it, and it is very important in the plot of the original work. More importantly, there's a special existence in it. After thinking about it, Gu Yan gave a vague answer. I haven't thought about it yet. After all, as you can see, Gu Yan smiled at a kid who had been looking over here and said, I'm getting married soon, so I need to focus on my family. Mary. Bai Jun followed Gu Yan's gaze and suddenly felt a little confused. The eldest daughter of the Lung family, Lung Qingxiu. It's really unexpected that these two families can get together. Bai Jun smiled and showed his understanding. Well, you're always welcome here. If you're willing, you can call me. Bai Jun took out his phone, opened VX, and said to Gu Yan, add me as a friend so we can keep in touch. Good. Back to Lung Linger. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? Do you really want to join the army? Lung Linger looked at Gu Yan nervously, afraid that he would nod. After hearing this, Gu Yan shook his head and said jokingly, No, I have such a beautiful sister like you here with your brother-in-law. I can't bear to leave. Lung Linger saw Gu Yan praising his sister as if he was praising herself. She laughed happily and felt much more relaxed. Hee, I knew you couldn't bear to leave us, brother-in-law. Bai Jun looked at the scene in front of him and smiled knowingly. Family? He looked at Bai Qionglan, whose eyes revealed envy, and sighed in his heart. Since my mother died, not only my father but also my younger sister have changed a lot. But precisely because of this, the White Army clenched their fists. I will definitely protect my family, and then find the demon warrior who killed my mother. And just at this moment, the lights in the banquet hall began to change and flicker, and the lights in the entire venue began to dim. As the music changed, beams of light gathered on the stage of the banquet hall. An elegant and well-groomed woman walked up with a microphone and tested the sound. Everyone also reacted. Is this about to begin? Is Chairman Yin going to make an appearance? I'm really looking forward to it. The last time I saw Chairman Yin was last time. It said that they're going to announce the next heir, but I don't know if it's true. Gu Yan also looked over, and there was a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. According to his original idea, Yan Huang should die, and then Long Zai would succeed him as the King of Hell, and then he would take control of the King of Hell. But now it seems that this is obviously not the case. It seems that the current development is about to become the same as in the original book. I just don't know how Qingqiu will do it. Oh, by the way, speaking of Qingqiu, will Qingqiu also be at this banquet? When Gu Yan thought of this, an inexplicable sense of joy surged in his heart. He didn't know why, but he felt happy when he thought that Qingqiu might be here too. He will feel very happy. So he looked around, hoping to find the other person. At this time, the host of the banquet also began his opening remarks. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the host of this banquet. You can call me Xiaohong. First of all, thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend. Lung Linger was sitting on the banquet chair, with Bai Qionglan holding her arm. As they listened, they felt bored. The former complained, Why is this woman's speech template exactly the same as what our principal said at the opening ceremony? Did they hire someone to write the manuscript? Bai Qionglan smiled after hearing this and said, Maybe it was provided by a studio? The White Army listened silently. The King of Hell's palace was about to change its owner. Is the man known as the King of Hell ultimately unable to withstand the erosion of time? Not necessarily. Rumor has it that he was injured in that battle. Bai Jun glanced at Lung Linger with a hint of pity in his eyes. Poor child, he experienced that incident since he was a child, and I don't know whether Gu Yan knows about it. However, he remembered that the Gu family did not participate in the genocide war to eliminate the evil sect. Thinking of Gu Yan, Bai Jun looked left and right. He was stunned for a moment, only to see that the place where Gu Yan had originally stood was now empty. Where's Gu Yan? On Lung Qingqiu's side, Meishui watched the host appear on stage and the lights go out. She also understood that now, in the darkness of night, it was the time for them to act. So he said to Lung Qingqiu beside him, Master, we can start the action now. There's still some time before the Lord of Yama takes the stage. This period of time, while everyone is watching the speech, is the perfect time for us to act. Hearing this, Lung Qingxiu nodded silently. This banquet was divided into two parts. There will be some star-studded performances from the actors in the first half, all the way to the second half. Only then will the Lord of Yama's palace appear on the stage. What they have to do is to control Yin Huang before he comes on stage and turn him into a puppet of the Yi organization. And the method is very simple. Lung Qingxiu opened his eyes, the runes in his eyes slowly rotated, and dark green eyes appeared in the darkness. Using the power of the evil eye, he absorbs the life essence of others and feeds it back to the master of the Hall of Yama. Giving back not only prolongs the other person's life, but also achieves the goal of manipulating the other person. This is one of the abilities of these eyes. It is an ability of equal exchange, and it is mandatory. Prepare for action. Lung Qingxiu gave the order calmly. Lung Qingxiu expressed great confidence in this operation. In the darkness, Mei Shue's abilities were significantly enhanced. The opponent's ability can cover up the breath of all their members as soon as the action begins. Then everyone will blend into the darkness, and no one will be able to discover them. Even the current location of himself and Mei Shue was concealed through special means. No one will notice them, and no one will even come near here. Mag Shu nodded, just when he was about to give his master's order. Sudden, "Hello, have we met somewhere?" A voice reached the ears of the two. Lung Qingxiu was stunned, and Mei Shue felt it was even more outrageous. The two turned their heads to look. Just see. Gu Yan walked over and looked at Lung Qingxiu with some curiosity. "No, can you see us?" Mag Shu was shocked. Lung Qingxiu was also shocked. For a while, all three of them were silent. Chapter 85. I am Qingxiu's sister, Lung Bingning. In the dim banquet hall, three people stared at each other. Mei Shue was very panicked. Wait a minute. This person is Gu Yan, right? My ability has also been activated, right? Then why could Gu Yan see them and even approach them? Why is that? Although Lung Qingxiu appeared very calm on the outside, he was actually very panicked inside. Oh no, why did Gu Yan see them? This shouldn't be the case. It's over now. He actually saw it. No, calm down. Lung Qingxiu clenched her fists. She and Mei Shue not only concealed their own aura, but even changed their appearance. Even Gu Yan couldn't recognize them directly. No, it should be said that she was shocked that the other party could come over and talk to them. It would be a pipe dream to expect to see through their disguise again. Gu Yan was a little curious. He originally wanted to look for Lung Qingxiu. As a result, with just a glance, I saw two people standing in the corner who looked out of place among ordinary people. Let's not talk about Mei Shue for now. The main reason was that the woman wearing a gauze hat gave him a sense of déjà vu. As I got closer, this familiar feeling became even stronger. Feeling Gu Yan's suspicious gaze, Lung Qingxiu calmed down. Calm down. Your appearance has changed, so your voice can be changed too. At this time, just be careful not to do anything that will let Gu Yan see the clues. Then, Lung Qingxiu spoke, and his voice changed into a voice full of charm, as if he was a few years older than Lung Qingxiu himself. She looked at Gu Yan inexplicably, with a hint of interest in her eyes, as if wondering which family member had run over here without knowing what was good for him. Little brother, have we met somewhere before? If you say that, can I think you were trying to flirt with me? When Lung Qingxiu's teasing voice came out, Mei Shue was shocked. Hiss, is this the tone the master would use? Lung Qingxiu felt extremely ashamed. Damn it, I had to do this to hide my identity. Anyway, I had already done that kind of thing with Gu Yan in front of Mei Shue before, so it doesn't matter. Gu Yan was slightly stunned after hearing this. He looked at the woman in front of him who was wearing a black veil and whose face could not be seen clearly, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. It's so strange. Although the voice is wrong, he looks much older than Qingxiu. But why does it still seem so familiar? Especially when the other person starts talking, it seems even more familiar. More importantly, I couldn't even think of pretending to be nice to him. Thinking about it, Gu Yan shook his head, coughed lightly, and said, No. It's just because your figure is very similar to my lover. So I couldn't help but come over, thinking she was also at this party. Lung Qingxiu asked a question. Although Gu Yan didn't seem to have discovered her true identity, why did she feel so uncomfortable when she heard him say that? Oh yes, it was that feeling. I knew that the person Gu Yan was chatting up was me, but I also knew that the person he was chatting up didn't look like me, so I felt very angry. Gu Yan saw the elegant woman in front of him change her temperament. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she chuckled softly. That elegant voice also came out. Little brother, do you know that your pickup skills are outdated? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pinched Gu Yan's chin. After teasing him up and down, he nodded, his tone revealing regret. What a pity, although you are good-looking. But my sister doesn't like frivolous men like you. After saying that, she let go of his hand, looked at Gu Yan, and said lightly, obviously have a lover, but you are still attracting bees and butterflies everywhere outside. Do you know that this will make your lover at home feel very sad, and painful? Gu Yan was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the woman in front of him, whose face he couldn't see clearly. Then he looked at the woman next to him. Meishue, is this person your friend? Why is he so narcissistic? Lung Qingxiu. Mag Shu. Lung Qingxiu turned stiffly to look at the panicked Mei Shui standing beside him and said, Mei Shui, do you know him? What the hell is going on? Why did Gu Yin recognize Mei Shui? No, I should ask why Gu Yin couldn't recognize me? No. Isn't it a good thing that you didn't recognize me? But why am I so unhappy? Damn it, it's all Gu Yan's fault. I'm so upset. Why did you come here? Lung Qingxiu clenched his fists, waiting for Mei Shui's reply. Mei Shui was already very panicked because she did not cover her appearance, so it was normal for Gu Yan to recognize her. But that was also because she had never thought that the place where she and her master would be discovered. Ahem, this is Qingxiu's husband, Gu Yan. Mei Shui coughed dryly and replied, according to the answer Lung Qingxiu gave her in her mind. Lung Qingxiu seemed very surprised when she heard this answer. She looked at Gu Yan carefully and nodded. Oh, you are Qingxiu's lover. I didn't expect to meet you here. That was my misunderstanding. I am Qingxiu's sister, Lung Bingning. After hearing this, Gu Yan became less confident. He originally thought that the person next to Mei Shui was Lung Qingxiu. But when the other party said it coldly, he suddenly understood. Lung Bingning, it turned out to be her. In the original book, Lung Qingxiu actually has an older sister named Lung Bingning, who is a character that will appear in the middle and late stages. The other party was sent to the Bingxin sect of the ancient martial arts world to practice when he was very young, so he escaped the Midnight Massacre that year. In the later period, Lung Bingning became the leader of the Bingxin sect. She was extremely powerful and defeated the protagonist group as soon as she appeared, becoming Lung Qingxiu's helper. However, after the world discovered that the other party was colluding with the evildoer, Lung Qingxiu, they were besieged and eliminated by the warriors of the ancient martial arts world. The other party was discovered to be colluding with Lung Qingxiu and was thus besieged and eliminated, which was also Lung Qingxiu's doing. Because when Lung Bingning appeared, Lung Qingxiu had already become extremely evil because of the death of his family and his sister. Even though she knew that Lung Bingning was her sister, Lung Qingxiu, who had no emotional connection with her, naturally only had a desire to use her. In order to take advantage of Lung Bingning, or to obtain all of her cultivation, Lung Qingxiu recognized her. She had gone crazy and her only thought was revenge. After taking advantage of Lung Bingning, she chose to betray Lung Bingning and absorbed all of her cultivation. Let the other party be wiped out by people of justice. In short, he was a very pitiful person. He was sent to Bingxin's sect by his family since he was a child to practice Bingxin Ju. After growing up and achieving success in cultivation, he learned that all his family members had died and only his sister Lung Qingxiu was still alive. After finding Lung Qingxiu, he was betrayed by the other party and all his strength was absorbed. After Lung Qingxiu absorbed Lung Bingning's cultivation, he also learned the Bing Xianju and practiced the Bing Xianju to perfection. He completely became a heartless person. It can be said that Lung Qingxiu at that time had become a body driven by the idea of revenge. However, Gu Yan did not expect that Lung Bingning had recognized Lung Qingxiu so early. It seems that Lung Bingning in the original novel is a hidden work of Lung Qingxiu. Or is it that the plot has completely changed now? Gu Yan felt a little unconfident. But before that, he smiled at Lung Bingning, played by Lung Qingxiu, and said, "Hello, I'm Gu Yan. I didn't expect Qingxiu actually had a sister. But you two gave me a very similar feeling, so I'm misunderstood. I'm really sorry. Of course, I don't have a sister. This guy, why did his attitude suddenly become so much better?" Lung Qingxiu felt a little unhappy in her heart, but she giggled on the surface. After all, we are sisters. Speaking of which, Qingxiu and I have been close friends since we were little. We even share things. You, Lung Qingxiu leaned forward slightly and slowly moved closer to Gu Yin. When the two were face to face at close range, Lung Qingqiu chuckled and said, "What do you think of me? If you want, I could take off my veil and show you my true face." Chapter 86 Sister, please respect yourself. The action begins. Just when Lung Qingqiu thought that Gu Yin would blush because of her actions, Gu Yin took a few steps back and smiled politely. "Sister, please respect yourself. I only love Qingqiu. Since I know Qingqiu is not here, I will leave first. My sister-in-law will be waiting anxiously." Having said that, without waiting for Lung Qingqiu to react, Gu Yin quickly left. Master, are you okay?" Seeing Lung Qingqiu's body stiffly standing there, Meishui didn't know what to say for a moment. "No problem. He passed the test. I gave him very well." Lung Qingqiu recovered as normal after a brief stiffness, and she said lightly. Meishui was shocked, and then admiration appeared in her eyes. So that's how it is. The master wanted to test Gu Yan's loyalty. That's why he used this method to not only send Gu Yan away, but also test his loyalty, as expected of the master. However, in reality, Lung Qingqiu already felt extremely ashamed, depressed, and unwilling in his heart. Damn it. Even though the person I played was a character I created, why did I feel so lost when I heard Gu Yan reject me? No. It wouldn't work even if Gu Yan agreed, but he actually rejected me. Oh, that's not right. It's like I'm playing another person to cheat on myself. This is outrageous. Lung Qingqiu was extremely annoyed. Damn it, it was all Gu Yan's fault. Why did he see through them and come over? Speaking of seeing through, Meishui. Hearing this kind voice, Meishui's body trembled. Here. Why did your ability fail? And why didn't you cover yourself up? This. Meishui wanted to cry, but had no tears. Damn Gu Yan, you have hurt me so much. I clearly saved your life in front of the master before. Back to Lung Linger. Gu Yan covered his chest in a daze. The scene just now was still lingering in his mind. There was a great deal of confusion in his eyes. For some reason, even though he directly rejected Lung Bingning at that time, he felt extremely painful in his heart. But if he agreed, he would definitely not forgive himself. Why? What's going on? Gu Yan sighed lightly. It was just like when I played the role of A and confessed to the person I liked, and it turned out to be successful. It was so depressing, but he didn't know why he felt that way. But it has come to this. He glanced at the person who had been glaring at him since just now. "What's wrong with you, little brat?" Lung Linger immediately shouted in dissatisfaction when she heard this. "Who are you, little brat? You jerku, where have you been?" Qiong Lan and the man with glasses were dragged away by a bunch of people. I was so bored. Isn't this called brother-in-law? The corner of Gu Yan's mouth twitched. It turned out that he only called himself brother-in-law in front of his friends. He thought about it, but still didn't tell Lung Linger that you actually have an older sister, Lung Bingning. Instead, he said go to the bathroom. It takes you that long to go to the bathroom. Lung Linger expressed her doubts, but she still happily picked up a plate of puffs and handed it to Gu Yan. "Here, this is the last bit. An ungrateful jerk tried to snatch it from me, but I scared him away on the spot." Lung Linger looked a little embarrassed when she said this. She looked at Gu Yan, who was a little surprised, and shouted in panic, "Hey, that's not what I meant. I just thought you bought some puffs last time. I remember my sister likes to eat this, so I want you to pack it up and bring it back to her. The adults at this kind of banquet don't eat much of it, so it's better for us to take it back than to waste it." Gu Yan smiled softly after hearing this. "No, I was just thinking that you, the little brat, are actually quite nice." Lung Linger frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "Why do I feel like you are mocking me? But forget it. It's your fault for helping me before." Speaking of this, Lung Linger seemed to notice something and her eyes lit up. She stood up immediately and looked towards the stage with shining eyes. "It's actually Lan Zizhen." Lan Zizhen. When Gu Yan heard the name, he quickly went over it in his mind and confirmed that the other party was not one of the protagonists or any of the main characters. He followed Lung Linger's gaze. There was a handsome man standing on the stage, wearing a suit and holding a microphone. He held up the microphone and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, I'm Lan Zizhen." As soon as these words were spoken, a large number of women below cheered. Lung Linger was among them. She pulled Gu Yan's hand and said, You bastard Gu. Come on, let's go to the front and take a look." The latter lost interest immediately when he saw that the other party was neither one of the protagonists nor an important character in the original novel. In the original novel, this person is just a low-level supporting character who is slapped in the face by the protagonist in order to improve the favorability of the heroine. To be honest, he plays no role in promoting the plot. But he couldn't resist Lung Linger, who kept pulling him. So he had no choice but to greet Lung Xingyan, who had just recovered from Lung Linger's insults. Uncle Lung, I'll go with Linger to take a look. Oh, it's okay, you guys go ahead, don't worry about me. Lung Xingyan nodded in reply. Let's go, you jerk. Okay. Guyan had no choice but to be dragged over. And at the same time, in the dim banquet hall, several figures shuttled back and forth quickly. Some of them were waiters, some were bodyguards, and some were wearing banquet gowns. But they all have one thing in common, which is that no one could discover them. All of them rushed out of the banquet hall. Lung Qingqiu glanced in the direction of Gu Yin and Lung Linger, then disappeared with Mei Shui. The first collective action of the night organization begins. Chapter 87 Yin Qingqing's Secret. My brother-in-law sings so beautifully. After arriving at the best viewing spot, Gu Yin sat on a banquet chair, supporting his face with his right hand, while watching the popular singer Lan Zijing sing on the stage. Yawning out of boredom, he glanced at Lung Linger, who was watching Lan Zijing singing with shining eyes, and smiled lightly. This is a normal girl of this age, who likes to chase stars and watch TV dramas, is full of energy, and is not afraid of anything. Maybe if a big and strong man stood in front of Lung Linger, she might say, "Get out of here, you trash. You are really young." No, I'm not that old. Gu Yin smiled and reached out to the fruit plate on the table, wanted to take some snacks to try and listen to the level of music in this world. As a result, it seemed that I touched the same hand that was extended to me. You, a surprised and angry voice sounded, and Gu Yin looked over. There was a woman sitting there with her cheeks red and swollen, and her subordinates were applying an ice pack to her. Miss Yin, it's you again. Gu Yin looked at the other person and smiled lightly in his heart. Yin Qingqing, whose cheek was still swollen and painful, glared at Gu Yin angrily. It would have been fine if the other party had pushed aside her bodyguards and sat over. He was actually eating his snacks as if nothing had happened. What's more, what he said was as if I was the one who sat here after him. Don't get me wrong, my sister-in-law is coming over to listen to music. I was pulled over and saw an empty seat, so I sat down naturally. In fact, Gu Yin had already seen Yin Qingqing sitting here, so he deliberately guided Lung Linger and pulled him here. Snort. Yin Qingqing just snorted coldly at this. I didn't expect that the eldest young master of the Gu family would beat up so many family members for a girl. You even beat many elders to the ground. But that's not the point. The point is, Yin Qingqing pointed at her swollen left cheek with an angry look on her face. You actually hit me, a beautiful lady who was trying to stop a fight, in the face. Do you know that the elders from our two families are good friends? If you don't want my dad to know that you hit me, then apologize to me. Gu Yin looked at Yin Qingqing with a look of, "What's it to me?" on his face. Who saw me hit you? It was clearly you who moved toward my hand. Gu Yin raised his hand and said with a nasty look, "Look, this hand of mine is called Xiaoyu." What he hates hearing the most is words like "give me faith." You. Yin Qingqing covered her face with her hands and leaned back with an unnatural expression. You bastard. Only a ghost would believe that. Gu Yin put his hands away, changed into a comfortable position, and glanced at Yin Qingqing. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Who asked you to come here to mediate? Didn't you know that I was very angry at that time? Just see if the atmosphere is good. Oh yes, you will be beaten, and it's not my fault at all. Gu Yin said righteously. It's because you insisted on coming here to stop me that this happened. In other words, all the fault lies with you. Speaking of this, Gu Yin thought of something. He said, "You know, I hate you is not equal to I was wrong." Yin Qingqing was stunned on the spot. She pointed at Gu Yin with an unnatural expression and stammered, unable to say a word. It seemed as Gu Yin said, the other person's friend was insulted, so he went over to teach that person a lesson. But when he ran over to the other person when he was angry, it was as if he was telling him to hit him. The bodyguards behind, Yin Qingqing couldn't stand it any longer and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Gu, you're going too far." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yin glanced at him coldly. "Shut up. Is it your turn to interrupt now?" Well, the bodyguards suddenly fell silent. Yin Qingqing was already overwhelmed with thoughts. She shook her head and said, "I'm so annoyed. Never mind. That one thing is my fault. But there's another thing that's definitely your fault." Yin Qingqing gritted her teeth and looked at Gu Yin. "You have to apologize to me for that." "Haha, are you here?" Gu Yan's expression remained unchanged, and he smiled in his heart. Yin Qingqing, the eldest daughter of the Yin family, who is as famous as the Gu family. I could have been content to be a rich woman's daughter, but I had the dream of becoming a singer. My dream is to become the most popular singing star. I am extremely narcissistic and very confident about my beauty. So it is also developing towards the entertainment industry, and it is not uncommon for singers to enter the entertainment industry. What she wants to do is to become both the most popular singer and the most popular actress in the entertainment industry. In the original novel, this person is also one of Xiao Lin's harem, and she falls in love with Xiao Lin for various reasons. And she actually has a secret that is unknown to others, which is she is an M. This is a secret that Xiao Lin in the original novel has never discovered, because Xiao Lin is a hot-blooded idiot. He always thought that Yin Qingqing fell in love with his righteous virtues. In fact, it was not the case at all. It was because Yin Qingqing was attracted by the strong and domineering aura that the other party accidentally revealed. It's a pity that Xiao Lin didn't understand the other party. He always spoke softly when he was with Yin Qingqing. This made Yin Qingqing often give Xiao Lin a cold look in the original book, with the purpose of provoking his anger to be more assertive towards him. Unfortunately, until the end when Yin Qingqing and other concubines were killed by Lung Qingxiu, Xiao Lin never spoke loudly to the concubines in the harem. In short, when Gu Yin saw Yin Qingqing for the first time, he actually recognized her. The other person was exactly the same person he had seen during his morning jog not long ago. Combined with the fact that Yin Qingqing also lived in Tianhu K Villa in the original novel. This person is exactly Yin Qingqing in the original novel. Thinking of this, Gu Yin raised the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" "That's right. That's right. You call me? Ugly, ugly girl." Yin Qingqing's voice became softer and softer, as if she really didn't want to say those two words. Immediately afterwards, before Yin Qingqing could hear Gu Yan's apology, suddenly, an interesting voice came to her ears. "Oh!" Immediately afterwards, Yin Qingqing felt someone pinching her chin hard and twisting it to one side. She looked over. Gu Yan pinched her chin hard and scanned her face with an aggressive look. "Mr. Gu, please let the young lady go." The bodyguard behind him was horrified and tried to stop him. But Yin Qingqing shouted, "Wait, it's not your turn to speak here." These words immediately made the bodyguards freeze in their tracks. He could only watch as the eldest son of the Gu family bullied his own young lady. Yin Qingqing looked at Gu Yin, her heart beating rapidly. Her breathing became slightly heavier, and she felt as if her body temperature was rising. "What do you want to do?" There was an unnatural tone in Yin Qingqing's voice. Her hands were clenched tightly together, and she pretended to be calm on the surface. But an unnatural look gradually appeared on his face. "What? What an aggressive look?" And looking at it this way, Gu Yin looked so handsome. Nice hands, too. Her chest rose and fell. Then Gu Yin let go of his hand, looked at Yin Qingqing meaningfully, and said with a wicked smile, "Take a closer look. You are indeed very beautiful." "Okay, I take back what I said about you being ugly." Yin Qingqing bit her lip when she heard that. She glared at Gu Yin, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. Then he turned his head and hummed softly, "I'm glad to know." Gu Yin pretended not to notice Yin Qingqing's abnormality. He looked at Lan Zizhen on the stage and chuckled. "Let's listen to how people sing. I remember you were also a popular singer." Yin Qingqing glanced at Lan Zizhen when she heard this, then curled her lips in disinterest. "This guy is just a packaged traffic star. Please don't call idols like these singers, okay? They're all mass-produced on the assembly line of idol variety shows. It's just that Lan Zizhen has some connections behind the scenes, so she was able to stand out and remain so popular until now." Speaking of this, Yin Qingqing felt a little headache. She said, "The main reason is that this guy has been pestering me since we worked together on a campus movie. And every time, the paparazzi would take photos of me and post them online, often with ambiguous captions like on-screen couple or something like that. It was really annoying to me." When Gu Yin heard this, he thought to himself that it was exactly the same as in the original book. Lung Linger was watching the performance, but as she listened, the excitement in her heart gradually decreased. Because, why does it sound so bad? Lung Linger was a little confused, because Lan Zi was obviously her favorite idol. She's also a good singer, and I have bought many of her albums. But when I heard it live today, why was it so unbearable? Not as good as my brother-in-law's singing. Lung Linger muttered, subconsciously looking for Gu Yin, but ended up seeing him happily, she thought, chatting with a beautiful woman. Suddenly, she cursed in her heart. "Cheating. This is cheating. Damn you jerk." On stage, Although Lan Zizhen was singing, his eyes were actually looking at Yin Qingqing in the audience. When you see that violent person sitting next to the person you like and touching him or her, Lan Zizhen actually couldn't help but want to swear. But Gu Yin is the eldest son of the Gu family, and he is also such a terrifying and violent person. No matter how stupid I am, I would never cause trouble for him in public. However, there was another way. He glanced at another yellow-haired girl in the audience. The other party seemed to be his fan and came with the violent guy. I really don't know what Lanzi was thinking about. He sang even harder. The song ends. Just when everyone thought Lan Zizhen would continue singing, the other party said softly, "Everyone, I believe that everyone is a little bored just listening to me singing. So, I have a little event coming up, and I'd like to randomly invite a lucky audience member to come up on stage and sing with me." As soon as these words were spoken, the rich ladies who like little puppies like Lan Zizhen all cheered. Mimi, Jinjin called her mother to come with her. Jinjin, Jinjin, mommy loves you. Feeling the passion of the people below the stage, Lan Zizhen felt very proud. Then he extended his hand and looked at Lung Ling in the audience. Beautiful lady, would you like to perform on stage with me? That's right, judging from the fact that Lung Ling was protected by Gu Yin, this woman must be the one Gu Yin likes. And the other person is my fan. Haha. When you see your favorite person singing with me, you will definitely be jealous, right? But you can't say anything. After all, the star that the girl you like likes is me. However, Lung Ling waved her hand. No. Lan Zizhen's mouth twitched, and he looked at the other person with some embarrassment and shock. Aren't you my fan? Although the other rich ladies wanted to criticize Lung Ling for rejecting their little puppy, they thought that there was a dangerous guy named Gu Yin behind her. So they all shut up. Then Lung Ling said with an embarrassed look on her face, "Because my singing is not good." What? Is that so? It's okay. It doesn't matter if you can't sing well. The main thing is the interaction. Lan Zizhen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. No, forget it. Like this. Lung Ling still shook her head. After thinking about it, she quickly ran to Gu Yin and pulled him up while he looked confused, and shouted, "My brother-in-law sings beautifully. Let him sing." Gu Yin, who was still thinking about how to conquer Yin Qingqing next, was suddenly speechless. "You little devil." He looked at Lung Ling kindly, and the latter laughed at him as if her plan had succeeded. "I told you to talk to other girls." Yin Qingqing looked at Gu Yin in surprise. "You can sing too?" "A little bit." Gu Yin shrugged. "Come on, brother-in-law." Lung Ling had already pulled Gu Yin onto the stage. Chapter 88. This is a song for my lover. At this time, in the presidential suite of the banquet hotel, Yin Huang, the lord of Yama's hall, listened to the reports from his men. "Palace Master, I don't know what kind of consensus and deal young Master Long Zai Tian has reached with the young master of the Gu family. That demonic warrior Tian Fong has been taken away by the Gu family's master. The assassins in Yama's palace reported this to Yin Huangbao respectfully. Although most of their assassins only have innate cultivation, they have extremely strong means of concealing their own aura. They were very confident that even the master next to Gu Yin could not discover them. Yin Huang responded hoarsely. He felt endless doubts in his heart. In fact, he had discovered a long time ago that his adopted son Long Zai Tian was colluding with Tian Fong, but he still did so out of consideration of their old friendship. That's why I haven't taken any action to kill my own relatives for the sake of justice. I'm just waiting to see if the other party can wake up and turn back in time. Today's banquet is actually Long Zai Tian's last chance. If by the time he goes on stage to announce his successor, Long Zai Tian is still obsessed with colluding with the evil sect, then he would declare his other adopted son the heir, and after the banquet, he would kill his own son and hand over the body of Wadakata to the warrior department. But now with Gu Yan's intervention, he didn't know how to judge for a moment. According to the reports from his subordinates, Gu Yan seemed to have used Tian Fong to threaten Long Zai Tian, so that the other party would become the lord of Yama Palace and then cooperate with him, Gu Yan. However, according to his subordinates, Tian Fong's cultivation had been destroyed by that master warrior. Without cultivation, Tian Fong cannot use the secret manuals of martial arts. So how can he help them? For a moment, Yin Huang couldn't figure out what Gu Yin wanted to do. This son of Gu Tianming, the eldest son of the Gu family, does not seem to be as simple as the rumors say. Why? Yin Huang sighed lightly. Things have come to this point. Why should he even consider so much? He was seriously injured and might die soon. He now just wants to select someone as soon as possible to serve as the Lord of the Hall of Yama. Long Zai is his most promising adopted son. He has good talent and cultivation skills, but his temperament is too impatient. If he concentrates on practicing, he will surely reach the same level as him in the future. The other adopted sons all had good personalities, but their talents were ultimately too poor. Thinking of this, he started coughing again because of his hidden illness. Yin Huang held the handle of the chair tightly, with a look of confusion in his eyes. He was not clear and did not understand what Gu Yan was going to do. But there's one thing he knows, that is, he believes in the Gu family. Back then, the Gu family and the Bai family were the only two warrior families that did not participate in that dispute. He believed that Gu Tianming's son would not do anything to harm the world. On the contrary, it might be a good thing for Gu Yan to restrain Long Zai. That's all. Yin Huang has figured it out. He has lived long enough and has made many wrong things in the past. Let's leave this future to the young people. He closed his eyes and thought about all the matters related to handing over the palace of Yama to Long Zai. What he didn't realize was, in a dark corner of the room, a figure was staring at each other intently. The lord of the Yama palace has been discovered. He is surrounded by 6 small fry, 5 of whom are at the initial stage of Xiantian cultivation, and 1 is at the peak of Xiantian cultivation. The lord of Yama palace's strength is negligible. Even if he unleashes his full power, he would only be at the peak of the early Grandmaster stage. How do you say it? Should we take action? He communicated with other members in his mind. Just a breath away, Mei Shui's voice came over. Fong, don't act impulsively. Wait for your master's instructions. Upon hearing this, the man called Fong suppressed the urge to kill everything in front of him and replied, Okropka, Mei Shui is here. She looked at Lung Qingxiu. Master, Fangs has found his target. Lung Qingxiu nodded slightly, but her eyes were looking towards the stage. She frowned and looked at Gu Yin, who was pulled onto the stage by Lung Ling. I was planning to take action immediately, but Lung Qingxiu said calmly, wait a minute. Does the banquet program include an invitation for the audience to come on stage and interact? Why'd he call Gu Yin and Ling? Is there some conspiracy? Lung Qingxiu felt a little wary. Mei Shui was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. No, this should be the solo show of the person named Lan Zijin on the stage. But occasionally there are those cases where stars interact with the audience to liven up the atmosphere. Master, you don't have to be too. Before he finished speaking, Lung Qingxiu interrupted. No, the programs are fixed. She looked at Lan Zijin and said firmly, there's something fishy going on here. When Mei Shui heard this, her body trembled, and then a look of admiration appeared on her face. I see. Since this is a banquet held by Yama Palace, the programs have fixed content and fixed time. Once someone here behaves strangely, it means that the King of Hell is behind it. This might affect their plans. It's amazing that such details can be considered, as expected of the master. Thinking of this, Mei Shui immediately reported the situation to everyone. Everyone, the plan has changed. Everyone except Fangs. Please pay attention to the situation on the stage. The master's sister may be in danger. Received. Yes. Okropka. Speaking of which, why is this blockhead named Gu Yin with a master sister? Hey, that's enough. For a moment, all the members of the night organization looked towards the stage vigilantly and stared at Lan Zijin. I'm afraid that the other party will show murderous intentions and hurt Lung Linger. Lan Zijin on the stage felt cold all over. He looked around in surprise. Why was he so cold when the heating was on? But it doesn't matter. He looked at Gu Yin coming on stage and felt excited. How could a dandy boy possibly sing a good song? Being dragged up by this little yellow-haired boy to make a fool of himself was exactly what he wanted. Thinking about it, he said to Gu Yin, who was walking onto the stage with a smile on his face, Hello, how about I sing a line and you sing a line later? How about picking a song you're more familiar with? Hearing this, Gu Yin glanced at the other party, then shook his head. No need. Said, under the other party's somewhat stiff gaze, Gu Yin walked to the international accompaniment band in the banquet hall and communicated with them for a while. He walked to the invited international pianist, and after exchanging a few words with him, the pianist stood up and stepped aside, and then Gu Yin took his place. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They started whispering to each other. What's going on? What is Master Gu going to do? He wants to sing by himself? No way. Without Lan Zijin, how can young Master Gu sing along? And why was he sitting at the piano by himself? He can play the piano. Lan Zijing was so angry at Gu Yan's almost ignoring attitude that he tightly grasped the microphone in his hand. Damn you. I'm waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Lung Linger was a little confused, and then seemed to have thought of something. She walked down the stage and sat on the banquet chair, where Gu Yan had sat at the beginning. Yan Qingqing was also baffled by this scene. She glanced at Lung Linger and said, "Hey, can Gu Yan sing?" Hearing this, Lung Linger raised her head proudly. "You sing beautifully." Yeah. Yan Qingqing didn't believe it. She had heard this kind of thing too many times. She didn't believe that a song sung by a rich second generation could be that good. Everyone thought similarly. After all, there had never been any rumor that Gu Yan could sing before. Shen Wan'er didn't believe it either. After all, Gu Yan had never sung in front of her. If he really sang well, he would have sung it a long time ago. However, there's no harm in listening. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Gu Yan on the stage. Gu Yan sighed. After testing the notes, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly and spoke to the crowd in the audience. His slightly low voice reached everyone's ears. Next, I'm going to sing one of my original songs. It's also a song for my lover who wasn't there. The name is Light Years Away. The words fell. Gu Yan played the piano keys, and the accompaniment band began to play music. A piece of music that no one had ever heard before resounded throughout the banquet hall. Everyone was somewhat caught off guard. Original song? Light Years Away. Young Master Gu can actually compose music and lyrics? No way, didn't you ask someone to buy it? Wait, to be honest, the intro to this song sounds pretty good. Everyone was whispering to each other with surprised expressions. Lung Linger was a little excited. Hey, new song. She quickly looked at Yan Qingqing, who was also stunned beside her. Hey, do you have a cell phone? Lend it to me. Yan Qingqing. On the other side, Lung Qingqiu looked at Gu Yan with some confusion, wondering what was going on. What was he talking about? My beloved who didn't show up. Lung Qingqiu's heart skipped a beat, and the expression under the gauze hat gradually became a little unnatural. Is this talking about me? The next second, when the prelude reaches a certain syllable, Gu Yan spoke. That God-level voice, along with the God-level song, reached everyone's ears. Feel the fingertips that rest on my hair. How to freeze time instantly. Remember to look into my determined eyes. Maybe there's no tomorrow. With just a few lines of lyrics, the originally noisy and bustling banquet hall suddenly became quiet. In an instant, there was silence. They all looked at Gu Yan on the stage in shock, with disbelief in their eyes. What a beautiful song this is. Lung Qingqiu was stunned. She couldn't help but cover her chest. It was just a few words. But why? Why did it make her feel so confused? I remembered that Gu Yan said this was a song for her. Lung Qingqiu pursed her lips lightly and looked at Gu Yan on the stage. Although she couldn't see him, she could feel the source of life in his body. At this moment, it looked so dazzling and special in her eyes, and she could not forget it after just one look. This bad guy, even if he is outside, he has to make her so upset. Chapter 89. The whole audience was shocked. Lung Qingqiu was shy. The melodious melody lingered in everyone's ears, and coupled with Gu Yan's God-level singing skills, everyone couldn't help but immerse themselves in it. Lung Linger had asked Yan Qingqing for a mobile phone and turned on the recording function with excitement. She looked at Gu Yan with shining eyes and didn't even notice that her face was slightly flushed. My brother-in-law is awesome. Yan Qingqing looked at Gu Yan in disbelief as he was playing and singing on the stage. She had heard it. The moment Gu Yan opened his mouth, she reacted. This person's voice is exactly the same as the online song Confession Balloon uploaded to the internet. It's actually him. Yan Qingqing felt a little discouraged. She didn't expect that her imaginary enemy was actually Gu Yan, and that Gu Yan had done that kind of thing to her before. Yan Qingqing didn't know what she was thinking about, and she gently touched her face where Gu Yan had hit her. Her eyes were a little blurry, with Gu Yan's voice and the other party's aggressive gaze lingering in her ears. She couldn't help but clamp her legs together. Gu Yan is awesome. Shen van etwas so stunt. The moment Gu Yan opened his mouth, she knew she was wrong. This is extremely wrong. It's not that Gu Yan can't sing, but that he can sing too well. But he had never sung in front of her. It has only been revealed now. For Lung Qingqiu, Shen Wan'er suddenly felt a little irritated, and she drank the wine in the glass in one breath. She was not very drunk, and her face immediately turned red. While looking at Gu Yan's elegant figure playing the piano, there was actually a hint of envy and regret. Xiao Lin noticed Shen Wan'er's abnormality and came over to comfort her. Warner, are you okay? It's okay. Stop talking and let me listen to the song quietly. Shin Warner shook her head, then closed her eyes and quietly enjoyed the music. Xiao Lin nodded when he heard this, but when he looked at Gu Yin, there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. Gu Yin, do you have something going on with Warner? He clenched his fists tightly. The accompanying music changes rapidly. Gu Yin's piano playing was also just right, followed closely by his next line of lyrics. Fate brought us together outside of troubled times. But fate wants us to love each other in times of danger. When this lyric appears, Lung Qingqiu's heart was touched, and she stared closely at Gu Yan's dazzling life essence. She murmured to herself, "Fate brought us together outside of troubled times, but destiny called for us to fall in love amidst danger." Lung Qingqiu's heart ached. Wasn't this also describing her and Gu Yan's situation? His Lung family was murdered. The truth behind the incident is unknown, and the murderers are still at large. He is on a mission of revenge, and Gu Yan is just an ordinary person. It is too dangerous for him to stay with him on this road of revenge. The enemy may find our Lung family again, and then Gu Yan, an ordinary person, will definitely be killed. Those people will once again take away the people around them one by one. Lung Qingqiu clenched his fists, feeling very complicated and conflicted. Because of Gu Yan's arrival, he felt more at ease and happy. But she forgot that it is actually very dangerous around her. Gu Yan, do you really want to be with me? However, the lyrics that Gu Yan sang next made Lung Qingqiu stunned. Just listen. Maybe the future is light years away. I am willing to wait for you in the unknown. At this point, the rhythm of the music changed rapidly, and Gu Yan's piano playing was also extremely fast and wild. He raised his voice and sang, "I didn't expect I could be so crazy for you. Landslides and tsunamis don't even want to escape without you. My brain has gone crazy because of you. My pulse and heartbeat don't matter without you." Boom! Everyone's head was thundering and goosebumps appeared all over their body. An old man sitting in the corner suddenly stood up excitedly. He looked at Gu Yan, his whole body trembling with excitement. I couldn't help crying. This is what a beautiful song. Mr. Tang, are you okay? It's okay. It's just that this song reminds me of the past. The atmosphere of the scene exploded instantly, and everyone couldn't help but gasp. Ah, Master Gu, Master Gu, Gu Yan, young Master Gu, Yin Yan's mom loves you. Word of mouth spread, and everyone cheered. They abandoned their identities, their pride, and their prejudices against Gu Yan. Everyone couldn't help but shout out. At this moment, they just wanted to cooperate with Gu Yan and indulge their emotions. Shin Wanner closed her eyes, but tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. She couldn't help but lie on the table and sob in this noisy place. Why? Why was I so stupid back then? Why did I treat Gu Yan like that if I had agreed to be with Gu Yan? So now, is this song that Gu Yan sang to me? Lung Qingqiu, I hate you. Why are you so outstanding? Why do you want to be my idol? Why did you become Gu Yan's lover after falling from the altar and take away my Gu Yan? Seeing Shan Wanner crying and looking a little at a loss, Xiao Lin could only comfort her again and again. On Bai Jun's side, he looked at Gu Yan and couldn't help but think of the girl who followed him back then. Unfortunately, everything came to nothing. Bai Qionglan stared at Gu Yan in a daze, something coming to her mind. His hand tightly grasped the jade pendant on his chest. Mei Shui was a little shocked. She didn't expect Gu Yan to be such a good singer. She subconsciously looked towards Lung Qingqiu, wanting to see what her master's reaction was. As a result, the other party's expression did not change at all, and even his tone was very flat. Leave Mei Shui. It seems nothing happened. The operation continues. After saying that, he walked out of the banquet hall. Mei Shui also felt immense admiration. He is worthy of being the master, because he originally treated Gu Yan as a puppet to be used, so naturally he would not be moved by the other party's behavior. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and realized that she had to learn from her master. However, what Mei Shui didn't realize was, Lung Qingqiu's face under the gauze hat was already covered with blush. Her hands were clenched tightly together, and her dark green eyes and rosy cheeks made her look very cute and charming. Recalling Gu Yan's passionate confession in her mind, her voice trembled and was barely audible. Bad guy. Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. The moment Mei Shui gave Lung Qingqiu's order, all members quickly set out. Bao Yin was still reluctant to finish listening to the song Gu Yan sang, but her master's order was more important. Although he has a wooden head, his singing is surprisingly good. All right, you're leaving now? The Lord of Yama's palace still needs you. Bao Yin pulled Murong Ci, who was still in a conflicted state, out of the banquet hall. Chapter 90. The Terror of the Lord of Yama Palace. After singing a song, Guyan had already left the stage. There is no harm without comparison. When Lan Zijing sang again, no one was willing to pay for it. In the end, he had to be asked to leave by the hotel staff. The banquet performance continued, and many people wanted to pay Gu Yin to sing a few more songs. It's just that Gu Yin is not sure of money at all, and he has also made friends with the heads of many families or young people. It has changed some of the previous reputation and word of mouth. Someone with good sense had already moved another chair next to Lung Ling. After dealing with those people, Gu Yin sat down next to Lung Linger with a tired look on his face. Seeing Gu Yin looking tired, Lung Linger felt a little guilty and pulled Gu Yin up to sing. But when she thought of Gu Yan singing, she couldn't help but feel a little happy. Brother-in-law, you are really good at singing. So many people were convinced in just a short time. Lung Linger's generous praise did not make Gu Yin feel very happy. He looked at Lung Linger with a kind face. You little devil, you actually tricked me. Hey, head. Gu Yin sighed lightly and thought, forget it, but this is also a good thing. At least it changes the impression that others have of you. Well, maybe it's like this. He changed from a bootlicker to a violent person, and then to a talented, rich second generation. Gu Yin felt the glances of his peers and mature women around him. He suddenly felt that these so-called business owners and family members were actually the same as ordinary people. They would wave flags crazily for the things they liked, and he had also heard that some rich kids would do some irrational things for their favorite stars. He glanced at the group of people and found that he knew many of them. He has had many collaborations with the Gu family, and he has not forgotten the Gu family's annual meeting. Don't forget, that will be the third time to vote on the heir to the Gu family. If he was vetoed, the Gu family, with such a huge fortune, would have to choose the next heir. Of course, even if Gu Yin lost his qualifications as an heir, it wouldn't matter. After all, the current head of the family is Gu Tianming, who is strong and healthy. Unless he dies or abdicates voluntarily. Suddenly, Gu Yin thought of something and immediately understood why such a large family as the Gu family actually had a voting system. Although it is not explicitly stated in the original novel, various details show that the Gu family is actually a family of warriors. In other words, it is a branch of a certain warrior family left in the secular world. This was just a plot point that the author mentioned casually, and it ended without filling in the gaps. In other words, this vote is not as simple as selecting an obvious successor to the group. There must be some other deeper meaning behind this. Yin Qingqing kept looking towards Gu Yin vaguely. She wanted to talk to him. But Lung Linger blocked her. How abominable. Do you even have my phone? Yin Qingqing looked at Lung Linger, who was holding her cell phone, with dissatisfaction. The other party said that he didn't have his cell phone with him, so he borrowed her cell phone to record Gu Yin. Oh, that's right. I have a good idea. Yin Qingqing didn't know what she was thinking about, and she coughed dryly at Lung Linger. Well, Sister Linger, how about we add each other as friends? When you get back, I'll send you the video you recorded. Lung Linger was stunned when she heard this. Oh, yes. She returned the phone to Yin Qingqing and nodded happily. Okay, I'll add you when I get back. Anyway, Guyan already knew about the cell phone incident, so it didn't matter if I told him about it in front of him. Seeing that the plan was successful, Yin Qingqing started chatting with Lung Linger again, and intentionally or unintentionally asked her questions along the way. Seeing this, Gu Yin thought about it and didn't stop it. After all, Yin Qingqing was also a hidden line that needed attention. By the way, speaking of this, I don't know how the Yi organization's operations are going. Just thinking about it. Gu Yin. A panicked voice sounded in Gu Yan's ears. In the dim light, Gu Yin looked and saw Long Zai-Tian coming to his side with a look of horror on his face. Dragon in the sky? Gu Yin was a little surprised. He looked around and didn't see the other party's bodyguard, so he asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Yin Qingqing and Lung Linger also looked over when they heard the noise. Hey, why is there another small fry here? He must be here to flatter my brother-in-law. Isn't this the adopted son of Yin Xing Group's chairman Yin? How does he know Gu Yin? Long Zai-Tian's body was shaking. He grabbed Gu Yin and said, "Listen to me. A group of lunatics broke into my godfather's room. I was destroying Tian Fong's information when I saw it on the surveillance camera. Gu Yin, you have to save me. You have to help me." Madman? Could he be Qingqiu's subordinate? Gu Yin frowned. He stood up and said to Lung Linger, "Stay here and don't run around." As he spoke, he pulled Long Zhaitian out of the banquet hall and said, "Come with me." Ling Ling was confused. "Hey, brother-in-law." "No. Why did Zhan Yugu suddenly leave with this strange person?" Yin Qingqing was a little confused. What was Long Zhaitian talking about? What madman? What about saving him? At the same time, this is the side of Yin Huang, the lord of Yama Palace. It's already a tragedy. Yin Huang's pupils kept shrinking as he looked at the scene in disbelief. The previous second, he was still thinking about what to say when he went on stage. But the next second, the sound of flesh being torn filled his ears. He didn't react, perhaps because he was thinking about something, or perhaps because of his age and injury. His body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. The smell of blood filled the place. He seemed to recall the scene from that year. No, should I say, the scene before him, or rather the people before him, actually overlapped infinitely with the figures of the group of people back then. He swallowed in fear, the scars on his body aching again, and he couldn't even muster the will to resist. Yin Huang looked at the people in his room in horror. They were all dressed in the familiar black clothes. "Are you? Yeah." At this moment, Yin Huang seemed to have forgotten that if he resisted, he could still unleash the strength of the peak of the early Grandmaster level. "Long time no see, Lord of Yama Palace." At this moment, a cold voice echoed in the room. In an instant, respect and excitement appeared in the eyes of everyone present. They stood on both sides, creating a road in the center that seemed to be left open for new visitors. Yin Huang sat on the chair, looking at the empty passage with fear on his face. This scene, how similar was it? That existence from back then had appeared before all of them in the same way. Next second, a figure walked out from the shadows. She was wearing a black cloak and a black gauze hat, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, and a slight chill surrounded her. Lung Qingxiu glanced at every corner of the room calmly. Her dark green eyes were cold and sharp. After confirming that there were no more survivors, she looked at Yin Huang. Her presence made Yin Huang feel extremely oppressed, and the latter gripped the handle tightly. Lung Qingxiu's voice was icy cold, like frost piercing the heart. "Yin Huang, you have lived for so long. It's time to pay the price for what happened back then." "What happened back then?" Yin Huang's pupils contracted when Lung Qingxiu took off his veil and when he saw her eyes. He was shocked. He lost control of his emotions, pointed at Lung Qingxiu, and said in disbelief, "Lung Qingxiu, yeah, you used that dagger. You're crazy. You're crazy." As soon as the words fell, phew, Yin Huang's jaw was removed, and his two arms were pierced by two bone spurs on the handles. "As you can see, I crawled out of hell." Lung Qingxiu walked over gracefully, looking down at the other person from a superior position, and said, "Tell me, why did you massacre our Lung family back then?" Yin Huang was terrified, but he couldn't speak because his jaw was removed. Lung Qingxiu sighed softly, as if feeling helpless. She glanced at Mei Shui and the other person. "Mei Shui, Fangya, go and bring Long Zhaitian over." Long Zhaitian has a special kind of true energy in his body, and the vitality of that true energy is extremely vigorous and powerful. Only that life energy can enable him to display his abilities to the minimum extent, and only then can it be enough to save Yin Huang's life, which is as fragile as a dying candle. She didn't believe that what Yin Huang said in this state was true, and only by becoming her own puppet could she ensure the integrity of the truth. The moment Yin Huang heard the true energy in Long Tianyi, he became even more panicked, and his body began to struggle. At the same time, Gu Yin and Long Zhaitian had already arrived at the corridor outside the banquet hall. Gu Yin said to Long Zhaitian, "Calm down. Tell me everything that happened." Long Zhaitian's eyes were still filled with fear. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Okay, this is what happened." Chapter 91. That man is an integral part of the Master's plan. Gu Yin has already understood the situation. To put it simply, it was when Long Zhaitian was destroying the materials that showed his collusion with the demonic warrior Tianfang while using surveillance to monitor his godfather. Suddenly, a group of people wearing strange masks and uniform black clothes broke into his godfather's room. And in the blink of an eye, he killed everyone on the field except Yin Huang. Combined with Long Zhaitian's statement, those people seemed to have suddenly teleported out of the shadows, which was very terrifying. Gu Yin nodded. "Yes, it must be Qingxiu's men." "So," Gu Yin patted Long Zhaitian's shoulder with a kind look on his face. Seeing the other party's confused expression, he smiled and said, "That's it. You should do your best." "Just kidding. I originally thought that Lung Qingqiu would not be able to control the palace of Yama, according to the original plot. That's why he comes here to do this and that. As it turns out now, the World Correction Force is worthy of its name. No matter what, Lung Qingqiu will follow the plot in the original work. Although, it is not clear how the other party controls the Hall of Yama. Long Zai was so frightened that he became incoherent when he heard Gu Yan's words that seemed to abandon him. He grabbed Gu Yan's hand with a pale face and said, "What? You are not going to help me. Didn't we agree that I would cooperate with you after I became the Lord of Yama? Where's your Grandmaster bodyguard? Hurry and get him to come out and save me. Those guys will definitely kill my godfather, and then they'll definitely come after me." When Long Zai thought of the weirdness of that group of people, his legs went weak and tears welled up in his eyes. I still have a bright future. I still have great ambitions. I still want to rule the world. How can I die here? How would you feel if you were grabbed by a grown man who was crying? Gu Yan calmly removed Long Zaiqian's hand and said in a comforting manner, "It's okay, Brother Long." When Long Zaiqian heard this, he raised his head and looked at Gu Yan in surprise. "Are you willing to help me?" Just as he finished speaking, he saw Gu Yan laugh and shook his head. Respecting the fate of others is a traditional virtue of us Chinese people, although I really don't want to say it. But the cooperation I mentioned before he finished speaking, buzz, an inexplicable wave instantly enveloped the entire corridor. The surroundings became extremely dark, as if this place was in another space. Immediately following, "Go to hell!" An excited roar suddenly came from here. Swoosh! A swift figure suddenly emerged from Gu Yan's shadow. He had a pair of sharp claws and stabbed directly at Gu Yan's back. Fong looked at Gu Yan and smiled cruelly in his heart. "Although I don't know who you are, brother, I'm sorry, because the master's order is to bring back Long Zai, so everyone else must die." However, before he could succeed, another figure appeared from the wall next to Gu Yan. Bang! Boom! The moment the figure appeared, he used a dagger to block Fong's fatal attack. Then he kicked Fangs with a whip kick and sent him flying into the wall of the corridor. Cough! The latter was caught off guard and kicked against the wall. After rebounding due to inertia, he hit the ground and then raised his head while holding his chest. He looked at the newcomer with an incredible look. "Asshole, what are you doing?" The visitor withdrew his legs and fell silent. Mei Shue's heart sank. Oh no, she subconsciously rescued Gu Yan. Damn it. This sudden change made Gu Yan stunned. Wait, what's going on? He subconsciously looked at the person who came to help him and the person who was kicked away by the other party. The clothes worn by the two people are mainly in deep black. If you look closely, you can see endless dark haze emanating from the surroundings of their clothes. Silver-white mysterious runes are dotted on the black clothing, emitting a strange glow in the dark night. In addition, the most eye-catching thing is the masks covering the faces of the two people. Although they're called masks, it depends on Gu Yan's words. It was more like a flowing black vortex, covering the entire face of the person who came. Of course, the most important thing is not this, but why did Qingqiu's men want to kill me? And then Mei Shue defeated the friendly forces and saved me? When Long Zaiqian saw Mei Shue and the others, he turned pale with fright. He made a chicken-like sound and hid behind Gu Yan, holding his head. Come, come, come. At this moment, because of the scene he saw on the surveillance camera, Long Zai, a warrior in the early stage of the innate realm, had no desire to resist at all. We can only rely on the invincible bodyguard behind Gu Yan. Rub. The fangs dug their sharp claws into the ground. Seeing that Mei Shue did not respond, he became even more furious. Go to hell. Fong roared and rushed over from the ground, but his target was Mei Shue. The latter did not answer, but rushed forward as well. Bang, bang, bang. Facing Fong's angry attack, Mei Shue dodged every attack calmly and decisively. Her body flexibly avoided Fong's sharp claws, leaving no chance for the opponent to take advantage. She dodged and looked at Gu Yan. Seeing that the other party had no reaction and was still standing there, I cursed him in my heart for not understanding my good intentions. Mei Shue never thought that Gu Yan would actually stay with Long Zaiqian. When she was about to report the situation to her master, Fong took action, and even the target of the attack was Gu Yan. In desperation, she could only help because she knew the relationship between Gu Yan and her master. After all, the master will control the Gu family in the future, so Gu Yan cannot die now. Fong became more and more annoyed because Mei Shue didn't fight him at all. Why? Why are you helping that guy? D. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Clang. Mei Shui took out a dagger and collided with the opponent's claws. The sounds of fierce fighting echoed in the corridor, and sparks flew with every collision. Gu Yin reacted after a brief moment of confusion. So that's how it is. The one with sharp claws should be the orc Fong in night. The other party was brutal by nature and loved killing. Since he didn't know Lung Qingqiu's good husband, he would naturally attack him. Mei Xuan knew the relationship between herself and Lung Qingqiu, so she came forward to help him. Or perhaps it was because Lung Qingqiu had not informed his subordinates of his existence. So Mei Shui had to silently resist the opponent's attack. Simply put, the best way right now is Gu Yin took a deep breath, then suddenly ran in the opposite direction of the crowd. I took out my cell phone and called Lao Gao, but there was no signal. He looked around and immediately understood that this was Mei Shui's unique ability. She could use the darkness to cover a space and isolate everything. In short, in order to avoid putting Mei Shui in a difficult position, he decided to run away first. If the other party really wanted to help him, he should have taken back this ability quickly. Mei Shui felt relieved when she saw this scene, and the darkness of night also dissipated. Long Zai Tian reacted and quickly followed. Wait for me. When Fang Ya saw that the target of the mission had escaped, a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. But Mei Shui still did not let him leave. Only after confirming that Gu Yin had left did Mei Shui step aside and stop stopping him. Fang looked at Mei Shui angrily and asked through gritted teeth, Mei Shui, are you crazy? You betrayed the organization? Do you know what will happen to us if the master finds out that you betrayed us? Before he finished speaking, Mei Shui said coldly, Fool, do you know that you are about to ruin the master's plan? Ah! Fang was slightly stunned when he heard this. Then he grinned and cursed. What nonsense are you talking about? I was about to succeed just now. After killing that insignificant person, Fang was speechless as he was talking. He reacted and asked in disbelief, Are you talking about the man without cultivation? Mei Xuan nodded slightly and said calmly, That man is an indispensable part of the master's plan. Specific situation. She paused, then said, You'll understand after reporting the current situation to the master. Fang scratched his head. After hearing what Mei Shui said, his anger subsided a lot. I'm so annoyed. Anyway, you just need to tell me that I can't kill that young master of the Gu family, right? Then, what about Long Zaiqian who's standing next to him? Will the eldest son of the Gu family stop us from arresting him? When Mei Shui heard this, she was not sure about the relationship between Gu Yin and Long Zaiqian. After all, when it came to matters concerning Gu Yin, she had to ask her master for instructions. So he said, I still have to ask the master first. TSK, what a hassle. Fang muttered a few words, but did not refute. The two of them had the ability to conceal their breath, so they were not discovered. They disappeared into the darkness and left the place in the blink of an eye. Chapter 92 The Death of the Lord of Yama Palace. Gu Yin is only my husband in the secular world. When he arrived outside the banquet hotel, Gu Yin successfully called Lao Gao. It just so happened that the other party had already settled Tian Fong, so he arrived at Gu Yan's side in less than a few minutes. As soon as he arrived, he frantically checked if Gu Yin was injured. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was fine. Master, you scared me to death. Fortunately, you were not injured, otherwise I really don't know how to explain to the master. Lao Gao was still in shock. He then looked at the pale-faced Long Zaiqian standing beside him. He seemed to sense something and said to Gu Yin, Young master, those people's target is obviously Long Zaiqian. They want something in Long Zaiqian's body. Hearing this, Gu Yin glanced at Long Zaitian, whose expression changed. After hearing this, Long Zaiqian's expression struggled for a moment, but he still sighed helplessly. I was actually just an ordinary person. But when I was a kid on my way home from school, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color, and suddenly a golden halo flashed from between the clouds, and that halo sank into my body. From then on, my mind became more brilliant, my physical fitness became extraordinary, and I could even use powers that ordinary people couldn't imagine. It's just that, not long after that my parents died in a plane accident. Long Zaiqian's expression turned somewhat sad as he spoke of this. Not long after that, the Lord of Yama Palace, my adoptive father, came to me and said that I had a wisp of dragon energy within me. If anyone were to discover the dragon energy within me, it would bring disaster. Perhaps what those mysterious people want is the dragon energy in my body. When Lao Gao heard this, He remained calm on the surface, but he was actually thinking about the dragon energy in the other person's body. People with their level of cultivation can actually see the hidden power of the dragon in the celestial body at a glance. This strand of dragon energy can transform an ordinary person into a martial arts genius. Even if he absorbs this dragon energy, it can improve his understanding of cultivation. Of course, the reason he cared so much about this dragon energy was actually because he was considering his own young master. My young master knows about warriors, but his own strength is very weak. If something like today happens again, it will be too dangerous. The best way is to draw out the dragon energy in the dragon's body and let the young master absorb it. A wisp of dragon energy can at least improve the young master's talent to that of an innate warrior. Then, just keep collecting dragon energy for the young master to absorb. I believe that the young master will definitely be able to grow to or even surpass his level. Guyan naturally had no idea what Lao Gao was thinking. After listening to Long Zaiqian's words, he fell into deep thought. Wait a minute, he knows about dragon energy, because collecting dragon energy is the main content of the original work. It is rumored that a war that destroyed the world broke out in the ancient martial arts world. The Dragon King fell in the war and turned into 99 dragon auras after his death. These 99 dragon auras are scattered all over the world, and each one can bring unexpected improvements to warriors. It is said that if one gathers all the dragon energy in one body, one can gain the power of the ancient Dragon King. The only aspiration of the Dragon King Hall is to collect 99 strands of dragon energy and recreate the glory of the Dragon King. As the male protagonist and heir of the Dragon King Palace, Shaolin naturally took on this difficult task. But until the end, the dragon energy was not collected completely. Of course, the most important thing is not these, but the fact that the first wisp of dragon energy that Shaolin obtained in the original work was related to the Palace of Yama. But that was absorbed from the dead Yin Huang. Wait a minute, it's a bit messy. Yin Huang is still alive in the original novel, but now it seems that Yin Huang is about to die. How can Lung Qingqiu let a dying person continue to live and control him? In order to correct the world's power, Long Zaiqian actually has to die. That is to say, Guyan looked at Long Zaiqian with pity. In other words, Lung Qingqiu's method of keeping Yin Huang under his control and alive was the dragon energy in Long Zaiqian's body. So that's why. No wonder they attacked him. Maybe Lung Qingqiu's order was to bring Long Zaiqian over. After sorting out everything, Gu Yin patted the shoulder of Long Zaiqian, who was still immersed in fantasy. He sighed and said, "Brother Long, you have suffered a lot." Long Zaiqian didn't expect Gu Yin to comfort him. He immediately felt that the man in front of him was quite good, so he forced a smile and said, "It's okay, as long as you can understand me, Gu Yin." Seeing this, Gu Yin coughed dryly and said, "Well, how about this? Let's go in again. This time, with Lao Gao protecting me, I will definitely be able to rescue your adoptive father." When Long Zaiqian heard this, his expression struggled for a moment. In fact, it didn't matter whether his adoptive father died or not, as long as he was alive. After all, he knew back then that the reason his adoptive father found him was actually the dragon energy in his body, but because he was injured in the battle that year, this purpose became less and less. But he would definitely not change his opinion of the other party because of this. When Guyan saw this scene, he was just about to ask Lao Gao to force the other party in for sacrifice. Ah! A scream was heard from the banquet hotel, followed by a commotion. Lao Gao frowned and said, "Master, something seems to have happened inside again." Guyan thought for a moment, then said, "Go in and take a look." As he said this, he smiled kindly at Long Zaiqian. "Brother Long, come here too." For some reason, Guyan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Although Long Zaiqian didn't want to go after hearing this, he was even more unwilling to stay here alone, so he followed Guyan in. As soon as he entered the hotel, Guyan saw the hotel staff hurriedly explaining something to the Yinxing group bodyguards. Guyan and Long Zaiqian went to find out the situation, and finally learned something that he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. Yin Huang is dead. His reaction was one of shock and disbelief. Wait, why did things turn out like this? Yin Huang was killed? No. Was it Qingqiu's order or Lung Bingning's? So what's the storyline like in the original novel? How is Yama controlled? Will Long Zaiqian still need to make sacrifices? Gu Yin, who didn't believe in evil, took the elevator directly to the room where Yin Huang was on the top floor. When Lao Gao Long Zaishan arrived later, the miserable scene in the room left them all stunned. I saw Yin Huang sitting on a chair facing the door, with the back of the chair leaning against the open window. The faint moonlight reflected Yin Huang's appearance at the moment. The opponent's head was cut off and placed in his hand. A bone spur pierced through his crown all the way down, nailing his entire palm to the ground. His expression still contained a look of fear. Godfather. Long Zaijian was terrified. He fell to his knees and said, "You haven't announced that I am the heir yet." Guyan quickly looked around and saw the room full of torn pieces of flesh and corpses, which looked like they were made of fangs. And the way Yin Huang died should be Murong Ci. Just as he thought of this, he saw that there was still a trace of ice crystal remaining on the bone spur that pierced the other person's head. Wait a minute, was it Lung Bingning who did this? Still, Qingxiu. Guyan fell in a deep thought and didn't understand why the other party did this. On the top floor of the banquet hotel, several figures stood respectfully by. They all quietly waited for the next order from the master, who was standing at the edge of the top floor, gazing into the distance as if thinking about something. Lung Qingxiu stood at the edge of the floor, thinking about everything that had happened a quarter of an hour ago. The first joint mission of all members of the night organization seemed to have ended in failure. Of course, it all came down to a decision I made on the spur of the moment. All plans have been disrupted. Lung Qingxiu murmured to herself. If Mei Shui hadn't come to tell her that Gu Yin and Long Zaijian were together, then she would naturally follow the original plan and use the vital energy of the dragon in the celestial body to control the palace of Yama. However, Gu Yin stayed with Long Zaijian. Although she was not sure what the relationship between the two was, she did not want to kill the people around the other person in front of Gu Yin, because she was afraid that when Gu Yin knew her true face, he would reveal the expression that she didn't want to see. Will the source of life that was so dazzling in her eyes also become dim because of this? She didn't want to gamble, nor did she dare to gamble whether Gu Yin would find out that she was the one who did all the cruel things. But even after doing all this, what should I do next? She clenched her fists. To be honest, chopping off her enemy's head with her own hands did not reduce the murderous intent in her heart, because she got to know a piece of information. That is, the reason why their Lung family was targeted back then was not because they had provoked anyone, but it's because their Lung family obtained something. That thing caused panic in the entire ancient martial arts world, which is why so many people came to encircle and suppress their Lung family. Now, that thing was in her eyes. How ridiculous. Just because of a dagger, her family could be slaughtered at will? Taking a deep breath, Lung Qingxiu became more clear about his idea of revenge. She spoke softly, her voice reaching everyone's ears. Gu Yin is only my husband in the secular world. In order to take advantage of the Gu family, he is an important chess piece. No one should attack Gu Yin. After saying this, Lung Qingxiu felt relieved. If he explained the situation to his subordinates, they would not accidentally hurt Gu Yin. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone except Mei Shui was shocked, and then their expressions were shaken. Huh, the master is actually married? As if sensing the reaction of her subordinates, she said calmly, "This is all just for the plan." So that's it. Everyone felt better now. But then he also felt a hint of ridicule towards Gu Yin. Poor guy, he must have saved the world in his previous life to be able to become our master's official husband in this life. What a poor guy. He will definitely be ruthlessly abandoned by his owner. I really look forward to seeing his expression. Bao Yin also thought so in her heart, but she glanced at someone beside her who seemed to have turned gray and covered her face helplessly. Hey, please stop acting like you've been dumped. I really don't know what's going on in this guy's mind. Gu Yan sighed. After a brief brainstorming session, he finally recognized the reality of the moment and looked at Long Zaijian, who was kneeling on the ground in shock and collapse. Gu Yan also knew more or less what was going on in the other person's mind. In desperation, he walked over, squatted down, and put his hand on the other person's shoulder. The latter sensed this and turned his head away. Gu Yan smiled slightly and said, "I think we can continue the cooperation we talked about before." Long Zaijian was a little confused. Haven't we always been partners? Chapter 93 Banquet ends. The police quickly arrived at the banquet hotel and cordoned off the scene. What? Boss Yin is dead. No way. How is that possible? Oh my god, they actually killed Chairman Yin at a banquet hosted by the Yin family. Is this criminal really going to die? The guests in the banquet hall looked pale. This unbelievable news made all of them feel extremely unreal. Yin Huang, the boss of Yinqing Group, is dead? A large group of police surrounded the place, and began to interrogate and investigate one by one. In front of the hotel, Lung Linger took Gu Yan's hand and said with a worried look on her face, "Brother-in-law, you have to be careful." Gu Yan nodded. "Don't worry too much. This matter has nothing to do with us." As he spoke, Gu Yan looked at his family bodyguard and said, "Send Linger back." Yes. After seeing Lung Linger off, Gu Yan returned to the hotel again. In the lobby on the first floor, Long Zaijian just finished the interrogation here. Although he had no feelings for Yin Huang. But when I actually saw the body of my dead adoptive father, I still felt very uncomfortable. He would wonder if this death was too sudden. He was the Lord of Hades, after all, so why did he end up like this? Shaking his head, Long Zaijian saw Gu Yan and hurried over. He felt that the situation around him was extremely dangerous, and he didn't know for sure if those people would come after him later. So he placed his hopes on Gu Yan. "Gu Yan, what should we do next?" Gu Yan glanced at him. The police had checked the surveillance footage of the entire hotel, but found no trace of the criminal. Long Zaijian could see Lung Qingqiu's men, and it seemed that they did it on purpose. Although we don't know why Lung Qingqiu finally chose to kill Yin Huang, it is obvious that there is not enough time in reality for him to finish thinking. It seems that he can only continue to act according to his original plan. Thinking of this, Gu Yan sighed inwardly. The plot has completely changed beyond recognition. Looking at Long Zaijian with an uneasy look in his eyes, Gu Yan thought that this idiot had become even more stupid. He remembered that there seemed to be a dragon energy in the other person's body. It's useless to keep it in his body anyway, so it's better to take it out and let him absorb it. Thinking of this, Gu Yan said kindly, "Brother Long, it's okay. Everyone knows that you are the most talented person and the one most qualified to be the heir. I will help you secure your position as chairman of Yinxin Group. But the prerequisite is that you promise me one thing." After listening to Gu Yan's words, Long Zaijian felt a little more at ease. With the help of Gu Yan's family and the masters around them, he believed that his safety would be guaranteed. "What's the matter? Do you want money?" Long Zaijian asked anxiously. Gu Yanza hadn't thought of saying it here, so he smiled mysteriously and said, No. Let's talk about it later. Let's discuss this matter after your adoptive father's funeral is over." Oh. Long Zaijian nodded. Nowadays, the Yama Palace has lost its backbone and its strength is not as strong as before. He is also afraid that those men in black will come back again, so he can only rely on Gu Yan. At this time, a familiar voice sounded. "Gu Yan, who do you think did this?" Gu Yan and Long Zaijian looked over. Bai Jun walked over with a heavy face. He had just seen his sister off and immediately checked the people in the entire banquet hall. As a result, he came to a conclusion that made him feel heavy-hearted. There were more or less a few bodyguards from each family and hotel staff who were supposed to be in the banquet hall. In other words, these missing people are most likely the murderers of Yin Huang. Gu Yan shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it's Mr. Yan's enemy? He looked at Long Zaijian and said, "Brother Long, what do you think? How did I see it? I saw it clearly, that a group of men in black killed my adoptive father. But of course this cannot be said out loud." Long Zaijian choked up with grief and said, "I don't know, but I must avenge my adoptive father. Yan Wong is adopted son." It seemed that he would be announced as the heir today. Bai Jun glanced at Long Zaijian and didn't expect that he was friends with Gu Yan. Just then, an irritable and arrogant voice came from the side. "I already told you I don't know, okay? I was in the banquet hall the whole time." Gu Yan and Bai Jun looked over. The latter's eyes narrowed. The person who spoke was the woman next to the man who gave him a terrifying and oppressive feeling. "We have witnesses who prove we were in the banquet hall the entire time. If you don't believe me, just ask them." Bai Lian looked very angry, as if she had been wronged, and pointed her finger at the business owners. The police looked over when they heard this. The bosses of various companies nodded one after another. "That's right, Miss Bai has always been with us." "Yes, and Mr. Mu, we are all in the banquet hall." "That's right, comrade, please don't wrongly accuse a good person. How could we be the murderer? Can you let us go?" Upon hearing this, the young police officer closed his investigation book and said seriously, "This is all required by procedure. Please be patient. Once the investigation is complete, those who are not suspected will be allowed to leave." From beginning to end, Murong Ci didn't say a word. The White Army withdrew their gaze, and their doubts about them were dispelled. So many people testified together, and Bai Lian and the others were indeed in the banquet hall when the incident happened. It seems that they were not the murderers. Gu Yan admired Bai Lian's acting skills and glanced at the business owners. They all looked at Bai Lian with admiring eyes. Isn't this all bewitching? Gu Yan's eye twitched. Wow. Seeing the scene in real life, he still felt that this naturally charming body was extremely exaggerated. This physique will not really be the same as the setting in the original book. When you reach the level of Grandmaster, you can influence the minds of people who control an entire country with just a blink of an eye. Right? No way, no way. After thinking for a moment, Gu Yan laughed and shook his head. Just kidding, don't scare yourself. It's not that exaggerated. Well, that shouldn't be the case. Gu Yan didn't dwell too much on this issue. A cordon has been set up at the crime scene on the top floor of the hotel. Chun Ying stood inside the cordon with a frown on her face, looking at the body being examined by the forensic doctor in front of her. After hesitating for a moment, he came to a conclusion. This is what a warrior does. Chun Ying was very sure that this was the method used by warriors. Without leaving any trace in the surveillance, he killed Yin Huang like a shadow. This is obviously not something that ordinary people can do, thinking of the magic warrior Tianfang that Gu Yin and he met. She frowned immediately. This murder was also done by a demonic warrior. Demonic warrior. Chun Ying clenched his fists. Are all the magic warriors such people who kill people at will? She took a deep breath. This matter was no longer something that the secular world could handle. She had to report this to her father as soon as possible and have him notify the warrior department to come and investigate the matter. After being enlightened by Gu Yin, Chun Ying has figured things out. Sometimes many things cannot be done just by your enthusiasm, so leave professional matters to professionals. In order to solve the case as quickly as possible, the warrior department must be called in to investigate the matter as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, Chun Ying suddenly thought of something, told the police to protect the scene, and then took the elevator downstairs. Chapter 94. Do you know why the master wants to kill Yin Huang? Xin Wanner's face was a little pale, and she was wearing the coat that Xiao Lin gave her. After learning that a murder had occurred here, she felt extremely panicked and scared. Although there had been a murder in her company before, those people were attacking her, so she naturally did not feel any psychological pressure after the death. But now, the person who was killed was the boss of Yinchen Group. People like that will be killed. This means that the hotel is no longer safe and the murderer might be hiding among them. Shun Wanner grabbed Xiao Lin's wrist in fear and asked in panic, Xiao Lin, will you protect me? Xiao Lin looked at Shun Wanner's frail appearance, and a surge of blood rushed up. He immediately said seriously, I will protect you, Wanner, even if I die. When Xin Wanner heard this, perhaps because she believed in Xiao Lin's ability, she felt much better and suddenly felt that Xiao Lin seemed to be a good person. At least it can give people a sense of security. Guyan had already left her, and now she glanced at Xiao Lin. He had a strong sense of justice and was very capable. She could also tell that he seemed to like her. But let her really be with Xiao Lin. Xin Wanner thought that Xiao Lin was just a security guard in her company. So I gave up the idea and decided to talk about it later. On the surface, Xin Wanner expressed her gratitude to Xiao Lin. Thank you, Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin was startled. Then he touched his nose and said embarrassedly, Hey, it's okay. Valnat smiled at them. Could it be that she is interested in me too? Although Wanner seems to have some relationship with Gu Yin, it doesn't matter because the person next to Wanner now is me. But although he thought so, Xiao Lin still couldn't forget Wang Yulan, who found a house for him when he first came to Shanghai. The other person was injured by me and is still in the hospital. There's also the eldest daughter of the Bai family, who also has half a jade pendant that she wants. These people all seem to have some relationship with Gu Yin, and they don't seem to like him very much. When Xiao Lin thought of this, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of frustration and loss, but he didn't know where this inexplicable feeling came from. Gu Yin was still chatting with Bai Jun about random things. Chun Ying happened to be coming downstairs at this time, and came over as soon as he saw Gu Yin. After seeing Gu Yin, Chun Ying kept his words short and looked a little serious. Gu Yin, this matter is not something we can solve. This group's methods are too cruel. You have a lot of information. Do you have any impression of this kind of killing method? Bai Jun also looked at Gu Yin in surprise. He didn't expect that Chun Ying would actually ask him. It seems that the eldest son of the Gu family is indeed different from the rumors. However, Gu Yin looked puzzled. I can be sure that I have never seen this kind of killing method before. At this point, he looked indignant and clenched his fists tightly. How could he be so cruel? Boss Yin is my most respected senior, but he actually... At the end of his speech, Gu Yin closed his eyes and could no longer speak, expressing both his hatred for the murderer and his sorrow for Yin Huang's death. Long Zaijian was dumbfounded watching from the side. I remember you weren't like this when you saw Yin Huang's body. Bai Jun was also a little surprised. It turned out that Gu Yin had been suppressing his emotions. It wasn't until someone asked him about it that he burst out. When Bai Jun thought of this, his eyes became friendly when he looked at Gu Yin. No wonder he helped his sister. It turns out that Gu Yin is also a chivalrous man. Bai Lian and Murong Ci also noticed the movement on Gu Yan's side. The former curled his lips and said, "What?" It turns out that guy's idol is that old guy. But it's a pity that the guy has been killed by their master. I'm really looking forward to what kind of expression Gu Yan will have when she finds out that her idol was killed by her master. Bai Lian smiled on the surface. But in fact, she was already looking forward to the moment when her master revealed his true face and Gu Yan's face full of devastation and shock. Haha, just a man. Murong Ci looked at Gu Yan, then lowered his head, his eyes dim. Chen Yingyin felt that Gu Yan was Gu Yan, and he was still so kind, just like when he scolded Xiao Lin in the detention center. Chen Yingyin knew that Gu Yan was very kind and hated evil. She comforted him. "Don't be sad, Gu Yan. I will report this matter to the director immediately and ask him to arrange a specialist to handle it." When he said this, Chunning looked at Bai Jun intentionally or unintentionally, and the meaning was self-evident. The White Army pretended not to see it. Are you kidding? The affairs of Yama's palace were taken over and handled by those conservative guys. If he rashly intervenes, things will be terrible. The warriors of the two factions may be about to fight. However, the news of Yin Huang's death should reach the department's ears soon. We'll see what the boss will do then. After hearing this, Gu Yin opened his eyes. His eye sockets were already extremely red, as if he was trying hard to suppress the grief in his heart. Lao Gao, who was watching from the side, fell silent. "Young master, when did you have any contact with the King of Hell?" Wasn't the only time they were in contact the moment he stepped on Tian Feng's body and threatened Long Zaijian to wait for Yin Huang to die and then take over the palace of the King of Hell and cooperate with him? Is that possible? Lao Gao's eyes widened. "Master, what is this? Split personality again? Should I go to the hospital?" Lao Gao fell into deep thought. Gu Yin took a deep breath and said to Chen Yingyin with a forced smile, "Well, I believe Uncle Chun will find a murderer soon. Return peace and prosperity to our Zhanghai." Bang! Bai Jun laughed heartily when he heard this. He patted Gu Yin on the back and said, "Well said, Gu Yin. I still say the same thing. If you need anything, you can always come to me." He looked at Chen Yingyin and said, "I want to go to the scene to see the situation." The latter knew the other party's identity, so he nodded. "Okay." Gu Yin coughed dryly and said, "Since I have nothing to do here." Chen Yingyin nodded and comforted him. "Well, Gu Yin, you can go back first. Don't worry too much. This matter has nothing to do with you." "Okay, Sister Nangyin, you guys should be careful too. It would be terrible if the murderer is still at the scene." Bao Yin. Chen Yingyin felt warm in her heart and smiled to show that she understood. When they got outside, Long Zaijian chased after him. "Gu Yin, you're just leaving like that? What should I do?" Gu Yin had already exited his grief mode by this time. He rubbed his eyes, which had turned red from being squeezed, and said, "You should eat and drink. Just wait and see who will take over the Yinxing group next." As he spoke, Gu Yin looked at Long Zaijian with an inexplicable hint in his eyes and said, "Don't forget to hold a press conference. Before that, concentrate on practicing your acting skills." After saying that, he got into a luxury car and left the hotel. Long Zaijian stood in the wind, looking at the luxury car that disappeared from his sight. I suddenly had a bad feeling. He always felt that the look Gu Yin gave him at the end was filled with ill intentions. No. Now we are both tied to the same rope. After all, the group of men in black have their eyes on Gu Yin and want to kill him. The combination of Yama Hall and the Gu family is definitely stronger than Gu Yin fighting alone. Long Zaijian shook his head violently, his eyes gradually becoming firm. Now he only needed to consider how to inherit the palace of Yama. He believed that Gu Yin would not do anything to him at this critical juncture. Luxury cars are driving on the road. Gu Yin was thinking about his next plan. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared in Gu Yan's mind. "What is your relationship with Yama?" Hearing Mei Shui's voice, Gu Yin remained calm on the surface, closed his eyes, and replied in his heart, "It doesn't matter." Hearing this answer, Mei Shui seemed silent, thought for a while, and continued to ask, "Do you know why the master wants to kill Yin Huang?" It was indeed Qingxiu who did it. Gu Yin was stunned. But why? Wouldn't it be better to stay and control the Hades Palace? He subconsciously asked in his heart, "Why?" "Because of you." Gu Yin was stunned. "What? Chapter 95 Qingxiu. Do you like me? Because of me? Before Gu Yin could react, Mei Shui continued. After the master learned that you and Long Zai were together, she gave up the idea of controlling Yin Huang and killed him after clarifying some things. Even if a living Yin Huang creates much more value than a dead Yin Huang. When Mei Shui said this, her mood was extremely complicated. I didn't expect that the master would directly change the established plan in order to control the Gu family. Could it be that there is something in the Gu family that is more valuable than the palace of Yama? Is it because of this? Gu Yin thought of all the possibilities in his mind, but the only thing he didn't think of was that Lung Qingxiu gave up the plan in the original book just because he knew that Long Zaiyin was beside him. Why? In the original novel, Lung Qingxiu is cold-blooded and ruthless, his methods so brutal that they terrify the readers. He is an out-and-out villain who has been petitioned to be killed in blood by thousands of people. It can be said that the other party can give up everything and abandon all emotions for his revenge plan. But why? Guyan's heart was shocked. Wait a minute, that's not right. Guyan suddenly discovered a blind spot. He opened his eyes in annoyance. Yes, because of his intervention in this life, the plot has changed beyond recognition. Lung Qingxiu did not succeed in turning evil, but instead became his fiancée. When he thought of that proud, and arrogant good wife in his mind, Guyan couldn't help but smile. No, now is not the time to think about my wife's beautiful face. Guyan covered his face with his hands, and through his fingers was revealed a pie-shaped statistical chart of his frustration, shock, surprise, regret, entanglement, and pain. Does it explain why Lung Qingxiu changed the various plans in the original work because of me? Qingxiu, is she also kind of interested in me? So that's why she wants to take care of my feelings? Guyan didn't know why, but once it came to Lung Qingxiu's affairs, he could infer Lung Qingxiu's psychology by comparing it with the original novel. Although he wasn't sure if this was the case, Guyan probably felt that Lung Qingxiu's inner thoughts were probably like this. Because he likes Guyan, he doesn't want Guyan to know how cruel his methods are. The identities of Long Zai and Guyan are not known yet. Therefore, if he rashly asked his men to kill Long Zai, who was beside Guyan, it might make Guyan sad and upset, and in short, it would cause some psychological and emotional changes in Guyan. And if Guyan finds out that he is the mastermind behind all this, then the corners of Gu Yanxiao's mouth cracked, and he nodded in agreement, although this guess may be a bit exaggerated. Oh no, this is obviously not the guess. Gu Yin shook his head again, and Lung Qingxiu's sometimes cold and beautiful face popped up in his mind again. How could Lung Qingxiu possibly have such thoughts? The other party was Lung Qingxiu. Of course, what if I do like him a little bit? But even if I do like him a little bit, I won't necessarily give up the original plan for him. But what if I really like him? Thinking of this, Gu Yin laughed and shook his head. It's impossible. Gu Yin, please stop being narcissistic. In the original novel, the one who chopped up his enemy's family into pieces and used the minced meat to make dumplings for his enemy to eat, thus breaking down his psychological defenses. How could Lung Qingxiu, who absorbed warriors' souls to practice and listened to the screams of their souls, come to like him so much? But I didn't say I wouldn't like him, at least not now. If you don't like him very much and want to take care of his feelings as his favorite lover. After thinking about it, Gu Yin became conflicted again. Why did Lung Qingxiu kill Yin Huang for him? Mei Shui fell silent, and she lay on the car body to conceal her breath. Even his face was changed by the shadow ability of night. Because she was recognized by Gu Yin in the banquet hall before, she was severely scolded by the host. So she remembered the teaching that she must put on a full set of makeup. After feeling the shock and confusion in Gu Yan's heart, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Very good. If I tell Gu Yin some information about the master appropriately, he will be able to trust Lung Qingxiu immensely. This will lay a better foundation for the master to take over the Gu family in the future. Knowing that the master changed the plan because of you, I believe Gu Yin must be so moved that he can't control himself, right? As for Gu Yin, he had stopped thinking. It's too troublesome to think about it. Anyway, Lung Qingxiu will never change the main plan in the original book because of him. After all, Lung Qingxiu gave him a very profound and extremely cold-blooded stereotype in the original novel. That woman was so desperate for revenge that she even plotted against her own sister Lung Bingning. There is even a series of weird and vicious plots that follow, which makes readers break out in cold sweats. Why set up an evil sacrificial array in the middle of the city and sacrificed half of the city's people? Why not the whole city? That's because Lung Qingqiu's purpose was only to delay the protagonists who were rushing to an important location so that they could rush back to the sacrificed city to rescue immediately. It's a disaster. He leaned against the car window with his left hand supporting his face, looking at the traffic flashing by outside. As he watched, he became a little conflicted again. No way. Lung Qingqiu couldn't have really fallen in love with me, right? Lung family. At the bathroom door. Qingqiu, do you like me? Gu Yin mustered up the courage to stand in front of Lung Qingqiu and shouted out in one breath. And Qingqiu, you smell so good. Ah. Lung Qingqiu was wearing a bathrobe, obviously having just taken a shower. She was using cold water to dilute her complicated emotions. She also kept asking herself, what kind of existence is Gu Yin to her? Lol. No, that's just the surface. Friends? They seem like friends, but they also seem more than just friends. Family? That's not the case at all. Her family is dead, and now Lung Linger is the only one she considers as family. So what was Gu Yin? His own slave? Or a slave with the support of a large family? Well, when Lung Qingqiu thought of this, he felt better. Only when I finally felt better and walked out of the bathroom. Then he saw the dazzling source of life suddenly standing at the bathroom door. I don't know if it was my illusion, but the moment I came out, the head of the life source seemed to be scanning my whole body up and down. This made Lung Qingqiu feel ashamed and angry, especially since the other party asked a question that made her unable to help but swear. Why would someone ask her if she liked someone at the bathroom door? You should at least see if the atmosphere is good. Lung Qingqiu gritted her teeth and cursed angrily. Get out. After saying that, he ran upstairs with his bare feet clacking. Lung Linger flashed behind Gu Yin and snapped. He slapped Gu Yan's back hard. You got scolded. You jerk Udu told you that my sister is taking a shower and she hates being disturbed the most. Hey, what's wrong with you? Lung Linger was patting when she realized that Gu Yin didn't say anything, so she walked over and took a look. Then, Gu Yin looked very excited, and his nose was bleeding. Lung Linger's expression gradually became shocked. Are you a pervert? Pervert? No. The picture of Lung Qingqiu emerging from the bath was still replaying in Gu Yan's mind. He was like a saint who had entered sage mode after a fight. While his nose was bleeding, he said to Lung Linger in a gentle and pleasant manner, I was just moved by seeing something very beautiful. My love overflowed, and the hot blood in my heart turned into tears of emotion that flowed down the tip of my nose. More like a pervert. No, I should say disgusting. Okay. Lung Linger blushed and shouted, what the hell is this? You bastard Gu. Can you please hold your head up? Your bleeding is so exaggerated. It's like something out of a comic book. We are in a three-dimensional world here. She hurriedly supported Gu Yan, who was standing there like a panel, and walked towards the living room. Chapter 96 like. Snap. Close the door and lean against it. Lung Qingqiu covered his chest, which had been beating rapidly since a while ago. She bit her lips lightly, and her face flushed slightly. She didn't know if it was because she had just taken a hot shower or something else. In her mind, she was thinking about the love song that Gu Yin sang to her in the banquet hall. At the same time, she was thinking about Gu Yan's straightforward question just now. For a moment, Lung Qingqiu didn't know how to respond. Perhaps the other party asked the question too suddenly, which made her a little at a loss. So she could only curse at the other party and ran into the study in a panic. Only the study can make her feel a little more at ease. She leaned her back against the door and slowly slid down to the ground, putting her legs together and burying her face in them. Do you like it? Do I like Gu Yin? Well, I like Gu Yin. No. Should I say, can I like him? Agreeing to be a nominal couple with the other party, it can be said that my purpose was to give the other party a little compensation in order to take away the Gu family. However, this compensation does not include anything like I will fall in love with Gu Yin. Come to think of it, it's impossible to fall in love with Gu Yin. He is just an ordinary person who can break marble. I've sensed it myself, and I don't have any cultivation at all. You can't say that Gu Yan's strength is stronger than her and her group of subordinates, right? Can't you detect Gu Yan's cultivation level? Moreover, because of extreme tension and anger, there are even people who overturn heavy trucks with their bare hands, right? The story that Gu Yan had told her before popped into Lung Qingqiu's mind. A sports student once said, in a fit of rage, I overturned a heavy truck that was coming towards me. Afterward, I felt limp and cold all over. That was the closest I've ever been to death. Later, a heavy rain ruined my sports dream, and I've been depressed ever since. Although it may sound like an exaggeration, there is indeed scientific evidence to prove that the human body is not fully developed. The human body is a marvelous structure. Lung Qingxiu exclaimed in admiration. Linger said Guyan had a good figure, but she wondered what his body fat percentage was. Then he shook his head vigorously and said, No, no, now is not the time to think about this. Do I really like Guyan? Lung Qingxiu raised his head slightly, with an expression on his face as if he was struggling over whether to eat only 1 or 2 ice creams today. She pursed her lips, and Lung Qingxiu herself didn't notice that her little face was already flushed. Fingers clasped tightly on both sides of the arms. She recalled every detail of her time with Guyan, and every word and action of the other party echoed in her mind. The other party's song of wild and fierce love confession also lingered in her mind. She couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth and murmur to herself, I like it. But soon, she shook her head. Dislike. Lung Qingxiu stood up, took a deep breath, and let the corners of her mouth gradually lower. She sat back at the desk skillfully and opened a book. I don't like it. I don't like it. How can I like it? Lung Qingxiu clenched his fists tightly. Revenge was the only path he could choose in his life. There is no way she can fall in love and get married like an ordinary girl. Lung Qingxiu, Lung Qingxiu, you are really too lazy. Just because Guyan has brought some happiness to your life these days, you become so lax? Are you touched because Guyan defended you and Linger in the banquet hall? Are you happy because Guyan said in front of everyone that he would give you a song? All of this, it's all affecting your mind. Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath and tried to clear her mind of the unnecessary things that were affecting her mentality. After a few minutes, her heart had become as hard as rock. His expression also became extremely calm. Brush, brush, brush. Started reading books. That's right, Lung Qingxiu, you can't be like an ordinary girl in your life. You have only one purpose in this life. It's revenge, revenge, revenge. Kill all those who destroyed your family back then. No, not just kill them all. You want them to suffer the same pain you have suffered. You want all their friends, family members, and loved ones to die in front of them. Guyan is an existence that affects her revenge plan. Lung Qingxiu has figured it out. She will close her heart to Guyan, no matter what he does for her. She can no longer be moved because of the feelings. It is the most useless thing. Brush. As long as I have Linger. Brush. As long as Linger is fine, nothing else matters to me. Brush, brush, brush. Friendship and love? I don't need either. I don't need Guyan either. I just want the Gu family behind him. Everything I did was out of revenge, and I was just using you. Brush, brush, brush. But why does Guyan's mosaic face keep popping up in my mind? Why? I'm just using you. Stop staying in my head. Brush, 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 brush. The faster he flipped through the pages, the more uneasy Lung Qingxiu felt. Next second. Qingxiu, are you okay? A worried voice rang in Lung Qingxiu's mind. I brought you some food. You didn't go to the banquet hall, so I packed some puffs for you. Thinking you might not have eaten your dinner well. By the way, it was Ling that little ghost who reminded me to take this puff. I didn't expect that little ghost to be such a nice person. Guyan stopped the nosebleed and placed the packed high-end puffs on the desk, while looking at Lung Qingxiu with some concern. The other person seemed to be thinking about something. Could it be that what I said made him feel distressed? No, no, no. Lung Qingxiu is not that kind of woman. The other party is most likely thinking about the next revenge plan. Hearing this, Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath and said helplessly, Man, do you know that eating puffs at night will make you fat? Upon hearing this, Guyan moved a chair and sat next to Lung Qingxiu. Oh, that's strange. Such words would come out of the mouth of a sweet lover like you. What kind of sweet tooth is that? Lung Qingxiu took a puff and put it in his mouth, saying with dissatisfaction that his mouth was bulging. Guyan lay on the desk, looking at Lung Qingxiu, who was eating puffs with both hands with gentle eyes. He smiled softly. You look like a hamster. You're like a hamster. Lung Qingxiu finished one and took another one. When she heard Guyan's words, her expression became even more dissatisfied. What kind of hamster is this? Can it talk? There's a hamster as beautiful as me. I really don't like you, you bastard. In order to prevent Lung Qingxiu from eating too much, Guyan reminded her, by the way, don't eat too much at night. 2 is enough. I'll leave after you finish eating. After hearing this, for some reason, Lung Qingxiu subconsciously slowed down the speed of eating the puffs. She didn't know why she did this, but on the surface she snorted. Do I need you to remind me? You're talking as if I'm the kind of person who would eat every snack in front of me in one breath. Do not you? Gu Yin smiled knowingly, but didn't say it out loud. He didn't want to argue at this time. Wow, my wife is so pretty. She looks so pretty even when she's quietly eating. It's amazing. For you. At this time, Lung Qingxiu grabbed a puff and handed it to Gu Yin with his face tilted. You eat too. Gu Yin was stunned for a moment, then took it and took a bite. His eyes lit up with joy. It's delicious, worthy of being a high-end puff. Lung Qingxiu felt empowered when she heard this. She subconsciously said happily, come on, this is considered a high-end puff? You've never tasted the puffs made by my mother. But as he was talking, he fell silent. Gu Yin also realized this, and for a moment, the room fell into silence. Time passed minute by minute, and Gu Yin looked at Lung Qingxiu, who finally finished eating the puff. He breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up and patted Lung Qingxiu's shoulder gently. Sorry, Qingxiu. I'm leaving first. Too many things happened today, and Lung Qingxiu's mind must be in a mess. I should leave first and let him calm down alone. Gu Yin believed and trusted Lung Qingxiu. She was a woman who could regulate her emotions in just a few breaths. Otherwise, it would not be possible to cultivate the Bing Xianju to perfection in the original work. Seeing that Lung Qingxiu didn't respond, Gu Yin sighed lightly, stood up, and walked towards the door. Let's go, are we leaving? Lung Qingxiu realized it belatedly and rubbed his hands. She had finished eating the puffs long ago, even though she had tried to slow down as much as possible. Licking his lips, Lung Qingxiu also heard the sound of Gu Yin getting up and walking to the door. Subconsciously, Lung Qingxiu's distinctive cold voice reached Gu Yan's ears. Like, Gu Yan's whole body shook violently, and he turned his head abruptly to look at Lung Qingxiu. Then he said calmly, I like the taste of this puff, but I like the ones I make at home better. Gu Yin, you are such a good cook. Just cook for me next time. What? Is that so? Gu Yin didn't know why he felt relieved. He smiled and said, okay. Click. The door closed, and Gu Yin left. He sat back in the luxury car, leaned his head back on the car cushion, and put his hand on his chest. A happy expression appeared on his face. Fortunately, Qingxiu didn't say she liked me. Otherwise, I was really afraid that I would die suddenly on the spot because of my rapid heartbeat. Only get your pure love partner to like you, plus 100,000 points. If I like a puff, will I get so many points? Gu Yin was a little puzzled. It seemed that Qingxiu really liked eating sweets, so he should show her his sweet tooth next time. Feeling the strong energy of pure love between the host and Lung Qingxiu. Clang, clang, clang. The pure love technique has evolved upgraded to the second stage of the pure love technique. Please check the details yourself. Gu Yin, this thing can evolve? Do you think you're Pokemon? The other side. This is the study. Lung Qingxiu covered her face with her hands, and her face was red at the moment. I said it. Lung Qingxiu's voice trembled. But fortunately, other terms were added at the end to prevent Gu Yin from becoming suspicious. Furthermore, saying I like you doesn't mean I really like Gu Yin. Compensation. This is just compensation given to Gu Yin for taking away the Gu family. Just saying I like him can make him happy. So I'm naturally willing to do this kind of effortless thing. That's right. I won't like Gu Yin at all. Lung Qingxiu is very confident about this. Humming the song Confession Balloon that Gu Yin sang to her, Lung Qingxiu flipped through the book happily as usual. By the way, I have to ask Linger to help me copy a copy, even if it's light years away. Even though he's just a poor wretch who was used by me, he sings pretty well. Lung Qingxiu was shaking her legs in a good mood. Chapter 97, Second Stage, Pure Love Skill, Evolving Innate. Gu Jia, lying on a soft big bed worth 2 million. Gu Yin checked the Evolved Pure Love technique. Why do you use the word evolution? Is your system really a serious one? Gu Yin complained while opening the introduction column of the Pure Love technique. Universe Pure Love Gong, Stage 2. The Universal Pure Love technique. Simply by doing things of pure love, can stimulate the energy of pure love. This energy can cleanse the meridians of the practitioner, continuously nourishing the body, making it stronger and stronger, and learning anything else will be twice as effective with half the effort. This concludes the introduction to the first stage of pure love Kung Fu. So what other changes are there in Phase 2? Thinking about it, Gu Yin looked down. Pure love energy value, 122,353. In addition to exchanging for store items, The pure love energy of the second stage technique can also be used actively by the technique master. The specific operation process is up to the host to figure out. Tips. This technique cannot be advanced through normal training methods. It can only be advanced through the interaction between the host and the pure love object to accumulate pure love energy. Third stage technique progress. 1%. Bang. Guyin covered his face. No. How can you let me use this? As a system, what kind of riddle do you think you are? Guyin took a deep breath. He was almost unable to hold back when he saw this side. He had felt that this system was a bit unusual when he first crossed over. But now it seems that this is indeed the case. This system is indeed very unorthodox. No, I have to hold it in. I can't get off this pirate ship of the system anymore. Since I can only rely on the pure love technique to get through this life, then keep reading. Don't underestimate our pure love bond. Isn't there even a normal introduction? Guyan scrolled down quickly. He really wanted to ask about the mental state of this dog system. After finishing a bunch of middle school introductions, he finally saw something useful. The second stage of the practice can show everyone's anti-pure love value. The higher the resistance to pure love, the more pure love energy the host consumes on the opponent. Guyan slowly asked a question. Anti-pure love value. What kind of world is this? Even terms like anti-pure love value have emerged? Never mind. Guyan took a deep breath and then got up from the bed. Since according to the explanation, I can actively use pure love energy, then let's give it a try. Can. He looked at his hands. How should I actively use them? Guyan thought about it and suddenly remembered the time when he broke the marble with one punch in the banquet hall. Guyan opened his hands and clenched them into fists, then laughed and shook his head. Is it possible that if I think about making myself stronger, then I will become stronger? Next second, a prompt sound appeared in his mind, consuming 100,000 pure love points. The host has achieved the initial stage of Xiantian cultivation. The pure love points required for the mid-stage Xiantian cultivation are insufficient, so the upgrade is interrupted. Guyan. Hey. No. Guyan was a little bit unbelievable. He jumped on the spot and found that his body seemed to have become lighter. He clenched his fists again and seemed to feel another force in his body. He was shocked. This is an upgrade? This pure love value has this effect? What the hell? Is this something that should exist in a low-level martial arts world? You should quickly apologize to those warriors who have worked so hard to train. Call. Guyan took a deep breath. Things have come to this point. He looked out the window, his eyes eager to try. Anyway, he decided to try out his current situation first. As a result, a strange legend spread in the Tianhudong villa area that night. They said a dark shadow suddenly flashed past the window on the 5th floor of their house. However, after checking the surveillance footage, they found no trace of the person at all. The next day, Guyan was woken up by the noise. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the person standing beside his bed with a helpless look on his face. Somewhat confused, "Dad, what are you doing? Why don't you go to work at the company?" Gu Tianming looked at Guyan, who acted as if nothing had happened, and was immediately furious. He said in a deep voice, "Did you beat up most of the important people in Jianghai City last night?" Hearing this, Guyan yawned and said nonchalantly, "Oh, that I didn't hit them. They just came to me on their own. Then we still have to fight." After confirming the reply, Gu Tianming felt a little headache. It didn't matter if he beat people from other small families. But the most important thing is that he actually beat the eldest daughter of a Yin family. This is a bit of a problem because the other party is no worse than their Gu family. Now the Yin family took the lead and gathered most of the families in Jianghai City to ask for an explanation, which gave him a headache. As a result, the instigator slept very happily. Gu Tianming looked at Gu Yin, not knowing whether he had thought of something, and sighed. "Anyway, the matter has been suppressed by me. They wanted you to apologize, but..." Gu Tianming's face was full of pride and disdain. "I, Gu Tianming's son, hit someone, so I hit him. Let's see who dares to do anything to you." Gu Yin nodded when he heard this. "Oh, yes, Gu Tianming's mouth twitched, feeling that all his efforts were in vain. So he sat down at the head of Gu Yan's bed and said to him earnestly, "Xiao Yin, Dad is not blaming you for hitting someone. If I really blame you, then Dad won't care about you." At this point, Gu Yin interrupted. "Excuse me, they were the ones who insulted my Qingqiu first. If I hadn't considered your face, Dad, I would have beaten up everyone who was watching the show at the banquet." Looking at Gu Yinny speaking righteously as if it was for his own good, Gu Tianming was really angry and wanted to laugh. He persuaded her, I know you love your sweetheart, but have you ever thought about our family's annual meeting? As he spoke, Gu Tianming frowned and said, this year is your last chance, Xiaoyan. If you are vetoed 3 times in a row, you will lose the qualification to inherit the Gu family group. By then, such a large Gu family group will have to be handed over to other suitable people after I die. When Gu Tianming said this, he suddenly realized something and reached out to grab Gu Yan's wrist. In less than a moment, he was stunned and looked at Gu Yan in disbelief. Wait, you. Gu Yan nodded, as if talking about something insignificant. Well, I'm born with it. Also, Dad, you don't have to worry about the voting issue at the annual meeting. At this point, under Gu Tianming's somewhat dazed gaze, Gu Yan smiled and said, the only heir will be me. Gu Tianming had a strange expression on his face. He repeatedly held Gu Yan's wrist and murmured, it shouldn't be. It won't happen. How can such a useless talent be trained to the level of Xiantian? The most important thing is, he looked at Gu Yan with some confusion. Do you know warriors? Hearing this, Gu Yanli said of course. As the eldest son of the Gu family, isn't it normal for him to know a warrior? By the way, Dad, how many warriors are there in our family? Is it just Lao Gao? Gu Tianming found that he almost didn't recognize the son in front of him. He shook his head. Just kidding, the Gu family's foundation can be regarded as the most powerful in the entire Zhanghai city. Speaking of this, Gu Tianming was also very arrogant. You can say that as long as all the families in Zhanghai city do not come to encircle our Gu family. Then you can rest assured and live your life as the eldest son of the Gu family. Hey, please don't set such a weird flag. Chapter 98, How to Use Pure Love Value. Gu Yan's mouth twitched. In the original novel, the Gu family was really surrounded and divided up by the protagonist Shaolin and all the family forces in Zhanghai city. Back to reality, Gu Yan nodded and asked with a smile, Dad, can you lend me a few powerful bodyguards? I don't have high requirements, just the same level as Lao Gao. Gu Tianming's eyes twitched. He coughed dryly and patted Gu Yan's shoulder. After taking a deep breath, he said, Son, do you think all grandmasters are cabbages? I can provide you with up to 10 warriors in the middle stage of Xiantian. Don't worry, they're all loyal warriors trained by the Gu family. Their loyalty is absolutely beyond doubt. I don't know what you're going to do, but Gu Tianming looked at Gu Yan seriously. If you're going to do it cleanly. After hearing this, Gu Yan sighed. It was indeed a big family. His power increased several times in an instant. So I nodded and said, Thank you, Dad. Well, as long as you understand that Dad loves you. Gu Tianming seemed to have thought of something when he said this. So he reminded him again. By the way, don't even think about asking the assassins to help you threaten those people in our family who can vote. This vote for the Gu family involves many things. If someone finds out that you cheated, you'll be in trouble. Gu Yan nodded. Okay, Dad. I will definitely not let anyone find out. Gu Tianming nodded with relief. I'm glad you understand. Suddenly, he frowned. Why does it feel like there's something strange in the words? Forget it. I don't think this kid would do such a thing. So Gu Tianming stood up and said, Okay, now that I've finished talking to you, Dad will go to the company. Just find something to eat. You should be here this evening. Okay, thanks, Dad. After Gu Tianming left, Gu Yan stood up and prepared to wash up. At the same time, I was thinking in my mind, no, I'm such a big family man. Shouldn't it be the kind where I ring a bell and a bunch of servants come rushing in to dress and wash me? What kind of clothes do I have to wear myself? Oh, it was my mom threatening my dad in a kind way not to have a maid or something like that. It is said that it will lead children astray. As for family status, Gu Yan sighed and shook his head. It seemed that it was still him. His family status was always higher than Qingqiu's. Lung family. Ichu. In the study, Lung Qingqiu sneezed lightly and looked up feeling a little confused. Strange. Is he sick? Lung Qingqiu was silent. This shouldn't be the case. He hadn't caught a cold since he started practicing the evil arts. Oh, and speaking of witchcraft, Lung Qingqiu immediately walked to the door of the study and locked it with a click. Next, open your eyes and turn your right palm upward. Boom! A pitch-black book appeared in her hands. Then, a shrill scream came from the book. Lung Qingqiu, you will die a horrible death. Lung Qingqiu, you will regret this. Listen carefully to the voice. That is the voice of the Lord of Yama Palace. Lung Qingqiu remained calm and said indifferently, You're still talking so much nonsense, even though you're dead. Just be the nourishment for my cultivation. As soon as the words were spoken, The shrill sound stopped abruptly. Immediately afterwards, a burst of black smoke appeared in the center of the book and covered Lung Qingxiu's eyes. I really don't want Gu Yin to know about my practice of evil magic. After a simple breakfast, Gu Yin got into the luxury car. Master, are you going to Lung family today? Lao Gao sat in the driver's seat and looked at Gu Yin strangely. It's so strange. Why does the young master give people a different feeling today? Gu Yin thought about it and finally shook his head. No, I probably won't go to the Lung family in the next few days. Because he had other plans that also concerned the annual meeting, he said, take me to Tianfang first. Regarding the use of pure love value, isn't there an experimental subject here? Lao Gao nodded. Okay, young master. In less than a moment, the car drove to a remote place in Zhanghai City and stopped. This place is deserted, if you must say. It's a mass grave. The Gu family's dungeon is here. Gu Yin looked at this place with some surprise. The road behind requires hiking. Lao Gao led Gu Yin forward, nodding as he walked. Yes, young master. This place is secluded and not many people will come here. The most important thing is that if you encounter someone you dislike in the future, it will be convenient to dispose of the body. Hey, please don't say such scary things. I'm not a devil, so there's no need to tell me that this is a convenient place to dump corpses. Gu Yin said that Lao Gao was really bad at judging people. We came to a place covered with weeds. Lao Gao stomped his feet rhythmically on the ground. Buzz. A magic circle appeared out of thin air on the ground. And then, buzz. Lao Gao's body sank into it. He stretched out his hand towards Gu Yin. Master. The latter did not hesitate and took Lao Gao's hand and entered the Gu family dungeon. But when the two entered, the magic circle disappeared again, and the place became overgrown with weeds again. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the dark and damp dungeon, a tied-up man lay with a look of despair. Next to him was a human skeleton wearing tattered clothes. Tianfang knew that he was finished and his cultivation was wasted. Locked up here again, he knew it was all over. He got into trouble because he thought that Long Zai Tian from the Yama Palace was a complete idiot. Unexpectedly, he had teamed up with others to trap him here. At this time, click, click. When he heard footsteps, Tianfang was startled, then quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Footsteps? Who's that? The one who caught me? Tianfang was alert. To be honest, the last memory he had was when he was discussing matters with Long Zaiqian. And then, nothing happened. The footsteps got closer and closer, and only stopped in front of the prison where Tianfang was imprisoned. Master, I have destroyed Tianfang's cultivation. Now, even a 3-year-old child can kill him with a knife. Lao Gao Zeminde Kindi. What, young master? So you're the one who destroyed my cultivation? You're still a 3-year-old. If I could restore my cultivation, the first thing I'd do would be to sacrifice your entire family. Gu Yin looked at Tianfang, who was pretending to sleep, and nodded calmly. Then he looked at the other person and said lightly, Tianfang, tell me where your little pet is. As he spoke, Gu Yin's eyes glowed slightly with a pink halo. Looking closely, one could actually find a pentagram shape on Gu Yin's pupils. On Tianfang's side, his heart sank. Little pet, he knows about my thing, but I will never tell you even if I die. Just as he was thinking this, Tianfang found himself opening his mouth uncontrollably. I put it in my heart, and I will only let it out when I need it. Tianfang opened his eyes in shock and looked at the two people outside the cell in horror. What's going on? Why would I say that? Gu Yin heard this and nodded slightly. Very good. The experiment was successful. It was just as he thought. Glancing at the system prompt in front of him, he smiled lightly. This pure love value is amazing. Temporarily dominates the living being Tianfang, consuming 2,000 pure love points. Current effect lasts 10 minutes. Chapter 99, Chapter 99 Contract Clause. Looking at the system prompts, Gu Yin revealed an inexplicable smile. As he had guessed, this pure love value was very useful and could not only help him improve his cultivation. Even things like this can be done now. After advancing to the second stage of pure love technique last night, he began to try to use pure love value, and tried them all one by one. For example, summon Qingxiu to me. Then a prompt popped up. The current pure love value is not enough, so it cannot be done, but if the host strongly requests, this system is not unwilling to help. For example, create a third-rate warrior in front of me. Then a prompt popped up saying the current skill level is too low to be able to do it. This made Gu Yin understand one thing. That is, as the level of the technique improved, he could even create life. How does that saying go? My strength depends entirely on your imagination. The more pure love value he has, the more things he can do. Of course, the most important thing is that he still wants to ask, is it really good for such a thing to appear in the low-level martial arts world? Isn't that too unfair? Love? This must be the power of love, right? The power of love is indeed infinite. Thinking of this, he looked at Tian Fong in front of him with joy and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Okay, call out that cute little guy. As soon as these words were spoken, Tian Fong's expression trembled, and then he uncontrollably pulled open his clothes on his chest, revealing a cross scar on his chest. No, 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 no. Tian Fong cried out in his heart. No, this cannot go on. He was terrified. No, no, that is my most precious thing. Lao Gao was silent on the side. Wait, what's going on? What happened? Why did the young master make Tian Fong so obedient? Next second, under Lao Gao's vigilant gaze, gurgle, gai gai. Waves of strange sounds came from Tian Fong's chest. Moreover, Tian Fong's chest became more and more swollen, and the next second, phew, a sharp black claw poked out from the cross scar. Then, like the petals of a flower blooming, the cross scar slowly spread out in all directions. Plop, plop. A living heart was beating in the chest, and the thing lying in the heart was also exposed. There were 3 black, sharp claws with a black iron texture, and each one was only about 5 centimeters long. Lao Gao's eyes suddenly changed as he took a step forward and shouted, Master, be careful. It's a monster. He looked warily at the 3 exposed claws that were gradually crawling out from the heart. I was shocked because it was a monster I had never seen before, but I couldn't be wrong about its aura. It was the unique aura of a monster. This malicious smell, it's definitely from monster. But what shocked him the most was why someone would dare to put a monster in his heart. Lao Gao looked at Tian Fong with difficulty. Are all the magic warriors a bunch of lunatics? It's okay, Lao Gao. Gu Yin patted the other person lightly. Don't be so nervous. He walked forward to the cell, held out his hand, smiled at the 3 timid-looking claws, and said, Do you want to follow me? Buzz. The pink pentagram in the eye socket slowly rotated. Tian Fong thought to himself, Ha, you are such an idiot. I don't know how you control me. But I have raised these 3 devil claws since they were young, so their loyalty is naturally needless to say. How could I follow you just because you say one word? Next second, chirp, chirp, chirp. The 3 devil claws jumped out from Tian Fong's heart excitedly, as if they had met their master, and leaped over to Gu Yan's palm. For a moment, Tian Fong was shocked, and he shouted out, Impossible! Lao Gao's face was extremely frightened at this moment. He looked at the 3 devil claws on Gu Yan's palm and said with difficulty, Young master, do you want to raise them? This is too dangerous, right? Gu Yan teased the devil's claw on the palm of his hand and hooked the lower end of the claw with the back of his hand. The other party bent over comfortably like a kitten. Hearing Lao Gao's words, Gu Yan turned his head to look at him, nodded and said, Well, yes, don't worry, there will be no danger. After all, permanent contract juvenile 3 lives claw consumes 20,000 pure love points. Well, after all, I spent 20,000 pure love points. Fortunately, the opponent's resistance to pure love value is not high enough, and his level is relatively low, so only this little pure love value is needed. Looking at the panel with only 353 pure love values left, Gu Yan felt so distressed. But it's all worth it. Gu Yan looked at the 3 devil claws in front of him. In the original book, this thing was an extremely perverted thing. After Tian Fong died, this thing became a lonely wild demon, constantly hiding in the dark and slaughtering and killing passing creatures. Over time, the 3 lives demon claws evolved into adults, and the size of each claw increased to an unimaginable level and even developed intelligence. This is how it is described in the original book. The 3 lives demon claws stand proudly on the earth, towering tall and majestic. Each tall claw pierces the sky like a pillar, emitting a strong demonic light. On the surface of the claws, there are irregularly distributed patches of soft and flexible tissue, and in these tissues grow mouths and eyes of varying sizes. I won't describe it in detail later, as the description of these claws in the original book is a bit too disgusting, but it also lets everyone know the functions of these 3 claws. That is, store the souls of living creatures and use their powers from their lifetime. In the original book, there are those big and small mouths, fangs and eyes growing on its body. In reality, they were all creatures that had once been devoured by the clutches of the Three Lives demon. Moreover, due to the special nature of the Three Lives demon claw, it can only digest the body of the devoured creature, but cannot devour the soul. And it cannot devour, because once the soul is completely devoured, its own power will be reduced. You can understand it as follows. The attribute gems of weapons in the game can only be equipped and disassembled, but you cannot directly integrate the attribute gems with the weapons. For the Three Lives demon claw, the souls of the creatures it devours are attribute gems, and it is a weapon that needs to rely on these gems to increase its combat power. In the end, as expected, the protagonist group, led by Xiao Lin, found this weakness, liberated the soul in the body of Sansheng Demon Claw, and defeated the opponent. Then, needless to say, combining some details, Guyan discovered. It seems that these 3 devil claws were specially placed in the wild by Lung Qingxiu to devour creatures and grow until now. Because in the novel, every time the protagonists defeat an enemy, the scene will turn to Lung Qingxiu. The person sitting in the main hall sneered. Interesting. This is the only way to make the hunt worthwhile. Then he sent a slightly stronger general to deal with the protagonist, playing a game of cat and mouse. Guyan sighed lightly. It was because you guys didn't like to stick together when playing in a team that the situation that happened later was created. Chapter 100 Lung Qingxiu's enemies are my enemies. But now I'm here. Guyan looked at the claws in his hand and whispered, mimicry. Next second, the 3 devil claws seemed to understand Gu Yan's meaning gurgle. In an instant, they were mixed together and wrapped around Gu Yan's finger, directly turning into a black ring. Certainly. Snap. Puff. The inside of the ring was covered with blood-sucking spikes that firmly stuck to Gu Yan's fingers. Devil's claws also need nutrition. After doing all this, Gu Yan glanced at Tian Fong, who had a dazed expression. This man was an important tool for Channing Yin to quickly break into the warrior department, so he was still somewhat useful. He looked at Lao Gao, who was already a little confused by the scene before him. Let's go, Lao Gao. I'll explain it to you in the car. Oh. Lao Gao nodded and looked at Gu Yan's back as he walked out. He had a complicated expression. I really don't understand the young master anymore. Is this young master also a manifestation of split personality? No matter what. Lao Gao took a deep breath and followed Gu Yan. Looking at the other person's back, Lao Gao couldn't help but think of the first time he met the other person. Hey, old man, are you the bodyguard my dad hired for me? You look so weak. Old man, are you okay? Oh, I know. I heard from Dad that something happened to your wife. Here, this is all my pocket money. Take it and use it. Lao Gao, am I not also your family? If you continue to be so depressed, I will have to find a new bodyguard. Young master, you are such a gentle person. Lao Gao smiled slightly and looked at Gu Yan's back, no matter what. I will always protect you, master. For a moment, Tian Fong was the only one left in the dungeon. My pause. That was his best friend who had grown up with him, but now it was actually taken away by someone else. No. Tian Fong was so angry that he fainted. Back to the car. Lao Gao was shocked. Although he had sensed it a long time ago, he was still shocked when he heard the young master say it in person. He still looked so shocked. Master, you were actually born with it? Oh my God, that's unscientific. From the moment the young master was born, the Gu family concluded that the child had no talent for martial arts. Rather than letting the other person get shocked by the world of warriors, it is better not to tell him and let him be an ordinary person with peace of mind. At that time, everyone concluded that he was at most a third-rate warrior. But now it was a sudden change overnight. What on earth happened? Yeah, I'm also very surprised that I suddenly became congenital. Gu Yan pretended to think, then replied in shock. Could it be? This is the power of love. What the hell is the power of love? Lao Gao took a deep breath, although he couldn't understand what the young master said about the power of love. But it's a good thing that the young master can practice. At least his own safety is guaranteed a little. Thinking of this, he asked, then, where are we going next, master? Where are you going? Gu Yan thought about it and quickly went over the thoughts in his mind. First of all, there was Shun Wanner. After observing her at the banquet, he found that she seemed to have more interactions with Xiao Lin. It looked the same as in the original book, but it took too much time here, so he could only wait. The second is Wang Yulan. She is still living in the hospital, and the plot has not reached her yet, so there's no need to worry about her for the time being. Next is Chun Yingyin. She knows about the warrior department and should be joining it soon. When the time comes, I will give her a performance, so there is no need to worry about her for the time being. Then there is Yin Qingqing. This M woman is the easiest to deal with, but he can't always take the initiative with her, so he doesn't need to worry about her for the time being. Finally, it was Bai Qiongwan, the eldest daughter of the Bai family and Lung Linger's best friend. She had half of the Dragon King jade pendant that she needed, but it was not the right time yet. She still needed to wait for a plot node, so she didn't need to worry about it. After doing this calculation, Gu Yin found that he had met 5 people from Shaolin's harem in the original novel. Moreover, these 5 people currently have no feelings toward Shaolin. Very good, this is the right development. As long as these harems do not bring too much help to Shaolin, then in the later stages, he and Qingxiu will be safer. No, how many harems does Shaolin have? This person's resistance to pure love must be very high, right? Gu Yin complained and thought at the same time. In fact, he had thought about whether he should become brothers with Shaolin, who had just come down the mountain. But for some reason, whenever this thought came to his mind, he felt extremely nauseous. Originally, he didn't know why, but after Mei Shui's appearance last night, he seemed to have figured out some things and knew why he hated Shaolin. In the original novel, the author did not clearly state which forces were responsible for the Lung family's massacre. But now, Gu Yan's eyes were slightly cold. Combining the original work with what Lung Qingxiu is doing now, it is not difficult to draw a conclusion. That is every force controlled by Lung Qingxiu. In fact, they were all one of the forces that caused the Lung family to be wiped out. Why do we need to control the Yama Palace? Because the Yama Palace was involved in the murder of the whole family. Why target the protagonist? That's because the Dragon King Palace was also involved in the family annihilation case, and Shaolin also killed Lung Linger in the original novel. Why target those harem members who haven't met the protagonist Shaolin yet? That's because their family forces once participated in the encirclement and suppression of the Lung family. Everything Lung Qingxiu did actually revolved around one point. That is revenge. For revenge, one can abandon all of one's humanity, and for revenge, one can give up everything one has. After figuring this out, Gu Yin took a deep breath. Since everyone is Qingxiu's enemy, then I should also be firm in the path I want to take. And when he discovered that the pure love technique could provide him with this kind of power, Gu Yin's thoughts have changed. It doesn't matter whether Lung Qingxiu can turn evil like in the original novel. It doesn't matter whether Lung Qingxiu becomes stronger or not. This is good enough. Gu Yin didn't want Lung Qingxiu to become the cold-blooded and ruthless person in the original novel again. Qingxiu must be in great pain because my intervention has made her unable to make a normal judgment on things. Just like this time in Yama Palace. But it doesn't matter. Gu Yin closed his eyes to relieve the pressure and said, "Go to Grandma." "Okay, master." The car started and Gu Yin slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with a firmness and coldness he had never seen before. In this life, Lung Qingxiu's enemies are also my enemies. Buzz. Gu Yin held half of the jade pendant in his palm. "Let me use it, Dragon King Palace." Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Arriving at the Gu family manor and meeting Grandma and Grandpa. Gu family manor. Covering an area of about 5 square kilometers, it is the private estate of the Gu family. The manor's themed building looks like an ancient European castle, and a lakeside villa is as beautiful as a fairy tale. There are various small lakes, a dedicated golf course, a gym, a swimming pool, and tennis courts in the park, not to mention that they are not worth mentioning here. The independent wine cellar houses a collection of expensive wines from all over the world. Private library, cinema, etc. The Gu family had nearly 1,000 servants for this purpose. Boom tilde. Lao Gao drove the car to the outskirts of the manor. Looking at the door getting closer and closer, Lao Gao reminded Gu Yin in the back row, "Master, we're here." Upon hearing this, the latter also observed the scene before him. The gate of the manor is a huge iron gate, and the entire manor is surrounded by a wall. Security guards are standing guard at regular intervals along the wall. They are all the Gu family's personal bodyguards. The Gu family's bodyguards also noticed the approaching luxury car. A bodyguard stretched out his hand and signaled Gu Yin and others to stop. Seeing this scene, Gu Yin rolled down the car window and smiled gently at the other party. "I came to visit my grandparents." As the only son of the current head of the Gu family, Gu Yin naturally knows everyone here. Although he was puzzled as to why he came at this time, when it was not a special day, the bodyguards who received the news naturally nodded and let him go. "Okay, young master." Luxury cars drove in, arrived at the open-air parking lot of the manor. "Didi." Gu Yin and Lao Gao got out of the car, and immediately a man in a black suit drove over in a small car. Because it is far from the main building of the manor, there are special people who drive over to pick us up. Sitting in the car, Gu Yin looked at the scenery outside and couldn't help but sigh. The Gu family is so rich. As the Gu family is the top family in Jianghai City, Gu Tianming naturally has various brothers and sisters. Gu Tianming was just the best one among them, so he was chosen as the current head of the Gu family. But everyone knows that if we talk about who is the real person in charge of the Gu family, it must be the two elders of the Gu family. That is, the father and mother of Gu Tianming and his brothers and sisters. Why it doesn't matter even if Gu Yin is eliminated with 3 votes. It's because he has too many brothers and sisters. It's just because he is Gu Tianming's son, so he is given priority to inherit the Gu family. If it is found that he is not capable, then there will naturally be another choice of the next successor. In his memory, the younger generation of the Gu family, that is, Gu Yan's brothers and sisters, were all capable people. Anyway, they all looked down on him as a loser. I would be severely ridiculed at every annual meeting. What the hell is this kind of déjà vu treatment of the protagonist? Gu Yan complained that he didn't have the fate of being the protagonist, but he witnessed all kinds of tragic things. Lao Gao looked at the passing scenery, and a look of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Back then, he was Gu Tianming's bodyguard in this manner, and since Gu Yan was born, he has become Gu Yan's bodyguard. It's been so many years now, haha, I miss it so much. The black-clad bodyguards driving the car ahead were serious. As bodyguards of the Gu family manor, they would naturally verify the identity information of every visiting guest. The identities of Gu Yan and Lao Gao had been investigated clearly when they were less than 10,000 meters away from the manor. They agreed to let him in only after they found out that he was the grandson of the old lady of the Gu family. But as a bodyguard, he also felt extremely strange. Today is not a special day, and there is still more than a month before the annual meeting. Why would young Master Gu, who had unpleasantness with a group of young masters and young ladies in the past, come here? Oh, he remembered that this year was Mr. Gu's last chance if he was vetoed again. Then he will lose the qualification to inherit the Gu family. Thinking of this, the bodyguard couldn't help but feel sorry for Gu Yan. If the other party could do even a little bit better, I'm afraid I won't miss such a big opportunity. However, even if Gu Yan could not inherit the Gu family, his status was much higher than that of servants like them. They wouldn't be so stupid as to do something as stupid as mocking and looking down on the eldest son of the Gu family. The main building of the manor felt to Gu Yan like a castle. The gate is carved from thick oak, with stone lions standing on both sides of the gate, each with exquisite craftsmanship. After entering the gate, Gu Yan found himself in a spacious hall. Exquisite chandeliers hung on the ceiling of the hall, setting off tall and gorgeous murals. And someone was already waiting for Gu Yan here. A woman in a maid outfit, with her hair covering her left eye, bowed her head slightly and said, "Master, the adults have been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me." Gu Yan glanced at the other party and nodded. Okay. Lao Gao wanted to go with Gu Yan, but the maid looked at Lao Gao calmly and said, "The adults only want to see the young master. Mr. Gao can wander around the manor at will." Upon hearing this, Lao Gao glanced at Gu Yan, who nodded. Lao Gao bowed slightly. "Okay, young master, I'll be waiting for you downstairs." Following the maid up the spiral staircase, Gu Yan suddenly asked, "Why don't we have an elevator here? Isn't this tiring?" The maid walking in front paused when she heard this, obviously not expecting this good-for-nothing young master to ask such a question. On the surface, she pretended to smile and turned around and said, "Master, this is the favorite decoration style of the adults. Installing an elevator will ruin this classical decoration atmosphere." Gu Yan nodded and said softly, "Oh." After a long time, the two arrived at the 6th floor, which was very spacious, and the corridor extended forward. The maid walked forward without saying a word. Looking at the maid in front of him, Gu Yan suddenly quickened his pace and caught up with her, shoulder to shoulder. The latter frowned subconsciously. Gu Yan acted as if he hadn't noticed this and asked, "By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. What is it?" After the maid thought for a moment, she smiled and turned to Gu Yan and said, "My name is Xiuhua. The adults' favorite study is right in front. The adults are inside." After saying that, he turned his head and quickened his pace, with a look of disgust on his face. It's really disgusting. He is not as good as the eldest young master in every aspect, but why does this kind of man get priority in inheritance? Just because of his father's genius? It really feels unfair for the young master. Snowflakes. After hearing this name, Guyen seemed to be thinking about something, and a hint of indifference appeared in his eyes. Looking at the other person's back, Guyen thought to himself, it's just like in the original book. In the original novel, this maid was actually his brother Gu Zihua's secret lover. Ever since Gu Yin lost his qualifications to be the heir and became confused, Gu Zihua has been thinking about quickly inheriting the Gu family and becoming the head of the family. It was only when he discovered that the old patriarch and his family would rather not choose an heir and let Gu Tianming continue to serve as the head of the family. His heart was twisted, so he sought the help of a mysterious person and asked Xiuhua, who had been serving the two old patriarchs, to drug the other two and kill them. For a time, the Gu family was in chaos, and then Gu Yin and Lao Gao were intercepted and killed by Shaolin. Gu Tianming completely collapsed. Gu Zihua also stood up again at this time, with the help of the mysterious man and other families, and even colluded with Shaolin to jointly encircle and suppress the entire Gu family. During this period, Xiuhua always obeyed the orders of her lover Gu Zihua, and always fantasized that when they took over the Gu family, they would live together happily. Unfortunately, at the last moment, the mysterious man appeared and shattered Xiuhua's dream. Yes, that's right, the mysterious man who gave Gu Zihua the poison and instructed him to destroy the Gu family from within. It was Leng Qingxiu. She was the one who benefited the most from the extermination of the Gu family, because at that time, most of the families in Zhanghai City had actually already belonged to her. Her purpose is very simple. She wants the financial power of all the families in Zhanghai City to expand herself. This would be a better way to get revenge. At that time, Leng Linger had already died, so Leng Qingxiu had already turned completely evil. He didn't care about anything and only thought about revenge. After finally taking advantage of Gu Zihua, he killed the two of them. The way he died was also extremely tragic. It seemed as if Leng Qingxiu just glanced at the two of them, and they exploded into powder. After thinking everything through, Guyan naturally had no good feelings towards Xiuhua and Gu Zihua. First, you have not experienced a tragic past. Second, you have not been hungry or cold, and you have not been dissatisfied with the world. Even the Gu family treats you well. As a result, you still did such a thing as to devour your own relatives and master, which really disgusted Gu Yin. However, it is not impossible to make use of this love brain. Gu Yin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, as if he had thought of a great plan. Chapter 102. Chapter 102. You can keep it secret unless. Walking along the corridor, the two came to a set of double doors. Dong dong. Xiuhua knocked gently on the door. Sir, the young master is here. Next second. Click. An old man in butler's clothes and gold-rimmed glasses opened the door. He saw Gu Yin at a glance, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Master, you are here. As he spoke, the old man stepped aside and said, the old lady and the master have been waiting for a long time. Gu Yin nodded and then went in. Xiuhua also wanted to follow in, but unfortunately the old man backed out and closed the door after Gu Yin went in. He stopped Xiuhua and said kindly, the master and his wife only want to see the young master. As he said this, he waited respectfully by the gate. Xiuhua remained calm, but clenched her fists tightly. How abominable! Why could such a loser get so much favor from the master and the mistress? It's obvious that even the young master can't enjoy this kind of treatment. Although she thought so in her heart, she naturally would not show it on the surface. After bowing slightly to the old man, he turned and left. Enter the study. The first thing that catches your eye is the exaggerated number of books filling the bookshelves. Next came the two old men sitting by the windowsill. A man sat at a desk, his face covered with wrinkles. His gray hair revealed the vicissitudes of life, but his deep eyes sparkled with a resolute light. Her fingers were gently flipping through the book, and she seemed not to notice Gu Yin coming. The old lady sat opposite, her eyes deep and tolerant, her hands gently stroking the pages of ancient literature. Gu Yin walked over naturally and sat in the empty seat. The old man asked without even looking up, his voice steady and powerful, why did you suddenly think of coming to see us two old guys? Didn't you say last year that you wouldn't even come after you die? There seemed to be a hint of displeasure in his voice. The old lady smiled softly, raised her head and looked at Gu Yin, and said softly, Xiaoyan, what happened? When she saw Gu Yin, or rather, when she saw the thing hanging around his neck, she was stunned. Dragon King Jade? How could it be on Xiaoyan? Gu Yin shook his head and said gently, I just happened to be passing by here and suddenly wanted to visit my grandparents, so I came here. Madame Gu nodded amiably. Is that so? Then let's have dinner together. Then she patted the empty seat next to her and said, Come sit here, Grandma, so I can take a good look at you. Okowo. Guyen sat down obediently. Time passed minute by minute, and Madame Gu pulled Guyen and looked at him kindly. Finally, he nodded, Well, a little more mature than last year. Is it because of the girl from the Lung family? As soon as these words were spoken, Guyen was not surprised at all that they knew this. Master Gu raised his head slightly and looked at Guyen, especially when he saw the jade pendant hanging around Guyen's neck. Although he was surprised in his heart, he snorted coldly on the surface. You are so indecisive. How can you be so unbecoming? Gu Tianlong, shut up first. Madame Gu glared at him kindly, then took Guyen's hand, looked into his eyes, and asked kindly, Do you really like the girl from the Lung family? Guyen replied seriously, In this life, I only love Lung Qingxiu. Even if I die, I won't let her leave me. When Mrs. Gu heard this, a trace of pity flashed in her eyes. What pity? She reached out and gently grasped the jade pendant hanging around Guyen's neck. Her mind was full of thoughts, and she seemed to recall the scene of that year. What a cruel fate. His own grandson actually became the heir to the Dragon King Palace, and the person he fell in love with was Lung Qingxiu from the Lung family. Madame Gu put down the jade pendant and sighed softly. Xiaoyan, your future path will be difficult. You must think carefully. Guyen nodded after hearing this. I understand, Grandma. Gu Tianlong glanced at the jade pendant around Guyen's neck and sighed inwardly. God really can't stand Xiaoyan's good fortune. He was chosen by the Dragon King Palace to be the heir and was able to practice cultivation, but ended up falling in love with Lung Qingxiu of the Lung family. This is a bad fate. Madame Gu sensed Guyen's determination and said, Well, you should go out first. Zihua is also in the manor. You two brothers haven't seen each other for a long time. You should talk more when the time comes. Gu Zihua. Thinking of this, Guyen stood up and said, Okay, Grandma. Then he looked at Master Gu and said, Grandfather, I'm leaving. Snort. Left the study. After greeting the old man waiting at the door, Guyen walked downstairs. He fiddled with the jade pendant hanging around his neck, and images of snowflakes flashed through his mind. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Well, let's try my luck. And after Guyen left, the atmosphere in the study also became a little heavy. Gu Tianlong said in a deep voice, Xiaoyan has become the heir of the Dragon King Palace. This is also a good thing for our Gu family. It is rumored that the Dragon King Palace only recognizes jade pendants and not people. When the two are combined into one, Xiaoyan will be able to command the Dragon King Palace. Once the Gu family and the Dragon King Palace unite, their strength will shock the entire China. It's just that the Lung family is a big problem here. The two of them shouldn't be together. Madame Gu smiled softly when she heard this and shook her head. Tianlong, have you forgotten something? Why didn't the Gu family participate in that encirclement and suppression operation back then? Don't you understand it best? Gu Tianlong was silent. After a pause, he defended himself. After all, the child marriage took place when I was drinking with that old man from the Lung family. That'll do. Madame Gu interrupted, a smile on her lips. Maybe this is called fate. Believe Xiaoyan. I can see that he has changed. Gu Tianlong remained silent, muttering. So why would that old man acknowledge this kid as the heir to the Dragon King Palace? He seemed to have noticed the unfriendly look on the face of the person sitting opposite him. So he added, Well, I'm not saying that Xiaoyan is incompetent, but I just can't believe that such a huge Dragon King Palace is going to be handed over to our Xiaoyan. Madame Gu smiled and said, Who knows? Maybe this is fate and luck. After all, Xiaoyan, who was originally tested to have almost zero talent for cultivation, has actually cultivated to the innate level. Yeah, what do you mean by this year's annual meeting? Gu Tianlong put down the book in his hand and looked at the person opposite him. The Gu family held a vote, saying that everyone would cast one vote to choose the heir, but in fact the final decision was still in the hands of the two of them. Everyone who participates is just there to provide reference for the two of them. Madame Gu thought for a moment and shook her head. Let's observe for a while. In a room, because the unhappy snowflakes came back to their happy place, she calmly drove away the other maids present. Okay, leave this place to me to clean up. You can leave now. Okay, Snowflower-sama. Yes, sir. The maids left. The door closed, and Xuehua quickly walked to a cabinet. After opening it, luxurious clothes were revealed inside. She took out a tight-fitting short-sleeved shirt, and a hint of shyness like a young girl in love appeared on her face. She slowly buried her face in it. Master Zihua. Next second, click, there was the sound of the door being pushed open and shots being taken. Xuehua trembled all over and threw the clothes in her hands to the ground in a panic. Immediately following, a voice rang out that froze her expression. Oh, I heard from my grandmother that my brother was also at the manor today, so I wanted to come and see him. Look what I found. Hear this voice. Xuehua turned her head and looked over in disbelief. The good-for-nothing young master no longer had the gentleness he had when they first met. He walked towards me with his cell phone in hand and a nasty look on his face. Boom! Ah! Gu Yin slammed Xuehua against the cabinet, and the latter screamed in fear. Hey, hey, hey! What is a maid doing in her master's bedroom? If my grandparents knew you were plotting against my brother, what do you think would happen? Gu Yan's threatening words reached Xuehua's ears, especially when the other party showed her the photo of himself with his head buried in Gu Zihua's clothes. In an instant, her face turned pale and her whole body went limp because she was so scared. She slid to the ground with a plop. Snowflake raised her head with difficulty, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. Don't tell the adults. Gu Yin looked down at the other person and thought for a moment. Well, it's okay if I don't tell anyone, unless... Chapter 103, Chapter 103, The Next Heir Must Be Me. You don't want my grandparents to know about this, right? She recalled in her mind what Gu Yin had said to her not long ago. Xuehua left Gu Zihua's bedroom with a pale face. Why is this happening? How could this happen? What I did was discovered, and by this good-for-nothing young master. There is evidence of his evil deeds in the other party's mobile phone. If the two adults see it, it will be all over. It wouldn't matter if she was just a maid, but what if those two adults found out that she and Gu Zihua were actually in a relationship? Young Master Zihua will definitely be implicated as well. If the gentle Master Zihua was kicked out of the house because of her, he would be doomed. Don't do that kind of thing. With a nervous mood, Xuehua prayed in her heart that Gu Yin would not tell anyone. After all, I have promised the other party that I will listen to him. Only, when she thought of Gu Yan's face, she trembled all over and was very afraid that Gu Yin would do something to her that would make her despair and collapse. If that's the case, Xuehua shook her head fiercely. No, everything she has belongs to young Master Zihua, but if that useless young master really wants her to do something like that, what should she do? If it were young Master Zihua, would he forgive himself for being like that? Xuehua clenched her hands and went downstairs anxiously. Inside the Gu family manor, Gu Yin and Lao Gao were strolling along the forest path. I have to say that if it were open to the public, this place would definitely be a 5A level tourist resort. Gu Yin tossed the half piece of Dragon King jade in his hand and asked Lao Gao, tell me, what I did is so obvious. Do you think Grandma and Grandpa's attitude towards me will change this year? Lao Gao can be said to be the person he trusts most besides his parents, so he won't keep anything in suspense from him. After all, in the original book, the other party was the one who blocked Xiao Lin's punch for him even though he knew he would die. Lao Gao looked at the Dragon King jade being tossed around so casually, his mouth twitching, his eyes a little distressed. Young master, please take it easy. There's no second piece of this thing. As for the old lady and the others, how can a servant like me guess that? Upon hearing this, Gu Yin hung the jade pendant around his neck again. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and Xuehua's face flashed through his mind. He chuckled and said, I'll make a bold guess. After today, my grandparents will definitely recognize me as the next heir. Lao Gao was a little surprised and asked curiously, Why do you think so, master? After all, the young master gave people a very bad impression in the past 2 years. Although things are better this year, they are not much better. After all, most of the important figures in Jianghai City have been hit. Gu Yin shook his head after hearing this, stretched out his hand, and raised 4 fingers. Because, think about it, Lao Gao, although I have many brothers and sisters, there are only a few who can compete with me, or who are willing to become the heir. The first one is my brother Gu Zihua. He has always wanted to be the heir to the Gu family. Or rather, everyone else thinks that if my father retires, he will be the next heir. After all, he's gentle, filial, and has founded a tech company with a market capitalization of 1 billion. No matter how you look at it, he seems like the most suitable person to succeed him as the head of the Gu family. The second is my sister, Gu Yunru. She holds a degree in finance from a world-class business school. After graduation, she quickly rose to the top of the financial world. She possesses exceptional business acumen and leadership skills, and is the Gu family's new generation of business genius. Everyone regards her as the second Madame Gu. The third one is my younger sister, Gu Yingying. She's only 13, but she's a true all-around genius. She's excelled in cybersecurity, finance, computer programming, painting, and composing for the Guzheng, Chinese Guzheng. She's won international awards for all of these. Everyone calls him the new generation Long Qingxiu. But hey, he's still not as good as my Qingxiu. The fourth one is my younger brother Gulini. He doesn't seem to have any special talents. His only advantage is probably that he is the one that pleases my grandparents. And I, in the eyes of ordinary people, am a useless loser. No matter how you look at it, it seems I have no chance of succeeding the next head of the Gu family. Hey, Lao Gao, what's with that expression on your face? Listening to what Gu Yin said, Lao Gao's expression actually became more and more tense. The look of wanting to laugh, but not being able to. He took a deep breath and coughed lightly. Master, since you know that the other people are so outstanding and the competition is so fierce, why do you still? Before he finished speaking, Gu Yin showed a confident smile on his face. He raised the jade pendant on his chest and said to Lao Gao, "It's not just because of the Dragon King jade on my chest. Even more so because I'm Gu Tianming's son. It's also because my cultivation and starting point are higher than those four people." After hearing this, Lao Gao's heart trembled. Looking at Gu Yin, who was radiating confidence, he couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. Haha. Yes, the young master is the master's son after all. The young master has finally gotten it. It's settled, isn't it? Seeing that Lao Gao understood, Gu Yin smiled and said, "Okay, Lao Gao, just wander around the manor and get ready to stay here for a long time." The latter heard. Zhanghai High School. Mei Shui hid in the dark and silently waited for Lung Ling. But today, she discovered something strange. That is, the boy who likes Lung Linger didn't come class. What's going on? Was he taken away by the Xuanwu sect people? Mei Shui was alert and wondered whether she should tell her master about this. And on Lung Linger's side, Bai Qianglong whispered to Lung Linger, "Sister Linger, have you noticed who's missing from our class?" Lung Linger, who was eating potato chips, frowned when she heard this. She thought hard, then looked at Bai Qianglong blankly. "Who? What?" Bai Qianglong sighed softly, took a piece of Lung Linger's potato chips, and said, "Deng Feng, the one you asked questions about before." "Deng Feng. Oh yeah, I don't think I saw him today. He's sick and taking a leave of absence. Not surprising." Lung Linger said casually, and then continued to eat potato chips. In her mind, she was blaming the jerk Gu for not coming to center school today. Bai Qianglong smiled wickedly when she saw this. "Oh, I thought he liked you. After all, you helped him drive away Wang Zilin and the others before. Shouldn't he have stayed in the classroom to see you even though he was injured?" Hearing this, Lung Linger seemed to have been exposed and grabbed Bai Qianglong's cheek. "Qianglong, do you want to die? If I ask a question or help someone, will they like me? My brother-in-law has helped me so many times, so I must fall in love with him." When she said this, Lung Linger's eyes subconsciously became a little unnatural. She let go of Bai Qianglong's cheek flesh. "Anyway, don't think too much." Bai Qianglong covered the injured part and wailed, "I was just saying it casually. Sister Ling, why are you so anxious?" "Who's anxious? Look, you're anxious again. You." Mei Shui withdrew her gaze from Lung Linger and looked around vigilantly, although she had not found any trace of the enemy at the moment. "But you must be extremely careful. It can be seen at the previous banquet that the host is even willing to temporarily stop the plan for Miss Linger. So Miss Linger must be very important to her master." Chapter 104, Chapter 104, I wonder if Qingxiu will miss me. Lunchtime. Both Mrs. Gu and her husband like to eat lighter food, so their daily meals are mainly vegetarian. It's just that Gu Yin came today, so I specially prepared a few meat dishes. After lunch, Gu Yin accompanied the two old men for a walk in the manor. "Xiaoyan, Zihua will be over for dinner. Don't start arguing as soon as you meet like you did last year." Mrs. Gu seemed to be thinking of the scene at last year's annual meeting, so she gave the instructions with a headache. Gu Yin held Madame Gu's hand, his expression very warm. "Grandma, what are you talking about? I was naive last year, but I'm different this year. Brother Zihua is my respected elder brother. How could I possibly quarrel with him? If you don't believe me, ask Snowflower." Xuehua followed behind Gu Yin and the other two, walking side by side with Lao Gao. Hearing Gu Yan's words, she subconsciously recalled the scene of last year's annual meeting. His own young master Zahua was humble and polite, but after Gu Yin said a few words to him asking him to stand up for himself, this useless young master became furious and lost all his defenses. The guests who had come to make such a fuss were all there to laugh at the joke, and maybe it would be the same tonight. I just don't know what the other party will ask me to do. When I think about this, Xuehua feels very tormented. On the surface, Xuehua replied softly, I also believe that Master Gu Yin and Master Zihua can get along well. Gu Yin held Madame Gu's hand tighter as if he had one. Look, even your personal maid said so. Gu Tianlong was walking alone on the side. When he heard the word Gu Yin said, he frowned in dissatisfaction and said in a deep voice, What a mess. A maid is a maid, not some messed up personal maid. Stop learning this crap, little brat. 3 chaotic words in a row expressed Master Gu's dissatisfaction with Gu Yan's words. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. Gu Yan knew who was the one in charge of this family, so he replied perfunctorily. You. Master Gu felt that his authority was being challenged, especially what do you mean, kid? Why are you only hugging grandma? So I'm not your grandfather anymore? Madame Gu smiled helplessly and said, All right, Tianlong, stop talking too much. It's rare for Xiaoyan to come here. Snort. Gu Tianlong snorted lightly, quickened his pace sullenly, and walked ahead of the few people. Seeing this, Madame Gu laughed and shook her head. Xiaoyan, look at you. Your grandfather is already such a grown man, but he still thinks he is the young man he was back then. Although he was blaming her, his eyes revealed joy. The 2 old people have a really good relationship. Gu Yin sighed his heart and said, Grandma, I might have to stay here for a few days. Is that okay with you? Hearing this, Madame Gu laughed out loud. What do you mean by a few days? Xiaoyan, you can live here all the time, and you still ask me if it's okay? This is your home, isn't it? Speaking of this makes me angry. When you all grew up, you all went out to buy houses and live there. This huge manor is only left to me and your grandfather. I can only see you at the end of the year. When Mrs. Gu said this, she sighed softly. Grandpa Gu, who was walking in front, suddenly said, Your room is cleaned every day. Just move in. Really? Grandfather doesn't dislike me. Snort. Gu Tianlong quickened his pace and ran to the front. Gu Yin didn't know what to say about this character. Lao Gao also had a smile on his face. Haha, the young master and the old lady have a really good relationship. Everyone was very happy. Only, Xuehua's face was pale, and she clenched her fists tightly. What's going on? Why? Why did Gu Yin want to stay here for a few days? I have never thought about living here before. So what is he going to do? Could it be? Xuehua seemed to have thought of something, and her expression gradually became uneasy. Of course, Gu Yin had no thoughts about Xuehua at all. He was currently taking a walk with old Madame Gu. At the same time, I was thinking in my heart, did Qingxiu eat well? Although he had asked his aunt to explain the situation and cook today, Gu Yin actually knew that Qingxiu loved the food he cooked. I can only eat the others with difficulty. Oh, I hope Qingxiu won't miss me too much these days. Of course, the other party is busy with revenge and probably won't miss me too much. Gu Yin has a clear understanding of his current position. He believed that he would be able to make Lung Qingxiu really fall in love with him in the future, but he was not narcissistic enough to think that Lung Qingxiu could really fall in love with him now. At present, Lung Qingxiu definitely puts revenge first, and Gu Yin also believed that as long as he helped Lung Qingxiu to take revenge, then Qingxiu will definitely love him to death by then. Oh, what should I do then? Will Qingxiu say something like, My dear husband, I love you the most. You can speak it, right? You can definitely speak it, right? Ha 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 ha. No, I'm thinking too much about it, and I can't even suppress the smile on my face. Old Madame Gu looked at Gu Yin in surprise. Could it be that just letting him live here could make Xiaoyan so happy? She felt guilty, thinking that she had indeed cared less about Xiaoyan before. I'll have to scold Tianming later, wondering if it was because of work issues that I didn't give Xiaoyan the care she deserved. Look how much my precious grandson needs love. Lung family. Miss Qingxiu, I'll leave first. I'll come back in the evening. The auntie that Gu Yin called spoke respectfully to Lung Qingxiu. However, Lung Qingxiu shook his head and said calmly, No, you don't have to come again. I will solve the problem of eating by myself in the future. I'll tell Gu Yin. Auntie hesitated for a moment, but then her mind flashed back to the time when Gu Yin had told her to obey Lung Qingxiu in everything. So she nodded. Okay, Miss Qingxiu. After saying that, he left. And after the people left, tick-tock, tick-tock, the sound of the clock echoed in the house. Lung Qingxiu just stood at the door. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. She clenched her fists tightly and muttered to herself, "If you don't want to come, then don't come. Why don't you come and tell me in person?" Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath, opened his eyes, turned around, and walked upstairs. As he walked, he cursed softly. "Do you really think I need you that much? You don't have to walk with your eyes closed when I'm not around. And I don't have to worry about you constantly barging into my study and interrupting my practice. I don't have to listen to you nagging in my ear all the time. If you don't want to come, then don't come. It's like no one cares about you." Talp, talp, talp. He cursed all the way to the desk in the study. Lung Qingxiu opened the book with a cold face. "This is perfect. I can study with peace of mind and think about my next plan." Brush, brush, brush. Books flipping. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The sound of flipping books stopped. A long time passed. Only a dejected sigh was heard. "Will I not see Guyen for 5 days? Are you coming over on the weekend? This bastard. What on earth did you do? Oh, right. Didn't you ask Mei Shui to protect Guyen? It's just right to wait for her to come back in the evening and report on the situation. I don't care what he does. It's just because he said he would make me some puffs. I hate men who don't keep their promises." Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath and continued to flip through the book. "Only. So, why didn't you come to see me for so many days? Is it because you are bored? You are bored, right? Ah, this is so annoying. Guyen, you bad guy." Lung Qingxiu decided to deal with this bad guy who disturbed his mood. "When we meet next time, I will definitely say with a stern face, 'These days when you were away were the most comfortable days I have ever had.'" At the Gu family manor, Gu Yin suddenly looked around vigilantly. "What's wrong, Xiaoyan?" Old Madame Gu looked at her darling grandson, who suddenly trembled beside her with some confusion. "It's okay. Maybe I'm overthinking it." Gu Yin shook his head. He felt strange in his heart, as if Qingxiu was scolding him just now. But that shouldn't be the case. She scolded him before because he kept pestering her and bothering her. Now he is planning not to disturb the other person for a few days. Shouldn't the other person feel happy and comfortable? This is just the right time for Lung Qingxiu to calm down and think about what happened at the banquet. When he thought of this, Guyen began to admire himself a little. He is such a caring and good husband. If Qingxiu knew his good intentions, would she be so moved that she would want to cry? But when I go to see Qingxiu in 5 days, what expression will he have? Would you feel excited and happy because you haven't seen him for a long time? Haha, just kidding. The other person will most likely say with a cold face, "These days when you were away were the most comfortable days I have ever had." However, I also love Qingxiu with such a cold face. Chapter 105 Trash Goo, come back soon. That night, Lung family. "Sister, I'm back." Lung Linger walked in with a displeased look on her face, swinging her small school bag. "Sister, you don't understand. That jerk Gu is really too much. Not only did he not come this morning, he didn't even come this afternoon. My little brother said that it seems that Gu Ziyu and his housekeeper went to visit his grandmother. It seems like he won't come for several days." "Really? Sister, what are you doing?" Lung Linger couldn't continue talking and even had a bad feeling. Because Lung Qingxiu in front of him was wearing an apron and holding a casserole in both hands and placed it on the dining table. "Isn't the casserole hot? Are you just holding it with your bare hands?" Hearing Lung Linger's voice, Lung Qingxiu smiled slightly. "Well, I also know about this matter." She had already learned from Mei Shui where Gu Yin was going. It turns out that he was just going to visit his grandparents. Really, I thought it was something else. After knowing that it was just like this, Lung Qingxiu's mood became much better. He originally wanted to order takeout, but when he was in a good mood, he wanted to cook by himself. Besides, think about it. Takeout is neither healthy nor hygienic, and it is really not right to let Linger eat that kind of food. So, it is better to cook by yourself. Thinking of this, Lung Qingxiu opened the lid of the pot and looked at Lung Linger with a kind face. "Linger, wash your hands and sit down to eat. Your brother-in-law hasn't been here recently, so I'll cook for you." Lung Linger slowly asked 2 questions, swallowed her saliva, and mustered up the courage to look into the casserole. After just one glance, she covered her mouth in horror. What the heck is this black and purple goo? Why? Why are there fish eyes floating above and blinking? Cease. Are you really cooking like a normal person? Even if your cooking skills are terrible, you can't create a dish that doesn't belong to this world, right? Are you a monster? And can you see where the oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar are? Lung Linger's face turned pale, and she smiled awkwardly. This is not necessary, sister. We can order takeout." Hearing this, Lung Qingxiu frowned and lectured. Why do you eat unhealthy takeout food every day? Takeout food is not as hygienic as home-cooked food. Stop being so willful. Sit down, wash your hands, and eat. I made your favorite fish head soup. This thing is fish head soup. Longlinger looked at the big pot that emitted a strange smell with difficulty. Hey, 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 this will kill you if you drink it, right? Longlinger was crying out in her heart. Zanyugu, please come back soon. If this continues, someone will die. Inside Villa Number 1 in Tianu Cave, a beautiful figure stood at the gate obediently. Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Yin Qingqing. Ah, I'm not here to see Gu Yin because he beat me, but we became friends, so I wanted to come over to play with him. Is he here? Yin Qingqing mustered up the courage to come find Gu Yin, and she was so excited when she learned that he also lived here. Gu Tianming and Su Murong looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. The latter leaned close to Gu Tianming's ear, looked at Yin Qingqing, and asked in a low voice, I say, who is this? The eldest daughter of the Yin family. Gu Tianming responded in a low voice. Su Murong was a little puzzled. Then why did they come to see her, Yin Yin? What is the relationship between them? Gu Tianming didn't understand either. He wondered, wasn't it that old guy from your Yin family who had summoned other families to come to him to ask for an explanation? Why is the person who was beaten now looking for his son? But no matter what he thought, Gu Yin was indeed not at home. So he said, well, it's really unfortunate. Gu Yin has not been at home these days. He went to visit his grandmother. Hearing this, Yin Qingqing's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Is that so? But soon a smile appeared on her face again, and she thanked Gu Tianming and Su Murong. Thank you, uncle and aunt. I will come to see Gu Yin next time. After saying this, he left with a feeling of loss. Gu Tianming and Su Murong looked at each other in surprise. Wait a minute, girl. Your attitude makes it hard for us not to suspect that you are in love with our son. Gu Tianming was somewhat surprised and doubtful. That shouldn't be the case. She's the eldest daughter of the Yin family, and she was beaten up by our son. Su Murong nodded in agreement. Yeah, probably came here for revenge. Having said that, she changed the subject and thought hard for a moment before saying, but if she likes our son, I wouldn't disagree. The Yin family and the Gu family are a perfect match. Hearing this, Gu Tianming interrupted and said, hey, our son already has someone he likes. Have you forgotten about the girl from the Lung family? Speaking of this, Su Murong's expression was not very good. Humph, if my son likes a normal person, I don't care, but he's a blind person. Gu Tianming remembered that this daughter-in-law, whom he had never met, had changed his son, so he said, what's wrong with being blind? How can you separate them just because your son likes you? Besides, you haven't met Lung Qingqiu, so how can you be so sure that you won't like this daughter-in-law? Hearing this, Su Murong shook his head and said firmly, it's absolutely impossible for her to like him. They say that the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law in China is very tense. I definitely won't like this Lung Qingqiu. Even if Yin Yin is really with her, I definitely won't like it. Gu Tianming felt a headache watching this. He grabbed Su Murong's hand and dragged her into the house. He showed his toughness for once and said, I must correct your concept. Tianming, what are you doing? Click. The door closes. Gu Family Manor. In the restaurant on the first floor. In front of a rectangular dining table that is more than 10 meters long. Gu Tianlong and old Madame Gu sat in the main seats. Gu Yin sat opposite another well-dressed, elegant, and easygoing man. A plate is placed in front of each person, and the same food is placed on each plate. The two old people like light food, so the younger generations like Gu Yin naturally eat with them. Xiuhua stood behind the man, her eyes full of admiration. Young Master Zihua is still so handsome and elegant. Gu Zihua put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth, and looked at Gu Yin with gentle eyes. Brother, we haven't seen each other for a long time, right? Hearing this, Gu Yin looked up at Gu Zihua and said calmly, you are so forgetful. We just met last year, which is not that long. Chapter 106 Chapter 106 Seeing Gu Zihua. I really want to punch you again. My brother has become much more humorous. A gloomy look flashed across Gu Zihua's eyes, but then he forced a smile and continued. Brother, have you been paying attention to science and technology newspapers recently? The technology developed by my company is on the front page of the newspaper. I heard that my brother doesn't seem to have a decent job yet. How about coming to my company? I can arrange a position that suits you. When saying this, Gu Zihua has been observing the expressions of his grandparents. He knows that he is very capable and is so considerate and caring towards his younger brother. I believe that the two old people should have figured out who will be the next heir of the Gu family, right? However, the expressions of the two old men did not change at all, which made Gu Zihua very disappointed and unwilling at the same time. What exactly do I have to do for you to consider me as the next heir? Xu felt extremely touched and happy. Young Master Zihua was worthy of being young Master Zihua. Not only was he so outstanding, but he also cared so much about his younger brother. When Guyan heard his brother say this, he felt that he should react according to both moral and legal considerations. Thinking about this, he looked at Xu. In the end, Guyan looked at Gu Zihua with an idiotic look in his eyes. Are you stupid? I'm so rich. Why would I go to work? Not to mention that I'm busy with love right now. Strengthening the Gu family is what young people like us should do. Xiaohua, you are too outdated. Xiaohua was shocked. What? Gu Yin actually said such vulgar words in front of the adults? She clenched her fists tightly. It was really too much to insult young Master Zihua in such a way. Gu Zihua. He tried his best to keep smiling, but he was still asking in his heart. Did I get scolded just now? By this useless little brother? I was scolded? And, Xiaohua, who do you think you are? Gu Zihua's breathing rhythm was disrupted. No, calm down, calm down. Just think of it as being bitten by a dog. Can you bite it back? Besides, Guyan seems to have changed a lot compared to last year. If I'd said that last year, the other party would have felt humiliated and thrown the table in anger. But it's okay. My grandparents must be extremely disappointed with such a rude brother. Right? Thinking about it, Gu Zihua looked over and saw the result. But it was a scene that he couldn't understand at all. The grandmother, who had originally had a calm expression, now had a smile on her face. Even the serious grandfather couldn't help but smile. Why? Why is this happening? Gu Zihua couldn't figure it out. He put his hands under the table and clenched them into fists, trying to calm himself down. He took a deep breath and looked at Gu Yin stiffly. Brother, I haven't seen you for so long. You have changed a lot. But brother's doing this for your own good. It's not good for you to keep using the family's money. It's good to have a job. At least people won't look down on you, and you can still have a relationship. At your age, shouldn't you focus more on your career? Maybe you should really consider coming to my brother's company. If nothing else, my brother. Before he could finish his words, Guyan interrupted him. Excuse me, Gu Zihua, could you be a little quieter while eating? Do you know how noisy you are? Gu Zihua clenched his fists and smiled elegantly. Brother, you're right. We should talk about these important principles after dinner. Damn you piece of shit. How dare you disrespect me in front of my grandparents? Gu Zihua was filled with anger. He could actually guess why Gu Yin came here. It was probably because he knew that this year was his last chance. So, I hurried over here to cram for the exam and see if I could make a good impression on my grandparents. But, how could I let you succeed? Don't be impatient. The more vulgar and rude you act now, the more it will highlight my elegant and easygoing personality. I don't believe that seeing you like this, your grandparents would still let you be the heir. And Gu Zihua sensed Gu Yin and found that he could not sense the other party's cultivation level at all. I sneered in my heart, thinking that I still couldn't practice. How could I compete with you like this? You know, as the new generation of cultivation genius of the Gu family, he has now cultivated to a first-class warrior. He has good talent, a gentle and easygoing personality, and the ability to establish a technology company. P.S. Third-rate warrior, second-rate warrior, first-rate warrior, acquired, innate, master, grandmaster. Each realm is divided into early, middle, late, and peak. Gu Zihua racked his brains, but couldn't figure out why his grandparents didn't choose him as the heir. Xiaohua was also indignant about this. What qualifications did Emir Gu Yin have to fight against young Master Zihua? The two old men smiled, but said nothing. Dinner ended in a strange atmosphere. After dinner, old Madame Gu and old man Gu did not go for a walk with Gu Yin and Gu Zihua to help digest their food. Instead, he left only Gu Yin and Gu Zihua to stroll around the manor on the pretext of the two brothers should have a good chat. Gu Zihua felt uncomfortable all over when he walked with Gu Yin. I originally wanted to take advantage of the time after dinner to show off my face in front of my grandparents to improve their favorability. But I didn't expect that I would stay with this guy. Gu Yin and Gu Zihua walked side by side, with a distance of 1 or 2 meters between them. Neither of them spoke first, until Gu Zihua couldn't stand this atmosphere anymore, and because he wanted to see how much his brother had changed, he opened his mouth and said with a smile, "Brother, do you really hate me as your brother? Because there may be a misunderstanding between us. Have you always thought that your brother wanted to take your position as heir? At this point, Gu Zihua sighed and looked at Gu Yin with a loving look. Brother, you are wrong. I don't have that idea at all. Your position will always be yours. How can I compete with you for it? Do you remember that you also received affirmative votes during the annual meeting? Actually, they were all votes for you by your brother. But others don't think highly of you, my brother. Gu Zihua sighed softly, as if it was for Gu Yan's own good. Brother is doing this for your own good. So I hope you can find a good job, at least a respectable one. It won't make others look down on you. At least by coming to work for me, you can let others know that you have changed and know how to share the burden for the family. I believe that if we work hard, we won't have so many people voting against it. What do you think, brother? As Gu Zihua was talking, he noticed that Gu Yan stopped. He also stopped and looked at Gu Yan with a smile. Gu Yan didn't say anything, just stood there, staring at Gu Zihua's face carefully for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just when Gu Zihua was about to speak. Next second, he only saw a wicked smile on Gu Yan's face. Ah, as expected, I still can't help but want to punch you. Brother, what did you say? Before he finished speaking, Gu Zihua's pupils shrank. The evil smile on Gu Yan's face flashed away, and in an instant it became cold and ruthless. His hands suddenly clenched into a fist and swung forward swiftly. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 The War Master and Servant. The sudden scene made Gu Zihua stunned for a moment. He subconsciously circulated his true energy. Just bang! The true energy that was circulating was instantly shattered by the flying fist. Phew! A solid punch hit Gu Zihua's cheek, making a crisp sound. Gu Zihua's body was instantly knocked to the ground by this immense force that he had never dared to imagine. Ugh! He even bounced off the ground because he was using too much force. Gu Zihua screamed, his elegant and easygoing demeanor instantly shattered. He covered his face with his hands and looked up at his brother, whom he considered a loser, in disbelief. Gu Yan, are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Gu Yan stood there with a look of disdain and mockery on his face. He clenched his fists and walked over. As the future heir of the Gu family, what's wrong with me punching you twice? What did you say? Gu Zihua was beaten so badly that he couldn't stand up. He covered his face and was stunned by Gu Yan's remarks. To be honest, he didn't expect Gu Yan to do such a thing in such a place. Everything before him seemed like a dream. Idiot, let me explain it to you in more detail. What I mean is that the position of heir has always been mine, just because I'm Gu Qianming's son. Gu Yan didn't stop. Under Gu Zihua's stunned gaze, he continued to hit her. He threw punches continuously and added a big punch, bang. Ugh, stop it. Each blow hit Gu Zihua's face powerfully and accurately. Bang! Another punch. Gu Yan stopped. Wait a minute. What will your grandparents think if you do this? Gu Zihua was going crazy. He didn't expect Gu Yan to dare to attack him. And he didn't expect Gu Yan to be able to beat him. You know, he is a first-rate warrior. Bang! Another punch came in response. Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you want to lecture me? Now go ahead and do it. Bang! Ugh! Wait. Gu Zihua was already bruised and battered. He weakly called out to Gu Yan, who was about to hit him, and said, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought about the position of heir. I give up. I give up, okay. He wailed. Gu Yan thought about it, and then, bang! Another punch. Ah! Gu Zihua was furious. You! Is this the demeanor of an heir? Hearing this, Gu Yan shook his head and smiled at Gu Zihua. No, actually I don't know whether my grandparents have considered me as the designated heir. I just simply don't like you, so I want to beat you up. It doesn't matter to me whether there is an heir or not. My father is still the current head of the family anyway. Don't move, dear. A few more punches will make me feel much better. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Zihua's consciousness became increasingly blurred. He was shocked and couldn't believe that Gu Yan would beat him just for this reason. Ah! Screams were heard here, and after an unknown amount of time, Gu Zihua lost consciousness. Only then did Gu Yan stand up. He looked towards a certain tree and said with a smile, Grandmother, as the heir to the Dragon King Palace and the Gu family, it's okay for you to teach your clansmen a lesson, right? Madame Gu smiled slightly as she watched this scene. She seemed very satisfied. She glanced at Xiuhua, whose face was pale and whose eyes looked as if she was about to cry, and said lightly, Go and take Zihua back to her room to heal. Xiuhua nodded, pursed her lips, walked over, and helped Gu Zihua up. She looked up at Gu Yan, tears in her eyes, as if questioning why he was so harsh. Gu Yan just shrugged and pretended not to see it. After Xiuhua helped Gu Zihua leave. Papa, There was a burst of applause. Old Madame Gu walked over with a gentle look in her eyes, accompanied by the old man with glasses who she had seen during the day. She looked at Gu Yan with satisfaction and said softly, Gu Tianming is the child your grandfather, and I value the most. Not only because of his talent, but also because of his innate kingly demeanor. Madame Gu gently stroked Gu Yan's head. The Gu family is a big family, a huge family that you can't even imagine. The position of heir is not just about being an heir. This also includes some things that ordinary people cannot imagine. Your father is capable enough to hold this position. In you, Xiaoyan, I see the shadow of your father in you now. She smiled kindly and said, as the heir of the Gu family, it's natural for me to be arrogant. You did a great job. At this point, Madame Gu reached out and gently picked up the Dragon King jade from Gu Yan's neck, praising him and saying, perhaps this is also the reason why you were chosen as the heir to the Dragon King palace. Put down the jade pendant. The old man behind him said respectfully, sir, over there on the snowflake side. When Mrs. Gu heard this, a complicated look appeared in her eyes, as if she was thinking of the night in the snowstorm when she picked up the snowflakes. She shook her head and sighed, let her be. How could she not know that the maid whose server fell in love with her grandson? It's just that because Xuehua was an orphan she picked up when she was young, she has always indulged her. Thinking of this, Madame Gu said to Gu Yin gently, Xiao Yin, don't blame your brother. After all, you both have the blood of the Gu family flowing in your veins. Gu Yin nodded fiercely. I will, Grandma. I'm not a petty person. Well, this is what a good grandson of Grandma should be. The more Mrs. Gu looked at Gu Yin, the more satisfied she felt. She believed that only someone who was courageous and cared about his family could be the heir of the Gu family. In Gu Zihua's bedroom, this bastard actually hit me so hard. Gu Zihua's head was now wrapped in gauze, which could relieve the physical pain. But the pain in my heart could not be relieved. Xuehua sat beside the bed, holding Gu Zihua's hand, feeling distressed. She said softly and soothingly, Master Zihua, calm down. If Gu Yin does this, the adults will definitely think he is a violent person. He can forget about getting the position of heir. Gu Zihua thought what he said made a lot of sense. He would definitely go to his grandmother to complain later. What a hateful guy. But before that, Gu Zihua looked at Xuehua, who was taking good care of him. His mood couldn't help but improve. Why did he want to take the position of the head of the family? Isn't it just to be able to be with Xuehua? The Gu family rules strictly forbids servants from being with their masters. Once discovered, the servants will be kicked out of the house, at the very least, and at the worst, their legs and feet will be broken and thrown out of the Gu family. And warriors who practice like him will have their cultivation abolished and thrown out. Everything he and Xuehua have will be taken away by the Gu family. Therefore, only after becoming the head of the family can he change the family rules so that he and Xuehua can be together openly. He looked at Xuehua and said softly, Xuehua, don't worry. Give me some more time, and I will definitely become the head of the Gu family. By then, you will be the wife of the Gu family. The two of us will definitely be able to change our family's prejudices and come together. The reason why he fell in love with snowflakes was probably because when he was a child, he fell into the water and snowflakes rescued him at the risk of their own lives. So he fell in love with snowflakes. Xuehua felt very sweet in her heart. Why did she fall in love with Master Zihua? Maybe it was because when she was little, those people always called her a one-eyed monster and said the other half of her face was ugly. And only young Master Zihua was willing to help her drive away those who bullied her, so she fell in love with him. For a moment, the love between the two grew stronger, and Gu Zihua's heart beat faster and faster. The gauze did not cover his mouth. Looking at the shy Xuehua in front of him, Gu Zihua mustered up the courage and slowly moved closer. Xuehua, I love you. Xuehua was also very moved. She closed her eyes and moved closer. Master Zihua. Their lips were about to meet, and a sweet atmosphere filled the room. Only, click, an untimely sound of taking a photo interrupted the sweet interaction between the two. Chapter 108 Chapter 108 Gu Yan's well-intentioned threat. Who is it? Gu Zihua was shocked and quickly separated from Xuehua. Xuehua also stood up in panic and stood aside. They both looked towards the door at the same time. When I saw the person coming, Gu Zihua and Xuehua's expressions were stunned. It can be said that this person is the one they least want to see. Gu Yan was seen holding up his phone, which had a photo of the two kissing. He looked at them with a nasty expression. Hey, I was thinking of coming over to see if you're seriously injured, Xiaohua. How come I ended up seeing something like this? Guyan held up his phone and looked at the two of them. They actually kissed. I'm going to tell my grandmother and the others that the master was having sex with the servant. At this point, Gu Yan's face showed a devilish smile. Xiaohua, will you be stripped of your surname, Gu, and have your cultivation abolished and be expelled from the family? And Xiuehua, will you be thrown out of the Gu family with your limbs broken? Ah, I really want to see that scene. As soon as these words were spoken, both of them froze. No, don't. Please don't tell anyone. Xiuehua's body was trembling as she walked towards Gu Yin step by step, pleading with tears in her eyes. It's over. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Originally, she was the only one being threatened, but now, even young Master Zihua was threatened? Stand there, maid. Don't get too close to me. I really want to know what your reaction is, Xiaohua. Guyan looked at Gu Zihua jokingly. The first thing I want to make clear is that in the original novel, the Gu family is actually portrayed as a villain. Characters like Gu Zihua and Xiuehua, on the other hand, are viewed from a decent perspective by readers. In order to be together, the two fought against the old-fashioned villain family that oppressed them. In the end, they overthrew the family and were about to be together, but were separated by the big villain. Everyone was leaving messages in the comment section at the time, crying, the Gu family was too bad, the villain was too bad, and so on. But I'm sorry, now that Guyan has come to this world, there is no such thing as a good or evil perspective. He only knew that he needed the Gu family and really needed the support of the Gu family. However, these two people were willing to kill their grandparents just to be together, and even join forces with the villain Shaolin to overthrow the Gu family. Isn't this causing trouble for him? He could kill these two people directly, but how should I explain this to my grandparents? So, he thought of another way, which might be even more interesting. Gu Zihua was filled with despair. He had been caught by this guy. He lowered his head and clenched his hands tightly. If the responsibility lies with me, my cultivation will definitely be crippled and I will be expelled from the Gu family. But if the responsibility lies with Xiuehua, then she will definitely suffer a more severe punishment. Gu Zihua figured it out. He took a deep breath and looked at Gu Yin seriously. All this, the words, it's all my responsibility, haven't been uttered yet. But she was interrupted by Xiuehua beside her. It's all my fault. I was the one who tried to seduce Master Zihua. She pursed her lips and looked at Gu Yin with a determined look. Xiao Xue. Gu Zihua looked at the other person in shock. Xiuehua glanced at Gu Zihua for the last time, a look of farewell in her eyes. She took a deep breath and looked at Gu Yin. Master Gu Yin, please take me to the old lady. I will bear all the consequences alone. Xiao Xue. No, you will definitely die. Gu Zihua looked at Gu Yin and roared. It's all my fault. It's my fault. If you want to expose someone, expose me alone. However, the situation was different from what the two had expected. Bang, bang, bang. Gu Yin was so moved after hearing this that he clapped his hands. Then he wiped away the non-existent tears and said with emotion, You have really surprised this young master. Gu Yin looked at the stunned Gu Zihua and said, I didn't expect that you really like this maid so much, Xiaohua. Then he looked at Xiuehua again. I didn't expect you to be so bold. Do you really like Gu Zihua? Okay, in that case. Just when the two thought that Gu Yin was moved by their true love and was going to give up exposing them, Gu Yin changed the subject and grabbed Xiuehua's wrist under Gu Zihua's wide-open gaze. He said to Gu Zihua coldly, Let me see how much you love each other. From today on, I will be staying at the Gu family manor for a while, and during this time, Xiuehua will be my personal maid. As for you, Gu Zihua, I'll have someone pick you up and leave the manor tomorrow morning. All right. As if to emphasize something, Gu Yin looked at Xiuehua viciously. During this period, no matter what I ask you to do, you have to agree otherwise. He held up the kissing photo on his phone and said, You don't want the young master Zihua you like to have his tendons cut and be kicked out of the house, do you? Gu Zihua's eyes were bloodshot when he heard this. He roared, Gu Yin, you are not a human. After yelling, he looked at Xiuehua again. Xiao Xue, don't agree to him. The worst that can happen is that you'll be kicked out of the family. We can still live together outside. On Xiuehua's side, she looked at Gu Zihua, who was begging her not to agree, and then looked at Gu Yin, who was pinching her wrist hard with a wicked smile on his face. Your name is Xiuehua, right? Thank you for saving me before, so I'm here to help you. If they bully you again, tell them my name. I am the young master of the Gu family. My name is Gu Zihua, remember? Snowflake, can I call you Xiao Xue? Xiao Xue, I think I've fallen in love with you. Master Zihua has helped me so many times, and he has a bright future ahead of him. So now, Xuehua pursed her lips, a tear sliding down her cheek. She looked miserably at Gu Zihua, who was in shock, and her voice choked with sobs. Master Zihua, Xuehua really likes you, so please let Xuehua help you. Gu Yan's mouth twitched as he watched. Hey, enough is enough. I really mean enough. Please don't act out this kind of sad drama in front of me. Why didn't you shed a single tear when your grandparents were killed in the original novel? Furthermore, you're acting as if I am a bad person, but it is obviously you who are the evil ones who devour your own relatives. Okay? Gu Yin felt offended. To be honest, he doesn't actually stand on any side at all. After all, he is not from this world. Whether he is a villain or a good guy, he will make the best of it. He just wants to survive with Qingxiu. So to do this, he has to do a lot of things and gain a lot of power. The World Correction Force is really too terrifying. So until now, he still lets Mei Shui stay by Lung Linger's side. I was afraid that if I wasn't careful, Lung Linger would die. The person from the Lung family, who was looking up at the starry sky with a pale face, suddenly trembled all over. Click. The door is closed. Gu Zihua sat on the bed with a dull look in his eyes. Left the bedroom. Gu Yan's bad expression disappeared immediately, and he let go of the hand that had been pinching Xuehua's wrist. Then he yawned and walked towards his room. It's so late. I should take a shower and go to bed. I've been tired all day. Seeing this, Xuehua wanted to follow with a desperate look on her face. But Gu Yin turned his head and said indifferently, Your first task is to stay in the room next to Gu Zihua tonight and don't come out. From now until the annual meeting, you're not allowed to meet with Gu Zihua. As long as you can do this, then I promise not to expose you. I can even help you meet up at the annual party and get back together, and let you go far away and fulfill your dreams. Don't look at me like that. I just want Gu Zihua, this potential rival, to behave himself before the annual meeting. Xuehua was a little stunned when she heard this. What was going on? Just like this? Xuehua was a little confused. Why was this the only way? What else do you expect? Gu Yin stopped walking after hearing this, looked at the bewildered man, and then said seriously, Or you can just fantasize about making love with him in the room next to Gu Zihua, and then follow your desires and make some noises. Snowflake. She understood it in an instant, and when she looked up at Gu Yin again, he had already entered the room. Xuehua couldn't help but murmur to herself, Is that all that matters? What a strange person. However, a glint of hope flashed in her eyes. If that was all, then as long as they could hold on until the annual meeting, it would be a victory for her and young Master Zihua. Although I don't know why you did this, but if you think that not seeing each other for dozens of days will affect the love between me and Master Zihua, that's totally wrong. Gu Yin, just wait and see. This is a battle that young Master Zihua and I must win. Chapter 109. Chapter 109. The men arrive and establish an organization. Author's note. In the new year, I wish you all great success in your career and studies. May you become rich in 2024. Terwijl we klok imaginatie. Gu Yin sat on the bed in his pajamas. In front of him, there were 10 masked men in black robes kneeling on one knee and reporting respectfully. According to the explanation, they were the 10 warriors in the middle stage of the innate realm sent by his father. They are all death warriors trained by the Gu family, so their loyalty goes without saying. Each of them has no name, only a number, and they are all trained as killing weapons. I didn't expect that Dad was so efficient. In fact, they had arrived a long time ago, and Gu Tianming had already informed Madame Gu and the others. It's just not convenient for him to appear in public, so he waits until Gu Yin is alone in the bedroom before showing up. Gu Yin looked at the 10 loyal people in front of him. According to what his father said, these 10 people were his subordinates. Since that's the case, so let me post my first mission. Gu Yin said in a deep voice, I need you to build an organization hidden in the dark for me. The organization's personnel should find orphans and children for me to brainwash. You hold out your hand. Having said that, Gu Yin extended his index finger and spoke to the person closest to him. The latter extended his hand without hesitation. Next second, gurgle. The ring on Gu Yin's index finger that had transformed from the 3 lives demon claw began to wriggle, rubbing. A small sharp claw instantly shot out to the hand of the person in front and directly sank into it. After doing all this, Gu Yin calmly looked at the person closest to him and said, From now on, you're the captain of the 10 people, codenamed Demon Claw. The claw that is embedded in your body is the tool for communicating with me. I will call you again before the end of this year. By then, I need to see the outline of an organization. Go down. Having said all this, Demon Claw and other warriors responded respectfully. Yes. Rub. Just like teleportation or displacement, Mo Claw and others disappeared from this place in an instant. After waiting for everyone to leave, Guyen lay down on the bed again, his eyes seeming to be thinking about something. Very good. The plan is proceeding in an orderly manner. With the help of the Gu family, many things have become much easier to do. If he relied on himself alone, he probably wouldn't be able to accomplish so many things. Suddenly, Gu Yin thought of something, and a playful look appeared in his eyes as he looked out the door. I wonder how Gu Zihua is doing now. Haha, I'm really looking forward to seeing his expression tomorrow morning. In the room, Gu Zihua hasn't fallen asleep yet. He holds his head and thinks about what Gu Yin said in his mind. During this period, no matter what I ask you to do, you have to agree. How would Xiaoxua be treated? She was just a maid, and Gu Yin was the eldest son of the Gu family. Because of me, Xiaoxua may have no choice but to listen to Gu Yin. What will happen? How will Xiaoxua be treated? It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Gu Zihua's eyes were filled with pain. He just wanted to be with Xiaoxua. He just wanted to change this old-fashioned family. So he made every effort to do so. He studied hard since childhood and worked hard to show himself when he grew up. The purpose is to become the heir of the Gu family. But why do grandparents like that loser? Just because his father is Gu Tianming? Why? How could such a wicked person be qualified to lead the Gu family? Gu Zihua's heart was bleeding. He really couldn't bear to think about what kind of treatment Xiaoxua was facing now. And at this time, a muffled groan suddenly sounded. Gu Zihua's heart trembled. This voice seemed to sound familiar, and it seemed to come from next door to him. Gu Zihua's eyes were filled with fear, and he pressed his ear against the wall in disbelief. As a result, the sound that seemed to only appear on TV programs actually reached his ears clearly. And listen carefully, this sound is exactly that. Xiaoxua. Gu Zihua's eyes became dull. It was as if all the strength in the body was drained away. No, it won't happen. How could Xiaoxua? Gu Zihua didn't dare to think about that scene. He didn't dare to listen anymore, but directly covered his head with the quilt. My whole body was trembling with a variety of complex emotions such as regret, anger, shock, and grief. Ah! Gu Zihua whimpered weakly in the quilt. Why? Gu Yan, I hate you. The other side of the wall. Only one person, Snowflake, had a happy smile on his face. Master Zihua, just wait a little longer until the annual meeting, and then we can be together. Early the next morning, the gauze on Gu Zihua's head has been removed. After all, he is a warrior, and his recovery ability is far beyond that of ordinary people. So Gu Yin did not use his full strength. So even though there's still some bruises, it's almost healed. Gu Yin sent Gu Zihua to the open-air parking lot. He looked at the numb-looking Gu Zihua with a smile on his face and said, I'm sorry, Gu Zihua. Xiuhua should have been the one to see you off. But unfortunately, at this point, Gu Yin licked his lips with an inexplicable expression on his face. She was too tired yesterday. He has the evil face of a villain. Old Gao's mouth twitched when he saw this. He wondered what the young master was doing. Didn't you go to bed early yesterday? Oh, by the way, it seems that the young master's 10 warriors have arrived too. He waited outside the door and left only after he felt the 10 people left. The young master should have been asleep by then and had absolutely no contact with that maid Xiuhua. Is it possible? Lao Gao glanced at Gu Zihua, who looked like he was about to collapse because of what Gu Yin said. He suddenly realized that the young master was really bad. Gu Zihua had actually guessed something before Xiuhua came to see him off. But when Gu Yin said it himself, he still felt a little overwhelmed. Gu Yin. Gu Zihua clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were red, and he looked at Gu Yin as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he said nothing, got into the car that came to pick him up, and left without a word. In the car, Gu Zihua couldn't help crying. But as he cried, he clenched his teeth and said, It's okay, it's okay. The relationship between me and Xiuhua will not be damaged by this setback. I will definitely be with Xiuhua. Watching Gu Zihua leave, Gu Yan's face also lost interest in performing. The highlight is coming next. He wants to spend some time with his grandparents here, to consolidate the favorability again. Gone Lao Gao. Okay, master. Chapter 110. Chapter 110. Gu Yin realized because I miss you. Lung family. I'm going to school, sis. Lung Linger shouted upstairs with her small school bag on her back, then quickly closed and locked the door and rushed out. In the study, Lung Qingxiu was reading a book as usual. Only. But I kept thinking in my mind, today is the second day that Gu Yin is not here. Bang. Lung Qingxiu slumped over the book with an embarrassed look on his face. What was going on? Why was he thinking about this kind of thing? I shouldn't always think about the other person. What I should be thinking about is revenge. Lung Qingxiu, Lung Qingxiu, don't you want revenge? Men will only slow down your revenge. Guyan is not around, so he won't bother you anymore. You should be happy. Don't think about him. He's only been gone for a few days. Didn't you get annoyed by him staying by your side all the time? It's rare to have some peace and quiet. Lung Qingxiu hypnotized himself and seemed to feel better. So I started reading books again. Knowledge is endless and you can never read too much. Only, normally, Guyan would sit next to her and watch her read. Although I was always alone before, after Guyan came, I seemed to get used to having someone sitting next to me. This is so annoying. Bang. Lung Qingxiu hit the book with his head again. She opened her eyes and a shy look appeared on her face. I told Guyan that I liked him before, but I immediately changed it to I like puffs. She clenched her hands subconsciously. But I don't know if that guy heard it. Is it because he heard it that he doesn't dare to face me and chooses to go see his grandparents? Still didn't hear it? Of course, I hope he can't hear it. After all, I'm the king of the night organization. Like people or something, like brush. The scene of that year suddenly flashed through my mind. Blood and body parts. One after another, all the family members and clansmen she once knew and understood died in front of her. Her parents put her and Linger under the same bed. Qingxiu, don't come out. Don't come out. Protect your sister, Qingxiu. Mom and Dad will come pick you up soon after they finish dealing with the enemies. Qingxiu, I'm sorry. Run away. No, it shouldn't be like this. A trace of pain appeared on Lung Qingxiu's face. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Am I too lazy to actually fantasize about living like an ordinary girl? Have I forgotten the path I should be pursuing? Revenge. Revenge is what I should do. Lung Qingxiu sat up again and opened the book. His expression had become extremely dull. Lung Qingxiu, you really shouldn't fantasize about such unrealistic things. Guyan is just a tool you can use on your road to revenge. With the help of the Gu family behind him, he becomes the nourishment on your road to revenge. That's right. That's what you should do. Falling in love with someone like a normal girl? How are you going to explain this to the Lung family members who died and to your parents? All you have to do is protect your sister. Everything else is unimportant. That's right. This is just right. I will take advantage of these days when Gu Yin is not around to find my former self. Gu family manor. Gu Yin suddenly covered his chest vigilantly. He looked around. Lao Gao looked at the other person in confusion. Master, what's wrong with you? Gu Yin didn't say anything after hearing this. Just hold on my chest. He took a deep breath, and for some reason, a feeling of sadness suddenly surged in his heart. Why? Why is this happening? It happened before. Suddenly, he felt as if Lung Qingxiu was scolding him and seemed very angry. Then a feeling of loneliness came over me. And now, it's like sadness, endless sadness and complexity. It's okay, Lao Gao. Let's go find Grandma and the others. Gu Yin shook his head. He was a little hesitant. Could something have happened to Qingxiu? Should I go back to find her immediately? But it doesn't work. If I can't inherit the Gu family, how can I gain the power of the Gu family? How can I protect Qingxiu? Qingxiu can't turn evil and become stronger now, and I don't want her to turn evil either. The only way is to improve one's own strength, and the Gu family must make use of it themselves, and only by gathering all the power in the original work for their own use. Only then can we ensure that nothing goes wrong. Only then can the dam be ending be turned into a he. Time passed slowly, but the complicated emotions in Gu Yan's heart did not improve. On the contrary, they seemed to have become even worse. After dinner, with mixed feelings, Gu Yan was absent-mindedly walking with his grandparents. It seemed that he could see the confusion and complexity in Gu Yan's heart. Grandma smiled slightly. She took Gu Yan's hand and told the story of her and her grandfather. Haha, Xiaoyan, did you know that your grandfather was just a piece of wood back then? He obviously liked me, but he just didn't say it out loud until the very end, when he saw another boy confessing his love to me. He just realized that he should express his feelings to me. Don't look at him being so silent now. We did a lot of unexpected things during our relationship. Gu Yin was somewhat surprised to hear this. He looked at his grandfather, whose expression seemed to have become somewhat stiff, and couldn't help but laugh. So, grandfather also has that side. Grandma nodded and said yes. Her eyes seemed to be filled with longing. This is love. Love can change a person. It can change so much. Love, love? This word echoed in Guyan's mind. I love Qingxiu, but does Qingxiu love me? I clearly like the other person, but does Qingxiu really like me? Like. As soon as Guyan thought of this, he couldn't help but slow down his pace. His eyes also became a little strange. Wait a minute. Love, love, love. Laugh? Guyan was suddenly stunned, and the prompt the system gave him after he left the Lung family suddenly popped up in his mind. Get your pure love partner to like you. Plus 100,000 points. Guyan was not bragging. Ever since he had tied himself to his pure love object, he seemed to be able to sense any fluctuations in Lung Qingxiu's heart. For example, now his mood is very complicated. Guyan blinked. Can he really get 100,000 points by liking Puff? No way. Guyan seemed to realize something. He covered his mouth and said, wait, no way. An inexplicable excitement and warm emotions burst through Guyan's chest. He stopped. Master. Lao Gao looked at the other party with some confusion. Grandma, Grandpa, I think. I still have to go back. Guyan raised his head, a look of joy on his face that he had never had before. Well, be careful on the road. Grandma seemed to have seen something a long time ago, and she nodded kindly. After receiving the answer, Guyan hurriedly looked at Lao Gao and urged him fiercely. Lao Gao, hurry up. Send me to the Lung family. Oh. Watching the two people leave in a hurry. Old Madame Gu smiled with relief. It's really good to be young. Lung family. Sister, don't you want to take a break? Lung Linger looked at Lung Qingxiu, who had been sitting at the desk with some worry. The other person seemed a little strange, as if she had turned back into the older sister she used to be. Well, Linger, go lock the door downstairs. No one will come to our house soon. Lung Qingxiu nodded calmly, then ordered, close the study door tightly. Lung Linger hesitated to speak, but still replied, okay, sister, but don't be too tired. It will make your brother-in-law worry. Having said that, he closed the door and walked out. However, after hearing this, Lung Qingxiu's eyes were extremely calm. Brother-in-law? Oh, is that Guyan? It doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. I've already figured out my own path, and no matter what, I will not have any emotional fluctuations because of him. That's good. My life has been like walking on thin ice, and the only path I can take is revenge. Guyan is just a step on my road to revenge. Next second, snap, crash. As the window was opened, a cold wind blew in. Ha! Sorry, Qingxiu. The door downstairs of your house is closed. You won't blame me for climbing in through the window, will you? Hearing this hurried voice, Lung Qingxiu's heart trembled. She stared blankly at the window, and a fiery life source that seemed even more dazzling than before appeared outside the window. What's going on? Guyan? Lung Qingxiu said subconsciously. Aren't you going to visit your grandparents? Yeah, I'm a filial son. Guyan climbed in through the window and gradually walked towards Lung Qingxiu. Aren't you going to stay there for a few days? Lung Qingxiu asked. Why, don't ask anymore. Just pretend you don't care. Because something happened suddenly, I stopped living here. Guyan took a deep breath, as if he was making some mental preparations. Things? What things? No, why can't I help but respond? I was almost back to normal. This matter is... At this time, Guyan had already walked to Lung Qingxiu's side. He looked at Lung Qingxiu, stretched out his hand, and buried the other's head in his chest. And his gentle and loving voice also reached Lung Qingxiu's ears. This matter is that I miss you, Qingxiu. In an instant, Lung Qingxiu was stunned. Plop, plop. Then, an inexplicable emotion began to surge from her chest. She pursed her lips and gave up thinking. She buried her face in Guyan's warm chest, breathing in the scent of his body. Why? Why do you have to come back at this time? Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. Guyan, you're such a nasty bastard. How can I forget you when you're like this? How can I be so cruel as to use you? Pure love object likes. Points plus 10, 0, 0, 0. Pure love object likes it very much. Points plus 2W. Pure love, the other party likes it very much. Points plus 30, 0, 0, 0. Ancient martial arts world. In front of a round table in a certain space. Well, Knight is born again. The Lord of Yama's palace is dead. Yin Huang is dead. He has appeared again. Well, I think you all understand. Everyone looked at the person sitting in the main seat. The man stood up, emitting a terrifying aura. He slowly said, from now on, all forces will head to the secular world. We must find traces of night, and then completely destroy them. It doesn't matter even if the ancient martial arts world is exposed. The world cannot be destroyed because of night. We must protect this world. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. Do you really want to hear me say I like you? Lung family. Guyan had no way to pay attention to the system prompt sound, because at this moment, his mind was full of Lung Qingxiu. He just said, why would liking a puff add 100,000 points? It's not because of liking the puff, but because I like him. Feeling Lung Qingxiu in his arms, Guyan couldn't help but sigh. Why are you shy, Qingxiu? It's not shameful to like me. Thinking of this, Guyan hugged the other person tightly. He wanted to speak directly, but when the words came to his lips, Guyan's voice was still a little nervous. Qingxiu, I already understand. I know everything. Lung Qingxiu was still enjoying the warm feeling at the moment, but after hearing what Guyan said, she suddenly became a little nervous. You know what? The fact that he is the leader of the Night organization has been exposed? Could it be that Mei Shui, who was placed next to Guyan to protect him, was discovered? So the organization was exposed. Did Guyan know everything he had done? So what's the situation now? Guyan knows what he did, but he is still willing to hold her like this. Why? Could it be that, even though he knew what he had done, Guyan was still willing to be with her? An inexplicable impulse appeared in Lung Qingxiu's heart. If this is the case, Lung Qingxiu pressed against Guyan's chest, a complicated expression on her face. You know everything? Then why are you willing to come back? She was very nervous when she said this, and she still wanted to hear Guyan say in person, because then, maybe, she would be able to face up to her feelings for Guyan. Upon hearing this, Guyan placed his hands on both sides of Lung Qingxiu's shoulders, and then gently lifted Lung Qingxiu to face him. Qingxiu, Guyan took a deep breath. Plop, plop. Lung Qingxiu was extremely nervous and was about to say it out loud. If Guyan really said it, then what should she do? Although she was reluctant to admit it, she found that she seemed to feel more comfortable staying with Guyan. Lung Qingxiu was extremely nervous, and the next second, just listen to Guyan. I understand your feelings for me. Qingxiu, you really do love me, don't you? Guyan shouted nervously. He understood everything, the system's prompts, plus the restlessness in his heart. That's right, Lung Qingxiu. I like him, but because the other party is too shy. Therefore, he also wanted to help Qingxiu reveal the other person's true feelings. No, I'm waiting for you to say that with all my heart. Even if you're the leader of the Night organization, I still want to be with you. Things like that, but the relationship wasn't what I thought it would be. Lung Qingxiu's expression and mood immediately calmed down. She interrupted Guyan's excited speech. Wait a minute, you said you know everything. Isn't this what you call I like you? Guyan nodded upon hearing this. That's right, although saying this may make me seem very narcissistic. But Guyan grabbed Lung Qingxiu's hands and held them in his palms, then looked at Lung Qingxiu, who was so close to him, with deep affection. I can be sure that, Qingxiu, you like me. As for why, it's because the restlessness in my heart keeps reminding me. Qingxiu, you felt incredibly lonely in these 2 days since I was away. If sound could be materialized, it would be something like, I really want Guyan to accompany me. The words fell. Bang. Only ghosts are lonely. Please don't say such obscene things in such a serious tone. Lung Qingxiu became extremely embarrassed and angry, as if her secrets had been exposed. She twisted her slender waist and kicked Guyan away with a sidekick. Guyan was kicked and landed on the sofa in the study. He raised his head and looked at Lung Qingxiu in shock. Wait, isn't I a congenital? Why was he kicked away? Of course, the most important thing is not this. The important thing is... Guyan raised his hand and tried hard to grab Lung Qingxiu in the air. Qingxiu, listen to me. Maybe there are some problems with my words, but don't you like me even a little bit in your heart? He looked at Lung Qingxiu with great despair. Although the system has already told him that Lung Qingxiu likes him, Guyan said, I just want to hear Qingxiu say, husband, I love you in person. Is it really that difficult? Guyan also understood that Lung Qingxiu in this state was just too shy or considering many things, so she was unwilling to admit this relationship. But Guyan just won't give up. I won't give up until I hear, husband, I love you. When Lung Qingxiu heard Guyan's question, his body suddenly froze. She clenched her fists tightly. Although she tried her best to appear calm, Guyen still noticed something strange. That's right. The other person's ears turned red. Say something weird and stupid. It was the same thing in the bathroom before. You asked me this question out of the blue. Lung Qingxiu suppressed the shame in her heart and walked to the sofa, where Gu Yin was with a calm look on her face. Then, bang, he pressed his body down and slapped his hands directly on the sofa on both sides of Gu Yan's cheeks. The hair fell from top to bottom on Gu Yan's cheeks. Lung Qingxiu's heartbeat quickened. On the surface, she said calmly, "Do you really want to hear me say, I like you? You are such a willful guy. Do you think that just because I said I like you, I really will like you? Well, if you think that what I said would make you happy for the whole day, then I will fulfill your perverted wish." Looking at the beautiful face so close to him, Gu Yin was stunned for a moment. Gulp. Gu Yin swallowed subconsciously. Are you going to say it? Although the style of painting is a bit strange. Plop, plop. The noise in the study gradually quieted down. The intense heartbeat sound fell into the ears of the two people at this moment. Not my heartbeat, not my heartbeat. Lung Qingxiu comforted herself in her heart, and then, under Gu Yan's expectant gaze, Lung Qingxiu's cherry lips moved slightly, and her voice, pretending to be calm but with a tremor, reached Gu Yan's ears. I like you, but only a little bit. I only said this to satisfy your wish. Please don't misunderstand anything. In a moment, if your love interest confesses to you, you will get plus 100,000 points. The object of pure love feels ashamed. Points plus 10,000. The inner thoughts of the one you love. Chapter 112. Chapter 112. My shoulders have been a little sore lately. In addition to the system prompt sound, Gu Yan's mood at this moment also reached an excitement that was difficult to describe in words. He just felt that pink bubbles seemed to appear in the surrounding scene. Lung Qingxiu could no longer bear this kind of atmosphere. It was obvious that she had lost her warmth after practicing evil magic. But now, for some reason, her body and cheeks felt a little hot, and she just wanted to get up quickly and open the window to ventilate. I should have known better and not try to be cool. It only made me upset. Satisfied, you pervert? Just think about what I said and be happy all day long. Lung Qingxiu said this sarcastically, then prepared to get up and open the window to get some fresh air. Result. Qingxiu. However, Gu Yin grabbed Lung Qingxiu's arm as he was about to escape. Then, when the other person's body stiffens, pull him along. You? What are you doing? Lung Qingxiu was in a state of panic. She saw Gu Yin pulling her directly into his arms, and the two of them lay down on the sofa together. What's even more terrible is that the man is on the bottom and the woman is on the top. Qingxiu, my Qingxiu, I really love you so much. Gu Yin hugged Lung Qingxiu tightly and expressed his love to her. Lung Qingxiu was very ashamed and panicked. She slapped Gu Yin. Let me go. Linger is still at home. If she sees us. Before he finished speaking. Snap. Sister, what's going on over there? It's so loud. Lung Linger walked in and couldn't continue talking. She looked in shock at Gu Yin, who suddenly appeared in her study and the current situation. Lung Linger was shocked. Sister, what are you doing? Lung Qingxiu sat on Gu Yin in a panic. Linger, it's not what you think. Looking at Lung Qingxiu sitting on Gu Yin, Lung Linger's expression was like this. Oh. She nodded and left the study. Linger. Lung Qingxiu felt extremely ashamed and humiliated. It's over. My sister actually saw this scene. All this. Pa pa pa. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Lung Qingxiu stretched out his hand and slapped Gu Yan's chest repeatedly with a look of shame on his face. Being touched by a pure love object. Points plus 200. Being patted on the chest by your pure love partner. Points plus 500. Hiss. Qingxiu, no, this is too intense. Gu Yin was in pain and happy. Why does this even add points? There's something really wrong with your system. At the dinner table, Lung Qingxiu, who had said to his sister calmly, I'm not hungry. Eat by yourself, half an hour ago. At this moment, he was eating his meal in a very uncooperative manner. Her chopsticks kept picking up food, and she ate very quickly. Although he ate very quickly, he gave people an extremely elegant feeling. It made Gu Yin feel very pleasing to the eye. Is this a beauty's passive skill? Even eating quickly still looks good? Gu Yin propped up his face and looked at Lung Qingxiu with a smile. Eat slowly. Why do you look like you haven't eaten today? When Lung Qingxiu heard this, the chopsticks in her hand paused for a moment. She looked at Gu Yin with an unfriendly expression, then snorted and turned her head immediately. He started eating again. In addition, there is Lung Linger sitting on the other side. She ate the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table with tears in her eyes. 3 dishes and 1 soup. Just 3 dishes and 1 soup. Just a simple 3 dishes and 1 soup. Lung Ling ate as if moved, wiping her tears as she ate. Guyan's mouth twitched as he watched. Hey, that's not the case, girl. You act like you've never had anything delicious in your life. Although I admit that I have God-level cooking skills and can cook delicious dishes, there's no need to be so excited, right? He really wanted to ask Lung Linger what happened while he was away. Of course, he recalled the miserable scene in the kitchen when he was cooking. He coughed dryly, as if he understood something. After dinner, Lung Linger, who had eaten and drunk her fill, stretched out comfortably in her seat, then looked at Guyan expectantly. Brother-in-law, are you going to leave later? Look, this little fish doesn't even bother to make a sound. Lung Qingxiu wiped his mouth gracefully, then pricked up his ears inadvertently. At the expectation of the two, Guyan chuckled and said, I'm not leaving. I decided to stay with you two sisters. After all, it seems like daily life has become a problem for you two without me. The previous servants are all gone, and you didn't want what I called you. There's no other way. I have to do it myself. As soon as these words were spoken, Lung Linger stood up with joy, ran to Guyan happily, and hugged his arm. Yeah, brother-in-law, you are the best. Guyan curled his lips speechlessly. You are only like this now. You will show your true face in a few days anyway. Guyan said that he had seen through this brat a long time ago. Lung Linger looked aggrieved and yelled, Brother-in-law, you look down on me too much. Linger, I love the dishes you cook the most. Do you like the food I cook? Guyan slowly put a question mark, then sighed helplessly. When Lung Qingxiu heard Guyan say that he wanted to stay, she suddenly felt much happier for some reason. Of course, it was definitely not because Guyan wanted to stay, but simply because the food the other party cooked was delicious. So there was someone serving her and that sort of thing. Of course, before that, Lung Qingxiu narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the 2 clumps of life essence stuck together. He coughed softly. Linger, you should take a shower. Guyan, come with me to clean up the dishes. Lung Linger let go of Guyan after hearing this, with an inexplicable smile on her face. Oh. Then he skipped into the bathroom. After seeing Lung Linger leave, Lung Qingxiu stood up and started to pack up. Qingxiu, let me do it. You just lie down on the sofa in the living room. Guyan also came over to help and said something that made Lung Qingxiu's expression freeze. Sofa? Lying down? Lung Qingxiu thought of the scene just now and felt extremely ashamed. She gritted her teeth and said in a cold tone, Don't even think about it. You pervert. Guyan said that he didn't understand what Qingxiu was saying, but since Qingxiu was willing to help, he couldn't spoil the mood too much. Soon, crash, there was a sound of running water in the kitchen. While washing the dishes, Guyan watched Lung Qingxiu's neat and efficient operation. As he watched, he couldn't help but exclaimed, As expected of our Qingxiu, the dishes he washed are so clean that they can even reflect my handsome face. Lung Qingxiu's lips curled up slightly, but he quickly suppressed it and said lightly, Narcissism. Is this narcissism? Qingxiu, I'm not saying this, but if you touch my strong muscles and listen to my voice, you can at least imagine what your dear husband, my face looks like, right? I can't think of anything. Let me put it this way. Qingxiu, your appearance after gender transformation will probably be similar to mine. Are you a pervert? Perversion is the passport of perverts. And my Qingxiu, I only have pure love for you. Lung Qingxiu rolled her eyes inwardly. She turned off the faucet and wiped her wet hands on Guyan's body. Then he said, Wash the rest yourself. Guyan looked at the pool with only a few bowls of water and nodded. Oh. Lung Qingxiu walked to the kitchen door and seemed to have thought of something, and her heart moved. So he turned around, tapped his shoulder pretending to be uncomfortable, and said, My shoulders have been a little sore lately. After saying that, he walked out without waiting for Guyan's reaction. Only Guyan was left, who was stunned at first, and then an excited expression appeared on his face. I also worked harder to wash the dishes. Are you playing hard to get with me, woman? Huh, you've successfully caught my attention. Chapter 113 Chapter 113 Cricket Guyan. After clearing the dishes, I went to the living room. Guyan saw Lung Qingxiu sitting elegantly on the sofa with her eyes closed. Her hands were lightly folded on her legs. She was wearing a simple home-style, slim-fitting outfit that gently outlined her slender figure. The whole picture was full of tranquility and elegance, as if time had become slow and delicate in her presence. Gulp. Gu Yin swallowed his saliva helplessly and walked over. Qingxiu, I'm here. Lung Qingxiu had been waiting for a long time. Although she had been trying to counsel herself psychologically since the beginning, when Gu Yin got closer and closer, she still felt a little nervous. No, no. Lung Qingxiu, it was you who took the initiative to speak up in front of the other party, so why are you backing off now? Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath and calmly picked up a rubber band from the table beside him. She reached out and skillfully tied up her loose hair, revealing her tempting white neck and tender ears that made Gu Yin want to lick them. After Gu Yin walked to the sofa where Lung Qingxiu was sitting, he seemed to be able to smell the fragrance emanating from Lung Qingxiu's hair. Is this a girl? She exudes fragrance all over her body. Get started. Let me see if your skills have declined. Lung Qingxiu leaned on the sofa with an extremely calm expression. It has been a long time since my last massage, and my body is once again sore due to a series of reasons such as staying up all night. She could have held it in originally, and she had even gotten used to it. But ever since Guyen massaged my body before, it was as if some strange switch was turned on. I can no longer bear the physical wear and tear caused by staying up all night studying. My body is really not in good condition. It affects my study progress very much. Lung Qingxiu thought indignantly in his heart. Of course, asking Guyen for a massage was not for any other reason, but just to allow himself to return to normal, study better, and then take revenge. It's not because I feel comfortable that I asked Guyen to give me a massage. After all, Guyen's massage made me uncomfortable again. This time, I will definitely not lose my composure like last time. Lung Qingxiu seemed to be thinking of the time when she was pressed unconscious, and her mood became very bad again. The crickets are talking. Just thinking about it. Guyen was already prepared. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on Lung Qingxiu's shoulder. I'm starting, Qingxiu. It's rare for Qingxiu to take the initiative. I must use all my strength. God-level massage technique. Activate. Lung Qingxiu was just about to nod and say, please, but the next second, crackling. It was like I was electrocuted all over. A surge of pleasure rushed straight to her head. It seemed as if all the cells in his body were jumping for joy because of Guyan's technique. Lung Qingxiu gritted his teeth, raised his little head slightly, and fell in love in an instant. Cricket, cricket, Guyan. I will not succumb to such a poor massage technique. More than 10 minutes later, Lung Linger had finished washing. After changing into a set of bunny pajamas, she took some snacks from the refrigerator and jumped to the living room to watch TV. As soon as I walked into the living room, I saw Lung Qingxiu lying on the sofa with a rosy face and her arms covering her eyes. The other person was breathing slightly, his wet hair stuck to his forehead, as if he had just experienced something terrible. Guyan was wiping his hands with a napkin, and his hands looked a little wet. Lung Linger's mind instantly flooded with dozens of gigabytes of content that she had watched. No, no way. Lung Linger opened her mouth slightly and looked at her elder sister in disbelief. Sister, are you so brave? I originally thought you were just at Sundara, so there was no new emotional development between you and Guyen. I was ready to help, but you... Leng Linger gasped. Is this what they call a contrast? She looks like a serious older sister, but actually... She looked at Guyen and said in disbelief, Cricket Guyen? Question mark. Cricket Guyen is superfluous. Guyen curled his lips and sat on the sofa on the other side. I'm giving your sister a massage. Don't misunderstand anything. Massage? Lung Linger was stunned, then looked at her sister's current condition. No, no, no. This is obviously not a condition that can be achieved through massage, right? Are you some kind of ex-drug chef? The kind that will make clothes explode? Seeing Lung Linger's expression, Guyen shrugged helplessly. I'm telling the truth. I originally wanted to give you a full-body massage, but Guyen's tone was somewhat regretful. This was the result of using all his strength. Just pressing on the shoulders and neck made Lung Qingxiu beg for mercy and couldn't bear it. In less than a moment, she lay down on the sofa, sweating profusely, and refused to let Guyen touch her anymore no matter what. Lung Qingxiu felt very humiliated as he listened to the conversation between Guyen and Lung Linger. It's really abominable that this happened again. But it doesn't matter. All of this is your own fault, Guyen. If you restore my physical condition, I will be better able to deal with the difficulties and obstacles that lie ahead. When the time comes and I take away your Gu family, I hope you won't regret giving me a massage today. Thinking of this, Lung Qingxiu couldn't help but burst into laughter in his heart. Sister, are you okay? Lung Linger walked to Lung Qingxiu and poked him with her hand. She was surprised to find that Lung Qingqiu's body was actually hot. Huh, that's strange. My sister's body was always cold before. Did the massage today improve her blood circulation? Hearing what his sister said, Lung Qingqiu put down his arm and sneered. It's okay. It's just a simple massage. As she spoke, she stood up with the help of the sofa, but her feet went weak and she almost fell. Gu Yin stood up distressfully. Qingqiu, let me help you. How dare I let you touch me again? Need not. Lung Qingqiu immediately scolded. I can walk by myself. After she finished speaking, she stood up and walked toward the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower. It's so annoying. I'm sweating all over. By the way, during the massage, Gu Yan's breathing was too loud. I always feel like he's been sucking something. With strange thoughts in mind, Lung Qingqiu left the living room. Gu Yan felt a little regretful. Hey, he hadn't absorbed enough Qingqiu's energy yet. Lung Linger watched her elder sister walk away with unsteady steps. Feeling a little moved, she tugged at the corner of Gu Yan's clothes, raised her head and said coquettishly, Brother-in-law, I want a massage too. Hearing this, Gu Yan smiled at her and said, Get lost. Question mark. Lung Linger immediately erupted in rage. What do you care about me, you bastard? I'm your sister-in-law. So what if I ask you to give me a massage? This is Qingqiu's exclusive massage technique. Just stay aside and massage yourself with your hands. Do you know that a massage is also very tiring for me? Gu Yan sat back on the sofa, with a look that made Lung Linger want to hit him. But, damn it, it's hard, the fist is hard. Lung Linger, will remember today's shame. Lung Linger yelled loudly, then ran away with the snacks. Gu Yan smiled lightly, what a brat. Oh yeah, I seem to have forgotten something. What was it? On the street, outside the Lung family's house, Lao Gao sat in the car, silently, looking at the phone in his hand and lost in thought. Should I give a young master a call? Chapter 114 Heaven did not give birth to me. Lung Linger. Well, I'm staying here tonight. Lao Gao, you can go back. That's all. Hang up the phone with Lao Gao. Gu Yan put down his phone and lay down on the bed, looking up at the familiar yet unfamiliar ceiling. This is the bedroom where I stayed the night before. Although I really want to make love with Qingqiu, who just came out of the bath, it's a pity. The other party hid in the study with a cold face and locked the door. Gu Yan said that the child is grown up and knows how to avoid suspicion. Look, even the good husband is not allowed in. Although it was a pity, Gu Yan felt that today was extremely fulfilling. I knew Lung Qingqiu's true thoughts, although I knew them through the system. But it is enough. After all, as the biggest villain behind the scenes in the future, what's wrong with having a little personality? Who would have thought that his original purpose was to avoid the death plot and go find Lung Qingqiu, the ultimate villain? Unexpectedly, he actually fell in love with Lung Qingqiu. After all, the other party really piqued his interest. It's not surprising to fall in love. Although Lung Linger is a female ghost, now that I'm familiar with her, she feels much better than she did at the beginning. Even so, sometimes it still makes him speechless and his blood pressure rises. System, check the panel. Gu Yan muttered to himself. Next second, a familiar panel appeared, and Gu Yan checked the total pure love value he had obtained today. Pure love value, 23W. Because of the significant improvement in favorability with Lung Qingqiu, the points also increased rapidly. In addition, as the skills are advanced, the pure love value can be exchanged for all items and can also be used actively to bring some unique effects. As for what the pure love value can do, Gu Yan actually only has a vague understanding and has only tested part of it. Although he really wanted to consume the pure love value directly to improve his cultivation. But he changed his mind and thought that his innate cultivation was enough to deal with the current situation. After all, as the eldest son of the Gu family, he had countless subordinates. I rarely take action, so there's no need to improve my strength too much. This pure love value should be used in other places. If you encounter any unexpected events in the future, this pure love value can play a big role. Calculating the time, it's almost time for the annual meeting. I have to hurry up. Gu Yan closed the panel, then picked up his phone and started watching short videos. As I was brushing my teeth, I suddenly heard a familiar song. I didn't expect that I could be so crazy for you. Even if there are landslides and tsunamis, you don't even want to escape. Gu Yan was stunned. Isn't this me? Looking again, isn't this the banquet venue? Looking more closely, how come it is so close to the stands? He looked at the number of likes. It had only been a few days, but it had already reached 2 million likes and 500,000 comments. He clicked on it and took a look. Love it. Is this the first-person perspective? This party looks so classy. By the way, who is this handsome guy playing the piano and singing? I don't know. Is he some celebrity? You don't understand? I'm from Shanghai. This is a banquet hosted by a big boss in Shanghai City. It's full of well-known people. The singer is a wealthy young man, singing for his wife. Shocked. So rich people also like singing and dancing? What do you think? It said that in the city next door, the richest man's dream was to become a singer. He accidentally became the richest man in the city and even made a big fuss by inviting a bunch of celebrities to sing with him. Hey, this first-person perspective looks so familiar. Guyan looked at the blogger's avatar, which showed a little yellow-haired boy wearing a black mask. His eyes were full of disdain, and he raised his middle finger to the camera with his finger with shiny manicure. Isn't this Lung Ling? The corner of Guyan's mouth twitched, and he clicked on the homepage to take a look. The blogger's name was Lung Quangwang. Guyan clicked to follow him and randomly clicked on a video to watch. As soon as you enter, you will hear cool and crazy music, and then Lung Ling and a group of people wearing colorful clothes stand in the camera. Everyone put their hands in their pockets. Lung Ling stood in the middle, looking up, wearing a mask, and said in a contemptuous tone, "Little leather shoes, JK clothes, I'm called arrogant, remember that. Don't tell me I'm young and frivolous. I only know that the winner takes all. I'm a wild horse that doesn't know the way home, but I must eliminate you, a villain." After finishing, Lung Ling pointed her finger at the camera and said viciously, "Remember this." Then there was a social dance. What kind of crazy little sister? Do you know what would happen if your sister found out about this? Guyan's mouth twitched as he read this. Then he opened the comment section and saw a bunch of words mocking Lung Ling. There were even netizens who came to do some research on the latest banquet video she posted. What? This spirited little girl is actually a rich girl? 66. They say rich people are all psychopaths. It seems that's true. Spiritual little sister, you have a tattoo on your body. Applause goes to the social people. With remarks like these, Guyan soon discovered the fierce confrontation between the author and netizens. Bah, who's the spirited little sister? You know shit. This is a trend. Don't you understand? Oh, a poor old man who is 30 years old and still has no girlfriend. What a pitiful loser red heart. Can you please leave the teapot spout alone? Please, my family, who understands? Hey man, you said you XXXXX. You're just jealous of me, bitch. Look at the waistline of your tiger tank. Even if Zheng Tu comes here, he has to praise you for your excellent Jime foundation. Auntie, what do you mean by leading the children astray? It's obviously because you as parents have no manners. Report? I'll report you XXX. Guyan watched the intense online battle where several messages were sent out every second. He covered his face. Wait a minute. This little devil is a bit complicated, isn't he? Does he attack everyone indiscriminately, regardless of gender or age? You are very brave, but do you know that if you do this, your account will be blocked soon? Sure enough, it took less than a few seconds. Lung Ling's profile picture immediately turned gray, and then a pop-up appeared on the main page. The user you are following has been banned from posting works for 30 days. Ah! A scream of shock and annoyance came from the other room. Guyan smiled helplessly, put down his phone, closed his eyes, and lay down to sleep. This little brat, you'd better pray that your sister doesn't find out. Lung Linger angrily closed the short video software. She lay on the bed, slapping it with her legs. Ah! I'm so angry. Lung Linger's pretty little face was filled with resentment that couldn't be vented. Damn it. This is so infuriating. All you little black guys, get out of here. Why doesn't anyone appreciate my art? Lung Linger was speechless when she thought about this. Why was no one watching the video she had carefully filmed? As a result, the singing video of Gu Yin that he casually shot suddenly became popular. The most important thing is that a group of netizens also looked through her carefully filmed videos and mocked her as a mental girl. Hateful. I'm so pissed. My account was even blocked. Lung Linger's resentment was not vented, so she took a deep breath. If that's the case. She quickly got out of bed and ran to the door, making sure it was locked. Then, he walked to the bed, bent down and took out a box from under the bed. She looked at the box with some excitement in her eyes, licked her lips, and opened the box carefully. Inside, lying quietly was a novel whose cover looked like it was for people under 18. This is a romance novel that by Cheonglan lent her a long time ago. It could be said that this novel opened another door for her. But when I watched it before, I didn't think it was interesting, so I kept it hidden under the bed. But now, Lung Ling picked up the novel, and it was clearly written on it. Is it weird that I like XXXXXX? XXXX. Lung Linger held the book in her arms and closed her eyes. Although she felt very sorry for her sister, this fantasy made her feel extremely stimulated and excited. So she hopes that her sister and Zenyugu will always be in love. That's right. If heaven had not given birth to me, Lung Linger, the world of cattle would have been as dark as night forever. Lung Linger opened her eyes and picked up the book, her face flushed. Tonight, here comes the cow. However, just as Lung Linger was about to open the tissue. Dong dong. Linger, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you sleeping so late? Lung Qingxiu knocked on the door and asked worriedly. Lung Linger trembled all over. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. You did a good job, sister-in-law. Lung Qingxiu stood outside the door, feeling a little worried. She had closed the door of her study and was painstakingly studying philosophical problems. As a result, Linger suddenly screamed loudly. Did something happen? In the room, Lung Linger looked at the banned book in her hand, and her expression became a little flustered, but when she saw the locked door. But I gradually relaxed inside. As an excellent book appraiser, you must always learn from the experience gained from previous lessons. For example, now she has learned to lock the door, so she immediately pretended nothing happened and said to her sister outside the house, "No, it's okay. I didn't do anything." Outside the house, Lung Qingxiu was a little suspicious. What's going on? This was clearly Lung Linger's tone, as if she was lying and hiding something from her. Especially, Lung Qingxiu put his ear to the door. Plop, plop. Lung Qingxiu nodded as he listened. Well, as expected, I heard Linger's rapid heartbeat, and her breathing became a little nervous. She's hiding something from me. Lung Qingxiu felt a little uneasy when she thought of this. She turned the handle and wanted to go in to see what was going on. Result, but found the door was locked. When Lung Qingxiu saw this scene, his suspicions intensified. Linger had never locked the door before. But now it is locked. What does this mean? This shows that the child has grown up and has privacy. Why does he have privacy? That's because there's something hidden in the house. Combined with what Gu Yan said before about the extracurricular books in Lung Linger's room. Therefore, based on calculations and guesses, Lung Qingxiu is 99% sure. Leng Lingya. There are some extracurricular books hidden in the house that haven't been put away. Or maybe something else. And that thing is something that even her sister can't know about. Is a mobile phone? Thinking of this, Lung Qingxiu said softly, Linger, please open the door. Is there something wrong? Sister will help you too. Inside the house, Lung Linger was sweating all over as she watched the turning handle. Wait a minute. Sister, you still want to come in? You weren't like this before. Lung Linger wanted to say, Sister, please go back soon, but she felt a little guilty. Listening to her sister's gentle voice outside the door, Lung Linger looked at the book in her hand again. The look in his eyes was very complicated. My sister cares about me so much, but here I'm doing this. This is really not right. Tonight, Nyo can't come. Lung Linger sighed lightly, then quickly put the novel back in its place under the bed. Then he walked quickly to the door and opened it with a click. Then he saw Lung Qingxiu with a cold face. Leng Lingya? 10 minutes later. Hey, no, sister. Lung Linger hugged Lung Qingxiu's thigh with a sad face. She couldn't believe that Lung Qingxiu had found the 18-rated novel she had placed under the bed so accurately. She was shocked. Sister, you are a fairy. You can find it all. Lung Qingxiu was ruthless and impartial. She had already figured out from the sound of Lung Linger moving that she had hidden something under the bed. Now it seems that the other party is indeed reading some indecent novel again. Lung Qingxiu couldn't bear it when he heard Lung Linger's excited, frightened, regretful, and painful voice. It seems that this book is very important to her, but that's why I have to collect it. Otherwise, it will affect my studies. So, Lung Qingxiu paused and looked kindly at Lung Linger, who was lying on the ground hugging her thighs. She shook the book in her hand and said, Linger, I'll return it to you after you finish the college entrance examination. Lung Linger looked at the book written by Nyoto One and wanted to say in her heart, Sister, please give it back to me soon. If this thing were to be seen by a scumbag, her reputation would be truly ruined. This will really be considered as a pervert. Sister, please give it back to me, your sister. Lung Linger said, crying. Lung Qingxiu smiled helplessly, squatted down, and pulled away Lung Linger's hand that was hugging her thigh. Be good, be obedient, and go to bed early. After saying that, click, the door closed, and Lung Linger could only helplessly watch as Lung Qingxiu took away the book that would bring her social demise. Return to the study. Lung Qingxiu stuffed the confiscated books casually into the bookshelf. Then he sat back at his desk and started studying. In his mind, he kept shaking his head at Lung Linger's performance just now. What kind of book could make Ling Er so upset? Isn't it just a book? Lung Qingxiu sighed helplessly. After all, the child had grown up. After thinking about it, he started studying again. As he was learning, Lung Qingxiu looked towards the study door again. Will the noise made by Linger and I wake up Gu Yin? Will he come to see me? For some unknown reason, Lung Qingxiu walked to the study door again and opened the locked door with a click. That's good. After doing all this, she quickly returned to her desk and started studying. But I was wondering if Gu Yin would come over late at night. Maybe make me a bowl of brown sugar ginger water or something. Early the next morning. Good morning, both of you. Didn't you sleep well last night? Gu Yin slept well yesterday and got up this morning to start making breakfast. Looking at the two sisters coming down the stairs, Gu Yin greeted them. But the state of the two people is very strange. Lung Linger looked depressed and uneasy, and when she saw Gu Yin, she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Lung Qingxiu looked tired and just snorted when he heard Gu Yin's greeting. Gu Yin was a little confused. What was going on with these two people? What happened last night? But no matter what, Gu Yin put breakfast on the table. Go wash your face, brush your teeth, and eat. I made pan-fried beef vermicelli this morning. As soon as these words were spoken, Lung Linger and Lung Qingxiu were both attracted by the fragrance. Yeah, brother-in-law, you're awesome. Lung Linger recovered her strength and immediately ran over to wash up. Lung Qingxiu was more reserved. She walked to Gu Yin, then stretched out her foot and stepped hard on the other's instep. Then she snorted in front of him, turned around, and followed him to wash up. I actually slept for a whole night, which made my expectations in vain. Gu Yin took a breath of cold air. What was going on? But Gu Yin looked at Lung Qingxiu's back and gave her a thumbs up. Even Qingxiu was so cute. On the dining table, Lung Linger bit into the shengjian and yelled to Gu Yin, brother-in-law, it's time for you to take me to school today, right? Hearing this, Gu Yin replied to Lung Linger, I'm already here. How can I not see you off? Lung Linger smiled brightly upon hearing this. Brother-in-law, you are so nice. Then he picked up a shengjian and handed it to Gu Yin's bowl. Brother-in-law, eat it. Gu Yin said speechlessly, I don't want to eat the shengjian handed to me by the little ghost. Lung Linger was immediately dissatisfied. Hey, you are so rude. This is a shengjian that a future internet celebrity picked up for you. Okay. Lung Qingxiu ate the shengjian quietly, squinting his eyes slightly as he watched the two interacting balls of life essence. What's going on? When did Linger and Gu Yan's relationship become so good? She didn't enjoy the food very much. Lung Linger glanced at her elder sister and smiled in her heart. Then he stood up and said, I'm going to pack my school bag. You guys take your time eating. After Lung Linger left, Gu Yin shook his head helplessly and was just about to eat the shengjian that Lung Linger had handed over to him. Another pair of chopsticks picked it up. Gu Yin was stunned, then turned his head and saw Lung Qingxiu taking the dumplings from his bowl and eating them. Qingxiu. Gu Yin opened his mouth and was about to say something when Lung Qingxiu picked up another pan-fried dumpling and put it in Gu Yan's bowl. The latter said nothing, wiped his mouth, stood up, and went upstairs. Gu Yin looked at the bowl of shengjian that Lung Qingxiu had given him and plopped. My heart skipped a beat. Qingxiu like this. She's also very cute. In short, she's just very cute. On the other side, Lung Qingxiu's face felt slightly hot when she returned to the study, and she covered her face with her hands. Damn it. Why would I do such a thing? Linger is obviously my sister, so what's wrong with my sister-in-law being considerate to my brother-in-law? Why am I unhappy? I shouldn't be like this. Lung Qingxiu couldn't describe the feeling. She only knew that she didn't like that feeling. After Lung Qingxiu left and Gu Yin cleaned up the dishes, Lung Linger was already standing outside the door with her school bag on her back. She waved at Gu Yin and shouted, Hey, you jerk Gu, can you hurry up? Gu Yin looked at the other person and seemed to think of the scene just now in his mind, and he walked over. He reached out and tapped the other person's forehead. The latter covered his forehead and glared at Gu Yin with dissatisfaction. Why do you care about me, you bastard? I even assisted you. Gu Yin curled his lips, scratched his head, and said helplessly, You little brat. Read less extracurricular books. Having said that, Gu Yin didn't know what to say anymore, so he turned around and walked toward the car. And the voice also reached Lung Linger's ears. Anyway, you did a great job, sister-in-law. Lunglinger was stunned at first. Then a complicated expression appeared on her face. You did a good job, Zai. She took a deep breath, then followed with a happy expression. Zanyugu, I want to eat fried chicken legs tonight. No, Lunglinger. Chapter 116. Chapter 116. The plot gradually unfolds. Tao will find Wang Yulan. Jianghai High School. After watching Lunglinger enter the school, Guyan glanced at the blood-red figure that had sat in the back seat at some point in time. He said calmly, Meishua, report on the current situation. Meishua pondered for a moment and said slowly, Zuan woman has set its sights on a boy named Deng Feng from Miss Linger's class as its heir. Deng Feng seems to like Miss Linger, and they have had some academic exchanges before. Guyan nodded slightly when he heard this. That's right. In the original novel, Deng Feng is a character who is bullied at will by school bullies. One day, when the bullying ended, he was spotted by the leader of Xuanwu's sect and chosen as a successor. Because there is a pure, black, tortoise energy in the other party's body, which means that the other party is the son of destiny predicted back then. Then everyone understood the plot. Deng Feng showed amazing talent in cultivation, and when he returned from cultivation, he began Long Outyin story. He taught a lesson to the group of people who had bullied him in the past, and his character changed from being cowardly and afraid to resist to being able to fight against evil forces. Then she met the male protagonist Xiao Lin, and they became brothers after meeting each other too late. They are determined to punish evil and promote good. Protect this world. It's a pity that Deng Feng's belief in becoming stronger is precisely because he likes Lung Linger and wants to protect her. But until the end, when he was killed, Deng Feng didn't know that the girl he loved, Lung Linger, was actually killed by his sworn brother Xiao Lin. When the two chatted, they often mentioned that Deng Feng became stronger because of a certain girl, but unfortunately the girl was killed by a gangster. Xiao Lin was also very angry about this, and said that he must find a murderer for Deng Feng. Anyway, it's a hell of a joke. Now that the plot is progressing steadily, Xuanwu Gate has found Deng Feng as the successor. So, the stories of the other people related to the protagonist Xiao Lin should also be unfolded more or less. Jianghai Hospital. In a private top-level ward, Wang Yulan looked at the report in her hand with some excitement. I didn't expect so many days to have passed. I can finally be discharged from the hospital. Wang Yulan put the report away and was in a very good mood. Just thinking of the figure in her mind, Wang Yulan couldn't help but sigh. Why? She leaned on the hospital bed, looked out the window, and murmured, What is Guyan doing now? It seems like he hasn't come to see me since he arranged a ward for me. Although it sounds ridiculous, Wang Yulan found that she seemed to have a different feeling towards Guyan, her mother's student. The other person's figure kept lingering in her mind. No, no. Wang Yulan shook her head vigorously with a complicated expression. The other person was her savior and her mother's student. I'm so old. How can I think about that kind of thing? Not to mention, the gap between the two of us is really too big. Wang Yulan sighed. Guyan was young and promising, and she still had a mother to take care of, so she obviously couldn't think about these things. Of course, Wang Yulan felt much better when she thought of her mother. Because my mother's attending physician said that after proper treatment, my mother's condition is getting better and better. If she continues like this, she might even wake up. This is all thanks to the mysterious man who paid for their medical expenses. Wang Yulan was grateful to that person from the bottom of her heart, but unfortunately, she had no idea who he was. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and there was some hesitation in her eyes. No, could it be that the person who paid for her mother's medical expenses was also Guyan? No way. Wang Yulan clutched the quilt tightly. If this was also done by Guyan, then how could she repay him? At this moment, click. A woman in a pink windbreaker walked in with a smile. When Wang Yulan saw this man, a hint of helplessness appeared in her eyes. Tao Ying, I really don't want to join that organization you mentioned. It sounds like a pyramid scheme to me. Tao Ying is the granddaughter of an old man she met when she was in the hospital, but the other party seems to have some kind of middle school syndrome. Keep saying weird things to her. Tao Ying shook her head slightly when she heard this. She sat down beside Wang Yulan's bed and advised, Sister Yulan, the world has changed suddenly. The Peach Blossom Club is no longer what it used to be. You possess the power of the flower god within you. You are the daughter of destiny, and you are the future leader of the Peach Blossom Society. Only you can lead us back to the top. Here we go again. Wang Yulan sighed helplessly and looked at Tao Ying with pity. Tao Ying, you're starting to talk nonsense. What about the ancient martial arts world of warriors? What about the Peach Blossom Society and the spirit of the flower god? You've really been brainwashed too seriously. Tao Ying has come here to persuade several times, and she has lost some patience. If it weren't for her grandmother asking her to approach Wang Yulan, she would not lower herself to deal with such an ordinary person. So she changed the subject and said, "Don't you want to think about your mother? Her treatment is very expensive. If you join the Peach Blossom Club, we can provide you with the subsequent treatment costs for your mother." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Yulan was stunned. Her mother was her weak spot, and the subsequent treatment costs mentioned by the other party made her very tempted. Besides, she also wanted to pay back the medical bills that the mysterious man had paid for them. So this time Wang Yulan didn't refuse like she did before. Instead, she thought about it and said, "I'll think about it." Seeing this, Tao Ying's eyes flashed with a hint of annoyance. After hearing what she said, she still needs to think about it? She took a deep breath and smiled on the surface. "Okay, Sister Yulan, if you are willing, just call me. But I really want to remind you that there are indeed extraordinary powers in this world. Besides us, there are even magic warriors. Their methods are extremely evil. They'll do anything to achieve their goals." Wang Yulan nodded as if she was listening to a story. Tao Ying stopped talking. She stood up, said goodbye, and walked out the door. But when she got outside, her originally kind expression instantly turned into an extremely sinister one. "Tao Ying, the sect master never said anything about paying for her mother's medical expenses. You also know the situation of her sect, right?" A man looked at Tao Ying who came out and said lightly, "Oh, of course I know." Tao Ying waved her hands irritably. She didn't expect that the Taohua Society, the leader of the magic world, would. They have actually fallen to this point now. If they had not surrounded and wiped out that existence in order to get a piece of the pie, they would not have fallen to this point. Thinking of this, Tao Ying revealed a hint of a cold smile. "Let's do it the way of our demonic sect. Hasn't she been unable to let go of her mother? Then, let's help her put it down." The man nodded calmly upon hearing this. "I understand." He gestured for the Peach Blossom Club. Tao Ying also made the same gesture for the Peach Blossom Club. That's right, for the Peach Blossom Society to revive. Wang Yulan must join them. Chapter 117, The Various Plots of the Protagonists. In front of Jianghai High School, Guyan already knew Lung Linger's current basic situation. Overall, the other party doesn't seem to be in danger right now. "Okay, I'll leave now. As for you," Guyan glanced in a certain direction and said to Mei Shui, "Think about how to explain it to your companions." The latter was stunned. Should he explain to his companion? She looked out the window from Guyan's room, and her pupils suddenly shrank. "I saw a butterfly lying outside the window at some point." "Clivia." Mei Shui's heart tightened. "Oh no, how could the Clivia butterfly be here?" "Hiss, that's right." Mei Shui suddenly took a breath, and she remembered. "When I reported to my master about the relationship between Deng Feng and Xuanwu Gate, my master said that he would send Clivia to protect Lung Linger in case of any accidents. But she forgot this for a moment because of Gu Yan's guarding order. What should I do now? Or how should I explain this? Because her master's order was to let her protect Gu Yan, but Gu Yan asked her to protect Miss Linger." "No." Mei Shui nodded with a grim expression. "Since he appears here, does that mean the other party is here too?" Thinking of this, her figure disappeared from the car. Guyan smiled slightly. "Clivia." He was a loyal subordinate and never revealed any information about Lung Qingqiu until his death. In short, a loyal subordinate is a good subordinate. Guyan started the car and left, leaving the task of explaining to Mei Shui. After all, during the conversation just now, Guyan already knew that Lung Qingqiu had already told all members of the Yi organization about his identity as her husband in the secular world. "Oh, I didn't expect it to be so bold. Is this an official announcement?" A happy smile appeared on Guyan's face. "He go back and see Qingqiu. There's nothing to do recently, just need to wait for the plot to ferment. So, take advantage of now to spend some time with Qingqiu. After all, I'll be busy later." Whenever Guyan thought of the people related to the protagonist Xiao Lin in the original novel, he felt a headache. Not only the protagonist himself, but everyone else also has their own opportunities. Everyone is a protagonist in any world. It's really hard for our Qingqiu, who has to deal with so many perverts alone. But it doesn't matter. This time, I'll be by your side too. I'm really looking forward to the time when Qingqiu discovers what I have done." Then, with a look of shock, "What? You actually? Then will you be so moved that you will lie in his arms and cry, saying, 'I love you the most, Neo Ho'? I'm really looking forward to it." Guyen showed an expectant expression on his face. In a room in a certain community, a man was sitting cross-legged on the bed, and behind him was an old man with his hands on the other's back, his true energy surging. Ah! Deng Feng's face was distorted, and the pain in his body made him scream. Hold on. This is the only way for you to transform. Think about the person you want to protect, Deng Feng. The leader of Xuanwu sect scolded and continued to clear the other party's meridians. As he was unblocking, he felt excited. Yes, he felt it. This is the energy of Xuanwu. Deng Feng is the man of destiny. When Deng Feng heard this, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart, which was about to collapse. The figure popped up in his mind. The other person extended a helping hand to him when he was in the most embarrassing moment. And only the other person is willing to help me and even talk to me. That person is the one I want to protect. That's right, the one I want to protect. Lingar klasmot. Ugh! Deng Feng shouted loudly, Buzz. A green light suddenly emanated from his body. Crash! The strong wind blew away the pots and pans in the room. The Xuanwu sect leader quickly looked at Deng Feng. He was panting heavily, but a Xuanwu tattoo had already grown on his back. He was filled with surprise. A phantom of the black tortoise. Done. Deng Feng, you have already stepped into the realm of a second-rate warrior in one fell swoop. The leader of Xuanwu sect shouted in surprise. Destiny's Child. Is this the Destiny's Child's talent? Simply by unleashing the power of Xuanwu Qi for the other person, he can instantly ascend to a second-rate warrior. An 18-year-old second-rate warrior. Ha ha! There's hope for the revival of our Xuanwu sect. Deng Feng was also pleasantly surprised. He clenched his fists. Is this power? The figure accompanying Lung Linger flashed through his mind. This can be learned from the conversation between Linger and Bai Qionglan. The other party's name is Guyen. Guyen, I now have the capital to protect Linger. I won't feel inferior in front of you anymore. Just wait and see. Under fair competition, Linger will definitely choose me. Because you and I are no longer from the same world. T&I Pharmaceutical. In the president's office. Shinwaner has been in a good mood recently, because not only did she find a new partner for the last banquet, moreover, Shaolin, the bodyguard, also brought her unexpected gains. She looked at the beauty products in her hands that her subordinates had made according to the prescription provided by Shaolin. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Shaolin, you really gave me a big surprise. Shenvonar murmuret to herself. She didn't expect that Shaolin actually had a magical prescription and gave it to her directly. After experimenting, this prescription was found to be surprisingly effective. This made her feel a little curious about the other party. He was powerful and could also give her a beauty prescription that had never been seen on the market. Who was the other party? To be honest, Shun Wanner had already begun to become curious about the other party. Guyen left me, but Shaolin came with a prescription that could make T&I medicine stronger. Could it be? Is this God's compensation to me? Chapter 118. Chapter 118. I will bear it. Lung family. Lung Qingxiu turned the pen boredly, looking out the window with his eyes open. So many living beings. Lung Qingxiu murmured to herself, a faint light in her eyes. Since she practiced this evil magic, she has been able to see the life essence of a series of creatures. To put it simply, life essence is the opponent's health value. For example, the scene she saw outside the window was a pitch-black scene with many objects emitting green light. These green light objects were a little blurry, but Lung Qingxiu could roughly guess what they were. Ever since she learned from Yin Huang the reason for her family's destruction, she has come to understand the horror of night to some extent. For example, Lung Qingxiu's eyes flashed, and a dagger emitting a strange black mist was held in her hand. She held the dagger and pointed it at the life essence that looked like a big tree outside the window. Gently draw a line in the void. Buzz! Wow! The life source that looked like a big tree disappeared quickly after being cut, and in reality, the big tree that had been standing by the road now withered and decayed rapidly, as if all the life had been sucked out of it. Lung Qingxiu felt some of the vitality absorbed into her body, and she curled her lips. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and the tree instantly returned to its original appearance. In addition to absorbing vitality, she can also give back life, and it seems that this is only part of her current ability. Alas, the energy provided by plants and animals is too little. As expected, she still needs to absorb the warrior's soul so that she can feel something. Of course, She is not someone who kills innocent people indiscriminately, and she will only absorb the souls of her enemies from the past. Having said that, Lung Qingxiu placed the dagger on the desk and lay down on it, spinning the dagger. His expression was very conflicted. The way he practiced was definitely not that of a decent warrior, right? This person is obviously a magic warrior. Guyan, if he knew his true identity, he would probably be too scared to dare to approach him again, right? Why? Lung Qingxiu glanced at the fountain pen. In fact, it was not just animals and plants. Even a dead object, like a fountain pen. She gently pointed the dagger at the green, pen-shaped life essence and made a stroke. Bang! The real fountain pen immediately weathered into powder. Lung Qingxiu blew the powder out of the window. The whole person is not feeling well again, this ability. If Guyan knew, what would he think of me? Do you think I'm a monster? Lung Qingxiu's thoughts were in a mess. She felt that any normal person would be so scared after seeing her evil magic that they would not dare to get close to her again, right? Just when Lung Qingxiu Yu was there. Next second, Qingxiu, what are you doing? Sleeping so early in the morning? You really didn't sleep well yesterday. A worried voice sounded. Lung Qingxiu was stunned. Oh no. Because my mind was too confused, I didn't sense Guyan. The dagger is still in my hand. She hurriedly tried to put the dagger away. Result. Why are you still holding a dagger? Qingxiu, it's too dangerous for you to do this. Guyan stretched out his hand and tried to take the dagger from Lung Qingxiu's hand. Etc. Lung Qingxiu was shocked and stood up quickly. This dagger was Yi. It only recognizes her as its master. If it is lightly touched by an outsider, its vitality will be drained away. She said she couldn't let Guyan touch it no matter what, so she held it tightly and retreated to the corner. Stay away from me. Guyan looked at this scene and slowly put up a question mark. Wait a minute. Not to mention that the dagger looks familiar. Qingxiu, you're holding the dagger and retreating to the side, and your expression is very panicked. This look, you wanted to commit suicide just now. Guyan shouted in shock. How is this possible? Lung Qingxiu admired Guyan's train of thought very much. So what are you doing? Could you please put the dagger away? You make me feel like I want to do something to you, and you will never obey me. After much persuasion, Guyan finally let Lung Qingxiu sit back in the chair. It was only at Lung Qingxiu's strong request that he moved a chair and sat under the bookshelf, very far away from Lung Qingxiu. Even so, Lung Qingxiu still held the dagger tightly. Lung Qingxiu also knew that it was strange for her to hold the dagger like this, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't just put the dagger back in front of Guyan. In addition, this dagger is indeed too dangerous. If Guyan accidentally touches it, he will be doomed. So she coughed lightly and said, Don't worry about it. Anyway, what did you come here for? Lung Qingxiu regretted it after she said that. It was indeed normal for Guyan to come back and see her after sending Linger away. Damn it, her mind was too confused now. Why? I came back to see you, Qingxiu. Guyan was a little confused. He looked at Qingxiu, who was so nervous, and then looked at the dagger in the other's hand. For a moment. Hiss. Guyan took a breath of cold air. He stood up suddenly. What? What are you doing? Lung Qingxiu sensed the movement and immediately put the dagger behind him. What's going on? Why is Guyan suddenly so excited? Fine. Guyan sat back down. He looked at Lung Qingxiu's nervous expression and then at the dagger hidden behind him. A guess emerged. This, could it be the knight from the original novel? In the original novel, Lung Qingxiu relied on this dagger to grow to the peak of Grandmaster. One of the cultivation methods is extremely cruel and requires one to absorb the life force of others. If the soul is absorbed directly, the effect will be doubled. In the original novel, Lung Qingxiu slaughtered and absorbed tens of thousands of people, and also absorbed the main characters, including the protagonist group. Only then did he break through to the peak of Grandmaster. And its effects don't stop there. This dagger is the nightmare of the whole world. Guyan thought of another possibility. The original novel did not explain why the Lung family was exterminated. But, as Guyan looked at this scene, he seemed to understand something. It must be because Yi appeared in the Lung family that year. That's why it attracted the siege of so many forces in the ancient martial arts world. Because night is too dangerous. It is a magic weapon that will lead to the destruction of the world. Judging from Lung Qingxiu's situation, it seems that he has mastered the control of the night very skillfully. After all, there was no discomfort. So are you practicing? Oh yes, Yin Huang has been killed. and his soul has most likely been absorbed by Lung Qingxiu. Guyan thought a lot in his mind quickly, so, although he did not turn evil, he eventually followed the original script and embarked on the journey of absorbing human cultivation. Although this is the established script, there is nothing wrong with it. My original purpose was just to make Lung Qingxiu stronger and protect me. There's a very crucial point here, which can also be said to be the biggest side effect of the dagger becoming stronger. That is, as the dagger absorbs more souls, then the host's mental state will become more and more manic, and later he will even hear the wailing of the soul of the absorbed person. It tortures the host in his mind every minute and every second. In the original novel, Lung Qingxiu was able to endure this side effect thanks to her strong inner strength and the practice of the ice heart technique. But at that time, the other party had actually already thought about dying because Shaolin was the only target of revenge. That's why he chose to die together with the protagonists in the end. The long-term torture of the curse and the unimaginable pressure of revenge have long since broken Lung Qingxiu's spirit. She only wanted to kill all her enemies and then die. Is this going to be the case in this life? Guyan's silence was deafening. Lung Qingxiu couldn't make up her mind for a moment, not knowing what Guyan was thinking. She was just about to speak. Guyan stood up, seeing Lung Qingxiu looking a little flustered. The other person walked over and hugged Lung Qingxiu tightly in his arms. Lung Qingxiu felt the warm embrace and was stunned for a moment. Guyan, she seemed to be able to feel the confusion and pain in Guyan's heart. Why the pain? What happened? Guyan, what's wrong with you? Lung Qingxiu wanted to hug the other person back, but she was holding in her hand, so she couldn't do that. Because once the dagger touches Guyan, the opponent's vitality will be drained. It's okay. I just suddenly felt like doing this. Guyan hugged Lung Qingxiu, and his expression gradually became firm. Become like the original novel? I don't want that. I don't want Lung Qingxiu to become neither human nor ghost. Guyan's thoughts gradually opened up. Why didn't he think of it earlier? I have the background and the system. I've already thought of commanding the forces of Lung Qingxiu in my previous life. So why not do it more decisively? Since night is the enemy of the whole world. Since Lung Qingxiu wants to take revenge on those people from that year. According to the plot, the ancient martial arts world will be known to the world, and all forces will go to the secular world. So, all we have to do is create another night. Let another night attract everyone's attention. Let another night complete revenge. That's right. Guyan hugged Lung Qingxiu tightly in this life. I will bear all your burdens. And you, Guyan seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes became extremely firm. Author's note. Okay, that's the end of the first volume's daily life chapter. Now let's move on to the main storyline of the entire book. Finally, please remember that the title of this book begins with villain. Please remember this. Chapter 119, How to Get Night. In the study, after a brief hug, Guyan let go of Lung Qingxiu and said gently, Sorry, I'm just a little tired recently, so I want to hug you like this. He looked at Lung Qingxiu's little face, which revealed a worried expression, and his thoughts became more intense. Is that so? Lung Qingxiu was slightly startled. Yes. Guyan was originally the eldest son of the Gu family and had always lived a life of luxury, but now he has to travel around for her and Ling. She even had to get up early to cook for them and send Linger to school. Then there is the matter of the Gu family's annual meeting. Guyan's purpose of visiting the Gu family's grandparents must be for the annual meeting. I'm obviously so tired, but he still returned to the Lung family. I believe Guyan must be very tired both physically and mentally. Just like me, thinking about revenge every day, just like me. Thinking of this, Lung Qingxiu no longer hesitated and put the dagger on the table. Then he reached out and gently stroked Guyan's head. Guyan was stunned. Qingxiu. The next second, Lung Qingxiu said in a somewhat unnatural tone, I'm just comforting you. Mom has always comforted me like this since I was a child. Don't misunderstand anything. Okay, it's going to end in just 10 seconds. The sounds in the study gradually faded away. Lung Qingxiu stroked Guyan's head, and the latter enjoyed the tranquility of the moment. 1 minute later, Lung Qingxiu immediately let go of the dagger and threw it into the drawer of the desk. My little heart is pounding. Damn it, I did this subconsciously. I hope Guyan doesn't misunderstand anything. Of course, I didn't do anything, I just comforted him. Thinking this in his heart, Guyan looked at Lung Qingxiu, who had a tangled expression and seemed to be thinking about something else. He smiled and said, Okay, Qingxiu, I'm going to buy the ingredients for lunch. You stay home and take good care of the house. Lung Qingxiu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He was finally leaving and could take Night back. Oh, please go away. I want to read. Guyan glanced at the drawer containing Night, and no one knew what he was thinking. He nodded, sighed helplessly, and said, How heartless, Xiao Qingqing. You were trying to comfort me just now. You, get out of here. Click. Guyan ran out and closed the door. Lung Qingqiu was left with a face full of shame and anger. Damn bastard. You actually changed my name again. However, after feeling embarrassed and angry, Lung Qingqiu still felt a little scared. Fortunately, Guyan didn't touch her dagger otherwise. Lung Qingqiu shook his head and hurried to the desk to put the dagger back. Inside the luxury car outside the Lung family's house, Lao Gao was sitting in the driver's seat. He had been waiting here since early morning. Guyan's expression was calm as he muttered silently in his heart. System, how can I get the magic weapon called Night? Host, that's Lung Qingqiu's. Taking someone else's things isn't an act of pure love. Guyan was speechless. It was already such a late hour. Seriously, you know how bad things will get if Qingqiu continues to absorb warriors' souls for cultivation, right? Oh, a host, have you finally realized it? This system is so touched. Then I'll tell you, all you need to do is... A few minutes later, Guyan understood everything, but he didn't expect that the prerequisite for taking the dagger was to do so. Guyan sighed lightly, but it didn't matter. After all, it coincided with his idea. After sorting out his thoughts, a rough plan emerged in Guyan's mind. Then the next step is waiting for the opportunity. Thinking of this, Guyan said to Lao Gao in a heavy tone, Lao Gao. The latter had already noticed the serious atmosphere in Guyan's mind just now, so he gripped the steering wheel tightly, ready to take Guyan to where he wanted to go immediately. Go to the market. The corner of Lao Gao's mouth twitched. Okay, young master. Hey, what was I thinking? The young master is still the young master. Besides, the other side, Jianghai High School, a blindfolded man wearing an orange and yellow robe and with his hair tied up stood under the tree. He sensed Mei Shue's arrival and asked with a slightly unfriendly tone, Mei Shue, why are you with that man? Why did you tell him about Zuan woman? This man should be just an ordinary person in the secular world, right? Does the master know about this? Mei Shue had already thought of a countermeasure when she heard this, so she said calmly, Clivia, you don't have to be so aggressive. It is the master's order to order me to protect Guyan. Clivia was stunned. Master's order? The murderous intent in his heart diminished a lot for a moment, but he asked again, but you have clearly been waiting by Miss Linger's side. Mei Shue said without hesitation, Well, because the Grandmaster beside Guyan discovered me, I had no choice but to appear in front of Guyan. As for why I protected Miss Linger, it was because... Mei Shue looked at Jun Zilan seriously. This is Guyan begging me to protect Miss Linger. After thinking about it, I found that protecting Linger is indeed the most important thing at the moment. During this time, I didn't reveal any information about the master. I just said that there was a mysterious being that didn't want you to be harmed. After hearing this, Clivia understood a little. Grandmaster is a watershed realm, but I didn't expect that Guyan, a young master from the secular world, actually had a master's guard around him. It seemed that he could see the surprise in Clivia's heart. Mei Shue said calmly, Why do you think the master wants to take away the Gu family? Chapter 120. Half a month later, Lung Qingqiu gradually became a useless person. As soon as these words were spoken, Clivia was speechless and said, Yes. If the Gu family was just a small family, the mistress would probably not look for a husband in the secular world. Alas, the master has sacrificed too much for the plan. He should have just let Bai Lian seduce that kind of man. The master is worthy of being the master. Is it because he doesn't want his subordinates to suffer this hardship that he goes up himself? Master, you really love us. Mei Shue didn't know what Clivia was thinking, but the most important thing was that she couldn't let the other party report this matter to the master. After all, her mission at that time was actually to protect Guyan. Sure enough, the next second, Clivia asked, Does the master know about this? Does he know that you didn't protect Guyan, but went to protect Miss Ling? As she spoke, Clivia opened her folding fan and said proudly, Let's not talk about anything else. With me guarding Miss Linger, her safety will definitely be guaranteed. Mei Shue shook her head. Master doesn't know about this matter, but I also hope you don't tell anyone. What? Master doesn't know? Clivia was stunned and was about to say something. Mei Shue continued, The master asked me to protect Gu Yin simply because he was worried that Gu Yin would die. But he has the protection of a master warrior around him, so he doesn't need innate warriors like us. But Miss Ling is different. Miss Ling is the master's biological sister. You are the only one with him. To be honest, I am not very reassured. The others are busy with their own tasks, so I think protecting Miss Ling, the master's only family member, is much more important than protecting someone with a grandmaster by their side. For example, if Gu Yin, a mortal in the secular world, died, the master would probably not care at all. But if Miss Ling dies, then everything will be over. At least I think the master will be very painful at that time. If you tell the master about this, he will definitely let me protect Gu Yin again. But if something happens to Miss Ling by then, are you up to the task? The master asked you to protect Miss Ling because he believes in your ability. But now the situation is turbulent, and Xuanwu sect has chosen a classmate of Miss Ling as the heir. Is this a coincidence or a premeditated plan? Do you dare to bet that you can handle everything? Not to mention that according to my investigation, Miss Ling's best friend is the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and her brother is the most talented grandmaster in the warrior department. If the warrior department finds out that Miss Ling has any connection with us, when it came to this, Clivia was already a little confused after hearing what Mei Shui said. If many forces attack together, it seems that he alone will not be able to protect Miss Ling. Moreover, he also has his own ideas. If he tells his master that he may not be able to handle it alone, then it will reduce his master's trust and favorability towards him. Hiss, don't do that. Clivia's face turned pale. He quickly nodded in agreement. You are right. I agree with you. But I didn't expect that man from the secular world would actually know how to protect Miss Ling. This makes me a little confused about him. Mei Shui felt relieved when she saw this scene. Finally managed to fool it. Gu Yin, I save you again this time. If your master knew your true identity, he would probably order you to be killed immediately. When Mei Shui thought of her master, she felt extremely distressed. In order to fulfill her plan, the master pretended to be in love with that man. Master, don't worry, my subordinates and I will definitely become stronger as soon as possible to help you take away the Gu family. Time passed slowly, half a month later. While waiting for the plot to unfold, Gu Yin has always lived in the Lung family and has been in love with Lung Qingxiu. 3 meals a day are thoughtfully prepared, and shoulder massage is commonplace. In just half a month, Lung Qingxiu had become accustomed to Gu Yan's presence at home. Like now on the sofa. Gu Yana. Lung Qingxiu was lying on the sofa in her teddy bear pajamas, her little feet dangling and her mouth open. Okay, you want to eat fruit, right? Gu Yin walked over wearing an apron, picked up a grape with a toothpick, and fed it to Lung Qingxiu's mouth. Delicious. It's necessary. It was specially flown back. Gu Yin curled the corners of his mouth, then walked aside to clean up. After living together for half a month, the relationship between the two seemed to be gradually heating up. The temperature rose to the point where Lung Qingxiu seemed to have forgotten something important. It tastes good. I will buy more next time. Lung Qingxiu's expression suddenly changed as he was eating. No. How long has it been since I last had an organizational meeting or activity? Lung Qingxiu broke out in a sweat when he thought of this. It was over. Because of Gu Yan's meticulous care for the past half month, she almost felt so comfortable that she became a lazy bum who didn't want to do anything. And because she had been staying with Gu Yan all the time, she had no time to sneak out and become the Night King. Lung Qingxiu's expression was a little heavy. He even stopped going to the study room where he used to stay, and his study progress fell behind a lot. She covered her face and fell into deep self-doubt. Is this also your plan, Gu Yan? So you want to turn me into a cripple so I can't take away your Gu family? You rest. Lung Qingxiu finally came to her senses and knew what she should do. Revenge. That's what she has to do now. That's right. You can no longer seduce me. Lung Qingxiu muttered to himself, just as he was about to get up. Gu Yan walked over with a kind face and said, Qingxiu, don't move. Next is a health massage to dredge the meridians. Massage. Lung Qingxiu was shocked and felt a little conflicted. No. Lung Qingxiu, you are really too lazy. Is it because of the comfortable and gentle land that you become so decadent? She took a deep breath. I refuse. Before he finished speaking, Gu Yan then pressed his hand on the other person's lumbar spine. Lung Qingxiu lay on the sofa and could no longer move. Forget it. Let's press it first. Half an hour later, Lung Qingxiu sat on the sofa with a rosy face. She stretched her waist and said, "Not bad. Not bad. Guyan's technique is really comfortable. I don't know where he learned it. However, I must do some serious work next. If I continue to indulge in the pleasures of pleasure, it will affect my ability to judge many things. Okay, it's time to study in the study. No matter what Guyan wants to do next, I can't. Just thought of this, sniff." Lung Qingxiu seemed to smell something sweet, and she subconsciously looked towards the kitchen. Then Guyan's life essence came over with a dinner plate. When Guyan saw Lung Qingxiu recovering, he walked over with a plate of food in his hand, smiling. On top of it was a caramel pudding made with god-level cooking skills, and the ingredients used were all top-quality ingredients purchased from a system. Guyan sat next to Lung Qingxiu and fed her a spoonful of tea. "Qingxiu, this is today's afternoon tea. Open your mouth. It's actually pudding. Damn, it's my favorite. Is this also one of your plans?" Lung Qingxiu was shocked and couldn't believe that Guyan had always been able to find her weakness. Damn it, in that case, the pudding cannot be wasted. So Guyan started today's feeding work. Pure Love Partner is very satisfied. Points plus 600. Pure Love Object is very satisfied. Points plus 1,000. Pure Love Object. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Guyan's mouth corners slightly raised. Very good, as long as Qingxiu likes it. And half a month is enough now. The plot is about to begin. There is a hint of inexplicable meaning in Guyan's eyes. We will be busy from now on. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Dragonfly, Skimming the Water, Forbearing Lung Qingxiu. Lung family that night. Living room. The latest hot news is broadcast on TV. Yes, my father's death made me very sad, but it doesn't matter. Before he died, my father told me to inherit the Yinxin group well. For him, I will try my best. In front of the camera, Yan Huang's adopted son Long Zaijian expressed his longing for his deceased father with tears and snot. Click, click. The cameras were filming frantically. I believe that soon the news of Long Zaijian inheriting Yinxin Group will become a hot topic on the front page. Guyan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth as he watched Long Zaijian crying his heart out on TV. Very good. It's time to go find him. The King of Hell's Palace must be firmly grasped in one's hands, especially since Long Zaijian has a dragon chi that can help people practice. Zhan Yugu, is this the son of the previous party organizer? Lung Linger ate potato chips and looked at the man on TV with lingering fear. This scene brought her thoughts back to the banquet more than 10 days ago, when suddenly someone said that the host of the banquet had died, causing a lot of panic. Guyan nodded and said, "That's right. The boss of Yinxin Group has passed away. His body has been buried, and his adopted son Long Zaijian has inherited Yinxin Group. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the main partner of our Gujia Group has always been Long Zaijian. The previous chairman has long since stopped caring about the group, and everything has been handled by Long Zaijian." Hearing this, Lung Qingxiu, who was sitting next to Guyan and had not intended to interrupt, felt relieved. It seems that Guyan doesn't care whether the lord of the Palace of Yama is alive or dead. No, why should I think so? I am not seeking revenge for Guyan. Why should we consider his feelings? Think of this. Lung Qingxiu asked calmly. Did anything happen at the banquet? Hearing this, Lung Linger realized that Lung Qingxiu still didn't know about this, so she said with lingering fear, "Sister, you don't know the situation at that time. We were supposed to finish singing after listening to Zayu Gu go on stage." After a while, Long Zaijian hurriedly dragged the jerk Gu out. A little while later, news of Chairman Yan's death spread. The banquet hall was in chaos, but Zayu Gu told me not to tell you, sister, so you didn't know. But yeah, Zayu Gu also sang a new song for you, sister. It's called Light Years Away. Lung Linger became more and more excited as she spoke. She took out the mobile phone hidden in her pocket and played the recorded video of Light Years Away. Guyan glanced at the other person and fell silent. Is this sister-in-law not very intelligent? Lung Qingxiu naturally knew what happened at the banquet. She had even listened to half of the song, Light Years Away there. When Lung Qingxiu discovered that the answer was not much different from what he knew, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lung Linger with a kind face. He chuckled, "So, Linger, where did you get this phone?" Lung Linger was stunned on the spot, then hurriedly turned off the music and hid the phone behind her. "No, sister. Let me explain. It's over. How could I have suddenly forgotten about this? This phone is still not clean." Just when Lung Qingxiu was about to ask Lung Linger to hand over her phone, Guyan stopped the other person and coughed lightly. "Qingxiu, The child is grown up. It's convenient for him to have a mobile phone. You can call me if you have any questions. If Linger goes out to play, you won't have to worry about not being able to find her, right? After hearing this, Lung Linger looked at Gu Yan with emotion. Brother-in-law. When Lung Qingxiu heard this, he turned to Gu Yan with some dissatisfaction and said, Hey guy, do you know my good intentions? As a well-read person, I naturally know that there are many shady things on the internet. What if Linger learns some weird stuff from the internet and becomes the kind of little gangster who speaks words I can't understand? What if he still reads those pornographic books and magazines? It's fine to read them, but what if they are all pornographic and anti-human books and magazines with weird ideas? If it's not pure love, I can't accept it. But Guyan is pretending to be a good guy here. If I continue talking, Linger might find me annoying. What a hateful man. He interferes in our family affairs at will. Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath and finally nodded helplessly. Since your brother-in-law said so, I won't confiscate the phone. Actually, when I think about it, what Gu Yin said is right. If there is anything in the future, I could just contact it by phone or locate the phone. In the past, people were afraid that it would delay Linger's studies, but now, they're descendants of Xuanwu sect around Linger, which shows that warriors have long infiltrated into human society. In order to avoid any accidents, Linger had to leave a way to contact her. But, although I won't accept it, Linger, you have to focus on your studies and not read those indecent things. Lung Qingxiu turned on parent mode again. Lung Linger was overwhelmed after hearing this. She shook her little yellow hair and nodded repeatedly to assure herself that she would never become like that. Guyan smiled helplessly. Please, this kid did everything. After lecturing him for a few minutes, Lung Qingxiu finally smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Looking at the time, it was exactly 6 o'clock in the evening. Guyan also stood up. Okay, it's getting late, I should go too. Lung Linger had already rolled to the side with her phone to watch short videos. After hearing what Gu Yin said, Lung Linger, who thought he was going to take a shower, waved her hand and said, When you're done, remember to help me wash the underwear I just threw in the basket. Lung Qingxiu was a little angry and said to Lung Linger, who was lying there playing with her phone like a salted fish, Linger, wash your own clothes yourself. Don't keep bothering your brother-in-law. Woo, sister, your clothes were obviously washed by your brother-in-law. That's because, although Gu Yan was reluctant to leave Qingxiu, he had to leave temporarily for the sake of his plan. So he said again, Well, actually, I am going back. For a moment, the two sisters were stunned. The phone in Lung Linger's hand slipped onto the sofa, and she immediately looked at her sister. Just see. Lung Qingxiu was stunned, her pink fists clenched tightly together. The originally harmonious atmosphere in the living room seemed to become extremely heavy and depressed because of Gu Yan's words. Are you leaving? Why so sudden? Lung Qingxiu spoke, his expression gradually returning from the stunned state to expressionless. She stood up and looked up at him. Do you think it's too much trouble to take care of us all the time? So you want to leave? It's okay. We will both take care of ourselves from now on. Gu Yan, you can continue to live here. We can help you wash your clothes. It's just a matter of using a washing machine. I used to do all the housework before we had servants. Gu Yan, you... Lung Qingxiu didn't notice that his tone was becoming more and more urgent. In the next second, Gu Yan gently stretched out his hands and placed them on Lung Qingxiu's slightly nervous face, calming Lung Qingxiu down in an instant. Gu Yan chuckled and said, What are you thinking about? My parents called me and said they missed me, so they wanted me to go back and stay with them for a while. Don't worry, I'm not coming during this period. I just won't live here. But you, Qingxiu, why are you so nervous when you hear I'm leaving? Is it because you can't bear to leave me? Lung Qingxiu's secrets were exposed, and she immediately slapped Gu Yan's hands away in anger. She sat back on the sofa with a cold expression on her face. With her arms folded across her chest and a slight blush on her face, she said coldly, Who can't bear to part with you? It's just that there will be a lot of inconveniences without a man in the family. As she spoke, she waved her hand irritably. Go, hurry up. When Gu Yin saw this scene, although he was reluctant, there was nothing he could do because the plot had already begun. If you stay still, you will most likely die. But looking at the arrogant Lung Qingxiu in front of him made his heart beat very fast. Qingxiu, Gu Yin suddenly spoke. Lung Qingxiu still felt a little ashamed of having his secrets exposed and was about to turn his head away. Asterisk 3. She suddenly felt a warm sensation on her cheek. Gu Yin kissed Lung Qingxiu on the cheek lightly, and after the kiss, he ran away like a child ringing the doorbell. You bastard. Lung Qingxiu was so embarrassed and angry that she quickly covered her right face and stood up. Just as she was about to chase after him, Guyan's life essence had already disappeared. Just leave one sentence. This is the salary I should have received in the past 2 weeks. Goodbye. Xiao Qingqing. Lung Ling'er stared at the scene in disbelief with her eyes wide open and her hands covering her mouth. No, no way. My brother-in-law is so bold. If you dare to attack me today, you will dare to do it tomorrow. Hiss. Bull. 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 A new bull has appeared. Lung Qingxiu covered her face and looked at the escaped life source. Her ears were already red and her heart was beating fast. Asshole, how dare you do this to me? Lung Qingxiu clenched his fists tightly. Bastard. Who would just kiss and run away. But, I don't know why, I don't hate this feeling. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Be patient. Hold on. You must hold on, Lung Qingxiu. This is just a small compensation to Gu Yan for taking away the Gu family. Just kiss, compensation, everything is just compensation. But, I'm still very upset. He actually ran away after kissing. Chapter 122 Chapter 122 Obtaining Dragon Chi and Controlling the Dragon in the Sky. The top floor of Yinxing Group Building. He. Long Zai Tian walked in the empty corridor with a comfortable look on his face. Both the funeral and the press conference went well. Everyone knew that Yin Huang was dead. Moreover, he had to be allowed to take charge of the company as the heir of Yinxing Group. After all, his performance in front of the camera was simply flawless, and many media outlets and TV channels kept replaying footage of his superb acting skills. Long Zai Tian walked to a mahogany door, took a deep breath, and there was an excitement on his face that was difficult to describe in words. Although most of the high-powered warriors in the King of Hell's palace were killed by that group of mysterious people that day. But this is not a problem. The most important thing is that he finally became the master of the Palace of Hell in public. The Death Squad and Confidants can be trained again. He believes that he has the foundation accumulated by the Yama Palace itself, as well as the support of the eldest son of the Gu family. He believed that he would be able to restore Yama Palace to its former glory soon. As for those who secretly disobeyed him, he also believed that he could quickly eliminate them. Although he didn't know what the eldest son of the Gu family wanted to cooperate with him on, he believed that as long as the eldest son of the Gu family was not a fool, then we will definitely cooperate with him to deal with those people wearing black clothes and strange masks hiding in the dark. Thinking of this, Long Zai Tian turned the handle and pushed open the door. He was very excited at the moment. He even closed his eyes and entered it. He opened his hands and took a deep breath of the smell in the office. Very good. Starting from here, I want to go to hell. One step at a time. Rule the world. You seem very happy. Hearing this voice, Long Zai Tian was stunned. He opened his eyes and saw a person who was so familiar to him sitting in the boss chair with his hands folded under his chin and resting on the table. The other party was looking at him jokingly. In addition, there was a butler standing next to the man who exuded a terrifying aura. This pair. Gu Yan, what are you doing here? Long Zai Tian was a little shocked. He did not close the door, but stood there undecided. After all, this scene now made him feel a little uneasy. In the dim office, the man who held the power over him and his master guardian had been waiting for him. And the other person's face seemed to have the standard villain smile that can only be seen on TV. However, Long Zai Tian was not too panicked, because he believed that Gu Yan would not do anything to him. After all, the other party needed the power of the Hall of Yama. Seeing Long Zai Tian gradually regaining his composure, Gu Yan curled the corners of his mouth, and a hint of inexplicable meaning appeared in his eyes as he looked at him. Don't be so nervous. Remember, I said I would help you consolidate your position in the Hades Palace, but I need you to promise me one thing. I will tell you about this while we wait for your adoptive father to be buried. Hearing this, Long Zai Tian also thought of the agreement between Gu Yan and him in the banquet hall. For a moment, he felt a little embarrassed about his sudden reaction. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards Gu Yan, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally looking at the boss chair where the other person was sitting. Hey, we are just partners. The real owner of the Palace of Yama is me. Gu Yan, even though you have a master bodyguard, you can't do this, right? Walking to the opposite side of Gu Yan, Long Zai Tian looked at him, calmed down a bit, and asked, "Tell me, what do you want me to agree to?" This one? Gu Yan thought for a moment, then gave the other person a kind smile. "It's just that I want the dragon energy in your body." As soon as these words were spoken, Long Zaiqian's expression changed. What did you say? Brush. Before he finished speaking, Lao Gao, who was beside Guyan, had already taken a step forward and teleported in front of Long Zaiqian. His right hand formed into a claw, and he attacked directly under Long Zaiqian's terrified expression. Phew! Lao Gao pierced Long Zaiqian's chest, and with his palm, he grasped a struggling, erratic, dragon-shaped golden chi. This thing, it is dragon energy. Thump! Lao Gao withdrew his right hand and returned to Guyan. He glanced at Long Zaiqian, who was lying on the ground dying with a big hole in his chest. There was no warmth in his eyes. In the world of warriors, killing people and stealing treasures is perfectly normal. Not to mention that this is a dragon chi. He respectfully opened his hands and handed the dragon energy to Guyan. Master, the dragon energy is in hand. Guyan reached out and picked it up. Looking at the golden dragon energy struggling at his fingertips, a hint of pink light appeared in his eyes. A prompt popped up in my mind. Puff. Host, this is not an act of pure love. This system refuses the host to absorb any energy other than pure love energy. Idiot system. The corner of Guyan's mouth twitched, and the next second, the ring on his finger that was transformed from the Three Lives demon claw suddenly became restless. Chirp, chirp. Hearing the urgent desire coming from his mind, Guyan thought about it and seemed to have come up with a good idea. So he placed the dragon energy on the black ring on his finger for a moment. Chirp, roar, roar, roar. The excited voice and the scream of pain entered Guyan's mind for just a moment. The dragon energy was completely devoured by the Three Lives demon claws. Congratulations to the host pet claw for absorbing a dragon's energy. It has become stronger. What kind of name is this, Paw? This thing is called a claw? Was it given by the system? Guyan felt a little helpless. This system was definitely not legitimate. Of course, no matter how frivolous it was, he could feel that something extra was going on in his mind. Thinking of this, he looked at the ring on his finger and an idea came to him. Gurgle. The ring seemed to melt and instantly turned into black water like black slime, covering Guyan's index finger in an instant. Lao Gao was shocked. Master! Guyan waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine. In less than a moment, the shape of the black water had been changed again. Guyan's index finger, which originally looked like a normal human's, had now turned into a devil's claw, emitting a strange black and gold light. A lot of information also came into Guyan's mind. And at this time, poof! Long Zaiqian fell to the ground, covering his empty chest, looking at the ceiling with confused, shocked, and terrified eyes. He glanced at Guyan, who had taken away his dragon energy from the corner of his eye. With his dragon energy taken away, his life was rapidly fading away, because when the dragon energy entered his body, it was already bound to his life. Unexpected. Guyan's goal was to obtain the dragon energy within him. So his goal was the same as his adoptive father's. Never mind. I have also colluded with the demons and harmed many people. Maybe this is my destiny. When you are born, you are destined to become someone else's furnace. But the next second, don't be so pessimistic. You're not going to die yet. Guyan walked over, squatted down, and stretched out his golden claw that looked like a ghost. What you up to? Long Zaiqian tried hard to look up at Guyan, but this time he was stunned. That's the Three Lives demon claw. That demonic warrior's thing. Why is the color and shape a little different? You lunatic. Long Zaiqian was weak and no longer knew what Guyan wanted to do. Guyan shrugged. Maybe, but you'll thank me later. As he spoke, he smiled evilly and placed his fingertips close to Long Zaiqian's forehead, then slowly penetrated it. The host's desire to control the other party has been detected. Repairing the body plus controlling it will cost 50 W pure love points. Detected the activation of the demon claw skill control. Offset some of the pure love points. Detected the activation of the demon claw skill repair. Offset some of the pure love points. Since Long Zaiqian's pure love resistance is 15, the final consumption is 50,000 pure love points. In an instant, Long Zaiqian let out a painful roar, and one by one, tiny things as thin as hair kept moving around the surface of Long Zaiqian's head and drilling deep into it. Long Zaiqian's eyes gradually became dull, and his whole body began to shake and twitch abnormally. This went on for more than 10 seconds. Plop! Long Zaiqian stopped struggling. Guyan stood aside calmly and watched the other party's reaction. He passed the time fiddling with the claws in his hands. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds. Plop, plop. A magical scene happened. Long Zai Tian's chest was quickly repaired by densely packed hair-sized threads. It soon returned to normal. Immediately afterwards, Long Zai Tian opened his eyes, saw Gu Yin, and slowly stood up. Lao Gao quickly came to Gu Yin and watched the scene with vigilance. Next second, something happened that Lao Gao didn't expect. Thump. After Long Zai Tian stood up, he immediately knelt on one knee on the ground, lowered his head, and said respectfully to Gu Yin, "Master." Seeing this scene, Lao Gao was shocked. Gu Yan's eyes showed a slight smile, and it was done. He retracted the claw and transformed it into a ring again. TSK, TSK. It actually took a full 50,000 pure love points to control the other party with the power of the magic claws, but it was all worth it. Under Lao Gao's confused gaze, Gu Yin walked up to Long Zaitian and said, "Don't be so surprised, Lao Gao." He looked at Long Zaitian, who lowered his head and said with a slight smile, "The king of Hell's palace is already our Gu family's property. Get up. I have something to tell you." Gu Yin said softly, "Okay, master." Long Zaitian stood up and looked at Gu Yin with respect and enthusiasm, even taking a step closer to him. "Master, please speak." Gu Yin moved a little further away from Long Zaitian. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the controlled Long Zaitian seemed to be thinking about something strange about him. Forget it, it was probably his illusion. Anyway, let me assign the task first. Find me someone who's probably just started college. Her name is Yu Xing Shui. Her father became disabled due to a construction accident at your Yinxing Group's construction site. My mother is an employee of company. Tell me her location when you find her. Just call me in your mind. After listening to the mission instructions, Long Zaitian nodded. "Okay, master. I will definitely not let you down." "Very good." Gu Yin smiled with satisfaction in his heart. Yu Xing Shui, this person has nothing to do with the protagonist group. If there is any relationship, it is a hostile one. Because this person is one of the villains in the later part of the original novel. His strength has been cultivated to the peak of the late Grandmaster stage, and he is only one step away from entering the ranks of the Grandmaster. He is someone worthy of being recruited by Gu Yin. Okay, we're done here. So the next step is there, but I have to say it. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The Evolve clause really gave me a big surprise. Oh no, you have to watch your face. Chapter 123 Chapter 123 Visiting Wang Yulan. I'm already married. Early the next morning, after controlling Long Zaitian, Gu Yin went to the second female lead in the original novel whom he hadn't visited for a long time. Zhanghai Hospital, in a private ward. Wang Yulan was still waiting for the results of her final physical examination today. If there were no problems, she would be able to go through the discharge procedures today. While she was waiting, the door of the ward was pushed open. "Taoying, why are you here again?" Wang Yulan subconsciously thought that Taoying came again and wanted her to join the Peach Blossom Club. But someone came who she didn't expect. "Good morning, Sister Yulan. How are you feeling lately?" Gu Yin pushed the door open and walked in, carrying a basket of fruit. He placed the fruit on the table beside him, then sat down on the attendant's chair with a smile on his face. Wang Yulan thought that since she hadn't seen Gu Yin for so long, she should no longer be so attracted to him. But unexpectedly, when she saw Gu Yin again, she was still very nervous and embarrassed. She got into bed in a hurry, leaving only her blushing head exposed. She grabbed the quilt with both hands, glanced at Gu Yin nervously, and nodded, "Yeah. Oh no, why am I so nervous? Gu Yin came to see me with great difficulty, so I should have said more. But I must be very haggard now. Wouldn't I be ugly?" Seeing this, Gu Yin smiled slightly and took out a report and placed it beside the bed. "I'm glad you're okay. I've already read the report before I came here. Sister Yulan, your body has recovered and you could be discharged from the hospital. Congratulations." As he spoke, Gu Yan's face was full of apology. "I'm sorry I didn't come to see you before because I was really too busy. I couldn't make time until today. So that's how it is. You still come and visit me even though you were so busy." Wang Yulan was deeply moved. She shook her head repeatedly. "No, it doesn't matter. I don't care. It's better to say that I should thank you, Gu Yin. You're just my mother's student, yet you still sent me to the hospital and paid for my medical expenses." Wang Yulan's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke, but when she mentioned the medical expenses, she looked at Gu Yin seriously. "I will definitely pay you back for the medical expenses. You have helped me so much. If I have to ask you to pay for the medical expenses, I really can't face you. Give me some time. I will definitely pay you back. When Gu Yin heard this, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, and his expression also revealed a hint of touching. He shook his head. It's okay, Sister Yulan. I'm really touched that you said that, but Guyan took a deep breath and smiled sincerely. Your mother is my mentor. I am doing this not for you, Sister Yulan, but to repay my teacher. So please don't feel any burden, Sister Yulan. But Wang Yulan was a little anxious because she wondered if Gu Yan was the mysterious man who paid for her mother's medical expenses. If that was the case, then she really didn't know how to repay Gu Yan. The result came before she could even ask. Next second, a figure pushed the door open and walked in, accompanied by a burst of energetic voice. Good morning, Sister Yulan, I'm here to see you. Who is this guy? Tao Ying, wearing a pink coat, pushed the door open and walked in. She came today to give Wang Yulan one last chance. If the other party is still unwilling to join their Peach Blossom Club, then she would have to do what the Peach Blossom Society was best at. As soon as she came in, she saw Wang Yulan curled up in a quilt, and next to her stood a man she had never seen before. This guy is so handsome. Could he be Wang Yulan's boyfriend? I've never heard her mention him before. Tao Ying walked over calmly. It didn't matter, as she was now a person full of energy. Tao Ying, you're here. Wang Yulan was a little hesitant to introduce this guy to Gu Yan. After all, this guy was talking nonsense and sounded a bit like a pyramid schemer. Tao Ying nodded and sat on the edge of the bed. Yes, but I didn't expect someone to come here before me. Obviously, I was in such a hurry that I came to visit Wang Yulan so early. Someone actually arrived earlier than me? Could he really be Wang Yulan's boyfriend? Or people from other forces also interested in Wang Yulan? Tao Ying felt Gu Yan slightly and found that she could not sense the other person's breath at all. I immediately relaxed my guard. It turned out to be just an ordinary person. You have to know that she is a congenital warrior, and she doesn't believe that someone of Gu Yan's age has a higher level of cultivation than her. Gu Yan glanced at Tao Ying, and the other party's message immediately popped up in his mind. Tao Ying, the granddaughter of the Peach Blossom Society's leader, was at the early stage of Xiantian cultivation. In the original novel, she plotted to kill Wang Yulan's mother one night in order to get her to join the Peach Blossom Society. This caused Wang Yulan to lose her beloved and choose to join the Peach Blossom Society, becoming stronger and then finding the murderer. Oh, it's really come to this point already. It's worth my long wait. Gu Yan smiled inwardly, then looked at Tao Ying. Is Miss Tao Ying a friend of Sister Yulan? Sister Magnolia? Yeah, aren't you a couple? Tao Ying was a little surprised. Brother and sister? But these two people's temperaments didn't look like brother and sister, no matter how you looked at them. No. Gu Yan is my mother's student. We have received a lot of help from him. You could say it's a brother-sister relationship. Wang Yulan hurriedly explained, fearing that Gu Yan would be angry and Tao Ying would mistakenly think they were a couple. After finishing, he looked at Gu Yan cautiously, and when he saw that the other party did not react, he felt relieved. Tao Ying nodded when she heard this. Oh, then it's okay. Then she looked at Gu Yan with interest. Brother, you are so handsome. Can you date me? To be honest, I haven't met such a handsome guy in a long time. He looks very strong. If I can absorb his yang energy, maybe my cultivation will be able to reach a higher level. Wang Yulan was shocked when she heard this. She was about to refuse, but then she changed her mind and secretly called herself an idiot. What qualifications do I have to reject others on Gu Yan's behalf? Thinking of this, she looked at Gu Yan uneasily, fearing that he would really agree. Fortunately, Gu Yan shook his head. I refuse. Wang Yulan breathed a sigh of relief and gave a thumbs up in her heart. Great. Gu Yan, you resisted the temptation of beauty. However, Tao Ying likes this kind of hypocritical man the most. Why, little brother, I have a great figure, and I can act coquettishly with you. Tao Ying said this and wanted to hug Gu Yan's arm. However, what I didn't expect was, a crisp sound appeared in the ward. Gu Yan slapped away Tao Ying's claws that were about to reach out, and then looked at her kindly. I'm sorry, Miss Tao. I'm already married. Besides, Gu Yan's expression gradually turned cold, with a cold smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. I hate frivolous women like you. Chapter 124. The Peach Blossom Club, angered and ready to attack. Click. A creepy feeling spread throughout Tao Ying's body. I don't know why. Even though Gu Yan was smiling, Tao Ying felt as if something was holding her heart. After a while, she felt cold all over and her face turned pale. Even when Gu Yan called her a frivolous woman, she didn't retort. What's going on? What's going on with this man? Tao Ying's pupils shrank slightly. What was going on with this strange feeling? This man, isn't he an ordinary person? Wang Yulan obviously didn't notice this, because when Gu Yin said the words, "I'm already married," her mind went blank. Marry? It turns out that Gu Yin is already married? Wang Yulan's expression was a little dull, and she felt a sense of anxiety and fear in her heart. So, was it all just my wishful thinking? I originally thought that Gu Yin helped her because he actually had some feelings for her, but was it really all just to repay her mother? Then I actually still have so many thoughts about Gu Yin in my heart. It's really, it's really shameless. Wang Yulan suddenly felt extremely depressed. Gu Yin seemed to have lost interest in this incident. He stood up and gave Wang Yulan an apologetic look. "Sorry, Sister Yulan. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll come visit you and the teacher later." After saying that, he left the ward. Wang Yulan wanted to say goodbye, but she found that she didn't even have the courage to say goodbye. Her eyes dimmed, and her expression became extremely lost. The other side, with Gu Yan's departure, Tao Ying, who was originally under great pressure, finally calmed down. She covered her chest with her hands. Her face was very pale, and there was a hint of shock and anger in her eyes. What was going on? Why was she so frightened just because that man glanced at her? Are you kidding me? I'm the most talented warrior in the Peach Blossom Society. Why would I be afraid? Even if the other party was strong, I wouldn't be so scared. It actually brought her so much pressure. Tao Ying tried to breathe calmly, with some disbelief in her eyes. In other words, the man named Gu Yin might even be stronger than her. Looking at Wang Yulan, who was worried about the outcome, Tao Ying's fear gradually subsided, and at the same time, she became very disdainful. Poor guy. I'm afraid their intentions towards you are also very impure. Tao Ying didn't believe that such a strong man approached Wang Yulan just to help others. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath. She revealed a voice full of energy and fear. "I was scared to death, Sister Yulan. That man was so scary. Luckily, he left. But I didn't expect that he was already married, even though he's so young. By the way, Sister Yulan, do you know what his identity is? Can you tell me?" Wang Yulan listened to Tao Ying's endless chatter, her eyes dimming even more. She shook her head. "I only know that he was my mother's student. The story all started from that day." Left the hospital. Gu Yin went to the dean's office again to chat with Dean Pu Songlin. "Oh, Xiao Gu, I didn't expect you to come visit an old guy like me again." Pu Songlin looked at him. The more he looked at Gu Yin, the more he liked him. I even scoffed at those so-called rumors in my heart. How can we not know whether Gu Yin is good or not? Grandpa Pu, don't say that. As a junior, it's my duty to visit the elders. Not to mention, I heard that you, Grandpa Dean, have become Teacher Wang Lan's attending physician. Before Gu Yin finished speaking, Pu Songlin waved his hand and said, "Hey, don't be so formal. Little Gu, you have a pure heart. If Teacher Wang Lan wakes up, I believe she will be very grateful to you. Maybe she'll even introduce her daughter to you." The second half of the sentence was half serious and half joking. After all, as he treated Wang Lan, he actually got to know Wang Lan's daughter, Wang Yulan. Every patient, doctor, and nurse praised the little girl for being kind and filial. And it turned out to be true after he met her. She was simple and innocent, and until now she seemed unaware that the person who paid for her mother's medical expenses was actually Gu Yin. "Haha, Dean, you're joking. Actually, I'm already planning to get engaged." Gu Yin shook his head and denied again that he was single. Got engaged? Pu Songlin was stunned when these words were spoken. This was something he had not expected. The girl who became very nervous when she heard Gu Yan's name flashed through his mind. He smiled helplessly. Is this what it means to be undestined? However, thanks to Gu Yan's help, the mother received proper treatment, and now her body functions are gradually recovering. I really don't know how the little girl can repay such a great favor. Yeah, with a girl I love very much. When Gu Yin said this, his eyes became extremely gentle. Pu Songlin nodded repeatedly and sighed. This is youth. After the engagement party, Xiao Gu, you must invite me to it. Gu Yin responded, "That's natural." Left the hospital. Gu Yin sat back in a luxury car. Lao Gao, who was in the driver's seat, immediately handed over a document. "Master, Xiao Lin's current address has been found." Gu Yin took it and looked at it. Chunshan Community 11 to 501. Chunshan Community. It is indeed exactly the same as in the original book. There was an inexplicable look in Gu Yan's eyes. The place where Xiao Lin currently lives is actually a house purchased by Shun Wanner because the Shun family also has intrigues. Whenever she was tired, she would return to live in the community she had secretly purchased. According to the original plot, Xiao Lin gave her a beauty prescription that could reverse her current predicament. That's why Xiao Lin, who has no home to go, is allowed to stay here temporarily. So, Lao Gao, let's go to the vegetable market. Okay, master. In Chunshan community, Xiao Lin tossed and turned in a bed with a look of excitement on his face. What made him excited was that Shun Wanner's attitude towards him had been getting better and better recently, especially when he gave Shun Wanner the beauty secret recipe taught to him by his master. The other party was even more delighted, and his frowning brows relaxed. Xiao Lin raised his hand and looked at his hand that had been held by Shun Wanner with happy eyes. I didn't expect Wanner to actually say thank you to me and let me live in the house she bought. Xiao Lin's face was full of joy. Because she provided the secret recipe, Shun Wanner even let him take a day off today and arrange a new job for him tomorrow. So, Wanner must like me. A happy expression appeared on Xiao Lin's face. Master, you are right. The girls in the city are beautiful and gentle. And just at this moment, buzz. His phone vibrated. This phone was also bought for him by Shun Wanner. The only friends I added were Shun Wanner and her secretary. Could it be that? Xiao Lin's face lit up with joy, and he quickly opened his phone to take a look. The result was a piece of news that changed his expression. Xiao Lin, you seem to be very happy. Do you know how much pain Sister Yulan has endured in Jianghai Hospital? Wang Yulan, Jianghai Hospital. For a moment, Xiao Lin recalled the scene again in his mind. His expression froze instantly. Even breathing became much more difficult. He put down the phone, his voice became a little hoarse, his eyes full of guilt. Yes. While I was enjoying myself here, I forgot that Sister Yulan was still lying in the hospital. What right do I have to be so happy? He could probably guess who sent this message, and only the other party could find the mobile phone number he had just bought. Although I'm very reluctant, but Guyen, thank you for reminding me. Xiao Lin closed his eyes, his heart filled with regret. I must go to the hospital to visit Sister Yulan today. The other side, Tao Ying has left Wang Yulan's ward. She curled her lips. So that's it. Although I don't know whether Gu Yin is a student of Wang Yulan's mother, it doesn't matter. Because today, Wang Yulan once again rejected them, saying that her mother's condition was getting better and better, and she would show signs of waking up soon. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'll let you get what you want? Plus the shame that man brought her. In that case, her face became extremely gloomy. We must take action tonight and kill Wang Yulan's mother. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Gu Yan's body fluids can help me practice? At noon, after buying groceries, I returned to Lung's house. In the study, Lung Qingxiu grabbed Gu Yan's collar and put his little head close to it to sniff. A few seconds later, she raised her head with a frosty expression and said in a cold voice, "You smell like another woman." The smell of perfume mixed with disinfectant. Oh, I get it. Did you go to the hospital to visit that woman named Wang Yulan? Wang Yulan, I know. But who is this woman wearing peach blossom perfume? Lung Qingxiu let go of Gu Yan's collar with a cold face, then raised the corners of his mouth and looked at him kindly. I can't believe it. When he left last night, he said that his family missed him, but it turns out that the people who were missing him were actually the woman in the hospital, right? Of course, what I cared about was that my servant actually ran away to another woman. I just felt unhappy because it felt like my servant was being robbed. Although I know that Wang Yulan is in a miserable situation, I don't know why I just feel very unhappy inside. Not to mention, it seems that there is another woman besides Wang Yulan. What should you do if you have a wife at home who is arrogant and refuses to admit that she likes you and is also jealous? Gu Yan said that it is very cute in short. He reached out and pinched Lung Qingxiu's cheeks, then gently pulled them to the sides, scolding her with a smile. Are you an idiot? Why are you so nervous? Hello, husband. I only love you. Wang Yulan's mother is my teacher, so of course I have to go and see her. As for the woman who sprayed perfume, to be honest, I don't even know her. She seems to be Wang Yulan's friend. As soon as I walked in, she tried to take advantage of me and said she wanted me to be her boyfriend. Hey, come to think of it, Qingxiu, your face feels quite comfortable when you pinch it. Lung Qingxiu was very angry when she was pulled away, but she felt much better after listening to Gu Yan's explanation. But, bang, take your stinky hands away, it hurts. Lung Qingxiu slapped Gu Yan's hand away, covered her face with her hands, and felt extremely ashamed. Damn it, I hate people who have no sense of distance. Do you think anyone can touch the Night King's face? Of course, the most important point is... Lung Qingxiu snorted softly, crossed his arms and said, So, what did you say after that person confessed to you? Were you practically jumping for joy before you knelt on the ground and nodded in agreement? Seeing this, Guyen put his hands on Lung Qingqiu's shoulders and pushed him back in the chair. What are you talking about, Qingqiu? Of course I refused immediately. As he spoke, he gently massaged Lung Qingqiu's shoulders. Today, Lung Qingqiu was wearing a black high-necked slim-fit sweater, which made her already fair face look even more beautiful. Because Lung Qingqiu had a good figure, Guyen felt very good when he pressed her shoulders. Looking down from above, Lung Qingqiu looked like a beautiful and delicate doll, very light and comfortable to hold. While pressing, Guyen could also feel the other person's body trembling slightly. He lowered his head slightly and absorbed the fragrance emanating from Lung Qingqiu. The latter's expression changed slightly, and his fingers began to tremble slightly. In order to relieve the pressure, he deliberately tapped his arm with his fingers, but on the surface he pretended to be calm and said, "Well then, I said I was married." "Marry? With me?" Lung Qingqiu felt a surge of joy in her heart for some reason. She relaxed slightly, leaning back in her chair, and continued to ask, "Who? Are you going to marry?" "You guess." Guyen exerted a little force, and Lung Qingqiu gradually released the hands that had been around her chest. His arms gradually dropped down, and he seemed to hear Guyen's somewhat heated breathing. "This guy, is he getting so close to me during the massage?" Lung Qingqiu felt a little dazed. "Wait, he couldn't do this. I don't want to guess." Lung Qingqiu spoke intermittently, his breathing slightly rapid. Because of Guyen's technique, his slightly playful voice and the hot breath blowing against her ear, her heart beat rapidly for a moment. "Of course it's with you, my Qingqiu." Guyen stretched out his hand, hugged Lung Qingqiu from behind, bent down, and buried his face in the back of Lung Qingqiu. Lung Qingqiu wanted to struggle, but found that he had no strength at the moment. "What happened to me? Pervert, let me go." Lung Qingqiu tried to use harmless words to make Guyen leave, but in her heart, she was enjoying the moment very much. But the next second, however, Guyen's actions directly broke this dreamlike feeling. Sha. Qingqiu, my Qingqiu. Saw the. Please let me inhale a little more. It's better to inhale until I'm full. I really can't help it. Qingqiu, you smell so good. I love you so much. Asshole, get out of here. Click. The study door was closed. Guyen, who was kicked out, looked a little helpless. He covered his face in regret. Damn it. I felt that the atmosphere in the study had become very ambiguous. But once I got close to Qingqiu, I couldn't help myself. I can't help but reveal my true face. There's nothing I can do about it. No one can resist such a beautiful person staying in front of you. But you are indifferent, right? Not to mention that she is your pure love object. No, I must train my self-control ability. Guyen shook his head and went to cook. In the study, Lung Qingqiu covered the back of her neck with shame, as Guyen had just bitten her there. It's really perverted. Why would someone do this over there? Lung Qingqiu said she didn't understand. She spread her hands and said helplessly, "It's saliva. This guy is so perverted." Lung Qingqiu was just thinking about it and was about to find some paper. Sudden crash. A strange black book suddenly flew out of her eyes and automatically unfolded and turned the pages. What's going on? Lung Qingqiu was shocked. Why did Xie Jian appear on his own? And he gave her the feeling that he was eager for something. Crash. The black book flew to Lung Qingqiu's hand and kept turning the pages. It seemed as if the author couldn't wait, but was afraid that Lung Qingqiu would get angry. Lung Qingqiu slowly raised a question mark, and a possibility emerged in her mind. Then he slowly pressed his palm, which was stained with Guyen's saliva, on the black book. Next second, buzz. The black book twitched with excitement and emitted a strange black halo. In less than a moment, it returned to Lung Qingqiu's eyes again. Lung Qingqiu also felt something unusual. That is, my perception seems to have improved a bit. Although it is very weak, it has indeed increased. Lung Qingqiu was shocked. What was going on? One's own perception can be understood as the attack range. He can absorb the life essence of anything that is within his perception. The method of improvement is extremely harsh, and I haven't found a way to improve myself. But an idea that seemed extremely absurd emerged in Lung Qingqiu's mind. Guyen's body fluids can help me practice? As soon as this idea popped up, Lung Qingqiu found it extremely ridiculous. How is this possible? Is Guyen that special? Lung Qingqiu laughed and shook his head. The study fell into silence for a moment. A few minutes later, An inexplicable murmur was heard from the study again. What if it really works? Chapter 126 Chapter 126 Lung Qingxiu tries to make Gu Yin the cauldron. At the dinner table, Lung Qingxiu held the bowl and looked at Gu Yan's life essence with a frown. Or, in other words, look at the other person's mouth. But she soon realized that her idea was too perverted, so she quickly lowered her head as if nothing had happened. Damn it, how could I think like that? Wouldn't that make me a pervert like Gu Yin? Lung Qingxiu, Lung Qingxiu, don't think about such unrealistic things. Maybe it was just an accident. Gu Yin is just an ordinary person who can break marble, so don't think too much about it. How special can the physique of an ordinary person be? Lung Qingxiu denied it in his heart while eating to make his behavior seem less abnormal. Of course, her poor acting skills had already caught Gu Yan's attention. He looked at Lung Qingxiu. During the meal, Lung Qingxiu had secretly glanced at him more than a dozen times. Is that possible? Gu Yin covered his mouth, his eyes showing a look of guessing everything. Qingxiu wants me to feed her, but it will be bad if I guess wrong. No, no, no. Gu Yin, Gu Yin, don't you understand? You are Gu Yin, the pure love warrior of the universe. Even if Lung Qingxiu says no to you, you still have to force yourself to get close to her. So, Gu Yin moved a chair and sat next to Lung Qingxiu. This movement startled Lung Qingxiu, and he subconsciously shrank his body. What are you doing? Qingxiu, have you been paying attention to me since we were eating? Although I know you can't see, I can see through your body and see your heart. It seems like I'm spying on you, Puff. Before Gu Yin could finish his words, Lung Qingxiu punched him in the chest in shame and anger. He immediately hunched over, covering his chest, and crawled in a dark and twisted manner. What do you mean by through the body? Please don't say such misleading things. Lung Qingxiu withdrew her hand in embarrassment and felt very nervous inside. Oops, was I being too obvious? But I'm really curious. I clearly thought Gu Yin was just an ordinary person, but now looking at the situation, it seems that is not the case. Oh, by the way, remember that Yin has a naturally charming body, right? Could it be that Gu Yin also has this special physique? The more Lung Qingxiu thought about it, the more possible it seemed. She possessed night, which allowed her to sneak into any place and steal information. But she knew that there were many self-awakened natural warriors in this world. Maybe Gu Yin is this type of person, and he suddenly awakened his special physique at the banquet. Lung Qingxiu felt a little strange when he thought about this. What kind of physique could help people practice? Could it be that Gu Yin has awakened some strange physique suitable for being a cauldron? When Lung Qingxiu thought of the furnace, he secretly cursed himself as a pervert. It's all Gu Yan's fault. He led me astray. However, I really have to try it. There were several times when Gu Yin used his chopsticks when eating before. Because of the shame in his heart, he would never use the chopsticks that Gu Yin had used again. But now, it's worth a try. Of course, Gu Yin can't see anything. So, Lung Qingxiu coughed lightly, stretched out his hand, and tried to comfort Gu Yan's wounded heart, his tone as gentle as possible. Gu Yin, where does your chest hurt? Do you want me to? Qingxiu, do you have a fever? Gu Yin felt a chill all over his body, and he always felt that Lung Qingxiu was very different now. Lung Qingxiu's expression froze, and he endured it silently. Stop talking nonsense. Lung Qingxiu scooped a spoonful of soup with a spoon, then handed it to Gu Yan's mouth, trying to act very natural. Here, Gu Yin. Gu Yin looked at the spoon that was being brought close to his mouth, then looked at Lung Qingxiu's face that was trying hard to appear gentle. He was a little undecided and asked cautiously, Qingxiu, are you going to feed me? How strange. Could it be that Lung Qingxiu had been thinking about this from the beginning? Did he actually want to feed him himself? Oh, we're an old married couple. Why be so shy? If you want to feed me, why not just say no? Bang. Cough. Lung Qingxiu felt that Gu Yin was still indifferent, and the shame and anger in her heart immediately made her abandon her previous gentleness, and she directly punched Gu Yin in the chest again. Then he shouted coldly, Drink! It looked like a rich woman using her power to coerce others. Drink! I drink! Gu Yin nodded quickly and accepted Lung Qingxiu's feeding. Feeling that Gu Yin was obedient, Lung Qingxiu felt very satisfied. However, this seemed to have awakened some strange sexual fetish, and she gently placed her free hand on Gu Yan's head. His touch was gentle and his tone was soft. Drink well. Now, it was Gu Yan's turn to slowly put question mark. He shook Lung Qingxiu's hand away with his head in dissatisfaction. and then said, Qingxiu, what are you doing? Do you think I'm your little puppy? Lung Qingxiu withdrew his hand upon hearing this, snorted softly, and denied. What did you say? Can you speak? I was just comforting you. Yeah. Gu Yin was very skeptical because the target of pure love is very satisfied with this method. Points plus 500. The pure love object has awakened the domination fetish. Points plus 10,000. Host, please work hard to cooperate with the pure love object. Pure love object. The system doesn't seem to say that. Yeah, what do you think? Am I that kind of person? Lung Qingxiu became furious when she saw that Gu Yin didn't trust her, and took the spoon and put it aside. Then he raised his head slightly, hummed softly, and said, Besides, what you said is not without reason. If one day you were kicked out of the Gu family and had no place to live. There was a hint of inexplicable meaning in Lung Qingxiu's tone. She reached out and gently stroked Gu Yan's cheek, as if teasing Gu Yan's heart. She said with a playful smile in her intellectual voice, You can indeed come to me and ask me to support you. Plop, plop. Gu Yan was stunned. In short, it was very cute. Lung Qingxiu also felt Gu Yan's heartbeat, and even though she felt ashamed and shy inside, she had to appear calm. That's right. I can only be the dominant position in a relationship. Just thought of this. Bang. Gu Yan grabbed Lung Qingxiu's hand, and then, seeing the other party's panic, Gu Yan shouted loudly, So, after I support you, can you do whatever I want to you? Or I can accept whatever you do to me. Otherwise, I will quit the Gu family right now. Qingxiu, you support me. Then, let's do this and that. Every day, day and night. Lung Qingxiu blushed when she heard this. She quickly pushed Gu Yan away, covered her chest, and shouted, Only a ghost would do that. Oh my God. Lung Qingxiu said that he still underestimated Gu Yan's bottom line. Damn it, how embarrassing. I failed in just 1 second. Is this your true strength, Gu Yan? Ugh. In that case, I think I should read some books on how to fall in love. Oh, and didn't I confiscate a lot of Linger's romance novels earlier? This is a good time to study. Gu Yan was very disappointed, as he had thought he could accomplish his goal in 1 step. But it doesn't matter. He looked at the panicked Lung Qingxiu and said regretfully, Okay, Qingxiu, if you want to support me, you can tell me anytime. I can come over as soon as I get ready. Besides, Gu Yan gave Lung Qingxiu a thumbs up. Even shy Qingxiu is cute. After saying that, he hurried to the kitchen with the dishes and chopsticks to clean up. Plop, plop. Lung Qingxiu was left standing there in a daze, her heart beating rapidly with shame. Bad guy. Lung Qingxiu covered his chest and said, It's obvious that you're the only one allowed to be attracted to me. How can I get along with my subordinates in this situation? Lung Qingxiu was very unwilling to accept it. Why was he so moved? Damn it. Gu Yan, just wait. The more you do this, the more you will regret it. Lung Qingxiu quietly took the spoon that Gu Yan had used to drink the soup. Gu Yan, don't be so proud. If the experiment succeeds, you can just wait to be my cauldron for cultivation for the rest of your life. Hee hee hee. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. The Night King is invincible. T&I Pharmaceutical. In the president's office. Shenwaner looked at the man standing in front of her with some surprise. She jokingly said, Shaolin, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to take a day off? Upon hearing this, Shaolin touched his nose a little embarrassedly and said with a wry smile, Mr. Shun, can you lend me some money? Hearing this, Shenwaner was stunned and smiled helplessly. It's just this matter. Why are you so nervous? How much does it cost? Seeing Shenwaner being so easy to talk to, Shaolin was deeply moved. He stretched out a finger and asked cautiously, Can you lend me 1,000? Shenwaner nodded, took out 1,000 yuan from the drawer, and put on the table. This 1,000 is for you. As she spoke, she smiled gently at Shaolin. Who asked you to help me so much? Shaolin's heart was struck hard. He nodded blankly and said with a silly smile, Thank you, Waner. He collected the money and turned to leave, but his expression became a little conflicted. He then turned around and said to Shenwaner, Sorry, this money is not for me. Shenwaner was a little confused. Huh? What do you mean? Shaolin felt like he was betraying Shenwaner, so he told her everything about his plan to visit Wang Yulan. Well, it's actually like this. More than 10 minutes later, Shenwaner looked at Shaolin in surprise and saw that he was being cautious and looked like an honest man. Shenwaner couldn't help but burst out laughing. She covered her mouth and said, Haha, you're so funny. Why are you so nervous about this? The sudden laughter made Shaolin look a little overwhelmed. his face flushed with anxiety. Well, Vanya, stop laughing. Shinwana laughed enough. She stood up, walked around the desk, and came to Xiaolin. She reached out and naturally held Xiaolin's hand. Looking at his clear and innocent eyes, Shun Wanner's heart seemed to be touched. The intrigues within the family made her physically and mentally exhausted. Xiaolin was like a piece of pure jade, untainted by the world. Seeing him being shy and honest when he saw her, she felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. She held his hand and smiled slightly. Xiaolin, you are for my company. I will help you to rise higher in the future. This money and these little things will not affect the relationship between you and me. All you have to do is protect me, okay? Plop, plop. Xiaolin nodded blankly. Okay, Vanya. In less than a moment, Xiaolin walked out of the company with the money, the warmth of Shun Wanner still on his hands. Xiaolin looked back at the company gate, his expression becoming increasingly happy. Wanner, she really likes me. Guyan, I want to thank you for not staying with Shun Wanner. That's how my goddess noticed me. And I will definitely protect Wanner. The other side, Shun Wanner recalled Xiaolin's nervous and honest appearance in her mind, and she couldn't help but smile softly. What a lovely guy. I didn't expect something like that to happen right after arriving in Shanghai. By the way, I just don't know who the rich young man is who Xiaolin mistakenly thought was a bad guy. Guyan's figure suddenly flashed through Shun Wanner's mind, but then he felt a little ridiculous, so he laughed and shook his head, muttering as he walked back to his desk. You must be joking. Don't think about him anymore. Are you trying to rekindle our old relationship? You must be joking. But the other person's figure at the banquet always lingered in Shun Wanner's mind. A long time. She slowly spoke in a low voice, as if asking herself, her tone a little tired, is it time to have a relationship? Guyan, this is all your fault. If you didn't love me anymore, I wouldn't be so miserable. If you had shown your ambitious and excellent side earlier, perhaps the ending would have been different. Lung family, back to the study. Snap. Lung Qingxiu locked the door carefully. Holding the spoon used by Gu Yin tightly in her hand, she took a deep breath. He slowly opened his eyes, and the green eyes that had appeared at the banquet now looked completely different. Two strange runes were slowly engraved in the pupils. Then Buzz. It was still that strange cult secret book. It seemed to have life, flying happily around Lung Qingxiu, or rather, around the spoon she was holding. Crash. It kept turning the pages, as if it was very impatient. Lung Qingxiu was speechless upon seeing this. She helplessly stroked Xiedian, who was flying in the air, and said, Don't worry. Why do you look like you haven't had enough to eat? Weren't the souls of those small fry enough for you to eat before? Crash. The sound of pages turning was the response. Lung Qingxiu handed the spoon to Xiedian, who flipped through the pages but still did nothing. Lung Qingxiu nodded and smiled. Okay, good boy. You can eat now. Crash. The cult no longer hesitated. Countless black and purple hands emitting strange halos, as if made of smoke, stretched out from the book in an instant, grabbed the spoon directly, and dragged it into the book. Immediately afterwards, the cult book closed again and emitted a dazzling black light. It was trembling all over. In less than a moment, it regained its composure and then quietly flew back into Lung Qingxiu's hands. Lung Qingxiu sensed it slightly and discovered the tiny improvement. Her heart suddenly felt hot. It's actually possible? Lung Qingxiu was shocked. After another test, she finally came to a definite conclusion. That was Guyan's body fluid. It could really help her practice. No way, no way, no way. Happiness comes so fast like a tornado. Just a little bit of Guyan's body fluids could improve her stagnant perception a little bit. What if it's more? And what if we take it every day? Gudong. Lung Qingxiu swallowed subconsciously. A slight blush appeared on her face, and she closed her eyes, and the evil spirit automatically dissipated. Then he shook his head vigorously, as if resisting his impure thoughts. No, I'm a Night King. The Night King is already invincible. Why does he need to borrow his fluids? Lung Qingxiu, you are so confused. As long as you wait patiently for your eyes to recover, you can become the strongest in the world. Only Lung Qingxiu was a little worried. This year had already passed the 5th year, but he showed no sign of regaining his sight. So, how can one restore sight? What are the necessary conditions? However, Lung Qingxiu was not discouraged because according to the records in the cult book, he only needed to wait until his perception reached a certain level. You will know the conditions required for the restoration of your eyesight. Of course, It would be even better if you could know the recovery conditions in advance. Improving perception has always been Lung Qingqiu's top priority. In fact, methods to improve perception have long been recorded in cult classics. The first is to absorb the life essence of living things. The second is that when one's spirit is severely stimulated, one's perception will increase sharply. However, apart from the tragic massacre of her family that year, she has not encountered anything that has upset her. The path of cultivation based on stimulation is extremely difficult. So, when Lung Qingqiu knew that Gu Yan's body fluids could actually help her practice, she was so excited. Because the stronger your perception, the sooner you will know the conditions for restoring your eyesight. Once his eyes are restored, he will have the greatest capital for revenge, and his plan can be fully implemented. But at present, this must be based on improving perception. Lung Qingqiu sighed lightly. Could it be that he really had to rely on Gu Yan to practice? But this makes me look like a villain in a novel who does all kinds of evil and uses people as cauldrons for cultivation. Even Gu Yan would definitely not be happy to see such a thing happen to him. Well, let's wait and see. Otherwise, I should try it again, just in case I am wrong. Chapter 128. The effect is so outstanding. Lung family. Gu Yan, who was wearing an apron and mopping the ground, felt as if he was being stared at by a burning gaze. He turned his head to look in that direction, but there was only the profile of Lung Qingqiu who was staring at the TV. Well, Qingqiu is worthy of his name. Although he is a blind man, he can still watch TV. Gu Yan sighed. Is this the heroic appearance of the future villain? Lung Qingqiu glanced sideways at Gu Yan's ball of life essence. Seeing that he turned his back to mop the floor again, she turned her head and looked over, staring at him intently. No, Lung Qingqiu, you can't do that. Lung Qingqiu, don't do this. You're the Night King. Even if Gu Yan's fluids can help you cultivate, so what? You better not do anything stupid. Stop staring at people like a pervert. Quick, look away. Gu Yan has already noticed you, hasn't he? Lung Qingqiu was struggling internally. On one hand, there was the temptation of increased strength, and on the other hand, there was the condemnation of his inner ethics and morals. Especially her self-esteem prevented her from doing anything perverted. That's right, Gu Yan. Don't even think about tempting me. Even if your body fluids can help me cultivate, you still can't succeed in tempting me. Lung Qingqiu wiped his mouth and pretended to be calm as he continued watching TV. No, I can't see it again. Damn, my mind is a mess. Gu Yan looked around in confusion. His body felt slightly cold. What was going on? Why did he feel as if something was staring at his body? Could it be that? Gu Yan swallowed and glanced at Lung Qingqiu, who was sitting on the sofa and seemed to be struggling with something. Could it be Qingqiu? What does he want to do to him? If that's the case, then I won't be sleepy anymore. Gu Yan shook his head. Forget it. Don't think too much about it. Qingqiu, is that Qingqiu? How could she be interested in his body? For now, I should finish the daily cleaning as soon as possible, and then spend some time with Qingqiu before preparing to go to Jianghai Hospital. Gu Yan exchanged for the skills of a god-level butler, so you can take care of everything in the house, and, if possible, you can even turn the owner of the house into a useless paramecium who doesn't want to do anything. In less than a moment, he used his innate cultivation power to quickly clean the house. Then he served Lung Qingqiu dessert after the meal. Gu Yan picked up a piece with a toothpick and handed it to Lung Qingqiu's mouth. Come on, Qingqiu, open your mouth. Lung Qingqiu was still struggling in her heart, but after smelling the sweet and greasy apple scent, she stopped thinking. He obediently opened his mouth and took a bite, a happy smile on his face. It's apple pie, Gu Yan. You really understand me. Desserts are my favorite. Gu Yan looked at Lung Qingqiu, who became as obedient as a kitten after eating sweets, and smiled knowingly. He picked up another piece and fed it to Lung Qingqiu. Eat slowly. These are all yours. Okay. Lung Qingqiu was eating the apple pie without noticing anything, and was completely unaware that Gu Yan had slowly extended his claws from behind her. Gu Yan pretended to be indifferent and looked at Lung Qingqiu, whose attention was completely focused on the sweets. Then his right hand went around the opponent's back and placed it on Lung Qingqiu's shoulder. He glanced at Lung Qingqiu, who was still eating, then took a deep breath and gently put it on top. It feels good. That's how Gu Yan feels. The pure love partner is in a good mood. Points plus 200. The target of pure love is shy. Points plus 200. Pure love object. Lung Qingqiu was originally immersed in the pleasure of sweets, but soon she noticed that Gu Yan put his arm around her and put it on her shoulder. She bit into the apple pie, feeling a little flustered. What a willful guy you are. Do you have to do this while I'm eating? Lung Qingxiu took a big bite of the apple pie, and a happy smile appeared on his face again. Forget it. Since you made it so delicious, I'll just do as you please. I'll settle the score with you after I finish eating. She relaxed her body and leaned back, allowing Gu Yan's arm to become her neck cushion. The news was playing on TV, but Gu Yan didn't care what the news was. In this warm afternoon, he just wanted to enjoy the moment. Of course, the time of enjoyment did not last too long, because Lung Qingxiu quickly ate the last piece of apple pie. She looked a little unhappy because she hadn't eaten enough, but she seemed to have thought of something. Lung Qingxiu coughed dryly, picked up the last piece of apple pie with a toothpick, and then handed it to Gu Yan with a smile on his face. Gu Yan was stunned at first. Then a touch of emotion appeared on his face. Qingxiu, I didn't expect you to share your favorite sweets with me. You're so kind to me. Lung Qingxiu felt a little guilty when he heard this, and quickly said, Don't say that. Eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Good. Although this apple pie tastes good even when cold, since Qingxiu said so, I won't be polite. Thinking about this, Gu Yan took a bite, but before he could evaluate the taste or express his love for the object of his pure love. Brush. Lung Qingxiu picked up the apple pie that Gu Yan had taken a bite of and stood up. Then he hurriedly said, I'm full. Gu Yan, you clean up. I'm going back to the study to read. As he said this, he seemed to be impatient to experiment with something and ran back upstairs right in front of Gu Yan's dumbfounded expression. Gu Yan, what's this game all about? And where's that half-eaten apple pie? Qingxiu, what are you going to do with it? In the study, Lung Qingxiu leaned against the door and looked at the apple pie in front of him with a very conflicted expression. She hadn't noticed it before, but now she realizes it. The color of Gu Yan's body fluids seemed to be very different from ordinary life essence. Why is it pink? Lung Qingxiu muttered as he looked at the vibrant pink life essence on the gap of the apple pie. But forget it, in order to prove my guess. Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath and took a bite of the part that Gu Yan had eaten. A moment. Crackling. Up. The stimulating feeling rushed through her body. The beauty of the increased power stunned her on the spot. The effect is so outstanding. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. Another personality in Lung Qingxiu's mind. Lung Qingxiu came to a conclusion based on this experiment. That is to directly absorb Gu Yan's body fluids by himself, and the effect will be much better than letting Xie Dian absorb it. Lung Qingxiu thought of this and couldn't help but cover his face with his hands, his voice trembling. How could this be? If you want to do this, then... Her face flushed slightly, and she covered her face with her hands as she slowly slid down to the ground against the door. How could I do such a perverted thing? This is how the Night King improves his strength. Don't do that kind of thing. At this moment, a voice exactly the same as Lung Qingxiu's, but even colder and more ruthless, appeared in Lung Qingxiu's mind. Oh, this is ridiculous. If you can't do it, then let me. No, I can't let you out. Get back here. When Lung Qingxiu heard this voice, her expression suddenly changed, and she scolded loudly in her heart. It's ridiculous. Has your heart become so weak because of that man? Don't forget our long-cherished wish, Lung Qingxiu. Outsiders are outsiders after all. Revenge is what we have to do in this life. You are me. I am you. Why do I appear again? Don't you understand yet? Don't let that man influence you. Listening to the voice in my mind that is fading away. Lung Qingxiu was silent for a long time. She raised her head in a daze. Has she become weak? Dong dong. Qingxiu, are you okay? Did you have an upset stomach from eating too much apple pie? At this moment, Gu Yan's voice came from outside the study. Lung Qingxiu hugged himself, buried his head in his arms, and said in a trembling voice, It's okay. You can go. It seemed like I had really become weak because of Gu Yan. When I did many things, I would first consider whether they would have any impact on Gu Yan. Xiao Lung is right. I have changed. Isn't the purpose of our helping and supporting each other all this time just for revenge? It is obvious that the only thing I should do in my life is revenge. Now that I've found a way to become stronger, I shouldn't feel shy or ashamed. I have clearly made up my mind not to let Xiao Lung come out again. Whether it is Gu Yan or anyone else. All she needs is Linger. The rest of them are just tools she can use. Outside the study, Gu Yan knocked on the door gently. He listened to the barely audible sounds in the room and the waves of depression coming from his chest. He sighed, Come on, this doesn't look okay. Maybe Lung Qingxiu was thinking about something strange in his mind again, probably about revenge. And because of his intervention now, she is in a very conflicted state. It comes a few times every month. What should I do if I have a good wife at home who likes you, has wild thoughts, and is jealous? What should you do when you hear the other party say it's okay and let you go? The universe's pure love warrior, Gu Yin, tells you the answer. He grasped the handle and found it was locked. TSK, TSK. You like to play this kind of tune? Gu Yin smiled lightly, then grabbed a strand of hair and inserted it in. In the study, Lung Qingxiu heard the sound of Gu Yin turning the handle, but it was useless. I'd already locked the door because I was afraid that Gu Yin would break into the study and see me practicing. That's why it was locked. Judging from this incident, I had become too weak, as Xiaolong said. That's good. I want to make my heart return to the way it was before, just like Xiaolong. Just thought of this. Snap! The study door was pushed open, and Lung Qingxiu was pushed aside by the door. Lung Qingxiu. Gu Yin walked in and looked at Lung Qingxiu, who was curled up on the ground. He walked over. Then he gently punched the other person on the head. Idiot. Lung Qingxiu hadn't reacted yet. She covered the place where she was hit and looked at Gu Yin with dissatisfaction, her face full of anger. Ah, it hurts. You actually hit me. And you called me an idiot. Did you know that I'm the most brilliant genius in the world? Damn, Gu Yin, it's all because of you that I have become like this. Once upon a time, how could I, the great Night King, have such an expression and say such words? Gu Yin wouldn't indulge the other person in such matters. He directly pinched the other person's cheeks and pulled them hard to the sides. Do you know the pain? Lung Qingxiu, you were so amazing. You even locked the door. You were clearly feeling miserable. Why didn't you tell me? Are you learning from Linger and trying to get me into a rebellious phase? Oh no, should I say you have a Chinibu? Do you know that you are just like a Chinibu? You don't say anything. You keep everything bottled up in your heart. You endure everything silently. Do you think you're handsome or cool like this? You don't still think you're some villain in a novel where you can do whatever you want and everyone else is just a stepping stone, right? No way, no way. Still thinking about how your life is like walking on thin ice? Sister Bo Bing. Lung Qingxiu listened to Gu Yan's words that touched her soul. She was as if she had been exposed and was furious. She pushed Gu Yan away fiercely. Gu Yan, you bastard. Gu Yan was pushed to the ground. Of course, he still didn't understand how Lung Qingxiu could push him away so easily despite his innate strength. Before he could get up, Lung Qingxiu rushed over, sat down on Gu Yan suddenly, and then grabbed Gu Yan's collar with his left hand. She clenched her right fist and raised it, wanting to beat Gu Yan up hard. The Night King's power cannot be insulted. Can't. You have a Chinibu, secondary disease. Sister Bo Bing. Gu Yan's words kept lingering in her mind. It clearly shouldn't be like this. He was the Night King. It's not. It's not Chinibu. It's not rebellious. As Lung Qingxiu spoke, her voice became more and more choked, and she slowly put down her hand. Tears streamed from her eyes, and she covered her face. He burst into tears. Gu Yan felt extremely distressed and wanted to reach out to comfort the other person, but I immediately held it back. Lung Qingxiu wiped her tears, but she couldn't stop crying, because Gu Yan didn't understand what she was facing. Gu Yan also didn't know what exactly existed in this world. Gu Yan also didn't know how complicated her heart was right now. It wasn't clear that he didn't want him to enter this dangerous world at all. You know nothing. You don't understand me at all. Lung Qingxiu choked with sobs. However, Gu Yan's next sentence left Lung Qingxiu stunned. Of course I do. And no one in this world understands you better than me. Gu Yan spoke slowly. Lung Qingxiu was stunned. She looked at Gu Yan in disbelief. You know, regarding the matter of night, did he know about it? Yeah, you like sweets, like reading in the middle of the night, and you like emo. You like to keep everything in your heart and not tell me. I like to pretend to be strong and take responsibility for everything. I know you tap the table when you encounter a difficult problem while reading. I know you raise your eyebrows in delight when you eat your favorite food. I know that when you're unhappy, you'll deliberately put on a smile that makes me feel cold all over. Gu Yan stretched out his hand, gently stroked Lung Qingxiu's cheek, and wiped away her tears. If these points are not enough to prove that I understand you, then Qingxiu, can you tell me more about yourself? He looked at Lung Qingxiu, wondering if the other party was willing to say night. So this also means the person Lung Qingxiu loves and trusts the most in this world is him. Before this, Gu Yan had thought a lot about the conditions needed for Lung Qingxiu to regain his sight. I also thought of the original novel, where Lung Qingxiu's eyesight was restored by Lung Linger's heart blood. At first he thought that he needed the blood of his own clan to restore his eyesight. But he thought about it carefully again. Lung Linger can be said to be Lung Qingqiu's Achilles heel, and also her most beloved and precious person. So, why not change your thinking? The conditions that can restore Lung Qingqiu's eyesight actually require the blood of the person she loves most. Chapter Sazhormin's quiche. Lung Qingqiu was stunned, because what Guyan said was completely different from what she thought. Plop, plop. Why is my heart beating so fast? Does Guyan observe me so carefully on a daily basis? They were all right. The other party knows me so well, but how well do I know Guyan? Lung Qingqiu's mood became better again. I don't understand anything. I don't know what Guyan likes, nor do I know what Guyan hates. She couldn't see Guyan, nor could she observe and perceive as carefully as Guyan. Guyan wanted to know more about her. Apart from what Guyan said, the only thing left was night. But she would never tell anyone this, because he was the reason for the destruction of her family. If Guyan knew about this, he might be involved in some danger. I can't say it, but Guyan's life essence seemed even more dazzling at this moment. The other party was serious and wanted me to tell him more. I must also make some response. Thinking of this, Lung Qingqiu slowly opened his eyes. Guyan also saw Lung Qingqiu's eyes for the first time. Those were a pair of eyes without any light, any spirit, or any focus. At this moment, Lung Qingqiu was soaked in tears. She pressed her hands on Guyan's chest and said in a hoarse voice, I clearly told you before that it would be dangerous to be with me. Why do you insist on not listening and trying to get closer to me again and again? Do you know that doing this will get you stuck in the mud and you won't be able to get out? Guyan's expression gradually softened when he heard this, and he said gently, If it's to be with you, then I am willing. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingqiu couldn't help but clench Guyan's clothes tightly. A warmth surged in her heart that she had never felt since her clan was exterminated. Just be with me, will you? Ha! Lung Qingqiu slowly smiled. She lowered her head, slightly lowered her body, and looked at Guyan with her lifeless eyes. Even if what I say next will drag you into a new world, you won't care? Even if you encounter many dangers after I tell you, swear that you will not regret it? Is it okay with you even though it's like this? Guyan took a deep breath and said seriously, Even if this is the case, I will never regret it. Okay, in that case, then I'll tell you. Lung Qingqiu had already prepared herself mentally. She was not going to tell anyone about what happened to Yi, because that was too dangerous. However, it is not impossible to talk about the affairs of warriors. So, she slowly spoke, her tone serious. Actually, there's a kind of existence called warrior in this world. Their power is extraordinary. The powerful ones can even overturn mountains and seas. Hear this. Guyan quickly interrupted the other party and said, Wait, Qingqiu, I actually know this. As for warriors, Lao Gao next to me is a master. As soon as these words were spoken, Lung Qingqiu, the atmosphere in the study fell silent. Bang! Lung Qingqiu covered her face. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. I should have thought of it earlier. The Gu family is a top family in Jianghai, and Gu Yin is protected by a strong man like Lao Gao. How could he not know about warriors? But why is there no fluctuation in Gu Yan's cultivation? It was precisely because she could not sense Gu Yan's cultivation that she mistakenly thought that Gu Yan was not clear about the affairs of warriors. Looking at Lung Qingqiu, who was covering her face in shame in front of him, Gu Yan said that she was very cute. I'm sorry, Qingqiu. I was also worried that you didn't know about warriors, so I didn't tell you. I'm just afraid you'll be in danger. But now I realize that I was wrong. The Lung family was once on the same level as our Gu family. I should have thought that you actually knew about the world of warriors. The incident of the Lung family being wiped out has always lingered in your mind. Qingqiu, please believe me. I will use all my connections to find the murderer for you. When Gu Yin said this, he straightened his upper body and let Lung Qingqiu sit in his arms. Then he reached out and hugged Lung Qingqiu tightly, saying seriously, so as to avenge you. The words fell. Plop, plop. Lung Qingqiu's heart was like a bright light appearing in the darkness, and her psychological defenses were instantly broken by Gu Yin. She looked at Gu Yin in front of her with a serious tone, and the uneasy feeling in her heart seemed to gradually disappear. Gu Yin was serious. Lung Qingqiu discovered that since his family was destroyed, he had actually lost something called a sense of security. She wanted revenge, but who knew that she was actually afraid of the enemies hiding in the dark? She witnessed the annihilation of her family, and countless people drew their knives and slaughtered her family members at will. The mother who was chatting with you an hour ago had her head chopped in half and rolled in front of you the next second. Blood and flesh were spilled all over you and your younger sister. You were terrified and scared. You covered your mouth and dared not make a sound. She gets very little sleep because she has nightmares whenever she does. Not only her old enemies appeared in the dream, but even her dead tribesmen asked her why she had not yet avenged them. Whenever she woke up in the middle of the night, she could only hug herself and cry silently. She didn't want to bring this negative emotion to linger. In this way, Lung Qingxiu was under pressure that ordinary people could not imagine. So even after 5 years, Lung Qingxiu was still afraid. She didn't feel safe at all. What if the enemy comes looking for him? What if he doesn't become stronger? What if Lung Linger dies during this period? What if he can't get revenge? What if his dead relatives can't rest in peace? Lung Qingxiu has not had even a little sense of security in these years. This also led to her frequent sentimentality. If you say that she has mental problems, then the Xiaolong that was born in her mind is the best proof. It was an evil personality that allowed her to abandon reality, hide in a corner, and ignore everything, allowing the other person to take over her body. But now, Lung Qingxiu seems to have to admit it. At this moment, the man in front of her who was hugging her, no matter his actions or words, all of this made her feel very at ease. He even wanted her to tell him everything, including about being the heir of night. But no, Lung Qingxiu knew he couldn't do that. It was precisely because the other party was Gu Yan, her nominal husband. It's someone I have to admit I have feelings for. So, Lung Qingxiu didn't want to put the other party in a more dangerous situation. As the Night King, he was destined to be the enemy of the whole world. Even if Gu Yan wanted to stand with her, she would not agree because she didn't want Gu Yan to become an object of contempt. She was enough to stand in the dark. Gu Yan is the light that illuminates her heart. Even if it means using up all my energy in life, I must protect Gu Yan. The two hugged each other for a long time. Lung Qingxiu pushed Gu Yan away and then pressed him under her while he was stunned. Qingxiu. Gu Yan was a little dazed. The next second, Lung Qingxiu's lips curled up slightly, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Cricket Gu Yan, you actually made me cry. Do you know what happens when you make a girl cry? Do you know what the price of making me cry is? Lung Qingxiu's words left Gu Yan unable to refute. He opened his mouth slightly, but didn't know what to say. Finally, I can only say, sorry, apologize. Is that all you can do? If you want to apologize properly. Lung Qingxiu said this. She lifted her hair and slowly lowered her head. Use your body to make up for it. Gu Yan, I really do like you, but I'm sorry, you're right. I did think of using you as a stepping stone and taking advantage of you. Please forgive me. I am surrounded by all kinds of dangers. You can't imagine what the Lung family faced back then. I don't understand what night is. In order to prevent you from being affected unnecessarily, I will protect my family and the people I care about. I will become stronger, very strong. I am sorry, Gu Yan. I hope you won't blame me for choosing to hide it from you. For a while. The midday sun cast mottled shadows through the study curtains, and the room was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. The books on the bookshelf are placed quietly, as if guarding this tranquility. Their lips touched lightly, and the soft feeling like flower petals made them fall into a sweet fantasy. At that moment, everything in the room became still, leaving only the resonance of heartbeats and faint breathing. Gu Yan widened his eyes. So bold? Kiss your first love partner. Plus 100,000 points. Complete the every first kiss achievement. Points plus 100,000. Pure love object feels sweet. Points plus 10,000. Pure love partner trust increased to 89%. Due to special reasons, trust needs to be increased again through other means. Points plus 20,000. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the third stage of the Universe Pure Love Technique. Congratulations on the host's complete and successful identity replacement. Memory restored. Chapter 131. Chapter 131. I underestimated you, the other me. In the study, the moment their lips touched, Lung Qingxiu's mind went blank. Is this a kiss? Gu Yan. Perception is gradually increasing. Is this Gu Yan's ability? So good, so comfortable, I want more. The beauty of increased strength and the joy of every cell in his body made Lung Qingxiu gradually dazed. Gu Yan, this is all your fault. If you hadn't said so much, I wouldn't be so impulsive. If I wasn't afraid of putting you in danger, I wouldn't want to become stronger. I wouldn't do this if I didn't want to become stronger, so it's all your responsibility. You have to be responsible for me. It seems like there are many women who have relationships with you. Lung Qingxiu and Gu Yin interlocked their fingers, pinning each other to the ground, and exerted more and more force. Shenwaner, get out of here. Wang Yilan, get out of here. Yin Qingqing, get out of here too. All of this is mine. Gu Yin is mine. No one can take it away from me. Lung Qingxiu greedily absorbed everything, completely forgetting that her main purpose was to use Gu Yin to become stronger. At this moment, her mind was filled with happiness, and she just wanted to enjoy this feeling that made her body and mind happy. As for Gu Yin, Lung Qingxiu's kiss was too intense. He couldn't even check the numerous prompts from his system, and it seemed like something extra popped up in his mind, but he didn't have time to think about it. He felt his brain was lacking oxygen and wanted to push Lung Qingxiu away, but he found that he couldn't push her away at all. Until he passed out, all he could think about was, wait a minute, why am I so weak in front of Lung Qingxiu? System, come out and explain it to me. Am I not born with this talent? The person has fainted. You can stop now. He is a good furnace. He must be kept alive before he is squeezed dry. The voice in my head was cold and heartless. Lung Qingxiu gradually came out of her previous state. She was still a little dazed and took a deep breath of fresh air. She looked at Gu Yin, who had fainted beneath her, in a panic, and quickly reached out to feel his breath. Gu Yin, Gu Yin. Seeing that the other party was still breathing and showing a weak response, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Lung Qingxiu gently stroked her lips, feeling the warmth, and her expression gradually became sweet. Is this what kissing feels like? Was he happy because he was kissing Gu Yin, or was he happy because his strength had increased? Maybe both? Now my perception has become stronger. If I do this every day, I believe it won't be long before I know the conditions for regaining my sight. And at this moment, the voice in my mind appeared again. I still didn't expect you to be so decisive. I underestimated you. You haven't changed from my other self. Are you so happy because you feel the power in your body has increased? When Lung Qingxiu heard this, she slowly put away her smile. Naturally, she would not let the little Lung in her mind know her true feelings. So she said proudly, "Oh, he is just a cricket man. His fate in this life can only be to become my furnace tripod. Everything I did before was just a disguise. The purpose was to capture the man's heart. Xiao Lung, you still have to learn from me in this regard. I advise you not to be so complacent. This man gives me a very special feeling. He seems to have some different feelings towards you. Perhaps he was one of those who coveted night back then." Lung Qingxiu denied it outright when he heard this. Impossible. Gu Yin doesn't know yet all. How could he come to me just for? Don't worry, Xiao Lung. It's definitely not what you think. If necessary, I will take control of the body. No, don't even think about it. Lung Qingxiu was anxious. Xiao Lung was her other personality, a personality that was born when she witnessed the annihilation of her entire clan. After using night to cut his eyes, he can communicate with Xiao Lung. Xiao Lung's personality could be described as cold and ruthless. It was something that even she was afraid of, so she kept it locked inside her body and wouldn't let it out. Because the other party can do anything for revenge and will do anything without any bottom line. If he let the other party take over his body, Lung Qingxiu really couldn't imagine what the other party would do to Gu Yin. After all, in Xiao Lung's opinion, Gu Yin is a perfect top-grade cauldron, and she might squeeze him dry. In short, as the Night King, I am in charge of the overall planning. Xiao Lung, you just need to stay inside me and watch me succeed in my revenge. Lung Qingxiu would not let Xiao Lung come out, but he had to be careful too. Xiao Lung's appearance this time also means that her original belief has been shaken because of Gu Yan's arrival. But it's okay. Lung Qingxiu looked at Gu Yan and pursed her lips. Now that she has done this with Gu Yan, she has realized her feelings for him. In the future, I won't be so hesitant and indecisive when doing things, which may be a good thing. Thinking of this, Lung Qingxiu stood up and dragged Gu Yan towards the sofa. A ray of afternoon sunlight hit Gu Yan's face, and he opened his eyes in confusion. What happened? Why did I faint? Oh, it seems that I was stunned by Qingxiu's fierce kiss. I didn't expect that Qingxiu would be so bold. However, does this prove that Qingxiu has faced up to her feelings for me? Otherwise, why would you kiss me? By the way, why do I feel that the surroundings smell nice and the back of my head feels soft? Gu Yan gradually regained consciousness. Next second, are you awake? Lung Qingxiu's calm voice reached Gu Yan's ears. He looked up and realized the situation. His head was actually resting on Lung Qingqiu's thigh. The other person lowered his head and stretched out his hands to feel his facial features. Gu Yan. This, is this the Qingqiu I know? Lung Qingqiu seemed to have noticed Gu Yan's shock, so she withdrew her hand and ruffled her hair unnaturally. Don't get me wrong, this is just my compensation for what I did to you just now. It must be hard for you to accept this sudden kiss, right? To be honest, Lung Qingqiu was mentally prepared before she said this. After all, she really didn't want to mention this embarrassing thing. Guyan heard this and swallowed his saliva. He said, "It's really hard to accept." Lung Qingqiu's eyelashes trembled when she heard this, and her hand playing with her hair gradually stopped. Oh. But the next second, Gu Yin said, "So this compensation is not enough. Qingqiu, please allow me to change my posture and lie down for a while." As he said that, he turned around and buried his face in Lung Qingqiu's thighs. Sha, Qingqiu, my Qingqiu, you really do love me, see huh? Nibble, 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 puff. Before Gu Yin could do anything else, Lung Qingqiu, who was furious and embarrassed, kicked him to the ground. Then he stepped directly on Gu Yan's chest. Pervert! Lung Qingqiu cursed in shame and anger. I'm still feeling shy about what happened just now, and my mind is full of how to make you accept my forced kiss on you. But you actually enjoyed it? Should we say that abnormal people's thinking patterns are different from normal people's? Lung Qingqiu cursed coldly while twisting her ankle, causing her icy, jade-like feet to trample on Gu Yan's chest wantonly. Qingqiu, I feel so uncomfortable. Gu Yan crawled and screamed in darkness and twisted. Snort. Lung Qingqiu felt a little distressed when she heard this, so she withdrew her jade feet. Gu Yan's expression was a little unsatisfied. TSK, why did he take it back? This way he couldn't take advantage of the opportunity to earn points. However, Gu Yan also knew that now was not the time to do this, so he got up from the ground and looked straight at Lung Qingqiu. He took a deep breath and asked seriously, "So Qingqiu, why did you forcefully kiss me? Is it because you love me to death and I'm the only one for you?" Hearing this, Lung Qingqiu was a little flustered. On the surface, he shook his head in denial and said calmly, No, that's not what you said. What's going on? Qingqiu, why are you shaking when you speak? I don't know. Get out of here. No, even if you leave, I still want to know what you think of me. Qingqiu. Gu Yan would not agree with the other party's ambiguous answer. Even the plans for the future could not compare to Lung Qingqiu's response to him at this moment. Chapter 132. So, I am wearing. Lung Qingqiu clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. Why did this bastard ask so many questions? Can't he see that I'm shy? However, after spending so much time together, Lung Qingqiu also knew the personality of Gu Yan, this bastard. If you didn't give him an accurate answer today, he would probably stay here. Although it seems like it's not bad to stay here, I also like being with Gu Yan. But her perception increased so much at once, she needs to consolidate and digest it immediately. So I can only... Okay, I'll only say this once. Lung Qingqiu took a deep breath. It doesn't matter whether I can see or not. Anyway, I am blind and I can't see Gu Yan. She opened her eyes and looked at the other person, and the result was... Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wow, Gu Yan's life essence is too dazzling, wow. No, just close your eyes. But, I did this to Gu Yan, but my heart told me that I liked Gu Yan. It's already been done. Why are you still shy? Lung Qingqiu, no, why shouldn't I be shy after having done it? It's my first time too, okay. Damn it, it's all Gu Yan's fault. My mind is so confused. Qingqiu. Gu Yan looked at Lung Qingqiu, who was brainstorming in front of him, and felt a little bit sorry for him. So, forget it. He shouldn't force Lung Qingqiu to speak out. Or maybe not. Gu Yan's words fell. Next second. Bang. Lung Qingqiu seemed to have made some decision. She stretched out her hands and slapped Gu Yan's face, then pulled his head down. I raised my head slightly. The lips come together. Gu Yan widened his eyes, his hands at a loss, but he quickly found the right place and hugged Lung Qingqiu. He responded. A moment later, Lung Qingqiu pushed Gu Yan away. Her face flushed and her voice trembled. This is the answer. Are you satisfied? Pervert. When Gu Yan heard this, he felt a sense of happiness in his heart. He licked his lips subconsciously, looked at Lung Qingqiu expectantly, and said with a lingering feeling, I didn't feel anything just now. Can you give me another blowjob? Question mark. Get over here. Get out. Lung Qingxiu was so angry that she pushed Gu Yin out. I'm so pissed. Does this bastard know how to be romantic? Okay, okay, Qingxiu, I'll come find you later. Gu Yin shouted as Lung Qingxiu pushed him out of the study. Oh, who cares about you? Go do whatever you want. Lung Qingxiu snorted lightly and closed the study door directly. Is this also something I need to learn? You seem to have a good grasp of that man's heart. That's right. For revenge, that man must be in our hands. Lung Qingxiu gave a wicked smile, put his hands on his hips, and laughed. Worth observing. The other side, Gu Yin left the Lung family and got into the luxury car that came to pick him up. Master, did you encounter anything? You look very happy. Lao Gao started the car and looked at Gu Yin behind the seat with some surprise. That's right, because the power of love between Qingxiu and I has reached a new level. The power of our love has become even stronger. Gu Yin clenched his fist. This is it. The power of pure love. Lao Gao. I can no longer keep up with the ideas of young people, such as pure love, the power of love, bonds, and friendship. In the back row, Gu Yin gradually calmed down and began to check the prompts given to him by the system. After such a pure love interaction with Qingxiu, plus the points gained from various previous things. Currently, Gu Yan's pure love points have accumulated to an astonishing 530,000. Continue reading below. Universe Pure Love Gong, 3 stages. In addition to the old version introduction, above up to the second stage. There was also an additional red dot, as if it was specifically telling Gu Yin that the new content started from here. New. Unlock complete pure love body. This body is beyond the myriad of physical conditions in the world. The host will be able to cultivate the realm of pure love through the universe pure love chi. Pure love chi. First there is true chi, then there is heaven, and the pure love chi is still in front. The energy of pure love is a treasure in the world. Only those with pure love can breathe it in and practice. Note, the allure of the pure love body is immense, and its lethality to anyone who harbors feelings for the host is extremely powerful. Please exercise caution and remember these instructions carefully. Bang! Gu Yin covered his face. This system is really not serious. Can you please stop being so abstract? Can you please make me feel that your system is more normal? Pure love body? Instructions? Do you think I'm just a furnace tool? How about changing the title of the novel, I'm traveling through, to it's over? I'm a cauldron, and I'm surrounded by everyone. After complaining, Gu Yin looked at the last prompt. Identity replacement completed? Memory restored? Gu Yin was stunned, and suddenly, there was a crackling sound. There was a sharp pain in his brain. This. In less than a moment, he opened his eyes wide and took out his mobile phone to take a selfie. The face is still the same face, the body is still the same body. The only difference is that there is something more in my mind. Because I was wearing? Gu Yin was stunned. What was going on? That's right, the body he had since he traveled through time and space until now was indeed the same body he had in his previous life. After his memory was restored, he was extremely certain of this. No wonder when he first crossed over, he only remembered that he seemed to have tripped over the wires of an extension cord. Then how did he occupy the position of the eldest son of the Gu family with his appearance? Host, hello, because the pure love system doesn't have enough energy, there is a problem when swapping identities. First of all, let me give you a conclusion. Host, you are wearing this. You were brought here from the previous world by this system. Then why didn't you tell me in the first place? First, host, you didn't ask. Secondly, I was too weak to tell you at that time. If I had told you, the rules of the world would have discovered it. But now that I've finally accumulated enough energy, this system can reveal a little information to the host. That is, what the hell is this damned world doing to me? Soul transmigration is not equal to time travel. As long as your soul travels to a character in the plot, the rules of the world will turn a blind eye, because the characters are arranged and your appearance is not changed. As long as it does not affect the main plot, it doesn't matter. Yes, but soul transmigration isn't pure love, you bastard. This universe's pure love system despises this kind of bull-headed behavior. What can you do with someone you love after you've transmigrated into someone else's body? Isn't this a blasphemy against pure love? Isn't this a disrespect for pure love? So I let you wear the WoW host. Okay, system, calm down. Can you continue? Gu Yin was speechless. What was going on? But after hearing what he said, he felt somewhat fortunate that he was wearing it. Okay, host. Since I've used up all my energy letting you wear this, I can't completely conceal your identity. But fortunately, the little energy left in this system has added a setting for you. Lung Qingqiu's child marriage. This is why your memory is incomplete. This is how it is. Host, you won't blame me, right? Hee hee. Hey, what the hell? So why did you find me and ask me to travel through time? Guyan rubbed his brows. He always felt that this unruly system had no good intentions in coming to him. Host, this is something you need to ask yourself. Ask myself, what are you talking about? Guyan was stunned. Host, as the level of the universe pure love gong increases, the host will be one step closer to the truth he wants to know. System? System. But no matter how I called, the system no longer responded. Guyan closed the panel, his expression a little dazed. Need I ask myself? The truth? What is it? What is this world? No, 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 va-te-vir. Guyan took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became firm. For that plan, I must strengthen my belief. Lao Gao, go to Zhanghai Hospital. Okay, master. Chapter 133. Shaolin arrives, meeting at Zhanghai Hospital. The sun gradually sets. 6:30 p.m. Zhanghai Hospital. In a private ward. A middle-aged woman with a pale face was lying on a hospital bed. She had bottles of nutrient solution hanging all over her body, and only her faint breathing proved that she was not dead. Wang Yulan held her mother Wang Lan's hand, her eyes full of tenderness. Mom, your student hasn't forgotten you. It's a boy named Guyan. If you wake up, I believe you will be able to recognize him at a glance, because he said he is the most mischievous one in my mother's class. My mother's medical expenses were paid by a mysterious person. I want to repay him, but I'm worried that the person who helped pay for our medical expenses was Guyan. Then I have no idea how to repay you. Talking to herself, to her unconscious mother, every day has become Wang Yulan's daily routine. When talking about Guyan, Wang Yulan's eyes clearly showed a hint of loneliness. Guyan was already married. It seems that the feelings I have for the other person can only be kept deep in my heart, but the other party has helped her so much. How can she repay him? And just at this moment, click, the door opened. Sister Yulan, you are here as expected. Guyan walked in with a smile on his face. Guyan. Wang Yulan stood up subconsciously with a hint of surprise in her eyes. I originally thought that what happened in the morning made Guyan angry, so he would not come again. Sister Yulan, I have good news for you. Guyan walked over to Wang Yulan and took out the diagnosis report issued by the hospital. He handed it to her and said, according to the latest examination, Teacher Wang Lan's physical condition is getting better and better. With Dean Pu personally treating her, I believe we will definitely see the day when Teacher Wang Lan wakes up. Wang Yulan looked at the examination report in her hand with excitement. The situation was much better than the previous time. This situation indicates that there is indeed a possibility that his mother will wake up. Years of hard work and persistence finally paid off. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. That's great. That's great. Looking at Wang Yulan, who was so excited. Although Guyan had a smile on his face, his eyes were extremely calm and indifferent. Calculating the time, it's about time. The hospital does provide meals, of course, and you can buy them directly at the hospital, but you won't be able to meet someone there. The plan could not be carried out. Thinking of this, he said to Wang Yulan, Sister Yulan, have you had dinner? Today we celebrate your discharge from the hospital and also celebrate Teacher Wang Lan's improving health. How about we go out for dinner, oh no? Guyan said this and shook his head. No. Teacher Wang Lan's health is gradually getting better, and there might be signs that she is about to wake up. Someone must be guarding here at this time. Let's do this. Guyan looked at Wang Yulan and said, how about we go buy some food and bring it back to eat? After hearing this, the latter also felt that what Guyan said made sense. So he nodded. Okay, Guyan. She was also very touched in her heart, even though Guyan was just her mother's student. But he cares so much about them. And I don't know why. Guyan looks more handsome today than before. And there seemed to be a smell on his body that was very attractive to her, but she didn't know what it was. Arrived in front of the hospital, Wang Yulan once again witnessed how rich Guyan was. Sitting in the back seat, she nervously placed her hands on her legs and greeted the butler, driving in front. Hello? Hello. Hearing this, Lao Gao smiled as he drove. Hello, Miss Wang. The young master told me about this. Thank you, mother, for teaching me, young master. Wang Yulan blushed and waved her hands quickly. No, I want to thank Guyan for helping us all the time. She felt a little surprised that someone of Guyan's status would actually help them in this way. Lao Gao nodded kindly and said nothing more. A luxury car was driving on the road, and a figure carrying a lot of things was walking on the side of the road and passed by the car. Gu Yin sat in the car, glanced at the fleeting figure outside the window, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Finally here, Shaolin was walking on the side of the road, carrying a large pile of relief supplies. He suddenly looked at the driving luxury car with a strange look in his eyes. Strange. How come I can sense several familiar aura fluctuations? But he soon stopped caring and shook his head. Don't think about it, Shaolin. The most urgent thing is to go visit Sister Yulan as soon as possible. He took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, and prepared to face the other person. He wanted to say to the other person, I'm sorry. And at this moment, in the private ward, a group of uninvited guests came to Wanglan. Tao Ying and several other members of the Peach Blossom Society came here with their faces covered, looking at Wanglan lying on the hospital bed like a vegetable. Tao Ying sneered. Oh, it's because your stupid daughter refused to agree to join our Peach Blossom Club, so we have no choice but to do this. If your daughter had been obedient, we wouldn't have had to resort to this. After that, she looked at the people around her and said slowly, wait and follow my instructions. Yes, brush. In an instant, everyone scattered. Tao Ying stared at Wang Lan, recalling the figures of Wang Yulan and Gu Yin leaving just now. Haha, Wang Yulan, Gu Yin, I must let you know what the consequences will be if you anger the Peach Blossom Club. In the inpatient department. Hello, I'm looking for a patient named Wang Yulan. Shaolin looked at the nurse at the front desk with a hint of surprise in his eyes. What a beautiful woman. The master is right. The women in the city are indeed beautiful. The nurse frowned subconsciously when she saw this look, but when she heard the name Wang Yulan, she had to patiently explain, Miss Wang has been discharged. What? Discharged from the hospital? Shaolin's mind suddenly went blank, and everything he was holding fell to the ground. If you had come earlier, you would have met him. Seeing this, the nurse continued, but it's okay. They will be back soon. Miss Wang's mother is also in the hospital. You can wait if you want to visit. Hearing this, Shaolin felt even more guilty. I wasted too much time on the road. If I had arrived earlier, maybe I could have met Wang Yulan. But, Sister Yulan's mother? Oh, yes. She remembered that Wang Yulan's mother was indeed in the hospital. If that was the case, well, can I go visit Sister Yulan's mother? I'll wait for them over there. Shaolin's eyes showed anticipation again. Hearing this, the nurse frowned and looked at Shaolin suspiciously. What is your relationship with Miss Wang? Well, I am considered to be Sister Yulan's younger brother. She has taken great care of me, Shaolin explained. Younger brother? The nurse glanced at Shaolin, her eyes filled with suspicion. She pointed at the public chairs in the inpatient department and said, I'm sorry, Miss Wang didn't mention having a younger brother. Sir, you should wait there for a while. Are you kidding? Miss Wang's mother was staying in a private ward in the inpatient department, which was specially prepared for people with special identities. How could I possibly let in someone who doesn't look like a good person? Shaolin was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that his identity would be doubted. But then again, I have never visited Sister Yulan. Helplessly, he had to pick up his things and sit on the public seat, waiting for Wang Yulan to come back. Time passed slowly, and Shaolin didn't have to wait long. Half an hour later, inpatient department. Gu Yin and Wang Yulan walked in, talking and laughing, carrying 2 packed lunchboxes. Gu Yin, you're so funny. I didn't know you could do this back then. It's because you were so naughty that you got spanked by my mother. Wang Yulan covered her mouth and chuckled, and it seemed that there was only Gu Yin in her eyes. I can't help it, Sister Yulan. I just didn't want to study when I was little. Gu Yin shrugged and smiled helplessly. And the moment the two of them stepped in, Wang Yulan seemed to have seen someone. Her expression suddenly changed, and she stopped where she was. She looked at the man sitting on the public seat in disbelief and exclaimed, Shaolin. Chapter 134. The 3 people put aside their past grudges and took action. Shaolin had also seen Gu Yin and Wang Yulan a long time ago. So he stood up, lowered his head awkwardly and apologized. Sorry, Sister Yulan. He pointed to something on the ground and said, I've been feeling bad, so I came to see you. Please, Sister Yulan, please forgive me. I really know I was wrong. Shaolin raised his head, his eyes full of sincerity and innocence. Wang Yulan looked at this scene, and a trace of pity appeared in her eyes. Shaolin once helped her drive away the thugs who harassed her, so he was not a bad person at heart. Maybe there was just a little misunderstanding between me and Gu Yin, but of course I couldn't just rely on my own guesses. The most important thing is to seek the opinions of the parties involved, so she looked at Gu Yin. The latter felt a tinge of helplessness in her heart. Ah, was she starting to feel sorry for him? Should I say she was worthy of being the second female lead in the original novel, who sacrificed herself for Shaolin? As expected of you, you have the ability to restore the plot. Thinking of this, Guyan gave Wang Yulan a reassuring smile. Then he walked over and extended his hand toward Shaolin. Hello, I didn't expect you to come to visit Sister Yulan. Shaolin was stunned when he heard this. He reached out and held Guyan's hand and asked in a low voice, Didn't you send me a message asking me to come visit Sister Yulan? Guyan was slightly stunned when he heard this and asked in disbelief, What? I don't even have your contact information. How could I let you come over? He withdrew his hand and asked in a low voice, Let me know what's going on in the ward later. Shaolin was confused now. What if the message on his phone asking him to come and visit Wang Yulan was not sent by Guyan? Who sent it? And what was the purpose? But no matter what, even without that text message, he would still come to visit Sister Yulan. Okay, thank you, Guyan. Shaolin was grateful to Guyan from the bottom of his heart for not holding a grudge against him. He had treated him so badly, but he still cared about him so much. The other party said that they would talk about it in the ward first. Doesn't this mean that they agreed to let him go to visit Wang Yulan's mother together? Hearing this, Guyan waved his hand, then looked at Wang Yulan and said with a smile, Sister Yulan, I'm fine. Brother Shaolin may have had some misunderstandings with me before, but the misunderstanding has been resolved. We can sit down and have a good chat. Seeing this, Wang Yulan nodded and said, Okay, I'll listen to your words. Shaolin, who was standing by, felt very uncomfortable when he saw Wang Yulan like this. Only now did I realize that Sister Yulan's expression and eyes used to be extremely tired, but now the light in her eyes is getting brighter and brighter. Is it because of Guyan? Guyan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have misunderstood you. You are a good person. Enter the ward. It was also the first time that Shaolin saw Wang Yulan's mother. He suddenly understood how hard Wang Yulan's life had been over the years. But Shaolin took a deep breath and decided to mend his ways and apologize to Wang Yulan. So he walked up to Wang Yulan, bent down, and apologized again sincerely. I'm sorry, Sister Yulan. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Wang Yulan is not a heartless person, and it can even be said that she has a softer personality. Seeing that Shaolin had apologized so much, and Guyan also had no objection. So she helped him up and comforted him. It's okay, Shaolin. It's good that you know you were wrong. But you can't act so impulsively in the future, okay? Shaolin nodded, very touched. Okay, Sister Yulan. At this time, Guyan winked at Shaolin. All right, Shaolin, have you eaten yet? If not, shall I go with you to buy a box lunch? Okay. Thank you, Guyan. Shaolin nodded, understanding that the other party wanted to confirm the text message with him. Sister Yulan, please wait here for a moment. We'll be back soon. Guyan smiled, then left with Shaolin arm in arm. See this scene. Wang Yulan felt relieved. She was really afraid that the two would fight again. But this is not bad. The misunderstanding has been resolved, and my mother's health is getting better and better. I used to feel like life had no hope or expectation, but now... Wang Yulan held her mother's hand, her eyes full of hope for a new life. Thank you, Guyan. On the way to buy lunch boxes, Guyan frowned as he looked at the phone Shaolin handed to him. He looked at the text message for a long time, shook his head, handed the phone back to Shaolin, and said, This was not sent by me. Guyan said solemnly, Even if it were me, there's no way I could get your contact information right after I bought your phone. If there was any, it could only be that I was monitoring your movements 24 hours a day, and that's when I realized you had changed your phone. At this point, Guyan looked at Shaolin strangely. Brother Shaolin, you don't think I've sent someone to monitor you 24 hours a day, do you? As soon as these words came out, Shaolin hurriedly shook his head, fearing that Guyan would misunderstand him. No. Guyan, don't misunderstand me. You are my friend. How could I doubt you? Rather, when I first thought this message was from you, I was actually very grateful to you. Because you reminded me, I want to apologize to Sister Yulan. Forget it. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. Although I don't know who this mysterious person is, at least his original intention is good. Shaolin didn't want to care about who sent him the text message. Anyway, their misunderstanding was resolved. He became friends with Guyan again, and now, his inner demons would finally be resolved. Haha, that's true. There was an inexplicable look in Guyan's eyes. Time passes slowly. The three people in the ward were chatting and laughing about trivial matters, big and small, and they looked very happy. It's 9 o'clock in the evening. Guyan looked at the time, stood up and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Sister Yulan. It's getting late. I should leave. Wang Yulan stood up immediately upon hearing this and said, I'll take you. But halfway through her words, she realized that her mother was also here. So Shaolin volunteered, It's okay, Sister Yulan. I'll be there to protect Teacher Wang. He'll be fine. Wang Yulan was a little hesitant, but after thinking it over again and again, she and others had put aside their past grudges, so she should trust him. Moreover, Shaolin had good intentions. Even without his protection, his mother would be safe in the hospital. Thinking of this, Wang Yulan nodded. Okay, thank you, Shaolin. After saying this, Shaolin touched his nose embarrassedly. Hee, I should do it. I will definitely protect your mother. At the hospital entrance, Gu Yan left his contact information to Wang Yulan and said, Sister Yulan, I'm leaving now. If you have anything, call me. Don't be afraid to bother me. As long as it's something I can do, just ask. Wang Yulan nodded when she heard this, feeling touched. Well, thank you, Gu Yan. Good. When Gu Yan was about to roll up the car window, Wang Yulan suddenly shouted again, That! Gu Yan had a smile on his face, but a hint of indifference flashed across his eyes. However, he quickly concealed it and looked at the other person. What's wrong? Wang Yulan was about to blurt out what was in her mind. But when looking at Gu Yan, looking at his bright and beautiful clothes and the special car that picked him up, the other party has helped her so much, not to mention they are married. Don't think too much about yourself. My mother's condition is getting better and better, and it's time for me to see clearly that it's impossible for her and Gu Yan to be together. Furthermore, if she really confessed her feelings to Gu Yan, she was afraid that Gu Yan would look down on her, right? After all, Gu Yan said that he hated frivolous women. I really envy the person who is loved by Gu Yan. In an instant, Wang Yulan's courage disappeared. She took a deep breath and looked at Gu Yan with a smile. Be careful on the road. And thank you, Gu Yan. Well, life must go on. After that, I will accompany my mother well and work hard to live in this world. Gu Yan is just a passerby in my life. The luxury car drove away, and Lao Gao, driving the car, said with a smile, Master, Miss Wang seems to like you. Hearing this, Gu Yan replied calmly, Really? After casually, perfunctorily responding, Gu Yan looked at Mei Shui, who had sat in the back row at some point. The other party was obviously called over by Gu Yan to give him orders. Follow the plan and don't make the same stupid mistakes as before. Don't forget your brother. Gu Yan handed the headset to the other party, and Mei Shui took it and put it on. Hearing Gu Yan's sarcasm made her feel very ashamed. But I didn't expect that you really have nothing to do with that Wang Yulan. TSK, she's really pitiful for falling in love with you. Mei Shui mocked the ruthlessness of the man in front of her. But Gu Yan didn't care at all and seemed to be thinking about something in his eyes. What did Qingxiu eat for dinner? TSK, pretending to be profound, he must be up to something bad again. Mei Shui felt bored and stopped talking. She made up her mind as she looked out the car window at her reflection of her face. The third thing, brother, just wait, sister will find you soon. Chapter 135 action begins. Mei Shui takes action. Shanghai Hospital, inside the monitoring room. Tao Ying looked at Shaolin, who was waiting beside Wang Yulan's mother in the picture with gloomy eyes. They had originally calculated the time to kill Wang Lan when Wang Yulan came back and create the illusion that her mother was killed by a demonic warrior. But now, looking at Shaolin in the picture, Tao Ying felt extremely annoyed. The aura emanating from this person was obviously not on the same level as the people on their side. The other person was like her own grandmother, making her unable to see through his depth. It is obvious that this man named Shaolin is a master. Why do so many powerful people gather around Wang Yulan? Should I say he is truly destined to be the one? He always attracts so many geniuses. Tao Ying's eyes were full of jealousy. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Yulan possessed the aura of the flower god, she wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to get her to join the Peach Blossom Club. Miss, what should we do now? Several people who were waiting for the order asked in a deep voice. Originally, they were supposed to be hiding in the ward, but when they found out that Shaolin was actually a master, they had no choice but to move their position to the monitoring room. Using this kind of secular investigative method is a great shame and humiliation for these warriors. TSK, could it be that this operation can only be carried out next time? No, wait a minute. As Tao Ying was speaking, her expression suddenly changed. In the picture, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared in Wang Yulan's mother's hospital room. As for Shaolin, he was still protecting Wang Yulan's mother. In his opinion, this was a good opportunity to change Wang Yulan's opinion of him. I have to perform well. But suddenly, since when did the heir of the Dragon King Palace become a guard dog? A familiar dark aura appeared along with a sudden sound. Shaolin's expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards the corner. Who is it? Wow. Strands of black air streaked across the sky and gathered in the corners for only a moment. Then a figure appeared, dressed in strange black clothes and wearing a full coverage strange mask. This person is surrounded by a dark aura. It is Mei Shui. It is now after 9 p.m., which is already her home court. This is also the reason why Gu Yin asked her to come over, and what needs to be done is also very simple. Snap! Mei Shui opened her hand, revealing half of a dragon-shaped jade pendant. That's it. Dragon King Jade. It's you. When Xiao Lin saw this scene, the memories of the past suddenly flooded into his mind, and he lost his mind in an instant. Boom! Powerful golden dragon power emanated from him, and he stomped his legs and rushed directly towards Mei Shui. Give me back the Dragon King Jade. He was originally still desperately trying to track down the whereabouts of Dragon King Jade. But Dragon King Jade and that group of mysterious people seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and he couldn't find them no matter how hard he looked. But he didn't expect that the other party would appear in front of him again. No matter what he said, he had to take it back. Haha, if you can grab it, give it a try. Mei Shui sneered as the words fell. Bang, bang, bang. Turn off the lights, and all the power in the private wards on the top floor of the inpatient department is turned off. This place fell into darkness again. Mei Shui also disappeared into the darkness according to Gu Yan's script instructions. Boom! Shaolin punched into the air, his eyes turned red, and after sensing the other party's breath, Shaolin subconsciously wanted to chase after him. Can! He suddenly stopped and looked at Wang Yulan's mother, Wang Lan. He hesitated, but within half a second, he shook his head. It's okay, Sister Yulan's mother is just an ordinary person. This masked man is obviously here to find him. So leaving by myself is the only way to protect Sister Yulan's mother. Thinking of this, Shaolin quickened his pace and ran quickly towards the breath that Mei Shui deliberately left behind. At the Peach Blossom Club, Tao Ying looked at the screen, which suddenly went black, her expression changing from one to another. This is so weird. How could this happen? Who is that mysterious man? Why did you suddenly look for that person named Shaolin? And why did they only cut off the power to the private ward floor? It was as if they did it on purpose, considering that only Wang Yulan's mother was on that floor. And finally they heard, Dragon King Palace? Dragon King Jade? How did this come about? Shaolin's identity was actually the heir to the Dragon King Palace? Was there any need for them to get involved in this matter? Tao Ying is unwilling to accept this, as the owner of the Flower God's aura is right before their eyes. It all depends on this chance whether their Manhwa club can achieve greater glory again. So, Tao Ying's eyes gradually became firm, and the world situation was turbulent. According to his grandmother, when a knight appears again, it will definitely endanger the world. Although their Peach Blossom Society is not a decent sect, but it doesn't care whether you're a good person or a bad person. That group of beings is endangering the world indiscriminately. If the Peach Blossom Society wants to survive this wave, it must restore its previous strength. She had already figured out that the appearance of the mysterious masked man would be a good opportunity for her to take the blame. Her original idea was to calculate the time and have the people from the Peach Blossom Society kill her mother in front of Wang Yulan. This made Wang Yulan believe that her mother was killed by a demonic warrior. But now, with the appearance of the masked man and Shaolin, Tao Ying obviously doesn't have that much time to wait for Wang Yulan to appear. However, since Shaolin has a special relationship with Wang Yulan, and a mysterious masked man just happens to appear. So, Tao Ying felt that she only needed to kill Wang Yulan's mother now. Then, Shaolin would explain the reason, and Wang Yulan would mistakenly believe that her mother was most likely killed by the accomplices of the mysterious masked man. This also indirectly made Wang Yulan hate the evil warrior who killed her mother. At that time, she will come forward and persuade Wang Yulan to join the Peach Blossom Club. Simply perfect. I really have to thank you, masked man. Thinking of this, Tao Ying spoke up and said, continue with the plan. Yes. As for Wang Yulan, she was walking back to the inpatient department with a peaceful smile on her face. As he walked, he recalled what he would do after his mother woke up. Well, when the time comes, I must take her out for a trip and see all the things she hasn't seen in such a long time. I'll definitely have to tell Mom about Gu Yan's situation when the time comes. I believe Mom will be very touched that her student helped her so much. Oh, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's go back quickly. I feel embarrassed to let Xiao Lin stay there all the time. Okay. Suddenly, Wang Yulan stopped. She raised her head and looked at the dark top floor of the inpatient department, feeling a surge of unease in her heart. What's going on? Why is there a power outage on the top floor of the inpatient unit? Wang Yulan felt uneasy and walked forward quickly because her mother lived there. She quickly ran to the lobby to ask the nurse, but the nurse had not received any reminder that the power was out in the inpatient department. How about this, Miss Wang? I'll go with you to the private floor to take a look. The nurse was kind-hearted and knew about the close relationship between Wang Yulan and the eldest son of their Gu family. So he volunteered. Well, thank you. Wang Yulan nodded anxiously, and the feeling of unease in her heart grew stronger. Mom, please don't be in any trouble. No. It should be fine. It's probably just a power outage. Besides, Xiao Lin is still here, and he said he would protect Mom. Wang Yulan prayed in her heart that this was just a power outage. Chapter 136. Xiao Lin kills Wang Yulan's mother, leaving Wang Yulan devastated. Due to the deliberate power outage, the top floor of the hospital's inpatient department was filled with darkness. Only a faint moonlight penetrated the window and cast a shadow on the empty corridor. Brush. A ghostly figure stepped lightly on the ground, jokingly saying, Xiao Lin, your Dragon King jade is mine. I have to say, this jade pendant is quite effective. Her voice echoed in the empty corridor. Xiao Lin, who was also chasing after him, felt his blood boiling. He roared, asshole. Don't even think about running away. Xiao Lin tensed his legs and suddenly jumped up. His fists turned into thunder and slammed down towards Mei Shui. The fist released an arc of electricity, intending to electrocute Mei Shui to pieces. What a shame it's nighttime now. While Mei Shui was provoking the other party, she was like a nimble ghost, lightly avoiding Xiao Lin's attacks, as if she was at ease. Boom! The two fists hit the ground with a terrifying sound. One can imagine what the consequences would be if they hit Mei Shui. Don't run. Xiao Lin gritted his teeth and tried his best to catch up again. But unfortunately, Mei Shui had learned from her previous experience in the Public Security Bureau, and she had long known the difference in strength between herself and Xiao Lin. So I won't think about confronting it anymore. She sometimes flickered in the darkness and sometimes suddenly disappeared, making Xiao Lin breathless. Asshole! The loss of the jade pendant has always been a thorn in his heart. Now that the jade pendant has reappeared, he is determined to get it back. Rub. Are you anxious? Mei Shui mocked, while throwing out a black sharp needle condensed from true energy. Bang. The constant harassment disturbed Xiao Lin's mentality. Xiao Lin blocked the attack while shouting, Dragon scales protect you. The words fell. A faint golden light burst out from Xiao Lin's body, protecting his body like dragon scales. This is because he used the power of his own dragon energy to strengthen his body to block Mei Shui's annoying attacks. He discovered that although Mei Shui only had the cultivation of an innate warrior, his strength in the dark night had barely reached the level of an ordinary master. It was obvious that the opponent should not be able to break his master's body protection during the day. What a damn terrain advantage. It seemed like the other party specifically chose to act at night. Xiao Lin couldn't think so much, because at the moment the only thing on his mind was getting the jade pendant back. At the same time, Peach Blossom Club is here. They also took action and looked at the ward where Wang Yulan's mother was staying. Tao Ying had no time to care about anything else because Xiao Lin and the masked man had already left to another place, and she had to end the battle quickly. So he shouted in a low voice, Everyone, follow me in and kill Wang Lan. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone from the Peach Blossom Club rushed into the ward. Click. They soon discovered that in addition to the people from their Peach Blossom Club, there was another person in the ward who had been waiting here for a long time. When she saw this person, Tao Ying's heart skipped a beat. This guy, why is he here? Gu Yin sat in the family chair, clapping gracefully. He glanced at the people who had arrived and counted the number of people, 123. Including Miss Tao, there are 5 of you in total, right? Tao Ying's face suddenly changed, and she subconsciously tensed her whole body. Looking at the man sitting on the chair in front of her, Tao Ying felt a strange feeling again. Why? Why is Gu Yin here? She clearly watched him leave. Why are you here? Tao Ying clenched her fists, trying to fight the uneasy feeling in her heart. Why am I here? Gu Yin stood up and repeated Tao Ying's words again, with a dangerous curve at the corner of his mouth. A trace of emotionless coldness appeared in his eyes, and he opened his thin lips slightly and said, "Shouldn't I ask this to you, Miss Tao Ying, the granddaughter of the Peach Blossom Society's leader?" Step, step, step. Gu Yin walked slowly towards the other party. In this quiet night, every step he took seemed to step on the hearts of Tawawawi and others. Tao Ying's face turned extremely ugly. Gu Yin actually knew her identity? His plan was ruined. Given the friendship between Gu Yin and Wang Yulan, there was absolutely no way he could kill the other's mother. She glanced at her subordinates behind her, and her brother did not come this time. These people's cultivation was not as good as hers. At this moment, they were already pale because of being defeated by Gu Yin, the strong man who exuded a strange aura. They had no desire to fight against him at all. Helplessly, she looked at Gu Yin with an ugly expression, trying to keep herself in a low profile. "Can you let us go? We at Tawa Club are willing to give up Wang Yulan. Now that things have come to this, it is better to stabilize the other party first." Just thinking about it. Give up? What? Gu Yin walked in front of Tao Ying, and the smile on his face made Tao Ying feel scared. He moved his right hand slightly. Gulu. Black sticky water began to emerge from his body, and under Tao Ying's horrified face, it instantly turned into a pure black knight outfit on Gu Yan's body. Black Knight. Price, 30,000 pure love value. Effect. The host's face and identity cannot be seen. The host carries a malicious aura of darkness. The weak will be overwhelmed by the malice. At this moment, Gu Yan seemed to have become the king of the night. "Let's get those scumbags out first, Lao Gao." As Gu Yan's voice fell. Miss, help." Several screams came from behind Tao Ying, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Just when I was about to speak out, the fingertips of one hand touched Tao Ying's neck, and at the same time, a deep voice sounded, "Don't move." Click. When Tao Ying's heart seemed to be gripped by a big hand. There was a slight smell of blood in the ward, which meant that all the men she brought with her were killed. Who was behind me? Such a powerful aura. Another Grandmaster? Tao Ying didn't dare to move at this moment. She suppressed her fear and looked towards Gu Yan. It happened that a beam of moonlight fell and shone on Gu Yan at this moment. A moment. Tao Ying's heart seemed to stop, and endless fears surged in her heart because Gu Yan at this moment seems to be the same as he was 5 years ago. It seemed as if they were gradually overlapping. She couldn't make out their faces, couldn't sense their true presence. Only the veil of malevolence made her realize that the person before her was extremely dangerous. Combined with what her grandmother had said, she seemed to have a thought. Sure enough, the next second Gu Yan's eyes became calm, and he spoke slowly. "I haven't introduced myself properly during the day. Now, please allow me to introduce myself solemnly." Gu Yan stretched out his right hand, which was covered by the Black Knight and full of black texture. Rub. His 5 fingers slowly transformed into sharp black claws. He pressed them against Tao Ying's terrified face and said with a smile, "I am the Night King you've been dreaming of." Puff. 5 sharp claws pierced into Tao Ying's face. Ga 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 ga. In an instant, countless claws poured into Tao Ying's body. The host's desire to control the Xiantian warrior has been detected. The controlled target's luck value has been detected to be 2,000. Control will cost 2 million pure love points. Detected the activation of the Demon Claw skill control. Offset 1.7 million pure love points. Final consumption of 300,000 pure love points. The host currently has 200,000 pure love points. Tao Ying felt the changes in her body, and tears of regret filled her eyes as she watched fear well up in her eyes. "No, don't." But all this was in vain. After a few breaths, puff, Gu Yan retracted his claws. He looked calmly at the woman in front of him with empty and dull eyes, waiting quietly for the control to take effect. The next second, Tao Ying gradually regained her composure. When she looked at Gu Yan, a look of respect appeared in her eyes. "Master." Gu Yan nodded slightly, then ordered, "Use your Peach Blossom Society skills." MANHUA was already having a hard time escaping, although she was very close to the Grandmaster in the dark, and could even deal with some weaker Grandmasters without any problem. But, after all, she is only close to it. She is not a true master. She glanced at Xiao Lin, who was gradually approaching from behind, and felt a little anxious. "Hurry up, Gu Yan. If you don't do well, I may not be able to come back." Fortunately, Gu Yan's next instruction came into her headset. Mei Shui breathed a sigh of relief and began the last step in the script. She took out the Dragon King jade again and sneered at Shaolin. Idiot, this is the jade pendant you've been dreaming of, and you still can't get it after all this time. It seems that's all you want from the Dragon King jade. Well, I've had enough fun, so I won't play with you anymore. Goodbye, Shaolin. After Mei Shui finished speaking, she did not choose to leave through the window, but run towards Wang Lan's ward. Stop right there. Shaolin, who was teased and ridiculed, immediately lost his judgment. He chased after Mei Shui with golden light all over his body. Even though the other party did not escape out of the window, but ran into a ward, he did not notice anything unusual. Bang! Shaolin kicked open the door of the ward, and a sweet scent of cherry blossoms rushed into his nose. Before Shaolin could react, then I saw a figure standing in the room. The other person stood in the darkness, holding the Dragon King jade in his hand. He seemed to be admiring it in the moonlight. Give it to me, D. Shaolin roared angrily and clenched his right fist. The shadow of a golden dragon head surrounded his fist. Dragon King fist. Although I don't know why the other party didn't run away, but stopped. But Shaolin would not miss the opportunity. He roared and punched the figure with his fist. Crash. The overwhelming force created a long track behind Shaolin. The dragon fist, filled with Shaolin's murderous intent, suddenly swung towards the figure. Puff. Boom. Crash. The enormous force directly penetrated the figure's body, and the residual force directly shattered the window glass. I felt that the other person was already dead and could not die anymore. Shaolin smiled sarcastically as if he had won. Haha, you are alive. And just at this moment, click, 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 all the lights turned on, revealing the figure's appearance. It was a middle-aged woman wearing a hospital gown. The laughter stopped abruptly, and Shaolin's expression froze on his face. There was also a hint of disbelief in his eyes. His shoulders began to tremble. Plop, plop. Shaolin's pupils shrank greatly, and at this moment, it seemed as if his breathing had stopped. His heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of his chest. No, impossible. Shaolin's eyes were filled with fear, and his voice was trembling. I only saw the person whose body was blasted through by me was murdered. A scream came from the door of the ward. Shaolin turned his head in panic, but in the end, he saw the person he least wanted to see at this time. His voice trembled, and with a panicked look on his face, he pulled his hand out from the body pierced by the dragon fist and explained, Yulan, sister, no, it's not like that. The nurse screamed and fainted. Wang Yulan stood at the door, her eyes dull. At this moment, she could no longer hear any sound. The scene before my eyes is only his own mother was pierced through the chest by Shaolin. What a big hole. It must be very painful. Mom, I tried so hard to wake you up. Obviously, Guyan has helped us so much. Obviously, everything is moving in a good direction. We clearly agreed. Though when you wake up, I will take you on a trip. I've already thought of a lot of things. But why? Thump. Wang Yulan slowly slid to the ground. She stared blankly at her mother's body, which had fallen to the ground because Shaolin pulled his hand away. That's Mom's body. Just fell to the ground like this. It's too much. It's too much. There was a pungent smell of blood in her nose, and everything in front of her reminded Wang Yulan. Mom is dead. She was. Wang Yulan slowly shifted her gaze to Shaolin. It was a crazy look filled with malice, murderous intent, and all kinds of negative emotions. Shaolin. Wang Yulan's voice was as vicious as a demon from hell. She screamed at Shaolin with all her might, tears streaming down her face. I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Definitely. Shaolin's face turned pale. He listened to Wang Yulan's screams and could only shake his head repeatedly. It's not me. It's not me. It's not me. He retreated and fled towards the window. It's not me. It's not me. It's really not me. Shaolin also had a mental breakdown. He never thought that the person was Wang Yulan's mother. Why? Why is this happening? Shaolin cried out in pain. On the other side, inside a luxury car parked in the hospital's underground garage, Guyan picked up the Dragon King jade that Mei Shui had returned. He listened to the other party's report with a slight smile on his face, his eyes devoid of emotion. Really? That idiot really got fooled. The Peach Blossom Society's secret techniques are indeed powerful. Then, it's time to move on to the next step. Mei Shui was recovering from the damage she had just suffered, and she glanced at Guyan beside her. A slight chill ran through my heart. What a scary guy. What on earth does this guy want to do? When I find my brother, I must make sure my master is careful. This Gu Yan, very dangerous. Chapter 137 Acting, Different Stances. That night, Gu Yan did not deliberately intercept the message. So the murder case at Zhanghai Hospital immediately made headlines in local current affairs news. Zhanghai Hospital. Dozens of police cars were parked inside the hospital. Chen Yingyin led a team to the scene to check. She frowned as she looked at the body at her feet, which was being examined by a forensic doctor. Such a neat hole, and the inner wall of the chest cavity is also covered with burn marks. It was as if someone had penetrated the other person's body with a hot object in an instant. Chen Yingyin walked to the window again and looked at the situation. With her experience, she immediately determined that the murderer had escaped by breaking the window. And very panicked, but she looked down and her face darkened. There are 5 floors in the inpatient department, and they are currently on the 5th private floor. If an ordinary person jumped out from here, he would be either dead or disabled. Considering the injuries of the deceased, Chen Yingyin actually already had a rough idea in his mind. It seems it's another case of warrior murder. Thinking of this, she shouted to the team members, "Where are the family members of the deceased?" Sister Chun is in the next ward. She's accompanied by a nurse from the hospital, and they all seem frightened. Chen Yingyi nodded, and while waiting for the forensic examination, she walked towards the next ward. Maybe you can get some useful information. Moreover, I don't know if it's fate or something else, but the victim this time is actually the same Wang Yulan from before. Could it be that this incident is related to Shaolin again? Come next door. Chen Yingyin also met the family of the deceased. The other party looked numb when he heard the noise of Chen Yingyin coming. She had a slight reaction, raised her head, looked at Chen Yingyin, and said in a hoarse voice, "Have you caught the murderer?" Chen Yingyin was shocked. The other party's eyes were the most insane eyes she had ever seen in her career. That murderous look in his eyes while being forced to be calm. I guess he really wants to kill the murderer at this moment. Pity. I'm sorry, Ms. Wang. The murderer has not been caught yet. But don't worry, we won't let any fugitive criminal go. Now I hope you too can provide some useful clues. As Chen Yingyin spoke, he looked at the hospital nurse who was pale and had not yet recovered. Upon hearing this, Wang Yulan stared at Chen Yingyin intently, her tone filled with resentment. Okay, I'm telling you, I saw it all clearly. That murderer is Shaolin. Chen Ying's expression changed. It was Shaolin again. She winked at her team members, who nodded to indicate they were ready. Then Chen Yingyin asked, "Can you explain the details to us?" Wang Yulan took a deep breath but couldn't calm herself down. It's like this. On Gu Yan's side, Mei Shui had already left. He closed his eyes and tapped the car seat lightly with his fingers, as if waiting for something. Next second, ding ling ling. The phone rings. A smile appeared in Gu Yan's eyes. Here it comes. After waiting for a while, he picked up the phone and answered it, his tone revealing a hint of confusion and surprise. Sister Yingyin, why are you calling me at this time? Chen Yingyin stood outside the ward and said in a low voice, Gu Yan, there's no time to explain so much. Wang Yulan's mother is dead. Come to Zhanghai Hospital quickly. Gu Yan's tone suddenly became very flustered when he heard this. What? Teacher Wang Lan is dead. Wait a moment. I'll be right there. Click. The phone was hung up. Lao Gao watched everything silently in front. To be honest, he didn't understand what the young master wanted to do, and he didn't even know when the young master became the king of the night. The young master would reveal his true identity in front of him without reservation. Doesn't this just show that the young master trusts him? Haha. Well, no matter what your identity is or what you want to do, I will always follow you throughout my life. Half an hour later. It is now 11:11 p.m. The sound of hurried running could be heard in the corridor on the top floor of the inpatient department of Zhanghai Hospital. Swish! The ward door was pushed open. Gu Yan stood at the door with a panicked look on his face. He looked inside as if he was looking for something. It was not until he saw the woman sitting on the hospital bed with a numb expression that Gu Yan revealed a hint of disbelief. His voice trembled as he walked towards her step by step, a stiff smile on his face. Sister Yulan, what on earth is going on? Chen Yingyin was accompanying Wang Yulan. Seeing Gu Yan's devastated look, she closed her eyes in reluctance. When Wang Yulan heard Gu Yan's voice, she slowly raised her head. She was already numb because of her mother's death, and no matter how the police tried to comfort her, she remained numb and calm. Now, when she saw Gu Yan also collapsed because of his mother's death, she finally couldn't bear it anymore. Wang Yulan's tears kept flowing out of her eyes, and she couldn't stop them no matter how hard she tried to wipe them away. She choked up and said, Guyan, my mother is dead. Killed by Shaolin. I saw it with my own eyes. Woo. When Guyan heard this, he felt like he had suffered a huge blow. His steps staggered, and his expression turned extremely pale. A young police officer beside him quickly went up to support Guyan. Comrade, comrade, cheer up. No, no, no. Teacher Wang Lan will not die. How could Teacher Wang Lan die? Everything was going in a good direction. Why did this happen? Didn't Shaolin just make peace with us? Why would he do something like this? Guyan's tone became very excited, and a line of tears fell from his eyes. When Wang Yulan heard this, her eyes were filled with sadness and hatred. He is a liar. His purpose is to take revenge on us. Everything is fake. The apology is fake. It's all my fault. I hurt my mother. As Wang Yulan spoke, she covered her face and started crying again. Chun Yingyin comforted Wang Yulan and said to Guyan, Guyan, please go out and wait for a while. I want to talk to you about something. If Guyan stayed here all the time, Wang Yulan would probably be unable to calm down. Guyan's expression was still immersed in sadness. He nodded, Okay, Sister Yingyin. With that, Guyan walked out of the ward, wiping away tears while sobbing to the two police officers waiting outside the ward. I'm going to the bathroom. Yes, comrade. Comrade, don't be too sad. Our Captain Chun will definitely catch the murderer. Well, I believe you. Guyan thanked him and went to the bathroom. Only, the grief on his face completely disappeared at this moment, and he washed his face. Then he looked up at the mirror, where his face showed a calm and indifferent expression. Very good. Everything is going according to his own script. Shaolin has now completely broken up with Wang Yulan, and there is no possibility of recovery. It was worth it for him to take so many steps. So what's next? He spoke, not knowing to whom he was speaking. Prepare to let Wang Yulan join the Peach Blossom Club. A voice full of energy came from behind Guyan. Yes, master. Huh. The corners of Guyan's mouth curled up slightly. Originally in the original story, Wang Yulan also joined the Peach Blossom Society, but she became Shaolin's helper. Now, all he needs to do is get Wang Yulan to join the Peach Blossom Club, and then take over the Peach Blossom Club. Then, this is equivalent to holding on to Wang Yulan, the second female lead in the original novel. At least there is no need to worry about her defecting to the side of the protagonist Shaolin. It can even be said that he can use Wang Yulan's power to deal with Shaolin. In fact, this is also a layer of insurance. If the power-destroying water that Shan Wanner drank is not used up, then what is being done now is also a way to fight against the protagonist Shaolin. Guyan looked at himself in the mirror and sighed softly. I won't regret it, because if I hadn't done this, even if I'd been a little soft-hearted and not done it so ruthlessly, I'm afraid Qingxiu and I will be the ones to die. After all, our positions are different. Chapter 138 Chapter 138 Introducing Chun Yingyin to the Warrior Department. 2:30 nachts. Wang Yulan had fallen into a deep sleep because she had exhausted all her energy after crying. In the ward corridor, except for a few police officers on duty, there were two other figures. They were leaning against the window, letting the cool wind gently blow on their faces. Chun Yingyin handed Guyan the forensic report. Guyan, the forensic report is out. The forensic doctor said this injury was probably caused by the killer using a hot steel pipe that's not available on the market and pierced through instantly. But you and I both know that this is not an ordinary murder. She looked at Guyan, who seemed to have recovered his composure, with a serious tone. This is indeed a case of a warrior killing someone. The murderer is Shaolin. At this point, Chun Yingyin tightly gripped the edge of the wall, saying in an unwilling tone, I've said long ago that this guy is a dangerous element, and now it's proven to be true. I don't know what the Bai families by June thinks of him, and what's the situation with the warrior department? How could such a dangerous person be allowed to go unpunished? After reading the appraisal form, Guyan said with certainty, it is indeed a warrior incident. He turned to look at Chun Yingyin and asked earnestly, Sister Yingyin, although it may be abrupt for me to ask this, but are you interested in joining the warrior department? I think the current warrior department needs righteous people like you, Sister Yingyin, to join us. Only in this way can more criminal warriors at large receive the punishment they deserve. Chun was silent for a while after listening to Guyan's powerful question. The conversation I had with my father earlier came back to my mind. Impossible. I won't allow you to join the warrior division. Yingyin, listen to your father. He won't harm you. Think about it. Dealing with ordinary criminals already carries the risk of casualties, let alone a warrior. Dad, please. No, No matter what I say, it's not okay. Chun Yin clenched her fists tightly and took a deep breath, as if she had made some decision. She looked up at Gu Yin and promised him, I will definitely join the warrior department. I will definitely change this situation. The latter smiled inwardly, then took out his phone under Chun Yin's slightly stunned gaze. In that case, then I'll call someone. Ding ling ling. Bye family. Bai Jun, who was sleeping comfortably, took out his phone dazedly. Hello. Is this a mission? Brother Bai, it's me. Are you asleep? Guyen. Bai Jun was stunned. Guyen hadn't called him since he called for his contact information at the last banquet. But what's going on now? He looked at the time. It was 2:30 in the morning. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he asked helplessly, He must be asleep. What's the matter? As he spoke, his expression was somewhat surprised. Could it be that, Guyen, you're going to join our warrior department? Aha! It has something to do with joining the warrior department. I'm at Jianghai Hospital now. Are you free? Okay, wait. I'll be right there. Bai Jun hung up the phone excitedly. With the addition of Guyen, a natural warrior, his trip was not in vain. 20 minutes later, Jianghai Hospital. Bai Jun held his forehead, looked at the smiling Guyen, and then looked at the calm Chun Yin. So, you want me to recommend Chun Yin to join the warrior department? Although I can do that with my status, but Bai Jun looked at Chun Yin hesitantly and said, If you are found to have no talent for cultivation and cannot join. Chun Yin frowned when he heard this. I, Chun Yin, am not that kind of scoundrel. If I am too weak to join, then I won't say anything. Bai Yun nodded. To be honest, there was no harm in introducing an acquaintance to join. The most important thing is that it was Gu Yin who brought this up. He looked at Gu Yin and said, Don't you have any intention of joining us? Gu Yin smiled helplessly when he heard this. There's nothing I can do. I'm getting married soon, so I have to prioritize family matters. You're getting married? Chun Yin was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Gu Yin in surprise. Why haven't I heard Uncle Gu mention this before? The date hasn't been set yet. Don't worry, I will definitely invite you to the engagement party. Gu Yin started joking. Chun Yin remembered her father's previous urging for her to get married, and even wanted her to have a relationship talk with Gu Yin. She felt both amused and helpless for a moment. The news about my father is too delayed. When Bai Jun heard Gu Yin reject him with this reason again, he couldn't help but patted Gu Yin on the back. Gu Yin, how old are you? You're getting married already. I'm not even married yet. Marriage is a graveyard. Don't you understand? Gu Yin smiled when he heard it. That's because you haven't met the right person. I have a wife who I love very much. When he said this, Gu Yin's expression became much softer. Seeing this, Chun Yin sighed in her heart, thinking that Gu Yin must love his lover very much, but she asked hesitantly, Does Wang Yulan know that you are getting married soon? Chun Yin didn't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that Wang Yulan seemed to like Gu Yin. Gu Yin nodded when he heard this, and he explained, Before, Sister Yulan had a friend who came to visit her, and as soon as he saw me, he said he wanted to be my girlfriend. At this point, Gu Yin's tone was somewhat helpless, so I explained that I was already married. Of course, in reality, I'm not married yet, but I do have an engagement and a wife. So Sister Yulan should also know about this. Hearing this, Chun Yin replied with an O. On Bai Jun's side, after listening to Gu Yin's words, he also understood that Gu Yin was serious. Although he hadn't heard Gu Yin say who he liked, Bai Jun had guessed at least a little bit during the banquet. Is it the talented woman from the Lung family? Gu Yin did not argue, but nodded in response, his voice becoming much gentler. Yes, Lung Qingxiu is my lover. After getting the answer, Bai Jun sighed. The Lung family. He looked at Gu Yin, wanted to say something, but finally kept his mouth shut. He seemed to be hesitant to speak, not knowing whether he should tell what happened to the Lung family that year. But in the end, he sighed, I wish you happiness. Then he said a few words and left in a hurry. Hey, what the hell is that tone of yours? Gu Yin's mouth twitched. Chun Yin was also surprised and patted Gu Yin in astonishment. You are so good, kid. You're actually dating Lung Qingxiu from the Lung family? But I heard that the Lung family. Before he finished speaking, Gu Yin waved his hand, a happy smile on his face. It doesn't matter. I like everything about Qingxiu. Seeing this, Chun Yin stopped talking. She sighed, This is youth. Why do you all say this? But Gu Yin leaned against the window, staring into the distance in a trance. What is Qingxiu doing now? Are you studying or sleeping? And our relationship has taken a step forward. After all, we kissed. Ah! Gu Yin suddenly lowered his head and shouted. his whole body twitching violently. Chen, I really want to kiss you. Chen, are you perverted? And please don't disturb others. Lung family. Lung Qingxiu tossed and turned in bed. It was so strange, so strange. She clutched her chest, opened her eyes, and a blush spread across her face. Why did I suddenly feel a surge of throbbing in my heart? Why is this happening? Guyan didn't come tonight. Is it because you want to visit Wang Yulan? So where's the other party now? What is he doing? What is this sudden feeling that arises in my heart? Lung Qingxiu thought of what Guyan had said before, that he seemed to be able to sense her psychological changes. Could it be? Lung Qingxiu pursed her lips, her expression very shy. Guyan was now thinking about her. Is that why she is so physically and mentally unbearable? Why did I wake up suddenly? It's not okay if I don't get enough sleep. You don't want that man to be scared away by your tired look, do you? This has a huge impact on our plans. Yes, it's your business. And why do you make kissing sound so weird? I have a special set of skills to control Guyan. I don't need an outsider like you to teach me. Another me. You have indeed grown a lot over the years. Okay, I'll observe carefully. The sound disappeared, and Lung Qingxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She gently touched her lips, which seemed to still have the warmth of Gu Yin from before. Gu Yin, will he come tomorrow? Chapter 139, knitting a scarf for my brother-in-law. I'll confiscate it first. Early the next morning. Lung's house, in the living room. Lung Linger pleaded solemnly to her elder sister. Sister, please give me more pocket money. No. Her response was Lung Qingxiu's ruthless rejection. Seeing this, Lung Linger immediately lay down on the sofa and cried and made a fuss. Whoa, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Besides, even though I'm a day student, 500 yuan a month is totally not enough. Hearing this, Lung Qingxiu's expression remained unchanged, and she kept a straight face. She waited for Lung Linger to stop making trouble before she slowly spoke. You usually only need to eat lunch at school. You go home for breakfast and dinner, and now you don't need to take the bus or taxi to go to school. You probably won't have much to spend except buying some water. 500 yuan is not too much, not too little, just right for you. Lung Linger was stunned when she heard this. No way, sister. Is this how it works? Although it can be used in this way, but people's manicures, hairdressing, buying new clothes. Isn't this all money? And look at whose kids only have 500 a month to go to school these days. Sister, you're asking me to survive in a wilderness. No. I've almost spent all the little savings I saved. It's still a while before the cold-faced sister gives me pocket money, and I can't just keep eating Xionlan's lunch during this period. But in the final analysis, it was because of buying that thing that I spent the last bit of money. Lung Linger left the living room helplessly and ran upstairs. Prepare to use your trump card. Lung Qingxiu heard the noise and narrowed his eyes slightly to look at his sister, who ran upstairs. She sighed helplessly. Hey, Linger is getting older and more disobedient. However, she hasn't learned about the current school expenses for a long time, although according to her understanding, 500 yuan is enough. Lung Qingxiu pondered for a while. Should he wait for Gu Yin to come over and discuss whether he should allocate some pocket money to Linger again? Not right. Lung Qingxiu blushed. Why did she have to ask Gu Yin for consent, even for such a family matter as hers? Lung Qingxiu, you have indeed fallen. Just when I thought of this, there was another noise from upstairs. Lung Linger ran down, and Lung Qingxiu quickly closed his eyes and pretended not to care. Next second, Lung Linger squeezed next to Lung Qingxiu and begged again, Sister, please give me some pocket money. I bought wool and knitting needles, and I don't have enough money. No, but what are you buying this for? Lung Qingxiu subconsciously refused, but after hearing Lung Linger's words, he felt confused and puzzled. When did my sister start liking these things? Seeing her sister was attracted, Lung Linger smiled slightly, then fiddled with the thread and said, Well, because winter is coming soon, many girls in the class are knitting scarves for the boys they like. Then I saw everyone else knitting, so I didn't want to be left behind. For the boy you like? Lung Qingxiu suddenly became alert. She looked at Lung Linger seriously. Who are you going to give it to? Are you in love? Could it be the heir of Xuanwu's sect? Meishui had heard that the bastard seemed to like Linger, just when Lung Qingxiu was about to scold the parents 3 times in a row. Lung Linger quickly interrupted. No. What are you thinking, sister? I'm not in a relationship. Who are you going to knit the scarf for? Lung Qingxiu asked again. Seeing this scene, Long Linger's mouth curled up slightly, and her voice became a little shy. Can I give it to my brother-in-law? Since my brother-in-law has helped us so much, I think. No. When Lung Qingxiu heard this, he immediately refused on Gu Yan's behalf and said, Linger, what are you thinking about all day long? It's Saturday, you can't relax. As he spoke, Lung Qingxiu took the wool and knitting needles from Lung Linger and said seriously, Go back to your room and study hard. I'll confiscate these things for now. Ah, sister, then my pocket money. Lung Linger asked, pretending to be sad. I'll give you an extra 500 per month. Lung Qingxiu waved his hand helplessly, then hurried upstairs with the confiscated wool, not knowing what he was thinking. Oh, thank you, sis. Lung Linger shouted towards Lung Qingxiu's back with a blush on her face. You idiot Gu, you should be secretly happy. With a god-level wingman like me, how can you resist my sister? Even though I couldn't resist it. But, seeing my sister so flustered, it's really... There was a hint of inexplicable feeling in Lung Linger's eyes. Nyo, a new Nyo has appeared. She took out her cell phone, which had a chat window, and it was a chat with Gu Yan. The content was posted 10 minutes ago. Zanyu Gu, my sister and I are hungry. Please bring us some food. Ashong, JPG. Lung Linger glanced at him, and Gu Yan replied with a smile. Lung Linger started typing immediately. Are you an elderly person? After the fight, Lung Linger also complained, a trash Gu is a trash Gu. Even if he has the latest phone, he can only send emojis that only old men send. The message came back quickly. Look behind you. Lung Linger was stunned and turned her head to see Gu Yan standing there with a bag of dumplings in his hand and a kind look on his face. She shuddered. Sister, brother-in-law, good morning. Lung Linger smiled awkwardly. How come you came in without making any noise? Gu Yan walked forward and snapped. He reached out and placed his hand on Lung Linger's head and said with a kind smile, I originally wanted to give Qingxiu a surprise, but I didn't expect to hear you saying bad things about me behind my back. Haha, you're really good, little brat. Play with me, two-faced turtle, huh? As he spoke, Gu Yan clenched his fists tightly. It hurts. It hurts. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. Leng Ling screamed loudly. Seeing this, Gu Yan withdrew his hand, placed Lung Linger's steamed bun on the coffee table, and asked, Where's your sister? Why are you alone? Even after being scolded by Gu Yan, Lung Linger quickly recovered. She picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it in her mouth, then pointed upstairs and said, I'm going upstairs. Okay, then I'll go see your sister. When Gu Yan heard this, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he walked upstairs. Lung Linger raised her middle finger behind his back and said, Damn trash Gu, don't expect me to help you with assists in the future. In the study, the ball of yarn and needle and thread that Lung Qingxiu had confiscated lay quietly on the table. Rustling, Lung Qingxiu nervously searched the bookshelf. It should be here. It should be around here. Lung Qingxiu muttered to himself. I remember that the things I learned before were very diverse, so I did collect wool knitting tutorials. As Lung Qingxiu was searching, Lung Linger's words popped up in his mind again. Winter is coming, so I knit a scarf for the boy I like. Knit a scarf for the boy you like. He will feel very touched. But that's because Linger and the others are only high school students. It is normal for young boys and girls to be moved by this. But she and Gu Yan are already talking about marriage. Would Gu Yan think she was childish for doing such a thing? Besides, I always feel a little weird when I use Linger's wool to knit a scarf for Gu Yan. Lung Qingxiu sighed and gave up looking for knitting tutorials. You're already a grown-up. Why are you still like Linger? Just then, squeak. The study door was pushed open. Qingxiu, I came to see you. How did you sleep last night? Hey, why is there yarn on your desk? Are you sewing? When Gu Yan walked in, he saw Lung Qingxiu looking for a book by the bookshelf, and also saw a strange object on the other person's desk. Chapter 140 Lung Qingxiu feels the need to do serious work. Why is Gu Yan here? Lung Qingxiu suddenly felt a little nervous, but a strange feeling of shame also emerged in his heart. Maybe it was because of the interaction between the two people's body fluid intake yesterday. Lung Qingxiu calmly took out a book and flipped through it, pretending to be reading something else. She nodded and said, I slept well. Liar, you didn't sleep all night last night. This ball of yarn belongs to Linger. I confiscated it because it affected her studies so much. Why lie to him? You were just looking for knitting tutorials. Shut your mouth. Lung Qingxiu angrily cursed at Xiao Lung, who had been sabotaging her in his mind. This Xiao Lung didn't show up just now, but came out as soon as Gu Yin arrived. Gu Yin understood. Considering the current weather, this was probably the knitting a scarf together phenomenon from their student days. It's like one of the seven wonders of the campus. At a certain point in time, a group of girls will suddenly come out to knit scarves together. But this is very strange. Lung Linger's things were clearly confiscated, but she seemed to be acting quite normal just now. Is that so? This kid is the same. Could he be in a premature love relationship at school? Gu Yin said half-jokingly. Who knows what will happen when these words are spoken? Lung Qingqiu's expression changed slightly, and he retorted unnaturally. Gu Yin, what are you talking about? Linger is only a little old. How could she fall in love prematurely? Gu Yin smiled softly upon hearing this, and gradually moved to Lung Qingqiu's side. Okay, Linger is still young, so we are considered adults. Taking advantage of his height, he stood in front of Lung Qingqiu, then stretched out his arms and pressed them horizontally on the bookshelf, enclosing Lung Qingqiu in a small space. He recalled yesterday's events in his mind, so he said softly, Qingqiu, after not seeing you for one night, you seem to have become more beautiful again. Lung Qingqiu felt Gu Yan's movements, and she realized that she was squeezed into a small space by Gu Yan, and the temperature around her seemed to be radiating from Gu Yan's body. The heat continued to burn her face. She tilted her head back and snorted softly. You also know that you didn't come last night? So why don't you explain? As Lung Qingqiu raised her head, her delicate face, like a porcelain doll, was revealed to Gu Yan. Plop, plop. Gu Yan swallowed his saliva. No, this is too tempting. Gu Yan covered his mouth, hiss. This perspective. I can't be like a pervert. One more look, one last look. No, I can't help it, Qingqiu. I really can't help it. Gu Yan looked at Lung Qingqiu with blazing eyes, then slowly lowered his head and whispered in her ear. The explanation is, I encountered some troubles yesterday. A fragrance entered Gu Yan's nostrils, and he sniffed it gently. Lung Qingqiu felt Gu Yan's movements, and her face flushed slightly. Feeling the heat coming from her ears, she couldn't help but tense up. Trouble. What is it? Gu Yan's hand began to rest dishonestly on Lung Qingqiu's shoulder. Ah, it's something that makes me sad every time I think about it. Qingqiu, your dear husband, I really need you to comfort my young heart right now. Something sad? What happened? She subconsciously pushed Gu Yan away, intending to ask for clarification. And comfort. How do you want me to comfort you? Before he finished speaking, the moment Lung Qingqiu pushed him away, Gu Yan subconsciously lowered his body and kissed those soft and sweet lips. Just like what Gu Yan cried out by the window last night. I really want to kiss you. Lung Qingqiu's mind went blank. She pushed her hands on Gu Yan's chest, trying hard to push him away. But the familiar feeling from yesterday flooded her body again. Why? It feels so good. She began to feel weak all over. Lung Qingqiu's hand, holding the book, naturally dropped down. She was squeezed on the bookshelf by Gu Yan, and Gu Yan passively asked for everything from her. Time passes by every second. You can really do it, my other self. Can you feel it? The beauty of this increased power. Continue to drain this furnace dry. Snap, until Lung Qingqiu's arms became weak, and the book fell to the ground. She woke up in shock and quickly pushed Gu Yan away. Asshole, it's still early in the morning. Lung Qingqiu covered her mouth with her arm and cursed at Gu Yan with a shameful look on her face. Gu Yan raised his hands and pretended to beg for mercy. Qingqiu, my Qingqiu, even though it's morning, I really can't help it. Because, Qingqiu, you are so beautiful, whether it's your hands, neck, hair, or skin. Be it the fragrance of your body or everything about you. Even your voice makes me unable to stop. Do you understand? I really can't help it. Wait, Qingqiu, don't do it. I won't say it anymore. Seeing Lung Qingqiu's shoulders shaking, it looked like he was about to hit him again. Gu Yan immediately shut up and took a few steps back. Abnormal. Lung Qingqiu cursed with gritted teeth. She really wanted to strangle herself to death yesterday. I actually felt guilty for forcing a kiss on Gu Yan. No. Now is not the time to argue with Gu Yan about this. After all, she also used Gu Yan to improve her perception. If it could be visualized, then it should jump out in front of her eyes. Perception +1. Perception +1. The words perception continues +1. The most urgent thing is to find out what happened to Gu Yan last night. So she calmed down and asked seriously, what happened to you yesterday? Gu Yan was already satisfied, so he didn't hide anything when he heard it. He recounted everything that had happened from the moment he met Shaolin until last night. 10 minutes later, Lung Qingxiu knew everything. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. It turned out that when Gu Yin went to visit Wang Yulan yesterday, he met a man named Shaolin, with whom he had some misunderstandings before. Originally thought that the other party was here to apologize, but who would have thought that the other party was actually a warrior who killed Wang Yulan's mother when Gu Yin and Wang Yulan went downstairs. The technique used also carries a dragon-shaped aura. I can't believe it. Lung Qingqiu sighed in his heart. The world is really going downhill, and the magic warriors are so rampant. It was also thanks to the protection of Mei Shui and the other masters around Gu Yin. Otherwise, Gu Yin might have been in danger last night. That's right. Lung Qingqiu still remembered that he had instructed Mei Shui to protect Gu Yin in secret. Let's not talk about this for now, Qingqiu. Look at Linger, this ball of wool. Don't you have any ideas? Gu Yin changed the subject, pulled Lung Qingqiu to sit in front of the desk, and then looked at him expectantly. Lung Qingqiu slowly put up a question mark. Then he opened his eyes and said coldly to Gu Yin, "First of all, I can't see. Secondly, I'm blind." At last, she crossed her arms, raised her chin proudly, and said to Gu Yin, "Young master of the Gu family, do you really want a scarf knitted purely by hand by an ordinary person like me?" As soon as these words came out, Gu Yan's face immediately became serious. He nodded repeatedly with excitement and anticipation. "Yes, I think about it, even in my dreams. I like everything you give me, Qingqiu." Lung Qingqiu blushed upon hearing this. She tapped her fingers on her arm uncontrollably and tapped her toes lightly on the ground under the table. Is that so? Cricket Gu Yin, you have a lot of delusions. If you want it so much, why don't you let Linger weave it for you? Linger? Let that little female ghost weave it? Gu Yin shook his head repeatedly, very resistant. No, if you think about it for one more second, I will explode. In my life, all I want is the scarf you knitted for me, Qingqiu. Lung Qingqiu was already very happy to hear this, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Is that so? That, snap. Wait a minute. Before Lung Qingqiu finished speaking, his expression became a little strange. It seemed as if a reaction nerve in the brain suddenly connected. Wait a minute. She closed her eyes and fell into deep thought. What was the name of the warrior that Gu Yin just mentioned who killed Wang Yulan's mother? Shaolin? Why does that sound familiar? Lung Qingqiu asked uncertainly. Tell me again the name of the warrior you just mentioned. After hearing this, Gu Yin blurted out without thinking, "Oh, his name is Shaolin, and he can also circulate dragon-shaped true qi. I heard from Lao Gao that he is at least a grandmaster. I can't believe there are so many grandmasters in such a small city like Jianghai." The words fell. The air in the study froze for a moment. Hee-ha, this. It seems that this might be the heir to the Dragon King Palace. Lung Qingqiu still tried to keep smiling. Hey, his name is Shaolin. Lung Qingqiu just smiled stiffly. Then he stood up and snapped. He placed his hands on Gu Yan's shoulders and patted him vigorously. Gu Yan, it's still a little early for lunch. You and Linger should go to the commercial street and buy some firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. After hearing this, Gu Yan knew that Lung Qingqiu would have a big reaction if he mentioned Shaolin's name. But he didn't expect that the other party would actually drive him to go shopping with Lung Linger. So he shouted, "Instead of going out with the little ghost, I'd rather go shopping with you, Qingqiu." After hearing these short words, my heart trembled slightly. Lung Qingqiu made up his mind to change his situation. Lung Qingqiu, Lung Qingqiu, you have indeed become weak and degenerate because of Gu Yan. Hiss. No, I have neglected my organizational work for a long time because of Gu Yan. Whether it's for Gu Yan or for revenge today, I have to show up in front of the organization members. So, anyway, take Linger out right now. Lung Qingqiu pushed Gu Yan out with a red face. What a damn bastard. He kept trying to tease me physically and mentally. It's all because of you that my revenge plan has come to a standstill. I have to do something serious. Chapter 141 heading to Commercial Street. Today is my treat. After being kicked out of the house by Lung Qingqiu, Gu Yan had no choice but to listen to Qingqiu and take his female ghost sister-in-law out for a walk. After getting on the bus, Lung Linger happily shouted from the back row, "Via, it's a rare holiday. I don't want to stay at home reading. I didn't expect my sister to be so nice that she would let me and Gu come out to play." Gu Yan felt a headache listening to this. He leaned his left hand on the car window and looked out with a look of despair on his face. Why should I spend this rare holiday with this little brat? I should have known not to tell anyone about Shaolin. But if I don't tell others proactively, and Qingxiu finds some clues through her own methods later, it might cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. At this stage, he didn't want to get into any weird plot. Of course, apart from these, Guyan glanced at the yellow-haired kid who was letting himself go. It seemed that it was a rare opportunity to go out and play. So Lung Linger dressed up beautifully, put on exquisite makeup, wore a black jacket, a white shirt inside, and a yellow bow tie on her chest. She held up her cell phone, turned on the selfie camera, and kept taking pictures in the car. If these alone weren't enough to make Gu Yin look sideways, the most important thing was, why are you wearing a mask? Gu Yin pointed at the black mask on the other person's face with a strange expression. Hearing this, Lung Linger continued to play with her hair without a care in the world, then looked at the beautiful selfie in the selfie camera and replied to Gu Yin, "You idiot Gu, is just lame, don't you know that I'm a short video anchor? Although my main account has been blocked, I still have my secondary account. Now, I'm sending daily photos to keep my account active." Guyan seemed to be thinking of an anchor named Lung Kwangwang, whom he had seen in short videos before. That account was blocked because of the confrontation with anti-fans, but this kid hasn't given up on becoming an internet celebrity yet. Is black and red also red? Guyan didn't understand the young people's thoughts, but he respected them. Lung Linger didn't pay much attention to Gu Yan's strange look. She quickly captured a suitable angle, then opened the P-Picture editor and edit the text. Today is another beautiful day. The accompanying picture was of herself and Gu Yan, who was covering his face with a sticker. Finally, click send and you're done. Absolutely perfect. Lung Linger thought happily, and just a second after she sent the daily picture. Buzz. Her phone vibrated and she opened it. It was a message from Bai Qionglan on VX. Bai Qionglan. Sister Linger, are you out playing with my brother-in-law? Where are you going? Bai Qionglan. Short video screenshot.jpg. TSK. Still discovered. Lung Linger curled her lips and quickly typed. What do you mean by our brother-in-law? This is my brother-in-law. Qionglan, what do you want to do? My brother-in-law and I are here to do some serious business today. Bai Qionglan, what's the matter? Can you take me with you? Lung Linger thought about it and felt that bringing Bai Qionglan along might cause some trouble, so she immediately replied, No, Bai family. Looking at Lung Linger's reply, Bai Qionglan puffed up her lips. Sister Linger, why are you like this? She immediately started typing. Sister Linger, would you like to return the book I lent you last time? Book? Lung Linger was stunned when she saw this, and then she reacted immediately. Hiss! How could I have forgotten that the 18-plus book, being XXXX, was taken away by my sister? Oops. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Lung Linger's face. By Qionglan. Is this also part of your plan? Then, Jianghai Commercial Street. Guyan looked speechlessly at the Bai brothers and sisters who were standing there waiting for them. Bai Jun greeted Guyan and said, Hello again, Guyan. My sister asked me to drive her here and said you were here too. We won't disturb you, will we? Bai Qionglan also greeted Guyan obediently. Good morning, Sister Linger's brother-in-law. As he spoke, he walked forward, hugged Lung Linger's arm, and put his little head directly on Lung Linger's shoulder. Sister Linger, look, didn't I catch you after all? Lung Linger's expression was a little embarrassed, and she had already taken off her mask. After all, wearing a mask is just to prevent being recognized online. She smiled at Guyan awkwardly. That's how it is, hey. Hey, what the hell? Guyan rubbed his brows with a headache. He looked at Lao Gao, who was smiling at the side, and said, Lao Gao, mobilize the nearby bodyguards to come over. Okay, master. Lao Gao made a phone call. It takes less than a few minutes. A team of more than a dozen black-clad bodyguards came in an orderly manner from afar to Gu Yan and others. Good morning, master. Good morning, master. Good morning, master. A group of people shouted in unison that these were the Gu family's personal bodyguards, spread all over Jianghai, ready to receive orders and deployments at any time. The commotion here attracted the attention of people coming and going on the busy commercial street. What kind of rich guy is this? He's out shopping, and there are so many people following him. Are they filming a video? I heard there are those anchors who dress up as rich guys to shoot videos with businesses to attract traffic. No, are you all blind? Isn't that the eldest son of the Gu family? The son of the richest man in Jianghai City. Now that you mention it, I saw a video of him singing on a short video platform before, even though the video's avatar was black and his account was blocked. Is this the daily routine of Brother Fu? A crowd of onlookers took out their mobile phones to capture this rare scene. Lung Linger seemed a little shocked. Brother-in-law, why did you call so many bodyguards? Aren't we here to buy soy sauce? When Bai Qianlan heard this, she pinched Lung Linger's arm angrily. Okay, Sister Linga, the business you said was to buy soy sauce? Bai Jun twitched his lips. Is this the eldest son of the Gu family? No wonder he doesn't want to join the warrior department. Is he feeling uncomfortable now? Gu Yin shrugged nonchalantly. It's rare for people to come out shopping. How could they just buy a bottle of soy sauce? I called the bodyguards here to carry our bags because... Gu Yin said as he took out a black card, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and under Lung Linger's greedy gaze, he smiled and said, You can buy as much as you want today. It's my treat. Just consider it as buying New Year's goods. Lung Linger was shocked and excited and shouted happily, Wow, brother-in-law, you are awesome. Although I've known for a long time that you're a rich second generation, it wasn't until now that I realized you really are a rich second generation. Guyin's mouth twitched. Why do I always feel that you are implying something to me? Is it because I don't usually show that I'm rich? Dark place. Mei Shui and Clivia, who had been protecting Lung Linger, were observing this scene secretly. Clivia bit the fan in her hand in grievance. Oh, it's so rare for the master to call an organizational meeting, but we can only stay here. What a pity. Mei Shui looked a little further away from Clivia. She was silent for a moment before replying. Guyin and Lung Linger are very important to the master. Letting the two of them complete this mission is enough to show the master's trust in us. Are you listening? Clivia, could you please stop crying? Mei Shui sighed softly. I also want to see the master. Chapter 142 Chapter 142 Night Organization members gather. That night, organization's base is located 5,000 meters underground. The walls on both sides of the corridor are covered with black metal plates, reflecting a faint blue light. The entire base is isolated from the outside world, while also exuding an endless atmosphere of mystery. There are a total of 7 members of the organization in the spacious and bright underground hall. They were scattered in every corner, each with a different expression on their face, but what they had in common was that they all felt incomparable excitement in their hearts at this moment. A tall and burly man with thick silver hair and a beard that reached his ears stood by the wall with his eyes closed, his face full of traces of time. When he glanced at Bai Lian, who was sitting on a chair with her legs crossed and putting on makeup, he couldn't help but frown. What's the matter, Zhao Lei? Do you have any opinion? Bai Lian sat on a chair with her legs crossed, touching up her makeup in front of a small mirror. She seemed to feel Zhao Lei's gaze, so she spoke while touching up her makeup. Zhao Lei looked away and snorted coldly. Bai Lian was still putting on makeup when her master was about to arrive. He felt that she was too lax. He was particularly dissatisfied with such lazy people. Bai Lian rolled her eyes. She had put on makeup in a hurry to show her best side in front of her master. What does an old man like you know? Okay, don't quarrel as soon as you meet. Quarreling is a small matter, but it would be bad if the master blamed you. At this time, a woman with a well-proportioned figure, long hair, and deep and gentle eyes walked over with a smile. She was wearing a green long dress, giving people a fresh and elegant feeling. The smile reveals maturity and intelligence. Sister Miaoyin, it's obvious that these stinky men don't understand romance. That's why the master has always liked Sister Mei Shui. Bai Lian put away the small mirror and stood up. With a sweet look on her face, she took the arm of the woman in the green dress who was walking towards her. As soon as these words were spoken, the two figures practicing sword on the martial arts stage suddenly stopped. A bandaged man held the hilt of a sword. His exposed eye fixed on Bai Lian. He growled, You said what? At this time, the handsome man with long black hair who was practicing sword with him hurriedly stopped him. A cold expression was revealed between his brows. In his right hand, he tightly grasped a dark blue long sword, with a faint cold light flashing on the blade. Aegean, stop. The master is coming soon. But damn, Bai Lian. Aegean spoke intermittently and unwillingly. Shangwan Miaoyin raised the corner of her mouth slightly and tapped Bai Lian's head gently. What a stinky man. Uncle Zhao is our senior. As the last one to arrive, you have the least experience, but you've ended up offending every senior you could. Speaking of this, Shangwan Miaoyin also felt a little helpless. Bai Lian is good in every way except her mouth. It can really make you angry. No way. I didn't offend everyone. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Yaya. He knows that I'm very weak and gentle. Bai Lian said as he looked towards Fangs, the orc who had fought Meishua before. At this moment, when the other party saw Bai Lian shift his gaze to him, his heart immediately became extremely nervous. His speech became stammering. Of course, Bai Lian is not wrong. After he finished speaking, he immediately lowered his head shyly. Bai Lian actually called me Xiao Yaya. As expected, I am special to Bai Lian. His tail drooped, his ears drooped, and his whole body became ethereal. Morong Ci still looked calm. He leaned against the wall alone, lost in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. And just in the next moment, click, everyone suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling of palpitations in their hearts. This feeling is, Master. Everyone's expressions froze, and Bai Lian and the others walked to the center of the hall and stood in 2 rows. Their movements were in unison, and under the uniform, individual differences were blurred, and everyone became part of the night organization. After they stood still, they waited quietly for the Night King to come. Everyone seemed to be able to feel his or her own excited heartbeat. It's been too long, really too long. It has been too long since they received new instructions from the Night King. The lights in the hall reflected on the black uniforms, outlining the silhouettes of each member. Their eyes revealed their admiration for the Night King. Next second, buzz, a terrifying and permeating pressure surged from the hall. All members of the Yi organization were extremely excited about this. Immediately afterwards, black air gathered and swirled in front of everyone for only a moment. A figure stood before the crowd. Everyone immediately knelt on one knee. He shouted enthusiastically, "Welcome, Master! Welcome to the Night King!" Lung Qingxiu has a slender figure and is dressed in a black robe, looking like a goddess in the night. Her long hair is as black as the night, draped over her shoulders, faintly shimmering with a dim glow. Her face was stern and beautiful, revealing an inviolable sharpness. When she opened her eyes, there were 2 mysterious ancient runes in her pupils. Her high nose bridge and light lip color outline her dignity and arrogance, and her skin, as pale as snow, exudes an awe-inspiring and cold beauty. Every movement she made revealed a calm and composed temperament, with her hands open. A pure dark power surged from her palm, and she said lightly, "This is the gift of the night." Buzz. In an instant, pure dark energy spread throughout the hall like stars in the sky. A steady stream of power flows into everyone's body. Everyone felt their own strength increase. This true energy. The Master's power has become stronger again. As expected of you, Master, your strength has increased so much in just a dozen days. Honor, honor. All members shouted enthusiastically. Lung Qingxiu nodded in satisfaction and spoke softly, his cold voice echoing throughout the hall. Report on the current situation. TSK. I didn't expect Guyan's body fluids to be so effective. It's only been twice. Lung Qingxiu felt a little embarrassed because he was the Night King. But the way to improve my strength is to do the same as Guyan. Commercial Street. Deng Feng, the descendant of Xuanwu Gate, walked majestically on the street. Because of the practice these days, his originally thin body has become much stronger. He now held a huge sum of money in his hand, which was given to him by the leader of Xuanwu's sect. The purpose is to let him return to school with a new attitude and let those who looked down on him in the past learn the lesson they deserve. So, he decided to go to the commercial street to buy himself some neat clothes. All his previous inferiority complex was washed away, and Deng Feng felt like a new person. But suddenly, he seemed to see something and quickly hid behind a billboard. He stuck his head out and saw the huge crowd. That's it. Ding. Deng Feng opened his eyes wide and saw the figure at the front of the huge crowd. It was the person she wanted to protect, and his boyfriend Guyan. The two seemed to be talking about something, and Linger seemed very happy. In addition, there was Bai Qionglan, a classmate at school, and another man wearing glasses, whom he didn't recognize. Deng Feng clenched his fists and stared at Guyan. The other party worked day and night, and compared to him in the past, there was a huge gap between them. But now it's different. He has become a warrior. That's right. He is qualified to protect Linger. Thinking of this, Deng Feng took a deep breath and resisted the urge to go out and meet Lung Ling. It's not the right time yet. I must show my handsome side so that I will be qualified to talk to Linger. Just wait. Guyan, I will let Linger know who is the right person for her. Chapter 143. Wrap it all up. Lung Linger didn't know whether Deng Feng could make her feel handsome. But right now, right here. However, Guyan really made her feel that he was extremely handsome. Inside the gold shop, the two little kids were lying in front of the counter, trying on a necklace and a bracelet respectively. The clerk enthusiastically introduced Lung Linger and Bai Qionglan. Sister, you have great taste. This is the jewelry we strongly recommend. It looks perfect on you. Although the shop assistants are a generation older than Lung Linger and Bai Qionglan, the two high school students, the ability to speak differently to different people is a basic operation for them. Furthermore, the clerk glanced at Guyan, who was currently at another counter. Most of the bodyguards were also protecting the other person, and when the clerk heard the yellow-haired kid calling him brother-in-law, he immediately knew that the man was the big money sponsor of this purchase. The other party brought so many bodyguards. He must be very rich. It's a pity that he didn't come to her counter, but it doesn't matter. He's the other party's sister-in-law. I have to take good care of him. Guyan looked at the dazzling array of gold jewelry and was in a dilemma of making a choice. I'm so confused. Will Qingqiu like these things? Guyan said, it's already out. How could I really only buy some oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar? I must bring some gift back. Seeing his hesitation, the clerk immediately began to explain and recommend with a bright smile. Boss, take a look at this pair of symmetrical earrings. They feature the most exquisite craftsmanship, and each diamond was hand-carved by a world-renowned master engraver. They are absolutely your best choice. Guyan took the earrings and felt the texture in her hands. The dazzling gold shone brightly under the light. The clerk continued to explain, these earrings are not only unique in shape, but also can be worn in various occasions. They can be worn daily or paired with an evening dress, showing off your wife's taste and temperament. Hearing this, Guyan smiled slightly, expressing his interest. This one is really good. Are there any other options? The clerk immediately picked up another necklace and introduced it in detail. Guyan nodded. The clerk then introduced several expensive gold jewelry one by one. Just when the other party wanted to continue the introduction, Guyan raised his hand to interrupt the other party, and then, with the clerk's slightly stunned expression, Guyan ran his finger from the left side of the counter to the right side. Okay, pack these all for me. Pack it better for me. Happiness came so suddenly that my brain was buzzing for a moment. The female clerk nodded blankly. Oh. But he quickly reacted, nodding his head repeatedly and shouting excitedly. Oh no. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I'll pack it for you right away. Don't look at me like that. I've worked as a packer before. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Guyan waved his hand and walked towards Lung Linger. Lung Linger was still arguing with Bai Qionglan about which one to buy. The former was holding a bracelet he liked very much, but when he looked at the price, 166,000. Hiss, why is this lousy bracelet so expensive? But I really like it. Lung Linger was conflicted. Although her brother-in-law had said that he would pay for the meal today, but she was still very embarrassed to let her brother-in-law buy her such an expensive bracelet. If her sister knew about it, she would definitely scold her severely. Why? Bai Qionglan saw Lung Linger's dilemma, glanced at the price, and poked Lung Linger's waist. Sister Linger, this seems a bit expensive. Why don't we buy it? Lung Linger nodded after hearing this, and was about to put the bracelet down. Have you decided? What did you choose? Guyan walked over and picked up the bracelet in Lung Linger's hand. The texture is delicate and smooth, as if it is a witness of time. The design incorporates exquisite craftsmanship, and the golden dots exude a light, luxurious atmosphere. Guyan glanced at the price and chuckled. You have a good eye. Lung Linger was a little embarrassed, lowering her head and not daring to look at Guyan. Brother-in-law, this is too expensive, otherwise don't buy it. I'm just a high school student. It's not appropriate for me to buy this. When the other party saw the big money sponsor coming, his expression became even more enthusiastic. Boss, you are right, this bracelet. Just as he was about to explain further, Guyan interrupted him and said, no need to introduce it, since my sister-in-law likes it. Guyan placed the bracelet on the counter and did the same thing, moving from left to right. Please help me pack up all the bracelets in this cabinet. Happiness comes too suddenly. This is like having your own parents again. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. Don't look at me like this. I am. Guyan waved his hand. I know. You're also a packer, right? Lung Linger was stunned, watching from the side. Wait, so sudden? So casual? Wrap it all from left to right? When you buy groceries? No, is this Brother Fu? Bai Qionglan was also dumbfounded. No way. Is Sister Linger's brother-in-law really that rich? Bai Jun also shook his head repeatedly. Such a luxurious shopping style. Is this the eldest son of the Gu family? Sister, brother-in-law. You are so handsome. Lung Linger looked at Gu Yan with shining eyes, her face excited. You look like the hero of a novel. Gu Yan's mouth twitched when he heard that, and he reached out and rubbed the other person's yellow hair. Take my advice. Don't let your brother-in-law, me, become the male protagonist of a novel in this world. As he said that, he looked at Bai Qionglan, who was dumbfounded beside him, and said, Don't be dumbfounded. Pick a few that you like. The latter was slightly stunned when he heard this. Do I have it too? Gu Yan asked curiously. Do you think I was joking when I said I'd pay for the bill today? After a moment of silence, Bai Qionglan completely let go and rushed to Gu Yan's side, wanting to hug his arm. Yeah, brother-in-law, you are so nice. But before he could hug her, Bai Jun pulled her back. He adjusted his glasses and looked at Gu Yan with a smile. Then I'll thank you on behalf of Qionglan, Gu Yan. Gu Yan slowly asked, What's going on? Brother Bai, what do you want to do? He walked a little further away from Bai Qionglan without making any expression. Lung Linger didn't come to her senses until she walked out of the gold shop, with bodyguards carrying bags of all sizes behind her. She wore the bracelet on her right hand and gestured to Bai Qionglan beside her. Just take that little card, pull it over there, and you've spent over 3 million. Oh my God, when will I be able to spend money like this? Gu Yan said mercilessly, Think about it. It will happen in your dreams. Damn it, when I become a big internet celebrity, don't cry and beg me to take you to the sky. Don't worry, that won't happen. Gu Yan said you can rest assured. Several people walked towards their next destination with laughter and joy, and wait for more than 10 minutes after they left. Deng Feng came to the door of this gold shop. He looked up at the magnificent door and the decoration inside the glass door. He swallowed nervously and reached into his pocket, where the 1,000 yuan given to him by the leader of Xuanwu sect was placed. It was a huge sum of money for him. I originally wanted him to change his clothes, but Deng Feng thought of a scenario where he would buy a gift for Linger and then wait until he bravely saved her. Then give it to the other person, and it will definitely touch their heart. Thinking of this, Deng Feng stepped in. You're no longer a different Deng Feng. From now on, change yourself. As soon as I entered, I heard a quarrel. What did you say? The bracelet I wanted is gone? How do you do things? I'm so sorry, sir, because you haven't come yet. I'm just going to get some money. I should have told you that. At the counter where Lung Linger had been before, the clerk was being madly targeted and insulted by a burly rich woman. Deng Feng saw the poor female clerk hanging her head with a look of grievance on her face after being scolded. A desire to protect the other person suddenly emerged in his heart. He immediately strode forward and shouted, Shut up. That's right. Deng Feng, you are different now. Use the power in your hands to protect others. Chapter 144, because this is also part of the plan. Outside the clothing store. Since the girl took too long to choose clothes, Gu Yan and Bai Jun sat on the bench outside and chatted. Bai Jun spoke first. Gu Yan, the murder case concerning Xiao Lin has been suppressed by us. Because this is a warrior incident, it cannot be made public. I hope you can understand. Their warrior department already knew about Xiao Lin's sudden murder that night. Because the nature of the incident was too serious, and there were countless eyewitnesses who saw Xiao Lin jumping out of the window to escape. More importantly, according to the deceased family member Wang Yulan, the deceased was also Gu Yan's teacher. This is very embarrassing. First of all, it is true that the Gu family is a large family of warriors. But don't forget, Xiao Lin is the heir to the Dragon King Palace. The Gu family can't afford to offend the Dragon King Palace. Therefore, Xiao Lin, who should have been wanted immediately as a magic warrior, was not wanted. On the contrary, the influence of this matter seemed to be gradually decreasing. After all, Wang Yulan's mother is just an ordinary person. Gu Yan listened to Bai Jun's words and curled his lips. Someone is afraid of the old Dragon King. The old Dragon King does not refer to one person, but many people. Rumor has it that every Dragon King Palace Master is actually alive, and they're all hidden from the world. Whenever a new Dragon King is chosen, all the old Dragon Kings will teach him everything they know. So, it's not that I don't want to, it's that I really don't dare. The power of the Dragon King Palace is too great. After hearing this, Bai Jun pushed his glasses awkwardly, and the reflection revealed his helpless and unwilling look. He clenched his fist tightly and sighed, "Yeah, it's so ridiculous. We are obviously a warrior department." Bai Jun shook his head and stopped talking about this matter. Instead, he looked at Gu Yan and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about you. I always thought you were a playboy, but I didn't expect you to know more than just the Dragon King's affairs. Even his tone was somewhat serious. You have even cultivated to the Xiantian level. Gu Yin nodded in disbelief. What kind of illusion makes you think that the eldest son of the Gu family is such a good-for-nothing? It's because of your bad reputation. Bai Jun adjusted his glasses and smiled without saying anything. But at least he understood one thing now. This reputation might be, no, it must be a disguise of Gu Yin. He didn't know what the purpose was. Bai Jun suddenly felt that Gu Yin was a very deep and scary person. He actually hid it from so many people. However, he is now a little looking forward to Chen Yingyin. After all, this person was recommended by Gu Yin. Presumably, the other party must have something that can surprise him. Gu Yin looked at the time and felt that it was time to go to the next place and talk about it later. There's no need to be so entangled when buying something. Buy what you like. Buy all if you are hesitant. This is it, the creed of the eldest son of the Gu family. So he stood up and walked towards the clothing store, not forgetting his lovely wife at home. Gu Yin was also prepared to pick a few sets for the other party. I'm going in to buy some clothes. We'll talk later. Gu Yin waved his hand and left Bai Jun with his back. The latter pushed up his glasses and glanced in a certain direction. Weird. How come there's a scent of Xuanwu in this commercial street? Could it be that people from Xuanwu Gate are also here? Bai Jun thought about it. And when he saw Lao Gao on the other side with a calm smile on his face, he laughed and shook his head. Real masters don't react at all, so why should I be so nervous? You're on vacation now, so just relax. Gu Yin, you are indeed very interesting. In the tea restaurant organized at night, the middle-aged store manager in butler uniform felt a bit hopeless. Hey, he also wanted to see the owner. But just in case, I still have to stay here and guard the store door. He sighed and continued looking at the store. 5,000 meters underground. Lung Qingqiu already had a general understanding of the situation. She thought about it. Originally, there were 5 forces in Jianghai City that had encircled and suppressed their Lung family. They're the Palace of Dragon King, God of Death, Palace of Yama, Peach Blossom Club, and Xuanwu Gate. But now, according to Shanghuan Miaoying's intelligence, the ancient martial arts world has begun to take action following the death of the Lord of the Hall of Yama. Forces have gradually infiltrated into various parts of the world. Among them, Jianghai City has the most infiltrating forces, because the Lord of the Hall of Yama died tragically in this city. Haha, but this was something Lung Qingqiu had anticipated a long time ago, and this was also her plan. Instead of looking for enemies one by one, it is better to let the enemies come to her. She is in the dark, and the enemy is in the light. As long as he kills the weak sex to improve his own strength, he can become stronger and then deal with stronger enemies, and repeat this cycle. Lung Qingqiu doesn't believe that he can't avenge himself. However, let's not talk about the new influx of forces for now. Let's talk about the 5 old forces that were previously stationed in Jianghai. The Lord of Yama's hall had been killed by her, and it could be said that the Hall of Yama, led by Long Zaiqian, was a group of rabble in her eyes. The only member of the Death God had been killed by Mei Shuel long ago, and her head had been refined into true energy. Xuanwu Gate was in ruins, but now a successor named Deng Feng has been found. The young master of the Dragon King Palace has always been visible outside. His name is Shaolin. He had met Gu Yin before, but fortunately nothing dangerous happened. However, her previous idea was very simple, to test Shaolin's strength and kill him if it was easy to kill him. But, according to Mei Shue's previous report, this Shaolin is very powerful and has the old Dragon King behind him. It is easy to kill Shaolin, but the difficulty lies in the person behind him and his own weakness. In the past, I could just hide away with Ling Er and develop secretly, but now, there's also Gu Yin. The other party had a relationship with Shaolin. If he rashly killed Shaolin now, the retired old Dragon King would be implicated. Once the old Dragon King is involved, many warrior forces that follow the old Dragon King will also be involved. She and Ling Er could run away, and she could even hide with Gu Yin, but what should she do with a huge Gu family? Would the old Dragon King's anger involve Gu Yan's family? Lung Qingqiu. She didn't want Gu Yin to suffer the pain of her clan being exterminated. Therefore, the only targets that can be dealt with at the moment are Peach Blossom Society and Xuanwu Gate. Xuanwu Gate and Taohua Society are eager to find a successor, which shows that their strength is not as good as before. Take advantage of now. Destroy their sect. Think of this. Lung Qingqiu opened her eyes, a chill emanating from her pupils, and she began to issue the latest instructions. Murong Ci and Bai Lian form a team to destroy Xuanwu's sect. Jianxing and Hanfeng form a team to destroy the Peach Blossom Society. The rest of you should keep an eye on the various ancient martial arts sects that have infiltrated the rivers and seas. Once you gather any intelligence, report it to me immediately. Everyone's faces showed respect and enthusiasm when they heard this. Yes, master. Lung Qingxiu was about to leave, but suddenly thought of the apparent appearance of the organization. So she stopped and said slowly, also, if my husband Gu Yin from the secular world happened to come to the tea restaurant of the night organization to eat, remember not to show any abnormality, because this is also part of the plan. Remember? The members of the organization responded without hesitation. Remember the master. Bai Lian felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had wanted to seduce that man before. Morong Ci remained silent. Gu Yin. Chapter 145 Brother-in-law. Don't forget what we have to do. Inside the gold shop. Your name is Deng Feng, right? Thank you so much, little brother. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. Oh, by the way, my name is Lin. Lin Yi held Deng Feng's hand gratefully at this time, and her lingering charm made Deng Feng's heart beat wildly. She actually held my hand. It was the first time in my life that a woman held my hand. Is this what it feels like? Deng Feng felt very comfortable. Is this the feeling of being thanked for being a good person? He smiled sheepishly and said, it's okay, it's okay. This is what I should do. To be honest, it's all the fault of that customer. He doesn't look like a good person. Hearing this, Lin Yi also withdrew her hand and sighed. Actually, I was also wrong. At the beginning, the customer said that he would come to buy after withdrawing the money. But not long ago, a big boss came by and also took a fancy to this bracelet. He was so excited that he wanted to buy all the gold on the counter. So, you understand? Even if our boss was here, he would definitely sell the bracelet to the other party. I'm just a part-time worker. Deng Feng didn't quite understand what was being said, but at least he understood one thing. The sister in front of him was a generation older than him. He is a good person. Sister Lin, I'm actually here to buy jewelry too. Can you recommend one to me? Deng Feng did not forget his purpose, so he asked with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi looked at Deng Feng carefully. She was actually married, but she was subjected to domestic violence by her husband after marriage, which not only made her unable to have children, but also caused her indelible emotional trauma. So Lin Yi resolutely divorced, and then worked hard alone in the big city. But now, when I see this boy in front of me who is dressed simply but whose eyes are sparkling with the vigor and brightness that belongs to his age, she should have recommended some gold jewelry with high commissions, but she softened her heart for the first time. She reached out and rubbed Deng Feng's head, smiling and said, you are so young. Why do you want to imitate the boss to buy gold? It will be better to use this money to buy some food for my parents than to buy this. Plop, plop. Deng Feng was stunned for a moment, and an inexplicable impulse seemed to surge in his heart. He lost his father and mother at a young age, and the only sister who grew up with him also abandoned him. For a moment, he looked at the woman in front of him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He didn't recover until he walked out of the gold shop in a daze. He pulled the 1,000 yuan in his pocket and turned to look at Lin Yi in the store. The other party seemed to notice his gaze and waved with a smile. Seeing this, Deng Feng immediately turned his face away shyly and ran away in panic. He didn't know why he had such a feeling in his heart. Inside the store, Lin Yi looked at Deng Feng, a simple boy who had not been polluted by society, and sighed inwardly. Little brother, I hope you can keep this passionate heart in the future. The other side, with Gu Yan's money ability, the entire commercial street was swept by Gu Yan and others. Each bodyguard followed Gu Yan and the others, carrying bags of various sizes. After staggering to the end of the commercial street, they walked into a shopping mall. What do girls like most besides clothes and luxury goods? That's right, it's snack happy water. Lung Linger and Bai Qionglan each pushed a cart and made a large purchase. Brother-in-law, look at me. Does this look good? Lung Linger bought a pair of sunglasses and put them on, stepping on the railing under the cart, then waved and shouted at Gu Yan. The image of Lung Linger is for reference, or you can imagine it freely in your mind. Gu Yan was chatting with Bai Jun about the topic of warriors. After hearing Lung Linger's voice, he turned his head and responded casually. Okay. Could you please stop being so perfunctory? Lung Linger suddenly became very dissatisfied. At this time, Bai Qionglan poked the other party. Sister Linger, do you think I look like this? Lung Linger turned her head and saw that Bai Qionglan had also bought a pair of sunglasses like hers. Without thinking much, she gave her a thumbs up. Qionglan's taste is as good as mine. He. A shy smile suddenly appeared on Bai Qionglan's face. It seemed like an older brother's intuition. Bai Jun suddenly looked at Bai Qionglan with vigilance. Huh? Why do I feel a strange feeling in my heart? Brother, I picked one for you too. Bai Qionglan picked up a pair of sunglasses and shouted at Bai Jun. The latter's worries were swept away, and he was immediately delighted. Well, it seems I was overthinking it. Guyan found it quite interesting. He had chatted with Bai Jun a lot, so he was quite familiar with him. You seem to have a good relationship with your sister? Hearing this, Bai Jun nodded, and a hint of pampering appeared on his face. Well, I swore since I was a child that I would protect my sister. Gu Yin seemed to have thought of something when he heard this, and deliberately said, By the way, I remember Xiao Lin has your sister's engagement letter. When he said this, there was an inexplicable hint in Gu Yan's eyes. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Bai Jun's originally gentle face suddenly changed. He clenched his fists tightly, a barely perceptible hint of murderous intent in his eyes, and whispered, If the other party is of good character, I wouldn't stop him or my sister, even if it makes me uncomfortable. But people like Xiao Lin are simply scumbags. I will never let my sister be with him. Even if the Lord of the Dragon King Palace comes, I won't give in, unless I die. Otherwise, they can't force my sister. Guyan was relieved. He patted Bai Jun on the shoulder and comforted him. Brother Bai, Qionglan is my sister-in-law's friend. I certainly don't want her to stay with a born-against-born like Xiao Lin. Seeing Gu Yin so sincere, he remembered that at the banquet, Gu Yin even fought with so many important figures in Jianghai in order to protect Lung Linger. For a moment, Bai Jun recognized the other party. He sighed and said, Gu Yin, it turns out that online reputations are unreliable. Only by actually communicating with you can I know what kind of person you are. Anyway, I still say the same thing. The door of the warrior department is always open to you. Guyan nodded. The two seemed to have a mutual understanding and felt that they had met too late. Time passes by every second. After Lung Linger and Bai Qionglan purchased several large carts of snacks, they passed by a column filled with oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. The former suddenly remembered the main purpose of coming out today. Oh no, I forgot everything I came out to do today. She quickly looked at Gu Yin, who was walking behind her, and shouted, Wait a minute, brother-in-law. Didn't we come out to buy oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar? Gu Yin was still thinking about what to buy for Qingxiu when he heard what Lung Linger said. I suddenly reacted. Oh yes, Qingxiu called me out today to buy some daily necessities. As a result, I forgot the time for a moment. Gu Yin looked at the time and immediately broke out in a sweat. Damn, it was almost 11 o'clock. Without thinking too much, Gu Yin said to Lao Gao, help me get a basket. It's for you, master. It's been prepared long ago. Lao Gao smiled knowingly and handed the basket to the other party. Well done, Lao Gao. Gu Yin took the basket and put all the seasonings in it. Bai Jun Xionglan, hurry up, today's shopping ends here. He casually shouted to Bai Jun, then pushed Lung Linger's cart towards the checkout counter. Woo! Stop. Brother-in-law, there's no need to rush like this. No, if Qingxiu starves to death, I must die as a token of my guilt. What kind of weird oath is this? Wait, stop. Lung Linger seemed to have seen something and hurriedly slapped Gu Yan's head hard. Gu Yan could only stop and look in the direction Lung Linger was looking. All I saw was a bunch of knitting sets laid out there. Lung Linger pointed over there and said, Brother-in-law, buy that quickly. Hasn't your sister already confiscated your yarn? Why are you still not giving up? I'm impressed by you. This is for me. Don't you want me to knit you a scarf? You jerk. Besides, I advise you to buy some puffs and sweets to bring back. Otherwise, your sister will definitely be angry. After hearing this, Gu Yin was shocked and looked at Lung Linger in disbelief. The latter raised his head and snorted softly. This family will fall apart without me. I don't read romance novels for nothing. My dear sister, you actually? Gu Yin was shocked. Is this still the little ghost girl I know? She clearly disagreed with Qingxiu and him being together at the beginning. In short, listen to my sister-in-law first. Bai Jun, Bai Qionglan, and a group of bodyguards also followed Gu Yin and Lung Ling. Watch and watch. Bai Jun and Bai Qionglan looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. What a good relationship. Bai Jun sighed inwardly at the harmony between Gu Yin and the younger sister of the Lung family, but besides sighing. But he thought of the Lung family's genocide that happened back then. Gu Yin, the world situation is turbulent and the night organization appears again. The Lung family is definitely the first suspect. If there's no connection, it's fine, but if there is, at that time, As Lung Qingqiu's husband, you will definitely be implicated. Even the entire Gu family will be liquidated by warriors all over the world, thus repeating the tragedy of the Lung family 5 years ago. Gu Yan, you really fell in love with the person you shouldn't like. Chapter 146. Chapter 146, such a chill autumn. 11:30 morgens. Lung family. In the study, Lung Qingqiu, who was supposed to be reading, was pacing back and forth in the room. Why haven't you come back yet? What's going on? Lung Qingqiu muttered to himself, with an expression that was hard to describe. She was worried that if she sneaked out, it would take too much time and Gu Yan wouldn't be able to find her when he came back. I was also angry. It was already 11:30 in the morning. Why hadn't this person come back yet? Do I need to work from early morning to now to buy some oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and some vegetables? I was worried that Gu Yan would have the thought, I don't want to go shopping with a brat like Long Linger. I want to buy things quickly and go back to make love with Qingqiu. That's why she decided to make a quick decision. Quickly rush to the organization base, explain the matter, and then quickly rush back to the Lung family. Then she sat at the desk reading, quietly waiting for Gu Yan to come in. She even left the door open for this purpose, because she knew that Gu Yan's favorite thing to do was to sneak in from behind and scare her, and then start doing that with her. Thinking of this, Lung Qingqiu's cold and beautiful face flushed slightly. She shook her head quickly. No, no, no. It wasn't like she was expecting that kind of thing. It was simply because Gu Yan and I were currently in a superficially engaged relationship, and we had also done that kind of thing. In order to maintain their image as an engaged couple and to improve their strength, she wanted to do this and that with Gu Yan. It's not something I like or anything. Think about it. I am a Night King. How can you really like this kind of thing? Of course. So why hasn't Gu Yan come back yet? Oh yes, I asked Gu Yan to take Linger out. With Linger's personality, she might want to play for a longer time. So, the two of them are hanging out now? Considering Linger mentioned before that she wanted to knit a scarf for Gu Yan, a strange feeling appeared on Lung Qingqiu's face. No, 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 Linger would not be like that. Just when Lung Qingqiu was daydreaming, suddenly, two familiar auras appeared, accompanied by more than a dozen unfamiliar auras. There's also a particularly powerful aura among them. Lung Qingqiu's expression froze. What was going on? Gu Yan and Ling, why did they bring so many people back? Lung Qingqiu's first reaction was feeling threatened, but she soon shook her head. No, Mei Xue and Clivia did not convey any message to her. The powerful aura among them was most likely from Lao Gao, the master who was beside Gu Yan. In other words, these people are probably Gu Yan's bodyguards. Why are there so many bodyguards? Coming back so late, and asking Gu Yan to go out and buy oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. Oh, I went out for some shopping. Lung Qingqiu quickly came to this conclusion. She immediately walked to the study door and closed it. Then he picked up a book at random and sat back at the desk, opened it, and pretended to read. Then recite it silently in your heart. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5. Huh? It's already 5 seconds. Why hasn't Gu Yan come up yet? 6 seconds. 7 seconds. Downstairs. Gu Yan was directing the bodyguards. Yeah, put those snacks over there. Put the clothes here, install the new TV, and do whatever you want with the old one. Lung Linger took the opportunity to interject. You can't just dispose of it casually. Sell it to a scrap collector, and then give me the profit. Yes, you put my snacks over there in the living room. I want to eat them while I watch TV. There's a game console over there. You have to install it for me, or I'll have my brother-in-law dock your salary. The bodyguards looked at Gu Yan aggrievedly. The latter waved his hands with a headache on his face. She's already like this. You guys should just give in. Okay, master. Lung Linger was unhappy when she heard this. What do you mean I'm already like this? Am I unfriendly? Okay. Gu Yan nodded and reminded Lao Gao not to let the yellow-haired kid go too far. Then she picked up the yarn, needles, and knitting materials and went upstairs. Lung Qingqiu sighed. It's been a minute. Gu Yan still hasn't come up. Why? You have changed, Gu Yan. Every time you came to the Lung family, you come to my place first. But why did you become like this just because you went out with Linger? Lung Qingqiu began to feel uneasy. Could it be that Gu Yan no longer liked her? I heard Linger say before that men become bad when they have money, and once they get what they want, they get bored and want to get something new. Could it be that Gu Yan is the same? Lung Qingqiu's face was pale, and his hands were tightly clenched around the book. 2 minutes have passed. Gu Yan still hasn't come to find her. Lung Qingqiu didn't know what was going on. She shouldn't be like this. She had just finished arranging the organization's affairs. But why is it that now that I'm back home, all I can think about is Gu Yan's life essence? Xiaolong, you were right. I have indeed become weak. Hmm? What's wrong with my other self? Are you calling me? No, don't worry about it. Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath and said, No, Lung Qingxiu, you are the Night King. Is it just because Gu Yin came to the Lung family but didn't come to see you that makes you feel extremely uneasy and anxious? What's the difference between you and those idiots who missed out on many important things because of their emotions? Another me. Our furnace is here. Lung Qingxiu slowly put up a question mark, very dissatisfied with this. What are you talking about? Our furnace, Xiaolong. Yes, it belongs to me alone. What does it have to do with you? I don't understand. My other self, we are one. In my opinion, Gu Yin, this male individual, is also my cauldron. Because you and I are the same person. No, shut up. Lung Qingxiu scolded in his heart. Next second, Qingxiu, I'm here. Gu Yin ran up while shouting. Click. He pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered here, he saw Lung Qingxiu sitting at the desk reading seriously. Ah, worthy of being the future villain. He is always working hard to improve himself. Qingxiu, you don't know, Linger and I ran into Bai Jun and his sister when we went to the commercial street today. The four of us went on a shopping spree and bought a lot of things. Clothes, jewelry, gold, and cosmetics. I don't know which ones you like, but I bought them all anyway. Just now I call my bodyguard to move things over there. You won't blame me for not coming to see you right away, right? Guyan walked to Lung Qingxiu and put the things in his hand on the desk. Lung Qingxiu heard Gu Yan's voice and pretended not to care as he flipped through the pages of the book, his expression as calm as water. He responded with a faint nasal sound. In fact, I felt relieved. So that's how it is. I met someone from the Bai family and went on a big shopping trip. No wonder it took so long. It turns out he was just arranging bodyguards to move things. Lung Qingxiu's mood improved instantly, and he felt refreshed. But after thinking about it, she frowned, and a smile that made Gu Yan feel cold suddenly appeared on her pretty face. That was Lung Qingxiu's unique and kind smile of I'm angry. I just heard the other person turn around and say, How much did you buy? How much did you spend? Not much, just a little bit. Gu Yan wanted to say a random number, but looking at Lung Qingxiu's kind smile, he could only say a rough figure. About 10 million. Actually, it's not much. More than 10 million? Lung Qingxiu almost stopped breathing. This is too much. To waste so much money on a bunch of useless things. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. Lung Qingxiu felt sorry for Gu Yan's money. She said coldly, Have you removed the label? If not, go and return it. It's so expensive, Linger, and I don't want it. Let me tell you. Gu Yan felt helpless. He knew Qingxiu would be angry. But it doesn't matter. He quickly picked up a puff and stuffed it into Lung Qingxiu's chattering mouth. Immediately blocked the other party's speech. Lung Qingxiu was originally still angry, but the taste of cream in her mouth instantly filled her brain. She stopped thinking. His anger level dropped to 0, and he happily ate the puff. Delicious. Gu Yan, do you know that spending money is a waste? As she ate, she grumbled and warned, You must not buy so much in the future. But since you bought the puffs, I'll forgive you. Seeing this, Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and moved a chair to sit next to Lung Qingxiu. Then he held up his face and looked at the other person sweetly. Well, in short, he was very cute. He asked, Qingxiu, what were you doing at home this morning? Hearing this, Lung Qingxiu replied without thinking, reading. Stupid Gu Yan, do you think I will let you discover my true identity as the Night King? I also bought some yarn and needles. Qingxiu, can you knit a scarf? How about we knit one for each other? Lung Qingxiu was very happy at the moment. She agreed to everything Gu Yan said. Okay. Gu Yan's face became even happier after hearing this until his eyes fell on a book on Lung Qingxiu's desk. His expression froze. He leaned forward to take a look, and his pupils trembled. Gu Yan looked at the book, then looked at Lung Qingxiu, and he took a breath. The atmosphere was slightly silent, until Lung Qingxiu finished eating the puff. Gu Yan then coughed dryly and asked, Qingxiu, do you usually like to read books like this? Lung Qingxiu licked his lips with a feeling of unsatisfied satisfaction. Without the sweets, his face returned to its aloof expression. Well, of course, in order to make progress, it is necessary to learn a variety of books and knowledge. Oh, Gu Yan nodded, thought about it, and advised, It's better to read less books that are banned for 18+, especially books about minotaurs like this. Besides, Qingqiu's book is not a book for the blind. Huh. We don't understand at all. Lung Qingqiu was just about to make a few sarcastic remarks in a haughty manner. As a result, I heard the second half of Guyan's sentence. She was stunned for a moment, then looked at Guyan. What book are you talking about? The book you're reading now. Guyan read the name and felt a little embarrassed. As Triple X, I like Triple X, right? Click. After hearing this name, Lung Qingqiu reacted instantly and found a book that he had just taken from Linger and had not let Guyan review it. Is this the kind of book? For a while, her face quickly turned red and her shoulders began to tremble. Guyan felt something was wrong and stepped forward to comfort him softly. Qingqiu, it's okay, I understand. Sometimes you also want to relax, but he changed the subject, stretched out his hand to hold Lung Qingqiu's shoulders and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Qingqiu, who is so shivering like this, is really cute. As soon as these words came out, Lung Qingqiu could no longer hold back and open his eyes, which were already filled with tears from excessive shame. Next second, cold, Ling, Yuwa. She made a sharp popping sound. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Sisters, Heart-to-Heart Communication. Something big happened in the Lung family. Therefore, Lung Qingqiu, the actual controller of the Lung family, convened the first small family meeting since Guyan came. The participants are Lung Qingqiu, Lung Linger, and Guyan. Lung Xingyan had nothing to do with the content of this meeting. Living room. Lung Qingqiu sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, her arms folded across her chest. She stared with her eyes open, a rare sight, at Lung Linger, who was kneeling on the ground in front of her, shivering with her head down. The other party's life essence seemed extremely familiar and strange to her. What's wrong with you, sister? Why did you become like this? Lung Linger was kneeling on the ground when she saw the 18-plus book being XXXXX thrown in front of her. She just knew it. It's over. It's all over. My sister discovered the secret of this book. My lifelong reputation is about to be ruined. Look at the serious atmosphere now. It's very rare for my sister to hold a family meeting, and every time she does, she has to discuss important matters. Her eyes were even open. You know, my sister never opened her eyes in front of others since she destroyed her own eyes. All in all, Lung Linger is now very panicked. The atmosphere gradually became heavy. Guyan was arranged by Lung Qingqiu to sit next to her, and he seemed a little uneasy at the moment. He already knew that this 18-plus storybook belonged to Lung Linger. This is very embarrassing. He looked at Lung Linger, not knowing what to say for a moment. He didn't expect. The bullhead is actually next to me? Even though his sister-in-law had just given him an assist, he felt very sorry for her. But Guyan coughed dryly and said slowly to Lung Ling, sorry, I know your brother-in-law is very charming, but sorry, I'm a pure love party. The Minotaur is a heretical cult. Lung Linger was just about to explain that she was not trying to bully you, but just like the pleasure of bullying. Lung Qingqiu glanced sideways at Guyan, and the latter stopped talking. Then she looked at Lung Linger again, her tone calm, which was like the calm before the storm for Lung Linger. Linger, your brother-in-law, is here too. Tell me the truth, sister. What do you think of your brother-in-law? When saying this, Lung Qingqiu was also struggling and in pain in his heart. She likes Guyan, but if Linger likes him too, then she really doesn't know what to do. Linger is her only sister. Her previous wish was that her sister would grow up happily and live like a normal girl all her life, instead of being like her, spending her whole life pursuing revenge. But this was the case before. Ever since Guyan came, she found that she could actually seek revenge while getting along with Guyan like a normal person. But if Linger also falls in love with Guyan, what should she do? On one side is the man she likes, and on the other side is her beloved sister. Lung Linger opened her mouth. She looked at Guyan, then at Lung Qingqiu. I felt a surge of regret in my heart. If I had known this earlier, I would not have borrowed by Qianwan's book. This has led to such a misunderstanding now. As for Lung Qingqiu, when she saw Lung Linger stop talking, she thought that she agreed. For a moment, his entire face seemed to turn much paler. She forced herself to calm down, her tone full of disappointment. Does not answering mean you agree? I can't believe that, Linga, you have become like this. You're clearly at the age where you should be going to school, so why are you reading this kind of books and magazines? Why are you doing so many things that have nothing to do with studying? Oh yeah, at this point, Lung Qingqiu took a deep breath and said slowly, Is it because you made some bad friends? Did they teach you? Gu Yin felt something was wrong when he heard this. He looked at Lung Qingxiu. The other person's expression was pale and weak. Although his tone seemed very calm, Gu Yin could clearly feel the other person's inner struggle. It was obvious that he was suffering from a major blow. But Qingxiu, the child, is grown up now. Linger will definitely be very sad if you say that. He looked at Lung Linger, whose expression gradually became dazed, as if she had never expected her sister to say that. Lung Qingxiu obviously didn't notice this, because no matter from the past or now, she is in charge of everything for Lung Linger, whether it is schooling or food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Lung Qingxiu was responsible for all of this because she had promised her mother to protect Linger. So what does protection mean? Naturally, it means letting Linger follow a path that she has set for herself and that she believes is safe. After saying a bunch of parental remarks, Lung Qingxiu's voice became even colder. Linger, why are you so disobedient? Why don't you follow the path I set for you? Before he finished speaking, stop talking. Lung Linger didn't know where she got the courage from, or maybe it was because she heard Lung Qingxiu insulting her friend. She couldn't bear it anymore. Instead, she suddenly stood up and shouted at Lung Qingxiu, "Sister, you bastard! You don't understand anything." The noise in the living room suddenly stopped. Lung Qingxiu's originally calm expression froze instantly. Linger, did you scold yourself just now? It was the first time that Lung Qingxiu was talked back by Lung Linger, and he didn't react for a moment. But Lung Linger didn't wait for Lung Qingxiu to come to his senses. Her eyes were red at this moment, and she was obviously trying to hold back her tears. Because every time Lung Qingxiu talked about her in the past, she would be scared and tremble and cry. But this time it was different. My sister talked about her friend. So she became brave and looked at Lung Qingxiu and then at Gu Yan. Finally, she took a deep breath and shouted, "Sister, you don't understand anything. I just like the pleasure of bullfighting. I don't really want to compete with you for men. Why don't you understand, Minotaur? We Minotaur don't like the person. We like the process of being a Minotaur. An imaginary cow is still a cow. Not to mention it feels even better when it's imagined. Sister, why don't you understand? This is the creed of me, Neo Lung Ling or the headman. It's true that Xionglan gave me this book, but I don't want to return it to her, because I'm an adult now. I need to relieve some stress every now and then. Sister, you and your brother-in-law can do this and that. What should I do alone?" Guyan covered his mouth. What's going on? Wait a minute. What's going on now? How could such outrageous remarks come out of 37 Degrees' mouth? How would Lung Qingxiu, the future villain and his good wife, react? The little sister I have taken care of since she was a child is talking back to me. He looked over. Lung Qingxiu's expression was stiff at first. Then he gradually came to his senses and bit his lips tightly. Then he stood up suddenly, took 2 steps to Lung Linger, and shouted, "I don't understand?" "Yes. How should I understand you? Have I always asked you about your hobbies? What do you like? Did you tell me? I asked you what happened in your school, and you always just brush me off with a few casual words. I asked you what you did today, and you said nothing, just studying. Is reading this kind of book what you call studying? Sister, I can't see you. All I can think about is your childhood. You were so small back then. I'm the one who brought you up to this age. Have you forgotten? Mom asked me to take good care of you. I don't want you to get hurt. What is a minotaur? What is love? What is a psycho girl? What are internet celebrities? What are short videos? What are soap operas and melodramatic TV dramas? I don't understand. Sister, I really don't understand. I tried hard to understand everything you like, Linger, but your sister, can't see it at all." The voice gradually changed from calm and trembling to a loud roar, and even had a crying tone at the end. Lung Linger was stunned because, in her impression, the strong sister. At this moment, tears were flowing from my eyes. In an instant, she understood. The pressure my sister has been under over the years is really too great. With her family wiped out, all the responsibilities fell on Lung Qingxiu. She wanted revenge. In fact, I know everything. I witnessed the genocide that night. But she was afraid, very afraid. So she chose to close her eyes and not think about what happened that year. So all the pressure fell on Lung Qingxiu. Suri sees. Then, Lung Linger looked at Gu Yan, and then she looked at Lung Qingxiu, who had a weak and uneasy expression in front of her. So, sister, you found your heart again, so you've become weaker than before. But this is the sister I know. It turns out that only Gu Yan can change you. As expected, this guy is very magical. Gu Yan was sitting on the sofa at this moment, wanting to comfort the two of them and intervene in this matter. But reason told him no. Now is the time for the two sisters to have a heart-to-heart talk, and he cannot disturb them. This might be the best time for the two sisters to completely enter each other's hearts. And Guyen looked at Lung Qingxiu, who was crying with tears in her eyes. He nodded vigorously. It was rare to see Qingxiu crying like this. He had to appreciate it quietly. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. I love it. Because we have all done it. Then, the two sisters seemed to have completely let go. Lung Ling'er didn't care anymore and blurted out all the things that had been on her mind over the years. Why didn't I say it? Isn't this all because of you, sister? Ever since what happened 5 years ago. Sister, you cut your own eyes and locked yourself in that study. You're becoming increasingly cold and pale. Sometimes even I get scared. She's so strange. So strange. That kind of sister isn't the sister I remember. I don't know what you've done all these years, sister. But you're my sister. I don't want you to get hurt. Lung Qingxiu's heart trembled. It was actually like this. Had they changed so much over the years? But if they didn't work hard, they would be left further behind by their already powerful enemies. By then it will be too late. I'm sorry, Ling'er. I really want to tell you how huge the number of enemies our Lung family faces is. But no, I can't drag you into this. Seeing that Lung Qingxiu was silent about why he became like this, Lung Ling'er completely exploded. You are like this again. You won't tell me anything again. I've been holding things in. That's why. That's why your progress with your brother-in-law is so slow. Lung Ling'er pointed at Gu Yin, who was watching the show on the side, and directly ignited the flames of war towards Gu Yin. Gu Yin, wait, why are you bringing me into this? Lung Qingxiu was also suddenly stunned. She subconsciously retorted, what are you talking about? What does this have to do with Gu Yin? Lung Ling'er had already made up her mind. She was going to die anyway, so she might as well say it clearly. Yes, there is. Why are you so indecisive? You clearly like me to death, but you're still pretending not to like me. Do you think you're the heroine of some Mary Sue novel? Please, sister. My brother-in-law is Mr. Gu from Jianhai. He's rich and handsome. You may not like him, but there are plenty of people who want to be with him. You don't say anything. You don't do anything with your brother-in-law. Do you think you can last forever with your brother-in-law? You old virgin who has never been in a relationship. XXXX. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, whether it was Lung Qingxiu or Gu Yin, their brains were buzzing like thunder. Gu Yin stood up hurriedly. Hey, wait a minute, you little brat, what are you talking about? Shut up. X2. However, before Gu Yin could say anything, Lung Qingxiu and Lung Ling'er scolded at the same time. After saying that, Lung Qingxiu's face flushed and her voice trembled a little. Who told you that your brother-in-law and I have not made any progress? Lung Ling'er didn't believe it. She didn't see any progress between the two. Instead, she saw Gu Yin giving blindly. So she continued to provoke. Really? I don't see that you love your brother-in-law at all. Sister, if you don't like it, then let me. Before he finished speaking, Lung Qingxiu shouted loudly. You are talking nonsense. I love Gu Yin. Of course I love him. A smile appeared on Lung Ling'er's pretty face as she looked at her sister, who was blushing and shouting out her love for Gu Yin. She leaned forward and continued to ask, you are talking nonsense. I didn't even realize that you like your brother-in-law. If you love him, give me a reason. As soon as these words were spoken, Lung Qingxiu seemed to have made up her mind. She clenched her fists and took a deep breath. The blush on her cheeks made her look even more charming. She opened her mouth and said in a barely audible voice, because I did it. What? Lung Ling'er couldn't hear clearly, so she went over and shouted, Dam Lingya. Lung Qingxiu clenched her teeth, and the shame she felt at this moment had already surged into her mind. My sister's lack of understanding, her minotaur jargon. She didn't want to think about anything now. Instead, he took a deep breath and shouted shamefully, because Gu Yin and I have done it. Boom! Now Gu Yin and Lung Ling'er's brains were bombarded by thunder. Wait, Qingxiu, when did we do this? Gu Yin shouted in disbelief. When did he and Qingxiu reach that point? Was it when I was asleep? Sleepwalking? Lung Qingxiu obviously didn't expect that Gu Yin would deny that he had kissed her, and she was stunned for a moment. Tears fell all at once, and she looked at Gu Yin with tears in her eyes. What? You don't admit it. Lung Ling'er was furious when she saw this. She glared at Gu Yin. You scumbag. You did it, and you still don't admit it. Are you a man? No, I really didn't do it with Qingxiu. Sister has already said it. A girl won't joke about her innocence. No, Qingxiu and I have only kissed. We can't do anything deeper than that until we get married. Quiche. Lung Linger was stunned, then looked at Lung Qingxiu. The latter also wiped his tears and nodded. For a while, misunderstanding resolved. Lung Linger covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes sparkling as she looked back and forth between the two of them. Oh my God, so bold. Gu Yin saw that things were becoming more and more strange, and even the character of Lung Qingxiu, who would become the villain in the future, was becoming more and more strange. Just in case, he immediately intervened, reached out and embraced Lung Qingxiu, and gave her a princess hug. The latter subconsciously stretched out his hand to hook Guyan's neck, his voice trembling, his heart panicking. Guyan, what are you doing? Linger is still here. Guyan said without hesitation. Now that everything has been said, why are we still pretending? Qingxiu, let's go. Let this brat reflect on why he misunderstood our sincere love. After saying this, Lung Qingxiu was carried upstairs by Guyan. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, the situation would develop into something he couldn't imagine. Hey. He had no idea the plot would turn out like this. But Qingxiu like this just makes his heart flutter. Lung Qingxiu was held in Guyan's arms, and her heart was warm. Feeling Guyan's warm and broad chest, her sense of security came over her again. She closed her eyes and put her head in Guyan's arms. I don't want to think about anything. I don't want to care about anything. I really want to let go of everything and stay with Guyan. Another me. Is this also part of your plan? It seems that perception is gradually improving at this moment. There was a hint of surprise in Xiaolong's tone. It turned out that perception could be improved without bodily fluids. Is this the functionality of my furnace cauldron Guyan? Lung Qingxiu suddenly regained her composure because of Xiaolong's voice. She pretended to be calm and smiled inwardly. Xiaolong, you still need to learn more in this area. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. He almost fell into Guyan's arms. Lung Qingxiu, you are the Night King. Don't forget your mission. Immersing myself in Guyan's gentle embrace or something like that. At least I have to wait until revenge is complete, right? Do you think there is another Yi in this world? No one else can help you with revenge except you. On the other side downstairs, Lung Linger wiped away her tears, bent down, and picked up the confiscated 18-rated book. Then he smiled with a look of success. Yay, no more scolding. However, I didn't expect that my brother-in-law and sister had actually developed to the stage of kissing. Linger licks her lips, her eyes flickering. What does it feel like to kiss? So annoying. Lung Linger rubbed her hair with a headache. Forget it. I'll go talk to my best friend Bai Qionglan about this matter first. By the way, ask her if she has ever had oral sex with someone else, and see what it feels like. Chapter 149 Gu Yin fainted again. Snap! As the study door was closed by Gu Yin, the atmosphere in the room gradually became warmer and more ambiguous. Gu Yin looked at Lung Qingxiu in his arms, his heart pounding. The other person's soft and slender body made Gu Yin feel as if he was holding a ball of warm feathers. His palms rested gently on her back, feeling her soft skin, and every touch made his heart surge with throbbing emotions. A unique fresh scent of Lung Qingxiu filled Gu Yan's nose. The faint fragrance was like a wisp of warm breeze, making him feel as if he was in a garden, and Lung Qingxiu was the beautiful flower. For a moment, he was wondering if this was Lung Linger's deliberate assist. I didn't expect the little cricket girl to actually care so much about them. Lung Qingxiu was feeling very ashamed and shy at this moment. She hugged Gu Yan's neck tightly, with a charming look on her face. Her eyelids trembled slightly, and the confession that had just passed through her mind caused ripples in her heart. What would Gu Yan think? What would Ling Er think? But fortunately, his subordinates are unaware of the current situation. After all, her persona in front of them was the aloof Night King. How could she show such shy emotions that only ordinary women would show? Another me. I'm taking this opportunity to absorb body fluids. I think it will be much more efficient than before. Xiao Lung in my mind urged me impatiently. All these emotions made Lung Qingxiu even more unsure of how to deal with the current situation. At this time, it was Gu Yan who took the first step. Since Lung Qingxiu has already confessed her love to him, then why does he still worry so much? Then, Gu Yin strode towards the sofa in the study with Lung Qingxiu in his arms. Lung Qingxiu hugged Gu Yin tighter as they swayed, and when she felt Gu Yin put her on the sofa, she subconsciously asked, "Do what?" Even Lung Qingxiu herself didn't realize that her slightly shy tone and charming expression at this moment made her charm even more enhanced, constantly washing over Gu Yan's brain. Gu Yan's mood at this moment was between nervousness and excitement. When he heard Lung Qingxiu's question, he took a deep breath to calm his brain, then asked what to do. Of course, we do what lovers should do. If he were a normal man, he wouldn't remain indifferent after hearing your confession of love, Qingxiu. Even someone as calm as me can't wait to have a good time with you, Qingxiu. Lung Qingxiu was shocked, and before she could stand up to resist, brush. Guyan then held the other person's wrist and said, "I'm sorry, Qingxiu. You can hit me or scold me however you want from now on." Wait. Lung Qingxiu hadn't finished speaking. Then I felt a warm and soft feeling on my lips again. A familiar wave of energy surged through her body again. The beauty of increased strength and Gu Yan's love filled her mind. And this time, it seems to be more intense than ever. Lung Qingxiu soon immersed himself in this happiness. Why? Why is it always like this? My body, what's wrong with me? Lung Qingxiu symbolically struggled, but soon lost all defenses. She gradually relaxed her body. At this moment, nothing mattered. It doesn't matter anymore, just let it be. In less than a moment, Gu Yan felt that it shouldn't be too excessive. So he let go of Lung Qingxiu and prepared to stand up and wait for the other party to scold him. Result: feel the moment when happiness disappears. Bang! Lung Qingxiu directly grabbed Gu Yan's wrist with his backhand. The latter was stunned. Qingxiu. Gu Yan looked at the other person in a daze. Lung Qingxiu was seen breathing slightly, his eyes slightly opened. Because of the kiss just now, the other person is even more beautiful and attractive at this moment. And I don't know if it was Gu Yan's illusion, but I always felt that a pink halo seemed to flash in Lung Qingxiu's eyes. Huh, isn't Qingxiu blind? Wait, that's not enough. Lung Qingxiu grabbed Gu Yan and then pulled him hard onto the sofa. She turned her body around and sat on Gu Yan. Suddenly, the situation reversed. Gu Yan was grabbed by the wrist and pressed onto the sofa. He looked up at Lung Qingxiu, who was holding him captive, and had a bad feeling. Qingxiu, what's not enough? Hey, can you hear me? Gu Yan suddenly panicked. Lung Qingxiu seemed to be in a very bad state now, and he struggled hard. But the opponent was so strong that he could restrain this innate genius and left him without any chance to fight back. What the hell? I really am born with it. I really am born with it. Don't move. Gu Yan, you have to have your own consciousness. I started this, and I won't let you go until I'm satisfied. And, Cricket Gu Yan, why do you repeatedly do this to me? If you want to do it, I should be the one to give it to you as a reward. Lung Qingxiu's words made Gu Yan feel that something was wrong with Lung Qingxiu's current condition. He kept struggling, feeling that he was in too much trouble. Wait a minute, Qingxiu. Wait. However, before Gu Yan could finish his words, Lung Qingxiu blocked her mouth roughly. The other party was very strong, and his actions were very rough. Gu Yan felt faint again, just like the first time he kissed Lung Qingxiu. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Lung Qingxiu's kissing method caused Gu Yan's brain to be deprived of oxygen again. The innate cultivation seems to be completely useless at this moment. Anyway, this style of painting is too weird. Why am I the one being pressed down? And Gu Yan slowly lost consciousness. My wife is unexpectedly strong? I don't know how much time has passed. Lung Qingxiu realized that the person under her had stopped responding, and she suddenly woke up and raised her head. Hiss, hiss. While taking a deep breath, he looked at Gu Yan, who had already closed his eyes as if he had ascended to heaven. She was in a panic. Oh no, it's the same as the first time. Lung Qingxiu hurriedly shouted at Gu Yan. Gu Yan, wake up. Gu Yan, are you okay? Pa. She began to slap Gu Yan's cheek. Lung Qingxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party still had a slight reaction. Fortunately, after breathing a sigh of relief, Lung Qingxiu fell into self-blame again. What was wrong with him? Why is it that every time I do this with Gu Yan, I can't help but use too much force? I know clearly that Gu Yan is just an ordinary person, and he can't stand my torture. But Lung Qingxiu slowly lowered her body and lay on Gu Yan's slightly heaving chest. My cheeks flushed. It seems like she just can't help but treat Gu Yan like this. She wanted everything about him. She wanted everything about him to be hers alone. Another me, do you feel it? This time the power increase is twice as much as before. I see. So this was all your plan from just now until now. You haven't become weak after all. Everything was just a pretense. Xiao Lung praised it generously in his mind. It seems that reading more books has its benefits. Look at the other me. In just 5 years, I have mastered so many exquisite skills in controlling people. Lung Qingxiu felt very uncomfortable when he heard this, and always felt that the other party was playing tricks on him. After all, fake is not disguise, and soft is not weak. How can I not know this? But, Xiao Lung, if you have half of my power, it wouldn't be a problem for you to take control of the body. It's a pity that you don't have the ability to control Gu Yan's furnace. Lung Qingxiu laughed in his heart. You are right. I will study hard. I will also come out to show the results of my study at that time. Lung Qingxiu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and didn't take Xiao Lung's words seriously at all. After all, without her consent, Xiao Lung would definitely not be able to come out. Immediately afterwards, Lung Qingxiu stood up and looked at the unconscious Gu Yan with confusion. As he watched, Lung Qingxiu became fascinated again. This boiling hot source of life is so dazzling and glaring. If I could see, what would Gu Yan look like? Lung Qingxiu stretched out her hand and touched Gu Yan's facial features. Then she lowered her head again. The ambiguous atmosphere in the house continued. Chapter 150. It is normal to eat with such beautiful hair. In the living room, Lung Linger was lying on the sofa like Guyu. Her favorite TV series was playing on the latest model TV. She was using her newly purchased latest model of mobile phone to make a video call with Bai Qionglan. Qionglan, you don't know, my sister and brother-in-law. He talked a lot. Bai Qionglan was also terrified when she heard this. In the video, Bai Qionglan seemed to be sitting on the bed in her room, listening to Lung Linger telling what had just happened. After hearing the end, she sighed, Fortunately, Sister Linger, you are smart. Otherwise, I doubt you will survive this night. As he spoke, he also jokingly said, By the way, Sister Linger, where's that book? Do you still dare to keep it with you? Lung Linger was a little embarrassed and annoyed when she heard this. Humph. It's all because you, Qionglan, insisted on lending me this kind of book that things turn out like this. But, after a pause, Lung Linger's expression became a little unnatural. She asked Bai Qionglan curiously, Qionglan, have you ever had a boyfriend? Bai Qionglan smiled on the surface. But in fact, a question mark slowly appeared in her heart. Why did Sister Linger suddenly ask me this question? Could it be? Bai Qionglan felt a little flustered. Could it be that Lung Linger really fell in love with Gu Yan after reading the book? Or are you interested in men? Don't do that kind of thing. She quickly shook her head. No, what's so good about men? Isn't it wonderful that we girls all smell good together? Sister Linger, please don't even think about having a boyfriend or anything like that. Lung Linger obviously didn't expect Bai Qionglan to react so strongly, so she coughed dryly and continued to ask, Qionglan, don't be so excited. I just want to ask you what it's like to kiss. Since you've never been in a relationship, forget it. I'll ask my brother-in-law when the time comes. Ask Gu Yan? No. Bai Qionglan quickly stopped her, judging from Sister Linger's expression in the video. The other person seems to be very interested in kissing. If I let the other party ask Gu Yan, I don't know if it will develop into the plot of a novel I have read. The male protagonist is so powerful that he takes the two sisters in. Moreover, the younger sister originally hated the male protagonist, but as she became interested in him, things became increasingly out of control. Bai Qionglan didn't know what she was thinking about, and her cheeks gradually turned red. She looked at Lung Linger in the picture and shouted loudly, If Sister Linger wants to know what it feels like to kiss, I have a way to help you. Hearing this, Lung Linger became interested and asked expectantly, Oh, Qionglan, do you actually have a solution? Okay, how can you help me? Hearing this, Bai Qionglan's tone also became a little unnatural. You'll know when you come to my house tomorrow. Lung Linger didn't think much about it and nodded. Okay, then I'll ask my brother-in-law to take me there tomorrow. Bai Qionglan nodded. Let's skip the topic of kissing. The good friends started talking about other topics. Time passes slowly. It's dusk again. Gu Yan opened his eyes in confusion. Well, he felt his mouth was a little swollen and painful, and his chest felt stuffy. Gu Yan looked up and was stunned. Lung Qingxiu was lying in his arms, breathing steadily, obviously asleep. This is a very rare thing. You should know that Lung Qingqiu usually stays in the study reading at this time. I get very little sleep in a day, so I won't waste time sleeping at this time. Guyan didn't want to disturb the other person, so he wanted to gently help the other person up and let himself leave. But this slight movement may have made Lung Qingqiu uncomfortable, so she frowned. So cute. Guyan stopped moving and prepared to observe Lung Qingqiu's reaction for a while. As he watched, he became fascinated again. Lung Qingqiu's face is extremely delicate, and her fair skin seems to be shining. In her sleep, she was defenseless, and all the tiredness on her face gradually disappeared at this time, as if the current environment made her feel extremely at ease, leaving only tranquility and peace on her face. The long black hair spread on Guyan's chest, like a pool of black stream, exuding a faint fragrance. Her lips were elegant and slightly upturned, as if she was having a sweet dream. Looking at Lung Qingqiu like this, Guyan started his own little actions. He reached out his hand and gently ruffled Lung Qingqiu's soft black hair, then, "Shashasha. The taste of autumn, only now can I enjoy it like this." Guyan put the hair in his nose and savored it continuously. It would be even better if he could taste it like noodles. Well, then why not give it a try? Lung Qingqiu's expression became more and more ashamed, as if something terrible was happening in her dream. His eyelids trembled slightly beneath his closed eyes, clearly indicating he was waking up. Next second, Lung Qingqiu opened her eyes, and the heavy breathing sound that sounded like an abnormality lingered in her ears. She raised her head and looked over. Guyan was tasting a handful of Lung Qingqiu's hair in his mouth, and his eyes happened to collide with the other person's lifeless eyes that had just woken up. It seemed that she realized that her hair was being ravaged by Gu Yinyao's mouth. So Lung Qingqiu spoke coldly to the dazzling Gu Yinyuan, not hiding the shame and anger that was suppressed in her heart. "What are you doing?" Guyan's expression was a little stiff and awkward. After all, he was tasting someone else's hair. It seems to be no different from a pervert. But Guyan took out the hair and held it in his hand, not trying to hide his strange XP. Instead, he said righteously, "It's normal to eat with such beautiful hair." Before he could finish his words, Guyan was thrown out by Lung Qingqiu, and his body rolled on the ground for 2.5 weeks. Normal as hell. "You pervert." Lung Qingqiu touched her hair with an embarrassed look on her face. "Why would you do this to your hair? Does Guyan like his own hair more than his own?" "Qingqiu, my Qingqiu, don't misunderstand me. I'm really not a pervert. I just like everything about you, Qingqiu." Guyan lay on the ground, crawling in a dark and twisted manner, trying to explain and save his image. As a result, the response was a humiliating and angry trampling from Lung Qingqiu. "Pervert, pervert, pervert. Trampled by the object of pure love value plus 666. Continuously trampled by the object of pure love value plus 777. Being constantly trampled by the object of pure love value plus. Being insulted by the object of pure love." Hey. Enough of his system. I don't want to earn points this way at all. Ask yourself, is my behavior really perverted? Driven downstairs. Lenglinge perverted trash. Driven back into the car. Lao Gao thought about it and said hesitantly, "People who like to eat hair must be perverts, right? Or maybe a mental illness." Why did the young master suddenly ask this? Enough. I really mean enough. Guyan didn't want to discuss whether he was a pervert anymore, so he waved his hand. Sighing, he said, "It's okay. I'm asking for a friend. Lao Gao, let's go to Zhanghai Hospital." As he spoke, Guyan touched his lips and found that the skin was broken. He felt strange. What the hell? Was his body lacking some vitamins? On the other side, in the Lung family study, Lung Qingqiu was upstairs watching the dazzling source of life leaving outside the window. The feeling of shame and anger in her heart gradually subsided. She gently touched her lower lip, and her heart trembled slightly. Rather than talking about others, it seems the same on my side. Fortunately, Guyan didn't know. Well, he probably won't know. No, I won't let him know. All right. Let me see how much my strength has increased this time. Lung Qingqiu spread out her palms. A wisp of black air emerged, and her expression gradually returned to her usual coldness. That's right. Lung Qingqiu, you are the Night King. Just a moment of immersion in the land of tenderness is enough. Next, you have to get into office mode. Chapter 151. Chapter 151. Wang Yulan finally joins the Peach Blossom Club. In order to bring this plan to a perfect end, Gu Yin came to Jianghai Hospital again. When he arrived at Wang Yulan's ward, Gu Yin did not go in immediately, but instead gathered his emotions. Then he pushed open the door. Click! When he walked into the ward, his face was already filled with sadness and unwillingness. Sister Yulan, I'm here to see you. Gu Yan's voice was low, and he looked at Wang Yulan, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. After resting, Wang Yulan's condition was obviously much better than at the beginning. But those red eyes from crying made everyone understand that the other person had not had a good day. In addition to Wang Yulan, there is another person here. Hey, little brother, we meet again. Tao Ying greeted Gu Yin with full energy and didn't seem to be very sad about the death of Wang Yulan's mother. When Wang Yulan saw Gu Yin coming, her expression showed no major emotional fluctuations except for a hint of a smile. Gu Yin, you're here. Wang Yulan's tone and expression seemed very unnatural, as if she knew something. See this scene. Gu Yin pretended to be sad and walked over. He sighed and said, Sister Yulan, listen to me. Shaolin. Before he finished speaking, Wang Yulan shook her head, her expression unchanged, but a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Yes, I know everything. The body of her mother Wang Lan was kept in the morgue. Due to the particularity of this case, all non-governmental organizations were asked to stop investigating further. She was also interviewed by a department called the Warrior Department. They wore a white uniform, and offer compensation. Due to Shaolin's special identity, this matter had to be put on hold. When Wang Yulan heard the news, she was completely devastated. She felt that revenge was hopeless, and she might as well commit suicide. But suddenly, she remembered something. That was what Tao Ying had always said to her. What warriors, what flower gods aura, what peach blossom meeting. Originally, she just treated it as a story, but now, after what happened to Shaolin, she sees it from another perspective. Apparently, such things really do exist in this world. So she took the initiative to contact Tao Ying and agreed to join her Peach Blossom Club. And the purpose is very simple, which is to kill Shaolin with his own hands after becoming stronger. In fact, she should have been discharged from the hospital immediately, but she knew that if she didn't get an accurate answer to one thing, she wouldn't be able to join the world of warriors with complete peace of mind. Seeing that Wang Yulan looked like she knew everything, Gu Yin obviously understood that she already knew and recognized that there were still warriors in this world. And, Master, Wang Yulan has agreed to join the Peach Blossom Society. Listening to the message from Tao Ying in his mind, Gu Yan's heart was about to burst with laughter. No. At least you have to wait until the people leave before you smile, right? On the surface, Gu Yin looked at Wang Yulan, hesitant to speak, his expression filled with unwillingness and sadness. I'm sorry, Sister Yulan. Since you know everything, I can't hide it from you. In fact, Shaolin's methods are extremely powerful and his identity is special. Even I can't do anything about it. Speaking of this, Gu Yin choked up at the right time. Wang Yulan looked at Gu Yin, and a trace of sadness welled up in her heart again. But she couldn't continue to be sad. Her purpose is very clear, which is to practice to become stronger and then take revenge on Shaolin. Therefore, in order to be able to feel at ease, he abandoned all factors and practiced seriously just for revenge. Wang Yulan felt that she needed to make peace with Gu Yin. Then, Gu Yin. Wang Yulan spoke softly, and Gu Yin looked up at her. Wang Yulan looked at Gu Yin seriously, her tone more resolute than ever before. I like you. Tao Ying frowned slightly when she heard this. How dare the cricket chess piece confess its love to its master? Haha, once you join the Peach Blossom Club, there will be a lot of suffering waiting for you. Gu Yin felt no emotion when he heard this. In fact, he had long noticed that Wang Yulan seemed to like him, but he asked himself. All he did was provide a little financial assistance when Wang Yulan needed help. Perhaps, for Wang Yulan, providing her with financial assistance at that stage was the easiest time to touch her heart. After all, her mother is her weak spot. Of course, all of this was a deliberate plan by Gu Yin. But this is not bad. Rejecting the other party at this moment allows her to better devote herself to her job as a tool. So, Gu Yin pretended to be shocked first, then closed his eyes and replied in a resolute voice. I'm sorry, you are a good person. I only see you as my sister. Wang Yulan already knew the answer, but inside I still have a feeling of worry and loss. She seemed to feel that she had finally gotten the answer, so a stone fell from her heart. A warm and relieved smile gradually appeared on Wang Yulan's face. Yeah. Soon, Gu Yin left. For a moment, Tao Ying and Wang Yulan were the only two people left in the ward. The room was quiet for a while. Wang Yulan spoke first and asked Tao Ying, "Let's go to the Peach Blossom Club you mentioned." The latter nodded, with an inexplicable smile on his face. "Yulan, you will know a whole new world. Once you get there, you can also obtain your own power and deal with Shaolin." Wang Yulan didn't say anything, but just clenched her fists tightly, with only hatred for Shaolin in her eyes. "Just wait, Shaolin, I will definitely kill you." Left the ward and returned to the car. Gu Yan's face became calm, and when he realized Wang Yulan's determination, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly. In the dim basement, the faint light shining on his face seemed to make his expression even colder and more indifferent. "Very good. This way Wang Yulan could devote herself to serving the night," he created. "As long as the leader of the Peach Blossom Society dies, Tao Ying will succeed the Peach Blossom Society. Then, the Peach Blossom Club would be in his pocket. In this way, the second force is get." Hee. Gu Yan couldn't help but cover his face and let out an evil laugh. Lao Gao in front frowned. Which personality is this, young master?" Gu Yanxiao had enough. He gently soothed the mood. "I started to organize the next plan in my mind. According to the plot development in the original novel, not long after Wang Yulan joined the Peach Blossom Society. That will trigger the plot. That is, night raid event. This means that Lung Qingxiu issued an order ordering 4 members of the organization to wipe out the Peach Blossom Society and the Xuanwu sect respectively. It was also this plot that led to the deaths of the old leader of the Taohua Society and Tao Ying's brother, as well as the deaths of all the sect's already few members. Only Tao Ying and Wang Yulan are left. Why are these two left? Because these two beautiful girls were rescued by the male protagonist Shaolin, who came rushing over. However, Shaolin obviously does not have the energy to save these two people now. After all, TSK. Now that he had sorted out his thoughts, he was not in a hurry. Because according to the plot development, it will take some time for the members of the Night Organization to find the Peach Blossom Society's base. During this period, he can make some other arrangements. And at this time, buzz. Suddenly, there was a beep from the phone. He picked it up and took a look. "I saw it was sent by Lung Ling. Brother-in-law will pick me up tomorrow. I want to go to Qionglan's house." "Qionglan? By Qionglan?" Gu Yan thought about it carefully, and it seemed that, well, the other half of the Dragon King Jade is on by Qionglan's body, right? But Gu Yan's eyes flickered. He still has many plans to complete, and he is worried that something unexpected might happen if he rashly synthesizes the complete Dragon King Jade. For example, the group of old Dragon Kings hiding in Longwang Mountain. I wonder if I can sense the complete Dragon King Jade pendant. But it doesn't mean that we can't keep up with the progress. I recalled in my mind how Qionglan and Lung Linger got along. His expression was slightly odd. "Just try it, and you'll know if it's what he thinks." After thinking it over, Gu Yan said, "Lao Gao, let's go to the vegetable market." "Okay, young master. So why don't you let your men buy it and send it to the Lung family?" "You don't understand, Lao Gao. Buying groceries in person represents my love for Qingxiu." "Okay, master." Lao Gao, who was driving, breathed a sigh of relief, and the young master's personality was restored. Chapter 152. Xiao Lin and Shen Waner, who have been under surveillance. Lung family. Lung Linger lay on the sofa with a lazy look on her face, occasionally making strange gibberish noises while watching the funny scenes on TV. Because of the close relationship between the two sisters, Lung Linger's behavior seemed to become even more rampant. Lung Qingxiu sat on the sofa, looking unhappy. Why? That's because Gu Yan didn't even prepare dessert for her. "Sorry, Qingxiu. Eating dessert at night is such a disaster. You don't want to get fat, do you?" Gu Yan squatted beside Lung Qingxiu's legs with a basin of hot water placed in front of him. The former reached out and touched the other's calf, massaging it while speaking earnestly. As the Night King, he has the ability to perfectly absorb all energy. The calories in crickets are just SOSO. Of course, such words cannot be said. So Lung Qingxiu raised his chin proudly and refused to speak. Only, as Gu Yan's technique of massaging her calves became more and more comfortable, her expression gradually became more and more tense. Just as she bit her lip lightly, Gu Yan said, "Okay, Qingxiu, today's massage will be a little shorter because I have something else to do later. Come, soak your feet in the water." Looking at the jade-like feet in front of him, although Gu Yan was very moved, he also knew the price of following his heart. So he behaved very well and didn't have any other thoughts. On Lung Qingqiu's side, Guyan's big hand groping caused ripples in her heart. But this feeling soon ended because this time, Guyan was surprisingly restrained and did not touch or do anything strange. I don't know why, but Lung Qingqiu felt a little disappointed. Just thinking of this, Lung Qingqiu quickly shook his head. No, 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 if I think that way, wouldn't I be a pervert too? This is all because of Guyan, who always does strange things. It must be because of him that I have become so strange. So she suddenly became very angry and said to Guyan, "What are you going to do? What could happen to the eldest young master of the Gu family?" Well, in every sense. Guyan thought about what he was going to do later, so he coughed dryly and replied, "Huh, what's going on? Why do I feel like Lung Qingqiu is suddenly angry?" Snort. Busy. Who is busier than you? Lung Qingqiu's jade feet swayed gently in the basin water, and she didn't know why she had this feeling. Maybe, because I heard that Guyan was leaving, I was very upset and unhappy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Guyan understood as soon as he heard it. Oh, I understand. My wife doesn't want him to leave. But there was no other way. Besides doing the serious business of loving Qingqiu, he also had other little things to do. Then, Guyan's courage grew stronger and he attacked directly. Swoosh. Grabbed the white and tender feet in the water. Ah! Lung Qingqiu's sensitive spot was suddenly caught, and her pretense of being aloof was immediately ruined. Her whole body began to go limp, and a blush spread across her cheeks. She began to struggle to retract her legs, swearing through gritted teeth. Asshole! What are you doing? Guyan didn't care and started to act immediately. What are you doing? Qingqiu? How you talk to your husband? Huh? Ha ha ha! Ooh, no more. Due to the special technique, Lung Qingqiu laughed and cried at the same time. Guyan showed no mercy. Playing with the thing in his hand, he threatened, "Say sorry. Tell your husband that I was wrong." Cricket Guyan. Woo woo woo. Say sorry. Quick. Lung Qingqiu naturally didn't want to speak out loud about his pride, but she clutched the sofa cushions tightly. But why? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Lung Qingqiu spoke softly and weakly, collapsing on the sofa and breathing slightly. Looks confused. Guyan was stunned on the spot. Plop, plop. My heart beat faster and my heart began to pound. Such a clear autumn. In short, it is very cute. He looked at the jade feet and said subconsciously, "Qingqiu, can I?" Cannot. Lung Qingqiu was still immersed in the happiness just now, but was suddenly interrupted by Guyan. After getting along with Guyan, she knew what he was going to say even if he farted. This must be another outrageous statement. So I interrupted him immediately. Hearing this, Guyan cleaned up the mess with a look of disappointment and then was kicked out in disgrace. Lung Qingqiu sat on the sofa, feeling angry and embarrassed. I was recalling the scene just now in my mind. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Well, I don't know why I suddenly feel better. Lung Linger was stunned, watching from the side. No, sister. Why do you look so happy? She seemed to notice Lung Linger looking at her. So Lung Qingqiu looked over with a stern face and indifferently said, "Linger, it's time for you to go to bed." Yes. Lung Linger's instinct engraved in her body awakened again, and she immediately turned off the TV and stopped talking. I want to cry, but I have no tears. Brother-in-law, look at your wife. Only able to bully others at home. Chanshan Community 11 to 501. I've already told you I won't give you any more money. Shout Eon. Can you please stand up for yourself? Guyan? Don't mention him anymore. I can't possibly help you ask him for money. Shinwaner, who was tired after a day of work, hung up the phone angrily. Her eyes were filled with fatigue. Why are both of them like this? The lack of understanding from parents and the sarcasm from relatives. My younger brother is ignorant. Everyone blamed her for breaking up with Guyan. They understood nothing and knew nothing. What they were pursuing at the time was career, not love at all. And Guyan didn't show anything that attracted her. I have already done my best to be worthy of Guyan by not giving a clear refusal. But why has Guyan become so outstanding and so attractive now? Shinwaner thought of Guyan's figure at the banquet again. He also thought about how the other party had offended most of the important people in Jianghai in order to protect Lung Linger. Then I thought about how the other party would marry my former idol, Lung Qingqiu. All of this echoed in her mind, making her very regretful. But it's too late to regret. Since that day, I mustered up the courage to give the other person my first time. When the result was rejected, She then understood. Guyan really didn't love her anymore. Back to Chunshan community, this is the house she bought. The Shin family is obviously a family of neither big nor small, but the intrigue and scheming they engage in is no less than that of the big families. It's too tiring and too hard. Shun Wanner wants to be a strong woman, and it's right to let the Shun family go global. But her family's lack of understanding made her very upset. Mingming's company is now on the right track. With Shaolin's prescription, I believe her company will soon go global. Taking the elevator to 501, Shun Wanner pushed open the door. I found that the door was unlocked and the lights were on. She was stunned for a moment, then reacted. There was another person in this family, and that was Shaolin. So she took a deep breath. This was the first time she lived under the same roof with a man. Is this what is called cohabitation? However, Shaolin is just his bodyguard, and the gap between their identities is too big, so it is definitely not suitable. By the way, the other party seemed to have said that he was going to visit a patient. Did you finish reading it? You didn't come to work today and didn't ask for leave. I even gave him a formal written promotion to become my bodyguard. Following the light into the living room, Shun Wanner searched for Shaolin. Shaolin, Shaolin, are you there? Shao! The sound stopped abruptly. Just see. Shaolin curled up on the sofa in the living room, as if he had suffered a major blow. His face was pale, his pupils were terrified, and he kept muttering, "It's not me. It's not me. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't kill anyone." Shun Wanner was stunned for a moment, then rushed over. Shaolin? Shaolin, what's wrong with you? When Shaolin heard Shun Wanner's voice, he finally reacted and looked up at Shun Wanner, who was running towards him. He cried, "Wanner, Vanea." Shun Wanner looked at the crying Shaolin, and her heart trembled suddenly. Why? Why did he feel so sorry for Shaolin at this moment? Because the other party had always appeared to be very strong. So, seeing Shaolin like this made her feel very sorry. She couldn't help but step forward and gently hug Shaolin, letting his head rest on her chest. Then she patted him gently. It's okay, it's okay. What's wrong with you? What happened?" Shaolin felt the warmth, and his emotions gradually calmed down. Wanner. Only. What the two didn't know was, at this moment, the image of the two people appeared on another hidden surveillance screen. The image content looks like it was zoomed in and photographed from a far distance. Somewhere in a residential building that has been converted into a monitoring room. Guyan sat in front of a huge screen. The screen was playing a heartwarming scene between Shaolin and Shun Wanner. He nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The relationship between this couple is gradually heating up, and everything is going according to plan. His men also disguised themselves and sneaked into the community, keeping a close eye on Shaolin and Shun Wanner's every move. Next, just wait for the plot to develop. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Going to the Bai family. Warrior selection. Early the next morning. Lung family. At the entrance. "Good morning, brother-in-law. You didn't stand me up today. It's commendable." Lung Linger was ready, took her game console, and greeted Guyan happily. Guyan looked speechlessly at Lung Linger, who brought a bag of snacks and a game console. "This, you little brat, do you think we're going on a spring outing?" At this time, Lung Qingxiu also came down from upstairs holding the handrail. As soon as Guyan saw his wife, his good mood returned to normal. "Good morning, Qingxiu. You are still as beautiful as ever today. Even though I can't see, I walk as if I can see." What kind of nonsense literature is this? Lung Qingxiu walked over here, feeling very pleased in his heart, but on the surface he still snorted coldly. "Do you want to say more?" Then, she said to Lung Linga, "Be a good boy when you go to your friend's house. Don't appear to be uneducated. Did you bring any gifts?" Lung Linger said that she was still very afraid of her elder sister, even though she had a big fight with her sister yesterday. But now he was still worried that his stingy sister would take revenge on him later. So his voice couldn't be strong. He picked up the snacks in his hand and said, "I brought it. Qionglan loves to drink want milk the most." "Well, that's fine." Lung Qingxiu nodded slightly, although Linger was a bit naughty on weekdays. "But I still know this rule. Although it's a bit strange to bring milk, snacks, and a game console to someone else's house. But it's rare for Linger to go to her friend's house, so I must support her, not to mention it's a girl's house. That would make her feel more at ease." So she looked at Guyan again and reminded him, "Don't forget to pick up Linger when you go to pick her up this afternoon." Guyan was unhappy when he heard this. It seemed as if he would always stand Lung Linger up. So he patted his chest and promised, "I will definitely not forget it." Lung Linger curled her lips and muttered, "You'd better be." "Did you say anything just now?" Guyan looked over kindly. "Ah, no. My brother-in-law is the best. Of course he won't forget me. Lung Linger smiled awkwardly, thinking that the jerku was really stingy. It was true that a man is like his wife. My whole family bullies me. How abominable. Lao Gao put Lung Linger's bunch of snacks in the trunk, then get back in the car and started. Lung Linger was swinging her legs in the car and humming an unknown song. Guyen felt strange. Why was the other party so happy today? So he asked, "Why are you so happy? Aren't you going to see Bai Qionglan? Don't you two see each other all the time?" Hearing this, Lung Ling subconsciously wanted to say that she went to ask what it feels like to kiss. But she soon realized that if she said that, Guyen might go to the emperor to file a complaint. So he closed his mouth and snorted softly. "Gu, you are old and don't understand the thoughts of young people at all." Guyen's mouth twitched. Am I considered old when I'm in my 20s? Forget it. I'd better not say anything more to this damn brat. Otherwise, I will be unable to resist punching her twice. Thinking of this, he leaned against the car window and closed his eyes. Over time, Lung Linger also felt a little bored, so she looked at Guyen beside her. I saw that the other person had his eyes closed and his breathing was steady, as if he was sleeping. So he reached out his hand to tease Guyen, but she seemed to have seen something. So she reached out and curiously took the thing out of Guyen's pocket. She took it out and saw that it was only half a dragon-shaped jade pendant. Jade pendant? Lung Linger was a little confused. Why was it only half a piece? And why did it look so strange? Something's wrong? This jade pendant. Why does it look familiar? I seem to have seen this color somewhere. Lung Linger couldn't remember it no matter how hard she tried. What are you doing with my things, little brat? Guyen suddenly woke up at this time. He took the Dragon King jade from Lung Linger and put it back into his pocket. Lung Linger, who was caught, smiled awkwardly. No, I just thought this thing looked familiar, so I took it out to take a look. Hearing this, Guyen's eyes revealed a hint of inexplicable meaning, and he deliberately asked back, "Oh, this thing is so rare, you can still find a second piece." Seeing that Guyen didn't believe it, Lung Linger became anxious. "You? Don't disbelieve me. When I remember it, I will definitely bring it to you to show it." Okay, I believe you, so please don't disturb my sleep." Guyen waved his hand and closed his eyes again. This attitude made Lung Linger very unhappy. She felt that her dignity was being trampled upon. "So, you stinky bastard Gu, just wait. I'm definitely going to bring a jade pendant that looks just like this one and throw in your face. Then you'll know if I'm lying to you or not." Bai family. Because of the Bai army, and because of the unspeakable relationship between the Bai family and the Dragon King Palace, all those who knew the inside story poured countless resources into the other party, making it a first-class family in Jianghai. It is an existence that all the big and small families in Jianghai want to make friends with, not to make enemies with. At the front door, Bai Qionglan and Bai Jun had been waiting here for a long time. As the luxury car slowly stopped, Lung Linger jumped out of the car. "Good morning, Qionglan. I'm here to play with you." She greeted Bai Qionglan. The latter also rushed over happily and hugged Lung Linger's arm. Sister Ling, I have been waiting for you so hard." There was nothing she could do. It was a bit time-consuming to organize the snacks, but it was no big deal. After that, I discussed with Bai Qionglan what it feels like to kiss. That's not right. I didn't finish the game when I came here before. Let's play the game first, and then talk about kissing. And there's so many snacks. I want to eat them too. But I can't overeat at home because my sister is watching me. But it's no problem at Xionglan's house. After all, my elder sister is not here. Guyen Kritsipiyun Loe. Then he looked at Lung Linger, who had been pulled into the house by Bai Qionglan, and said, "This little brat insisted on coming over to play. It's just right. I also want to spend some time alone with Qingxiu, so I send him over to you." Bai Jun smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. So he coughed dryly and changed the subject. "Guyen, you are still as unique as ever. I don't have anything to say, and I also want to tell you something." Guyen became interested after hearing this and asked, "What's the matter?" Bai Jun continued, "Chuningyin has resigned. I plan to arrange for her to attend the warrior selection meeting in January next year. Of course, she has been specially recommended by me, so she will have a green light all the way to the final talent test." When Guyen heard this, he smiled in his heart. I didn't expect Chuningyin to be so decisive, but this is also good. He looked at Bai Jun and said with a smile, "Warrior selection meeting? That's a pretty modern name." The latter nodded. "It's not like before. Now we live in a society ruled by law. Warriors must undergo special management. Every warrior has a special ID. We are keeping up with the times, so we must be more formal. Gu Yin nodded, showing his understanding. So the reason you told me this is... Seeing that Gu Yin understood what he meant, Bai Jun said, First of all, I think it's you who introduced Chen Yin, so I need to let you know about this. The second thing is... He glanced at Lao Gao, who was standing behind Gu Yin, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Every year during the warrior selection meeting, each warrior family will send a warrior to participate as an examiner. I will be responsible for selecting Jianghai's warriors. Chen Yin will also be in Jianghai to test his talent, and your Gu family will also need to send a warrior over. Speaking of this, I actually want to ask, are you interested in serving as an examiner? As an innate warrior, you are absolutely qualified for this position. Gu Yin thought about it and didn't answer. He looked at Lao Gao and asked, Who did our Gu family send in previous years? Because in the original novel, in order to protect the eldest son of the Gu family, who was a loser in cultivation, he never revealed anything about the warrior to the other party. Lao Gao smiled slightly and said, They all sent me. Wow, they directly sent the master to be the examiner, worthy of the Gu family. No, it should be said that Lao Gao really does everything. He is a housekeeper, an examiner, and a bodyguard. It's worthy of you, Lao Gao. Gu Yin praised it in his heart, and the plot of the warrior selection meeting popped up in his mind. The warrior selection meeting was full of talented people, and Shaolin would have participated because the original book said that Shaolin was directly allowed to join the warrior department, which made everyone else very dissatisfied. So Shaolin took the initiative to say that he wanted to enter through the selection. In the end, he had to pretend to be cool and slap Long Outyin in the face. By the way, he entered the warrior department with a first place. In the plot, he also had an unclear relationship with a beautiful examiner. I just don't know if the other party will still participate now. And the warrior selection will be held in January every year. It was just in time for him to wrap up the drama of the Gu family annual party. The time in between is enough for him to do many things. When the warrior selection comes, Gu Yin seemed to have thought of something and laughed in his heart. He nodded. I agree. Bai Jun smiled. Okay, thank you. In fact, he was also under pressure from his superiors, who said that the masters of the martial arts department all had strange personalities and were unwilling to serve as examiners for the martial arts selection meeting. However, every year the Gu family sends out master warriors to demonstrate their strength, which is a very bad influence. Therefore, he was asked to make sure that in next year's martial arts selection, except for him, the chief examiner who is a grandmaster, all the examiners sent by other large families must be below the grandmaster level. Alas, the personalities of the various leaders in the warrior department are all very strange. Bai Jun said he was very tired. Chapter 154 Chapter 154 Yu Xing Xue is found. Bai Qionglan is ready to take action. Left the Bai family. Gu Yin sat in the car and began to think about his follow-up plans. The warrior selection will be a relatively important plot that cannot be missed. This is directly related to the direction of his main plan. That is to say, replace Night. Gu Yin thought for a long time before finalizing this plan, when he discovered that his pure love value could be used in various ways. He had already thought of the follow-up ideas. Since I don't want Lung Qingxiu to suffer the pain in the original novel again, then he created a knight for himself and became the Night King. Becoming the Night King does not mean that he will really become the Night King in the original book. Instead, he just needs to make the public believe that he is the real Night King. As long as everyone believes that he is the leader of the Knight organization, he will be able to directly replace Lung Qingxiu's Knight. And what Gu Yin has to do after becoming the Night King is also very simple. That is, to wipe out all of Lung Qingxiu's enemies in the original novel. When Lung Qingxiu discovered that her enemies were decreasing one by one, she might stop thinking about revenge. He knew all the plots in the original novel, so he just needed to proceed step by step and swallow up and integrate all the forces belonging to Lung Qingxiu in the original novel. Use their powers to take on stronger enemies. Then, he must be able to let Lung Qingxiu circumvent the original plot so that the two of them can survive. Finally create a he ending. Oh, what will I do with Qingxiu after we get married? Gu Yin has already thought about his subsequent development after success. He will definitely buy a bigger house by then. Then live a happy and loving life with Qingxiu for the rest of your life. As for failure, or was there something unexpected that caused things not to go according to the plan? Then, Gu Yin was silent. Let's talk about it when the time comes. There's no way, no one can guarantee what will happen in the future, right? Especially He recalled Lung Qingqiu's crying and seductive look in his mind. Cough. He coughed lightly, his face looking a little unnatural. Especially since the final villain has become like this. What else is impossible? And just at this moment, a voice came into Gu Yan's mind. It was the voice of Long Zai-Tian, the current lord of Yama Palace. Master, Yu Xingxue has been found. Those who have forgotten can read chapter 122. When Gu Yan heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Not bad, very good. Yu Xingxue was the cultivation genius that Gu Yan had asked the controlled Long Zai-Tian to find. The other party is also one of the later villains in the original novel who was recruited by Lung Qingxiu. But now she is still an ordinary, socially anxious female college student who wants to make many friends. As for how he turns evil, according to the plot, it's about to begin. Thinking of this, Gu Yan said, Lao Gao, go to Rose Love. At the same time, he also made another call. Okay, master. The other side. By family. In Bai Qionglan's bedroom. Click. The moment she entered, Bai Qionglan locked the door. Lung Linger was stunned. Qionglan, why did you lock the door? As nervous as if she had done something bad and was caught, Bai Qionglan shifted her gaze away from Lung Linger unnaturally. Because I'm afraid of being disturbed. Sister Linger, you don't want someone to break in while we're playing, do you? Lung Linger seemed to be thinking of the scene where she hid her cell phone and Gu Yin suddenly broke in. So he nodded repeatedly. Yeah, you are right. After saying that, Lung Linger naturally lay down on Bai Qionglan's bed. Yeah, it's been a long time since I came to your house to play. This bed is really comfortable. That's right, this is not the first time Lung Linger has come to Bai Qionglan's house. I'm already familiar with it. After she finished speaking, she chuckled and said, Qionglan, come quickly. I brought a lot of snacks. We can play all day today. Today, Lung Linger is wearing a cute JK uniform, black stockings on her legs, and a pair of round-toed leather shoes. At this time, the leather shoes were thrown casually on the ground, revealing Lung Linger's feet, which became extremely seductive because of the stockings wrapped around them. Seeing this, Bai Qionglan swallowed unnaturally. Sister Linger, have you forgotten something? She asked as she walked forward, pretending to be nonchalant. Lung Linger thought about it. Then she sat up and looked at Bai Qionglan with a chuckle. You're right, I forgot to tell you. Bai Qionglan was already sitting beside the bed. Lung Linger's unique scent began to enter my nose. She felt extremely excited inside. The smell of Sister Ling, this is the smell of Sister Ling. That's awesome. Now it's time to get down to business. As long as Sister Linger brings up that topic, I will take action. Come on, speak up, Sister Ling. Come on. Bai Qionglan appeared extremely calm on the surface, but she was actually starting to get excited inside. Finally, Sister Linger came to her house to play again. This time, no matter what, we have to do what we should have done a long time ago. Only, Lung Linger picked up a controller and handed it to Bai Qionglan, then said apologetically, Qionglan, look at my memory. I haven't even finished the game we played last time. Come on, this time we got a new model. It must feel great. Bai Qionglan's mouth twitched as she looked at Lung Linger who was waiting in front of her. For a moment, I couldn't help but sigh. Okay, Sister Ling, but it doesn't matter, as long as you pass the level. It's time to get down to business. Bai Qionglan has already made up her mind. No matter what happens today, nothing can stop her from doing what she is going to do. Chapter 155 Chapter 155 Yu Xingxue. I just want to make friends. My name is Yu Xingxue. Because I was a bit socially anxious and introverted, I didn't make any friends in the entire 12 years from elementary school to high school. At first, some girls in my class also asked me to go out with them, but because I was suffering from social anxiety and tension at that time, I rejected them all. I don't know when it started, but I don't have any friends around me, and I have gradually gotten used to being alone. My mother works as a clerk in a medium-sized company. My father used to work on the construction site of Yinxin Group, but due to a construction accident, his lower body became paralyzed. The entire burden of the family fell on the mother alone. If you continue to be socially anxious and introverted, you may not even have the courage to find a job after graduation. With this idea in mind, I want to change myself. So I asked my mom to take me to the beauty salon I always go to, and I changed my ugly black frame glasses and changed my pigtails. Changed into a set of clean and beautiful clothes. Maybe it's because I have a good foundation, so I look very beautiful when I dress up. At least, I made friends because of this. Rose Love. In a noisy private room, the table was filled with countless alcoholic drinks. 3 men and 2 women were trying to persuade a woman who was sitting alone on a sofa at the side. The woman had long black hair that fell gently on her shoulders. She had discarded her original black-framed glasses, revealing Yu Xingshue's clear eyes. These eyes are deep and bright like clear lake water, intoxicating, and there is star-like light twinkling in the eyes. Her facial features are well-defined, and her fair skin has a faint glow. Her clothing style is simple yet sophisticated, exuding a youthful vibe. At this moment, she was holding a glass of drink in both hands. She looked at the drink hesitantly, then looked at her good friend who was sitting on the sofa hugging her and bringing her out to play. Xiaomin, do you really want a drink? I've never drunk alcohol, will I? The woman called Xiaomin was wearing a mini skirt and heavy makeup. She was sitting in a man's arms and heard Yu Xingshue's words. He waved his hand and urged, Xiaoxue, what are you talking about? We are all adults. What's wrong with adults drinking a little? Come on, Xiaoxue, why don't you try it too? Besides, Xiaomin pretended to be angry and said, I brought you out to play and introduced you to so many friends, and you still don't give me face? As soon as these words were spoken, the rest of the people in the box also started to jeer. Yes, Yu Xingxue, since you are Xiaomin's friend, you are our friend. If you don't drink this glass of wine, does that mean you don't want to be friends with us? When Yu Xingxue heard this, she looked a little flustered and shook her head repeatedly. No, that's not what I meant. After she finished speaking, she looked at the full glass of wine in her hand with struggle. Xiaomin is her good friend. She won't harm her. Even if I was drunk, I believed she would take me home. Yes, that's right. Amid the crowd's cheers, Yu Xingxue slowly raised the wine glass to her lips. After drinking this glass of wine, she closed her eyes, held her breath, and drank it. I can make for more friends. The spicy liquid flowed down her throat. Yu Xingxue felt her stomach burning, and her face gradually turned red. Drinking didn't seem as difficult as Yu Xingxue had imagined. In less than a moment, she drank the entire glass of wine. She put down her wine glass, her eyes a little blurry. My body feels warm and comfortable. Yu Xingxue rubbed her face and subconsciously looked toward Xiaomin. Xiaomin, I'm done drinking. Before she finished speaking, her eyes widened. I saw my good friend Xiaomin, who had brought me out to play, was actually lying on the sofa with a man holding her. Not only her, another friend of Xiaomin also started doing things with the female companion she brought with her that can only be seen in the video. You guys, what are you doing? Yu Xingxue felt something was wrong. She was about to stand up, but found that she was feeling weak all over. Even his mind was a little confused, and he seemed to be about to fall asleep. Only now did Yu Xingxue realize that there was something wrong with the wine. Why? Why would Xiaomin hurt herself? Yu Xingxue looked at Xiaomin in disbelief, her heart filled with panic. She recalled the previous scene, where Xiaomin enthusiastically invited her to come out and play, and said that she had many friends to introduce to her. At that time, she didn't suspect anything, but just felt that this place called Rose Love was a little strange, but she still followed Xiaomin in. But why? At this time, the third man who had been silent stood up. He has been fiddling with something like a syringe on the table since a while ago. It was only now that he came over with a syringe. He looked at Yu Xingxue with a wicked smile, and when he saw her alluring face, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Hee. Xiaomin, the quality of what you brought this time is really good. Yeah, that's for sure. Give me more of that after this. Hey, I understand. The third man walked up to Yu Xingxue and grabbed her arm. Don't worry, you'll feel happy soon. Yu Xingxue vaguely sensed what that thing was, and waves of fear surged in her heart. She struggled desperately. No, why are you doing this? She tried her best to look at her good friend Xiaomin, who was standing beside her. Xiaomin, save me. Please make him stop. Please. She still held on to the last glimmer of hope in her heart, hoping that Xiaomin would still be the good friend she knew. However, Xiaomin placed a small pill on her tongue and looked at Yu Xingxue with disgust. Huh? You're so annoying. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Xingxue's face turned pale, and her heart felt as if it had sunk into an ice cellar. She couldn't believe her ears. They used to be such good friends and spent many wonderful times together. They confided in each other and shared happiness. She didn't know why Xiaomin became like this. Xiaomin looked at Yu Xingxue, a hint of sarcasm flashing in her eyes. As a country boy, you should have the consciousness of a country boy. Her tone was filled with disdain and disgust. Do you know what I hate most is your innocent look of pretending to know nothing? Xiaomin's words stung Yu Xingxue's heart like a needle. She didn't know what she had done wrong, why Xiaomin hated her so much. Her tears could not stop flowing down, and she begged, Xiaomin, I don't know what I did wrong. Why did you treat me like this? Aren't we good friends? Xiaomin's expression became even uglier, and her tone was filled with anger. It's good that we're friends. Don't worry, there will be many friends who will communicate with you in the future. After saying that, Xiaomin turned around and no longer looked at Yu Xingxue. See this scene. Yu Xingxue felt her heart broken into countless pieces. She didn't know what to do and could only let the tears blur her vision. Her heart was filled with pain and despair. Why? Why is this happening? Then, the third man reached out and grabbed Yu Xingxue's hair, pulling her head up. He then pointed the syringe at her neck and said, "Don't move. You won't be able to resist soon." As she watched the syringe getting closer and closer, the light in Yu Xingxue's eyes became less and less. "Hey, big bro, you're finally starting. Come on, I'm ready." Another man raised his phone and pointed it at Yu Xingxue and the third man. Seeing this scene, Yu Xingxue felt even more desperate. Why is this happening? Why did this happen to me? The medicinal ingredients in the wine made Yu Xingxue's body gradually hot, and her body gradually became limp and weak. It's over. It's all over. At this moment, Yu Xingxue already knew the cruel fate that was about to happen to her. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Her heart was filled with endless fear and despair, and tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at her good friend, Xiaomin, who was having fun over there, and recalled in her mind how the other party approached her and said that he wanted to be her friend. Now its true face is revealed, so ugly, so uglier. I don't know why. At this moment, the weak girl seemed to have regained her strength, and surging resentment filled Yu Xingxue's heart. She screamed in her heart, "Why? Why you treat me like this? I hate it. I hate it so much." She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, as if only this could slightly relieve the pain in her heart. However, her body involuntarily went limp and her fists gradually loosened. She felt so powerless and helpless that she could only let fate take its course. Yu Xingxue closed her eyes silently, waiting for the atrocities she was about to suffer. I am too weak. I don't even have the strength to push away the person in front of me. Who will come to save me? No one. No one will know what is happening here. And just at this moment, a low yet seductive voice entered Yu Xingxue's mind. Do you want to gain power? The sudden voice startled Yu Xingxue. Do you want to kill these filthy people? The voice asked again. Yu Xingxue confirmed that she was not hallucinating. Gurgle. No one noticed that a black sticky liquid began to seep out of the entire private room. Every corner was covered with black sticky liquid. Do you want to change yourself? When the sound appeared for the third time, Yu Xingxue didn't hesitate at all, choking and shouting, "I want to. Please help me. Satisfy you." The next second, under Yu Xingxue's shocked gaze. Puff, 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 puff. Snap. Crash. It was as if the world had frozen in time, and no one was present except Yu Xingxue. Everyone's heads suddenly exploded, scattering into countless pieces of flesh and blood that splattered all over the room. Blood rain gushed out, and this horrifying scene instantly appeared in front of Yu Xingxue. Half of the man who was holding Yu Xingxue's hair slowly fell to the ground. Gurgle blood continued to flow out from the gap in the head. Yu Xingxue's pupils suddenly contracted, and she opened her hands and touched her face. Her entire body was covered in blood. She made a sound that was incomprehensible, very low, as if squeezed out from her throat, but the sound was unusually clear in the silence. She stared at the corpses scattered on the ground with her eyes wide open, her body shaking uncontrollably. Her breathing became rapid, like a frightened bird. She covered her mouth tightly with her hands, trying not to scream. Her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to burst out of her chest. But I should be very scared, but why? At this moment, in this environment, she felt an inexplicable excitement. Even her cheeks gradually turned red and her body began to heat up. She was very sure that it was not because of the drugs. Yu Xingxue's eyes were fixed on the corpses in the room, as if she was admiring each piece of art. Don't want. She told herself in her heart not to look, not to think about it. But her body refused to obey her, and she couldn't take her eyes off the corpses. She felt her body becoming lighter and lighter, as if it was about to float up. Why? Why is this happening? A sick smile gradually appeared at the corner of Yu Xingxue's mouth. She covered her face with her hands, and her sick eyes revealed through her fingers. So happy, so excited. What exactly is this feeling? Chapter 156. Chapter 156. This is the fourth thing. Claw cells. Pa 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 pa. And at this time, as the applause sounded, a familiar voice appeared in the private room. Good performance. Hearing this voice, Yu Xingxue was startled, and she looked up at the source of the voice. At some point, a person dressed in pure black night clothes, emitting a creepy malicious aura, was standing in a private room and clapping. Who are you? That voice just now. You did all this? Yu Xingxue's tone was a little weak, and she asked hesitantly. She found that this abnormal phenomenon did not seem particularly difficult for her to accept. Guyan stopped clapping and slowly walked towards Yu Xingxue, not stopping until he reached her side. Guyan looked at the other person who was curled up on the sofa, seeking a sense of security. It was as if it wasn't her who had shown that sick smile just now. Guyan couldn't help but whispered. You can say yes, you can also say no. Yu Xingxue was a little confused. She couldn't see the face of the person in front of her clearly, as if it was covered by some mysterious power. He knew clearly that the person in front of him was very dangerous and was an evil person who had killed so many people. It is even possible that it is an evil creature similar to the one in the novel. You can tell from the black liquid wriggling all over the ground. What? Why? Plop, plop. Yu Xingxue covered her chest. Her heart was beating very fast. The person in front of her gave her a feeling she had never experienced before. The unknown, the power, and Yu Xingxue looked up at Guyan, although she couldn't see his face clearly. But, can I follow you? A sickly blush appeared on Yu Xingxue's cheeks, and when she looked at Guyan, she also showed a dazed expression. Hearing this, Guyan stretched out his hand, Gulialu, a sharp claw wrapped around his index finger, and then pressed it against Yu Xingxue's forehead. Accept this power, and a new world will open up for you. After hearing this, Yu Xingxue raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and her eyes looked extremely sick when she looked at Guyan. Half an hour later, countless police cars appeared and sealed off the Rose Love venue. Chen Guoping was extremely troubled by his daughter, Chen Ying's resignation. Suddenly, a reporting call came in. The whistleblower used AI to process his voice, and even the phone number he called was unavailable. The other party reported that Rose Love showed signs of gray industry activities. As long as you say the secret code, someone will be arranged to enter a special private room to provide gray services. Because this kind of thing is severely punished in Manhwa. So he took it very seriously and rushed here. Director Chun, there is indeed contraband trading and consumption. When we entered the room, they were dealing in contraband. There's also the concealed guns and so on. The owner of Rose Love has confessed everything. Listen to the reports from your subordinates. Chen Guoping's brows finally relaxed. Finally, there was good news. And at this time, oh no, Director Chun, come and take a look. A panicked voice sounded, causing everyone's expression to change. Chen Guoping led his men to rush over. But they saw a scene that they could never have imagined. Just see, in this private room in front of me, there were 5 headless bodies in total. They were all strung together and hung on the wall. Blood formed a sentence beneath them. Night will eventually destroy all evil. Director, what does this mean? Night will eventually destroy all evil. Chen Guoping's pupils shrank, and a creepy feeling spread throughout his body. Even my breathing became slightly heavier. Night. It's night. The night 5 years ago. It appears again. Even the words are the same as 5 years ago. In fact, ever since the death of the previous lord of Yama Palace, the leaders of the warrior department have been speculating whether he has returned. Was this something done by the Night organization? He originally still had a glimmer of hope. But now, this glimmer of hope was shattered. Night really came back. He clenched his fists and stared at the scene in front of him. No, this matter was no longer something they could interfere with. Night is really back. This matter must be handed over to the warrior department as soon as possible. A rooftop terrace on a high-rise building. Guyan stood at the edge of the rooftop. He looked into the distance and opened his palms, buzz. Chirp, chirp. The 3 lives demon claws slowly emerged from the palm of his hand and let out a cry of joy. If you observe carefully, you can notice that the opponent's dragon energy seems to be stronger. That's right. The 3 lives demon claws absorbed 3 dragon auras again. The dragon energy coming from you, Xingxue's eyes. This also makes the original power of the demon claw stronger, and it can even split its own cells to give others warrior abilities. This will achieve the artificial creation of natural warriors. I have to say that dragon energy is something that both the good and evil factions are pursuing in the original novel. The effect is indeed powerful. However, Yu Xingxue is a later villain in the original work after all, and his own luck index is not comparable to Long Zaition. Therefore, the amount of pure love value required to fully control is beyond Gu Yan's ability to afford. But he was not worried that Yu Xingxue would betray him. After all, in the original novel, she was very grateful and respectful to the Night King who recruited her. Of course, betrayal doesn't matter. He has made preparations. The Three Lives Demon Claws, or the cellular structure of the claws, have spread throughout Yu Xingxue's entire body. This is a double-edged sword. The advantage is that these cells with a faint dragon energy can help organisms continuously nourish their bodies. It can also allow an ordinary person to become a cultivation genius in one fell swoop. Even if you're injured, the cells in the claws will quickly repair your wounds. Broken arms or legs can be restored to their original state over time with the help of claws. But the disadvantage of this is that as long as Gu Yan wants, he can directly control the claw cells to destroy your entire body. It can be considered a means of controlling people, but it is not as complete as the control of pure love value. Thinking of this, Gu Yan glanced at Mei Shui, who was standing aside, and was called over to act as a tool. He said slowly, "The fourth thing I'm going to tell you is to take her with you to practice. If possible, let her observe your practice." Mei Shui heard this and looked at Yu Xingxue, who had fainted in her arms. She had many questions she wanted to ask Gu Yan, but he still nodded. "I know, but..." She looked at Gu Yan and said seriously, "Next time will be the fifth thing. After I finish it, you must tell me where my brother is." Gu Yan nodded. "Of course, I always keep my word." "That'll do." Mei Shui said no more and took Yu Xingxue into the shadows. All preparations are ready. Gu Yan was not worried that others would tell Lung Qingqiu about Yu Xingxue, because that was what he wanted to do. Although Lung Qingqiu in the original novel is cold and ruthless, he has the greatest expectations and tolerance for things. That is talent. Yu Xingxue was one of the people in the original novel who was recruited by her because of her talent. Its ability is extremely terrifying. After being nourished by the three dragon energies, Yu Xingxue has become a very terrifying villain in the original work. One of Gu Yan's goals was to help Yu Xingxue lay a solid foundation in the real Knight organization. The other is to let Lung Qingqiu know that there is another Knight in this world. Gu Yan retracted his claws and took a deep breath. Everything went well. Next, I just had to wait for the birth of my own organization. I had asked my father for a group of death warriors before, and he arranged for them to create an organization. It's about time. And at this time, after witnessing all of this from behind, Lao Gao couldn't help but say, "Young master, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell you." "Go ahead, Lao Gao." Gu Yan understood that Lao Gao had many questions to ask. The rooftop is very dangerous. Even a congenital warrior would be crippled if he fell down. "Gu Yan, enough. I really mean enough. Please don't interrupt my mood at this moment." Chapter 157. Chapter 157. Yi really shows up. The Lung family will be the first to be suspected. By family. Snap, snap, snap. The game is going on fiercely. Half an hour later, Bai Qionglan smiled on the surface. As long as she passed the level. An hour later. As long as you pass the level. 2 hours later. As long as you clear the level. 3 hours later. Dong dong. "Sister, come out to eat with your friends." The White Army shouted at the door. The light in Bai Qionglan's eyes disappeared. She looked at the time and then at the game on TV. Then he looked at Lung Linger, who was standing beside him with an excited look on her face. "Ah, so why did you spend the whole morning playing games?" Bai Qionglan wanted to cry, but had no tears. But it doesn't matter. She looked at the words clear on the TV screen. "Afternoon. Definitely, in the afternoon. Sister Linger, don't worry, my love for you will not be hindered by these little things." Lunch was cooked by the White Army, so I can't say it was delicious. All I can say is, it's a so-so. Not as delicious as my brother-in-law's. "Glasses guy, why don't you take my brother-in-law as your master?" Lung Linger wiped her mouth and giggled. This has always been her personality. She is not afraid of anyone except her sister. Bei Yunis Mel Twitit. After all, he was a master, and he was a few years older than Gu Yan. Asking him to worship Gu Yan as his master. Isn't this going against Tiangang? So he coughed lightly and said nothing. Why would he bother arguing with Gu Yan's sister-in-law? She didn't know that there were warriors in this world. Bai Qionglan, on the other hand, also agreed. "Yes, brother, just listen to Sister Lina." Rub. Bai Jun covered his chest with his hands, looking hurt, his expression becoming somewhat helpless. "Sister, it's a good thing Lung Linger is a girl, otherwise I would really think you like her. But as an adult, I am very magnanimous and I won't argue with you two little kids." he said with a bit of helplessness. Yes, yes. I will ask Yin to be my disciple and learn martial arts from me when I have the chance. Buzz. At this time, the warrior department's special cell phone vibrated. Bai Jun's expression remained unchanged. He picked up his phone and stood up. You guys eat first, I'll go answer a call. After the elders left, the atmosphere at the dinner table became more relaxed and comfortable. The two little ones started a fight. Xionglan, tell me the truth. Are you a brother Khan? Huh? Sister Linger is being wronged. Why would you say that to me? I've read a lot of comic books, and you're the type who likes your own brother. You? Sister Linger, please stop talking nonsense. I'm not a brother complex. I really am not. Bai Qionglan was almost crying in anxiety. The other side, Bai Jun answered the phone. A message came from the other end of the phone that made his expression change suddenly. He hung up the phone, clenched the phone, and his face looked extremely heavy. The Night Organization actually appeared in the world. The death of the Lord of Hades' palace was not an accident. It was really the Night King coming for revenge. In his mind, he recalled the forces that continued to pour into the rivers and seas because of the death of the Lord of Yama Palace. Bai Jun's expression became even more serious. But Jianhai is still under his jurisdiction. Now the problem is huge. He sighed, thinking that he was indeed qualified for an extraordinary position in an extraordinary era. The Lung family must be the first suspect. Guyan, can you withstand this storm? The Night King is so cruel and brutal, and he is an evil demon that endangers the world. If it was really done by the Lung family, Guyan, what will you do then? Lung family. Mei Shui knelt on one knee respectfully and reported the message in a heavy tone. The news of night was of great importance and quickly spread to the ears of everyone who knew the inside story. Mei Shui also learned about this matter through special channels. After settling Yu Xingxue, as Gu Yin had asked her to do, she immediately rushed to her master. What? You said night appeared again, and he killed 5 people and left behind that sentence. That night will eventually destroy all evil. Lung Qingxiu was stunned when he heard the news. No, I didn't ask my subordinates to do anything else, did I? Her Night King is still here. Where does the second night come from? So is it you who did it? How could she, the Night King, not know? So, that must not be night. Then, Lung Qingxiu sneered. Oh, a mere grain of sand dares to use the name of night. Since they want to be the host, then let them be. Lung Qingxiu thought that they were just a group of unknown people who wanted to use the name of Yi to harm the world. It's not worth her considering, let alone, this is actually better. Let that knight stand in the front while their real knight stays in the back. From then on, no matter what the real Yi did, it would be blamed on the fake Yi. It could just protect her from the firepower. Although she didn't know what the mentality of those imposters was when they pretended to be Yi, but this was exactly what she wanted. A large number of warrior forces poured into the rivers and seas. Once this incident came out, she could hide behind the scenes, and no one would be able to see through her true identity. It's absolutely perfect. Hee. Thinking of this, Lung Qingxiu said in a deep voice, Go down. I will make a decision on this matter. When Mei Shui heard this, she was even more impressed by her master's wisdom. In just a few minutes, he had figured out how to deal with the fake Night Organization. It's like a god. No, the master is God. Thinking of this, Mei Shui was about to leave. Wait a minute. Lung Qingxiu seemed to have thought of something, so he suddenly said, Recently, has there been any dangerous situation around Guyan? Not that I care, except that he's an integral part of the plan. So it can't get hurt. Lung Qingxiu already felt regretful the moment she asked Guyan, because she found that her tone was wrong again, and her image was about to collapse in front of her subordinates. The more you explain, the more distorted it becomes. Just shut up. After Mei Shui stopped, cold sweat broke out all over her body. Her expression was horrified, and her heart was beating wildly. Master, why would you ask this? Could it be that the master has already found out that I didn't protect Guyan? The transaction between him and Guyan was also discovered? Could it be that the master is testing her now? Testing her loyalty? Or something else? Mei Shui was in a very heavy mood at the moment. She was afraid that her master had known about this matter for a long time. Asking this now is also to test her loyalty. If I tell the truth now, there might be a glimmer of hope. But I no longer know the whereabouts of my brother. What should I do? What should I do? Lung Qingxiu was also very anxious. What happened? Why hasn't Mei Shui said anything yet? Could it be that something dangerous has really happened to Guyan recently? Finally, Mei Shui was ready to take a gamble. She lowered her head, her expression tense, and replied in a trembling voice, Master, Master. Guyan's most recent dangerous situation was when he was in the hospital with Shaolin, the young master of the Dragon King Palace. At this point, Mei Shui immediately raised her head and forced a smile, saying, But don't worry, Master. Guyan is protected by a master, and I secretly obstructed Shaolin, so Guyan was not harmed. I really wasn't hurt at all. Lung Qingxiu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Oh, Shaolin. Guyan told her about it after he came back that day. It's a good thing that Mei Shui and the other party's master are here. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. But I'm not really worried about Guyan. It's just because he is my nominal husband. And still, another me. Our furnace is here. It's my furnace. Lung Qingxiu emphasized in his heart, feeling a little dissatisfied. Really? Why does Shaolin only appear when Guyan comes over? This made her feel very uncomfortable. Do you think you are Guyan's sensor? You can actually sense Guyan's breath faster than me. Although Xiao Lung is my other personality, I just feel very unhappy. But before that, Lung Qingxiu also understood that Guyan must not know that Mei Shui was here. So, Lung Qingxiu nodded slightly and praised him. Well done, continue to protect Guyan in secret, and remember not to let him find out. Go down. Hearing this, Mei Shui felt as if she had been pardoned, and she was sweating profusely. She quickly excused herself. Thank you, Master. Chapter 158. Chapter 158. This doesn't mean I like doing this kind of thing. Snap. The door was pushed open. Xiao Qingqing, I'm here. Guyan strolled in with a smile on his face. How can I not be happy? The protagonist Xiao Lin breaks up with a second female, lead Wang Yulan, in the original novel. The Palace of Hell is in hand, and the Peach Blossom Club is also about to be in hand. Even the brutal villain Yu Xingxue in the later part of the original novel is in hand. Three Lives Demon Claws are in hand. He already had high-level combat personnel in his Knight organization. All he had to do now was wait for the Demon Claws to establish the basic territory outline of the organization before he could officially begin the operation. If you have forgotten who the Demon Claw and others are, you can read Chapter 109. Lung Qingxiu was flipping through the Braille book, and it was impossible to tell that he was discussing important organizational matters with Mei Shui. To be honest, she was a little excited when she heard that Guyan was coming. But no, why is the Night King crying, making a fuss and laughing in front of a man all the time? She naturally has her own reservations. Guyan's movements were a little bigger because he and Lung Qingxiu were talking to each other. He sat down on the chair next to Lung Qingxiu very naturally, then stretched out his evil hand and touched Lung Qingxiu's little hand. Asshole, he started to touch me right away. Lung Qingxiu deliberately frowned and resisted for a moment, but soon stopped. He turned his head to look at Guyan and asked calmly, Are you back? Why did it take so long to send Linger off? Calculating the time, it's already time for lunch. In fact, ever since she started practicing the evil scripture, she no longer needs to eat. You only need to absorb the true energy of heaven and earth to fill your stomach. However, in order to pretend to be a normal person, she would still eat 3 meals a day normally in front of Lung Linger. Especially when Guyan came to cook. Although I didn't have to eat it, I couldn't help but want to eat it because it was so delicious. Hearing this, Guyan wrapped Lung Qingxiu's small hand with both of his hands and gently kneaded it, then said, Qingxiu, the Bai family has a good background after all. The eldest son of the Bai family, Bai Jun, is the youngest grandmaster in the warrior department. Although grandmaster is not a rare thing for our Gu family, I'm the eldest son of the Gu family and the future head of the Gu family. Then I must communicate with the other party. So, well, you know, Lung Qingxiu snorted softly when he heard this. You have so many excuses. Speaking of this, Lung Qingxiu felt a little hesitant again. There is something I don't know whether I should ask Guyan, because she knew that the Gu family had a set of institutional guidelines for selecting heirs. Although voting for the successor seems a bit ridiculous. But for a large family like the Gu family, this voting system is more like a way to screen loyal objects. Although, Guyan seems to have been rejected twice. This year should be his last chance. If the other party is unable to inherit the Gu family and his status in the Gu family plummets, then it is not a big deal. At worst, she could just support Guyan. She could still afford to support just one Guyan. Furthermore, if Guyan really wants to become the heir of the Gu family, it's not like she can't help. So he asked again, Guyan, do you really want to inherit the Gu family? If you really want to, will the Gu family really let you be one? As long as Guyan wants it, Lung Qingxiu said he will definitely help him sit on it, even if he has to use some shameful means. However, Gu Yan started to make moves without any concern. While playing with Lung Qingxiu's little hand, he began to squeeze closer to Lung Qingxiu. Actually, I don't care. After all, the current head of the family is my father. With his ability, there's no need to worry about my status in the Gu family changing. Secondly, Qingxiu, you know about the Yinxing group banquet before. There's something I haven't told you. Because of some things at the banquet, I offended quite a few people in Jianghai City. My reputation has become even worse now, especially someone who's quite important and can vote. Well, I think her name is Xia or something, a daughter of the Xie family. I beat her and put her in the hospital. Then, on the night he was hospitalized, he was suddenly strangled to death by his own bodyguard. After the bodyguard was caught murdering someone, he cried and said it was because the daughter of the Xie family was arrogant and domineering and bullied him and insulted his personality. So he couldn't help but kill her. Now, the Xie family is in chaos, and they will definitely not support me then. When he said this, Gu Yan had already put his face close to Lung Qingxiu's shoulder, absorbing the Qingxiu energy from him with an infatuated expression. Hiss, the smell of Qingxiu is so sweet. It's like sweet juice. I can't help but want to inhale it whole and violently. Lung Qingxiu was still thinking about Gu Yan's words. She could tell that Gu Yan actually didn't care whether he was the controller of the Gu family or not. As for the Xie family's daughter, Lung Qingxiu naturally knew. Xie Zhilan was the idiot who insulted her own sister at the banquet. That night, she ordered her subordinates to kill him by controlling the bodyguards around him. In general, the revenge for insulting my sister has been resolved. Of course, Lung Qingxiu has never forgotten one thing. That is the eldest daughter of the Shun family, Shun Wanner's younger brother Shen Tian. That idiot had attacked her sister in KTV before, which really made her want to skin and pull out the tendons of that beast named Shen Tian with her own hands. But considering that the other party was the younger brother of the woman Gu Yan had pursued before, she did not act rashly. But if she doesn't get rid of Shen Tian, her murderous intent will never subside. I don't know if Gu Yan cares whether Shen Tian is dead or alive. Lung Qingxiu frowned because she felt like a hissing hot air was gushing out from her neck. Qingxiu, my Qingxiu, you smell so good, you smell so good. I love you so much, I slurp. Lung Qingxiu came back to his senses and immediately pushed Gu Yan away in anger. You pervert. Stop going crazy here. Damn it, I'm overthinking it all. But this guy is still so obsessed with that kind of thing. Gu Yan, who was pushed away, looked very aggrieved. He wiped the corner of his mouth and said innocently, Qingxiu, there are only two of us in this house now. It's rare that Linger is not here. Shouldn't we have some time to be intimate? Lung Qingxiu listened to this twisted logic and clenched her fists in shame and anger. Who wants to be intimate with you? It's because you've always wanted to do this kind of thing with me. That's why I haven't been able to do anything serious. That's right. The culprit who delayed the organization's progress has been found. And it's Gu Yan. Gu Yan waved his hands and argued. Qingxiu, the occasional hormonal clash, can actually improve work efficiency. Lung Qingxiu curled his lips and sneered. Ha, I don't believe it. Gu Yan was furious when he heard this. He stood up suddenly and said, Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, why don't we try bite him? Lung Qingxiu slowly put a question mark and rubbed his eyebrows speechlessly. Gu Yan, I know that what I said in front of Linger before may have caused you some misunderstandings. But, she said stubbornly, that doesn't mean I like doing this kind of thing. Another me for the development of our night, and to deal with the forces pouring into the river and sea. I think we need to seize the time to improve our strength. Lung Qingxiu. 3 minutes later, with Gu Yan's half-hearted consent and Xiao Lung's assistance, there were ambiguous sounds coming from the study. Lung Qingxiu hooked Gu Yan's neck with an embarrassed look on his face. This was just to improve his strength. It's all about the development of the organization. After all, I am the Night King. Only when your own strength is improved can the strength of your subordinates be improved as well. That's right, I do this all for night. Chapter 159. Chapter 159. Another me you will regret. Lung Qingxiu restrained herself this time, so she didn't make Gu Yan faint. She gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. After becoming proficient, she was able to grasp the right measure. No. It can't be said to be proficiency. It can only be said to be a habit. That's not right either. Lung Qingxiu's mind became confused again as he thought about it. It was so hateful. It was all Gu Yan's fault. Cricket wants this and that for a furnace. Just make requests that are so perverted that they can't be more perverted. After finishing, Gu Yin, who was sitting aside and recalling what it felt like to kiss his beloved wife, suddenly shuddered all over. He felt as if someone was emitting a wave of malice towards him. Gu Yin turned his head to look at Lung Qingxiu, but the other party was reading a book seriously. Oh, it's an illusion. Gu Yin shook his head, although he really wanted to unlock the various XP systems in his mind with his good wife. But unfortunately, as soon as he blurted out the words, he was interrupted by a punch from the furious Lung Qingxiu. Let me ask myself, are my demands too abnormal? For example, one of the requirements. Because I've been doing time-consuming, labor-intensive, and brain-consuming work recently. The pressure is increasing. So I just want some XXXX or something like that Lung Qingxiu took off. When you feel tired, take it out and look at it or smell it, and you will feel energetic all day long. It was just a normal request. Why did Lung Qingxiu call him a pervert and disgusting? Gu Yin didn't understand and felt very wronged. Lung Qingxiu's response to this was, "Are you still feeling wronged? But it doesn't matter. There's still a long way to go." Gu Yin believes that as long as he continues to improve his favorability, Qingxiu will definitely agree to his ordinary request. Well, until then, Gu Yin looked at Lung Qingxiu, who was sitting next to him reading a book, with a blush still on her cheeks from just now. He coughed lightly. "Qingxiu, don't you feel bored reading all the time?" Whenever Gu Yin asked this kind of question, it meant that the other party wanted to do something to obstruct her organization's plan. Lung Qingxiu sneered at this. "Haha, I'm not bored at all. Didn't you say that the collision of hormones can improve efficiency?" "Yeah, it's true. I feel like I can read several times faster now than before. So Gu Yin, just sit quietly aside and don't disturb me, okay? Talking after a kiss is tough. Has the refreshing feeling of increased strength given you a sense of inner peace?" Xiaolong suddenly interrupted. Lung Qingxiu's eyes twitched, and a feeling of shame and anger suddenly surged in his heart. "Xiaolong, what do you mean? Why do you always interrupt? Do you know that I am the dominant one in this body?" Lung Qingxiu cursed in his heart in shame and anger. What a rebellion. The cricket's personality is actually going to devour its master. I'm just stating the facts. And haven't you noticed that the increase in strength has slowed down a lot compared to before? You need new ways to improve efficiency. Lung Qingxiu was very disdainful of this. Do you understand, or do I understand? Xiaolong, just shut up and watch. Another me, you will regret it. Xiaolong, I am a master personality. After criticizing Xiaolong, Lung Qingxiu was in a good mood. Gu Yin didn't know that Lung Qingxiu had so many thoughts in his mind. He just felt a surge of shame, anger, and sudden happiness and comfort in his heart. This made him feel strange. So what did Qingxiu mean? Could it be yo? Gu Yin understood this was a tactic of playing hard to get. So Gu Yin approached again with a calm face. "Qingxiu, my Qingxiu, do you still remember the last time Linger and I went out shopping and bought a lot of things? Among them, I bought a lot of your clothes. So what I want to ask is, can you try them on for me?" Lung Qingxiu was slightly stunned when he heard this. This reminded her that Gu Yin had bought a lot of things before. Sofas, wardrobes, kitchenware, clothes, televisions, and game consoles. I also bought a bunch of clothes and put them all in the cloakroom on the other side. But change clothes for Gu Yin to see. I always feel that Lung Qingxiu feels very ashamed. Moreover, for some reason, Lung Qingxiu felt something was very wrong when these ordinary words came out of Gu Yan's mouth. I always feel that the other party has bad intentions. So, no, not to mention, I can't even see what clothes you bought me. It would be bad if it was something really, really weird. Lung Qingxiu shook his head and rejected it. Seeing this, Gu Yin became anxious and took the other person's hand and persuaded him. "Qingxiu, believe me, they are just some ordinary clothes. Linger chose it with me. Just this once. Can you just change your clothes? Then I'll leave you alone. Good wife, think about it. I will feel uncomfortable if you don't change your husband. Whenever I feel uncomfortable, I will beg you to change. If you don't change, I will continue to feel uncomfortable. If you continue to feel bad, I'll continue to bother you. If I continue to bother you, you won't be able to study properly. If you don't study hard, you won't be able to." Lung Qingxiu's head was about to explode, so he quickly interrupted. "Stop, stop, stop." She looked up at Gu Yin with a hint of helplessness. "Are you sure this is the only time? After I change, will you shut up and stop bothering me?" Gu Yin saw that there was hope, so he nodded repeatedly. "Of course, I always keep my word." After hearing this, Lung Qingxiu thought that it was no big deal as she was just changing her clothes for Gu Yin to see. After the change, I was able to calm Gu Yin down. No matter how you look at it, I won't lose out. So he snorted softly. Okay, just this once. The other side. By family. After lunch, Lung Linger and Bai Qionglan scored twice. The former took out another game and smiled at Bai Qionglan. Qionglan, look, this is the latest version of World of Warcraft Lulu. You can also catch pets and build houses online. Let's play together. Today's goal is to level up and catch monsters. Seeing this, Bai Qionglan slowly put up a question mark. She looked at the game cover and the controller in her hand and fell silent. This game is not a level-breaking game at all. This is obviously an open development game. If I play this, I don't know when I can do that kind of thing with Sister Linger. Bai Qionglan was silent, her eyes filled with confusion. Lung Linger's mind was so full of games and snacks that she gradually forgot the main purpose of coming to the Bai family today. She looked at the silent Bai Qionglan, wondering if she didn't like the game. So he asked hesitantly, Qionglan, do you not like this game? How about changing to another one? Change. No, that's not the case. It shouldn't be like this. Bai Qionglan clenched her hands together. If she missed today, she didn't know when she would have the chance to be alone with Sister Linger like this again. Since I have that half of the jade pendant, I am destined to be a partner with a person named Shaolin. I don't want that kind of thing. The person I like is... Bai Qionglan couldn't bear it any longer. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Lung Linger, crying with tears in her eyes. Sister Ling, I can't bear it anymore. Lang Ling Eva stunt. Next second, Bai Qionglan bit her lips lightly and pounced towards Lung Ling. Thump. The two fell on the bed. Lung Linger was pressed under by Qionglan with a confused look on her face. The little head is confused. Wait a minute. What is going on now? Chapter 160. My brother-in-law also has this jade pendant. Second chance at the cloakroom. Snap clack. Bai Qionglan's tears kept falling on Lung Linger's face. She pursed her lips and looked at Lung Linger without saying a word. Qionglan, what's wrong with you? Lung Linger was a little stunned. She had never seen Bai Qionglan like this before. Bai Qionglan wanted to blurt out that the person she has always liked is you, Sister Linger. Can't. After I tell others, how will Sister Linger look at me? I wonder if the other person will look down on me because my sexual orientation is female. What if I have no friends at all? For a moment, Bai Qionglan's courage was deflated again. She closed her eyes, shook her head, and said in a choked voice, Sorry, Sister Ling, I thought about my engagement. I have to marry the man I don't like. When Lung Linger heard this, she immediately recalled a man named Shaolin at the Yinqing group's banquet. Qionglan's elder brother seemed to have said that Shaolin and Qionglan were engaged. For a moment, she stood up and hugged Bai Qionglan, shouting, Qionglan, if you hate it, then I will help you. What era is this? And still people are still arranging marriages. I'll talk to my brother-in-law later. Have him teach that Shaolin a lesson. Let him know what it means toads can't eat swan meat. Qionglan, don't be sad. We are all on your side. The heartwarming words seemed to be the same as when he first met Lung Linger. Bai Qionglan kept dropping little pearls and hugged Lung Linger with sobs. Zista Linger? Actually, this is not what I want to say, but I'm afraid that after I tell you, you will leave me. This is fine. I'll be content just being close to Sister Linger. After a good comfort, Bai Qionglan's mood also calmed down. She wiped her tears, picked up the controller, and said to Lung Linger, Sister Ling, I'm fine. Let's continue playing. However, as she was talking, Bai Qionglan noticed that Lung Linger's eyes were always on her neck. Zista Linger. Bai Qionglan was a little confused. She looked down and saw that her jade pendant had fallen out of her neck at some point. Seeing Lung Linger staring at her, she held it in her hand, her eyes becoming somewhat dejected. Do you care about this? I should have told you before, Sister Linger, but actually this is... Before he finished speaking, Lang Linger suddenly shouted, I remember now. I was wondering where I'd seen that jade pendant. She suddenly grabbed Bai Qionglan's jade pendant with excitement and looked at Bai Qionglan with shining eyes. Qionglan, my brother-in-law also has a jade pendant made of the same material. His piece is a dragon head jade pendant, and yours looks like the other half. Look, yours looks like a dragon's tail. It seems to be a perfect match for him. Can you lend me this for a moment? I'll take it back to show my brother-in-law. As soon as these words were spoken, the sudden sadness disappeared immediately, and at this moment, the only thing left in Bai Qionglan's mind was, Huh? No, what happened? The other half is with your brother-in-law? Huh? Lung family. In the cloakroom. Because of Gu Yan's large-scale purchases, this place is already filled with Lung Qingxiu and Lung Linger's clothes. The difference between the two clothes can be seen at a glance. Most of Lung Linger's clothes are youthful, cute, and cool, and there are even some costumes. Lung Qingxiu's clothes are more mature and domineering. Lung Qingxiu casually walked to a familiar place and reached out to feel around. Being well-read, she could tell the material of the clothes just by touching them, which showed that the clothes were very expensive. But as he touched it, Lung Qingxiu sighed slightly in his heart. Ever since she destroyed her own eyes, she has actually never paid special attention to her clothing matching again. After all, you can't see it, and her philosophy has always been that wearing nice clothes is for yourself to see. When you see yourself looking beautiful, your mood will also improve. But now, I don't have that feeling anymore. But, turning his head to look at Gu Yin standing at the door, Lung Qingxiu said softly, "Close the door and go out. I want to change clothes." Hearing this, Gu Yan's face showed an inexplicable expectation. He asked cautiously, "Qingxiu, can I watch you change?" Lung Qingxiu immediately lost his composure and said with a look of shame and anger, "No. Damn you bastard. Why do you want to ruin the atmosphere when others are feeling sad? Just look at the atmosphere." Snap. Gu Yin was driven out disappointedly, sighing loudly as he walked out. Lung Qingxiu started picking out clothes angrily. She couldn't see, but she could create a picture of the clothes in her mind by touching them. Lung Qingxiu said that she just wanted to change her clothes quickly so that Gu Yin, the pervert, could see them. Then study quietly. She picked one up, touched it, and nodded. Just pick one at random. Then, an hour later, Gu Yin, who had been squatting at the door watching short videos for an hour, finally heard the sound from inside the house. "You can come in now." When Gu Yin heard this, his face lit up with joy. He immediately stood up, opened the door, and walked in. I don't know if it's because Lung Qingxiu stayed in the cloakroom. So as soon as Gu Yin entered, he found that the whole room was filled with Lung Qingxiu's familiar body fragrance. Of course, that's not the point. His eyes quickly turned to Lung Qingxiu, but he was stunned for a moment. Lung Qingxiu was wearing a dark black turtleneck sweater with a pair of jeans that highlighted her straight, long legs, and she cleverly wrapped the sweater inside the jeans. She wore a slim, gray windbreaker on the outside, and the overall look was simple yet fashionable. Lung Qingxiu raised the corners of his mouth slightly with an elegant smile. She simply crossed her hands and placed them across her chest. Her every move exuded confidence and composure, and she exuded a unique charm. She nodded to her slippered feet and chuckled. "How is it? I'm at home, so I didn't bother to change shoes." Once these words were spoken, coupled with Lung Qingxiu's already cold and beautiful face and temperament, Guyan just stood there in a daze. And plop, plop, plop. His heart was beating extremely violently. This version of Lung Qingxiu. He had never seen it before. It was so fresh. No, no, I can't do it anymore. Qingxiu, I really can't help it. You are so beautiful. Lung Qingxiu was still waiting for Gu Yan's evaluation. When she heard Gu Yan's exaggerated praise after waiting for a while, she couldn't help but feel a little excited in her heart. He raised his head slightly and hummed softly. "Need you to say more? Now you're satisfied?" However, the words were not finished. She then found her hands pressed against the wardrobe, and a warm breath came up. She didn't know when, but Gu Yan had already run to her. Lung Qingxiu lost his fighting ability in an instant. Bastard, bastard. So you were waiting for me here? Another me, much more efficient. I see. You've already figured out a plan. Xiao Lung, shut up. It's not what you think. Lung Qingxiu wanted to resist in her heart, but she was too weak to do anything at the moment and was unable to resist. Both scored twice again. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, I don't want it anymore. I'll give it to you. By family. When Bai Qionglan heard that Sister Linger's brother-in-law also had a jade pendant similar to hers, she was confused. Huh? Why is the other half with Sister Linger's brother-in-law? Shouldn't it be Shaolin's? The reason why Bai Qionglan was so confused actually started when her mother gave her this jade pendant. Her late mother once said that whoever possessed the other half of the jade pendant would be her destined child. We will definitely become a couple in the future. But suddenly, his father said that he actually had an engagement letter, and the person he was engaged to was Shaolin. Moreover, the other party had the other half of the jade pendant in his hand. At the banquet that day, my brother confirmed this and made it clear that he and Xiaolin were engaged. So Bai Qianlan subconsciously thought that the jade pendant must be on Xiaolin, even though she didn't see it at the time. Moreover, as she grew older, she actually found that she didn't want to become the other person's partner just because of this inexplicable jade pendant. But what is the situation now? The owner of the engagement letter is Xiaolin, but the owner of the jade pendant is Gu Yin? Bai Qianlan's mind was a little confused. Wait a minute, let me sort this out. Gu Yin is Sister Linger's brother-in-law, and the husband of the legendary figure Lung Qingxiu. The jade pendant is in Gu Yan's possession. According to his mother's last words, the owner of the jade pendant is her destined son, and they are destined to become lovers in the future. In other words, I will become Gu Yan's wife. So the relationship is that I will become the wife of Lung Linger's brother-in-law. In other words, I will become Linger's sister. Hiss. But what should Lung Qingxiu do? And this Gu Yin is my brother's friend. Bai Qianlan hugged her head, feeling very confused. Away. I don't want this. This is horrible. Even though I'm not a normal sexual person, I know this situation is outrageous. What do the plots in comic books and novels happen to me? Could it be that Gu Yin is the type to have a harem? Will I become one of Gu Yan's harem? Is he the man who is destined to become the harem king? Or will he, according to the predetermined course of fate, snatch Gu Yan from Lung Qingxiu, Linger's sister? Open. You must be joking. We Minotaurs are just talking big. How can we actually put it into practice? Even Sister Linger couldn't possibly take any real action. Lung Linger looked at Bai Qianlan, who seemed to be caught in a brainstorm, with a worried expression. Qianlan, what's wrong with you? If you don't agree, then I don't want it. As she said this, she wanted to return the jade pendant to Bai Qianlan. No, wait a minute. Bai Qianlan immediately stopped Lung Linger and held her hand. He stared at her intently, and when her expression became a little strange, he slowly said, Sister Ling, I don't want this jade pendant anymore. I'll give it to you. As soon as these words were spoken, Lung Linger was slightly stunned. Get to me? No, so suddenly? Just give it to me? Isn't this not good? Lung Linger was somewhat reluctant to take away someone else's things. After all, from what Xiao Gu said, the jade pendant should be very expensive. She thought that Bai Qianlan chose to give it to her because of their friendship. Great. That's great, Sister Ling. Bai Qianlan shook her head fiercely, then held Lung Linger's small hand and held the jade pendant tightly. Then he smiled with a smile that said, I've thought of everything. Sister Linger, listen to me. When you get back, give this jade pendant to your brother-in-law. Just say it's a thank you gift from your brother-in-law, who came to KTV to save me. Besides, there's a high probability that this jade pendant of mine is a compatible model for your brother-in-law's. If your brother-in-law doesn't want to restore it, then you can have him give it to your sister. They each have one piece. Doesn't that make sense? When Lung Linger heard this, she was shocked. How could this be possible? But when I think about it more carefully, hey, it seems that this is indeed a good way to improve the relationship between my sister and the idiot. Let's do this. So Lung Linger took the jade pendant and hugged Bai Qianlan happily. Qianlan, you are so good to me. Hee. What's the relationship between me and Sister Linger? No need to thank me for such a small thing. Bai Qianlan also went up to him and said with a smile. She also praised her own wit. That's great. I finally got rid of this jade pendant. Finally, I don't have to be bound anymore. The best of both worlds, simply perfect. In a good mood, Bai Qianlan started spending the afternoon with Lung Linger again. Time passes slowly. It was afternoon. Lung family. Cloakroom. Lung Qingxiu's face was slightly red, and her clothes had obvious wrinkles for being pulled. She put her finger to Gu Yan's lips and whispered, Okay, it would be impolite to continue. Linger still has to pick her up. After sucking up all the Gu Yan's liquid, Lung Qingxiu finally felt comfortable. She probably wouldn't have any urge to have love with Gu Yan today or for many days to come. Even the cult book in my mind let out a whimpering cry as if it was too full. It takes a lot of time and energy to digest this energy. After absorbing enough Qingxiu energy, Gu Yan's face was full of joy and he felt very comfortable in his heart. I guess until today, I won't have the urge to make love with Qingxiu anymore. It's hard to say what will happen tomorrow, but we'll talk about tomorrow. He nodded and gently took Lung Qingxiu's hand. Okay, I'll listen to you, Qingxiu. If you listen to me, you wouldn't do something like this all of a sudden. Lung Qingxiu snorted lightly, then continued to warn, I'm telling you, I really need to study hard in the next few days. Don't come to the Lung family just to do this kind of thing next time. If you absorb too much at one time, you must digest it well. Gu Yin repeatedly assured. Isn't it because Qingqiu you are so charming? But don't worry, I have some things to do later, so I may not bother you Qingqiu for a few days. The family annual meeting will be coming soon, and I have to make some preparations for it. But with today's Qingqiu energy, I'm sure I can endure it for a few days. After hearing this, Lung Qingqiu felt a little unhappy. I just told you not to come to the Lung family just to do this kind of thing, not to stop you from coming. What does that mean? She shook off Gu Yan's hand and snorted coldly. Oh, you should go and pick up Ling. After saying that, Lung Qingqiu shook her hair and left the cloakroom. Only Gu Yan was left with a confused look on his face. Wait, why are you suddenly angry? If you're upset, your wife will be angry. Even if I'm not annoyed anymore, my wife will still be angry. Gu Yan took a deep breath. But I should say it or not. Qingqiu like this. In short, she is so cute. I like this. He quickly shouted at Lung Qingqiu's back. Qingqiu, I love you so much. I will come back as soon as I'm done. Lung Qingqiu, who had walked not far away, paused when he heard this. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. She pursed her lips and murmured softly, Idiot. Then he smiled and walked into the study happily. In order to get revenge and deal with the situation afterwards, I have to improve my strength quickly. Chapter 162. By June's reminder, the other half of the Dragon King Jade is obtained. It was afternoon. It was rare that Gu Yin did not forget to come and pick up his sister-in-law. Because Lung Linger was still packing up the game console, she hadn't come out yet. But the Bai army had already been standing at the gate, as if waiting for Gu Yin to come. After getting off the bus, Gu Yin greeted him. Brother Bai, you're so polite. You came specially to greet me. Upon hearing this, Bai Jun adjusted his glasses and glanced at Lao Gao behind Gu Yin. He nodded and said, You could say that because there's something I think I need to let you know. Oh, what's so serious? Gu Yin had a rough guess in his mind and pretended to be interested. After thinking about it in my mind for a moment again, Bai Jun decided to remind Gu Yin about the recent changes in the situation in Jianghai. Not only because he has already regarded Gu Yin as a close friend, but more importantly, the warrior department will also investigate the Lung family later. In order to prevent Gu Yin from feeling disgusted, he chose to reveal some things to Gu Yin directly. Because this matter was extremely secretive, Bai Jun lowered his voice slightly. Since you and I, Gu Yin, are both warriors, especially since you're the eldest son of the Gu family, then you must know some things that are not disclosed to the public. What I want to talk about is actually about your lover, Lung Qingqiu, and the Lung family. Gu Yan's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, and he simply asked, Is you back? As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Jun smiled bitterly and nodded. Sure enough, you knew it a long time ago. That year, the major forces actually massacred and annihilated not the Lung family, but an existence called... That night, the largest demon-slaying force ever assembled was dispatched. Whether they are pro or anti-faction forces, official forces, or civilian forces, all of them will be defeated. The purpose is to wipe out an organization called Night. According to information, the owner of Night, King Yi, is in the Lung family. Everyone knows the principle of capturing the leader first, but Bai Jun's side at this point, as if he was sympathizing with the ordinary people who were affected by this incident. It's just because no one knows which Lung family member the Night King is. In order to force the other side out, some forces have taken some irrational actions. It endangers some ordinary people. Finally, the Night King showed up, and all the forces worked together to defeat him. We thought the matter was over. The Night organization reappeared again in Jianghai not long ago. When Bai Jun said this, his tone was very serious. This also led to a large number of forces from the ancient martial arts world pouring into Jianghai. Their purpose was nothing more than to investigate whether Yi had reappeared in the world. And the first suspect is the Lung family. Bai Jun usually doesn't reveal such things, but Gu Yin is different. The other person's philosophy is the same as yours, especially since you have seen his loyalty to the things he wants to protect. So he concluded that the other party must be a chivalrous person, a good person. In addition to the forces in the ancient martial arts world, relevant personnel from the warrior department will also go to the Lung family to investigate. I'm telling you this in advance, just in case there's any misunderstanding. Bai Jun finished speaking and watched quietly to see how Gu Yin would react. Gu Yin understood everything, even though they were things he had already known for a long time. But he gave the White Army a kind smile. Good. This news is really important. If you need my help from the White Army in the future, I will never refuse. Bai Jun nodded. In short, it's best not to clash with other forces. Otherwise, even if it's your Gu family. At this point, Bai Jun fell silent. No martial arts force could survive the siege of martial arts forces from all over the world. Gu Yin nodded, indicating that he would definitely not do anything irrational. Next second, snap. Brother-in-law, the door was pushed open. Lung Linger ran over while pulling the game console and swinging the jade pendant given to her by Qionglan. When she saw Gu Yin, she shouted, Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, look. She ran over, swinging the jade pendant in her hand. Bai Jun was also there, and he was just about to say, let's stop talking about this. As a result, the moment he turned his head, he saw the jade pendant in Lung Linger's hand. His pupils shrank, and cold sweat began to break out on his back. Wait. Bai Jun quickly looked at his sister's neck, but there was nothing there. He looked at Bai Qionglan again, and the other party turned her head away guiltily. Hiss. Sister, what the hell are you doing? Bai Jun cursed at his own sister in his heart, which was rare. No, you're confused. That thing is the Dragon King Jade. When Dad comes back and sees you gave the Dragon King Jade to the Lung family, he'll be scared to death. Bai Jun broke out in a cold sweat. The Dragon King Jade was safe and sound in his sister's hands because this half-piece was handed to the Bai family by the former Dragon King himself. If people knew that this half-piece fell into the hands of Lung Linger or the Gu family, what will other forces think? Do you think that the next leader of the Dragon King Palace will come from the Lung family or the Gu family? Now the Gu family and the Lung family seem to be very close. In addition, a large number of warriors have recently poured into the rivers and seas. With the emergence of the Yi organization, the Lung family was the first suspect. After so many storms, Gu Yin, whether you take this jade pendant or the Lung family takes this jade pendant, I'm afraid they will become the thorns in the eyes of many forces. Everyone wants to become the master of the Dragon King Palace because the other party's power is too huge. Now that Bai Qionglan has taken the initiative to hand over the jade pendant, doesn't that mean she's voluntarily giving up the right to inherit the Dragon King Palace? Isn't this like dropping a huge rock into a calm lake and causing a huge splash of water? Doesn't this mean that the Dragon King Palace has sent a signal that anyone could be the heir? Sister, you have harmed Gu Yin at this critical moment. Do you think they have the other half? The other half is with Shaolin, the heir chosen by the former Dragon King. At this time, Gu Yin also saw the half-jade pendant in Lung Linger's hand. It was the other half of the Dragon King Jade, a jade pendant in the shape of a dragon's tail. He picked it up and looked at it, then asked in surprise, Oh, you little brat, where did you get this jade pendant? Lung Linger, who was originally happily preparing to slap Gu Yin in the face, suddenly put a question mark. Didn't you say that your half was unique? Well, let me explain first. So she yelled. Qionglan said she didn't want it anymore. So she asked me to give it to you. She said she wanted to repay you for saving her at the KTV. When Gu Yin heard this, he pretended to be stunned, then looked at Bai Qionglan. The latter nodded repeatedly. Yes, Sister Linger's brother-in-law. I'll give it to you. Don't want me anymore. Bai Jun's mouth twitched. He looked at Gu Yin and could only force out an ugly smile. That Gu Yin, since it is my sister's intention, you should accept it. But you also know the special nature of this jade pendant. The river and the sea are so chaotic right now. As a result, the next second the White Army choked, because Gu Yin naturally put away the jade pendant, then smiled at him and said, Everyone knows the special nature of the jade pendant worn by the eldest lady of the Bai family. In that case, I won't be polite. Bai Jun's I twitched. Brother Gu, I've reminded you so much. Why are you still thinking of walking into the fire pit? Oh, should I say, you're courting disaster. Then okay. The White Army had no choice but to agree. Lao Gao saw it and smiled without saying anything, with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. This is half a piece. The young master has the other half that he got back from Shaolin. Doesn't this mean, young master, is already the palace master of the Dragon King Palace? Lao Gao smiled knowingly in his heart. So that's how it is. All this was the young master's plan. After some thought on the part of the White Army, he also gave up the idea of taking the jade pendant back. He sighed inwardly. Maybe this is fate? Because the previous Dragon King said that the Dragon King Jade is the most spiritual thing in the world. After handing it over to his sister, Unless his sister voluntarily gives it to someone else, the Dragon King Jade will still return to his sister after many twists and turns. Maybe this is fate. Is Guyan supposed to take this half? But Bai Jun always thought that this half piece was given to Xiao Lin, but it turned out that he was overthinking it. So what is going on? Could it be that in the end, Gu Yin and Xiao Lin will compete for the throne of the Dragon King Palace? Just to get the other half of the Dragon King Jade in the other person's hand? The White Army was no longer able to understand what was happening, as one thing led to another. Is this still Jianghai City under his jurisdiction? Farewell to the two White Army soldiers. Gu Yin dragged his sister-in-law, who wanted to continue saying that he also had the other half of the jade pendant, into the car. Back in the car, Gu Yin couldn't suppress the smile. The more I look at the jade pendant in my hand, the more I like it. He didn't even care about the death stare from his sister-in-law next to him. Hee. No way, it's that easy to get it. I originally thought it would take a lot of effort. So, after spending the entire morning lovingly with Qingxiu, I got this half jade pendant. As expected, loving each other with Qingxiu is the best way. Lung Linger looked very unhappy. She hit Gu Yan's side and yelled, "You piece of shit, Gu. Have you seen enough? I'm not wrong. There's just another half, right? I'm telling you, this piece of yours has to be given to my sister. You are not allowed to combine this piece with your piece." To your sister? Gu Yan broke out in cold sweat when he thought of the scene of Lung Qingxiu becoming the master of the Dragon King Palace. Stop it, sister-in-law. If your sister knew that this Dragon King Jade appeared in the Lung family, I'm afraid that life would be difficult for you and me. Letting Lung Qingxiu be the palace master of the Dragon King Palace, isn't that equivalent to recognizing a thief as a father? So, Gu Yan calmly put the jade pendant into his pocket and placed it into the system space. Then he looked at Lung Linger with dissatisfaction. He coughed lightly and said, "Okay, I was wrong. I'll buy you whatever you want. And since you want to be an internet celebrity, why don't you sign a contract with our Gu Group? All resources are allocated to you, so that you can become the top short video star. Let everyone watch you jump into the laser rain." Okay. Lung Linger immediately put aside her dissatisfaction when she heard it. She giggled and said, "Hey, really, brother-in-law, you are so good to me. And for dinner, I want fried chicken legs." Guyan was in a good mood and agreed to everything. Okay, I'll make you whatever flavor you want." Yeah. After comforting my sister-in-law, the corners of Guyan's mouth couldn't help but rise. All right, will the two Dragon King Jades be combined into one? Well, we just have to wait a little longer for the right time. After all, the monsters of the previous Dragon King are not dead yet. At least before Xiao Lin's death, the complete Dragon King Jade cannot appear in the world. But when I think about the changes in the relationship between Xiao Lin and Shenwaner, Guyan laughed heartily again. I believe it won't be too late by then. Chapter 163 Chapter 163 Use Xingxiu as arrangement. The warrior forces gathered at the Gu family. Night falls. The moonlight shines through the broken window into an old room in an old neighborhood. The mottled paint and yellowed star posters on the walls looked even more messy under the moonlight. On a shabby bed in this room, Yu Xingxue slowly woke up from her dream. She sat up slowly in confusion, her fingers gently touching the familiar headboard, feeling it all. Here, it is. My home. Yu Xingxue muttered to herself. She looked around and found that this place was her home. What's going on? What's going on? Yu Xingxue felt something was wrong. She touched her forehead, but there was nothing there, not even a scar. But she clearly remembered that she was given power by that adult. Could it be that it was all a dream? There was a hint of loneliness and disappointment in Yu Xingxue's dazzling eyes. She clenched her fists tightly together, with an expression of great unwillingness. Is everything fake? Just then, snap! The door of the room was pushed open. A middle-aged woman with black hair streaked with white walked in. When she saw Yu Xingxue, her tense expression finally relaxed, and she rushed over in 2 or 3 steps. He hugged Yu Xingxue and choked out, "Xiaoxue, you scared me to death. When your classmates brought you back, you looked so pale that Mom thought something had happened to you." Yu Xingxue felt as if she was in another world, as if she had not yet recovered from the private room of Rose Love. But her mother's worried voice brought her back to reality. Yu Xingxue hugged her mother and comforted her. "It's okay, Mom. It seems everything is fine." After the mother and daughter comforted each other, Yu Xingxue asked, "Mom, what happened? Why did I faint? And who are my classmates?" When the middle-aged woman heard this, her expression became somewhat grateful. "Ah, it's a classmate named Mimi." Mimi, as soon as the words fell, A voice came from the door. Are you awake? Yu Xingxue looked over. I saw a strange figure appear at the door of the room at some point. The other person had a tall figure and was wearing a fiery red coat. There's only a strange black color in the whites of the eyes. But her mother didn't feel anything strange at all. Instead, when she saw the other person, she introduced him gratefully. Xiao Xue, this is your classmate. She brought you back. I heard that a lot of people died at Rose Love. I was scared to death when I found out that you went there. Xiao Xue, luckily you're back. Otherwise I don't know what to do. As she spoke, Yu Xingxue's mother started crying again. But she quickly calmed down, stood up, and said enthusiastically to the woman in red, Come on, you guys chat first. I'll go prepare dinner for you. Having said that, he left the place. For a moment, the only people left in the room were the woman in red and Yu Xingxue, who didn't understand the situation. The atmosphere in the room became very strange. The woman in red was Mei Shui, because the fourth thing is to guide and teach Yu Xingxue to become an entry-level warrior. So protecting Lung Linger was temporarily put on hold. But Mei Shui looked at Yu Xingxue, who was sitting on the bed in front of her, clutching the sheets tightly, her eyes avoiding fear and not daring to look at her. She felt a little disdainful. This kind of person is actually worthy of Gu Yan's concern? Yu Xingxue did feel a little afraid to look directly at the woman in front of her. Whether it was aura or appearance, Yu Xingxue felt that she could not compare to her. It was as if the other person was from a different world from her. That Yu Xingxue opened her mouth timidly and was about to thank the other party. Mei Shui interrupted and said, Since you are the one that person is taking care of, then let's make it short. That person asked me to train you to become a decent warrior. No, in other words, as long as you can cultivate true qi, then it means that my mission is accomplished. So you don't have to go to school during this period. I've already asked for leave for you. As for me, I will train you strictly. Just be mentally prepared. After saying this, Mei Shui looked at Yu Xingxue quietly, waiting for her answer. As long as the other party nods in agreement, training will begin immediately and the other party will become a warrior as soon as possible. Then complete the fourth thing. The result was different from the script Mei Shui had imagined. Yu Xingxue seemed extremely nervous and uneasy at this moment. She weakly raised her hand and said fearfully, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Mei Shui slowly raised a question mark. This person actually knew nothing? No. Mei Shui shook her head in her heart. No matter how much of a bastard Gu Yan was, he would not give her an impossible task. Therefore, this woman named Yu Xingxue may simply not know what a warrior is, but she has the potential to become a warrior. Do I still have to learn from theoretical knowledge? Maik Shu Shang Shofli. Then he began to explain the origins of warriors. This time, the Lung family's dinner included a fried chicken leg, which Lung Linger loved. In order to shut up his sister-in-law, Gu Yan also agreed to let his sister-in-law sign a contract with Gu Group and become an internet celebrity under the name of Gu Entertainment. Overall, the effect is good, and Lung Linger has forgotten about the jade pendant today. At the door, what Gu Yan said was a problem was really a problem, so I didn't stay at the Lung family for too long after dinner. If you have any problems that you can't solve, you can come to me. After all, I'm smarter than you. Lung Qingqiu still had an arrogant look on her cold and beautiful face. But what he said made Gu Yan feel very warm. He smiled and said, Of course, I'm not a fool. If I can't solve it, I will definitely ask my wife, who has a very high IQ. Let's go. Lung Qingqiu raised his chin in satisfaction, then walked back to the house with a happy pace. Seeing this, Gu Yan couldn't stand the loneliness anymore and thought of not thinking about anything else and just enjoying his love with his wife peacefully. No matter how big the flood is, we'll deal with it when the time comes. Bai Jun was right. Jianghai City has changed a lot in recent days. If I don't do some preparation and keep being lazy, I'm afraid the originally happy ending will turn into a happy ending. Damn it. A bunch of dog warriors are delaying me. They all need to die. Guin got angry for a moment. Then he got into the car, closed the door, and took out the laptop from the compartment in the car. The movements are done in one go. He took a quick look at the information his subordinates sent him. When you see someone, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After closing the notebook, Gu Yan opened VX on his mobile phone. A rare chat window appeared above. A loving family, 3. He clicked on it and took a look. My old father's madly at me. Come back soon, little bastard. There are many guests at home. All of them are your seniors. Come back with more smiles. Illustration.jpg. Looking at the people sitting in the reception hall on the first floor, there was an inexplicable look in Gu Yan's eyes. Lao Gao seemed to know something, so he said, Master, there are many guests at home today. They all came here from other provinces or the ancient martial arts world. They're all warrior families. Hearing this, Guyan nodded. He had known about this for a long time. In the original novel, when the Knight organization emerged, a large number of warriors poured into the rivers and seas. Because the Gu family is the local tyrant in Jianghai, some forces that know etiquette will first go to the Gu family to say hello. Guyan leaned against the car window, thinking about how to deal with these people, and slowly said, Lao Gao, let's go back. Okay, master. The other side. This is Yu Xingshue's side. Mei Shui has explained everything. She looked at Yu Xingxue again, waiting for her answer. But, to her disappointment, the student in front of him was the one who had received special care from Guyan. After hearing everything she said, his face turned even paler and more frightened. Yu Xingxue held her head and looked at Mei Shui nervously. No, it's so scary. Warriors are actually like that. It's terrifying. Do I really want to become that kind of person? Who is that person? I don't even know him. No, please let me go. I just want to study hard and find a job after graduation. Mei Shui couldn't help but frown when she saw this, and said coldly, This is not up to you. Training will start tomorrow. You have to do it, even if you don't want to. After saying that, swipe. Mei Shui's figure disappeared from here. Only Yu Xingshue's sobbing remained. However, just a few minutes after Mei Shui disappeared, Yu Xingxue was originally holding her head and trembling and crying. But he gradually calmed down, and his frightened expression turned into something extremely morbid. She covered her face with her hands. The corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising, and a morbid sense of pleasure was revealed in her dazzling starry eyes. That's actually true. This is all true. Sir, is this considered an entrance test? Don't worry, I will definitely follow your orders. Just now, the message that appeared in her mind made Yu Xingxue understand everything. She slowly raised her head and looked at the moon outside the broken window. It was as if the adult was caressing her in the moonlight. Big. Click. Xiao Xue, come down and have dinner. Mimi left first because of something. Spell interruption. Yu Xingxue came back to her senses instantly, her expression becoming extremely timid and nervous. Oh? Okay, Mom. Ugh. What happened to me just now? It's so weird. Chapter 164. The Arrival of Major Powers, Xiao Lin's junior sister. In the Gu family's mansion, in the living room on the first floor, a gorgeous chandelier hangs from the towering arch, and every crystal sparkles with golden light, illuminating the entire living room brightly and warmly. The walls are covered with oil paintings, each of which is a masterpiece of the master. The furnishings in the reception room are luxurious and elegant, with exquisite carpets laying on the floor, soft and gorgeous, like a deep pool of flowing water. The exquisitely carved furniture is arranged in an orderly manner, and each piece exudes a sense of tradition and solemnity. Sitting on a sofa were a group of people with different temperaments, men and women, young and old. Some are graceful and elegant, with a noble temperament. Some sit calmly with sharp eyes. Some sat in the corner, gentle and polite, chatting happily with people they knew. Some of them put their feet on the coffee table with a conceited smile on their faces, and there was no one around them. These people each occupy a place in the living room, and each has a different temperament and identity. Their presence filled the entire space with a subtle atmosphere of tension. The servants of the Gu family served tea, water, and snacks to the guests who were asked by the master to take good care of. The younger generations of some small forces already know each other. Young men and women from several factions stood together in a corner, whispering to each other. Wow, this is spectacular. Look at the two sitting over there. They are from Huiyun Mountain and Xiaoyao Mountain. Two of the four major mountains have come directly. People from Gi sect and Shuiyun sect are here too. In addition to these, representatives from all the major warrior families are also gathered here. Is the Zhanghai Gu family really that powerful? Are these big guys so respectful? As soon as these words were spoken, a middle-aged man wearing a conical hat standing next to them chuckled. Little kid, you guys really underestimate the Gu family. As the local tyrant of Jianghai and a famous warrior family in the ancient martial arts world, the Gu family is naturally worthy of so many forces coming here. Of course, if I had to say who surprised me the most among the people who came, it would probably be those two. The man in the bamboo hat said this, and turned his gaze to the two women sitting in the corner. Everyone followed the gaze of the man in the bamboo hat. I saw two stunning women in the corner. One of the women had long hair draped over her shoulders, and there was a gentleness and tenacity between her brows. She was dressed in a simple green dress and had graceful manners, like a flower in bud, exuding a fresh and intelligent aura. Strangely, however, her eyes were slightly closed. The other girl was completely different. She was wearing a black robe, had a cold expression, and a hint of murderous intent between her brows. Her beauty was tinged with indifference and alienation, like an orchid blooming in the darkness, making people afraid to approach. To be honest, the appearance of these two women here surprised all the major forces present. A group of young people were also aroused by the beauty of the other two. They couldn't help but ask the elders of the sect, "Master, who are they?" However, the answer he got was a harsh scolding. All of a sudden, everyone who didn't know their identities realized that they were not someone they could afford to mess with. The woman in green was Shangwan Miaoyin. She is not only the most talented young generation of the Shangwan family, but also a member of the Night Organization. Because Lung Qingqiu had previously ordered him to investigate how many forces had entered Zhanghai and what their strength was. That's why Shangwan Miaoyin came to the Gu family. One is because he knew that these forces had agreed to come to the Gu family today, and the other is to meet the master's husband in the secular world. See what is so special about the other person that makes the owner choose him. Listen to the discussions of people around you. Shangwan Miaoyin smiled at the indifferent girl beside her and said gently, "Why would Ning Qian come to a place like this? Also for night?" The girl looked about 15 or 16 years old. After hearing Shangwan Miaoyin's words, her cold face showed a slight reaction. She glanced at Shangwan Miaoyin and then looked away. He said coldly, "Of course not. I'm here to find my senior brother." As soon as these words were spoken, Shangwan Miaoyin received good news. She asked, "Intentionally or unintentionally, senior brother?" "Oh, is it Shaolin, the young master of the Dragon King Palace?" When Ning Qian heard the word Shaolin, her originally cold expression became slightly unnatural, and her eyes revealed a hint of shyness that only belonged to a young girl. Her movements became a little stiff, and she refused to say more, just nodded. Yeah. In fact, besides Shaolin, there was another person practicing on Dragon King Mountain. That is Ning Qian. It was Shaolin's junior sister from Dragon King Mountain. He went down the mountain to look for Shaolin, because Master Lin on Long Long Mountain said that the hexagram had changed suddenly and the Night Organization had reappeared, and Shaolin would definitely encounter trouble during this period. So she needed to go down the mountain to help Shaolin. Shangwan Miaoyin stopped talking, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, ready to report the news to her master after it was over. But before that, she narrowed her eyes and looked around at everyone present. Boring. A bunch of boring guys. If it weren't for the master's order, this group of small fry would have no way of living in the same house with her. I guess the guy named Gu Yin must be as boring as these men. Just when I thought of this, a voice full of apology came over. Sorry, I'm a little late because of something at the company. You haven't waited too long, have you?" When everyone heard this, the living room suddenly became much quieter and they all looked over. Just see, Gu Tianming, the head of the Gu family, walked over with an apologetic look on his face. Behind him, he was followed by a man with an elegant and easygoing smile on his face. Exactly, Gu Yan. Following his old father's instructions, Gu Yan always kept smiling and spoke less. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the living room changed. The real owner, Gu Tianming, is finally here. Gu Tianming deliberately waited until Gu Yin came back before showing up, actually in order to help Gu Yin adapt to the serious atmosphere with so many warriors present at the same time. In addition, he also wanted Gu Yin to get to know more about the members of the major forces in the martial arts world. There's no harm in keeping in touch with each other more often in the future. As Gu Yin walked over, he quickly passed by a group of cannon fodder and small fry. When I saw the black figure sitting in the corner, Gu Yin smiled slightly in his heart. Very good, Shaolin's junior sister is here as expected. So, everyone is here. Shangwan Miaoyin felt disdainful when she saw Gu Yin looking at her. Another person who is easily seduced by beauty. Oh, I really don't know why the master chose this kind of man as a chess piece. Oh, Shangwan Miaoyin understood. It was precisely because the eldest son of the Gu family was too useless that she would not feel any regret, even if he was discarded casually. I see. As expected of the master, Shangwan Miaoyin admired in her heart. Then let me see the more unbearable part of this man. So she narrowed her eyes and stared at Gu Yin intently. I'll complain when the time comes to report to my master. Gu Yin felt strange, as if a particularly fiery gaze was staring at him. He couldn't help but sigh that there were too many people who were tempted by beauty. It's a mistake to be handsome. Boys must protect themselves these days. Chapter 165 Chapter 165 Just kill the entire Lung family and wipe them out completely. In the reception room of the Gu family mansion, representatives of various martial arts forces and elites from powerful martial arts families gathered here. The head of the family, Gu Tianming, sat in the main seat, his brows revealing a calmness. In fact, he had already heard the news of the reappearance of the Yi organization a long time ago. If it were in the past, he would naturally not care at all. After all, their Gu family did not participate in the encirclement and suppression of the Yi organization 5 years ago. If he reappears tonight, they naturally won't pay much attention to him. Only, Gu Tianming felt helpless as his son fell in love with Lung Qingqiu from the Lung family. The Lung family was the family most severely affected by the demon-slaying operation back then, and the Night King was from the Lung family. In this operation, the Lung family is definitely the first suspect to be investigated. My son, you have really given your old father a difficult problem. Although it is not clear whether Xiao Gu knows about the incident 5 years ago, but since he has reached the innate level through his own cultivation, he must have some secrets of his own. Well, it's time to tell him what happened back then. Thinking of this, I realized that the time is almost up. Gu Tianming then looked around at the representatives of the major factions who had come to visit him, and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, 5 years ago, we thought we had completely eradicated the Night organization. However, now signs of their activities have resurfaced, and they even caused the death of the Lord of Yama Palace. This is something we never expected. For a moment, the hall was filled with discussions, and the faces of the representatives from the major sects were filled with surprise and confusion. A sect elder stood up, staring at Gu Tianming with a serious expression, and said in a heavy voice, "Master Gu, was the death of the Lord of Yama Palace really the work of the Night organization? Have you investigated thoroughly? What if it's some demonic power hidden in the world?" In fact, when the Lord of Yama Palace died, most of the forces and sects speculated that it might be the work of the Yi organization. But it has not been fully confirmed yet. I came here just in case. But now, after hearing what the head of the Gu family said, is the person who did this really the Yi organization? Upon hearing this, Gu Tianming said seriously, "It's normal for Mr. Jiang to think this way. But there is something you may not know yet. Not long ago, 5 murders occurred again in a prohibited place called Rose Love in Jianghai. 5 bodies were strung together and hung from the wall. Beneath them, a sentence written in blood." At this point, Gu Qianming's tone was very solemn. That is, night will eventually destroy all evil. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Gu Yin kept smiling. "The effect is very good. Even my old father was fooled. Although my night organization doesn't even have a prototype, but not yet established, is not equal to there really is no night organization." He glanced at the people present whose expressions changed drastically and laughed happily in his heart. "Very good, very good. The more you turn your eyes to me, the easier it will be for me to complete my plan." The Gu family's living room was already in an uproar at this moment. This, exactly the same as more than 10 years ago. Yes, that Yi organization, which once terrified the ancient martial arts world, always left behind this message after every action. Why? He was clearly eliminated 5 years ago. Why did he appear again? Will the Night King come looking for me? Our sect is not as powerful as it used to be. How could this happen? The news about the Night organization should have been completely blocked. Could it be that the organizations that participated in the encirclement and suppression back then were deliberately causing panic? What do you think I mean? Are you saying that our Bloodblade sect is pretending to be the Night organization? Oh, I didn't say anything. Are you admitting it yourself? Fuck. Do you want to fight? Don't forget that we are not on the same side. We are only gathered here for the Night organization. Seeing the increasingly tense atmosphere, Gu Tianming coughed lightly. Next second, buzz! A powerful pressure appeared here in an instant. The noisy voices were suppressed in an instant, and everyone's attention was focused on an old man who had been standing behind Gu Yan for some time. Lao Gao's eyes swept across everyone present like a sharp sword. His presence immediately made the entire reception room quiet, and the depressing atmosphere froze in an instant. A powerful grandmaster. Everyone present was extremely shocked. I've heard that the Gu family is very powerful, but I never thought that an old servant would have such strength. Seeing this, Gu Tianming slowly spoke. His voice was cold and majestic, echoing throughout the living room. This is the Gu family, not a place for you to fight casually. For a moment, everyone shut up. Shanghua Miaoying was not affected at all. She looked at Gu Yin with interest. The other party still had a smiling expression on his face and did not show any fear at all because of the current situation. The heart is good. His strength is at the early stage of innateness, and he is indeed a genius. However, it seems that Gu Yin is just an ordinary kid from a genius family with a good character. There's no highlight at all, and he didn't say a word, just smiled. Could it be that Gu Tianming asked him to keep smiling and talk less? Shanghua Miaoying was a little disappointed, as she thought Gu Yin would show something brilliant or terrible. This way she can feel more balanced. After all, he actually became the master's secular husband or something, although it is just a nominal illusion. Still, she was so jealous. It really pissed her off. If I had the power of a big family, they can do that with the Shangwan family too. It's not impossible for them to disguise themselves as men and take over the Shangwan family together with their master. Shangwan Miaoying felt very unbalanced inside, and she said she must find something to embarrass Gu Yin. Ning Qian, who was standing aside, looked at Lao Gao behind Gu Yin with a strong fighting spirit. Perhaps it was the influence of the masters from Longwang Mountain. So fighting with the strong is her favorite thing to do. The atmosphere gradually eased with Lao Gao's arrival. Representatives from each sect began to have a serious discussion. A middle-aged man stood up and bowed to the crowd. Everyone, I am the 33rd generation master of Wuhua Palace. My master also participated in the operation to encircle and suppress the Yi organization. So, I know the horrors of the night and their rules. Leaving this message after every action is what every member of a night organization must do. I can't say I'm 100% certain, but I feel like I'm 90% certain that this night is the night 5 years ago. At this point, the Wuhua Palace Master's tone became angry. You are so self-righteous and use your own methods to kill the evil you think you are. That's the usual trick those people use. In today's society, even warriors who have committed countless crimes must be handed over to specialized departments for handling. They're just secretly eradicating them, using the excuse of eliminating evil as an excuse to absorb their souls for cultivation. This is no different from the devil's heresy. We can't let night continue to wreak havoc, or the consequences will be disastrous. The words of the Wuhua Palace Master made many martial arts forces nod in approval. There are some who hold opposing views. Shanghua Miaoying is one of them. She smiled on the surface after hearing this, but in fact she was very disdainful in her heart. It's so hypocritical. The battle between warriors is a life and death struggle. The warrior department is meaningless to powerful warriors. In the ancient martial arts world, without the constraints of the martial arts department, the acts of killing and stealing treasures are countless. Who will take care of it? Who can take care of it? A man with a stern face thought the same thing. He taunted the Wuhua Palace Master. Idiot, I have nothing to say about what you said about Yi. But if you say that all warriors who have committed serious crimes should be handed over to specialized departments for handling, that's ridiculous. Between us warriors, if two sides come to blows, do you think it's possible for the other side to survive? If we leave this trouble behind, he might grow up and seek revenge on us in a few years. Do you think we should kill him? Kill them, and turn them into warriors filled with evil? Don't kill them. Let them grow up and seek revenge on us later. Don't blame me for being harsh. It was because my master was soft-hearted back then that he didn't slaughter everyone in the Lung family. I heard there was murderous intent in his eyes. The Lung family still has a lot of people left. The Night King might be one of them. In my opinion, we should just kill all the Lung family members and eradicate their roots. Chapter 166. Chapter 166. Everyone is stunned. Lung Qingxiu is my lover. As soon as these words were spoken, Shangguan Miaoying's expression immediately turned cold, and when she looked at the ostentatious man with his feet on the coffee table, a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Hiss! No, I have to hold it in. I can't expose myself. Shangguan Miaoying, you have to hold back. Be patient. Keep smiling. Keep your mindset. Keep, huh? Shangguan Miaoying was just about to give herself some psychological counseling. Sudden, she saw the husband of the host in the secular world, who had always kept smiling and said nothing. At this moment, he suddenly stood up. Then he walked towards that flamboyant man. Hey, wait, what's going on? Shangguan Miaoying was a little confused. What did he want to do? Because the other party said that he wanted to wipe out the Lung family. So, this man was angry? Shenghua Miaoyin looked at Gu Yan, who was smiling. Shouldn't it? Gu Tianming also suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Gu Yan, who suddenly stood up and walked towards the young master of the demon sect with a smile. He was about to speak up to stop it, but then he changed his mind and felt helpless. Oh, what a sin. The other forces also looked at the younger generation of the Gu family, who had not spoken since a while ago in surprise and confusion. Why did this person approach the young master of the heavenly demon sect? Didn't he know that the other party was extremely cruel? And the human protector was still there. The young master of the demonic sect put his legs on the coffee table, and the voices of discussion gradually subsided. He saw that everyone's attention was focused on his left side, so he frowned and looked up. When he saw it was Gu Yan, he sneered, "Why? Do you have anything to say? As the son of the Gu family's patriarch, you are indeed qualified to speak." Gu Yan just smiled kindly upon hearing this, then clenched his fists and said slowly, "Bite your teeth." "What are you talking about?" The young master of the Tianma sect didn't react. "Are you talking to me?" Ignoring the nonsense of the outsiders, Gu Yan muttered to himself, "System, please give me some strength." A discount has been granted to the host. Consume 10W pure love points to increase the host's power to the peak of the innate. And at the moment when the power is increased, Gu Yan's originally kind expression suddenly became extremely cold. Boom! He swung his fist swiftly and hit the stunned face of a young master of the demon sect hard. The young master of the demonic sect had never expected that Gu Yan would suddenly attack in this place. Caught off guard, he could only instinctively raise his arm to try to block Gu Yan's fist. "Are you crazy? What do you want to do?" The young master of the demonic sect is a genius in the middle stage of the innate realm. The moment he raises his hand, he activates the demonic art to defend himself. However, what he didn't expect was that Gu Yan's fist was too powerful. Just heard bang. The true energy scattered, and Gu Yan's deliberate punch directly broke through his defense. Phew! Ugh! Following this, a dull sound of impact was heard. The young master of the demonic sect let out a scream and flew backward from the sofa, hitting the ground. A red and swollen mark appeared on his face, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. When has a genius from the demonic sect ever suffered such an injustice? He gritted his teeth, looked up and stared at Gu Yan, cursing, "Asshole! How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Gu Yan didn't say anything when he heard this. He just walked to the side of the young master of the demon sect with an expressionless face, then raised his fist again and hit the young master of the demon sect who was lying on the ground in the face. The young master of the demonic sect wanted to dodge, but Gu Yan was too fast, and he had no time to react. Bang! Gu Yan's fist hit his face again, and this time his nose was also broken and blood spurted out. Ugh! The young master of the demonic sect covered his nose and groaned in pain. Bang, bang, bang! Gu Yan did not stop. He continued to attack the young master of the demonic sect, punching him again and again, each punch hitting the flesh. The young master of the demonic sect was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back and could only twist his body and crawl on the ground. Everyone around was stunned by Gu Yan's actions, and no one reacted. Just ask. While you were discussing how to destroy the demon, someone came up with an idea. Then suddenly the son of the person presiding over the meeting rushed over and beat up the person who made the suggestion without saying a word. Anyone would be stunned, right? Anyone would feel confused, right? At this moment, the young master of the heavenly demon sect could no longer bear it and roared loudly, "Master Demon, save me!" As soon as these words were spoken, an old man who was stunned suddenly came to his senses. He was an elder of the demonic sect and also the protector of the young master. His cultivation was at the peak of the innate warrior level. He was shocked to see his young master being beaten like this. He finally came to his senses and rushed over to yell at Gu Yan, "Stop! Stop now! Do you want to kill our young master?" Hearing this, Gu Yan stopped what he was doing and looked at the young master of the demonic sect who was lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back and sobbing. He shook the blood off his hands, looked at the old man, and said calmly, "Your young master wants to kill my people. I'm already very law-abiding by sparing his life." Everyone thought Gu Yan wanted to say something. Then he actually said that the young master of the heavenly demon sect wanted to kill his people. The old man was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He thought Gu Yan was deliberately provoking trouble, so he looked at Gu Tianming angrily and asked, "Master Gu, what exactly does your good son mean?" "I don't mean anything." However, before Gu Tianming could speak, Gu Yan picked up the wet tissue handed to him by the trembling servant and wiped his bloody fist, then glanced coldly at everyone present. He slowly uttered a sentence that made everyone stunned. I just want to tell everyone here that Lung Qingxiu is my lover. The seriousness of Gu Yan's words was no less than a powerful master in the ancient martial arts world, self-destructing and destroying the gate of Taichu sect. A moment. Everyone's mind went blank. Gu Tianming held his forehead helplessly and finally said it. Now, I have to be involved. Lao Gao smiled without saying anything and sighed that this is what a young master should be. This is youth. Shanghua Miaoying's mind was also confused. He actually revealed his relationship with his master in front of so many powerful people? Doesn't he understand what this means? Shanghua Miaoying held the armrest tightly with her hands, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Interesting, very interesting. This man loves his master so much. Shanghua Miaoying has already begun to look forward to the moment when her master reveals his true face and takes away the Gu family, and Gu Yan, the affectionate man, breaks down and cries and makes a fuss. Ningxian also raised her eyes and glanced at Gu Yan. I looked up to Gu Yan in my heart. She originally thought that the most principled man in the world was her senior brother Shaolin. But who would have thought? The eldest son of the Gu family is actually so principled that he dares to admit in front of so many warriors that the eldest daughter of the Lung family is his lover. Now, the Gu family is also a suspect. Gu Yan didn't show any regret at all. He had originally thought that these people would definitely talk about the Lung family today. I must control my emotions at that time, and then talk about my relationship with the Lung family in a calm manner. Let everyone know that the Lung family is innocent and has nothing to do with the Yi organization. The plan is this. But he chose an approach that would force everyone to think in a worse way. Gu Tianming, is your Gu family also related to the Yi organization? An old man who reacted first stood up suddenly. He leaned on his crutch and yelled at Gu Tianming with a grim expression. In an instant, everyone reacted. Yes, it was very strange that the Gu family did not participate in the encirclement and suppression of the Yi organization back then. And now the Lung family is actually connected to the Gu family. Now, they have to be suspicious. Brush, brush, brush. All of the warriors immediately stood up and looked at Gu Tianming warily. The atmosphere became extremely solemn. Gu Yan, the instigator, sneered and said softly, "A bunch of fools who believe everything they hear. You still want to find the real Yi?" Fortunately, I had already anticipated the situation where I would be unable to resist taking action. So I prepared a plan B long ago. Well then, let me help the Lung family clear their name. Chapter 167. Chapter 167. Putting the facts aside. Stupid idiot. Everyone present felt a touch of magic. Which of these people is not a well-known and prestigious figure in the ancient martial arts world? Which one of them was not a respected senior before Gu Yan was born? This little junior actually dared to insult them in public? Even Gu Tianming didn't dare to talk to them like that. For a while, the old man with the cane snorted coldly. "You little brat, I should teach you how to talk to your elders on behalf of your father." Buzz. A powerful aura rushed from the old man towards Gu Yan. Xiaoyao Mountain Guolao. He actually advanced to Grandmaster level. Now Xiaoyao Mountain has 4 powerful Grandmasters in charge. Everyone's faces were shocked, and then they kept praising. There were already 3 Grandmasters in Xiaoyao Mountain, and now that Guolao has been promoted, he will be the 4th. Now Xiaoyao Mountain will become the leader of the 4 major mountains. Snort. However, before the master's aura could hit Gu Yan, another cold snort dispersed this aura, and an even more powerful aura rushed directly towards Xiaoyao Mountain Guolao. Cough. Mr. Guo let out a muffled groan, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Everyone looked over. Gu Tianming's face was gloomy, and the aura emanating from him was Grandmaster. Master Gu is also a Grandmaster. No one had ever seen Gu Tianming take action before, so everyone was guessing about his cultivation level. I didn't expect that the other party is also a Grandmaster. Everyone was shocked, but also more convinced that the Gu family was really related to the Yi organization. When Guolao of Xiaoyao Mountain saw that his aura was dispersed and he was injured, he felt unhappy. He wiped the blood off, looked at Gu Tianming, and said in a cold voice, "Master Gu, what do you mean? Is your Gu family really related to the Yi organization?" Gu Tianming was almost laughing out of anger after hearing what the old man said, and was about to speak. Then he heard Gu Yan beside him laugh and say, What are you talking about here, old man? I, a mere innate being, was attacked by a shameless person like you. My father didn't save me, but did he allow you to kill me? Old man, can you use your brain before you speak? Also, how did my father saving me become related to the Night Organization? From the beginning, they kept saying that we were related to the Night Organization. Excuse me, everyone here, do you have any evidence to prove that our Gu family and the Lung family are related to the Yi Organization? As soon as these words were spoken, being called an old jerk left and right, Xiao Mountains Walao, whose face turned pale and blue, suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, anyone related to the Yi Organization. No evidence is needed. If the investigation later proves that they are innocent, then there will be no problem. This statement has been recognized by many people. That's right. The Night Organization is best at hiding in various major forces. What we need to do is to conduct an in-depth investigation. If the person is innocent, that would be great. If not, another old man looked at Gu Tianming. Master Gu, you also know that the Night Organization is of great importance. It's not that we disrespect your Gu family, but we simply cannot let the world fall into darkness again. Everyone, I propose that we investigate the Gu and Lung families today. Shangwan Miaoyin watched this scene with interest. She looked at Gu Yin, who looked calm. I wonder, how would you deal with the situation? Just when I thought of this. Gu Yin showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, and then interrupted, shut up. Since you say so, then as a good, law-abiding young man of today, I have something to say. The corners of Guo Lao's eyes and the other old man who was talking twitched when they heard this. He suppressed his anger and looked at Gu Yin. What else do you have to explain? The latter shook his head. Explain? No, identify. He took a deep breath, then looked at Xiao Mountain Wolao. You just said that our Gu family is related to the Night Organization because my father rescued me. So can I say? Gu Yin pointed at the stunned Heavenly Demon Sect protector and said, just now, the protector of the Heavenly Demon Sect's young master saved him. Does that mean they are related to the Night Organization? Speaking of this, without waiting for the protector to explain anything, Gu Yin pretended to be enlightened and pointed at Elder Guo, who also looked a little dazed. Are you teaching me a lesson to protect the young master of the Tianma sect who is connected to the Yi Organization? The young master of the Sky Demon Sect is related to the Night Organization. So you are also related to the Night Organization? You want to kill me to silence me? Upon hearing this, Guo Lao of Xiaoyao sect broke out in a sweat. He looked around at the members of other forces who had a hint of hesitation in their eyes. He cursed him inwardly, calling him an idiot, while simultaneously shouting in panic. Are you kidding me? I'm Wu Tianyin from Xiaoyao Mountain. I even participated in the Night Organization's suppression back then. How could I possibly be related to them? Don't talk nonsense, kid. Do you have any evidence to prove what you said? Gu Yin nodded and said with a smile. Anything related to the Yi Organization, no evidence is needed. If the investigation later proves that they are innocent, then there will be no problem. As soon as these words were spoken, a smile appeared on Gu Tianming's face. I laughed and shook my head, Sonia. Shangwan Miaoyin couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, her eyes full of surprise and joy. Ning Xian on the side also looked at Gu Yin with interest. She didn't expect that this man was quite interesting. The faces of the people around and Mr. Guo were as ugly as if they had eaten shit. I didn't expect that I would be outmaneuvered. But the young master's protector of the Heavenly Demon Sect quickly reacted and shouted angrily, bullshit. You are fighting because my young master said he wanted to kill the Lung family. That's why you are fighting. You said Lung Qingqiu from the Lung family is your lover. Everyone knows that the Lung family was related to the Yi Organization back then. These words finally had some effect, and the others also reacted. Elder Guo also looked at Gu Yin, and, as if he had found the key point, he said, yes. Doesn't this prove that your Gu family is related to the Yi Organization? As soon as these words were spoken, just when everyone thought Gu Yin would show a hint of panic. But he just sneered, putting aside the facts of that year. He took a deep breath and accused the young master of the demonic sect who had fainted beside the protector. Is he completely innocent? Every time he opens his mouth, he says he wants to kill my lover's entire family. You think it's possible for a man not to lose his mind? You. Yes, you. If it were you, would you endure it or take action directly? Gu Yin pointed at a young member of a powerful force, and everyone looked over. The young man felt a little pressured by being stared at by so many people at the same time. He swallowed hard and said, shouldn't you hold it in? That's right. Gu Yin nodded affirmatively. attracting everyone's attention again. He shouted passionately. Even a third-rate warrior wouldn't be so forbearing. How could I, the eldest son of the Gu family, be so forbearing? Why? Just relying on a third-rate demon sect, like the Heavenly Demon Sect? As the young master of the Gu family, I can't teach them a lesson when my Gu family can suppress them single-handedly. You have to know. Lung Qingxiu is my lover, is not equal to we are related to the Night Organization. The protector of the demonic sect looked extremely grim upon hearing this. His hand was clenched into a fist. He talks about third-rate magic all the time. You have to know that our Tianma sect is one of the great sects in the ancient martial arts world. How could we possibly be a third-rate demon sect? Yes, it's also first class. The thoughts of the others were gradually led astray by Gu Yan. For a moment, everyone seemed to understand why Gu Yan took action. Yes, they said they were going to kill your whole family. You were a young man full of blood and vigor. How could you possibly hold back? Plus Gu Yan's emotional expression. Could it be the other party and the Lung family are actually innocent? Otherwise, how could he speak so confidently? Especially since they had never heard of Gu Yan's words before, but they inexplicably felt that they made sense, which made them feel that the Lung and Gu families were innocent. Chapter 168 afterwards. Ning Qian became interested in Gu Yan. Seeing that the situation was gradually stabilizing, Gu Tianming spoke, and his voice reached everyone's ears. My son Gu Yan has an engagement letter with Lung Qingxiu from the Lung family. It was a childhood marriage arranged between my father and Lung Qingxiu's grandfather. My little Gu is a man who values friendship and loyalty. Even if the Lung family has become like this, he is still willing to fulfill the promise of the older generation. Plus, the two of them already love each other, so they are together. Speaking of this, another cold voice came over. That's right, if you say that the Gu family is related to the Yi organization, doesn't that mean that our Su family is also suspected? Do you want to investigate the Su family as well? Everyone turned to look. Su Morong walked over with a cold expression. Behind her was an old man in a black robe. The aura was so strong that everyone's expressions suddenly changed. Su Morong originally didn't want to show up, but his son was bullied, and the Gu family was mistakenly believed to be related to the Yi organization. Besides, his son beat up the young master of the Human Heaven Demon sect in public for Lung Qingxiu, so he really couldn't help but step in. Some people recognized Su Murong, and their faces turned pale. The other part did not know Su Murong, but knew the Su family. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Su Murong walked to Gu Tianming and glared at him first, causing the latter's shoulders to tremble slightly. Then he walked to Gu Yan's side and carefully checked that he was fine. He then looked at everyone present with a cold face. I'm putting this out there. Whether it's the Gu family or the Lung family, they can't possibly have anything to do with that Yi. If you still don't believe me, you can go to the Su family and find my father. Ask him what the old man means. As soon as these words were spoken, no one dared to answer. At this time, a gentle and soft voice came over. Sister Su is right. I also don't think the Lung family and the Gu family would have anything to do with that Yi organization. With the appearance of this voice, the pressure in the living room gradually decreased. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards the source of the sound. Just see. Shangwan Miaoyin walked over from her seat and stood opposite Gu Yan. She looked at Su Murong and smiled. Hello, Madam Su. It's our first time meeting. I am Shangwan Miaoyin from the Shangwan family. Su Murong nodded slightly. I have heard of you. I originally wanted to match you with my son, but it's Xiao Gu who likes Lung Qingxiu, so you don't have a chance. Shangwan Miaoyin's eyes twitched, but she kept smiling. Try not to let yourself fail. She looked at Gu Yan with a smile. The eldest son of the Gu family is a handsome man. I believe that my love for the daughter of the Lung family will last forever. Gu Yan looked at Shangwan Miaoyin, a member of the Night Organization, and said, Thank you. The love between Qingxiu and I is known to all. So, when it comes to those scumbags who say rude things, I can't help but have the urge to gag them. To be honest, this is not my fault. My Qingxiu is so beautiful, kind, gentle, generous, and lovely. That's why I can't stand other people's trash talk. Everyone, why are you looking at us when you say this? And is it appropriate to say such corny words in this kind of atmosphere? Can you please take a look at the atmosphere? Shangwan Miaoyin also felt a little numb inside. What a love-brain man. If the master heard such words, wouldn't he be disgusted to death? Do you think the Night King would be deeply moved or blush and have his heart beat faster by such extremely corny words. Haha, these are just a fleeting dream before a man collapses. On the surface, she nodded in agreement with Gu Yan's words, then looked at everyone present. Everyone, Shangwan Miaoying, believe that the Gu and Lung families are innocent. If you think my Shangwan family is also related to the Night Organization, then her tone slightly increased, and she said seriously, our Shangwan family can also allow you to investigate. The words fell. The warriors representing the forces looked at each other in bewilderment. No one spoke. What a joke. The Gu family is fine. After all, they're just the local tyrants in Jianghai, a family of warriors with a little reputation in the ancient martial arts world. But the Su family and the Shangwan family are different. Neither of these two companies can be shaken by their forces. So they all bowed and apologized. No, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Yeah, why would we fight among ourselves? Absolutely not. Yes, Miss Shangwan, please stop saying things that are detrimental to unity. Master Gu, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. We'll get together again next time. A group of people left one after another. Mr. Guo from Xiaoyang Mountain also left with a grim expression and reluctance. I had just been promoted to Grandmaster and was ready to show off my prestige in front of everyone. But I didn't expect to be disturbed by a damn little devil. The protectors of the demonic sect did not dare to continue looking after Gu Yan. Originally, he was planning to change his stance and say something like, "You must cut off your arms, otherwise I will not forgive you." But now I think it's a good thing that I'm not as arrogant as I was in the ancient martial arts world. For a moment, the crowd that had originally gathered in the reception room, except for Shangwan Miaoyin and Ning Qian, all dispersed. Su Murong looked at the living room, which had become much emptier, and glared at Gu Tianming fiercely. I'll settle the score with you later. The latter looked away guiltily. Ning Qian, who had been staying in the corner without saying a word, came over at this time with a long sword on her waist. When passing by Gu Yan, he left a faint sentence. Gu Yan, huh? You are very interesting. I'll look forward to meeting you next time. Gu Yan was a little surprised. Huh? I was still thinking about how to get to know the other person, but he just came to me like this? Shangwan Miaoyin squinted her eyes and looked at Ning Qian's back as she walked away. The junior sister of the young master of the Dragon King Palace actually began to show interest in Gu Yan. This is also news worth reporting. Thinking of this, she looked at Gu Yan and the others. Then I won't bother you anymore. The Yi organization appeared in Jianghai, and no one can predict what will happen next. If you need the help of my Shangwan family, please let me know. After saying that, Shangwan Miaoyin also left with a full load. I've gained so much intelligence today, I have to hurry back to claim the credit. Looking at Shangwan Miaoyin's back, Gu Yan curled his lips and said, You didn't leave any contact information. How should I inform you? At this time, a kind voice appeared in Gu Yan's ears. Yin Yan, when did you become a congenital? How come Mom didn't know? Su Murong put his hand on Gu Yan's shoulder and asked kindly. Gu Yan. After he finished speaking, he looked at Gu Tianming and said kindly, Why didn't you tell me about your son? Gu Tianming. Chapter 169 Chapter 169 Lung Qingxiu. Did he really say that? As the eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Yan was naturally spared from his mother's questioning, and instead his father took on everything. Lying on the soft big bed, Gu Yan recalled Ning Qian's original information in his mind. Ning Qian, female, is Shaolin's junior sister on Longwang Mountain. Because she was saved from a wild beast by Shaolin when she was a child, she has always admired Shaolin very much. Shaolin also said that he would marry Ning Qian when he grew up. From then on, Ning Qian always believed that Shaolin was her hero and that he would definitely come to Longwang Mountain on a colorful cloud to marry her. Because the Night Organization reappeared in the original novel, the former Dragon King sent Ning Qian down the mountain to help Shaolin. Then the plot becomes cliched. The junior sister likes Shaolin, and because Shaolin promised to marry her, but she sees that there are already many beautiful women around Shaolin. Feeling gloomy and disappointed, he and Shaolin had many misunderstandings, and the two brothers and sisters had a fight. During this period, Ning Qian was bewitched by Lung Qingxiu. If she killed the woman next to Shaolin, then Shaolin would come back to her. Ning Qian believed it and became the villain. But in the end, the other party was still infected by Shaolin's heartfelt and touching reminiscence and was called back to his side. From then on, she was cleansed and became one of Shaolin's harem, and also became a powerful helper to the other party. In the later period, the opponent broke through himself in the crisis, not only breaking through to the peak of the Grandmaster realm, but also breaking through his own sword skills. Her domineering swordsmanship allowed her to turn the tide, and she single-handedly killed 2 sword-wielding members of the Knight organization, reversing the crisis facing the protagonist group. Although this will happen in the later stages of the plot, it is undeniable that this person is a tricky guy. So, there was a hint of amusement in Gu Yan's eyes. Let me use the plot in the original novel. And just at this moment, a message suddenly came to Gu Yan's mind. Sir, the organization has been initially established. Hearing the sound of the devil's claws, Gu Yan's mouth curled up slightly. It's finally here. At the same time, Lung family. In the study, Lung Qingxiu stood by the window. The biting cold wind blew gently across her face, causing her cheeks to slightly flush. I don't know if Lung Qingxiu did it on purpose, but the lights in the study were deliberately turned off. The moonlight from the window sprinkled on Lung Qingxiu, making him feel even more hazy and dreamy. Shangguan Miaoyin stood in the shadows, looking at Lung Qingxiu's back with great obsession. The master is so beautiful. The master is so beautiful. Master, I love you so much. Lung Qingxiu clutched the window sill tightly and said coldly, Did he really say that? When Shangguan Miaoyin heard this, she nodded repeatedly. That's right. That man actually said in public that you, master, are his lover. What a clown who overestimates his own abilities. He even said a lot of extremely cheesy love words about you, master. I have just repeated the content to you. This kind of dreaming man really makes me feel ridiculous. His behavior is completely illogical. He actually revealed his relationship with you, master, in front of so many powerful people. Fortunately, I stepped in to resolve the dispute. I believe that neither the Lung family nor the Gu family will be suspected of having anything to do with Yi. After Shangguan Miaoyin finished speaking, she looked at Lung Qingxiu's back expectantly, hoping to receive his praise. But who would have thought? Lung Qingxiu slowly turned her head, opened her eyes, and looked at Shangguan Miaoyin with her eyes that had a pair of ancient runes on them. The voice was calm, but Shangguan Miaoyin felt a chill on her back. Gu Yan is my husband in the secular world. Although he's only part of the plan, you look down on him and ridicule him with such contempt. Could it be? Are you saying that I have poor eyesight? Click. Her heart felt as if someone was squeezing it, and the enormous pressure instantly made Shangguan Miaoyin breathless. She broke out in a cold sweat and quickly knelt on the ground with her head lowered. She was trembling all over and said in a trembling voice, No, I dare not. Lung Qingxiu retracted his gaze and said coldly, Any more news? Shangguan Miaoyin didn't dare to act presumptuously anymore, so she replied cautiously, Also, the younger sister of Dragon King Hall's young master Xiao Lin has come down the mountain. It's a girl named Ning Qian. She came down the mountain to help Xiao Lin. Then, before leaving, he seemed to have a hint of curiosity and interest in Gu Yan. Said, I'm looking forward to meeting you next time. As soon as these words were spoken, buzz. A creeping pressure appeared in Shangguan Miaoyin's heart. She suppressed her fear and looked over out of the corner of her eye. It seemed as if a shadow of evil composed of malice was gathering on Lung Qingxiu. Got it. Go on down. Lung Qingxiu's cold words reached Shangguan Miaoyin's ears. The latter swallowed his saliva, and lying on the ground, he replied nervously, Yes, yes, master. Xiao Miaoyin will take her leave now. Gurgle. As he spoke, he sank into the shadow space that suddenly opened up from the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After feeling that his subordinates had completely left, the oppressive atmosphere in the room dissipated instantly. Lung Qingxiu covered her face and let out a shy slash, / omega / / cheer, with a large blush on her face. Her voice trembled. I actually swore in front of so many people that I was his lover. It was really unexpected. And he said so many disgusting things. How shameless. Do you know that I am a Night King? How can I get along with my subordinates like this? And in front of his parents, what a nasty villain. Lung Qingxiu took a deep breath and felt very shy inside. At the same time, he also secretly cursed himself for being so disappointing. She actually blushed, and her heart beat fast because of Gu Yan's corny words. Fortunately, Shangguan Miaoyin turned off the lights and opened the windows when she reported. He pretended to be chilled by the cold wind, although anyone could tell the difference with their brains. How could the Night King not be resistant to cold? Fortunately, the other party didn't notice anything unusual about him. After all, If he had endured it a little longer, he might have lost his patience and failed. But Lung Qingxiu was thinking about Ning Qian that Shangwan Miaoyi mentioned. Her expression gradually turned cold. Why do all of them want to get close to Gu Yan? First it was Shan Waner, then Wang Yulan, then Yin Qingqing, and now Ning Qian. Although she knew that Gu Yan only liked her, but whenever she thought of a woman approaching Gu Yan, she couldn't help but feel murderous in her heart. There's also the demonic sect, and those old guys who criticize Gu Yan, whether for revenge or for Gu Yan. They all must die. But what a pity. If Ning Qian, the young master of the demonic sect, and Guo Tianyun of Xiaoyao Mountain were killed now, it would be too conspicuous and obvious. This will make everyone focus their suspicious eyes on the Gu family again. In that case, everything Gu Yin did would be in vain. So no, I must wait for the right opportunity and then wipe out all the forces at Gu's house tonight in one fell swoop. Chapter 170. I always feel like everyone is plotting something bad against me. Early the next morning, Gu Yin started his early morning exercise. He began running around the track inside the villa, chatting with Lao Gao beside him as he ran. Today we're going to Light of Hope to see our new organization. Lao Gao accompanied Gu Yin in running laps. When he heard the 4 words Light of Hope, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. The Light of Hope? Master, I remember it was abandoned, right? Gu Yin nodded. Yes, it is better to abandon it. It is more suitable as a base for our organization. As he spoke, Gu Yin also recalled the introduction of the Light of Hope. In the original book, the Light of Hope is a place funded by Yinxing Group, which claims to provide hope of life for children in need. According to the original plan, this area of about 3,200 acres should be built as a small microtown living circle. It will house the school's buildings, including classrooms, laboratories, a library, administrative offices, student dormitories, and more. It will also be equipped with first-class teachers to teach and educate students. In addition, there will be a small amusement park, living area, food area, shopping area, etc. It's a pity the development plan was shelved just as the construction of the school building was completed. Because Yinxing Group withdrew its investment, according to internal information, it was because Long Zaiqian had already become the face of Yinxing Group at that time. He believes that building the Light of Hope is a completely money-losing business and is purely charity. So we decided to give up and build a suburban villa on this land. Thinking of this, Gu Yan's slight smile was quite consistent with Long Zaiqian's values. Lao Gao nodded and asked out of curiosity, Master, I have something I wanted to ask you when we were on the rooftop of the building. Master, have you really become the Night King? Our organization is not Yi, right? The Night King is a terrifying existence that controls the Night organization. His powerful cultivation is not what everyone fears. There are many powerful people, and many people who are more cruel than the Night King, but none of them have been surrounded and suppressed by several forces at the same time. There are many truly terrifying things about the Night King. One of them is his strange ability to absorb the souls of others for cultivation. The other one is his dagger named Night. The Gu family did not participate in the encirclement and suppression of the Yi organization back then, actually because of some friendship they had in the past. After all, Gu Tianming's father, Old Man Gu, had a good relationship with Lung Qingqiu's grandfather at the time. That's why they didn't choose to take advantage of the situation and join forces to encircle and suppress the Lung family. But we have to admit that the Night organization and the Night King are extremely terrifying existences. However, Gu Yin curled his lips and said, What a joke. How can I become a Night King? It's just under the guise of the night. By the way, Lao Gao, you're right. Our organization is indeed called Yi. You will be my right-hand man from now on. Do you want to give yourself a more catchy name? Like the broken-hearted old man, or something like that. Looking at the enthusiastic young master, Lao Gao thought that this name might accompany him for the rest of his life, so he slowly shook his head and said, Forget it. I'll think of one myself when the time comes. That's fine. Lao Gao, tell me when you've made up your mind. Looking at Gu Yin, who was running in front again with a smile on his face, Lao Gao also smiled. I'm afraid. Even Patriarch Gu and Madame Su don't know about these things. The Gu family's assassins are very special. Once they are inherited by someone, they will only be loyal to that person. That is to say, when Gu Tianming handed over the 10 Death Warriors to Gu Yan, it was destined that the 10 Death Warriors would only obey Gu Yan. Even Mr. Gu couldn't command those 10 assassins. Looking at Gu Yan's back, Lao Gao laughed and shook his head. Now, the world will be lively again. Time passes slowly. when Gu Yan was about to finish his exercise. Gu Yan, Gu Yan. A surprised voice came from behind. Gu Yan turned his head, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. I saw that Yin Qingqing, the eldest daughter of the Yin family who had been beaten to tears by me at the banquet in the palace of Yama, was chasing after me with her arms waving. The other party is one of Xiao Lin's harem in the original novel and is an M. Thinking of this, Gu Yin quickened his pace and made the final sprint. Yin Qingqing had been to Gu's house to look for Gu Yin before, but I had never met him before. Now I met him during my morning run. I was thinking of saying hello, but he suddenly accelerated. Asshole! Yin Qingqing stomped her feet, disrupting her own rhythm while chasing after him. Gu Yin, wait a minute. More than 10 minutes later, after Gu Yin finished his exercise, Yin Qingqing ran over from a distance, panting. Why did you run so fast when you saw me? Am I some scary creature? After Yin Qingqing calmed down for a while, she raised her head and looked at Gu Yin with gritted teeth. The latter curled his lips, twisted his neck, and said with a look of disgust, Please, are we very familiar with each other? Why do I have to wait for you? My heart is beating. So beating. It's that look of disdain. It's completely different from those people who fawn over me. Mun, you got my attention. Yin Qingqing's heart pounded, and she felt very relieved inside, but a dissatisfied expression appeared on her face. Hey, didn't we meet at the banquet? The Gu family and the Yin family are both one of the 4 major families in Jianghai. Shouldn't we have a good exchange? This lady came here to talk to you in person. Shouldn't you stop right away? Hey, what are you doing, Gu Yin? As Yin Qingqing was talking, she saw Gu Yin turn around and waved away. Okay, shut up. If you want to communicate, you should do it in a formal setting like the family annual meeting. Don't make a mistake, Miss Yin. He turned his head and looked at Yin Qingqing with a look of disgust. I am a married man. Please keep your distance from me. The former was stunned at first, then revealed a relieved expression. She wiped her mouth and said, He's so domineering. I like it. Is it the Gu family's annual meeting? Good. I must ask my father to talk to the business owners of the Gu family and ask them to vote for Gu Yin. And on Gu Yan's side, of course, he also saw Yin Qingqing's happy face, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. No, ever since I obtained the complete pure love body, it seems that many of the original people around me are becoming more and more strange. Think about Long Zai-Tian, think about Wang Yulan, think about Bai Jun, think about Yu Xingxue. I don't know if it's Gu Yan's illusion, but he always feels that they all have some strange ideas about him. By the way, are Yin Qingqing's symptoms a bit serious? Should I continue with Yin Qingqing's storyline? However, as soon as this thought came to mind, Gu Yin shook his head. To be on the safe side, we must not allow Xiao Lin any chance to rise. Although this always makes Gu Yin feel very uneasy in every sense of the word. He was silent for a moment, then laughed and shook his head. Well, nothing outrageous should happen. Chapter 171 Chapter 171 Light of Hope Stronghold. At Yuxing Su's home. Xiaoxue, just take a good rest at home. Mom will go to work first. Your and your dad's lunch is already prepared and in the refrigerator. Just heat it up in the microwave when the time comes. The middle-aged woman spoke to Yu Xingxue gently and caringly. Yu Xingxue nodded, her expression somewhat unnatural and her tone somewhat timid. Okay, Mom. Yeah, good. After saying that, the middle-aged woman closed the door and left. And then came a voice that made Yu Xingxue tremble all over. Okay, Yu Xingxue, it's time to start our training. Yu Xingxue turned her head stiffly, only to see Mei Shui appear behind her at some point. So sudden. Yu Xingxue thought that they would have to wait until she made some mental preparations before starting. Mei Shui couldn't bear to see the other party being so lazy, so she nodded and said, That's right, time is running out. Don't you want to become a warrior? Become a warrior? Yu Xingxue struggled internally for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay, but I have to come back at noon. I still need to take care of my dad. Hearing this, Mei Shui shook her head and sneered. Once you become a warrior, you won't be from the same world as them. Forget it, it's too early to tell you this now. So let's go. She was too lazy to explain how big the gap was between warriors and ordinary people, so she mentioned it casually and snapped her fingers. A deep dark space vortex appeared out of nowhere in the room. Yu Xingxue looked stunned. How amazing. Mei Shui smiled proudly upon seeing this. This technique is called shadow space. It's one of her special moves. No one else can learn it, nor will they have the opportunity to learn it. Okay, enough talking, come with me. Mei Shui said this and went in. Yuxingxue felt her eyes itchy. She looked at the space vortex in panic, swallowed her saliva, and stepped into it. Light of Hope. This place is the private property of Yinxin Group. But now, after rounding it off, it could be considered Guyan's. A black luxury car slowly stopped in front of a solid metal door. Looking through the front windshield, Guyan saw that the entire land was surrounded by high walls and barbed wire. It's like a black prison. The next second, as if knowing Guyan was coming, the door slowly opened. The car drove into it. Because of being abandoned, many of the separated areas are completely deserted and are simply surrounded by iron sheets. At the innermost part of this place, you can vaguely see a big mountain connected to it, which also belongs to Yinxin Group. The original plan was to create a summer resort in the mountains. Continuing forward, Guyan saw the playground track. Behind the playground was an abandoned school building with the wall plaster already peeling off. There were a few small figures playing on the playground. Let's stop here. Guyan spoke. As the car stopped casually at the side of the track, the thin figures in tattered clothes on the playground also stopped and then looked over there with timid eyes. One of the boys, a black-haired boy with only one arm, stood in front of the white-haired girl who was holding a teddy bear with a broken arm. At this time, brush. 10 figures instantly appeared beside the car, and the demon claws stepped forward and respectfully opened the door. Guyan, dressed in a black coat, walked down. Looking at the children timidly looking around in the distance, a smile appeared on his lips. He said slowly, "Tell me about the current situation of the organization." As he spoke, Guyan also walked towards the children. MANHUA and others followed behind Guyan and reported, "Sir, we have determined that Light of Hope will be the base of our organization through the contact information of Long Zaiqian of Yinxin Group that you gave us earlier. So far, we have found a total of 5 children with cultivation talents. They're all orphans who were displaced. Among them was a brother and sister who were rescued from human traffickers by my subordinates. Because they were both thin and the sister had an oddly white hair color, there were no buyers. The trafficker got angry and broke my brother's arm, forcing him to beg outside. After finishing the report, Guyan also came in front of the 5 children. At this time, the 5 children stood together, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They were all afraid of Guyan, the strange man who suddenly appeared. One of the little white-haired girls tightly grabbed the corner of her brother's clothes with a broken arm, hid behind him, stuck out half of her head, and observed Guyan carefully. When he saw the brother and sister, an inexplicable meaning flashed in Guyan's eyes. He squatted down, trying to make his expression look kind and amiable. He smiled and said to the children, "Don't be afraid, little ones. I won't hurt you. You may not know me, but just know that, from now on I am your adopted one." The children still didn't dare to speak, but just looked at him nervously. Seeing this, Guyan stood up and looked at Lao Gao. "Lao Gao, go get those things." "Okay, master." In less than a moment, Lao Gao took a pile of cardboard boxes from the trunk of the car. When the cardboard box was opened, the contents were revealed, including candy, clothes, and toys. Guyan took out some candies from the box and handed them to the timid children, saying, "This is a gift for you. It's very sweet." The children looked at the candies with longing in their eyes, but they still didn't dare to reach out to take them. So Guyan put the candy on the ground and said, "Take it yourselves, don't be polite." The children hesitated for a moment, but finally walked over slowly and picked up the candy. They put the candies in their mouths, felt the sweetness, and smiles appeared on their faces. At this time, Guyan reached out his hand and gently pressed it on the head of the boy with the broken arm. He gently stroked it and asked, "What's your name?" The latter trembled slightly, but still let Guyan caress her gently. "My name is Shirtu, and my sister is Xiaobai." Shirtu savored the sweetness of the candy and said, "I'm 8 years old and my sister is 6. Our parents are dead, killed by bad guys. The bad guys wanted to sell us after they kidnapped us, but no one wanted to buy us. So he wanted to break my sister's hands and make her go out to beg." When he said this, Shida's voice choked and tears fell down. At this time, Xiaobai mustered up the courage to look at Guyan and said softly, "No, it's all Xiaobai's fault. Because I'm ugly, no one wants to buy me. So the bad guys want to break my arm. But my brother disagreed, saying that he could earn the money of 2 people alone. That's why Xiaobai didn't break his arm." At this point, Xiaobai's eyes were red. "Big brother, we have no home left. Can you please let us stay?" Guyan looked at Xiaobai with white hair, and a hint of heartache appeared in his eyes. He stretched out his other hand and gently stroked the other's head. Then he looked at the other children who were also afraid of being abandoned again and said, Since I have taken you in, I will not abandon you. You can call me sir from now on. Now, are you willing to follow me? I will give you a warm home, teach you to read and write, and cultivate, so that you can become people who are capable of protecting yourself and those around you. Feeling the unprecedented warmth above his head, Xiaobai reached out and grabbed Gu Yan's wrist, tears falling down his face as he said in a choked voice, Sir, I want to follow you. Shirtu also raised his head, his eyes gradually becoming tougher. Sir, I want to follow you too. After the two of them finished speaking, the other three also choked up and cried. My lord, my lord. For a moment, every child was full of trust in Gu Yan. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Gu Yan stood up and looked at the demon claws. Take them to take a shower and change clothes. The dormitories on campus should still be usable, right? Upon hearing this, Demon Claw nodded respectfully and replied, Your Excellency, the infrastructure is basically operational. Gu Yan nodded slightly. Let's do it this way. As he spoke, he looked at the other assassins, pointed at each one and said, From now on, you'll be named by your numbers 1 to 9. One person will take a child to bathe, one will take these cardboard boxes, and the rest will prepare nutritious meals for these children. If you're short of the supplies needed for cultivation, please contact Long's IT on directly. Yes. Chapter 172. Chapter 172 is Yu Xingxue a genius? Xiaobai and others were originally wandering around, and were suddenly brought to this place by Manhwa and others. Even though the other party did not do anything to them, they were still very scared in their hearts. But Gu Yan's arrival today made every child feel extremely warm in their hearts, and everyone rekindled hope for life. They were held hands by the assassins and walked towards the dormitory. As they walked, each child looked back at Gu Yan. The latter had a faint smile on his face. Gu Yan's smile slowly faded only after every child left his sight. Chirp, chirp. Claws emerged from Gu Yan's fingertips, making a sound as if asking for credit. Gu Yan nodded gently. I know you did a good job, so I allow you to suck a little. Chirp. After hearing this, the claws twitched slightly in excitement, and then the 3 mini claws plunged into Gu Yan's fingers and sucked the blood. He acted extremely obsessed, as if Gu Yan's blood was some kind of tonic. Gu Yan silently looked at the claws that were in a strange state. Well, there's one more strange thing. Recently, Claw seems to have become more attached to his blood. Forget it. I don't want to think about this anymore. Gu Yan shook his head, thinking of the candies just now. In fact, when he handed the candies to the 5 children, the claw cells had already entered the candies. Starting the infection at a young age can allow the claw cells to penetrate deeper. Of course, there's a reason why he's so gentle, considerate, and kind. That is how important it is to this pair of siblings. Don't look at them like this now. In fact, they are one of the villains in the middle and late stages of the original novel. Yes, they are also Lung Qingqiu's subordinates in the original novel. Because I found that both of them had good talents and personalities, I recruited them. He also gave them a martial art called Twin Magic Art, which had very demanding conditions for practicing. It requires 2 people of the same bloodline to practice. After practicing, the 2 people will not only be able to be of one mind and one body. You can even gain 2 lives. As long as one of the siblings survives, the other can be resurrected and reborn within their body. In the original novel, this pair of villains almost wiped out the protagonists. Fortunately, they found a brother and sister's weakness that made them immortal, so they were able to kill each other at once. As for the others, they're just ordinary orphans with talent for cultivation. But these people are also an important part of his future plans. Thinking of this, Gu Yan looked up at the sky. It would take some time for Xiaobai and the others to wash up and pack up, so he could take this opportunity to inspect the territory of his future organization. After the actual inspection, we will renovate this place. After all, there will be more than 5 children in this place in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Yan smiled slightly and said, Let's go, Lao Gaomo Joie. Accompany me to stroll around here. Okay, master. Yes, sir. Time passes slowly. Gu Yan also took a walk around the place. If I were to describe how it made him feel, it was probably too shabby. The only facilities here are an abandoned playground, an abandoned teaching building, an abandoned dormitory, and the rest is wasteland. It's a pity that I don't have the ability of our Qingqiu to create a black hole in space with ease. Otherwise, I would be able to pull Long Zaiqian over now. After he has read it, he will arrange how to build it into a suitable place as a base. Of course, you can just mention it to the other party afterwards. After entering the dormitory, Gu Yin shook his head in disgust. This place was in a dilapidated state. All the glass windows were shattered, and the connecting stairs between the fourth and fifth floors broke and fell to the first floor. It seems that it will need to be rebuilt properly later. After the construction is completed, we need to find teachers to teach these children first. After all, he didn't want a group of idiots who only knew how to fight and didn't know etiquette to stay under his command. Thinking of this, Gu Yin felt that he also needed to find some talents. Warriors have their own talents, but after all, we are all human beings and we all need to live, so we also need some special talents who can help everyone improve their lives. This was not difficult for the Gu family to find. Gu Yin had to sigh again. It was great to have a big family. That's all. Go check on the kids. Gu Yin had a general idea in his mind, but he would have to wait until the place was rebuilt before he could decide the details. The other side, in a deep mountain forest, Mei Shuai looked at Yu Xingxue, who was panting and holding her hands on the ground with some surprise. I didn't expect you to be able to hold on. I underestimated you. But this is far from enough to cultivate true qi. Yu Xingxue raised her head, panting. To be honest, she didn't think she could hold on. Perhaps because they had been off-roading a mountain for too long. She looked at Mei Shuai uncomfortably. Could it be that? Can't I just learn how to cultivate my true qi right now? Mei Shuai shook her head upon hearing this and sneered. Do you think I don't want to? But your physical condition is too poor. This level of training is only to improve your physical fitness so that you can reach the minimum requirements for practicing true qi. Look at me, for example. Practicing true qi is very simple. I just need to concentrate and cooperate with the exercises to extract true qi. Just like this. Mei Shuai said as she spread out her hands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A black vortex of qi gradually appeared in her hand. See? This is the qi I cultivated in conjunction with the technique. Qi has many uses. I've also prepared a set of exercises suitable for you. When your physical fitness reaches a certain level, you can practice the exercises. As Yu Xingxue watched, she felt her eyes itchy. She rubbed them, and her expression became a little strange. Mei Shuai didn't notice anything unusual about Yu Xingxue. Instead, she looked up at the sky and continued, All right, before noon, you have to hike another 10 kilometers. Don't worry, even if you faint, I'll heal you. At this time, Yu Xingxue uttered a timid voice. I don't think I need to train anymore. Mei Shuai frowned, and she turned her head to look at Yu Xingxue coldly, subconsciously wanting to taunt her. Are you giving up just like that? Before she finished speaking, Mei Shuai was stunned. Just see. Yu Xingxue spread out her palms with an embarrassed look on her face, where a black qi vortex exactly the same as Mei Shuai's was surging. Looking at Mei Shuai, whose expression gradually stiffened, Yu Xingxue weakly raised her hand. Miss Mei, does this mean I become a warrior? As soon as these words were spoken, Mei Shuai began to doubt her life. Wait a minute, it took me a week to cultivate my true qi, right? How did this kid learn it in just one look? What was going on? Was Yu Xingxue a genius? No. Some genius can understand it just by looking at it. Could it be that the other party was originally a natural warrior? Yes, it must be the kind of natural warrior who had awakened his true energy. Mei Shuai comforted herself in her heart. To be honest, according to Mei Shuai's original idea, she wanted to improve her physical fitness while training her inner will. When he was able to cultivate true qi, Yu Xingxue was almost an entry-level warrior. But now, she looked at Yu Xingxue, who was lying on the ground with a hint of timidity and embarrassment. She held her forehead helplessly. It didn't look like she could get started at all. I'm afraid Gu Yin wouldn't agree to just leave it at that. Well, at least he's a natural warrior. Mei Shuai had a little idea in mind. She decided to tell her master that if he was talented enough, she could just bewitch him into becoming a member of their team. At that time, wait for Gu Yin to tell her the whereabouts of her brother, and then she will report Gu Yan's true face. Then he sent Yu Xingxue to stay close to Gu Yin and wait for the right opportunity to backstab him. Absolutely perfect. Thinking of this, she looked at Yu Xingxue and said, Since you have cultivated true qi, then I will take you to a good place. Oh, Yu Xingxue nodded, but finally said worriedly, I have to go home to take care of my father before dinner. Shu. Chapter 173. Cricket Scarf, knitted with a snap of fingers. Inside the dormitory on the second floor of Light of Hope, the children looked brand new, wearing uniform white clothes and standing in a row obediently. Number 1 was an expressionless woman who walked over holding Xiaobai's hand. Xiaobai was still holding the broken doll in his hand. After coming here, he hurried to his brother Shirtu, held his hand, and looked at Gu Yin timidly. He seemed very worried that he would annoy the other person by being too slow. After number one retreated back to the group, Demon Claw respectfully replied, "Sir, everyone is here." Gu Yin responded softly, then looked at Xiao Bai and the others present kindly, and said with a smile, "Very good. It really looks more energetic this way." Then it's time for the part that everyone loves to watch. Next, each of you introduce yourselves. You can tell me your name, hobbies, dreams, anything. Don't be shy. Who will go first? After these words were spoken, the children looked at each other and felt a little shy and embarrassed. Fortunately, Shirtu stood up and introduced himself at this time. He took a deep breath and said, "My name is Shirtu. I've been called this since I was a child. My ideal is to lead a good life with my sister. My hobby is protecting my sister. And now, besides wanting to protect my sister, I also want to help adults." Shirtu looked at Gu Yin with admiration. No one had ever been so kind to them in their life. He was given food and new clothes, and for some reason, there seemed to be a magical power over the adults that attracted him. It made him want to be closer to adults. Xiaobai also spoke crisply at this time. She looked at Gu Yin and said nervously, "Xiaobai also wants to help adults." After he finished speaking, he seemed to feel that it was inappropriate for him to interrupt, or perhaps he felt that his white hair looked too ugly and scary. So he quickly lowered his head with a red face. But he would still secretly look at Gu Yin. Adults give people a very warm feeling. As the two little ones spoke, the others also began to introduce themselves. A 7-year-old named Xinglo. His parents died in a car accident when he was 5 years old. The family property was divided up by relatives, and he was left wandering outside. One is 6 years old, named Xingxing, the same age as Xiaobai, and the other is 7 years old, named Linlin. Their situations are similar to Xingla. Xiaobai and his sister were rescued from human traffickers, and both their parents had died. In short, the background is clean. At least Gu Yin thought there was nothing wrong with it. He smiled and said, "Okay, then everyone will know each other now." He pointed at Manhwa and the others, and said to Xiaobai and the others, "These brothers and sisters will teach you new knowledge later. You must be obedient and study hard, and I will also take time to come visit you. I hope to see a different you then." Hearing this, although the children were reluctant to leave Gu Yin, they nodded and said one by one, "Okay, sir, we will definitely work hard. When you come over, we will definitely be different." "That's right, sir." Gu Yin smiled and nodded, and after giving a few more instructions, he left with Lao Gao. Inside the car, chatting with kids is so tiring. Think about it. I'm not such a gentle and kind person, okay? Gu Yin sighed, his expression looking very helpless. Lao Gao glanced through the rearview mirror and smiled. "Really? I think you're enjoying it, young master." Gu Yin curled his lips. "Really? Lao Gao, this might be your illusion. I pretend to be so nice, it's all for the plan. Xiao Bai and the others are all part of the plan and will help me in the future." At this point, Gu Yin let out a villainous laugh. When they find out that I'm using them in the future, they might cry and make a fuss. Lao Gao started the car, smiled slightly, and said, "Maybe. Where are we going next, master? What's the plan?" Hearing this, Gu Yin restrained his expression, even though he should go find Long Zai Tian and inform him to build the light of hope. But it's almost noon now, so Gu Yin lay in the back seat, took out his phone, and started watching short videos. Well, the plan is that Lao Gao, you take me to Qingxiu. Go to Long Zai Tian and tell him to build the light of hope. Lao Gao. Lung family. In the study, Lung Qingxiu was sitting at the desk, knitting something. On the table was a ball of wool and a book of knitting tutorials. "It's just SOSO. I thought it would be difficult." Lung Qingxiu was knitting a scarf, and her tone was very disdainful. "A cricket scarf can be knitted in a snap of a finger. When I finish it, Gu Yin will be so moved that he will kneel on the ground and cry bitterly. My other self, you're really good at controlling Lu Ding's heart. I also support you in knitting the scarf." Xiao Lung has already realized that Lung Qingxiu is better than her in the art of controlling people, so she now understands and supports everything Lung Qingxiu does. Lung Qingxiu was very pleased to hear this, but he still felt a little dissatisfied. "Huh, do you really need to say more? By the way, haven't you been going out too often lately? Even though you stayed peacefully inside me for the past few years. Because you didn't know how to knit a scarf back then. I won't cry, laugh, or make a fuss over that furnace. and I even sleep and work as a normal person should every day. This will greatly affect my efficiency. I came out to prevent you from giving up the idea of revenge. Question mark. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Lung Qingxiu was furious, thinking that Xiao Lung was looking down on him. How could I possibly give up revenge? Revenge is the path I want to take in my life. Please allow me to answer you with a quote from the internet. What? I can't say. Hiss. It's hard, the fist is hard. Xiao Lung, what exactly did you learn on the internet? No, I should say, how can you learn online? Our two spiritual bodies are separate. Lung Qingxiu suddenly became alert. Ever since Xiao Lung was born, their memories have become incompatible. The only memory they both have in common is the tragedy of the Lung family being wiped out. What does Xiao Lung mean by saying this? She asked suspiciously. When did you go online? How could you come out? How come I didn't know? Another me. Our furnace is here. Xiao Lung changed the subject. Lung Qingxiu was obviously fooled by this and immediately went on a rampage. It's my furnace. Xiao Lung, shut up. After saying that, Lung Qingxiu quickly cleared the table and hid all the wool away. She didn't want Gu Yin to see her knitting a scarf for him. After all, she is the Night King. If I tell others that I'm knitting a scarf for a man, my subordinates will laugh to death. Why don't you tell him you're knitting a scarf? Isn't that a way to improve your favorability? Favorability? Where did you learn these words? Anyway, just shut up and watch. Okay, got it. Question mark. Chapter 174, Chapter 174. 2 people in the afternoon. I ignored Xiao Lung's abnormal behavior. Lung Qingxiu quickly adjusted his breathing and sat back at the desk, pretending to read, as usual. Time passes slowly. Lung Qingxiu didn't concentrate on reading the book. He frowned and looked towards the study door. Where's the person? She began to feel restless, even though Xiao Lung always sensed Gu Yan's arrival before her, which made her feel very unhappy. But I have to say that the other party's perception is quite accurate. At least a second after the other party sensed it, she also sensed Gu Yan's breath, but why hasn't Gu Yan come up yet? Fortunately, I had prepared for it a long time ago. How come it hasn't come for half an hour? And just when I was thinking this, snap, the study door was slowly pushed open. Gu Yan rushed in, holding a special bouquet of flowers in his hand. He walked to Lung Qingxiu and said, Qingxiu, my Qingxiu, did you know that I brought you a surprise? Oh, surprise? Lung Qingxiu was a little moved in her heart, but on the surface she still ignored Gu Yan coldly and ruthlessly. She continued to read the book as if no one was around. Stay calm, stay calm. Every time Gu Yan comes over, you should be very positive. Doesn't that make it seem like you like the other person very much? If Gu Yan really saw anything, I would be so ashamed that I would die. Looking at Lung Qingxiu, who was pretending to be calm, Gu Yan understood immediately that life needs some seasoning to promote harmonious development between two people. He understood Qingxiu's meaning. It must be because the opening greeting was too bland. Then, Gu Yan knelt on one knee, holding a special flower in his hand, and placed it in front of Lung Qingxiu. Hello, princess, you will live a happy life in the future without saying anything. Why? Because your words are here. Lung Qingxiu, who had been trying to be reserved, suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. She pushed aside the sweet-smelling flowers that were pressed against her face, then angrily grabbed Gu Yan's collar and swung him back and forth. What kind of embarrassing and cheesy love talk is this? Even if you're saying sweet words, don't be so awkward, okay? Just saying, Princess, you're so beautiful is 100 times more effective than just saying this, okay? Can you chat? Lung Qingxiu was extremely angry. Of course, what made her even more angry was, even such cheesy love words could come out of Gu Yan's dog mouth. My heart still beats fast. Damn it, why did I become like this? It's all because of Gu Yan. It's all because of this bad guy that I became like this. When Gu Yan saw Lung Qingxiu's reaction so big, the system prompts in his mind kept popping up. He understood. My wife is sobbing, but she still refuses to admit that she likes me. What should I do? Gu Yan said that in short, it is very cute. Qingxiu, no matter what you say, I will answer you. This is my love for you. I can't stop loving you. I want to pour all these words into your head. Lung Qingxiu immediately covered her ears in shame. Please stop talking. It's so corny. Please speak like normal people. She was trembling with shame. If her subordinates knew what she looked like, her reputation would be ruined. Seeing that Lung Qingxiu seemed to be too ashamed, Guyen gave up the idea of continuing to say the dozens of love words in his mind. Okay, okay, Qingxiu, I won't say anything more. It feels like I haven't seen you for a long time, Qingxiu, and I'm very excited. It's only been a day since we last met. After Lung Qingxiu saw that Gu Yin had finally calmed down, she raised her head and complained with a blushing face. But enough of the commotion. Lung Qingxiu also asked questions. She wanted to know what Gu Yin was busy with recently and what he was doing today. So she took a deep breath, put her hand down, and calmed down. He blurted out, "Why didn't you come to see me the first time you came?" Oops, wrong question. Lung Qingxiu's face turned red. Damn it. I clearly wanted to ask what Gu Yin was busy with recently. Why'd he blurt out these words? Sure enough, it was Gu Yin who made him become more and more weird. Gu Yin became excited when he heard this. He took out the special bouquet of flowers again and said, "This is for you, Qingxiu. Do you remember that I promised you that I would make you puffs? But ordinary puffs are too boring, so I made them into the shape of flowers. Even though you can't see them, you can definitely taste my thoughtfulness." When I type this question mark, it's not me who has a problem, it's you who has a problem. Lung Qingxiu grabbed the puff flowers and didn't know what to say for a moment. Put aside the fact that I promised to make her puffs. She covered her face with her hands in surprise, joy, and helplessness, complaining. Why would someone send flowers made of puffs? Do you really think that's okay? Even I can't help but want to complain. When Guyen heard this, he hesitated for a moment. He looked at the edible flowers made of puffs that Lung Qingxiu was holding in her hands. Then I thought about the flowers that ordinary people give to others. Then, Guyen nodded affirmatively. It must be no problem. Don't you think this is cool, Qingxiu? If you don't like it, I'll take it away. As he said that, he reached out to take away the puff flowers. Lung Qingxiu wanted to say something, but when she heard Guyen ask this, she was stunned at first, then immediately hugged the puff flowers nervously. Wait, who said I don't like it? She smelled the sweet aroma coming from it, swallowed her saliva, and added softly, only I would like this kind of thing. What? Your voice is so soft. I can't hear you. Guyen stepped forward and continued to ask. In fact, Lung Qingxiu regretted it after he said it. At this moment, her face was also covered with a blush of shame. Damn it, what the hell am I talking about? Damn man, he could clearly hear it. He must have done it on purpose. But, feeling the tempting scent emanating from the tip of his nose, Lung Qingxiu understood that these were the puffs made by Guyen himself. It's not the same level as what you buy outside. He can be said to be the god of puffs, commonly known as the god of puffs. No, this metaphor is so weird. In short, I like it. I love cream puffs the most. Are you satisfied? Lung Qingxiu shouted in shame, then took a puff and stuffed it into her mouth. I don't care if Guyen makes fun of me later. I'll just start eating. In an instant, the sweet and delicious taste of the god-level puffs made by Guyen's god-level cooking skills instantly bloomed in Lung Qingxiu's mouth. In an instant, Lung Qingxiu's brain turned into the shape of Guyen's puff. A happy expression immediately appeared on Lung Qingxiu's face, and she began to eat the puffs quietly and enjoyably. 1, 2, 3. Guyen sat down next to Lung Qingxiu and looked at him tenderly. Well, as expected, when Qingxiu eats his favorite sweets, he will turn into a kitten. I don't know if it's because Qingxiu is too cute like this. So Guyen couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke Lung Qingxiu's head, saying gently, "Qingxiu, I really love you." As soon as these words were spoken, the room was silent for a moment. Lung Qingxiu's eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly swallowed the last bite of the puff, lowered her head with a blushing face, and after a few seconds, she made an almost inaudible shy sound. The afternoon is quiet and warm. The sunlight poured through the mottled window lattices and sprinkled on the two of them, as if covering them with a layer of golden gauze. Their figures are intertwined in light and shadow, like a dreamlike picture, which is intoxicating. At that moment, time seemed to stand still and the whole world stopped turning. Only the sounds of their heartbeats and breathing intertwined together to play the most beautiful melody. Chapter 175. Why the Night Members Like to Fight Alone. Shanghai High School. The usually noisy classroom seemed very quiet at this moment. Everyone was whispering, discussing in low voices someone who had disappeared for a long time. Deng Feng, who was once widely considered to be useless except for being a good student, is back. And his appearance and spirit have become far better than before. Hey, look at Deng Feng. Do you think he's gotten a bit stronger? Why is there such a big change after taking a leave? And don't you think he's become more handsome? He looks a lot more sunny. Yeah. Why didn't I realize Dang Feng was quite handsome before? Dang Feng sat in his seat and eavesdropped on the comments of the people around him. He pretended not to care, but in fact he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. Yes, that's the feeling. He is different now. I am no longer the same as before. What will Linger think of me? He quietly looked towards Lung Linger. To his disappointment, Lung Linger was just chatting with Bai Qionglan. She didn't even look in his direction. And if you look closely, you can see that Lung Linger is wearing the gold bracelet she bought at the jewelry store last time. Why? Doesn't my transformation make Linger curious? Dang Feng felt a little lost and unwilling. It seems that I didn't perform well enough. It doesn't matter. As long as you do something eye-catching, you can attract Linger's attention. Dang Feng was extremely sure and confident about this. Lung Linger was still chatting with Bai Qionglan about the game. As if she had noticed Dang Feng's gaze, Bai Qionglan whispered, "Sister Linger, that Dang Feng seems to have been peeking at you." Lung Linger was talking excitedly and was slightly stunned when she heard this. Dang Feng. Oh, who is that? Don't worry about him. Qionglan, let me tell you, that boss is at full health. Do you understand? I threw a magic ball with a 1% chance of catching it. Isn't this much more fun than those pay-to-win games with a 50% guaranteed chance of drawing card? Seeing that Lung Linger didn't care about Dang Feng at all, Bai Qionglan immediately smiled. Ah, right. What everyone didn't know at this time was, on the rooftop of the campus, 3 figures stood here. Murong Ci closed his eyes, and a huge sense of perception instantly covered the entire campus. Just a breath away. He then opened his eyes and said slowly, "There are only 2 warriors. They have a reaction from the Xuanwu sect's true energy. One of those with pitifully weak cultivation should be Dang Feng, the heir of Xuanwu sect that the master mentioned. The mission target has been found. Take action now." As soon as the words fell, Bao Yin immediately stopped Murong Ci as he was about to move and shouted, "Hey, are you an idiot? That Dang Feng is right in Miss Linger's classroom. Aren't you afraid of hurting Miss Linger if you attack her directly? That's the master's sister. If she gets hurt, neither you nor I can afford it." Murong Ci shook his head upon hearing this and said with certainty, "No, a breath's worth of time is enough, and it won't even make any noise." Bai Lian's mouth twitched. That's why I hate teaming up with guys like this who are all about muscle." She immediately became angry and said, "Idiot. What if, as the heir of the Xuanwu sect and a person of destiny who possesses the Xuanwu Qi, anything can happen? What if the other party suddenly explodes and summons the Xuanwu's true form? Have you ever watched TV dramas?" After hearing the word destiny, Murong Ci thought about it carefully, then nodded and apologized expressionlessly. "You're right, I didn't consider this." Then he stood aside and didn't say anything. Bao Yin sighed. "Oh, it will be better to let Fong team up with her. At least the other party listens to her." Clivia, who was standing by, smiled softly, as if planning something. "I think you can leave this mission to me. What do we need so many people for to deal with a broken and ruined sect? It's not convenient to do it on campus, so I'll wait until after school." I had already used my skills to summon the Dream Butterfly to locate the whereabouts of the remnants of the Xuanwu sect. An old sect leader whose cultivation level has fallen to the peak of the innate realm, one in the middle stage of the innate realm, and an heir who has just entered the second-rate martial arts realm. I can handle them by myself. As for the explosive summoning of the Xuanwu's true form, haha, what a joke. Do you think this is a novel world, and that Dang Feng is the protagonist? Don't do that magical stuff. When the battle is resolved, I will go and claim credit for it to my master. Hey. Bai Lian seemed to have seen through Clivia's intentions, so she warned, "Sissy, I advise you not to think about getting ahead of us to deal with Zon Woman. Don't forget that the mission your master has given you is to protect Miss Linger. If something happens to Miss Linger, do you think the master will let you go?" After these words were spoken, Clivia's expression became a little stiff, and he opened his folding fan awkwardly. He covered the corners of his mouth that twitched in fear at the thought of his master's wrath. Haha. Little Balian just likes to say these things that are not conducive to unity. Of course I prioritize protecting Miss Linger. Bai Lian curled her lips. It seemed that there was no normal person in the Yi organization except her and her master. As if she felt that this was too embarrassing, Clivia asked, "Then what do you think we should do?" Hearing this, Bai Lian, who had already thought of everything, smiled softly. "My method is very simple. Anyway, No man in this world can resist my charm. So, she brushed her flowing white hair and snorted proudly. I'll leave this mission to me alone. After school today, I'll go get some information about Xuanwu sect from the heir named Dangfeng. Once we find the remaining remnants, we will immediately destroy them. Hey, when I finish solving the Xuanwu Gate problem by myself, my master will definitely praise me a lot. As for what kind of explosive species can summon the true body of Xuanwu? Huh, how can a small fry red heart have such strength? Of course, this girl made these up to deliberately scare Murong Ci and them red heart. I believe that by then, no matter what wish I make, the master will agree. Upon hearing this, Murong Ci and Clivia looked at each other. The former was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "How about this? You are responsible for luring the people from Xuanwu sect to a place far away from Miss Linger, and then I will annihilate them all by myself. Well, after I complete the task on my own, I must ask the master to let Gu Yin and I meet." Murong Ci thought with an expressionless face, but his ears turned slightly red. Bai Lian was displeased when she heard this. She stretched out her fist and punched Murong Ci fiercely. Hey, 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 what do you mean? What do you mean by seducing? Do you know how to use words? I'm a naturally charming lady. Anyone who can't resist my charm is just trash. That's what those stinky men deserve. Don't you understand? Murong Ci remained unmoved and said calmly, "Anyway, if the time comes, I will take action." After hearing this, Bai Lian became angry and stopped talking and began to kick the rooftop, railing frantically. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. One by one. Why is it so hard for me to monopolize my master's love? Oh, master, if you could hold me in your arms and pat my head and say, "Little white lotus," to me, you are my favorite person, how great would that be? Chapter 176 Chapter 176 Bai Lian took action and found a genius. Time passed slowly, and it was evening in a blink of an eye. In front of Jianghai High School. Why didn't the trash goo come to pick me up again? Lung Ling glared at the Gu family bodyguard who got out of the car and opened the door for her. The latter was trembling with fear. That big sister, the young master, has something to do? Snort. Lung Ling snorted, threw her school bag inside, and got into the car. The bodyguard finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling bitter inside, but unable to express it. Boom! The car drove away. Dang Feng seemed a little worried as he watched Lung Linger leave from a distance. There was still an obsession in his eyes. Lung Linger's figure still lingers in his mind. Linger, you will definitely be able to see my heroic side. And just at this moment, perverted pervert. Help! A soft and cute scream was heard. Dang Feng was stunned, then looked in the direction of the sound. Just one glance made his blood boil. Just see. A white-haired girl in a JK uniform is being surrounded by a group of bad boys, and everyone around her turns a blind eye and a deaf ear. The white-haired JK was forced into a corner, looking pitiful and looking at Deng Feng with fear and help. This scene shocked Deng Feng's heart. How can this be tolerated? Of course not. Let go of that girl. Deng Feng roared and rushed forward. A few minutes later, the bad boys begged for mercy and ran away one by one. The girl version of Bai Lian in JK uniform threw herself into Deng Feng's arms. Oh, brother, I'm so scared. She raised her head, revealing a weak, timid, and grateful expression. Luckily, I have you, otherwise, Lian would be in danger. Thank you, brother. Buzz. Natural body. Start. In an instant, Deng Feng's heart was shocked. Looking at Bai Lian, he felt a strong desire to protect her for some reason. Seeing this scene, Bai Lian's mouth curled up slightly. I can't even control you with this. But as expected of a person with the energy of the black tortoise, his resistance is indeed very strong. But it's not a big problem. Next, we just need to slowly find out where the remnants of Xuanwu Gate are. She can start taking action. Master, when the time comes, please be sure to pat my head and praise Lian. Lung family. In the study. At some point, the two of them rolled onto the sofa again and ended their mutual charging behavior. Lung Qingqiu lay in Gu Yan's arms, and they made love for a while. Lung Qingqiu finally thought of the important task she needed to do. She asked, Gu Yan, did your Gu family have many warriors come yesterday? For some reason, after eating and drinking, Lung Qingqiu felt that his heart became extremely calm. It's like entering some kind of sage mode. And when she leaned in Gu Yan's arms, she would feel a warmer sense of security than before. Gu Yan hugged Lung Qingqiu, gently feeling the softness of her body, and nodded in response. Yes, Qingqiu, do you know? When Gu Yan said this, he hugged the other person a little tighter. It seems Shenghua Miaoyin told Qingxiu what happened that night. Lung Qingxiu fell silent upon hearing this. He clenched his hands tightly together and said in a somewhat complicated tone, "Yes. Although the Lung family has declined, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. We still have some warriors left in our Lung family, and we also know that Jianghai has once again appeared in that. Yay!" If you think about it for a moment, you'll know that these forces will first come to your Gu family, the largest force in Jianghai. At this point, Lung Qingxiu asked in a somewhat unnatural tone, "Guyan, will I make it difficult for you?" After all, before, Lung Qingxiu's voice trembled a little when she said this, and her hands were clenched tightly together. If Gu Yin knew that she was actually the Night King, so what will happen? Gu Yin naturally understood Lung Qingxiu's meaning, and he sighed in his heart. Then he said without hesitation, "Qingxiu, don't talk about the past. Aren't we fine now? That's all." After hearing this, Lung Qingxiu's originally panicked heart gradually calmed down. I felt extremely satisfied in my heart. However, before Lung Qingxiu could continue speaking. Besides, Guyan took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "So what if he is related to you? Even if I—" He was interrupted before he could finish his words. "Wait, stop talking." Lung Qingxiu hurriedly reached out her hand to stop Gu Yin from speaking. She was afraid that if Gu Yin really said it, she would not be able to help but confront him. Doing so would only put Gu Yin in danger. Her expression became extremely complicated, and she opened her eyes that had been deliberately disguised as dull in front of Gu Yin. With a hint of smile on his lips, he said, "That's enough. Thank you for trusting me, Gu Yin. Gu Yin, forgive me, I really don't want you to know about the Night Organization, and I don't want you to fall into this kind of danger. I have too many enemies, and the road ahead will be full of thorns." A chill rose in Lung Qingxiu's heart. There was also a fake night in Jianghai. Once I have accumulated enough strength, this fake existence must be eliminated. Guyan's expression gradually became complicated. He didn't say anything, but just stretched out his hands and hugged Lung Qingxiu tightly. He understood Lung Qingxiu and knew what was in Lung Qingxiu's mind and what he was worried about. Mostly because they were afraid that he would be in danger. "Forgive me, Qingxiu. I will definitely let you stand in the sunshine again with peace of mind. Even by any means, I will make sure you have nothing to do with ye." Left the Lung family. Lao Gao was already waiting at the door. After Guyan got in the car, Lao Gao said, "Master, the things you arrange have been handed over to Long Zaitian. He promised that the Light of Hope will be completely renovated before the end of the year." Guyan nodded calmly and said, "Well, very good." As he spoke, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Check where the people from the demonic sect are, and all the forces that came to the Gu family that day. Lao Gao was stunned when he heard this, but he smiled slightly in the end. "Okay, young master." The car starts. Gu Yin closed his eyes and recalled what happened that night in his mind. If it goes as he expected, these sects and families were all the forces that surrounded and suppressed the Lung family back then. Unexpectedly, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Qingxiu is facing so many enemies. You can imagine how much pressure he is under. This is really a battle that cannot be fought without turning dark. Gu Yin sighed his heart, but it was precisely because of this. He had to get involved. It was impossible for Qingxiu to become evil. Besides, who do you want to find to make Qingxiu turn evil? Isn't there only one person who can make Qingxiu turn evil like in the original novel? Sacrifice Lung Ling'er like in the original novel? What a joke. Even Gu Yin couldn't forgive himself for doing this. Qingxiu is fine the way she is now, and he doesn't want Lung Qingxiu to turn evil. The creation of another night is a foregone conclusion, and progress must be accelerated. Oh, and there's a crucial part of the plan. Guyan sorted out his thoughts, opened his eyes, and there was a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. It's time to go to the Peach Blossom Festival. The other party's Peach Blossom secret technique is an indispensable part of the plan. This was very helpful for him to recruit Lung Qingxiu's subordinates in the original novel. And not long after Guyan left, in the Lung family study, Lung Qingxiu received a message from MANHUA. After listening to this, she was a little confused. While protecting Guyan, he found a genius, by the way. He can learn everything just by looking at it. "You Qingxiu?" Lung Qingxiu fell into deep thought. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Very good." This gave her an idea. Continuously recruiting talents into the Yi organization is also one of the ways to strengthen the strength of the Yi organization. Thinking of this, Lung Qingxiu conveyed the order to keep that talented person. Well, since the warrior department is also looking for talents hidden in the world, then you can also search for it yourself, yes. Lung Qingxiu thought that all they had to do was to recruit all the talents into the Yi organization and give them the special skills of the Yi organization. Then, even if she has to deal with warriors from all over the world, she will not be afraid. Lung Qingxiu immediately gave the order to everyone in his mind to collect talents from all over the world. Haha, that's enough now. Let the fakie stand in front. I am secretly discovering talents and accumulating strength. By the way, assassination attacks and revenge. It's simply perfect he. Another me. If we do this, won't we become substitutes for Yi? Xiao Lung suddenly jumped out at this time and interrupted Lung Qingqiu's self-entertainment. Lung Qingqiu frowned immediately and said dissatisfiedly, "What are you talking about, Xiao Lung? Don't forget that the dagger is in my hand. The Knight organization only recognizes daggers, not people. You should know this." There's a second part to this sentence. Even a dagger can judge a person. Hearing this, Lung Qingqiu shook his head and sneered. What do you mean? Do you mean that dagger will recognize that fake Yi? Xiao Lung, do you think I could let this happen? If I were to do this, I would not allow anyone to impersonate me and would suppress the fake Yi with thunderous means. Another me, if it were you from the past, you would definitely do the same thing as me. Although bewitching the furnace cauldron is good, don't forget that the furnace cauldron is only used to improve your cultivation so that you can take revenge better. Bewitching the opponent is not our main purpose. Another me, haven't you noticed that you've been spending your time trying to seduce Lu Ding recently? The more Lung Qingqiu listened, the angrier and more embarrassed she became. It sounded as if she had been idle and was only thinking about how to have a loving relationship with Gu Yinan all day long. Xiao Lung, shut up. What do you know? Can't you see how I've been living these past 5 years? Don't you know what kind of person I am? I can't be bound by emotions. I bewitched Gu Yin just for revenge. This is all part of the plan, you know? Even if I really became weak, it definitely wasn't because I fell in love with Gu Yin. But I'm a really good person. All the kindness I show is to make up for treating him like a cauldron. Do you understand? Compensation. All this is compensation. I think. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. Lung Qingqiu interrupted Xiao Lung's speech in his heart. Another me, you will regret it. As the sound disappeared, Lung Qingqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But what Xiao Lung said is not without reason. Although she didn't know what Gu Yan was busy with recently, she could probably guess that he was busy with the family annual meeting at the end of the year. Even Gu Yan is doing his job, and as the Night King, it's really time to move more. Well, it just so happens that I have recently increased my night energy with the help of Gu Yan. I will give my subordinates another wave of gifts tomorrow. Ugh, that's it. Chapter 177 Arriving at the Peach Blossom Club. Peach Blossom Club. Essentially speaking, they are not a decent sect. On the contrary, they claim to be a demonic sect and commit evil deeds such as burning, killing, looting, and all kinds of evil. It is said that the history of the Peach Blossom Festival can be traced back to ancient times. Legend has it that in ancient times, spiritual energy was developed and all things had spirits. A peach tree gained wisdom and gave birth to its own magical powers. From then on, the Peach Blossom Society was founded. The Peach Blossom Secret Technique is a simplified version of the peach tree's innate magical power. It is considered a comprehensive practice that combines martial arts, philosophy, and mind control. To put it simply, it is to manipulate the opponent's perception and consciousness to create realistic illusions, thereby confusing, distracting, or deceiving the opponent's attention and actions. Only a very small number of people in the Peach Blossom Society can learn and comprehend the Peach Blossom secret art. At this age, only the leader of the Peach Blossom Society and his granddaughter Tao Ying have learned this secret art. Night. In a desolate land, the withered and yellow earth is covered with cracks, as if the vicissitudes of time are engraved on this desolate land. The lonely wind blew, carrying dust and loneliness, and the desolate scene made people feel sad. In this desolate wilderness, an invisible magic circle covers the place. The energy fluctuations around formed an invisible barrier, separating the inner and outer worlds. Two figures slowly walked in front of the magic circle. Lao Gao stretched out his finger and gently pointed at the magic circle. Buzz. A gap appeared. Master, it's done. Lao Gao made way and smiled at Guyen. This magic circle is indeed exquisite. If it weren't for an experienced master like him, he might not be able to find a place. Guyen nodded slightly, then went in, followed closely by Lao Gao. The scene inside the magic circle was completely different, as if they had traveled through time and space, and a vibrant sea of peach blossoms spread out before their eyes. The peach blossom branches sway gently in the breeze, and the petals fall, reflecting the brilliant colors. The ground was covered with soft green grass, like a green carpet made of emerald, and a harmonious atmosphere permeated the air. The Peach Blossom Society's magic circle seemed to be a paradise for practitioners, forming a sharp contrast with the desolate scene outside. This is Peach Blossom Club. It is rumored that this is a magic circle left over from ancient times that can isolate the inside and outside, and isolate the breath. However, with the erosion of time, this magic circle has gradually shown signs of collapse. In the original novel, it was because of the collapse of the magic circle that the Knight organization came knocking on the door. If the magic circle was not about to disappear, it would not be impossible to use this place as my base. However, seeing this reminded Gu Yin of a genius in the original novel who was good at using magic arrays. Although he had no true energy and could not practice, he was particularly obsessed with studying ancient magic arrays. In the original novel, the other party actually created a series of various magic arrays. Yes, that's right. This person is also one of Lung Qingqiu's subordinates in the original novel. He was also the ruthless man who followed Lung Qingqiu's orders and sacrificed half of the city with a magic circle. This kind of talent must be recruited by myself. But before that, as soon as Gu Yan's mind moved, it seemed to arouse an invisible oppressive wave force, making the surrounding air seem to solidify. A gurgling sound was heard, and black water surged out from all around Gu Yan. Under the cover of this liquid, the changes in Gu Yan became more prominent. He once again put on the outfit called Black Knight, exuding an indescribable majesty and oppression. In addition to the black attire exchanged by the system, Gu Yan also asked Zhua Zhua to apply a layer of protection, making his breath more concealed and not a trace of it could be revealed. After making sure everything was foolproof, Gu Yan turned his gaze to Lao Gao. He extended his hand and said in a low and firm voice, "Mimicry." The next second, the black water rushed towards Lao Gao like a living thing following Gu Yan's guidance, completely changing the other party's image in an instant. Lao Gao, who was originally a hermit, turned into an old man in a black robe emitting a strange aura. Lao Gao felt it, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. I have never seen this kind of disguise before. Where did the young master learn it from? After doing all this, Gu Yin slowly spoke. Old Gao, although the leader of the Peach Blossom Society is at the early stage of Grandmaster cultivation, he has a technique that can affect perception. But it doesn't matter. I will let the traitor take action to interrupt the other party's release of the skills. Any questions? Hearing this, Lao Gao shook his head. His voice became a little hoarse after the special disguise, and his whole temperament became even more gloomy. No problem. Okay, let's get started. Tonight, I will take revenge on an enemy. Peach Blossom Club. Above the sect master's hall stood a huge peach wood throne, on which sat a majestic and kind old sect master. Standing next to her was a woman, her granddaughter, Taoying. Ying, you did a great job on this matter. Now that we have found the owner of the flower god's Qi, our Peach Blossom Club can regain its former glory. The old sect leader finally felt relieved. Ever since the Siege Night battle 5 years ago, the strength of their Peach Blossom Society has plummeted. As the current sect leader, it is absolutely impossible for her to just sit there and do nothing and wait for the sect to disappear in the long river of history. Therefore, the only way is to find the owner of the legendary flower god's aura. Let the other person lead the Peach Blossom Club to glory again. Taoying received a message in her mind. She smiled calmly and nodded. Grandma, this is what I should do. I also hope to see our peach blossoms flourish. The old master smiled upon hearing this. After Wang Yulan had achieved success in her cultivation, he would abdicate and let his granddaughter assist her. And just when I thought of this, buzz, click, my heart felt like someone was grabbing it. A chill suddenly spread throughout the old sect leader's body. Her face changed drastically, and she clenched the armrests with both hands to support her body and stood up. He looked at the mahogany door with fear in his eyes. What? What's going on? It seems like something very dangerous is coming. Moreover, why does this feeling seem so familiar? Malice. Such a strong malice. This feeling. The old sect leader's pupil shrank. Could it be that? Is that rumor true? First is the Lord of Yama Palace. Is she next? The Night King? The Night King has arrived? How could this happen? While dazed, the old sect leader quickly clenched his teeth, tried to calm himself down, and almost squeezed out a voice, towing. Next second, boom! A powerful pressure appeared in the hall. Immediately following, a voice appeared beside the two of them. Run? Where else can you run to? Peach Blossom Society sect leader. Chapter 178. Chapter 178. Kill the Peach Blossom Society leader and steal the secret technique. The claws have evolved into the claws of destiny. When the leader of the Peach Blossom Society heard this voice, her eyes widened and she turned her head stiffly to look at the source of the voice. Just see. The person who was almost the same as before was actually right next to her and Taoying. She didn't think much about it. Circulate the true energy throughout your body to activate the Peach Blossom secret technique. The haze of 5 years ago was still lingering in her mind. The Night King, with his invincible posture, easily killed everyone who approached him. She was able to survive back then only by hiding in a safe place. So when she saw the Night King now, she had no desire to fight at all. As long as they can use the secret technique to stop the Night King for a moment. That's enough. They can activate the transfer array and escape directly from here. However, crack. The Grandmaster's body protection was suddenly shattered by a domineering attack. And then, puff. A sharp pain suddenly appeared in the chest of the leader of the Peach Blossom Society. When she looked down, she saw a long knife piercing her chest. Because she was not prepared for Taoying at all, her back was full of holes. The secret technique of the Peach Blossom Society's leader was directly interrupted. She looked at her granddaughter behind her in disbelief. But at this moment, there was only excitement in the other's eyes. Inging, the leader of the Peach Blossom Society, turned pale and was about to say something. Another figure suddenly appeared beside the two of them, holding a black short blade in his hand, and slashed towards the neck of the leader of the Peach Blossom Society with the sound of tiger roars and dragon roars. Boom! Puff! A headless corpse was born, and its blood was instantly evaporated by the burning true energy. Thump! The body of the leader of the Peach Blossom Society suddenly fell to the ground. Lao Gao was holding the head of the Peach Blossom Society leader, who had a terrified look on his face before his death. She never figured out what had happened until her death. The whole process was done in one go, leaving no extra time for the Peach Blossom Society leader to think. Tao Ting quickly ran over to Gu Yin and asked for credit. Sir, did I do well? Gu Yin nodded slightly. Okay. When the latter heard this, his face flushed with excitement. After Gu Yin finished speaking, he walked towards Lao Gao. He looked at the head in the other's hand and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the Night King back then really brought great psychological pressure to this group of people. None of them thought about taking action, but chose to escape. If a fight really breaks out, once the Peach Blossom secret technique is activated, in order to resist the illusion, he might really only be able to use the passive effect of the Dragon King Palace Jade Pendant. Thinking of this, Guyan stretched out his fingertips, and a sharp claw condensed along with black water. Then he stabbed into the head of the Peach Blossom Society leader. A moment. Dense silk threads appeared and wrapped around the opponent's head and the corpse on ground. Claw's innate skill, Devour. It could devour the souls of others and selectively obtain their skills. The swallowing process takes only a few seconds. A piece of information appeared in Guyan's mind. Congratulations to the pet Claw for devouring a skill book. Congratulations to Claw for swallowing another dragon's energy. System, please be serious. He checked the introduction. Peach Blossom Secret Technique. Description. Manipulate an opponent's perception and consciousness to create realistic illusions, thereby confusing, distracting, or deceiving the opponent's attention and actions. Very good. This will be of great help for future plans. Guyan smiled with satisfaction. And immediately afterwards, after the claws had swallowed the fifth dragon energy, a huge and pure dragon god aura suddenly emanated from Guyan's whole body, and his momentum began to rise steadily. Lao Gao was watching from the side in great surprise. It is said that when the dragon energy is absorbed to a certain extent, that person will be blessed by heaven and become the person of destiny. Is It's the claws that devour the dragon energy. So that is to say, the breath disappeared, and Guyen looked at the claws whose fingertips turned into rings on his hands and fell silent. Because, congratulations to Claw Claw for devouring the Grandmaster's corpse. He has already devoured 5 dragon energies. His cultivation has advanced to the early stages of Grandmaster status. When the claws cover the host will also gain the full power of the claws. Obtain a new title, Claw of Destiny. Congratulations on upgrading your claw skill. Mimicry. Is this okay? Guyen slowly raised a question mark, but soon shook his head. Forget it. The plot has already become like this. Even if something more outrageous happens later, he probably won't find it strange. As for the upgraded mimicry, Guyen felt it briefly in his mind and understood what was going on. Thinking of this, he had an idea. Gurgle. Dense silk threads appeared out of thin air on the ground, and in just a few seconds, they formed an old leader of the Peach Blossom Society. It is the mimicry of the claws after they have been upgraded. You can use your claw cells to directly replicate the image of the person you have devoured on a one-to-one basis. It can be made using claw cells like this, or it can be directly covered on a living creature to transform into the appearance of the leader of the Peach Blossom Society. It's a pity that it has no soul and no thoughts, simply relying on the instinctive actions of the claw cells. At this time, the claws seemed to sense some delicious scent fluctuations and began to send signals to Guyen that it wanted to devour him. The claws didn't have such a high IQ before, but now after the advancement, it seems that its intelligence has improved a lot. Guyen felt the fluctuation of the breath, and after thinking about it for a while, he knew who that person was. It seems that the other party is just like in the original book, showing amazing talent and cultivation in a short period of time. Very good. So what comes next is Guyen's feet slowly floated off the ground. He stretched out his hand, feeling the power at the moment. Is this the power of the Grandmaster? Because of the coverage of the claws, he also possesses the power of the Grandmaster. You can even use the skills possessed by Claw Claw. The key to the Peach Blossom secret technique has been obtained, and there is a hint of inexplicable meaning in Guyen's eyes. Next, the demonic sect will have to serve as a scapegoat. At this time, in a secret room for cultivation, Wang Yulan sat alone on the stone bed. As a breath of air rose, she spread out her palms, and a green branch made of true energy grew up. See this scene. Wang Yulan's eyes lit up with joy. Great, this is what Taoying calls true qi. As for why I am like this, it is most likely because of the influence of the flower god's energy in my body. Brush. She released her true energy, her eyes filled with hatred towards Shaolin. She could not forget that night, and could not forget Shaolin, who killed her mother that night. Shaolin, just wait. I will definitely kill you and avenge my mother. Wang Yulan's tone was filled with murderous intent, but she suddenly thought of something and the murderous intent disappeared. Only loneliness remained in his eyes. Alas, I can't forget that person after all. Yu Xingxue has finished a day's training. After taking a shower, she lay down on the bed with a tired face. I'm so tired. My eyes are so sore. My brain feels like it's going to explode. Yu Xingxue murmured weakly to herself. Today, Mei Shui took her to a pure white underground space. I met a few people who looked very scary, that demonstrated the moves casually, and I didn't know why I could learn them just by watching them. As a result, her brain is about to explode. And just at this moment, how was today's training? A voice that made Yu Xingxue tremble all over entered her mind. It's an adult. Yu Xingxue immediately perked up. Master, I'm fine, not tired at all. Yu Xingxue spoke slowly. She didn't know why she blushed, and her heart beat fast when she heard the adult's voice. Even, my body seemed to be getting hotter and hotter. Okay, come to this place and let me see the results of your training. The sound ends here, and Yu Xingxue suddenly sat up. His expression became very excited. Sir, let me pass now? Gulp. She swallowed and took a deep breath. The master needs you now, come on. Yu Xingxue, don't mess it up. Then she pointed her trembling fingers forward. Buzz. A black hole exactly the same as the one Mei Shui had summoned before appeared. Yu Xingxue breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly changed her clothes and walked in after mustering up her courage. Sir, I'm here. Chapter 179. The Death of the Young Master of the Demonic Sect. I still like the unruly Yu. Jiangai Hotel. The young master of the demonic sect, Mo Tianyun, was lying on the sofa and receiving treatment from his subordinates. It hurts so much. That's too much. That young master of the Gu family actually beat me up like this in front of so many people. Without the Gu family, he is nothing. Mo Tianyun's eyes were blazing with fire, and he roared with gritted teeth. Although Mo Lao on the side also felt that the Gu family was too disrespectful to them. This was their territory after all. Not to mention that the Su family and the Shangwan family are backing the Gu family. So he could only comfort him. Young master, calm down. This is Jiang Hai. The Gu family, as the local boss, has absolute dominance. Besides, they also have Su Murong from the Su family. We in the demonic sect can't possibly touch them. When Mo Tianyun heard this, his face was full of gloom, and he clenched his fists unwillingly. Get lost. Don't bother me anymore. He angrily yelled at the disciple of the demonic sect who was treating his injuries. Why are you all so restrained in doing things? The same thing happened to his master. He participated in the encirclement and suppression of the Yi organization, but let the Lung family go because he was soft-hearted. He found it extremely ridiculous to hear this. It's already a demonic organization, and you still want to whitewash yourself and get back on track? What a joke. Haha. It's because the master's old that he is so indecisive. The same goes for Demon Master. He says he is my protector, but it's useless. My strength is only at the peak of the innate level, and so is my master. Why not give myself a Grandmaster protector? Besides, you, Master Mo, can't beat the master. So can't you beat the young master of the Gu family? As the young master of the demonic path and a genius of the new generation of the demonic path, Mo Tianyun naturally could not swallow this humiliation. So he looked at Mo Lao with cold eyes. Mo Lao, I don't believe that the young master of the Gu family will stay in Jianghai for the rest of his life. Once we're out of Jianghai, we'll kill him and then return to the ancient martial arts realm. That's our Tiamos sect's home turf. The old demon was a little hesitant, but looked at the young master with such cold eyes. He also thought that the position of the leader of the demon sect would be held by the other party in the future. In desperation, Demon Elder had to agree to calm the other party down first. Understood, young master. Hearing this, Mo Tianyun was finally satisfied. He nodded and chuckled. Master Mo, don't worry. The position of the sect leader will definitely be mine. When the time comes, I will definitely promote you to be my right-hand man. I will definitely not let you be some useless protector. Upon hearing this, Mo Lao was somewhat moved. He nodded and said, Thank you very much. Before he finished speaking, it was as if the world suddenly froze for a short time, but then immediately recovered. Bang! Crash! Blood rained down from the sky. A warm feeling appeared on Mo Tianyun's face. Huh! His pupils shrank, and he made an incomprehensible sound. Just see. The whole head of Mo Lao exploded under Mo Tianyun's still stiff smile, and blood and flesh splattered in every room like a watermelon. Thump! The corpse fell at Mo Tianyun's feet. Ah! The demon is dead. Help! The disciples of the demonic sect screamed in agony in an instant. Mo Tianyun didn't pay attention to his panic subordinates, because his head was also buzzing at this moment. What's going on? What happened? Plop! Plop! Mo Tianyun was so frightened by the scene before him that his face turned pale. His breathing became rapid, and his heart beat so fast that it seemed about to stop. Why did the demon master suddenly die in front of him? Hello, what happened? A creeping chill appeared in Mo Tianyun's heart, and he felt that his hands and feet seemed to be becoming stiff. The atmosphere in the room gradually became weird and depressing. He gritted his teeth and shouted tremblingly to the surroundings. Come! Someone come! As soon as the words fell. Bang, bang, bang! Young master! Ugh! Young master, help me! Bang, bang, bang! The heads of the disciples of the demonic sect all around rose into the sky and exploded, and blood mist filled the entire room. Mo Tianyun finally realized that he was being attacked. Who is it? Who is it? Mo Tianyun's face was pale, and everything in the room made him give up resistance. Even the demon elder was powerless to fight back. Could the enemy be a grandmaster? Who is it? Who the hell are you? Come out quickly. Can someone tell me what happened? Mo Tianyun collapsed on the single sofa, trembling all over. He collapsed and kept yelling around the room. Next second, a timid voice with a hint of excitement appeared behind him. At the same time, a scalpel was pressed against his throat from behind. Well, please stop yelling. I'm afraid my hands are shaking. My lord said he wanted to let you catch your breath first. But you're good at moaning. Hey, if I accidentally cut you here, would you moan even more beautifully? Plop, plop. Mo Tanyan listened to the voice that sounded like the whisper of death, and his heart seemed to be squeezed tightly by someone. When did she appear behind him? What kind of ability was this? Why had she never heard of it before? My lord? Who is my lord? This strange ability. Could it be? Could it be? Just when I thought of this. Next second. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of footsteps covering blood slowly came from far away and reached Mo Tianyan's ears. At this moment, the strange black scalpel was pressed against his throat, making him dare not move at all. Of course, even if he had, he was too frightened to have any strength left. Next second, a figure appeared in Mo Tianyan's sight. The other person was wearing a long black windbreaker, the hem of which dragged long trails in the pool of blood, as if he was an evil ghost walking out of the abyss. The black had covered his face, making it impossible for Mo Tianyan to see what he looked like. He was tall and straight, and exuded an invisible sense of oppression and creepy malice, which made Mo Tianyan shudder. As he looked at this person, his memory was instantly brought back to the description of the Night King that his master had told him. In addition, it is rumored that the Night King returns this time to seek revenge. In an instant, Mo Tianyan collapsed and begged for mercy. Wait, you are the Night King, right? Please, please don't kill me. I'll go back right away. I'll go back and quit the demon sect right away. I definitely have nothing to do with that sect anymore. At this moment, Mo Tianyan had no desire to resist at all, just thinking about staying alive. And about this, Guyan just looked down at Mo Tianyan and said softly, "It's really ugly and ridiculous." You know, Guyan stretched out his hand towards the other party. Buzz. A sharp claw gathered at his fingertips, and he slowly stabbed it towards Mo Tianyan's forehead. Under the other person's horrified expression, he said the last words he heard, "I still like the rebellious you of the first time." As soon as these words were spoken, boom! Mo Tianyan's mind went blank. What does this sentence mean? He was trembling all over, and his eyes were full of disbelief when he looked at Guyan. They were scammed. They were all scammed. Because the Night King, is actually the young master of the Gu family. Guyan, it's over. It's all over. Gaga gaga. The claws quickly devoured Mo Tianyan and also devoured the other party's last consciousness. Immediately following, brush brush, countless claw cells emerged in every corner of the room. Like a scavenger, it devours all the broken meat, blood, and even microorganisms. The whole room looked brand new, without even a hint of odor. All evidence disappeared. Chapter 180. Your mind should be full of career.